Upon arriving in this new world, Yanyun's father and elder brothers were executed at the border for their remarkable achievements that had alarmed the emperor, who accused them of treason. Yet, considering their distinguished military service, the emperor showed mercy towards their family. While they had escaped the death penalty, they were not spared from the harsh fate of exile, banishing the entire family to a desolate land. Despite the exile, Yanyun found himself in a precarious situation, as his elder brothers had left behind several sisters-in-law. What? Fleeing with sisters-in-law amidst the chaos? Yanyun felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. What should he do? Time was of the essence, and he awaited guidance from his esteemed friends to devise a plan and navigate this tumultuous landscape. In the great Yin Empire, during the 12th year of prosperity, at the duke's residence in Yanhuang City, a pallid-faced old eunuch, clad in the robes of a palace official, led 1,000 heavily armored imperial guards to the entrance of the duke's mansion, his expression as cold as stone. The heavy doors of the mansion stood resolutely closed. With a resounding crash, a deputy commander of the imperial guards dismounted and forcefully kicked open the imposing doors. The sudden intrusion startled those within the estate. The old eunuch paid no heed, his gaze icy as he marched through the courtyard, flanked by the clanging of armor, directly to the main hall. The aged housekeeper, startled by the commotion, hurried to inform the master of the house. His Majesty has decreed, you are to receive the edict at once. The eunuch's voice pierced the air, sharp and grating, as if he were squeezing the breath from his throat. We await the edict, came the chorus of voices as all present knelt, heads bowed in reverence, waiting for the eunuch to continue. However, among the kneeling figures, there was not a single man, all were women. The Duke of the North Yen Bay and his 2 sons, stationed at the border, have abused their power and engaged in corruption. The eunuch declared, they are unwilling to accept their station, coveting imperial power, colluding with external enemies, and plotting treason. Hearing of this, I am deeply pained and greatly disappointed. For their treasonous acts, I decree the execution of the 3 of them, as a warning to others. Yet, considering their past contributions to the empire, I have chosen to spare their family from execution. However, all their kin shall be confiscated and exiled, with their lives and deaths left to fate. The eunuch's words fell like a heavy hammer, striking the hearts of all present. The leading matron's countenance changed dramatically upon hearing this, and in a flurry of panic, she shouted at the eunuch, this is impossible. This cannot be true. The Duke of the North has always been incorruptible, loyal to the nation. How could he betray or conspire against the throne? My sons have steadfastly defended the border, loyal to the empire. They are innocent. They are wronged. Surely someone has framed them. Someone has deceived the court. Your Majesty possesses keen insight and wisdom. You will surely see the truth and exonerate them. Tears streamed down the matron's face as she spoke fervently. The eunuch remained unmoved, his expression unyielding. His Majesty possesses irrefutable evidence. There is no need for further scrutiny. Moreover, Yen Bei and his sons have already been executed at the border, displayed for all to see. The proclamation of their execution plunged the room into an abyss of silence. Shock and disbelief spread like wildfire. Eyes widened, breaths caught in throats, fists clenched with visible tension. Unable to withstand the blow, the matron trembled violently, her face rigid, and with a sudden gasp, she collapsed to the ground. Mother! Matron! A chorus of cries erupted as the women rushed to help her, applying pressure to her chest and pinching her to revive her. Chaos ensued. The old eunuch remained stoic, impervious to the turmoil around him. His Majesty has another decree. The Duke's residence must prepare to depart by dawn tomorrow. All exiled shall carry no belongings, no riches, no provisions. Should anyone attempt to delay or evade this order, they will be punished for treason. Thus it is commanded. With that, the eunuch led the imperial guards away from the Duke's residence, leaving behind a shaken and panicked household. Many servants, fearing for their own safety, hastily gathered their belongings and fled the estate. Once a grand residence, second only to the palace itself, the Duke's estate now bore the weight of an inescapable sorrow, marked by the eunuch's decree. After regaining consciousness, the matron was gravely weakened, her breath shallow, unable to bear the crushing pressure, and ultimately passed away. In her final moments, it seemed as though a flicker of life returned to her as she grasped the arm of the eldest lady, her voice hoarse and urgent, wanting, those who achieve great things can be feared. Listen to slander. Treacherous officials abound. Protect Yunur. You must protect Yunur. As long as Yunur lives well, our duke's residence, will one day be vindicated. Suddenly, a thunderous clap echoed ominously. In an instant, dark clouds enveloped the sky above Yanhuang's city. Lightning flashed and thunder roared, as if heralding a portentous event. The matron's eyes widened, refusing to close in death. Amidst the pandemonium throughout the estate, one luxurious chamber remained untouched by the chaos. Inside the opulent room, a voice, frantic and urgent, called out, "Third young master. Wake up! Third young master. Please wake up." The voice roused Yanyun from his slumber, and as he blinked at the young maiden before him, he found himself momentarily bewildered. "Third young master? Who? Who are you? How did I end up here?" His eyes widened in confusion, taking in the unfamiliar surroundings, his expression one of utter perplexity. The room was spacious and radiant, adorned with exquisite decor, dragons and phoenixes carved intricately, exuding an air of opulence. Wasn't I just at the foot massage parlor? How did I awaken in such an antiquated and refined chamber? Could it be that the parlor attendant, while I slept, brought me here for some thrilling escapade? Wait, I don't have enough money. If I overspend, will they hold me captive here? Calm down. I am a frequent patron here, having nearly experienced every service they offer. The lavishly decorated room radiated elegance, with neat furnishings and clean bedding. The young lady beside him was exceptionally beautiful, around 15 or 16, with large, dark eyes. At that moment, her eyes were filled with sorrow and concern. "Woo, third young master, you wouldn't have forgotten Shushin, would you? How could you be so foolish? Have you lost your memory too? Grandfather has been executed. Eldest brother and second brother were also beheaded." The matron fainted upon hearing the news. The entire estate is in chaos due to the emperor's decree of confiscation and exile. It's absolute pandemonium. What shall we do? What shall we do? The little girl wept, her tears flowing like rain. What? Executions? Yanyun felt as though he had been plunged into a fog, his body trembling in response. "Don't scare me. I didn't come here for a death sentence. I just wanted to enjoy some excitement. This script is flawed. Someone, tell the director to rewrite it." Yanyun glared wide-eyed, exclaiming, "Woo, third young master, don't be afraid. The emperor has not decreed punishment upon you. Clearly you will not be executed." Seeing Yanyun's bewilderment, the young girl quickly embraced him, seeking to soothe his inner turmoil with her gentle presence. "Ah, this is comforting." Suddenly, a strange influx of information surged into his mind, like a tidal wave. Chapter 2. Your young master is no longer foolish. Yanyun felt as though his head had been struck by a donkey, causing him to grimace in pain. "Young master, what is wrong with you?" The little girl, Shu Exile, noticed Yanyun's unusual demeanor and, believing he had been utterly stunned, asked anxiously, "Young master, you have already been foolish enough. If this shocking news could scare away your foolishness, that would be splendid. Heavens, this little girl speaks the truth," Yanyun thought to himself, disregarding Shu Exine's words. The memories flooding his mind revealed his current predicament and lineage, the great Yin Empire, the Protectorate Duke's mansion, and the foolish son of Duke Yin Baidu, the Protector General. Above him were two brothers, the eldest, Yin Feng, and the second, Yin Lei, with him being the third son, Yin Yun. Quite juvenile names indeed. He was the unfortunate third son, reduced to a fool after a high fever in his childhood left his mind impaired. My father was beheaded? My elder brothers too? My mother fainted upon hearing the news and never awakened? Wait, so this is not a club? And I have traversed time and space? Have I successfully joined the ranks of the time travelers and begun my own wall-hanging life? But where is my golden finger? Don't all time travelers possess a golden finger? In an instant, Yin Yun's mind was flooded with absurd thoughts, seemingly forgetting the grim fate of beheading. Shu Exile, you are the little girl who takes care of me, right? Yin Yun said foolishly. Enough. Why continue this charade? His father, elder brothers, all beheaded. What was there to gain from feigning ignorance? If they discovered his soul had changed, would they drag him into the ranks of the beheaded as well? Better to cling to life than to die. As a time traveler from the 21st century and a graduate of a prestigious institution, Yin Yun's mind was sharper than most. Though the original owner was a fool, through the memories, he grasped a fair amount. "Oh, young master, you haven't forgotten Shu Exile. You are still that foolish, simple third son." Shu Exine's words elicited an eye roll from Yin Yun. "Is that how you address your young master?" He chuckled foolishly. "Third young master, please stop smiling foolishly. The entire mansion is engulfed in chaos, and cries abound. You still have the heart to laugh?" Shu Exine's eyes were red, tears streaming down her cheeks. "Tomorrow, We must pack lightly and be exiled to the borders to fend for ourselves. Many servants and attendants were terrified of the impending doom, hastily packing their belongings and fleeing. Exile contemplated escape, but could not abandon her young master. Had it not been for his generous aid, she would have perished on the streets. He was her savior, and how could she forsake him in his time of need? Exile continued to cradle Yanyun's head, soothing her master, whom she perceived as both foolish and simple. Yanyun, however, was no longer paying attention to her. His mind was racing. Since he was here, he must make something happen before the family was exiled. Yet, after much contemplation, he could think of nothing that might salvage their situation. His predicament was exceedingly awkward. He dared not speak up, nor reveal himself, much less boldly rally the household. Tomorrow, the entire mansion was to be exiled to the borders. If he dared to make a scene now, he would surely find himself at the executioner's block come morning. Oh no, beheaded. This world was one of cold weapons. Firearms had yet to be invented. The mansion was in utter disarray. What could he possibly do? Detecting the host's deep entanglement in the beheading and exile predicament, the weakest emotional system of all realms is activated. What the hell? The golden finger has made its grand appearance. Wait, the weakest emotional system of all realms? System, come out. I swear I want to harm you. How dare you call yourself the weakest emotional system? Who gave you the audacity to label yourself as such? Can we drop the weakest? If others find out, it would be utterly embarrassing. Yanyun couldn't help but vent his frustrations. System, this system is currently in its initial phase. The host needs to accumulate more emotional points to elevate this system's level. The higher the level, the more functions will be unlocked. Currently, the system activates the initial functions: space transfer 5 times, lucky draw 2 times, emotion collection, infinite space, system mall. Space transfer, instantly transfer to any place the host has previously visited. Lucky draw, randomly draw useful treasures for the host. The draw can be initiated immediately. Emotion collection, collect emotions from characters associated with the host, whether positive or negative. Infinite space, an infinitely large space, capable of storing everything except living beings. System mall, the host can exchange emotional points for all treasures within the mall. Incredible. System, you're quite impressive. It seems I misjudged you. With such formidable functions at this initial stage, what wonders await at higher levels? Yanyun realized he had been wrong about the emotional system. With the system at his side, he felt a sense of calm. System, I wish to draw now. Let us see what marvelous items I can obtain. Yanyun declared in his mind. Whoosh. As his voice faded, a lottery panel materialized in the void before him, visible only to him. The panel displayed 5 treasures: the might of Xiangyu, 1 million gold coins, refined armor, the overlord's halberd, and a thank you for your patronage. Staring at the 5 treasures, Yanyun was speechless. A lottery is a lottery, but why include a thank you for your patronage? Is this some sort of joke? If my luck were truly poor, would I end up with 2 thank yous? What a farce. Nevertheless, among these treasures, the might of Xiangyu and the overlord's halberd were of utmost interest to Yanyun. Let us draw. Yanyun pressed the draw button. Whoosh. The pointer on the wheel began to spin. Stop, he commanded, and the pointer stopped, landing right on the thank you for your patronage. Damn it. Yanyun was at a loss. This wretched luck dealt him a critical blow. Just as he bemoaned his fortune, the pointer advanced a notch, landing squarely on the might of Xiangyu. Haha. Yanyun laughed inwardly, realizing the system was indeed quite favorable to him, delivering a powerful reward right from the start. Chapter 3, The Lottery Draw. Receiving the might of Xiangyu meant he now possessed the terrifying martial prowess akin to that of Xiangyu himself. Buzz. Just as Yanyun prepared to continue drawing, a surge of immense power coursed through his limbs, enhancing his flesh and bones. This transformation occurred without any pain, as if silently taking place. Once completed, Yanyun felt invigorated, capable of lifting a 1,000-pound cauldron with ease. A single punch could fell a fierce tiger without issue. Whoosh. The wheel spun for the second time. Yanyun focused on the overlord's halberd. Acquiring such a weapon would elevate his combat prowess to an entirely new level. Stop, he commanded once more. The pointer danced around the wheel a few more times before gradually settling on the overlord's halberd. It seems my luck as a time traveler is quite remarkable. Whatever I desire comes to fruition. The overlord's halberd has now been stored within the system's storage space. The host can manipulate the storage space with their mind to retrieve needed treasures. Perfect. It's best to keep it hidden to avoid startling the little girl. Knock, knock, knock. A voice called from outside. Exile, are you with the 3rd young master? The voice was soft yet tinged with urgency. It was Hong Tao. I am inside with the 3rd young master. In a flurry of emotion, Shushin hastily wiped away her tears and responded. Suddenly, the door creaked open. A stunning young maid dressed in a flowing red gown entered. Her name was Hongtao, the second maidservant of Yanyun. As the third son of the Duke of Protectorate, despite his somewhat foolish demeanor, his father cared for him greatly, even assigning him 2 devoted maidservants. Hongtao exuded maturity, beauty, and grace, while Shuxin radiated innocence, sweetness, and playfulness, evoking sympathy from all. Though their personalities contrasted sharply, both maids surpassed a score of 95 in beauty, far exceeding the allure of those in any establishment. Randomly selecting from any university would yield flowers of their caliber. What is the situation outside? Have the madam and the others devised any alternative strategies? Shuxin inquired with concern. Hongtao, filled with sorrow, shook her head and replied, "The emperor's decree is unyielding. The entire household cannot escape this calamity. The exile is already a foregone conclusion, beyond our capacity to alter. The madam and several ladies are attending to the late matriarch's affairs, hoping that the third young master may pay her one last visit." A few minutes later, accompanied by Shuxin and Hongtao, Yanyun arrived at the main hall of the mansion. There lay the body of his mother, who had succumbed to shock and never regained consciousness. Yanyun wished to approach her, but being a simpleton, he had to feign ignorance. Beneath the hall, dozens of people donned mourning attire, and the oppressive atmosphere made it hard to breathe. Upon Yanyun's arrival, everyone wiped away their tears. The sorrowful ambience overwhelmed him. Shuxin, upon seeing the late matriarch, fell to her knees, tears streaming down her face as she cried out in anguish. Her wails were heartfelt. The matriarch had been kind and nurturing, treating her as one of her own. Now, separated by death, Shuxin was engulfed in profound grief. Her cries brought forth tears from all present. Yanyun, too, was enveloped by the sorrowful atmosphere, instinctively lowering his head. "Stop crying." The madam suddenly lifted her head, her expression resolute and her tone cold. "We have little time. Before the court's enforcers arrive, we must hastily bury the matriarch to ensure her remains find peace." The Grand Duke's residence was now under the command of the eldest madam, the rightful wife of Yanyun's elder brother and Yanyun's sister-in-law. With a softened gaze, the madam looked at Yanyun, her voice tinged with fatigue. "Bow your head to the matriarch. It is the least you can do to honor her nurturing grace." Yanyun feigned confusion, but after a few moments, he knelt and offered 2 respectful bows, a final act of filial piety towards his mother. After departing the hall, Yanyun returned to his quarters, with Shuxin following closely, unable to shake her concern for him. Yanyun spoke little, for the matriarch had been hastily buried. Given the circumstances, a simple funeral was a considerable feat. At least the higher powers had not expelled them from the mansion today. As they made their way back to the courtyard, Yanyun remained silent, his head bowed, seemingly lost in the sorrow of losing the matriarch, his father, and 2 brothers. In truth, those thoughts eluded him. His mind was set on the future. Now, he was the sole man in the household, and through his memories, he recalled 7 sisters-in-law, 2 nieces, and a dozen maidservants. Ideas began to brew within him. This night, he planned to orchestrate a grand scheme. Indeed, before his exile, he intended to utilize the 5 spatial transfers granted by the system to raid the Imperial Palace's kitchen and treasury, seizing all items that could serve his future. He also aimed to visit the general's mansion and the prime minister's residence. As a member of the imperial family of the Great Yin Empire, his father had taken him to these places during his childhood, given that he was the duke's son. Furthermore, before his exile, he would clear out all valuable possessions from his own residence. A confiscation? Let them search in vain. Time passed swiftly into the depths of night. By dawn, the entire household would face exile, and everyone remained shrouded in sorrow, unable to sleep. Even Shuxin and Hongtao fell into a restless slumber around 2 or 3 in the morning. Just as the 2 maids drifted off, Yanyun activated his spatial transfer. Vanishing from his room, he reappeared within the imperial treasury. The treasury comprised various sections: the granary, the armory, the treasury of treasures, the medicinal pantry, and the money vault. Yanyun entered the granary, where an abundance of rice and wheat filled his view. This was the military granary of the Great Yin Empire, stocked with years of diligent accumulation by Emperor Yan'an. A nation flourishes when well fed. Without sustenance, chaos ensues among the populace, and the army may rebel. This is an undeniable truth. Grain is the lifeblood of a nation. To lose it is to strangle the very throat of the Great Yin Empire. With a grand gesture, Yanyun swept the entire stock of grain into his storage space, which was boundless and could accommodate anything. The granary was left utterly bare, not even a grain remaining. The weight of the grain displayed in his storage space read, 800 million tons. 800 million tons? Yanyun gasped in astonishment. The quantity was staggering. Enough to feed 2 million soldiers for over 20 years. Exiting the granary, Yanyun proceeded directly to the armory. Due to the heavy guards stationed outside, the door was left unlocked, as there was no need to secure it. The soldiers guarding the treasury were handpicked by the emperor himself, fierce and valiant, ensuring no one could breach the treasury. The armory was brimming with weapons, all crafted tirelessly over the years by blacksmiths and artisans, intended for future warfare. Within, there were leather armor, steel armor, iron armor, boots, helmets, swords, spears, longbows, and arrows, all ready for battle. Yanyun wasted no time, claiming every piece into his storage space. These armaments were sufficient to raise a force of 300,000 soldiers. The weapons and armor were pristine, some gleaming with a new shine, while others were dulled by dust. After exiting the armory, Yanyun ventured into the treasury of treasures. Here lay the emperor's collection amassed over the years: gold and silver jewelry, agate, gemstones, amber, coral, and luminous pearls, among others. Many treasures were acquired during invasions, while others were tributes from smaller nations seeking to curry favor with the great Yin Empire. Among the treasures were legendary swords, exquisite longbows, tungsten steel armor, and finely crafted blades. In short, this treasury housed all the emperor's precious possessions. Some were intended for future rewards to loyal subjects, while others were simply cherished as collectibles. Yanyun disregarded everything and cleared the treasury completely, leaving not a single item behind, not even a scrap. It was an absolute plundering. Next, Yanyun proceeded to the medicinal pantry, which contained many rare herbs. Most were gathered from the populace, while a few were offered as tributes from other nations, and some were gifted by court officials during celebrations. These herbs were of utmost importance to the emperor, even more precious than rare treasures. While the treasures could only provide visual delight, these herbs had the power to save lives. Yanyun had no regard for the emperor's fate. He had one singular purpose upon entering: clear the shelves completely. The final chamber is the treasury, where all the gold coins of the great Yin Empire are stored. Upon entering, Yanyun was nearly blinded by the dazzling gold. Even in the dead of night, the coins radiated a brilliant glow. The sight was overwhelming, with boxes upon boxes brimming with coins, each filled to the brim. Yanyun stood in awe, astonished by the immense wealth of the great Yin Empire. One could only wonder how the emperor would react upon discovering that all the food, weapons, treasures, herbs, and coins he had painstakingly hoarded over the years had vanished overnight. Yanyun wiped the cold sweat from his brow. The vast riches were enough to alleviate his hatred towards the emperor. It was unfathomable. These coins could sustain an army of 2 million. With such a formidable force, one could conquer the nations and unify the realm. Yanyun was clearly taken aback. Yet, after the shock subsided, he unceremoniously swept away all the gold coins. "You dare harm my kin and exile my family. Do you think us easy prey? From this day forth, as long as I live, I shall return with my family and take revenge." Yanyun clenched his fists, gazing at the mountain of gold, and resolved to seize power. With the aid of his spatial storage, all the coins were swiftly transferred, leaving not even a trace behind. Once the transfer was complete, Yanyun felt a weight lifted from his shoulders. The treasures in his storage would ensure a prosperous life for his family. Yet, he was not content with just this. If one is to perform, one must do so in full. With a swift motion, Yanyun activated the spatial transfer once more, reappearing in the imperial kitchen. This place housed all the meat and vegetables of the palace, with fresh meat preserved in ice and vegetables stored in the cellar. Indeed, the imperial kitchen was located underground to ensure food remained fresh. The array of meats included chicken, pork, duck, beef, lamb, fish, and even bear, tiger, and lion meat. The vegetables comprised tomatoes, cucumbers, potatoes, lettuce, eggplants, green beans, and cabbages. The fruits included watermelons, durians, bananas, mangoes, pomelos, apples, and oranges, along with an assortment of wines. Do not question why there is such abundance. This is a realm of fictitious history, so do not dwell on it. Upon entering, Yanyun was greeted by a cornucopia of fruits, vegetables, and meats. It was clear that these were freshly stocked goods, intended to ensure the palace never lacked food or fruit. Yanyun had only visited this place once before, when the kitchen had not yet amassed such a variety. But now, everything one could desire was available. Yanyun was stunned by the opulence of the great Yin royal family. They were immensely wealthy, far surpassing the extravagance of the Duke of guarding the nation's residence. After all, the great Yin Empire was currently in its prime. The empire's prosperity was largely due to the efforts of his father. As a distinguished general, Yin Bei-du was a true warrior, both courageous and sagacious. Victorious in every battle, he was not only the protector of the nation but also hailed as the undefeated general, the foremost military deity of the great Yin Empire. It was precisely due to the existence of this military deity that the great Yin Empire grew stronger and wealthier. His eldest son, Yin Feng, and second son, Yin Lei, had also inherited his intelligence and martial prowess. Unfortunately, the third son, Yanyun, once exceptionally bright, suffered a high fever at the age of 8 that left him mentally impaired, becoming the fool of the noble family. Fortunately for him, sometimes fools possess unexpected fortunes. Chapter 5. Wealth beyond measure, all taken away. If he weren't foolish, he might have already lost his head at the border. Should that happen, the vast Duke of guarding the nation's estate would be left without an heir. Of course, both elder brothers had left behind a young daughter. Without hesitation, Yanyun waved his hand and cleared the kitchen of all its meats, fruits, vegetables, and condiments. Without lingering, he departed. The kitchen staff typically rose early to prepare the daily meals for the emperor, concubines, palace maids, eunuchs, guards, and others. This was a significant expense. Yanyun could not concern himself with such matters. Today, his family was to be exiled, and he had no time for the palace's fate. In a flash, Yanyun left the imperial kitchen and reappeared at the residence of the prime minister, Li Rui. Li Rui was the prime minister of the great Yin Empire. Often regarded as an equal to General Yin Bei, one defended the nation from afar, while the other governed the vast empire. Logically, their powers and offices should not interfere with one another. However, Yanyun, through his memories, knew that his father and Li Rui often quarreled over political disagreements. Furthermore, Li Rui frequently withheld military provisions and meddled in military affairs, whispering insidious words of caution against rebellion in the ear of Emperor Yin Nandu. Yin Bei was deeply dissatisfied but felt powerless, hoping that his royal brother could see through the deceit and not be blinded by the flattery of such a villain. This was also why Yanyun had come to the prime minister's estate. The prime minister's residence housed a single treasury, concealing all the treasures Li Rui had amassed over his years in office. Yanyun was aware that this was where Li Rui, in a moment of drunken pride after receiving imperial favor, had once shown his father the wealth he had accumulated. At that time, he was merely 7 years old, and his father, doting on him, had allowed him to witness the splendor within. The treasures were indeed plentiful, acquired during his years in office through bribery, manipulation, and procurement of military supplies. Though Li Rui was intelligent, he was also greedy and lustful, accepting every gift offered to him. Unfortunately, he was akin to a treasure-hoarding Pishio, taking in but never letting go. Thus, years later, it was reasonable to assume he had amassed considerable wealth. The entrance to Li Rui's treasury was guarded by formidable individuals, all loyal servants he had secretly trained over the years, each one fiercely brave. Upon entering the treasure chamber, Yanyun was immediately awestruck by the sheer abundance of riches. Despite it being the dead of night, the interior was illuminated far more brightly than the national treasury, thanks to the luminous pearls Li Rui had placed in every corner. Under their radiant glow, the treasures were visible as clearly as day. Yanyun felt as though his eyes might be blinded by the sight. The jewels, agate, and various gemstones were piled high, while gold and silver jewelry littered the ground. In one corner, gold coins were stacked like a mountain. Yanyun swallowed hard, utterly stunned by Li Rui's wealth. The gold and silver jewelry rivaled that of the national treasury. While the coins may not have equaled the national treasury's wealth, they were still substantial, perhaps 1/5 of it. At the entrance of the treasury, Yanyun spotted a golden table crafted from coins, upon which lay a scroll. Instinctively, he opened it, only to be astounded by the figures recorded within. This was not a list of bribes, but rather the locations of hidden treasures. This was merely 1/5 of what existed. His chest heaved with excitement, and his breath quickened. The scroll documented other treasures hidden within this estate, concealed in the back garden. Within the corridors, pavilions, and walls lay treasures aplenty, stuffed with gold coins. It was too much wealth to fathom. Yanyun could hardly contain himself. With a sweeping gesture, he cleared the entire treasury of its riches and then, in a flash, made his way to the back garden of the prime minister's estate. The garden was adorned with vibrant flowers and plants, a place devoid of habitation, created by Li Rui solely for the purpose of storing treasures. Here lay the majority of his gold coins. The entire back garden was enveloped in tranquility. Yanyun held Li Rui's small notebook, meticulously searching each nook and cranny. Indeed, with the assistance of the system, all the hidden gold coins within were unearthed. Due to the multitude of concealed locations, Yanyun spent over 10 minutes meticulously scouring all the marked spots. Under the system's tally, he amassed a total of 3.5 billion gold coins, whereas the royal palace had only managed to gather 1.5 billion. This implied that Li Rui's wealth was slightly more than double that of the palace. Gasping, Yanyun was utterly astonished by Li Rui's affluence. This fellow was akin to Heshin, amassing wealth, turning his own garden into a veritable treasure trove. Were it not for the little notebook's documentation, Yanyun would have been oblivious to Li Rui's immense fortune. Not daring to linger any longer, he set his sights on another target, the residence of the General of Cavalry. The residence belonged to Luo Zhengfeng, a figure of military authority in the great Yin Empire, second only to the Duke of Yanbei. True to his name, he was competitive and possessed a striking presence. However, this was merely a facade from his past. In his youth, he had once killed a fierce tiger with a single slap. Subsequently, he enlisted in the army, becoming a soldier in the forces of Yanbei. During his time in the military, he exhibited exceptional valor, rising through the ranks from a mere soldier to a squad leader, then to a company commander, and ultimately ascending to the ranks of a general. His promotions were earned through sweat and blood, devoid of any favoritism. Prior to becoming a deputy general, he relied solely on his own tenacity and courage, advancing step by step. His competitive nature caught the attention of the Duke of Yanbei. Initially, he was unversed in military strategy, knowing only how to lead troops with brute force. After earning the Duke's favor, he was gifted a military manual, through which he learned the art of command, military governance, and the strategic use of terrain. Luo Zhengfeng was diligent and possessed a sharp intellect. In times of conflict, he would fight bravely, and in times of peace, he immersed himself in studying military texts. Under the Duke's mentorship, Luo Zhengfeng grew rapidly, eventually leading an army and repelling enemies from 1,000 miles away. However, with Luo Zhengfeng's ascension, the Duke of Yanbei had unknowingly sown the seeds of future calamity. Since delving into military texts, his character began to subtly shift. He ceased to be overly competitive and began to temper his sharpness. Yet he remained a valiant general under the Duke. He mastered the art of warfare, understood the nuances of strategy, and learned to utilize the landscape to his advantage. However, he lacked knowledge of political intrigue and the subtleties of power struggles, until he encountered the Chancellor, Li Rui. From Li Rui, he absorbed the intricacies of power dynamics and the pursuit of prestige. He relished the status of high society, marrying 3 exquisite wives he had never envisioned. His position and privileges underwent a dramatic transformation, garnering him the admiration of many. Despite his humble origins, he faced disdain from others. Gradually, his mindset evolved, leading him down a path of cunning and ambition. Li Rui exploited this shift, instilling in Luo Zhengfeng various underhanded philosophies. Luo Zhengfeng began to align himself with Li Rui, secretly collaborating with him. Together, they conspired to usurp the Duke of Yanbei's position and status. The Duke, whose achievements had made him a threat to the Emperor, was viewed with suspicion by Emperor Yin Nandu, who feared his military might. Consequently, Yin Nandu employed Li Rui and Luo Zhengfeng to swiftly eliminate the Duke and his 2 formidable sons, thereby eradicating future threats. As for the Duke's 3rd son, Yanyun, he was regarded as the foolish scion of a noble family, and thus no one paid him any heed. Luo Zhengfeng, originally from a humble background, had never imagined he would one day rise to the rank of a general. The Duke could not have foreseen that he would cultivate a treacherous wolf in sheep's clothing. Yanyun remained unaware of the circumstances surrounding his father's and 2 brothers' demise. However, through his memories, he surmised that it was likely deeply intertwined with these 2 duplicitous individuals, one greedy and debauched, the other an insatiable ingrate. Thus, he marked their residences as targets for plunder. Little did he anticipate that Li Rui's wealth was immeasurable, surpassing that of an entire nation. Luo Zhengfeng's estate also housed a treasury, but its treasures paled in comparison to Li Rui's. Upon entering his vault, Yanyun nearly burst into laughter at the meager collection of artifacts. Was this truly the abode of a general of cavalry? Such poverty seemed to tarnish the honor of the title. Regardless of the quantity, Yanyun took full advantage of the adage a thief should not return empty-handed, and plundered it clean, utilizing the last of his spatial transferabilities to return to the Duke's residence. Inside, tranquility reigned. Yanyun rose and made his way to the storeroom, which had been sealed with a notice prohibiting unauthorized access. With a cold smile, he slipped through a hidden passage. The treasures stored within were scant, yet they surpassed those of Luo Zhengfeng. With a wave of his hand, he collected all the gold and valuables his father had accumulated over the years, along with all the food and equipment, leaving behind only rusted scraps and moldy grains. After his plundering was complete, Yanyun returned to his room. Hong Tao and Shu Xen were still in a deep slumber, blissfully unaware of the events unfolding in their dreams, hoping they were not nightmares of exile. Yanyun quietly settled down to rest. However, it was not long before Shu Xen awoke him. The matron had risen early to prepare a meal for them. At Shu Xen and Hong Tao's invitation, Yanyun entered the kitchen, where around 10 individuals had gathered. 13 in total. The others had fled during the night. The presence of these individuals signified their unwavering loyalty to the Duke's residence. They would rather face death than betray him. With Yanyun's arrival, the number swelled to 16. Having toiled through the night and barely resting, Yanyun's eyes were bloodshot, and he appeared somewhat listless. The others assumed he had been frightened into a stupor, leading to his unrest. Little brother. The matron tenderly served Yanyun a bowl of warm chicken soup. She, like the matriarch, was gentle and graceful, exuding a sense of vigilance. In the moments before the matriarch's passing, she had entrusted the matron with a vital task, to protect Yanyun at all costs. As long as Yanyun lived, there would still be a chance for them to rise again. Should he meet with misfortune, the Duke's residence would be doomed. As the matron of the household, she understood the weight of her responsibilities, yet she had no choice but to bear this burden. Today's meal might very well be their last together in the Duke's residence. Once the meal concluded, they would embark on their journey. Thus, this meal, the sisters-in-law urged him, must be consumed heartily. Eat as much as possible, fill your stomach to the brim. The matron's voice trembled with emotion, tinged with sorrow, reflecting her inner turmoil. Coming from an illustrious background, she had once believed that her life at the Duke's residence would be filled with luxury and ease, yet a sudden upheaval had turned her world upside down. Her husband had been executed, and she faced exile. Such a drastic transformation was beyond her wildest imagination. As her words faded, the other sisters-in-law lowered their heads, their expressions heavy with despair. Each of them, despite their beauty and grace, hailed from distinguished families. Their fathers were prominent businessmen, officials, or military leaders, holding significant sway in the great Yin Empire. Yet now, an imperial edict had irrevocably altered their fates, leaving their families too fearful to extend a helping hand. Before the might of the imperial authority, their families dared not utter a word. Yanyun seemed perpetually lost in a haze of confusion, murmuring aimlessly as she fervently consumed the chicken soup, pouring it into her mouth as if she had never tasted food before. In the past, due to the ravages of her mind, she had eaten without regard for hunger or satiety, devouring her meals with the fervor of one who had been starved for ages. Hence, the physician's advice was to eat to her heart's content, for she knew not when her next meal would come. On the road to exile, one could carry little in the way of belongings, food, or wealth. Survival depended on the scant resources found along the way. Chapter 7. The bewildered head chef. She was well acquainted with exile. Over the years, many had faced such a fate, typically those holding significant positions within the court. Generals who had suffered crushing defeats on the battlefield found themselves executed, their families cast into exile. High-ranking officials, having chosen the wrong side, were banished alongside their families with no chance of redemption after the new emperor ascended. Others, guilty of corruption and scandal, brought disgrace upon the realm and were relegated to the fringes of the empire. In summary, exile was far from a blessing. Third young master, be careful, it's hot. A young maid, Shushin, observed with concern as Yanyun carelessly drank the soup. Delicious, truly delightful, Yanyun exclaimed, like a simpleton, finishing the soup in one breath and wiping her mouth with her sleeve, innocently asking, "Sister-in-law, is there more? I would love another bowl." Sighs escaped the lips of those witnessing her foolishness, unsure of how to respond. The matron filled Yanyun's bowl once more. Yanyun had to maintain her faade. The more convincingly she acted, the safer she would be. Although she possessed immense strength, she remained vulnerable, with numerous relatives and a young niece to protect. She needed to consider the greater good. Had she been alone, she would have fled the Duke's residence under the cover of night, using her skills and wealth to assemble a formidable force in no time. Yet, for now, she had to endure, biding her time for survival, wary of whether those around her were spies planted by the emperor. Only when she could escape the confines of Yanhua City, reaching the borderlands, would she find a place to potentially gather strength. In the grand palace of the great Yin, while the dawn had yet to break, hundreds of royal chefs, lanterns in hand, traversed the corridors towards the imperial kitchen. The previous night, an elderly eunuch had specifically instructed that a nourishing tiger whip soup be prepared for the emperor to bolster his health. The head chef, not daring to be negligent, had awakened his team early. The tiger whip had been procured the day before and was now stored in the kitchen cellar. As the head chef entered, lantern in one hand, he paused, his body trembling with disbelief. How could this be? He gasped, rubbing his eyes in disbelief. His face paled as he dropped the lantern, bolting towards the exit, shouting, "Someone! Someone!" The other chefs, startled by his frantic outburst, exchanged confused glances. "What is wrong with the head chef?" they murmured, bewildered by his morning commotion. "Where's the food? Where's the food?" he demanded, wiping the cold sweat from his brow. The chefs were perplexed, unable to grasp the gravity of his words. "We don't understand what you mean. One chef stammered, fear gripping his heart. I'm asking you what happened to the food in the cellar? The head chef's voice trembled with anger. He felt as though his head might literally roll from his shoulders. This was no jest. Soon, Eunuch Lu would arrive for the tiger whip soup. And if he failed to present it, his life would be forfeit, along with the possibility of being accused of treason. Just yesterday, he had accompanied the kitchen staff to procure an entire week's worth of produce and meat, filling the cellar to the brim. Yet now, it was utterly empty. How could he not be in shock? How could he not be terrified? The food of the great Yan's imperial kitchen had vanished without a trace. How could he explain this to his superiors, or to the emperor and the concubines who relied on him for sumptuous meals? Faced with the head chef's inquiries, the other chefs looked at one another, their expressions mirroring his confusion. The food in the cellar wasn't it supposed to be there? Could it have sprouted wings and flown away? They regarded the head chef as if he had lost his senses, unable to fathom the empty shelves before them. Why is there no food? The head chef demanded, frustration etched across his features. Who can explain this to me? His face was a portrait of despair. The other chefs, disbelieving, entered the cellar, only to recoil in horror at the sight of the barren shelves, their faces draining of color. Head chef, they called out, panic rising within them. This was beyond comprehension. The food had disappeared. If this news reached the palace overseer, not only would their lives be in jeopardy, but their families would also suffer the consequences. The head chef's mind raced. This was the royal palace, the residence of the great Yan emperor, heavily guarded. Even a mosquito would be scrutinized. Yet, how had the food vanished overnight? He was certain that the loss of the food had nothing to do with the chefs. Even if given 100 chances, they would never dare to steal from the palace. How then had the food disappeared? Had it evaporated into thin air? Absolutely not. Good food could not just vanish. This was truly baffling, instilling a deep sense of dread. Chapter 8. The flustered eunuch Lu, the head chef, paid no heed to the panicked chefs. Instead, he hurried to inform his superior, Eunuch Lu, who oversaw the court's culinary affairs and procurement of vegetables and meats. As the chief eunuch of the kitchen, Lu wielded considerable influence among the palace's many eunuchs. While he could not serve the emperor directly, he was known to be one of the most trusted aides of Eunuch Shi, who was favored by Emperor Yin Nandu. Lu was responsible for arranging the emperor's daily meals, overseeing the kitchen's operations. The Department of Sleeping Affairs is specifically responsible for the emperor and his concubines entering the chamber. The Department of Clothing Affairs oversees the garments of the emperor and his consorts. Meanwhile, the esteemed Eunuch Shi serves as the head of the imperial household department and is a favored figure close to the emperor. The head chef, not daring to waste any time, hurriedly sought out Eunuch Lu. Lu, lost in delightful dreams, was in the depths of slumber, enjoying the perks of his position, which was both lucrative and comfortable. He rarely engaged in hard labor and often took excursions outside the palace to indulge in rustic cuisine. Although the offerings had been sacrificed, they did not hinder his personal pleasures in the Yihong courtyard. Bang, bang. Eunuch Lu, bang, bang. The head chef gasped for breath, knocking urgently on the door and calling out loudly. With dawn approaching, he could not afford to delay. He had sprinted all the way here without a moment's pause, his face pale and drenched in sweat. What is all this shouting? It's not even dawn yet. Eunuch Lu, irate at the disturbance of his splendid dream, snapped back, envisioning himself as not only a favored person beside the emperor, but also as the one who had charmed all the palace's beauties, including the newest concubine. The interruption of such a delightful reverie made him seethe with rage, wishing to tear apart the source of the commotion outside. Cold sweat dripped down the head chef's forehead. Yet, compared to Lu's fury, he feared for his own life. Thus, he steadied his trembling heart and cautiously said, Eunuch Lu, there is bad news. What could possibly be bad news? Did your father die, or did your mother elope? Lu shouted in exasperation. The head chef swallowed hard, suppressing his anger. All of the food in the cellar has mysteriously vanished overnight. What? What did you say? Lu abruptly sat up, demanding. Repeat that. The head chef swallowed again. The food we procured yesterday was all stored in the cellar, and now it has completely disappeared. What? The food we bought yesterday, stored in the cellar, inexplicably vanished? Lu, disregarding his attire, leaped from his bed, flung open the door, and glared furiously. Are you blind? How could food just disappear from the cellar? Are you suggesting it sprouted legs and ran away? The head chef wiped cold sweat from his brow, trembling as he replied, well, one could say that. How dare you? Lu kicked the head chef in the chest, furiously rebuking him. Do you think I would believe such nonsense? That food actually grew legs and fled? Ignoring the pain in his abdomen, the head chef collapsed to the floor, tears welling in his eyes as he fearfully confessed, Eunuch Lu, it's true. All the food in the cellar is gone. I can't explain it. It's utterly bizarre. The head chef recounted what he had seen, and Lu's expression turned grave. "Let us go. Show me at once." Lu hastily donned his clothes and, following the head chef, hurried to the cellar of the imperial kitchen. Inside the cellar, it was utterly bare, devoid of even a trace of vegetables, meat, or fruits. How is this possible? How could this be? Sweat broke out on Lu's forehead, his expression darkening. The arrogance he usually displayed had vanished, replaced by shock and despair. As the chief procurement officer of the imperial kitchen, he knew that the loss of food would not be seen as mere negligence, but as a personal embezzlement of funds. If such an accusation were leveled against him, not only would he face execution, but his family outside the palace would also suffer dire consequences. This was no laughing matter. Lu, horrified by the potential outcome, stood frozen, drenched in sweat. Seeing him in shock, the head chef cautiously called out, "Eunuch Lu." "Eunuch Lu." Lu jolted back to reality. Wiping the sweat from his brow, his gaze sharp and piercing like a hawk, as he coldly addressed the gathered chefs. "Can anyone explain where the food in the cellar has gone? Are you implying it sprouted legs and fled overnight?" The chefs bowed their heads in fear, none daring to speak. The absurdity of the situation left them at a loss for words, having never encountered such an outrageous occurrence. The head chef lowered his head, anxious to find a solution. Could it be that our procurement yesterday was merely a dream? But if that were the case, what happened to the remaining food and ingredients? Why did they vanish as well? Lu's voice trembled with frustration. The group remained silent, too terrified to utter a word. Lu began to suspect that perhaps this was a cruel joke played by fate. If the food had been stolen by the chefs, it was impossible. They lacked the audacity. Moreover, the quantity of food was substantial, not easily transferred. And the imperial kitchen was heavily guarded by the imperial guards. Not even he could casually remove food from the kitchen. So how had the food vanished? Was it possible that someone high in the palace had orchestrated this? Lu glanced toward the imperial princes and princesses, realizing he had no suspects. As time ticked away, Lu paced back and forth, his anxiety and fear surging like waves, desperately trying to devise a solution. How much longer until dawn? Not even an hour. The head chef replied urgently. "Do you have a solution?" Lu shot a glance at him. The head chef seemed to have formulated a plan, hastily responding. "The best course of action now is to conceal this incident and immediately leave the palace to procure more provisions." "Conceal it? Procure again?" Lu's face flushed with anger, and he kicked the head chef once more, coldly retorting, setting aside the concealment. "Do you think we can procure in time? Palace procurement is no trifling matter. It requires layers of approvals, disbursements, and official decrees. The Internal Affairs Department relays it to the Grand Treasury, which then notifies the Imperial Guards, and finally, the guards inform the gatekeepers. Only then can we procure openly. And do you truly believe they want to find out if we procure on such short notice? Not to mention, we just procured a large amount of food yesterday. What do you think they LL say? They LL accuse me of embezzling palace funds and charge me with treason. If that accusation falls upon me, do you think I'll escape unscathed? Besides, we were both responsible for the palace's food procurement yesterday. If I were to be definitively accused of embezzlement, none of you would escape. The Tai Fu Temple is responsible for the financial allocations concerning palace procurement." The head chef, sweat beading on his forehead, suggested. "Let us first procure the tiger whip outside the palace, and once we have passed that hurdle with His Majesty." But what would happen to all the concubines? Maids, eunuchs, and imperial guards in the palace? Would you have them all subsisting on nothing but the bitter winds of the northwest? Lu Gonggong coldly inquired. The head chef faltered, perspiration streaming down his brow. This was indeed a troublesome predicament. If they could placate His Majesty, what then would become of the palace's multitude? This was no trivial matter, not something that could be resolved with mere handfuls of food. We have no other recourse now. The most objective outcome we face is execution, and our families may also suffer the consequences. Lu Gonggong's words drained the color from everyone's faces. Some chefs, even so frightened, they lost control of themselves. Having reached the hour of the tiger, 3 to 5 a.m., they had less than an hour until the rabbit hour. Once that hour arrived, dawn would break. Sure, Gonggong had decreed that the tiger whip soup must be prepared by then. Yet, how could they concoct such a dish without the necessary ingredients? Lu Gonggong could not remain idle. He promptly took the head chef and 2 clever cooks to seek out Shi Gonggong. Only he could resolve this crisis. Although Lu Gonggong had gained some standing among the eunuchs, he held no true power within the palace. In contrast, Shi Gonggong was a favored figure close to the emperor. And if he could intervene, the situation could be much more manageable. The group hastened to Shi Gonggong's grand courtyard. Shi Gonggong was already awake. His rise to prominence was not merely due to fortune. He possessed a keen intellect and a diligent work ethic, serving the emperor with more attentiveness than his own family. Dressed and prepared to serve the emperor, he noticed Lu Gonggong and the head chef, along with the other cooks, arriving in a state of urgency. his brow furrowed. In matters of perception, Shi Gonggong was no less astute. Lu Gonggong's unexpected arrival indicated something significant had transpired. Observing the fear and despair in their eyes, he quickly inquired, "Why the haste? What has occurred?" Shi Gonggong's voice rang out sharply. Indeed, he had led the Imperial Guards to issue decrees at the Duke of Gui's residence the day prior. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Gonggong knelt, tears and snot streaming down his face, pleading, "Master Shi, you must help us. Speak plainly, do not sob like a woman." Shi Gonggong scolded, displeased. Lu Gonggong wasted no time, getting straight to the point. "The food in the cellar of the Imperial kitchen has vanished overnight." "What did you say?" Shi Gonggong gasped, coldly demanding, "The food in the cellar has disappeared? How is that possible? Speak the truth." The head chef also knelt, recounting the entire sequence of events. "Even the food purchased yesterday has seemingly vanished? How can this be? Surely you did not neglect the procurement?" Shi Gonggong asked icily. "Master, you must believe me. We truly made the purchases yesterday. We would not dare delay the palace's meals. To do so would be a grave offense punishable by death. I would not risk such a dire transgression. Moreover, upon our return to the palace, the deputy commander of the guards personally verified each item. Furthermore, before we went out to procure, there were still fruits, vegetables, and condiments in the cellar. Yet now the cellar is completely empty." Lu Gonggong lamented. Chapter 10. Shi Gonggong was furious. His brow furrowed once more as he grasped the gravity of the situation. If there was nothing left, then what of the tiger whip soup for this morning? And what of the breakfast for everyone in the palace? The thought made his head throb. Let us go to the Imperial kitchen at once. I must see the condition of the cellar with my own eyes. Shi Gonggong's expression darkened. As the Grand Director of the Palace Internal Affairs, the Department of Imperial Meals fell under his jurisdiction. If there were issues within the kitchen, it directly implicated him. He could not afford to take this lightly. He needed to investigate thoroughly. He must ensure that word of this did not reach the Emperor or other eunuchs, for that would jeopardize his position and title. He had to witness the situation firsthand to make an informed judgment. After a brief interval, the group arrived at the Imperial kitchen cellar. Upon entering, Shi Gonggong was struck dumb by the sight of utter emptiness. It was completely bare, not a single feather remained. His fists clenched, veins bulging on his forehead, and a furious intensity ignited within his eyes. He comprehended the severity of the matter. With a swift motion, he struck Lu Gonggong across the face, leaving a vivid handprint as he demanded, "What on earth happened? Do not tell me the food sprouted wings and flew away. I refuse to believe that food can grow wings." His eyes burned with a deadly intent. All present trembled at his ferocity. They knew Shi Gonggong was astute and ruthless. If he became murderous, there would certainly be casualties. The atmosphere was thick with fear as everyone bowed their heads, shivering, wary of being singled out by Shi Gonggong. Lu Gonggong, having just been slapped, dared not utter a sound, even flinching away from the sting of his own face. His bladder felt as if it might burst. He had witnessed Shi Gonggong's brutal methods firsthand, and thus approached his duties with utmost caution. Yet this time, after delivering the slap, Shi Gonggong suppressed his murderous intent. It was not that he did not wish to enact vengeance, but rather that he could not afford to. The circumstances were different. He had to consider the larger picture. After a moment of contemplation, Shi Gonggong fixed a stern gaze upon Lu Gonggong and inquired, "Do you have any other solutions?" Lu Gonggong hurriedly replied, "There is only one option left. We must go out and procure again." "Procure again?" Shi Gonggong seemed to anticipate this, but the pressure mounted, and he rubbed his temples. Questioning palace procurement is no trivial matter. Each procurement covers at least a week's worth of provisions. I could manage the guards, but the Thai food temple, I cannot intervene. So, where will the funds for the procurement come from? This is a significant expense. To preserve his own life, Lu Gonggong exclaimed. Over the years, I have saved more than 10,000 gold coins. I can put it all forth. 10,000 coins is hardly sufficient for a single meal for the palace. Shi Gonggong's expression soured. Lu Gonggong opened his mouth, his head drooping in defeat. Indeed, all his savings would not cover even one meal for everyone in the palace. As the procurement officer for the Department of Imperial Meals, he understood this all too well. Each time he ventured out for procurement, he would invariably expend between 500,000 to 700,000 gold coins. Presently, he had managed to accumulate a meager sum of merely 16,000 gold coins. Soon, the steward's gaze shifted towards the multitude of imperial chefs. I am aware that none of you wish to meet your demise, nor do you desire to implicate your families. Therefore, for those who wish to live, present all your possessions at once. The steward was, in essence, attempting to save their lives. The chefs exchanged apprehensive glances. Our monthly wages amount to only 10 gold coins. One of them exclaimed, and all of it goes to support our families outside the palace. We cannot produce any gold. At that moment, The steward's expression turned icy. Grasping a kitchen knife from the cutting board, he struck down upon the head of one chef with a brutal force. The blade cleaved through flesh, and crimson blood along with pale brain matter splattered forth, soaking the ground. A chilling silence enveloped the room as all present were paralyzed with fear. Do not utter another word. You have but one path to survival. Swiftly produce every gold coin on your person. Otherwise, I shall end your life with this blade and accuse you of treason, leading to the execution of your entire lineage. Alternatively, before dawn, should the Emperor's wrath be unleashed, you shall all face decapitation, along with your families. The steward's voice dripped with menace. Upon hearing these words, beads of cold sweat erupted on the foreheads of all present. Only half an hour remained until dawn. The fire-brewed soup could be postponed until tomorrow, but the palace's breakfast must be prepared by the hour of the rabbit. Otherwise, they would all face the guillotine. I can provide 5,000 gold coins, the head chef hastily declared. The thought of his impending execution weighed heavily on him, especially with the image of his newborn son flooding his mind. Thus, he quickly relinquished all his savings. Ultimately, the chefs managed to gather over 53,000 gold coins, which combined amounted to just over 70,000 gold coins, a far cry from the week's worth of provisions needed. The steward found himself in a quandary. He began to contemplate his own savings. As a favored servant of the emperor, he had often received various rewards and had thus amassed a considerable pension over the years. Yet, at most, it only totaled 400,000 to 500,000 gold coins. If he were to part with it all, it would barely suffice to weather this grave crisis. However, the thought of seeing decades of hard-earned gold vanish in a single night caused him profound anguish. Yet, he had no other recourse. Should news of the missing provisions reach the emperor or the ears of other senior eunuchs, his position would undoubtedly be jeopardized, a scenario he could not permit. Thus, clenching his fists and gritting his teeth, the steward resolved to draw upon his pension. Damn it, you bunch of beasts. You have led me to ruin. Should this happen again, I shall have each of you torn to shreds. He bellowed in fury. Now, he could only swallow his grievances and suppress his rage. He had no time to discern how the food had vanished, nor the energy to investigate further. The immediate necessity was to venture out of the palace for supplies once more. Chapter 11. The exile begins. All present bowed their heads in trepidation, none daring to utter a word. What transpired today, none of you are to speak of. Keep your lips tightly sealed. Should I hear even a whisper, do not think I would hesitate to enact a thorough cleansing. The term cleansing was a euphemism for a complete extermination. The chefs nodded vigorously in agreement. You have until the incense burns halfway to return with the gold. Should anyone be late, do not blame my heart for its cruelty. At this juncture, the steward turned to another eunuch. Once the funds are secured, promptly arrange for a few astute individuals to accompany me for food procurement. Understood, the eunuch replied, hastily retreating to gather the money. Under the steward's directive, a group hastened with horse-drawn carts towards the market beyond the palace walls. Along the way, the steward knocked on the door of a moneylender, extracting all his possessions. The proprietor, oblivious to the turmoil, dared not inquire further. Thus, the affairs of the imperial kitchen were managed amid the steward's pain and fury. Fortuitously, the steward had numerous acquaintances within the palace, and the guards at the gates recognized him as a favored figure, not daring to impede his passage. Soon, the sky began to lighten with the dawn. Dozens of officials clamored as they entered the duke's estate. The exile was about to commence. The officials shouted for everyone to prepare for departure, warning that any who resisted would be met with the lash. The matriarch, fearing the consequences of such punishment, hastily gathered everyone. By imperial decree, all exiles must travel light, without gold, silver, or even food, nor any change of clothing. Any who dare defy this command will be executed on the spot. The place of exile has been designated as a wild and desolate land. Life and death shall be of no concern, an official declared impassively. These officials would escort the group to the barren wilderness. Upon hearing the term wild land, the matriarch and her companions turned pale. This location was situated at the confluence of the Great Yin, Great Chu, and Great Zhao empires, colloquially known as the Lawless Zone. It was here that the condemned from all three nations were often abandoned to fend for themselves. This wilderness was notorious for harboring rapists, scoundrels, and other nefarious characters. For those of weak disposition, survival was unlikely. In stark contrast, the women among them were utterly defenseless. They would surely become targets for predators upon arrival. In an instant, the matriarch and her companions realized the peril that awaited them. The maidservants felt a surge of panic, contemplating escape. If they fled now, they might evade the clutches of the demons that lurked in the wilderness. From this moment forth, we, your brothers, shall safeguard your safety until we reach the wild land. Any who dare attempt to flee shall be met with death. The official warned sternly. He was the captain of the officials, tasked with escorting them to the wilderness. Yet, the term safeguard was more accurately a means of surveillance. With no belongings or provisions, how could they ensure the group would reach the wilderness? Traveling on foot from the capital to the wild land would take no less than 6 months, and the question remained, what would they eat and drink during that time? No one would concern themselves with their survival. Everyone wished to distance themselves from the women. Even the families of several noble ladies dared not intervene, let alone other relatives or friends. Thankfully, they had filled their stomachs for the time being. What lay ahead, life or death, was now left to fate. As the captain issued the command, the group, laden with reluctance and despair, trudged out of the Duke's estate. Reflecting on the previous day, they had been esteemed ladies of the Yin imperial city, basking in high status and admiration. However, with a mere edict from the emperor, their identities and standings had been irrevocably altered. The Duke's family had faced execution, a shocking turn of events that left everyone in the estate and the city reeling. It was all so sudden. The fate of the Duke's household had become the talk of the town. The streets were now filled with onlookers. Some sighed in sympathy. Others reveled in schadenfreude, while some smirked derisively. Whispers circulated among the crowd, with many harboring grievances against the Duke's household or having once suffered under their authority. As the esteemed Duke, he had made many enemies throughout his life. The Duke's 2 sons were no less troublesome, having stirred up strife within the city. The ladies of the household were renowned beauties, and many noble sons dared not voice their displeasure openly. After all, Yanfeng and Yin Lei hail from the royal lineage, being the current emperor's nephews. Who would have anticipated that the emperor would resort to such drastic measures, sacrificing family ties to solidify his power? Amidst the crowd, Yanyun found herself surrounded by numerous sisters-in-law, seemingly fearful of any misfortune befalling her. Their circumstances had dramatically changed. Anyone wishing them harm could easily dispatch assassins to eliminate them quietly outside the city. Dozens of constables? That was merely for show. Hee hee. Along the way, Yanyun feigned ignorance, giggling foolishly. While it appeared as though she was simply being silly, she was, in fact, keenly observing the surrounding situation. Within this throng, there were undoubtedly those plotting to harm them. With the information stored in her mind, she could make an educated guess about their intentions. Moreover, the 7 sisters-in-law were all strikingly beautiful, akin to celestial beings, making it impossible to dismiss the possibility of someone harboring ulterior motives. When her father and brother were alive, no one dared to ridicule them. But now, with their heads displayed as a warning, malevolent thoughts naturally festered within the hearts of others. Undoubtedly, this was the prime opportunity for them to strike. The streets were packed with people, extending from the Duke of protecting the nation's residence straight to the city gates. The notice boards on either side of the street were plastered with announcements accusing the Duke of treason and collusion with enemies. Regardless of the truth behind these claims, the mere act of beheading him indirectly confirmed their legitimacy. Alas, how tragic. Remembering the time when the Duke of protecting the nation donned armor and led his troops to triumph, expanding the territories of the great Yin Empire, how could one so easily accuse him of treason? An elderly man sighed deeply. Humph. At such an advanced age, have you lost your senses? It is clear that this is a case of being framed due to his remarkable achievements. Chapter 12. The 3 dragon commanders and the 5 tiger generals. You know too much. Shoo. Lower your voice. Do you wish to perish? Humph. Am I not entitled to defend the Duke of protecting the nation? 3 years ago, before I injured my right leg, I was a centurion under his command. The Duke cherished his soldiers as if they were his own children, displaying compassion and strictness in his governance. Alas, my younger brother speaks the truth. The Duke indeed possesses such qualities. I, too, once served as an old soldier under the Duke. Unfortunately, by the time the Duke ascended to his position, I was already in the twilight of my years, frail and forced into retirement. In my view, the Duke would never conspire against the crown. Let us not forget that his family remains in Yin Imperial City. How could he be foolish enough to rebel at the borders? If he truly intended to rebel, he would need to bring his entire family to the frontier. Among the crowd, many expressed their sorrow for the Duke's predicament. Many were soldiers who had served under him. Some forced into retirement due to age, others compelled to leave due to severe injuries. Without a doubt, all who had interacted with the Duke felt a deep sense of regret. Treason? They would never believe it. The crowd murmured, but Yanyun could hardly discern their words. The noise enveloped her, each person speaking their own piece, leaving no chance to grasp the entirety of their conversation. It was said that this time, the dragon commanders and tiger generals under the Duke faced collective punishment alongside him. Your information is incorrect. What I know is that one of the dragon commanders was executed while the other chose to defect. Of the tiger generals, 3 were executed, and 2 chose to betray. Moreover, After the Duke's demise, one of the dragon commanders, the fierce dragon general Lu Zhendong, was stationed at the borders. Lu Zhendong, valiant and strategic. He ranked second only to Luo Zhifeng among the many generals under the Duke. Luo Zhifeng was previously one of the 3 dragon commanders. Known as the violent dragon general, he was later favored by His Majesty and bestowed the title of cavalry general. Thus, the 3 dragon commanders were reduced to 2. Did the dragon commanders and tiger generals under my father also face collective punishment? While walking, Yanyun inadvertently overheard this phrase. The noise behind her muffled the rest, leaving her unaware of the full context. She was well acquainted with her father's dragon commanders and tiger generals. Though she appeared foolish, she was not dim-witted. The dragon commanders had previously consisted of 3, the fierce dragon general Lu Zhendong, the violent dragon general Luo Zhifeng, and the angry dragon general Qin Yaochuan. After Luo Zhifeng's promotion to cavalry general, the 3 became 2. The tiger generals included the golden tiger general Tuoba San, the wood tiger general Zhao Quan, the water tiger general Wei De, the fire tiger general Huang Lai, and the earth tiger general Wang Nualas. These generals were all nurtured by her father, and they remained fiercely loyal to him. It was only Luo Zhifeng, the ingrate, who ultimately chose to betray her father and secure his own path as a cavalry general. It is worth noting that many of these generals came from humble beginnings. Her father had offered them opportunities, allowing them to rise through blood and sweat. He never cared for their origins, only their abilities, gradually entrusting them with significant responsibilities. With her father facing execution, they remained steadfastly loyal, even to the point of sharing his fate. Since she had not heard the latter part of the conversation, Yanyun assumed that, apart from Luo Zhifeng, all other generals faced collective punishment. Sighing heavily, she clenched her fists, regardless of the circumstances. Now that she had traversed through time and inherited this body, she bore the weight of this responsibility. As long as her sisters-in-law remained loyal to the Yin family, she would ensure that they were treated with utmost respect. The Yin family still had one descendant left. What of it? Yanyun's mind had been clouded. Appearing foolish and unremarkable, a typical foolish son of a noble family, incapable of achieving great things. Indeed, the Yin family had offended many in the past, and now, reduced to such a state, it seemed inevitable that they would soon face covert elimination outside Yin Imperial City. Moreover, the beautiful women surrounding her were all stunningly attractive. Among the finest in Yin Imperial City, it was unwise to dismiss the possibility of someone seizing the opportunity to abduct them. Alas, it was a pity that these enchanting ladies were about to face dire consequences. After a journey of merely 10 minutes, they took an entire hour to traverse the crowded streets. The old steward followed closely behind the throng. At 65 years of age, he had been with Yin Bei for over 40 years, having witnessed the growth of the 3 Yin brothers and sharing a profound bond with Yanyun's father. The Duke's family was in dire straits. He could have easily abandoned them, choosing to flee and avoid the suffering, yet he opted to remain. His loyalty to the Duke of protecting the nation was unwavering, and he held deep respect for Yanyun's father. In his youth, when his parents passed away due to illness, he could not afford a coffin for their burial. It was Yanyun's father who extended a helping hand. Since then, he had devoted himself to serving Yanyun's father, tirelessly and selflessly, up to the present day. Last night, the eldest lady had urged him to leave, but he solemnly replied, "I may not have been born a Yin, but I will die as one. How could I abandon the Yin family in their time of need? If I flee now, how will I face the Duke of protecting the nation in the afterlife? Though I may be in my twilight years, as long as I can walk, I will care for the ladies and for young Master Yun." The old steward's words moved the sisters-in-law profoundly, garnering Yun's admiration for him. The escort comprised 10 constables, 1 captain, 2 lieutenants, and the rest were ordinary constables. Yun's group consisted of 16 individuals. Apart from herself and the old steward, all were women. The sheer number of women posed a challenge for Yun. After all, the more people there were, the more unfavorable it was for them. Yet, these maidservants were loyal to their mistress, and with no opportunity to flee. They could only follow the main group with resolute hearts. Ultimately, among them were only 5 maidservants. Hong Tao and Shu Xian were Yun's personal attendants. The other 3 were La Mei, the elder lady's maid, Xia Shui, the 4th lady's maid, and Qiu Yu, the 5th lady's maid. The maidservants who remained were those who had accompanied their mistress since childhood, as they were part of her dowry. Thus, when the Duke of Protectorate's residents faced this calamity, none chose to depart. A group of individuals strode directly through the city gates, followed by many citizens who seemed to express their sorrow and grief for the Duke's household. Chapter 13. The activation of the emotional system. Among them were those who had benefited from the Duke's kindness, others who had worked as servants in his establishment, and some who had once served under the valiant general of the Protectorate. Yanyun, the enmity of my family shall not go unavenged. Upon exiting the city, Yanyun, feigning ignorance, cast a glance back at the towering gates and the magnificent structures within. Deep within, he made a silent vow to one day lead an army to level the imperial city and avenge his kin. His backward glance appeared to carry a weight of reluctance. Some sneered, others sighed, while some expressed disdain or indignation. Young Master Yun, alas. The old steward seemed to sense Yanyun's reluctance and sighed deeply, placing a hand on his shoulder as they proceeded forward. Yanyun's taut nerves revealed something to the old steward, who instinctively looked into the young master's eyes. Catching a fleeting glimpse of hatred and resentment, the old steward's heart sank, as if he were struck by a wave of emotion. He was momentarily skeptical, glancing again and finding the trace of hatred had vanished, leaving only confusion and daze in its wake. A flicker of doubt stirred within him, yet he remained silent, pondering why he had seen that spark of animosity and discontent in young Master Yun's gaze. Detected that the old steward and the host share a master-servant relationship, successfully binding the emotional system. The old steward's emotions towards the host will now generate emotional value. The old steward's doubt towards the host has resulted in an emotional value increase of 1 point. The first emotional value had arrived. Wait, the old steward is harboring doubts about me? Yanyun, bewildered, could not comprehend why the old steward would question him. Was it because of that backward glance? No, it was more about the look in his eyes filled with hatred. He recalled his clenched fists and the vengeful glint in his gaze. Clearly, the old steward had witnessed that moment of rage. Yanyun chose not to dwell on it, and continued to feign ignorance. Now that they had just exited the Emperor's city, revealing his identity would surely lead to dire consequences. Although he possessed the strength akin to Xiangyu, one man alone could not resist the might of many. Moreover, even Xiangyu, despite his prowess, had opted for death at Gaixia. The host has successfully collected emotions. Activating the system marketplace, the host can exchange emotional points for items in the marketplace. The system had been activated. Yanyun rejoiced and opened the marketplace, where 5 categories appeared: food items, daily necessities, clothing and accessories, military supplies, and rare treasures. Only the first 3 were accessible, while the latter 2 remained grayed out due to insufficient levels. Food items, vegetables, meats, grains, condiments, seafood, fruits, nuts, snacks, beverages. Daily necessities, pots, bowls, miscellaneous items. Medical supplies, writing materials, beauty products, jewelry, intimate items, furniture. Clothing and accessories, men's and women's clothing, shoes, undergarments, maternity and children's wear. Good heavens! Yanyun gasped, astonished by the plethora of options. He had not anticipated such an array of choices, even including beverages, medical supplies, and intimate items. Admittedly, he had never considered these aspects before. However, while these categories were accessible, his current level limited the choices available for exchange. For food items, he could only redeem vegetables and meats, with various options available at differing emotional costs. For instance, a pound of tomatoes equated to 5 emotional points, while a pound of pork cost 10. Having procured ample vegetables, fruits, and meats from the imperial kitchen, Yanyun felt no need for exchanges. Content to accumulate emotional points instead. The daily necessities had unlocked pots and bowls, crucial for their current needs, ensuring everyone could share in meals. The miscellaneous section included hangers, brooms, tents, and more. The unlocking of clothing and accessories would prevent the women from appearing disheveled during their journey, as they had no spare garments to change into. The activation of the system marketplace ignited a fervor within Yanyun. As long as he amassed sufficient emotional points, he could exchange for anything, including military supplies. Coupled with the provisions, equipment, and treasures stored in his inventory, he could swiftly assemble a formidable force upon reaching the wilderness. For others, the wilderness might seem a hellish realm, but for him, it represented a transformative opportunity, a place to cultivate his strength. With wealth and power, no one could impede his progress. In a fleeting moment, Yanyun yearned for a swift journey to that untamed land. Yet, at present, apart from the officials, they were compelled to walk. At the great Yin Palace, within the Golden Throne Hall, the Emperor Yanyun sat upon his dragon throne, hands pressed on the desk, solemnly addressing his ministers. Esteemed officials, do any of you have matters of governance to present? One by one, the officials shook their heads, none stepping forward. The council is adjourned, disperse. Elder Gong, puffing his chest, announced in a loud voice to the gathered officials. Long live the Emperor. The multitude of civil and military officials knelt, offering their praises before rising to exit the hall. Within the hall remained only 2 individuals, Prime Minister Li Rui and General Luo Zhengfeng, as the rest of the officials departed. Yanyun seemed aware of their intention to stay, thus he did not rush to dismiss them. General Luo, What is the status of the southern border? He inquired, his expression inscrutable. Your Majesty, General Liu Jindong has taken control of the southern border defenses, and all troops have been adequately organized. Luo Zhengfeng replied, his voice firm and respectful. Excellent. With General Liu stationed at the border, I feel reassured. However, we must remain vigilant against potential incursions from the Great Chu Empire at Hushao Pass. Yan'an cautioned. Understood. Luo Zhengfeng responded with a salute. Li Rue. Yan'an turned his gaze towards the Prime Minister. Your Majesty. Li Rue promptly bowed, awaiting Yannan's next words. Today, the entire household of the Duke of Protectorate has been exiled to the wilderness. Have there been any disturbances within or outside the imperial city? Yan'an queried. Your Majesty, prior to entering the court, I accompanied the exiled individuals to the city gates and observed no signs of unrest. The citizens praised your wise governance, asserting that such treasonous individuals warrant severe measures to serve as a deterrent. Li Rue reported respectfully. Indeed, it seems the citizens are astutely aware of my intentions. Yan'an nodded, a trace of satisfaction gracing his lips. Chapter 14, A Fruitless House Raid. Now that all personnel of the Duke of Protectorate have been exiled, were any treasures of immense value discovered within the estate? My brother has served as the Duke's general for over 30 years. Surely, he has amassed a considerable collection of valuable treasures that I wish to see presented before me. Yan'an, an avid collector of precious items, relished the thought. I have ordered the Imperial Guards to conduct a house raid. It should be concluding shortly, Li Rue stated, his hands clasped in anticipation. Truth be told, he yearned to partake in the raid himself, but given his prominent position, it would be unbecoming to do so personally. Moreover, should any issues arise during the raid, it would be difficult for him to extricate himself from responsibility. Thus, he entrusted this formidable task to the palace guards. The Imperial Guards, a formidable force under the command of Yin Nandu, were a fierce assembly of warriors meticulously trained by him. As soon as Li Rue's words fell, Commander Zhou Taishan, clad in imposing armor, strode into the grand hall with a commanding presence. Commander Zhou, was the mission successful? Yin Nandu inquired with anticipation. Your Majesty. Zhou Taishan hesitated momentarily before responding. I led over 1,000 Imperial Guards into the residence of the Duke of the Protectorate, and we accessed the treasury. However, we found it entirely barren, filled only with rusted scrap metal and some moldy grain. There was not a single piece of valuable jewelry, nor even a solitary gold coin. The weight of this revelation bore down upon Zhou Taishan. The emptiness of the treasury was utterly shocking, especially considering it belonged to the Duke of the Protectorate. If he were to report this truthfully to the Emperor, he might be suspected of embezzlement, which could lead to his execution. The very thought of this filled him with dread, and he even entertained the notion of fleeing, realizing that his raid had yielded nothing. Who would believe that the esteemed Duke had nothing of value? Are you saying the Duke's treasury is devoid of rare treasures? Not even a gold coin or grain? Yan Nandu was astounded, disbelief etched on his face. Li Rue and Luo Zhengfeng were equally taken aback. Zhou Taishan, sweating profusely, knelt before the Emperor, his expression grave as he reiterated, I would not dare deceive your Majesty. My words are the absolute truth. If there is the slightest hint of falsehood, let me take my own life before your judgment. The treasury is empty save for corroded weapons and spoiled food. Fearing the Emperor might not fully grasp the gravity of his words, Zhou reiterated his statement. How is this possible? Li Rue was incredulous, certain he could not accept this claim. Luo Zhengfeng, however, chose silence. Having served the Duke for many years, he knew the Duke to be a man of integrity, just and uncorrupted, one who would never embezzle funds or accept bribes. In his view, as a member of the royal family and the Duke of the Protectorate, the Duke would never lower himself for mere riches. This realization filled Luo with admiration for the Duke, alongside a twinge of guilt. He never fathomed that the Duke's residence had fallen into such dire poverty. Yin Nandu was similarly struck by a sense of guilt and shame. He had hoped to find rare treasures within his brother's estate, only to discover it in such a state of destitution. This revelation was entirely unexpected. As for Zhou Taishan, he had trained this loyal retainer who had saved him on multiple hunts. He found it implausible that Zhou would deceive him. So, was the Duke truly destitute? If so, how did the household survive? For the first time, Yin Nandu pondered whether he had misjudged his brother, perhaps assuming he harbored treasonous intentions when in reality, he had not. Yet, he held firm in his resolve, believing it better to err on the side of caution rather than regret later. Your Majesty, Li Rue interjected, clasping his hands respectfully, if the Duke's household is indeed impoverished, it may indicate that the Duke has entertained thoughts of treason. This, in turn, validates your decision to execute, exile, and confiscate property. What leads you to such a conclusion? Yin Nandu's guilt lessened slightly at these words. If I am not mistaken, the Duke's treasury does not lack treasures. Rather, it seems he has already relocated all valuables to the frontier, clandestinely plotting treachery. The purpose of these treasures is to recruit soldiers and prepare for future conflict. If relocating treasures is the first step, the second would be to move his family. Fortunately, Your Majesty's wisdom has allowed you to perceive the Duke's rebellious intentions before he could transfer his kin, prompting your decisive actions of execution and exile. Li Rui's reasoning transformed Yannandu's outlook. Luo Zhengfeng was momentarily taken aback, impressed by Li Rui's intellect. He felt ill-equipped for the political machinations at play. Although he had attained the rank of general, he believed he had stumbled into this position by chance. Without Li Rui's strategic mind, he might have remained among the ranks of ordinary generals, possibly facing execution himself. He recognized the importance of political acumen and resolved to learn diligently from Li Rui. He now wielded considerable power, a privilege unknown to most, fueling his ambitions. However, he remained acutely aware of the precariousness of his situation, treading carefully as though walking on thin ice, fearful of following in the Duke's footsteps. Zhou Taishan sighed in relief, knowing he had escaped suspicion. At least the Emperor did not doubt him, nor did Li Rui direct blame towards him, and Luo Zhengfeng remained silent in his support. Though he held a position of authority, he felt the ever-present danger of being near the throne, where one misstep could be fatal. Chapter 15. The Prime Minister and the General, Birds of a Feather. Zhou Taishan may not fully grasp how the Duke of the Protectorate met his demise, but he suspected it had something to do with Li Rui and Luo Zhengfeng. These matters were beyond his control, and he would not indulge in idle gossip. Thus, it seemed the Duke had long conspired. Perhaps I have been too lenient. Exiling his family was insufficient. I should have eradicated the threat entirely to set an example. Yannandu declared sternly, "Since your Majesty has chosen exile, let the entire family be exiled. This will showcase your magnanimity and let the people know you are not a ruler who slaughters innocents. It will also establish your authority among the officials." Li Rui, with his silver tongue, could turn the dead into the living and the living into the dead. Such was his cunning. Luo Zhengfeng, lacking this finesse, found himself easily led by Li Rui. At this moment, neither was aware that their storerooms were already stripped bare. Upon leaving the palace, Li Rui and Luo Zhengfeng made their way to the Prime Minister's residence. They settled into a pavilion, sipping tea in delight. "General Luo, the women of the Duke's household have all been exiled. Do you not have any thoughts on this matter? These women are all breathtakingly beautiful. Will you merely stand by and watch them suffer?" Li Rui's avarice and lust were undeniable, and this was precisely why he had suggested the exile of the Duke's family. The ladies were exquisite, among the finest in the vast Yan imperial city, rivaling even the concubines of the palace. Now that the Duke's household was in disarray, acquiring these women would be effortless. Luo Zhengfeng hesitated before laughing heartily. "A hero deserves a fair maiden. If the Prime Minister desires them, I shall assist in retrieving them all." In the journey of growth and learning, Luo Zhengfeng has come to understand 8 pivotal words. To swiftly align oneself with another, one must first cater to their preferences, and second, resonate with them on shared interests. Only through resonance can harmonious coexistence be achieved. Li Rui, being greedy and lustful, has set his sights on the women of the public house. Therefore, it suffices for me to lay an ambush along the route, eliminating the dozens of guards escorting them, in order to abduct all the women. As for the third son of the Yin family, Yanyun, and the old steward, it is merely a matter of a single strike. Even if Yin Nan were to learn of this, he would be unable to hold anyone accountable, for he too desires to eradicate the roots of this issue. Those who understand me, like General Luo. However, let us make it simple. Among the 7 ladies accompanying the exiled, I require only 3 for myself. The remaining 4 can be yours to enjoy. You are youthful and vigorous, while I am of an advanced age. 3 will suffice for me. Li Rui stroked his beard and spoke. "The Prime Minister thinks highly of me. If it pleases you, I would only ask for a little maid to accompany me. The rest I shall leave in your capable hands." Luo Zhengfeng has also learned to adopt the bureaucratic tone, showing no greed. All choices were left to Li Rui. Indeed, upon hearing these words, Li Rui's eyes sparkled with delight. Ultimately, Li Rui allowed him to select 2 ladies, thus solidifying their alliance. Henceforth, any responsibility that arose would be shared equally between them. Internally, Luo Zhengfeng berated Li Rui for his insatiable greed. Yet outwardly, he continued to flatter him, lest he find himself unknowingly outmaneuvered by Li Rui. Yanyun and his entourage, under the escort of 10 guards, journeyed along the main road toward the untamed lands. The scorching sun relentlessly baked the earth. Before their departure, the group had not perceived the air as overly humid and warm, but by noon, the heat had become oppressive. However, for the sake of survival, they had no choice but to endure. Yanyun remained mostly silent, for they were too close to Yanhuang City to reveal their true strength. Mother I am thirsty Yin Shui with her tiny feet, followed the main group, parched and weary. Aged merely 5, she was the daughter of the third lady and second brother, Yin Lei. Like her mother, she possessed a pair of captivating large eyes, and her exquisitely delicate face was striking. As she spoke, her little eyes reflected a myriad of grievances. Having grown up with a silver spoon, she had never endured such hardship. This journey of exile was undoubtedly a monumental challenge for her. If the adults still had some resilience, the frail constitution of children rendered them particularly vulnerable. Upon hearing Yin Shui's words, tears welled in the eyes of the third lady. For this was merely the beginning, and she could hardly bear the suffering. If they continued at this pace, it was likely they would not reach the untamed land and would perish along the way. Shui, just hold on a little longer. The third lady wiped her tears and spoke with a choked voice. Once we cross the mountain ahead, we will find a small river. The water there is crystal clear and refreshingly cool. Shall we drink once we reach there? Like the first lady, the third lady was gentle and virtuous. She possessed a delicate oval face, and her eyes mirrored those of her daughter, both enchanting and captivating. Anyone who dared to glance would seem to have their soul momentarily snatched away, leaving them in a daze. There was no doubt about it. In the past, Yanyun, oblivious as he was, would not have been entranced by the third lady's gaze. Yet now, Yanyun was acutely aware of the deadly allure in her eyes. A mere glance had nearly ensnared him. Had it not been for Shuxin and Hongtao supporting him, he might have indeed succumbed to that captivating gaze. It was purely an inadvertent glance. It should be noted that throughout the journey, the third lady had kept her head down, afraid to catch the eyes of passers-by, lest her beauty be coveted by others. Shui is very obedient, she said, swallowing hard in an attempt to quell her thirsty throat. The first lady's daughter, Yin Qing appeared equally parched. She was a year older than Yin Shui and thus served as an elder sister. Since Yin Shui had been obedient, she naturally refrained from speaking up. Born into the noble family of the public house, both girls had received a good education. Yet, despite their upbringing, they were still children, and their endurance could not match that of adults. One could observe that the 10 guards on horseback quenching their thirst along the journey, each with their own water flasks, could drink at will. Each sip prompted the 2 little girls to glance enviously. The other adults were equally parched, having walked for 4 or 5 hours, leaving them utterly exhausted. The relentless journey was proving to be a torment for the women accustomed to a life of luxury. It was a trial of life and death. The unending trek had left everyone physically and mentally drained. By midday, the sun blazed even more fiercely. The horses, too, were panting heavily, their coats drenched in sweat. Not to mention the women. They had already traveled over 10 kilometers from the city. A lush green forest appeared in the distance, and beyond it lay the foot of the mountain. Once they climbed this mountain path, they would find a clear, cool mountain stream. This stream was undoubtedly the most coveted destination for all. Gurgle. One guard unscrewed the cap of his water flask and, amidst the gazes of the women, gulped down several mouthfuls of the refreshing water. The cool, sweet liquid soothed his parched throat, prompting several guards to belch contentedly. The women could not help but swallow in envy. Yanyun squinted, saying nothing. They were currently traversing an open expanse, without shade to shield them from the sun. So he refrained from suggesting a break. The dense thicket ahead promised shade, and once they reached it, he could propose a rest. Should the guards refuse, he was prepared to assert his authority. However, it was merely a show of strength, as he dared not eliminate these men. To do so would invite suspicion from the court, which would view any violence as a sign that some among them posed a significant threat, jeopardizing their safety. Unless he could leverage both force and wealth to secure their loyalty. Those who wish to drink, quicken your pace. Do not dawdle. Lingering now will only waste time, barked the captain of the guards from atop his steed. Mother, my feet hurt, Yin Shui suddenly murmured, tears welling in her eyes. Her small feet began to falter. It was evident that her delicate soles had been worn raw. The third lady felt a pang of heartache, softly reassuring her, just a little longer. We shall soon crest the mountain. But my feet, Yin Shui cried out in agony, stumbling, her small body collapsing to the ground. The scorching earth prompted her to wail. This outcry caused the entire group to halt. One guard shouted, "What are you crying for? If you cannot endure such hardship, how do you expect to survive in the wild?" Yanyun instinctively clenched his fists. If not for the greater good, he would have relished the thought of silencing this man with a single blow. Lu San, be quiet. The captain of the guards reprimanded Lu San sharply. Though Lu San appeared disgruntled, he was cowed by the captain's authority and fell silent, muttering under his breath. Hey, Shui, let uncle carry you. Yanyun stepped forward with a foolish grin, addressing Yin Shui. Unbeknownst to him, his gesture startled her, causing her to cry even harder. Both Yin Shui and Yin Qing were aware that their uncle was somewhat simple-minded, often frightening them with his antics, which instilled in them a sense of aversion, and perhaps more so, fear, given their tender age. Yanyun felt helpless. After all, she was his little niece. Stop crying. Lu San, the constable, brandished his sword and once again directed his ire at Yin Shui, threatening, "Cry again, and I'll stuff your mouth with my stinky socks." Just as the constable captain was about to erupt in anger, Yanyun suddenly seized a stone from the ground and struck Lu San's right arm with tremendous force. A sickening crack echoed through the air, and Lu San's arm was instantly shattered. He let out a pained scream as the sword fell from his grasp, his robust body tumbling from his horse to the ground with a heavy thud. The women around gasped in shock, their faces reflecting disbelief. Even the old steward was taken aback by this sudden turn of events. Yin Shui, frightened, ceased her tears. The constable stood dumbfounded, unable to comprehend that Yanyun would act so unexpectedly. My arm. Damn it, I will kill you. Lu San howled in anguish, consumed by rage. Yanyun merely chuckled foolishly. Got you. Hee hee. Don't you dare scare my niece again. If you do, I'll break your legs so you can't walk. The constable captain's expression darkened as he dismounted and approached Lu San, gently squeezing his arm before increasing the pressure. Gasping in shock, your arm. It's ruined. Ruined? By a fool who casually struck it with a stone? This was utterly astonishing. The entire assembly was left in disbelief. Constables, the old steward, the various wives, 2 little nieces, and 5 maidservants all wore expressions of incredulity. A simple stone had forged a bond between Yanyun and all present. The binding of emotions meant that any emotional fluctuations caused by Yanyun would yield him emotional points. The reactions were swift. The first wife was astonished, granting him 2 emotional points. The second wife was incredulous, adding another 2 points. The third wife was overwhelmed with shock, disbelief, and excitement, contributing 4 points. The fourth wife was perplexed, adding 3 points. The constable captain was astonished, yielding 3 points. Lu San was furious and terrified, granting an impressive 5 points. Yin Shui was befuddled and curious, adding 4 points. Yin Qing was similarly confused, contributing 2 points. The maidservant Shu Xin was astonished, adding 3 points. Everyone present, including the steward, the other wives, and the constables, contributed emotional points to Yanyun. This round alone netted him a total of 69 emotional points. The exhilaration coursing through Yanyun was palpable. It seemed that revealing his strength from time to time would gradually stir the emotions of those around him. As long as they felt something, he could reap the rewards. This was sheer delight. Let the storm intensify. Upon hearing that Lu San's arm had been ruined, the other constables were a mix of shock and fury, followed by disbelief. This brought in another 3 emotional points from them. In the face of their anger, Yanyun simply grinned foolishly, unperturbed. This stone had served as a warning, a reminder that he was not to be trifled with. Above all, with Yin Shui and Yin Qing now fatherless, he would assume the responsibility of their care, treating them as his own beloved daughters. Could he stand idly by while Lu San insulted their dignity? Family was his Achilles heel. He had shown mercy by not crushing Lu San's skull with the stone. When they reached the wilderness, should these ruffians still be alive, he would ensure they met their doom. This was one of the reasons behind Yanyun's act of throwing the stone. He was far from being blinded by rage. Zhao Wu, who had medical knowledge, hurriedly dismounted and cut through Lu San's armored sleeve to assess the injury. His expression turned grim as he declared, Deputy Captain Lu's arm is indeed ruined. Lu San, in desperation, looked at Zhao Wu with pleading eyes. Brother Zhao, you understand medicine. Is there no other way to recover? Zhao Wu frowned. There truly is no alternative. The best course of action now is to sever your arm, apply medicine, and staunch the bleeding to prevent you from losing consciousness. Upon hearing the word amputation, Lu San's face drained of color. He glared at Yanyun, wishing to inflict 1,000 tortures upon him. With a swift motion, Zheng Ba unsheathed his sword and, before Lu San could protest, decisively severed his arm. This was to save Lu San's life. Any hesitation could lead to his demise. The pain elicited a harrowing scream from Lu San, while the surrounding women were struck dumb by Zheng Ba's ruthless determination. After amputating Lu San's arm, Zheng Ba wiped the blood from his blade and coldly stated, Out of mercy for your misfortune, I spare your life this time. Should there be a next, it will be you who suffers the loss. Zheng Ba's words were clearly meant to protect him. Yanyun narrowed his eyes. Was this man secretly bought off by those around him? Indeed, upon hearing Zheng Ba's words, Lu San erupted in protest. Captain, He has harmed me. Are we to let this slide? Zhang Ba sheathed his sword, his gaze icy. The emperor has decreed. We are tasked with ensuring safety, not to take lives. If you dare to kill him, your family may find themselves hanging at the city gate tomorrow. Lu San fell silent, his eyes burning with resentment and hatred. He silently vowed to find an opportunity to eliminate Yanyun on this journey. Another prompt sounded. Lu San's rage and hatred granted Yanyun 4 emotional points. Yet, rather than fear, Yanyun was filled with glee and continued to chuckle foolishly, leaving the wives bewildered. Zhao Wu, carrying hemostatic powder for emergencies, began treating Lu San's wound. Ignoring the chaos, Yanyun quietly retrieved 2 plump, red tomatoes from his storage space and, to the astonishment of the women, handed them to Yin Shuer and Yin Qing'er. The appearance of the tomatoes elicited gasps of surprise from the women. The constables, occupied with assessing Lu San's injuries, had not noticed. It was only when the gasps erupted that a few constables turned their attention. Fortunately, the wives acted quickly to shield the 2 young girls. The constables paid little mind, believing that the women posed no threat. However, all the women regarded Yanyun with admiration. They were mystified by how he had conjured the tomatoes from thin air. But the mere fact that he had done so was a joyous revelation. They did not delve into how he had produced them. Their hearts were stirred with excitement. Xu Xian and Tao Hong, full of curiosity, tugged at Yanyun's blue robe. They were all too familiar with this garment, knowing full well there was no place to conceal tomatoes. So, how had he produced them? In the midst of the gathering, while Yin Qing'er, Yin Shuer, and others were enveloped in curiosity and confusion, even the old butler could not help but gaze intently at Yanyun. This surge of curiosity and bewilderment brought Yanyun an additional 32 emotional points, filling him with delight. After receiving 2 large, ripe tomatoes, the 2 little girls, driven by their thirst, eagerly bit into them, slurping up the juice with abandon. Suddenly, a sharp-eared constable caught the sound and instinctively drew his sword, heightening their vigilance. Suspecting the presence of bandits nearby, Yanyun, with a silly grin, remarked, "The 2 little girls are thirsty. I'll let them have a sip of milk. What, do you want to try some too?" As he lifted his garment, the constables were left speechless by his foolishness. Although the elder ladies flushed with embarrassment, they began to regard Yanyun with newfound respect, unable to fathom that this usually dull-witted individual could demonstrate such quick wit in a moment of crisis. Until now, they had scarcely acknowledged him, save for the first lady, the matriarch of the Yin family. The appearance of the tomatoes swiftly alleviated the hunger of the 2 little girls. They, being considerate, took a bite and then offered the remaining tomato to their mother. While the first and third ladies were also hungry, they managed to restrain themselves from indulging. The little girls then attempted to share with the other ladies, but everyone graciously declined, showering them with affection. Yin Shuer handed a tomato to Yanyun, implicitly accepting him as their silly uncle. Yanyun chuckled and declined the offer. Chapter 18. Continuing to harvest emotional points. His storage space was ample, and if not for their proximity to Yanhuang City, he would have distributed tomatoes to everyone. For the greater good, he chose to let them persevere for now. The 2 little girls understood that everyone was sacrificing for them, and they quickly consumed the tomatoes. Their spirits lifted after a satisfying meal. Under Zhao Wu's handling, Lu San's injured arm was soon treated, and with the support of Zhang Ba and Zhao Wu, he managed to remount his horse. Half an hour had passed amidst the commotion, the sun still blazing mercilessly overhead. Though Yin Shuer was no longer thirsty, her feet ached from the journey. Initially, she gritted her teeth in silence, but as time wore on, her pain became evident, grimacing with each step. Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through her small feet, causing her to stumble dangerously. In a moment of desperation, Yanyun reached out and caught Yin Shuer, preventing her from falling. Come, uncle will carry you. This time, Yin Shuer did not refuse. With a gentle lift, Yanyun placed her on his back. At only 5 years old and weighing no more than 20 pounds, she felt as light as a mere water jug on his back. The third lady smiled gratefully at Yanyun, a rare display of warmth from her. This was the first time she had shown him such a smile, and its charm nearly captivated Yanyun. Luckily, the playful antics of Yin Shuer, who delightedly scratched his neck, brought him back to reality. Children, despite their understanding and obedience, were blissfully unaware of the gravity of their situation. With Yanyun winning her affection and her belly full from the tomato, she soon began to play joyfully. Yanyun, feigning foolishness, carried the little girl under the scorching sun, laughing heartily. This scene resembled a leisurely outing rather than a desperate escape. The fatigue that had weighed heavily on the others began to fade, replaced by rare smiles. Another wave of emotional points flowed in, as Lu Shuer felt envious. The first lady found solace, and the third lady expressed gratitude. Zhang Ba was left in stunned silence, while Lu Sin felt a tumult of envy, jealousy, anger, and frustration. This moment brought Yanyun an additional 28 emotional points, while others contributed just 1. Lu San, however, added 4 to the tally. Yanyun flashed a grateful grin at Lu San, who viewed the smile as a reflection of his own foolishness. Frustrated by the sight of beautiful women laughing at his expense, Lu San's discomfort grew. These women were stunning, the very embodiment of beauty, and he had long coveted their attention. His earlier bravado had aimed to expose their vulnerabilities, hoping to garner their favor through feigned concern. However, Yanyun's interruption not only thwarted his plans, but also drew disdainful looks from the women. Filled with resentment, Lu San wished nothing more than to dismantle Yanyun piece by piece. Yet, Yanyun seemed oblivious to his hostile gaze. "Mother, my feet hurt too. I want uncle to carry me." After walking several hundred meters, Yan Qing'er could no longer contain herself, revealing that her little feet were sore and blistered from the journey. The First Lady, drenched in sweat, felt overwhelmed, having not even tasted a tomato herself. Carrying a person weighing over 30 pounds was a daunting task for someone delicate like her. "Hiki, I'll do it. I'm not tired. I'll carry you." Yanyun continued to carry Yan Shuer without breaking a sweat, his energy seemingly boundless. The other ladies looked at him with renewed admiration, astonished that despite his apparent foolishness, he possessed strength akin to his 2 brothers. Yanyun's words won him even more affection from Lu Qing'er, earning him another 2 emotional points. With a swift motion, he lifted Lu Qing'er onto one side and Yan Shuer onto the other, balancing them comfortably. The 2 little girls, now secure in his embrace, laughed and played as they journeyed forward, undaunted by the weight of over 50 pounds. To Yanyun, it felt as light as a feather, his immense strength rendering the burden trivial. The constables nearby swallowed hard, astonished by Yanyun's remarkable strength. They secretly pondered how fortunate it was that he was merely a fool. Had he been a competent individual, he would have warranted immediate report to the emperor. The other ladies, equally astonished, had never witnessed such prowess from Yanyun before, and it instilled within them a sense of safety. Meanwhile, Hong Tao and Shu Xian exchanged puzzled glances. Could it be that their young master had been concealing his true abilities all along? It seems I recall him once complaining that even holding a pillow was exhausting. Hong Tao and Shu Xian exchanged puzzled glances, both wearing expressions of bewilderment. Ding. Hong Tao's confusion increased her emotional value by 1 point. Ding. Shu Xian's bewilderment also added 1 point to her emotional value. Ding. The madam was astonished, earning another point for her emotional value. Another round of emotional values was born, and Yanyun swiftly accumulated an additional 25 points. Soon, the weary group entered the forest path. Several women, drenched in sweat and panting heavily, felt as if each step could be their last. Yet Yanyun, like an oddity, felt no fatigue whatsoever. Chapter 19. The constable captain is corrupted. However, to diminish the vigilance of a few constables, Yanyun let go of Yan Shuer and Yan Qing'er. With a thud, he sprawled on the cool grass beside a tree, exclaiming, "Heh, I'm exhausted. I'm not moving anymore." He lay there like a rogue, taking the lead in his defiance. The constables, taken aback, were furious, their faces turning red with indignation. Lu San was about to scold him when he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his severed arm, instinctively swallowing his words. The other constables furrowed their brows. Though they rode unburdened horses, they felt no fatigue, while the matrons and the old steward, along with the maids, were utterly exhausted. If they did not rest soon, they might face dire consequences. Everyone had been persevering, hoping to reach the depths of the forest quickly. But once they entered the woods, they would still need to continue their journey. Was that not a matter of life and death for them? They had never endured such hardship before. Lu San remained silent. But another constable could no longer contain himself, glaring and shouting, "Enough! Stand up at once. Do you think this is a vacation? This is exile. This is penance. Don't twist the truth. If you don't get up, I swear I'll whip you to death." This fellow had a peculiar name, Nyobi. One could only wonder how his father had come up with such a name. Perhaps he had grown up eating beef tripe. Nyobi was one of the 2 deputy captains among the constables and had long harbored disdain for Yanyun. Furthermore, he noticed that there were no stones or anything nearby to defend himself, which emboldened him to shout, seeking to assert his authority in front of the women. After Nyobi's outburst, Yanyun, instead of becoming angry, revealed his signature grin. "Heh, come on, let me feel the might of your whip. Heh, I wonder if it can truly kill me." Nyobi, enraged, brandished his whip and intended to spur his horse towards Yanyun to establish his authority as a deputy captain. Zheng Ba furrowed his brows and waved his hand, declaring, "We are not tired, but our horses are. Therefore, let us rest here for a moment." Zheng Ba surprisingly acquiesced to Yanyun's insolence. Yanyun was taken aback, expecting Zheng Ba to be less accommodating. but it seemed Zheng Ba must have been bribed by some influential figure. Who could it be that had corrupted Zheng Ba? Yanyun instinctively glanced at his sisters-in-law, but they all appeared exhausted, with no one considering this angle. Niobe was dissatisfied. Captain, he is challenging our authority. If you continue like this, it will only embolden him further. He shouted furiously. Zheng Ba shot him a glance and coolly replied, Who is the captain here? You or me? Would you like to take over the position? Niobe seemed to fear Zheng Ba's strength, letting out a scoff and falling silent. Zheng Ba dismounted, leading his horse to a large tree for a brief respite. On the road of exile, many unforeseen events could arise. This was not Zheng Ba's first time escorting prisoners. He typically avoided direct confrontations with them, as these individuals were desperate and would fight back fiercely if cornered. He simply wished to complete his task smoothly and had no concern beyond that. His position as captain relied on both strength and cunning. Zheng Ba was undoubtedly an astute individual. With Yanyun's rogue demeanor, the matrons, maids, and the old steward leaned against the tree for a rare moment of rest. Yanyun sat up from the grass. Yan Shuer and Yan Qing'er approached their mother. The madam stood and walked over to Yanyun, her voice soft as she said, You worked hard earlier. Yanyun chuckled foolishly, responding, This is my little niece. It's nothing. Nothing at all. Heh. Mother, my feet hurt. Yan Qing'er sat on the ground, taking off her shoes. Her small feet were covered in blisters that had burst, blood and fluid seeping out. The madam's heart ached, and she hurried over. Yan Qing'er's feet were soaked in blood and fluid, the little girl grimacing in pain. Her eyes reddened. The second and fourth wives rushed over, and the madam's maid, La Mei, also hurried to assist, seemingly looking for something to bandage the wounds. However, they had brought nothing with them. With a hiss, La Mei tore a strip from her skirt, intending to use it to bandage Yan Qing'er's wounds. Yanyun stood up and pushed the white cloth from La Mei's hands, grinning, There's no disinfection. I fear an infection. The women exchanged glances, astonished that Yanyun understood such matters. A hemostatic agent. Yanyun, amidst their astonishment, approached Zhao Wu. Zhao Wu was taken aback. He never expected Yanyun to brazenly ask him for medicine. It left him momentarily speechless, shifting his gaze towards Zheng Ba. The hemostatic agents were meant for his fellow constables. He had never intended to give any to Yanyun and the other exiles. We cannot give it to him. Lu Xun thought of his severed arm that required constant medication to avoid infection. If all the hemostatic agents were given to Yanyun, what would he use later? The journey to the next town would take at least half a month, and they needed to change the medication daily. If they ran out, and his wound became infected, wouldn't his life be in jeopardy? Zheng Ba's brow furrowed again, torn between his duty to his comrades and his obligations. After a moment of contemplation, Zheng Ba nodded at Zhao Wu, saying, Give it to him. The child has a small wound. It won't require much. Zhao Wu hesitated but eventually agreed with a nod. Captain. Lu Xun interjected, but Zheng Ba silenced him with a look. Zheng Ba was well aware of the stakes. Zhao Wu produced a small portion of the medication and handed it to Yanyun. Yanyun shook his head, insisting, One portion isn't enough. Both girls have blisters on their feet. They need 2 portions. Zhao Wu frowned. Give him 2 portions. Zheng Ba stated flatly. Lu Xun's expression changed drastically. Captain, my wound is quite severe and will require more hemostatic agents later. 1 portion is barely sufficient. If you give him 2, what will I do if I run out later? Can you guarantee that your comrades won't get injured? His words drew the attention of all the constables towards Zheng Ba. Chapter 20. The Constable Captain's Reverse Thinking. Zheng Ba felt immense pressure, his gaze turning cold as he said, Your wound has been treated and will not pose a problem in the short term. However, you urgently need to reach a medical facility for a thorough examination. Otherwise, there is still a significant risk of infection. If we do not treat the 2 girls' wounds now, it will delay our journey. And if that happens, your wound won't be treated properly in time. And the consequences could be even more severe. You must weigh what is of greater importance. As soon as he spoke, Lu Xun found himself at a loss for words. The others redirected their gazes. Indeed, his wound, though treated by Zhao Wu, had only received a cursory treatment due to the circumstances. Ultimately, he needed to reach a medical facility for proper care. If the girls' feet caused a delay in their journey, the repercussions would be unimaginable. Yanyun was thoroughly impressed by Zheng Ba's reverse logic. Yanyun, in a fit of petulance, insisted on taking a break, while Zheng Ba, using the fatigue of his steed as a pretext, managed to allow everyone to rest without offending Yanyun or Niobian. Yanyun reached for a medicinal potion from Zhao Wu, but Lu Xun intervened. Zheng Ba cleverly claimed that Lu Xun's wounds required meticulous attention, thus granting Yanyun the potion without alienating Lu Xun. This display of wisdom prompted Yanyun to reassess Zheng Ba, recognizing his potential, and he began to take notice of him. Such talent, confined to the role of a mere constable's captain, It was indeed a waste of ability. After a brief respite, Yanyun rose before the other constables could speak. The group, parched and fatigued, found prolonged rest particularly disadvantageous for the women. Yanyun, cautious not to reveal his strength, discreetly distributed food to the women while the constables dozed against the trees, lost in dreams of divine encounters. Yanyun's actions disrupted their reveries, inciting their ire as they cast furious glances in his direction. Ignoring their glares, Yanyun felt confident enough to overpower them single-handedly. Had it not been for the presence of someone within the palace, he might have already dispatched Lu San and Niu Bian, the two troublesome deputy leaders, ensuring no one would dare to challenge him. The procession resumed, with 5 constables at the front and 5 at the rear, while Yanyun and his companions walked in between. The formation seemed somewhat disorganized. The 2 young maidens, their wounds treated, were urged by the matriarch and the third lady to manage on their own. Though Yanyun felt no fatigue, he acquiesced to their insistence. Within an hour, the matriarch appeared weary and dazed, her forehead beaded with sweat, a consequence of severe dehydration. Fortunately, they were still on the shaded forest path. Yanyun discreetly produced a tomato, placing it into the matriarch's hand. The cool fruit invigorated her senses, and she instinctively looked toward Yanyun, who nodded encouragingly for her to eat. Reluctantly, she took a bite, fully aware of its significance in their predicament. Unbeknownst to her, Yanyun had conjured the tomato from thin air. Yanking, the smaller of the 2 maidens, quickly spotted the tomato and tugged at her mother, her eyes wide with urgency, signaling her to consume it promptly. The other women, too fatigued, remained oblivious to this exchange. Yanyun gestured toward the tomato, winking at the matriarch while patting his chest, signaling that he had more to offer and urging her to eat quickly before the constables noticed. The matriarch, skeptical yet hopeful, hesitated before lifting her sleeve and quietly savoring a bite, the cold juice refreshing her spirit. With each mouthful, she felt rejuvenated, her eyes brimming with tears. This was a hardship she had never endured. She quickly finished the tomato. The system chimed. Matriarch, surprise gratitude, emotional value, 2 points. Second lady, confusion surprise, emotional value, 2 points. The second lady, Luo Bingxue, wife of the eldest son, Yin Feng, was the cherished daughter of the Luo family, one of the 4 great clans of the Great Yin Empire. Known for her icy demeanor and sharp intellect, she had been wed to Yin Feng to strengthen her family's position. The financial backing of the Luo family had bolstered Yin Bei's defenses for decades. As Yanyun continued to navigate the situation, he remained oblivious to the unfolding drama surrounding him. He was determined to forge a new, formidable force, even more powerful than the Tiger Hao cavalry, which had been supported by the Luo family. Meanwhile, Luo Bingxue, acutely aware of the turmoil within the Yin family, grappled with the implications of her continued presence there. As the matriarch consumed the tomato, Luo Bingxue noted her surprise and curiosity, recognizing that Yanyun had produced the fruit once more. The astonishment grew when Yanyun produced yet another tomato, prompting her to wonder about the extent of his resources. Though tempted to refuse, she was parched, and her curiosity about Yanyun's seemingly endless supply won out. Without hesitation, she accepted the tomato, discreetly lifting her sleeve to devour it ravenously. The sweltering heat left the constables lethargic, oblivious to the women's covert actions. Luo Bingxue soon finished the tomato, feeling revitalized, as if she had been reborn. The system chimed once more. Second lady, shock surprise gratitude, emotional value 3 points. Yanyun, maintaining his composure, presented another tomato to the matriarch, signaling her to take the lead. After all, the matriarch held great prestige among the crowd, and her actions were perceived as remarkably fair and just. Yanyun was reluctant to assume the role of a leader. At this juncture, it was prudent for him to remain discreet and act with humility. The appearance of the 5th large, round, and succulent tomato caused both the matriarch and the second lady to lose their composure. If storing 4 tomatoes on one's person was already excessive, then 5 was truly outrageous. Yet, they found no means of storage on Yanyun. The matriarch swiftly took the tomato and concealed it in her sleeve without uttering a word. The second lady, astute and perceptive, naturally kept her thoughts to herself. She had been observing Yanyun in silence and noted that he had indeed changed. Though he appeared somewhat foolish and naive on the surface, there was a glimmer of wisdom in his eyes, and his thoughts were remarkably meticulous. She began to regard Yanyun with newfound respect. If he were truly feigning ignorance, then the Yin family might yet have a chance to rise again. The matriarch quietly approached the third lady, Yin Shuer's mother, Gua Yiren. Gua Yiren's father, Gua Hengxing, was a former commander under Yin Baidu, known for his bravery and strategic prowess. Due to his valor in battle and a leg injury that hindered his participation in the fray, He was granted the title of Earl by the Emperor and appointed as the Lord of Liri City. Shortly after assuming his duties, he married his beloved daughter, Gua Irin, to Yin Baidu's second son, Yanlei. Gua Irin was indeed true to her name, gentle and demure, possessing enchanting fox-like eyes that captivated all. She had not noticed the dealings between the matriarch, the second lady, and Yanyun. Her gaze was solely focused on her daughter, Yin Shuer, who walked slowly, her feet pained. When the matriarch offered her a tomato, she was taken aback, her surprise evident, clearly unprepared for such a gesture. The matriarch gave her a gentle push, urging her to accept it. In her dazed state, she finally took the tomato, casting her eyes toward her daughter as if reluctant to partake. The matriarch, understanding her unspoken thoughts, tugged at her sleeve and gestured toward her mouth, silently encouraging her to eat. Gua Irin, somewhat slow on the uptake, was perplexed. The matriarch, exasperated, whispered, "This is for you. Please eat it." "Is there more behind?" Gua Irin asked, her confusion evident. The matriarch remained silent, uncertain of how to respond. And the question had not even crossed her mind until now. This inquiry drew her gaze toward Yanyun. Gua Irin did not dwell on it further. Since the matriarch insisted she should eat, there must be a purpose behind it. She held absolute trust in the matriarch. Glancing around, she seized the opportunity when a few guards were distracted, cautiously taking a bite of the juicy tomato. She had long been parched, her lips dry and cracked. The moment the refreshing, ripe tomato touched her palate, a wave of relief washed over her, invigorating her weary body and mind as fatigue seemed to dissipate. This time, Yanyun received no emotional points. Neither the matriarch nor the second lady, nor even the third lady, gave him any recognition. Yanyun was momentarily speechless, expecting the third lady to be profoundly astonished. Indeed, she was shocked. But it was not directed at Yanyun. Her astonishment was aimed at the matriarch. Hence no emotional points were accrued. Additionally, the third lady was rather simple-minded, lacking the cunning of the second lady. The matriarch, filled with myriad questions, approached Yanyun, tugged at his sleeve, and quietly inquired, "How many are left?" "What do you mean by how many?" As the words left his mouth, Yanyun realized what the matriarch was asking and raised a finger. A single finger? The matriarch gasped softly, then felt a sense of relief. Indeed, having already produced 5, it was not particularly surprising, given the limited storage space on Yanyun. Rolling his eyes, he muttered, "This isn't one. This is a finger." "A finger?" The matriarch remained perplexed. "A finger? One finger?" The astute second lady narrowed her eyes, feeling her intellect falter, simultaneously doubting the accuracy of her earlier assumptions. In Chapter 22, the astonishment of the sisters-in-law was palpable. Yanyun discreetly gave the second lady a thumbs up, a gesture of approval. Instinctively, the second lady reached for her head, feeling as though her understanding had shattered. She began to circle Yanyun, seriously questioning the validity of his statements. Suddenly, a realization struck her, and she inwardly scolded herself for taking a fool's words seriously. Was it her folly or his? But then she recalled something and instinctively gazed into Yanyun's eyes. Boom! The second lady felt as though her mind had exploded. In Yanyun's gaze, she perceived wisdom, calmness, and composure, entirely devoid of the confusion, daze, and emptiness she had imagined. Her worldview shattered. Could it be that this fellow had truly been feigning ignorance? She was left in doubt as she glanced back at Yanyun, only to see that same confusion, daze, and emptiness re-emerging in his eyes. Now only 2 possibilities remained. First, Yanyun was indeed pretending to be foolish. Second, Yanyun was suffering from severe dissociative identity disorder. She preferred to believe the former. The matriarch, still trying to comprehend the second lady's cryptic one-finger remark, only grasped the meaning when Yanyun produced yet another tomato for her. It dawned on her. She was not unintelligent. She simply lacked the second lady's acumen. Ding! Matriarch shocked astonished. Emotional points 2. Ding! Second lady shocked incredulous hard to believe utterly bewildered. Emotional points 4. Total emotional points increased by 6. Subsequently, through Yanyun and the matriarch's discreet maneuvering, everyone present enjoyed the tomatoes. Even the maidservants and the elderly steward, along with 2 young maids, each received one. Some keen observers sensed something amiss, exchanging looks of disbelief and astonishment towards Yanyun. Others, who were more oblivious, assumed it was merely food the matriarch had stealthily brought. Due to the guards accompanying them, the matriarch felt it unwise to explain, and they dared not inquire further. Thus, after everyone consumed the tomatoes, Yanyun accumulated 14 emotional points. He remained silent. The journey ahead was long, and time was ample. Once they had traversed half the distance out of Yanhuang City, he could disregard the watchful eyes of the court's enforcers. The journey to the desolate lands would span over 1,000 kilometers, requiring at least 6 months. As they had barely completed a day of travel, they needed to proceed with caution. With the refreshing juice of the tomatoes revitalizing everyone, all traces of fatigue seemed to vanish. However, the matriarch deliberately slowed her pace. Should they suddenly accelerate, appearing vigorous and refreshed, it would undoubtedly attract the guards' attention. Indeed, the matriarch's deliberate deceleration caused everyone to instinctively follow suit. Yanyun said nothing. He too had consumed a tomato. Now, the matriarch's and the second lady's perceptions lay in tatters. Yanyun had astonishingly produced an unimaginable total of 20 tomatoes. Was he even human? How could he conjure so many tomatoes as if by magic? Was everything that had just transpired merely an illusion, a figment of their exhaustion, thirst, and hunger? The matriarch felt bewildered, sensing something surreal, yet the evidence before her was irrefutable, leaving no room for doubt. Zheng Ba led 4 guards at the front, while Lu San and Niu Bian brought up the rear with 3 guards. They had been walking through the woods for 4 hours and had begun to ascend a mountain. However, throughout this journey, they had not heard any complaints of fatigue or other negative sentiments. What was happening? It seemed that earlier in the morning, the women had been vocal in their grievances, lamenting their thirst and fatigue, especially the 2 young maidens. Aside from complaining about foot pain, no words of thirst or hunger were uttered. Gurgle, gurgle. Lu San vigorously poured water from his flask into his mouth. The resounding gurgle failed to attract anyone's attention. In the past, a woman would have turned her head, gazing longingly at the flask with parched lips. But now, no one paid any heed to his flask or the sound of him drinking. Lu San felt a surge of anxiety. Had these women truly resigned themselves to despair? Were they mere shells of their former selves? He tucked away the flask and prodded the nearby oxen with his whip, quietly inquiring, "Captain Niu?" Niu Bian, trudging along in a daze under the burden of a pack horse, merely nodded in response. "Captain Niu, don't you notice anything unusual?" Lu San exclaimed, his worldview shaken. "Huh, notice what?" Upon hearing this, Niu Bian's senses sharpened, instinctively reaching for the sword at his waist. Lu San wiped the cold sweat from his brow and said, "Don't you find it odd that these women seem a bit off?" "Huh, what seems off?" Niu Bian, somewhat slow-witted, had been appointed deputy captain due to his imposing stature and fearless demeanor. Lu San continued, "Throughout this journey, these women have stopped grumbling." "Stopped grumbling?" Niu Bian was taken aback and then asked, "Are you out of your mind? Do you actually want to hear them complain?" Lu San was speechless. This morning, they were parched, desperate for water, and utterly exhausted. But now, they seem fine." Lu San elaborated. "Oh?" Niu Bian began to grasp the situation, nodding thoughtfully. He scrutinized the women around him, observing that they all moved forward steadily, with none lagging behind due to fatigue. This truly was peculiar. Niu Bian scratched his head and replied, "Could it be? They have become like the living dead, habitually accepting this wretched state?" Ignoring Niu Bian, Lu San suddenly called out to the women, "I have water. Who would like to accompany me to the grove? I promise you will not lack for water along the way." Upon hearing this, the women ignored him, and Zheng Ba turned to him, saying, "Lu San, what are you up to? Don't disrupt the rules of exile." Lu San retorted, "Captain, don't you find this strange?" "What's strange?" Zheng Ba frowned. "Throughout this journey, none of them have complained." Lu San blurted out. The moment these words left his lips, all the women became alert. The matriarch furrowed her brow and shot Lu San a fierce glare. Yanyun hung her head in silence, contemplating how she might eliminate Lu San along the way. This fellow was far too meddlesome. She felt uneasy if he remained alive. Other officers, upon hearing Lu San's words, indeed sensed a remarkable tranquility on the journey. Could it be that some among them had secretly brought food? A man named Ergo exclaimed, "Perhaps they have indeed hoarded food and water. I think they have defied the imperial decree. This is a crime of treason, and we must search each of them thoroughly." Lu San, eager for an opportunity to take advantage, felt his eyes light up, as if he were a lecherous wolf eyeing a flock of innocent sheep. Upon uttering this, all eyes turned to Zheng Ba, each face revealing eager anticipation for the search. This search was indeed a lucrative task. Zheng Ba's brow knitted further, defying the imperial decree. A crime of treason. This is a serious accusation. If he refused the search, it would be tantamount to defying the imperial will. A treasonous act that could lead to dire consequences. Conversely, agreeing to the search would offend Yanyun and all the women present. And he did not wish to provoke these exiles. He simply wanted to complete his task peacefully. The matriarch attempted to speak, but Yanyun grasped her wrist, silencing her. Yanyun remained quiet, keen to observe how Zheng Ba would navigate this situation. If a search was indeed warranted, he would not hesitate to set an example. His eyes glinted with lethal intent, Eliminating Lu San would be a mere trifle. The commotion had brought the entire group to a halt. They had traversed the woods and were now beginning to ascend the mountain path. It was already past 5 in the afternoon, with only 2 hours remaining before nightfall. Zheng Ba did not wish to waste time here. The mountains at night were fraught with danger, and carelessness could lead to disaster. Yet, faced with Lu San's unreasonable antics, Zheng Ba had no choice but to confront the issue at hand. Lu San. After a moment of contemplation, Zheng Ba devised a solution. You assert they are hoarding food and water. Do you have any evidence? Have you seen them drinking from flasks or pulling out food to eat? Lu San faltered, stammering, unable to articulate a coherent response. Zheng Ba then turned to Niu Bian and the other officers. Have any of you witnessed them secretly drinking water or consuming food? Everyone exchanged glances, but no one spoke. No matter. Speak freely. His Majesty has decreed that no exiled individuals are permitted to carry food or water, and those found guilty will face the death penalty. However, if you choose to conceal this, it is tantamount to treason. In other words, regardless of whether you identify them now, you are equally guilty of treason. Having made this clear, everyone fell silent. Deputy Lu, did you witness this with your own eyes? Zheng Ba narrowed his eyes. Lu San's expression soured. He wanted to argue, but merely muttered, I didn't see it, but their actions are suspicious. And a group of criminals, why must you make things difficult for me? Zheng Ba replied with a faint smile, I am not making things difficult for you. I have escorted exiles for many years, always acting fairly without mistreating anyone or violating any laws. You merely suspect them and wish to brand them with treason. If you were in their position, how would you handle it? Lu San stammered, feeling cornered, and huffed. What if I insist on searching them? Zheng Ba sighed. As a guardian and enforcer, you indeed have the right to conduct a search. However, do not forget how you lost your right arm. With that, he dismissed Lu San's protests and spurred his horse forward. Lu San's expression changed, and he instinctively glanced towards Yanyun in the crowd, only to find her staring at him with a vacant expression. Anger surged within Lu San, and he clenched his fists. It is getting late. We must cross this mountain before dark, otherwise, the beasts within will not spare us. Zheng Ba stated calmly. The group began to move again. Yanyun was once more impressed by Zheng Ba's intellect. Such a wise individual was wasted in the role of a mere captain overseeing exiled individuals. With a mind like his, he could easily hold positions of minister or governor in the court. A talent squandered. Yanyun sighed softly, choosing not to elaborate further. She had her sights set on this remarkable individual. If Zheng Ba could be of use to him, he would certainly take the time to nurture him, teaching him the military strategies of the Ghost Valley and Sun Tzu from his previous life. Conversely, if Zheng Ba proved unworthy, he would not hesitate to eliminate him to prevent future troubles. It was that simple. Utilize those who could be useful and dispose of those who could not. Such a remarkable talent would be a pity to waste. Yanyun's approach to life was straightforward. He aimed to be a cunning hero in this world, inheriting the legacy of Boss Chao's way and learning to embody his ruthless philosophy. Better that I betray the world than allow the world to betray me. The mountain path was rugged and winding. The officers rode horses, making their journey effortless, while Yanyun and his companions had to traverse on foot. Even walking on flat ground was exhausting, let alone on such treacherous terrain. Although a solitary tomato had alleviated their hunger somewhat, the mountainous route was taxing on their strength. Fortunately, they were nearing Gongguan, and everyone was invigorated by the prospect of refreshing, sweet mountain spring water. As the sun set, a streak of twilight graced the horizon, signaling the impending darkness. Zheng Ba felt immense pressure. He knew they would not cross the mountain tonight. His mind began to ponder their resting point. This mountain, known as Yanhuang Mountain, was named after the first emperor of the Great Yin Empire. It bordered Yanhuang City and was the sole dragon vein of the empire, allowing the capital to flourish around its base. Chapter 24. I must protect my sisters-in-law. Yanhuang Mountain stretched for thousands of miles, making it one of the largest mountain ranges within the Great Yin Empire. Fierce beasts roamed its slopes year-round, and few dared to travel by night unless accompanied by a formidable army. Zheng Ba initially believed they could easily navigate Yanhuang Mountain today. However, Lu San's doubts delayed their progress, and he underestimated the women's stamina and pace, forcing them to remain amidst the mountains. Typically, crossing Yanhuang Mountain would take at least 3 hours. Suddenly, they heard the rushing sound of water ahead. Joy illuminated their faces. They were clearly approaching a spring. This revelation invigorated the weary women, prompting them to unconsciously quicken their steps. Throughout the journey, Yanyun occasionally carried Yan Shuer and Yan Qing'er, for the mountain path posed a significant challenge for the two young girls. Fortunately, their robust uncle provided free labor, strengthening their bond. Having rarely experienced their father's affection due to his frequent absences at the border, the girls felt the warmth of paternal love through their uncle's care, realizing how comforting and secure it felt. At long last, the group beheld the long-awaited mountain spring. The last hues of twilight were fading from the sky, and a full moon hung quietly above. Gazing into the crystal-clear water, they saw the reflection of the crescent moon and their own weary faces, marked by their arduous journey. The matriarch, utterly exhausted, leaned by the spring, eagerly gulping down the refreshing water. The other ladies and their maids followed suit, abandoning their former dignified demeanor, yearning for survival amidst the trials they faced. It seemed everyone sought to replenish the hydration they had missed today. The officers also retrieved their nearly empty water flasks to fill them with the precious resource. Yanyun silently produced water jars to collect the cool, sweet spring water. Some were made of gold, others of silver, and some were humble clay jars from home. Undoubtedly, the gold and silver jars were treasures pilfered from the national treasury in the prime minister's residence. He had forgotten to stockpile water before his exile, and the urgency at that time left no room for preparation. Now that he had access to water, he resolved to fill every jar to ensure they were well equipped for unforeseen circumstances on the road ahead. After quenching their thirst, Zheng Ba urged his tired steed, stating that the area near the water was the most perilous after dark. They needed to secure the high ground ahead to guard against sudden beast attacks. There were no objections. Several officers mounted their horses and quickened their pace, while Yanyun, appearing somewhat foolish, waved his arm to encourage everyone to hasten. Although he seemed dim-witted, the matriarch and the other ladies did not regard him as such. They recognized the urgency in their uncle's words. They could not afford to waste time. With the spring water revitalizing her, the matriarch felt a renewed sense of hope in Yanyun. The continuous supply of tomatoes suggested that he was far from simple-minded, and perhaps they would indeed reach the wilderness without incident. The other ladies followed her lead, accepting her tomatoes without questioning their origin, for the mere presence of food was enough to quell their curiosity. The summit was not far, and they reached it in less than half a stick of incense's worth of time. The elevated position offered sparse vegetation, allowing moonlight to bathe the area. After a day of walking, despite the refreshing spring water, they were utterly spent. Zheng Ba instructed 10 officers to take turns keeping watch, paired in groups of 2. Yanyun and his companions gathered around a large tree to rest. The matriarch suggested that Yanyun and his 2 young nieces rest within their protective circle, but he immediately declined, chuckling, "Heh, I am a man. I must protect my sisters-in-law." Heh. In his foolish laughter, Yanyun sprawled out on the outer edge. The old steward expressed concern, insisting, "Young Master Yun, you mustn't. If anything were to happen to you, how could we explain it to the late matriarch?" He urged Yanyun to lie down inside while he took on the responsibility of safeguarding him. "Indeed, third young master. The steward's advice comes from a place of care. You are now the pillar of support for us all. If you were to suffer any misfortune, what use would we have in the wilderness?" Sobbing, the steward pleaded for Yanyun to lie down. "Heh, it's not that complicated. Heh, I'm tired. Heh, I'll sleep first." With that, he closed his eyes and fell into a deep slumber, snoring like thunder. Zheng Ba, witnessing this, felt helpless. Lu San grumbled, "Keep your voice down. You might attract the beasts." Yanyun retorted, "If beasts come, they'll eat you first." Lu San seethed with rage, yet dared not confront Yanyun, especially since he could see, by the faint moonlight, that Yanyun clutched 2 sizable stones in his hands. A single blow to his head would be fatal, leaving Lu San both infuriated and powerless against this fool. Zheng Ba lit 3 or 4 fires around their perimeter to ward off approaching beasts. Once the flames were flickering, the officers produced their provisions and began to nibble on them. The sight of food stirred a deep hunger within the women, and they suddenly realized that the spring water no longer satisfied their appetites. Yanyun refrained from hastily producing food, for the officers were still awake. Eating now could lead to trouble if discovered. As the night deepened, the sounds of beasts echoed in the distance. The first half of the night was adorned with twinkling stars and bright moonlight, but as the night wore on, the stars vanished, and the moon became increasingly obscured, as if something were blocking it. The darkness enveloped the mountain range, and the air was filled with the continuous roars of beasts, punctuated by occasional cries of distress. The women were filled with trepidation, unable to sleep during the first half of the night, and only gradually succumbing to slumber in the latter hours. Yanyun, unburdened by such fears, knew well that the first half of the night was entirely safe, and thus he lay on the ground and drifted into sleep. It was not until around 3 in the morning that he was roused by the anguished howls of 2 fierce beasts engaged in a territorial dispute. The cacophony startled everyone present, including several ladies and the constables. Upon awakening, the constables, upon realizing that the situation was not dire, cursed under their breath, and returned to their slumber. The night watch was currently manned by 2 ordinary constables, who were also in a daze, struggling to keep their eyes open. After yawning, they leaned against a tree, clutching their weapons, prepared for a brief respite. Seeing the constables asleep, Yanyun gently shook the matron beside him. She was in a light slumber, having not rested well throughout the night. With just a couple of nudges, she awoke, instinctively widening her beautiful eyes in alarm, ready for any potential danger. Yanyun remained silent, producing a steamed bun and a tomato, gesturing for her to partake. The sight of such provisions astonished the matron, her eyes reflecting disbelief. While she could accept a single tomato, the combination of a steamed bun and tomato was beyond her comprehension. Moreover, Yanyun had already revealed 20 tomatoes that day, and now he seemed to have more in reserve. Heavens! The matron's mouth fell agape. Her curiosity piqued about where he could possibly be storing such food. She felt an urge to strip down Yanyun's clothing to uncover the secrets of his provisions. Hush! Yanyun whispered, urging her to eat quickly. Have you eaten? The matron struggled to mask her astonishment. Her words slightly stuttered. Rather than hastily consuming the food, she first inquired of Yanyun. His soft hush stirred a tempest within her, for by the flickering firelight, she saw no hint of dullness or confusion in Yanyun's eyes. He was devoid of the vacant demeanor he often displayed. It was as if the foolish aura surrounding him had vanished in an instant. Although she had previously doubted if Yanyun was merely feigning ignorance, at this moment, she could ascertain that he was not truly simple-minded, but had been pretending all along. Her eyes sparkled with exhilaration, for as long as Yanyun remained steadfast, there was hope for her family to regain their former glory. The events of the day had revealed that Yanyun was more astute than either of his brothers, adept at assessing circumstances. Tears of excitement brimmed in her eyes, and her delicate form trembled with emotion. She yearned to weep freely but restrained her feelings. I have eaten. You should hurry and eat, she insisted. What a jest it would be for him to starve himself. Are there more? Should I share with my sisters? As the elder sister, her thoughts turned to others first. Yanyun raised his iconic index finger, indicating that there was indeed more to share. The matron's astonishment grew exponentially. Yanyun smiled slightly and nodded. Boom. The matron felt as though her mind had been struck by lightning, her eyes wide with disbelief. Hurry and eat. Everyone deserves a share, Yanyun assured her. After the initial shock subsided, a weight lifted from her heart. She was indeed hungry, her stomach grumbling in protest. Previously, she could endure a day and night without food in the manor without feeling excessively starved. However, now, just one day without food left her utterly fatigued. Without further hesitation, she devoured the steamed bun and tomato with remarkable speed. In the past, she would have required meat, vegetables, or at least pickles to accompany her bun. But now even the plain bun tasted delectably sweet, especially paired with a tomato. Seeing the matron eat, Yanyun breathed a sigh of relief. Her hunger was mitigated. He now resolved to ensure that everyone present was well-fed and free from the torment of exile. Ding! Matroness astonishment, excitement, gratitude, disbelief, incredulity, utter astonishment. Emotional value 6 points. Yanyun grinned, producing another large, round tomato and a steamed bun. While the constables are resting, share these with everyone. But do not reveal my identity, as we must avoid alerting the constables. It is imperative that my identity remains concealed. Furthermore, from this moment on, as long as I am present, you shall not go hungry. Given the proximity to Yin Emperor City, they could not afford to draw attention. Let us endure a few more days. Once we are farther from Yin Emperor City, we can act less cautiously. Yanyun's words served as a reassurance to the matron. What about these provisions? She began, but Yanyun anticipated her question and replied, do not concern yourself with that. Consider it a blessing bestowed upon the Yin family by the heavens. The matron realized that Yanyun might not be able to explain fully or might have his own reasons for secrecy, so she simply nodded. If the sisters inquire, I shall say that someone is aiding us from the shadows. Yanyun nodded in agreement. That rationale will suffice. He then shushed her again and waved his hand, causing a basket to appear beside the matron, filled with 14 steamed buns and 14 large, round, red tomatoes. The matron trembled, astonished. Could this be the legendary art of immortals? Ding! Matroness astonishment, disbelief, incredulity, utter astonishment. Emotional value 4 points. Another 4 points of emotional value accrued. The rest is up to you. Be cautious not to alert the constables. Yanyun softly cautioned. Understood. The matron clenched her fists, forcing herself to remain calm. She first roused the second matron, retrieving a steamed bun and a tomato from the basket, which elicited a flicker of surprise in the second matron's icy gaze upon seeing the food. She cast her eyes toward Yanyun, seemingly inquiring if the provisions were from him. However, Yanyun was sprawled on the ground. The matron nodded in response. The second matron, possessing keen intelligence, had already recognized Yanyun's remarkable abilities. Thus she felt no need for concealment. "Are there more?" she inquired. The matron gestured sideways. With the flickering firelight, the second matron beheld the basket filled with over 10 tomatoes and steamed buns. Heavens! Chapter 26. Encountering the attack of the fierce white tiger. "So many? In another basket?" The second matron's jaw nearly dropped in disbelief. "Quickly eat," the matron urged. The second matron nodded eagerly, completely captivated by Yanyun's abilities. It was astonishing enough that he had gathered so many tomatoes yesterday, and now he had procured even more, including buns. It was as if a savior had arrived. Though she yearned for more information, the situation did not permit further inquiries. So she cautiously consumed the bun and tomato. She had not anticipated that after finishing the tomato, she would encounter further hardships. After the second matron finished, she lay down at the matron's signal. Ding! Second matron's astonishment, gratitude, disbelief, utter astonishment, incredulity, emotional value 5 points. The matron then sought out the third matron. After a series of such endeavors, nearly an hour and a half elapsed, during which all had consumed the steamed buns. Even the maids and the elderly steward partook of the tomatoes and buns. Undoubtedly, everyone was astonished, and upon inquiring, the matron explained that someone was aiding them in secret. Without uttering a word, the lady of the house chose to remain silent. The clock had struck 4 in the morning. One by one, everyone finished their meals and subsequently laid down to replenish their slumber. With a grand gesture, Yanyun, amidst the astonished expressions of the lady and the second lady, collected the basket. Witnessing this scene, the two women instinctively recalled Yanyun's single finger, a finger signifying continuity. They exchanged glances, seemingly pondering something, yet uncertain of its veracity. Eventually, they nodded in feigned understanding and settled down to sleep. Suddenly, a beastly roar pierced the stillness, echoing from the woods, growing closer. The lady of the house jolted awake, her eyes wide open as she turned to investigate the source of the sound. To her astonishment, a colossal figure, illuminated by the dim light, was slowly approaching from the eastern area. The two guards on duty were soundly asleep, oblivious to the looming threat. The second lady also rose, gripping the lady's arm tightly, her expression tinged with anxiety. In an instant, Yanyun sprang to his feet, having sensed the impending danger with acute awareness, possibly aided by some instinctual system. However, he wished to conceal his prowess. Thus he called out to the guards, warning them of the approaching beast. The shouts startled the night watchmen awake, while the other slumbering guards, along with their wives and maidservants, were roused from their dreams. Instinctively, all eyes widened as they frantically scanned the surroundings for the emerging predator. Yet, in their haste, they failed to notice the beast drawing closer, and with the moonlight obscured, they could only rely on the faint flicker of the firelight to gain insight. "Hey, over there," Yanyun chuckled softly, directing the attention of the guards towards the east. Zhengba tightened his grip on his longsword, focusing on the tree line. Indeed, a massive creature was advancing towards them, merely 10 meters away. As the collective gaze of the crowd fell upon it, the beast instinctively halted its advance. It was a mature white tiger, its imposing stature indicating that it was not to be underestimated. With a low growl, the tiger began to paw at the ground anxiously. Yanyun, knowledgeable about the behavior of wild beasts, understood that the creature was not frightened, but rather preparing to launch an attack. He was uncertain whether Zhengba and the others could thwart it, but he was confident that his own formidable strength would suffice to vanquish the creature. However, he preferred to remain in the shadows, ready to intervene only if necessary. Revealing his abilities prematurely would expose him. In a flash, the white tiger lunged forward, its massive form leaping through the air like a shadow obscuring the sky, targeting the nearest individual, Ergo. The sheer size of the beast left Ergo paralyzed with fear. He had never faced such a creature, nor had he experienced battle. His bravado in everyday life paled in comparison to the terror he felt in this moment. "Get out of the way," Niubian shouted, his voice booming. As the vice-captain of the guards, he could not stand idly by while a comrade was slaughtered. He drew his sharp sword with a metallic ring and, just as the tiger pounced towards Ergo, he shoved the latter aside. "You beast, perish!" Niubian roared, thrusting his sword towards the tiger's abdomen. Undoubtedly, Niubian was a courageous man, having earned his position through valor and strength. The white tiger, seasoned in countless battles, regarded Niubian with disdain. It had claimed the lives of many humans, perhaps 70 or even 100, over the years, and it had grown accustomed to the taste of human flesh. Clang! The tiger swatted the incoming sword aside with its powerful paw, sending sparks flying as metal met claw. Niubian, lacking sufficient strength, lost his grip on the sword, which soared through the air before embedding itself in a nearby tree. The sudden loss of his weapon left Niubian aghast, and the impact had left his arm numb. Despair flickered in his eyes as he perceived mockery in the tiger's gaze. With a fearsome roar, the tiger opened its cavernous mouth, revealing its jagged teeth and the foul stench of blood. Niu nearly succumbed to the nauseating odor, but his greater fear lay in the tiger's ability to crush his skull. In that critical moment, Zhang Ba surged forward, his movement swift and decisive. He propelled himself like a human cannonball, colliding with the tiger just as it was about to devour Niu. Instead of delivering a fatal strike, he opted to divert the beast's attention, saving Niu from certain death. As the tiger tumbled to the ground, snarling in fury, Zhang Ba regained his footing, displaying remarkable agility. His combat experience and sharp intellect had served him well, allowing him to emerge unscathed from numerous perilous situations. Regrettably, he lacked the influential connections that could have recognized his capabilities, relegating him to the role of a mere guard captain. In a brief yet adept maneuver, Zhang Ba garnered Yanyun's admiration for his prowess. Such a talent was one to be secured for future endeavors. The White Tiger, dismissing Niu as a worthy opponent, redirected its focus towards Zhang Ba, believing that once he was defeated, the remaining humans would pose no challenge. With a low growl, it launched itself at Zhang Ba with lightning speed, claws poised to rend flesh. "Get back!" Zhang Ba shouted, swinging his sword at the advancing tiger. The beast deflected the strike and lunged at him with a deafening roar, teeth bared. Realizing the tiger's ferocity, Zhang Ba swiftly evaded its attack. The tiger pursued him relentlessly. Aware that direct confrontation would be futile, he swiftly maneuvered behind it, grasping its tail before leaping onto its back. The tiger, infuriated, thrashed violently, attempting to dislodge Zhang Ba. Yet he clung tightly, using his legs to secure himself while gripping the tiger's pristine fur. With resolute determination, Zhang Ba unleashed a series of powerful punches upon the tiger's head, each blow resonating with force. However, the tiger's rage reached a boiling point as it veered towards a large tree, attempting to smash Zhang Ba against it. Caught off guard, Zhang Ba leaped off just in time, but the tiger's fury was unrelenting, and it turned to pounce on him once more, leaving Zhang Ba with deep, gaping wounds on his back as he barely managed to evade its claws. Crimson blood gushed forth from the wound in an instant. Yanyun's expression shifted dramatically as he sprang to his feet. He could not bear to witness Zhang Ba being slain by this brute. Should Zhang Ba perish, the consequences would be dire. Not only would their days ahead be fraught with hardship, but they would also lose a formidable ally. The other constables nearby were already paralyzed with fear. They dared not confront this behemoth head-on. It was not merely a lack of courage, but a recognition that before the terrifying beast, they would be nothing more than lambs to the slaughter. At a critical moment, a petite woman surged forth from the crowd. With grace and agility, she snatched the ghost-headed sword from one of the constables and, with a swift leap, struck the beast, the suspicious white tiger, across the neck. The creature had been entirely focused on Zhang Ba, completely unprepared for an attack from the side. To it, these humans were mere prey, and any who dared approach would swiftly meet their demise. It was beyond its imagination that someone would dare to strike at its neck. The blade cut deeply, opening a gaping wound in the tiger's throat. In an instant, blood erupted from the injury like a fountain. Though the attack had indeed injured the suspicious white tiger, it had not severed any vital arteries, rendering it not immediately fatal. Thus, with a furious roar, the beast turned its wrath upon the woman. She paled and swiftly dodged. Die. As the tiger lunged at her, Zhang Ba suddenly rose from the side, rushing beneath the beast. As it barreled towards the woman, he gripped his long sword tightly and executed a deadly slide. The sharp tip of his sword tore open a massive gash in the tiger's soft underbelly, spilling its innards onto Zhang Ba. The tiger shrieked in agony, thrashing in a mix of defiance and despair before collapsing to the ground, its limbs twitching and head drooping. Lifeless, Zhang Ba emerged from the pool of viscera, drenched in blood and filth, nearly retching from the stench. The woman wielding the sword stood before the fallen beast, her expression calm and composed, seemingly unfazed, though internally she was a tempest of anxiety. Her hands trembled slightly, but to the untrained eye, she appeared entirely steady. This woman was none other than Lady Lang, the fourth wife of Yin Feng, known as Lung Shiji. Born into one of the three martial arts families of the great Yin Empire, the Lung family, she was no stranger to combat. Yin Feng and Yin Lei both hailed from her lineage. The head of the Lang family shared a deep bond of friendship with Yin Bei, having grown up together. When Yin Bei was young, the head of the Lung family was his martial arts sparring partner, and Lung Shiji's grandfather had once been Yin Bei's martial arts mentor. The union of Lung Shiji and Yin Feng was a match made in heaven, with their families intertwining through marriage. Undoubtedly, among the wives, she was the only one possessing profound martial prowess. Agile and graceful, she was skilled in archery and horsemanship. Preferring the armor of a warrior to the finery of a lady, embodying the spirit of a heroine. Proficient in a variety of weapons, her archery skills were exceptional. Though not her first time on the battlefield, it was her inaugural encounter with a formidable beast. Thank you for your assistance. Zheng Ba, unable to wipe the filth from his body, clasped his hands in gratitude towards her. Had it not been for Long Shiji's timely intervention, he would have surely fallen victim to the suspicious white tiger's claws. All the constables stood in stunned silence, save for Long Shiji, who had saved him in that critical moment, leaving Zheng Ba deeply appreciative. Without uttering a word, Lang Shiji discarded the ghost-headed sword and returned amidst the other women, her demeanor unshaken. The nearby constables were left in awe of her composure and tranquility. They lacked the courage to face the suspicious white tiger. It was not a battle, but a certain death. This is no place to linger. Let us gather our belongings and move swiftly, Zheng Ba urged, inhaling sharply as the pain from his back claw marks flared, interrupting his words. Move, move, Yanyun called softly to the others. The first, second, and third ladies responded to his call and rose first. Long Shiji appeared somewhat fatigued, and the second and seventh ladies hastened to assist her. The recent battle had transpired in mere moments, seemingly resolved with a stroke of blade and sword, yet the danger had been far more grave than anyone had anticipated. Captain, your wounds require attention. Zhao stood up. It's nothing. I'll wash up by the stream first. Then I'll tend to my wounds. You all follow closely, Zheng Ba instructed. Though the suspicious white tiger lay slain, they could not guarantee the absence of other large beasts, urging everyone to remain vigilant. Understood, Niu Bian replied hastily. Zheng Ba mounted his steed and sped towards the stream, eager to cleanse himself of the grime and blood. It was now 4:30 in the morning, and dawn was beginning to break. Bright daylight was not far off. The early night had been tranquil, but the latter part had brought forth this formidable foe. Fearing for Zheng Ba's safety, Zhao followed closely on horseback. With Niu Bian and the other constables in tow, the group began their descent. Yanyun glanced back at the corpse of the tiger, contemplating the possibility of taking it with them, but the close presence of the constables thwarted his plans. This was a magnificent adult male tiger, and its body contained valuable resources. The prospect of consuming its flesh was far superior to the usual fare of lamb or donkey. Deliberately slowing his pace, a constable urged him to hurry. Yanyun disregarded the admonition, and as they approached within 10 meters of the suspicious white tiger's body, he attempted to manipulate his storage space with his mind. A sound resonated in his mind. When he turned to look, he was astonished to find the tiger's corpse had vanished from sight. Quickly, he delved into his storage space and was met with the sight of the tiger's body already secured within. The words decompose appeared above the corpse. The storage space possessed a decomposition function. Yanyun was taken aback and activated the decomposition command. In an instant, under the system's operation, the entire body of the suspicious white tiger was rapidly divided into hundreds of pieces by an invisible blade. The head, tail, legs, skin, kidneys, tendons, muscle, and ribs were all neatly separated. The gathered flesh weighed several hundred pounds. Among the treasures, he also spotted a tiger whip, longer and more potent than those procured for the emperor. Exiting the storage space, Yanyun exhaled in relief. It seemed he would have the opportunity to treat everyone to a tiger meat hot pot. Before his journey, he had heard of tiger runs but had never tasted tiger meat. Now, with the system's marketplace offering vegetables, meats, and cookware, once he reached a safe area, he could indulge in hot pot and barbecue daily. As he envisioned the delightful days ahead, his heart brimmed with anticipation. Mother, what about the meat? Are we not taking it with us? Yen Shuer tugged at the third lady's hand, her voice youthful and inquisitive. The third lady shook her head, somewhat helplessly. We have no place to store it, and the scent of blood will attract other large beasts. Oh, Yen Shuer fell silent, though her lips continued to chew, clearly yearning for the taste of meat. The other constables seemed equally tempted by the prospect of tiger meat, but the circumstances dictated their choice to forego it. Before the crowd arrived at the creek, Zheng Ba had already completed his cleansing and, with Zhao Wu's assistance, dressed his wounds. Lady Lu Shiji was also splattered with blood, yet she had no spare clothes to change into and could only wash her face by the water's edge. Fortunately, she had consumed tomatoes and steamed buns the previous night. Otherwise, she would have lacked the strength to hunt a ferocious tiger. Despite this, the constables remained oblivious to this peculiar situation. After all, to them, it seemed the women had not eaten for a day, subsisting only on water, which made it hard to believe they could muster the strength to confront a white tiger. Once Zheng Ba finished treating his wounds, daylight broke fully, and everyone drank some fresh spring water before setting off again. Upon returning from the restroom, a constable stared wide-eyed at Zheng Ba and exclaimed, "Captain, the corpse of the tiger has vanished." "What? The body has disappeared?" Zheng Ba was taken aback. He had intended to tend to his injuries and perhaps take a piece of tiger meat for sustenance while passing over the mountain, but now the entire corpse had vanished. This was truly eerie. Could it be that another large beast had come by? Niobe asked, his eyes wide with fear. Such words sent a chill through the group. This was no jest. They had just survived an attack from a wild beast, and another encounter would surely leave them in dire straits. Zheng Ba was already weary and injured, unfit for intense combat. Fortunately, they had not faced another large beast attack. Yanyun undoubtedly knew the whereabouts of the tiger's corpse, but he would certainly keep it to himself. The group felt a twinge of regret. Zheng Ba said little and quickly urged everyone to leave the area. Descending from Yinwang Mountain, they arrived by 8:30 in the morning. The path ahead was relatively flat, and under the guidance of the constables, they moved slowly onward. The day passed without significant incident. Zhao Wu changed the dressings for Zheng Ba and Lu San along the way. At Yanyun's insistence, Zhao Wu also tended to the blisters on the feet of the two young women. Zheng Ba remained silent. Lu San was quite displeased but held back due to Yanyun and Lady Lu Shixi's presence. The latter's display of strength in the early hours had clearly instilled a sense of trepidation in the group. Yet, they feared Yanyun even more. His erratic behavior was notorious. To provoke him would be to invite severe consequences. The group had learned to be cautious, simply riding their slow horses under the scorching sun. Due to Lu San's back injury, they took frequent breaks to avoid exacerbating her wounds. Chapter 29. Can one walk without food? Fortunately, the terrain was mostly level, and they frequently encountered villages along the way. Crops lined either side of the road, golden wheat swaying in the breeze, with the harvest not far off. Farmers worked tirelessly in the fields, wielding their hoes and shovels. As the group passed, many onlookers pointed and whispered, evidently aware of the misfortunes that had befallen the Yin family. They also spotted numerous merchants, most riding slow horses or traveling in carts laden with goods, some transporting coarse salt. Others carrying fabrics, iron, or timber. Yin Yun's group undoubtedly became the focus of attention and a topic of gossip for those they passed. While some might believe the Duke of Guo was wronged, others viewed him as a traitor, conspiring against the state. Sighs of sympathy, mocking laughter, and loud insults were all directed at them. Passers-by pointed and gossiped about the beauty of several ladies in the group. The day passed without incident, and as night fell, adorned with twinkling stars, Zheng Ba arranged for everyone to rest in a dilapidated temple. That night, Yanyun, as per usual, produced steamed buns and tomatoes for the group, providing a meager yet welcome meal. Though far from a culinary delight, the prospect of these simple foods was met with eager anticipation. Unlike before, there was little to critique. Filling their bellies was paramount. They slept soundly, undisturbed by either human or beast. This marked the third day of their exile. Lu San's wounds showed no signs of infection and were beginning to scab, a piece of good news for her. Zheng Ba's wounds had yet to scab, but at least they hadn't reopened and were gradually healing. At Zheng Ba's behest, the group resumed their journey. Ergo observed his companions and, scratching his head in confusion, asked, "Captain Nio, why do I feel something is off with these people?" Niobe turned and inquired, "What do you find amiss? Can you see weariness and deprivation in them?" Ergo asked, puzzled. "Actually, not at all." Niobe replied, astonished. "What the hell? 2 days and nights without food, and they still seem so lively? How is that possible?" At this, all the constables were left speechless, yet they lacked evidence to substantiate their suspicions. Meanwhile, the lady and Yanyun remained unfazed, while the other women kept their heads down, silent. They understood that someone was covertly aiding them, hence their discretion. Zheng Ba furrowed his brow, having noticed the peculiar behavior of the group, yet he chose not to inquire or bring it up. There was no need. His role was merely to oversee, and as long as no food was smuggled in, there was no reason to pursue the matter further. Perhaps they had taken to grazing in the night, or perhaps someone was secretly providing them with food. As an experienced constable, Zheng Ba had encountered numerous situations, often turning a blind eye. His longevity in this role stemmed from this very attitude. One could argue he lacked a sense of responsibility, yet he exhibited a strong sense of duty. Conversely, he seemed indifferent to many matters. This was the wisdom of a shrewd individual, embodying the adage that great wisdom often appears foolish. Emerging from the decrepit temple, under Zheng Ba's lead, the group embarked on their slow and arduous journey once more. Regardless of the circumstances, thanks to Yanyun's assistance, they all had sustenance, sparing them from starvation. The villages along the way offered them refreshing well water, and the occasional wild fruit provided a change of flavor. The path of exile was long and arduous, and they were merely at the beginning of their journey. As noon approached, the group encountered a significant caravan. The convoy stretched impressively, consisting of 8 horse-drawn carts. The first 2 carts were drawn by a single horse, while the following 6 were pulled by pairs of horses, heavily laden with goods. On either side, and at the rear of the cargo wagons, over 30 armored guards on tall steeds appeared. These guards bore lances, swords, and bows, their imposing physiques and fierce expressions betraying their formidable backgrounds. It was clear to all that this was a merchant convoy belonging to a prominent family, evidenced by the presence of such elite guards. Typically, soldiers, upon retiring, found refuge in the service of great families, acting as protectors. Each of these soldiers had seen battle, their hands stained with blood. Such formidable guards were essential for a merchant convoy, deterring lurking threats and bandits along the route. Zheng Ba rode his slow horse ahead, aware that it was no match for the steeds of these guards. The horses ridden by the guards were battle-hardened and meticulously bred for combat. Acquired at great expense from military sources, these steeds would not flinch in the heat of battle. In contrast, Zheng Ba's group was mounted on slow horses, suitable for pulling carts. Perhaps, but utterly inadequate for warfare. After just a few skirmishes, they would be exhausted and might very well stumble. These slow horses were government-issued and fell woefully short of the quality of the military steeds. Moreover, they were noticeably smaller, lacking half a head in height compared to the guards' mounts, a difference that could easily spell doom for Zheng Ba and his companions. As the caravan approached from a distance, Zheng Ba waved his hand, signaling the large group behind him to give way. Zheng Ba seemed reluctant to provoke the merchants and preferred to avoid offending them. So during their journey, he often yielded to the caravan. After all, he lacked any substantial backing, holding only the meager title of a constable captain. Though this title appeared somewhat prestigious, it was insignificant when faced with the great families. His life could be taken for a mere few hundred or thousand gold coins. If he wished to take someone's life, the mere thought was beyond his courage. Under Zheng Ba's direction, everyone moved to the side of the road. Yanyun also preferred to avoid trouble and chose to step aside. They were only 50 or 60 kilometers from Yin Imperial City, and it was evident that this large procession was headed in that direction. If he were to expose himself here, it would be inevitable that someone would take advantage of the situation. For now, it was better to remain inconspicuous. The first carriage passed by majestically, driven by the shouts of the coachman. However, the curtain of the second carriage was suddenly drawn aside. A fair-skinned young man frowned upon seeing the crowd, instinctively covering his mouth. While the women accompanying him were neatly coiffed and their faces washed clean, their garments were filthy. They had no spare clothing and could only wear the same attire continuously. Suddenly, the young man seemed to recognize someone in the crowd and exclaimed, "Yanyun, is that you?" A woman in the throng trembled at the sound, glancing back before swiftly retreating to Yanyun's side. Upon seeing her, Yanyun frowned. The woman was none other than Fifth Madam Lu Yun'er, the second wife of his second brother, Yan Lei. Lu Yun'er appeared to recognize the young man, but was fearful of being acknowledged, thus hiding behind Yanyun, attempting to shield herself from the young man's calls with his robust figure. "Ha! You are the family of the Yanbei Duke from Yin Imperial City, Exiles." That is, the young man recalled the fate of the Duke's household and could not help but laugh heartily. Stop! Stop everything! Everyone halt!" With a commanding shout, he nimbly leaped down from the carriage. "Lu Yun'er, I know it's you. Do not hide from me. I, the King of Kings, am deeply in love with you. I would recognize you even if you turned to ashes," he declared earnestly. He was the second son of the Wang family, one of the four great merchant families of the Great Yin Empire. The Wang family had risen through grain trading, with a vast industrial chain that reportedly had begun engaging in import and export trade, bringing resources from other nations into the Great Yin Empire and selling its resources to merchants from abroad. This reciprocal trading allowed the Wang family to flourish among the four great merchants. In contrast, Lu Yun'er belonged to the Lu family, another of the four great merchant families. Although the Lu family did not engage in import-export trade, they dominated the maritime business across the Great Yin Empire. All seafood was linked to the Lu family. The Yanbei Duke could resist the Great Chu in the southern regions due to the Lu family's support. The Lu family sought to ally with the Yanbei Duke by marrying their precious daughter to his second son, thereby solidifying their maritime interests. Who could have anticipated that within a year of this alliance, the Yin family would face execution? Now, the entire Great Yin Empire was aware of the Duke's misfortunes. Lu Yun'er immediately recognized the second son of the Wang family, King of Kings. Before her marriage to Yan Lei, she had interacted with him at business exchanges, and he had fallen for her at first sight. He wished to marry her, but her father had instead wed her to the Duke's second son. Upon hearing the news, he had been heartbroken, wishing he could elope with her but hesitating due to the Yin family's power. After all, the Yanbei Duke was a royal relative, the younger brother of the current emperor, who would dare to openly oppose a noble house. However, just yesterday, while passing through Qingshui City, he learned that the Yin family had conspired with foreign enemies and were executed, with their entire household exiled. This news filled him with joy, reigniting his longing for his dream girl. He thought that if he could secretly take Lu Yun'er during her exile, he could finally possess the woman of his dreams. Just moments ago, he had envisioned completing this mission and pursuing her with a few fierce soldiers. Little did he expect that before reaching Yin Imperial City, he would encounter exiles. Seeing these individuals, he smacked his forehead in frustration, cursing under his breath. Damn it, they've only just been exiled. It's not like they've been on the run for days. Why am I thinking about how to chase after them? Yun'er, this time I will not let you go. I have lost you once. I do not wish to lose you a second time. His feelings for Lu Yun'er were profound, to the point that he would willingly sacrifice himself for her. The opportunity lay before him, and he felt as if he were under a spell. Determined not to let Lu Yun'er slip away, Zhang Ba furrowed his brow. He rode over, his expression grave, and said, "Might I inquire your name, young sir? Are you aware that these individuals before you are exiles, carrying the weight of their crimes? To forcibly seize an exile would be tantamount to treason." Wang Zhongwang seemed reluctant to offend Zhang Ba and hurriedly clasped his fists, responding with the demeanor of a cultured gentleman. "I am Wang Zhongwang, second son of the Wang family, one of the 4 great merchant families of the Great Yin Empire." "Oh, so you are the second son of the Wang family. I apologize for my earlier remarks. Please do not take offense." Zhang Ba returned the courtesy with a bow. He was a shrewd man who preferred to avoid making enemies. He understood the importance of self-preservation and had managed to survive the perilous journey of exile thus far. However, regardless of the circumstances, these individuals were the emperor's designated exiles. Should anything happen to them along the way, the emperor would certainly hold him accountable. "I implore you, young Master Wang, do not make this difficult for us." Zhang Ba spoke politely. As the saying goes, respect precedes conflict. "And what if I insist on taking Miss Lu?" Wang Zhongwang replied resolutely. "I cannot comply, unless you want to step over my dead body, or await the emperor's wrath to punish the Wang family." Zhang Ba spoke firmly, his demeanor unyielding and fearless. "Why not show leniency, General, and allow me to pursue my relationship with Miss Lu? After all, the journey ahead is fraught with peril, and Miss Lu may not even make it to the border. If you aid us, I would consider you a benefactor, and my family would treat you as a friend. In the future, we could offer you a favorable position and a handsome reward." Wang Zhongwang began to employ both threats and persuasion. "Moreover, today, my Wang family's caravan has gathered many fierce warriors. Do you think your ragtag group can stop us? If I were to go mad, even my own parents would fear me." Wang Zhongwang clenched his fists. Around the carriage, the fierce warriors seemed to rally in response to their second son's call, surrounding them with a united front. Zhang Ba's brow furrowed deeper. Fifth Madame Lu Yun'er trembled slightly, sensing that conflict was imminent. Fear glimmered in her eyes as she faced the unfolding situation. She felt no affection for Wang Zhongwang and was instead annoyed by his relentless pursuit. She preferred the decisive and valiant nature of a general over the smarmy demeanor of Wang Zhongwang. This was also why she had readily agreed to her father's plan to marry Yin Lei. Little did she expect to encounter Wang Zhongwang, her adversary. Once again in this place, Yanyun truly wished to confront the individual before him with a fierce reprimand. However, he was acutely aware that revealing his true strength was not an option. To strike down this person would only lead to dire consequences. In the eyes of the onlookers, he was merely a fool, someone who could deliver a timely retort when necessary, yet stepping forward as the main figure would undoubtedly lead to his downfall. "Young Master Wang, Lu Yun'er is already wed to the Yin family. She is born of my lineage and shall die as one of our spirits. Furthermore, Lu Yun'er is now a member of the royal family. Do you truly believe that, as an ordinary person, you are worthy of her? If you genuinely wish to marry her, you should boldly approach the palace, adhering to the formal customs of courtship, and present your intentions to His Majesty, instead of resorting to despicable tactics to flaunt your power and oppress us here." At this critical juncture, the esteemed madam stood forth, hailing from a prestigious background. Her father had perished early on the battlefield, yet her grandfather, Zhao Lai, was a former general who protected the nation. After retiring, Yan'an personally constructed a residence for him, which was designated as the War God Manor. This manor was not situated in the capital, but in the nearby Dadi city, close to the Tiger Hell Pass. The madam, Zhao Wenying, was the sole cherished granddaughter of Zhao Lai. Having endured years of warfare, Zhao Lai had only one son, who also met his demise on the battlefield after the madam's birth. Thus, Zhao Wenying embodied all that Zhao Lai held dear. He cherished her immensely. And though she was accustomed to a life of luxury, Zhao Lai's diligent upbringing endowed her with the grace of a noble woman. She bore no disdain for the less fortunate, nor did she look down upon anyone, for her grandfather had risen from humble beginnings to achieve a status revered by many through sheer valor. Upon marrying into the Yin family, Zhao Wenying became the madam of this generation. The servants within the manor addressed her with utmost respect, and this title gradually spread beyond their walls. Confronted with the aggressive demeanor of young Master Wang, Zhao Weiniang remained undaunted, boldly challenging him despite her delicate frame. Young Master Wang recognized her instantly, his infatuation with Lu Yuner having led him to familiarize himself with the esteemed ladies of the War God Manor, particularly the madam. While he might have felt no hesitation with the other ladies, Zhao Weiniang was a different matter entirely. Her grandfather was a former general, still alive and well. And even if the Yin family were to fall, he would not dare to offend Zhao Weiniang. A silence enveloped young Master Wang. Second young master, let us cease hostilities for today and board the carriage. It will take no less than 6 months to reach the wilderness. We have ample time. An aged voice, laden with authority and confidence, called from within the carriage. After a moment of hesitation, young Master Wang complied and descended into the vehicle. Let us proceed. The elder commanded sharply, prompting the transport team to set off. Zheng Ba sighed with relief. The fifth madam, accompanied by her maid Yu, offered a slight bow to Yanyun before returning to her place. Once the caravan passed, Zheng Ba issued an order for the entire troop to advance. This journey was destined to be fraught with challenges. Before nightfall, under Zheng Ba's arrangements, the group sought refuge with a local farming family for the night. The household comprised 6 members, an elderly couple, a middle-aged couple, a daughter, and a son. Upon learning that the exiles were from the War God Manor, the middle-aged man disregarded Zheng Ba's objections and presented a large basin of vegetables, rice, and soup specifically for the madam and her companions. The madam and her party were taken aback, astonished that their stay with this farmer would yield such hospitality. We are the exiled family of the War God Manor. The middle-aged man, Wei Xiong, knelt on one knee, clasping his fists respectfully. His eyes shimmered with admiration and concern for the war god. The group of ladies wore somber expressions, rendered speechless by this unexpected kindness. Zheng Ba stepped forward, stating, "The war god has been accused of treason and conspiracy against the crown. His Majesty, enraged by this, ordered the execution of the Yin Baidu father and son, and the imprisonment and exile of their wives and daughters to the wilderness. We did not wish to impose during our stay, but given the past, I implore you not to interfere, lest you inadvertently bring calamity upon your family." Upon hearing the plight of the war goddess family, Wei Xiong's expression shifted dramatically, a cloud of sorrow crossing his face. As an ordinary citizen, he held no power or influence and recognized the futility of intervening. This was the Emperor's decree, and who would dare defy it? To do so was tantamount to treason, a crime punishable by death. The war god had treated him well previously, showering him with kindness upon his retirement. "This meal is but a token of my gratitude," he insisted, as he began to serve everyone, including the guards, with bowls of vegetables and rice. This was the first time since their exile that they had enjoyed a warm meal, even if it consisted solely of vegetables. It was far better than sneaking tomatoes and bread in the dead of night. Moreover, there was hot soup. To the esteemed guards, "I cannot interfere with the matters of exile, but the war god has made significant contributions to our nation. I hope that you will extend your kindness to the ladies and their families during this journey." Wei Xiong presented a substantial sum of over 1,000 gold coins before Zheng Ba and the others. Lu San and Niu Bi, lured by the sight of gold, grinned in response. "Rest assured, brother, with us around, we will ensure that your family suffers no hardship." Zheng Ba contemplated declining the offer, but ultimately refrained. As a guard, he was accustomed to navigating precarious situations, and rejecting such a gesture could lead to unforeseen complications. Accepting the funds would imply an agreement to the request. Chapter 32. Encountering the black-clad assailants. Refusing might provoke further decisive actions from Wei Xiong. As a seasoned veteran in the escorting business, Zheng Ba was well aware of such dynamics. He could discern that Wei Xiong was a formidable figure, tall and strong. Having served in the elite Tiger Howl cavalry, an equivalent to the most elite forces within the Great Yin Empire. After the meal, Wei Xiong laid out straw mats for everyone, allowing them to rest comfortably in the thatched cottage. The madam and her companions expressed their gratitude profusely. After completing his duties, Wei Xiong quietly departed. Noticing that it was still early, Yanyun stepped outside the thatched cottage. "Hey, big brother, do you have any meat? I want to eat meat." Yanyun waddled into Wei Xiong's family residence under the watchful eyes of Zheng Ba and the others. Wei Xiong, having seen him earlier, recognized the war god's foolish son and was taken aback by his unexpected presence. "We do have some, though it's quite limited. We included some in the vegetables earlier," Wei Xiong replied, furrowing his brow. "Hey, General Wei, you are generous," Yanyun exclaimed, giving a thumbs up in his typical naive manner. Wei Xiong chuckled awkwardly. "Please, young Master Yin, have a seat." Yanyun plopped down on the ground. Much to the concern of Zheng Ba and the others, who remained vigilant, fearful that he might bolt at any moment. I have seen you in the military camp before, Yanyun said foolishly. I have also encountered the third young master. Back then, he was still young, and his mind was not yet clouded. Even if it were clouded, at least he was not implicated. Wei Xiong's expression turned somber as he sighed deeply, saying, Alas, the third young master is unaware. My injuries have already healed, and I am preparing to gather a few fellow villagers to seek the opportunity to enlist in the army. But now, as Wei Xiong spoke, his voice choked with emotion. Enlisting is wonderful. Serving the country is splendid. Protecting the mountains and rivers. After saying this, Yanyun turned and left with a silly grin. Wei Xiong scratched his head, unsure of what Yanyun meant by those words. He did not voice any objections. To him, Yanyun was merely a fool. Could one expect meaningful conversation with a fool? If he could communicate well, he would not be a fool. Upon returning to the thatched cottage, night had completely fallen. Yanyun sprawled on the ground, soundly asleep. The other women paid him no mind. Except for the first and second ladies, everyone knew he was a fool, and conversing with him was a waste of energy. Fortunately, none of the sisters bore him any disdain. While the others were oblivious to Yanyun's intentions in speaking with Wei Xiong, the first and second ladies understood clearly. Yanyun was certainly not idly engaging in small talk. He sought to gather information regarding Wei Xiong's current physical condition and his willingness to enlist. After all, Wei Xiong had once been a fierce soldier under his father's command. Securing such a fierce warrior would be advantageous, even if he did not go to battle. At the very least, he could train troops in the barracks. Yanyun had achieved his objective. Wei Xiong had not said much, revealing in just a few words what Yanyun wished to know, and thus, he directly turned and left. The first and second ladies exchanged knowing smiles. They undoubtedly understood Yanyun the best. They realized that as long as Yanyun was around, there was hope for the future of the Protector Duke's estate. With his wisdom, calmness, endurance, and intelligence, it was entirely possible for him to stage a comeback against the Yin family. They seemed to envision the resurgence of the Protector Duke's estate. In the dead of night, around 10 o'clock, on a hill not far from Wei Xiong's home, a dozen men in black gathered, seemingly awaiting someone's arrival. Before long, one of the black-clad men hurriedly approached. General, the news is confirmed. The exiled individuals have taken refuge at a farm. My subordinates have been watching them for several hours, and it is now certain they are all residing here. Excellent. These fellows have finally arrived. A burly man's eyes sparkled with delight. Unable to contain his excitement, he exclaimed, Brothers, wealth and glory are beckoning us. There is an order from above. As long as we capture these women, each woman is worth 100,000 gold coins. 100,000 gold coins. This is exhilarating. Remember, we must capture all the women alive. These are all glimmering gold coins, and the rest must be killed. Leave not a single one alive. The burly man reminded emphatically, We shall obey the general's orders. The eyes of the black-clad men gleamed with excitement. 100,000 gold coins per woman. It was reported that there are at least 14 women among the exiles. My goodness, that amounts to a staggering 14 million gold coins. This is no small fortune. With such wealth, who would still want to be a soldier? One could buy a mansion, marry several beautiful wives, and enjoy a life of luxury in the latter half of their days. It is still early. Let us wait until 3 in the morning to descend the mountain. We will swiftly eliminate everyone in the household, leaving no survivors. Although these individuals are not worth as much as the women, it has been stated that each head is worth 100,000 gold coins. 100,000 gold coins per head. Delightful. Utterly delightful. They are all walking gold coins. The fervor of the black-clad men was ignited. This was additional income. However, we must be cautious. The captain of the constables is no trifling character. This individual has escorted criminals multiple times, and his strength should not be underestimated. Therefore, we must eliminate him first. Once he is dead, the others will be like fish on the chopping block. Good. No problem. We will follow the general's plan. First, we take down the captain of the constables. At 3 in the morning, a group of black-clad men, led by the burly man, silently scaled the earthen wall of Wei Xiong's home and then, with thunderous force, stormed into the rooms where the constables resided. Indeed, the primary objective of these black-clad men was to eliminate all the constables. Once the constables were dead, everything would follow suit. As for Yanyun and the old steward, one was a fool, and the other was an old man on the brink of death. Neither posed any threat. The farmer? Just an honest middle-aged man. Facing these ruthless outlaws, he was merely waiting for death, wasn't he? Chapter 33. Wei Xiong unleashes his might. Kill. The burly man kicked open the thatched door and charged in with his sword drawn. An alert constable, who had been on guard, suddenly awoke and shouted loudly at the intruders. Just as he opened his mouth, Yanyun and Wei Xiong's family were startled awake. Yanyun instinctively stood up, shielding everyone behind him. Wei Xiong, clad only in shorts, grabbed a large cleaver and rushed out without bothering to put on his boots. He thought someone was attempting to harm Yanyun's family. Upon seeing dozens of black-clad men attacking the constable, Wei Xiong sighed in relief momentarily. But then, with a roar of rage, he swung his cleaver at the black-clad men. Regardless of whether these individuals intended to harm Yanyun's family or not, the fact that they had broken and indicated a motive. Before Wei Xiong could charge forward, 2 black-clad men had already targeted him. Seeing Wei Xiong rush out in shorts with a cleaver, one of the black-clad men sneered and maliciously said, "Damn it. I haven't even come after you. And you dare to charge at me. Then I will send you on your way." In his eyes, Wei Xiong was merely a reckless fool. "Kill him." Another black-clad man, grumbling, lunged at Wei Xiong with his sword. Wei Xiong chuckled coldly, gracefully maneuvering his cleaver without engaging head-on. Then, with a sudden twist of his body, he swung his blade down like a mountain crashing down, striking the black-clad man with lightning speed. "Ah!" The black-clad man screamed in agony as half of his body was cleaved in two by Wei Xiong's cleaver. "Damn!" The other black-clad man was astonished, unable to believe Wei Xiong was so ferocious. Dead. After Wei Xiong cleaved one black-clad man in two, he swung his cleaver fiercely and bisected the second black-clad man. The second black-clad man was so intimidated by Wei Xiong's ferocity that he hurriedly raised his sword to defend himself. Clang! With a resounding crash, the sword in the black-clad man's hand was bent from the force. The violent shockwave sent him flying sideways. Dead. Whoosh! The long blade swept through the air, and before the black-clad man could hit the ground, he was cleaved in half. Wei Xiong exhibited remarkable agility and strength. His cleaver, under his skillful command, moved like lightning, precise and without hesitation. The 2 black-clad men were as fragile as tender vegetables in his hands, utterly incapable of defending themselves, and were cleaved in two. This cleaver is extraordinary. Inside the thatched cottage, Yanyun witnessed Wei Xiong's prowess firsthand. From the start of the fight to its conclusion, it transpired in the blink of an eye, without a hint of struggle. Yanyun was utterly impressed by Wei Xiong's martial prowess. He never expected Wei Xiong's combat ability to be so exceptional. No wonder he could serve as the captain of the Tiger Howl Riders. This was still after Wei Xiong's injury. Although his wounds had healed, he was certainly not as strong as before. If he had not been injured, Wei Xiong's combat strength would likely have been even greater. It was no wonder his father valued Wei Xiong so highly, bestowing upon him fertile land, fine horses, cloth, and gold coins. A warrior of such caliber deserves utmost respect. It seems my father had reached a consummate level of discernment, rivaling even a transmigrator like myself. If a mere centurion was this formidable, the 3 dragon braves and 5 tiger generals must be even more so. Alas, I am destined never to see my father again, nor even pay respects to his remains. Of course, I believe my own Herculean strength is considerable. At the very least, Wei Xiong couldn't withstand a single direct confrontation. Sheer force can overcome many techniques, and with my divine strength, a head-on clash would dislocate his arms in an instant. Yet, if technical skill were involved, he would be easily vanquished. Meanwhile, inside the constable's thatched hut, the burly assailant charged in, instantly piercing the skull of a constable at the doorway. The unfortunate man was slain before he could even rise. As the assailant lunged toward a second constable, Lu San, brandishing his sword with his left hand, bravely intercepted the fatal blow amidst his furious cries. However, due to his missing arm, Lu San's strength was significantly diminished, causing him to be propelled backward from the impact. The burly assailant, with a sinister grin, swung his sword at Lu San, bellowing, "Perish, you wretch. You're courting death." Niu Bi, roused from his slumber, hastily wiped the sleep from his eyes, gripped his sword tightly, and parried the assailant's blade just as it was about to strike Lu San. Yet, Niu Bi was clearly outmatched, and the force of the collision nearly caused him to drop his sword. His arm throbbed with pain, and he muttered under his breath, "Damn it. Is this guy on steroids?" Kill. Zhang Ba, who had been lying by the window of the thatched hut, executed a nimble flip and sprang to his feet. With a swift movement, he felled the second intruder. Then, with his sword pointed outward, he accurately pierced the chest of the third assailant entering the hut. By this time, the other constables had begun to stir. Seeing that Lu San and Niu Bi were unable to withstand the burly assailant's attacks, Zhang Ba, using the window frame as leverage, leaped into the air and, propelled by his momentum, deflected the assailant's sword. This act saved Lu San's life, leaving him pale and gasping for breath. Clang, clang, clang. Zhang Ba, with his agile movements, engaged the burly assailant in a flurry of blows. Each clash of swords sent sparks flying. The burly assailant seemed to be no match for Zheng Ba, and beads of sweat began to soak through the veil covering his face. "Who's he?" "Xiaolong. Join me and take this fellow down," the assailant cried out in desperation. "General." A towering figure leaped in through the window, brandishing his sword and lunging at Zheng Ba. Niobi, with a roar, cursed, "I may not be able to defeat him, but I can certainly handle you, you simpleton." Clang. The swords collided, and both Hu Zi and Niobi were forced to retreat several steps. Niobi was astonished. This man's combat prowess was nearly equal to his own. "Die!" Lu San, seizing the opportunity, retrieved a sword from the ground and, as Hu Zi stumbled backward, thrust it into his anus from behind. Hu Zi's face contorted in agony as he spat out, "You sneaky bastard. You stabbed my ass." Before he could finish his sentence, he collapsed to the ground. Hu Zi appeared to struggle to rise, but Lu San yelled at Ergo, who was standing nearby. "Ergo, what are you gawking at? Stab his heart." Ergo, who had been paralyzed with fear, was jolted back to reality by Lu San's words. In his haste and confusion, he grabbed his Guitu blade and slashed it across Hu Zi's neck. Crimson blood spurted out, splattering Ergo and Lu San. Enraged, Lu San bellowed, "You imbecile. I told you to stab his heart, not slit his throat." Ergo was at a loss for words. "General, we're done for. There's a butcher outside. 5 of our brothers are already dead." Xiaolong, gripping his sword, burst in through the doorway, his face ashen. "Let's retreat. If we keep fighting, we'll all perish here," Xiaolong said, his voice trembling with fear. The burly assailant was aghast and instinctively turned to look. Clang. Zheng Ba, capitalizing on the assailant's distraction, struck him back with a swift blow. The assailant was horrified. In just a short time, their band of 13 had dwindled to a mere 5. 2 were inside, and 3 were outside. As Xiaolong attempted to flee the hut, a flash of cold light caught his eye, and Zhao Wu's Guitu blade sliced across his neck. Xiaolong's eyes widened in terror and despair. He discarded his sword and desperately clutched at the gushing wound on his neck. "Ooh, ooh, ooh." Xiaolong struggled to speak, but his words were drowned out by the gushing blood. His pupils dilated, and he collapsed into the pool of blood, breathing his last. With Xiaolong's demise, only 4 of the black-clad figures remained. Zheng Ba charged out and resumed his battle with the burly assailant. The assailant was clearly no match for Zheng Ba, but he was hampered by the lack of reinforcements, as the remaining 3 were preoccupied with Wei Xiong. After Wei Xiong decapitated another assailant, the remaining 2 were at a disadvantage. Sensing the dire situation, the burly assailant turned to flee, but Zheng Ba, with a swift stride, pursued him and plunged his sword into the assailant's chest. The assailant cried out in pain and collapsed to the ground. "Leave him alive," Zheng Ba said. Niobi and Sun Mao rushed forward. One kicked the sword from the burly assailant's grasp, while the others subdued him. Zheng Ba, brandishing his sword, turned his attention to the remaining 2 assailants, dispatching them with ease. The battle was over. Wei Xiong let out a heavy sigh and muttered, "Damn it. Since I retired, this sword hasn't tasted blood. Today it's had its fill." Zheng Ba, surveying the carnage, clasped his hands and said, "General Wei, you are truly worthy of your tigerish cavalry lineage. I am filled with admiration. If not for your righteous intervention, I fear we would have all perished here." Of course, Zheng Ba's words were merely polite. With his own combat prowess, he could have defeated the black-clad figures, but it would have been a matter of time, and at least 2 or 3 of his men would have died. The other constables also looked at Wei Xiong with a mixture of envy and gratitude. Wei Xiong puffed out his chest and said, "In the army, I could take on 10 men single-handedly. These days, I've been tilling the fields and haven't handled a blade in ages. If this were the army, these scoundrels wouldn't even be a warm-up. General Wei, you are truly formidable." "I am filled with admiration," Niobi said, his heart filled with genuine respect. "Alas, I had intended to spend the night at your home and depart early in the morning. Who would have thought that such a thing would happen at your residence?" Zheng Ba said. Wei Xiong said, "What does it matter? As long as you take good care of the Duke's family on the road, I'll pretend nothing happened. Just a few petty thieves. I'll report it to the authorities first thing in the morning." The first madam, hearing the commotion, opened the door and emerged, her steps light and graceful. Surveying the corpses strewn across the courtyard, she furrowed her brow and said, "These thieves appear to have come prepared. It's not as simple as General Wei imagines." "Humph. What if they did? Do you think I'm afraid of them?" Wei Xiong said. The second madam stepped forward and said, "General Wei and Captain Zheng, perhaps you should interrogate this fellow first. See if you can extract any useful information from him." "Good idea." Zheng Ba turned his gaze to the subdued assailant. Wei Xiong retrieved a basin of water and splashed it on the unconscious man, rousing him from his stupor. The formidable man was pierced by a blade, yet he survived the wound. Upon regaining consciousness, he surveyed the crowd surrounding him and, with a somber expression, uttered, Whether you wish to kill or torture me, do as you please, but to extract a single word from my lips, you will not succeed." With that, he closed his eyes once more. Suddenly, Niobe tore away the veil that obscured his face, revealing a countenance that seemed familiar to Wei Xiong. A sudden change washed over Wei Xiong's features as he involuntarily inhaled deeply and commanded, "Kill him." Had General Wei recognized him? Zheng Ba furrowed his brow, while both the first and second ladies knitted their brows in concern. Previously, they were soldiers of the Duke of Protecting the Nation. Now, they feigned ignorance of their master after switching allegiances. No wonder he wore a black cloth over his face. It seems he was involved in some disreputable dealings. Wei Xiong mocked the robust man. With a sigh, the man opened his eyes and stated, "Since you have recognized me, do not hesitate to end my life." Zheng Ba seemed to grasp something vital and directed his gaze towards Wei Xiong. Ignoring Zheng Ba's look, Wei Xiong pressed on, "As you face death, do you not wish to repay the Duke of Protecting the Nation for his past kindness? It seems he treated you rather well, did he not?" A shadow of sorrow crossed the man's face. After a moment's hesitation, his voice trembled as he said, "Luo Zhengfeng and Li Rui are two of a kind. Li Rui covets the beauty of several young ladies of the household. In a bid to curry favor with Li Rui, Luo Zhengfeng sent us to ambush. Luo Zhengfeng, that treacherous scoundrel, an ungrateful wretch." The first lady clenched her fists, her fury palpable. "Kill him." Zheng Ba gestured to Niobe. Niobe drew his sword, ready to plunge it into the robust man's heart. But the man continued, "Li Rui is greedy and lascivious. Even if we perish, he will still send skilled assassins. General Wei, considering our shared camaraderie, this is not a place to linger, nor should you inform the authorities. You cannot contend with them." In his final moments, the man spoke plainly. First, that Li Rui and Luo Zhengfeng would not cease their pursuit and would send more assassins. Second, that alerting the officials would inevitably reveal how they met their demise, placing Wei Xiong and his family in grave danger. With the man's demise, Wei Xiong's brow furrowed. He was becoming acutely aware of the gravity of the situation. Chapter 35, The Third Lady's Proposal. General Wei. The first lady hesitated, unsure of what to say. Zheng Ba clasped his hands in salute. "General Wei, we cannot repay today's kindness. If we meet again, I shall surely repay you double. We cannot accept these gold coins." He produced the 1,000 gold coins that Wei Xiong had gifted them the previous night. Wei Xiong, also realizing the seriousness of their predicament, agreed that they could not remain there any longer. Zheng Ba and the others would head to the wilderness, as their large family could not afford to wait for death. At that moment, the third lady emerged from the house. "General Wei, we are at a loss as to how to repay your kindness. If you do not mind, please take this bracelet to Sunfire City. The Lord of Sunfire City is my father. If he sees the bracelet, he will surely take you and your family in." With that, the third lady removed the only keepsake she had left, a white jade bracelet given to her by her father on her wedding day. "Moreover, please convey to my father that Captain Zheng has not treated us poorly. There is no need to worry about us. Once we reach the wilderness, we will find a way to survive." The third lady recalled her observations of Yanyun. Indeed, although she had remained silent in recent days, she had been discreetly watching him and had come to realize that his apparent foolishness was merely a facade. "General Wei, please accept the bracelet," urged the first lady. Seeking to reassure him, Wei Xiong scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed as he said, "I do know Lord Gua. He is a 10,000-man commander, and I am merely a 1,000-man commander, both serving under the Duke of Protecting the Nation. If that is the case, I shall seek refuge with Lord Gua. But surely, the bracelet isn't necessary." "Not at all. General Wei should take the bracelet," insisted the third lady. "Very well." Wei Xiong relented, accepting the bracelet. "And what of the bodies?" Niobe glanced at Zheng Ba and then at Wei Xiong. "There is an abandoned dry well outside. Let us dispose of them there," Wei Xiong stated without hesitation. "Agreed." Zheng Ba nodded, then inquired, "How many of our comrades have we lost?" "One," Zhao Wu replied, his expression somber. "He died on the spot." "Alas. Let us find a place to bury him along the way," Zheng Ba sighed. With the assistance of several constables, all the corpses of the black-clad men were disposed of into the dry well. Subsequently, they used the moonlight to roughly clear away the traces of the struggle both inside and outside the house. After tidying up, dawn was approaching. Wei Xiong's family had not slept well. Ever since the black-clad men burst in, they had huddled inside the house, trembling in fear. Fortunately, Wei Xiong's combat prowess was extraordinary, as he had single-handedly slain 6 or 7 foes. While they were dealing with the bodies, Yanyun took the opportunity to enter Wei Xiong's dwelling. Inside, he found Wei Xiong's anxious wife and their 2 children. The boy, around 17 or 18 years old, exhibited no signs of fear, which surprised Yanyun. Though it was merely a surprise, the girl, approximately 15 or 16, displayed both vigilance and trepidation. Yanyun did not feign ignorance. Instead, he produced a large bag of gold coins from his storage space and said, "These coins are a token of my gratitude to General Wei. Please inform him that I will be in the wilderness 6 months from now. I wish to help him reassemble a new generation of tiger howlers belonging to the Yin family." Having delivered his message, Yanyun exited the room, leaving Wei Xiong's wife and children in a state of disbelief. The bag contained over 30,000 coins, enough to sustain them for many years. Even without seeking refuge with Guoheng, the family was astonished, unable to comprehend how Yanyun had procured such a substantial sum. After disposing of the bodies, Zheng Ba gave the order for the First Lady and the other exiles to rise and leave Wei Xiong's home. Upon returning to the house, Wei Xiong immediately noticed the large bag of coins on the floor. "What is this?" he exclaimed in confusion. Wei Xiong's son, Wei Quangbiao, leaped from his bed, eyes wide as he asked, "Father, are you certain that Yanyun is merely the foolish son of a noble family?" Puzzled, Wei Xiong inquired, "Why do you say that?" Wei Xiong's daughter, Wei Yanran, gazed at him with wide eyes and retorted, "When Yanyun entered just now, he was clearly not foolish. Why do others insist he is merely a foolish son of a noble family?" "What?" Wei Xiong was dumbfounded, then turned to the bag of coins and asked, "Are you suggesting that these coins were left by young Master Yin?" "Yes, indeed." Wei Xiong's wife nodded, her face pale. It was evident she had not yet recovered from her fright. Wei Xiong's brow furrowed as he pondered. "Did young Master Yin say anything else?" Wei Quangbi replied, he said, "These coins are his gratitude to you. He also mentioned that we should tell you to come to the wilderness in 6 months. He wants you to reassemble a new generation of tiger howlers belonging to the Yin family." Boom. Upon hearing this, Wei Xiong's mind exploded. He opened his eyes wide, staring at Wei Quangbiao, and demanded, "Quangbiao, did he truly say that?" "Indeed, he did. We all heard him," Wei Yanran affirmed. A shiver ran through Wei Xiong's body, disbelief flickering in his eyes. He spoke vacantly. "Could it be? Could it be?" At this juncture, Wei Xiong's expression suddenly hardened, and with a chilling tone, he declared, "You three better remember this. Young Master Yin San has never set foot in our room. He certainly did not utter these words to you. From now on, regardless of whether others inquire or not, keep your mouths tightly shut. Do not let this information slip out, not even in death." Quan Biao, filled with fervor, exclaimed, "Do you not wish to follow in my footsteps? To battle on the battlefield and achieve glory? Your opportunity has arrived. Is it truly so?" Wei Quan Biao rejoiced, springing from his bed with exhilaration. At 18, he had been training under Wei Xiong for years, displaying remarkable combat prowess at such a tender age. Had it not been for Wei Xiong's insistence on keeping him hidden, he would have likely burst forth from the room just moments ago. Wei Xiong had intended to take his son, along with other young men from their village, to join Yin Baidu, but fate had dealt a cruel hand with the decapitation of Yin Baidu and the subsequent exile of the Yin family, disrupting all his plans. Chapter 36. Future daughter-in-law reported. Upon learning that the guests staying tonight were members of the Yin family, Wei Xiong wasted no time and prepared a lavish meal for the officials and the Yin family. Were it not for the limited provisions of vegetables and meat at home, he would have certainly prepared a more sumptuous feast. Now, it seemed, young Master Yin was merely pretending to be oblivious. This revelation was akin to a bombshell. He understood that this information must remain confidential, thus ordering his wife and children to keep silent at all costs. If this were to leak, the great Yin Empire would undoubtedly be thrown into turmoil. This was no jest. Damn, had I known young Master Yin was feigning ignorance, I should have sent my son out to showcase his skills before him. Wei Xiong lamented. It had been a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity that he had inadvertently squandered. But I must acknowledge that my combat skills and endurance still require refinement. After further training, there will be ample chances ahead. Wei Quan Biao steadied his restless spirit and spoke with composure. "Ah, my son has matured, learning the art of patience. Very well. Enough chatter. Quickly inform your grandparents to gather their belongings. This place is no longer safe. We must depart before dawn." Wei Xiong stated with a hearty laugh. "But where are we headed?" Wei Xiong's wife hesitated, reluctant to leave their ancestral home, where their forebears had resided. The sudden departure was hard for her to accept. Those cloaked figures outside are not simple characters. If they trace us here, our family will surely face dire consequences. The third lady of the Yin family has arranged a refuge for us. We must pack swiftly and leave post-haste. Wei Xiong replied decisively. System alert. Detecting a potential sovereign-subject relationship between Wei Xiong and the host, successfully binding the emotional system. Current emotional values from Wei Yanran towards the host will be generated. System alert. detecting a potential sovereign-subject relationship between Wei Quan Biao and the host. Successfully binding the emotional system. Current emotional values from Wei Quan Biao towards the host will be generated. System alert. Detecting a potential marital relationship between Wei Yanran and the host. Successfully binding the emotional system. Current emotional values from Wei Yanran towards the host will be generated. What does this mean? A sovereign-subject relationship? A marital relationship? Yanyun was taken aback upon hearing the three alerts. While the former was somewhat acceptable, the latter raised countless questions. Could it mean that Wei Yanran would become his wife in the future? The image of her gentle and beautiful countenance flashed in his mind. Indeed, that visage belonged to Wei Yanran. Ding, Wei Xiong, shocked, confused, incredulous, unbelieving, emotional value 4. Ding, Wei Quan Biao, shocked, confused, ecstatic, hopeful, restless, emotional value 5. Ding, Wei Yanran, shocked, confused, infatuated, emotional value 3. With the binding of relationships, the trio contributed their respective emotional values, bestowing him with a total of 12 emotional points. This indicated that their paths were destined to cross again. It seemed that his earlier words had resonated with Wei Xiong and his daughter, indirectly affirming their trust in him. With such bonds established, betrayal was out of the question. Excellent. Yanyun smiled broadly. The more individuals he bound to him, the greater his collection of emotional values. Wei Quan Biao and Wei Yanran. The names chosen by the rugged Wei Xiong were surprisingly interesting, one exuding power, the other embodying grace. How delightful! A smile danced upon Yanyun's lips. Following this incident, the officials treated the First Lady and her family with newfound respect, realizing the vast influence of the Duke of protecting the nation. Even in death, those loyal to him would rise to his aid. The Yin family was unlike other exiles. The Duke had supported countless individuals during his tenure. And although they were unaware of the specifics, they knew that anyone aided by him would harbor gratitude. These individuals were predominantly from military backgrounds. As the saying goes, a dead camel is larger than a horse. Even in their current plight of exile, there would be those willing to help, driven by mere gratitude, which would benefit them immensely. Perhaps this was the legacy of Yin Baidu during his lifetime. As a time-displaced individual, Yanyun was well aware of this principle. Thus, he deliberately left a substantial bag of gold coins for Wei Xiong's family as a gesture of appreciation and to foster goodwill. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. They had refrained from staying with farmers during this time to avoid unnecessary risks. After all, Luo Zhengfeng and Li Rue would likely resort to assassination and ambush tactics. Zhengba had to remain vigilant. Today, they were to enter a vast grassland, embarking on a journey that would take them 10 days across the plains. Once they traversed the grassland, they would reach the next city, Qingshui City. As dawn broke, the group commenced their journey. Before their departure, Zheng Ba solemnly stated, "The road across the grassland is far more arduous and perilous than the mountain paths. Therefore, we must hasten our pace and not delay. While the mountains harbor mere beasts, the grasslands are rife with bandits, brigands, and packs of wolves and lions. So, everyone, keep your ears perked and remain vigilant. At the slightest hint of danger, obey commands and refrain from acting independently to minimize casualties." Zheng Ba's tone was grave and his words sharp. This admonition was directed at both the exiles and his subordinates. The death of a colleague had robbed him of peace during the night. He understood that once casualties began during an exile, more would inevitably follow, a harsh reality born from experience. As a seasoned escort, he had seen more than his fair share of adversity. Previously, death had only occurred on the grasslands, and now, before even reaching that perilous expanse, they had already suffered one loss and another gravely injured. The journey ahead loomed increasingly daunting. Curse Lu San. As the vice captain, he should have been the backbone of their team. Instead, he had rendered himself incapacitated. Just the mention of Lu San ignited a fire of frustration within Zheng Ba. With each loss among his ranks, the pressure on him grew ever heavier. No matter how formidable he was, he could not fend off numerous foes alone. Fortunately, among the escort was a formidable woman, which alleviated some of Zheng Ba's burdens. He began contemplating whether to provide Lung Shiji with a sword, for the bandits and brigands of the grasslands were truly loathsome. Chapter 37. Tonight's Feast of Meat Sandwiches. The first day passed without incident. This area was merely the outskirts of the grassland. Only by venturing deeper would the true dangers reveal themselves. Upon entering the grassland, the temperature began to drop, despite the blazing sun overhead. It was far less stifling than before. However, the vast grasslands are not only plagued by the assaults of bandits and wild beasts. The scarcity of water presents a significant challenge as well. At times, after traveling for a day or two, one might not encounter a single stream, unless a torrential rain transforms the terrain into rivers of standing water. The main contingent takes a break every 2 to 3 hours. A grueling routine that has forced these delicate women to confront the harsh realities of their situation. In comparison to the rugged journey, enduring fatigue is far preferable to the threat of danger. Walking merely brings exhaustion, yet it does not equate to the loss of life. In perilous situations, however, one could easily face the grim possibility of death. Yenshu and Yangqing, being the younger ones, can find respite in Yanyun's arms when they grow weary. Unlike the other women who have no such luxury, the old steward, burdened by age, struggles to keep pace with the main group. Each step a testament to his weary condition. Yet, he dares not slow down, fearing it may hinder the progress of the others. The matriarch deliberately reduces her speed, allowing everyone a moment to catch their breath. Yanyun, like a mischievous rascal, sprawls on the ground every hour and a half, ignoring the admonitions of the guards. He revels in his laziness for a good while, letting the day slip by unnoticed. At 3 in the morning, Yanyun awakens once more, stealthily preparing provisions for the group. After a strenuous day of travel, their bodies ache, and their stomachs growl with hunger. At this juncture, they find themselves over 100 kilometers from Yanhua City. Yet Yanyun has not fully revealed his capabilities. For the past few days, their diet has consisted solely of tomatoes and steamed buns, and with the tomatoes nearly depleted, he must resort to other foodstuffs. Fortunately, the supply of buns remains ample, freshly steamed by the palace chefs the night before the family's exile. The palace, bustling with a myriad of personnel, concubines, maids, eunuchs, and guards, ensures that each batch of buns produced lasts for several days. Thus, Yanyun's storage is sufficient to sustain them for a year or two. He has never worried about provisions, having purchased tomatoes for the week. And given the chef's limited procurement this time, they have nearly consumed their supply. It is time to change the menu. After Yanyun rises, the matriarch and the second matron follow suit, serving as Yanyun's eyes and ears, assisting with the distribution of meals. Amidst the bustling activity in the storage space, Yanyun presents them with 16 buns. Only buns today? The matriarch exclaims, slightly taken aback, while the second matron shares her confusion. Recalling Yanyun mentioning the presence of tomatoes alongside the buns, Yanyun takes a bite of a bun, saying, "Let us see what's inside first." Both women take a bite and discover meat. The matriarch's eyes widen in astonishment, while the second matron is left in shock. "We have meat to eat now?" they exclaim, delighted. Indeed, meat-filled buns. Fresh, isn't it? Meat-filled buns. Does that mean meat is stuffed inside? Isn't it supposed to be the other way around? They had never heard of such a delicacy before. The buns, filled with braised pork prepared by the palace chefs the previous evening, are a delightful surprise. Though they frequently enjoyed braised pork in the manner, the absence of meat for days had made this unexpected treat all the more poignant. Their eyes brimmed with admiration for Yanyun, who had provided such a feast. "How does it taste?" Yanyun inquires, finishing a bun in a few bites. "Delicious," praises the second matron. "This flavor seems familiar." As if only the palace chefs could achieve such a standard, the matriarch comments, "Wait, have you had braised pork in the palace before?" Yanyun asks, intrigued by the matriarch's discerning palate. "Yes, before marrying your brother, I dined at the palace with grandfather a few times," she replies candidly. "Oh, so, you brought these provisions from the palace?" The matriarch questions as she continues to eat. "That is a matter for another time," Yanyun sidesteps the inquiry, preferring to keep certain truths close to his chest for now. "Is there enough?" He assures them, "There is plenty more." "That is enough for now." Both matriarchs, wary of future shortages, strive to conserve their rations. Ding. Matriarch's gratitude surprise, emotional value 2 points. Ding. Second matron's astonishment bewilderment shock, emotional value 3 points. Ding. Third matron's surprise suspicion incredulity, emotional value 3 points. How did the third matron also gain emotional value? Yanyun muses, as he had not received any emotional points in recent days. It seems this innovation, the meat-filled buns, has stirred even the third matron from her slumber. Could it be that she has sensed his hidden contributions to their meals? Now, his emotional value has reached 223 points. Under the diligent efforts of the matriarch and the second matron, everyone enjoyed the delectable meat-filled buns. Yanyun, however, remained oblivious to their busyness. Sprawling on the ground in blissful slumber, the group had grown accustomed to this mealtime routine, and while they savored the buns, the matriarch and second matron's hushed whispers filled the air. This was their first taste of meat since their exile began, a stark contrast to Wei Xiong, who, while also including meat in his meals, could not afford to serve large portions to everyone. The meat-filled buns nourished the taste buds of all present, leaving the old steward reflective. Though he knew not who was assisting them from the shadows, he speculated that it likely involved the families of the matriarchs. However, as they remained tight-lipped, he did not press for details. Yenshu and Yangqing, preoccupied with their meal, paid no heed to the origins of their food. Chapter 38. Will there be more meat tonight? The young maidens were filled with emotion, astonished that their journey of exile could yield such favorable treatment. In their understanding, this path was meant for drinking from streams and nibbling on grass by the roadside. Yet now, they found themselves either receiving food from unseen benefactors or dining in the homes of others. This hardly resembled an exile. It felt akin to a leisurely trip. And this was merely the beginning. As Yanyun grew bolder, soon they would no longer have to endure hunger. However, the time had not yet come. He still needed to exercise patience. Moreover, with Lu San, Niu Bian, and Ergo remaining, Yanyun would not reveal his true strength. These three posed a significant threat. Until they were dealt with, there would be a risk of them seeking royal intervention, much like Luo Zhengfeng, the kind of ungrateful wretches who would turn against him. After finishing the meat-filled buns, everyone succumbed to sleep once more. The cold winds of the vast grasslands swept through the night, and the women huddled together to stave off the chill. 2 guards on night watch leaned against their horses, drowsily dozing off, their heads occasionally lifting to survey their surroundings before succumbing to fatigue once again. The flat expanse of the grasslands, shrouded in a dim light, allowed glimpses of distant scenery. As dawn broke, a chill enveloped Yanyun, awakening him from his dreams. Observing the thinly clad women around him, he furrowed his brow, realizing it was essential to provide them with some warm undergarments. He glanced at his emotional value before accessing the system marketplace. The emotional system remained in its nascent stage, prompting Yanyun to explore the clothing section, specifically the male and female apparel options. Inside were down jackets, suits, dresses, leggings, sweaters, and jeans. Surprisingly, there were no autumn tops or bottoms. Yanyun felt somewhat helpless. It seemed that these items were categorized under undergarments. Unfortunately, his current level was insufficient to purchase such items. If only he could acquire undergarments, it would be splendid. With no other option, Yanyun turned his attention to sweaters and leggings. Given the current temperature, wearing both during the day appeared rather excessive. Both items contained fluff, making them suitable for the night to ward off the cold, but during the day, with the sun shining and everyone constantly moving, it would undoubtedly lead to discomfort and excessive sweating. Moreover, a sweater required 5 points of emotional value, while a pair of leggings demanded 4. If he were to purchase both, he would need at least 126 points of emotional value for himself and the 14 women present, excluding him and the old butler. Such an expenditure would deplete his resources significantly. It was far too costly. Yanyun then opened the daily necessities section and recalled the tents available in the miscellaneous goods. The tents were categorized into 3 levels: basic tents, mid-range tents, and luxury tents. The basic tent cost 100 points of emotional value, with an area of 10 square meters, accommodating 5 people. The comfortable tent cost 200 points, covering 15 square meters for 8 people, furnished with carpets and bedding. The luxury tent, priced at 300 points, spanned 30 square meters, fitting 10 people, featuring carpets, beds, bedding, and insulation suitable for both winter warmth and summer coolness, while also providing protection against insects and wild beasts. Upon seeing the 3 levels of tents, Yanyun was taken aback. He could purchase 2 basic tents immediately, but their facilities were inadequate and lacked safety measures, rendering them almost useless. The comfortable tent was an option, yet it lacked beds and could not ensure warmth in winter or coolness in summer, nor could it fend off insects or wild animal attacks. Conversely, the luxury tent appeared to be the most appealing. With carpets, beds, and bedding, it could provide both warmth and coolness. Although it was said to accommodate only 10 people, its spaciousness would easily fit their entire group. Worst case, 2 people could share a blanket. Most importantly, it guaranteed protection against wild animal attacks, ensuring their safety even in the face of wolves or lions. However, redeeming a tent remained a distant prospect. Patience was necessary. Obtaining the luxury tent was the ultimate goal. It seemed imperative to intensify the collection of emotional value in the coming days. If possible, he could have the first and second ladies inform the other ladies that he was the provider of food. If necessary, he might even show a few of the sisters how he procured food. Yet, doing so might expose his capabilities, presenting him with a significant challenge. As dawn broke, Zheng Ba issued the command, and everyone set forth on their arduous journey once again. Fortunately, they had all enjoyed meat-filled buns in the early morning, leaving them invigorated and free from fatigue. Yen Shuer licked the remnants of meat from the corner of her mouth, grasped her mother's hand, and with her bright, sparkling eyes, softly inquired, "Mother, will there be meat again tonight?" The third lady, Gua Iren, smiled gently, glancing at Yanyun, and replied, "As long as Shuer behaves, there will definitely be meat tonight." "Wow, that's wonderful," Yen Shuer exclaimed joyfully, her hands dancing with excitement. This exuberant declaration drew the attention of Zheng Ba and the other officials. Zheng Ba said nothing and continued walking. However, Lu San and Niu Bian furrowed their brows. Little beauty, what did you just say about it being wonderful? Lu San asked, a harmless smile plastered on his face. Yan Shuer huffed defiantly. I won't tell you. Humph. Lu San, displeased, elongated his voice. Listen here. Don't you dare pull any tricks on us, even though we've relaxed our scrutiny. Don't take it too far. Niu Bian chimed in. Exactly. Our duty is to keep an eye on you. Yan Qing'er, irritated, retorted. When you were at General Wei's house, why didn't you say that? If it weren't for General Wei's assistance, you all would have been buried by the roadside long ago. Damn it. You little brat, what did you just say? Are you getting too bold? Lu San shouted angrily. The First Lady quickly interjected. Children speak without thinking. Adults shouldn't stoop to their level. However, the Second Lady did not share the First Lady's amiable demeanor, her expression icy as she stated. Are Shuer and Qing'er's words incorrect? If they are, may I ask what insidious meaning you can derive from a mere wonderful? Or is being buried by the roadside not good enough for you? Faced with the Second Lady's frigid words, Lu San and Niu Bian appeared troubled, stammering in response. Indeed. One could hardly extract any treasonous implications from a simple wonderful. Chapter 39. Tonight, I want to see a performance. Being buried by the roadside might be considered a rather favorable fate for them, far better than being tossed into a dry well or left to rot in the wilderness. It must be acknowledged that had it not been for Wei Xiong's intervention, it was likely that more than one among them would have met a similar fate. Perhaps even Lu San and Niu Bian could have been among them. Shuer and Qing'er, well done. From now on, speak freely. Don't fear them, if trouble arises. Uncle San can always break another arm. After all, he doesn't care. Yanyun naturally would not indulge Lu San and Niu Bian's bad habits, promptly voicing his support for his two little nieces. Rest assured, Uncle San, I will ensure I do not indulge them in the future. Yan Qing'er patted her small chest affirmatively. Lu San and Niu Bian's expressions turned a deep shade of purple. Lu San instinctively touched his severed arm. The wound had healed completely, and in a few days, it would be fully recovered. However, that arm was forever lost. In Yanyun's presence, they dared only to engage in verbal sparring. Should it come to physical confrontation, they lacked the courage. Not to mention the formidable Sixth Lady, Lung Shiji. Just Yanyun alone would suffice to keep them on their toes. Detected that Li Rui and the host are in an adversarial relationship, successfully bound to the emotional system. All emotions Li Rui harbors towards the host will yield emotional value. Detected that Luo Zhifeng and the host are in an adversarial relationship, successfully bound to the emotional system. All emotions Luo Zhifeng harbors towards the host will yield emotional value. While Yanyun and his group were on the move, two more notifications sounded. Li Rui and Luo Zhifeng were bound in an adversarial relationship. It seemed clear that the misfortunes that befell his family were undoubtedly linked to these two. With this adversarial relationship established, what further explanations were needed? Li Rui, Luo Zhifeng. Yanyun instinctively clenched his fists, his gaze radiating hatred. Yet, within his eyes flickered a soft smile, one of gratitude towards Li Rui and Luo Zhifeng. Without their groundwork, his arrival in this world would not have allowed him to realize his fullest potential. In truth, he owed thanks to their actions. Nevertheless, it was time to clarify the situation and leverage his advantages to cultivate his own influence. If he could usurp the throne from Yin Nandu, it would be even better. Ding. Luo Zhifeng learned that his assassination team was intercepted and annihilated. Emotions of surprise, confusion, irritation, and anger resulted in 5 emotional value for the host. Ding. Li Rui discovered the interception failed, and the team was wiped out, yielding 3 emotional value due to his anger, confusion, and surprise. Li Rui was truly stingy. Both were enemies, yet he had not shown as much generosity as Luo Zhifeng. At least Luo Zhifeng contributed 5 points of emotional value. Li Rui only offered 3. What a miserly, greedy scoundrel. Yanyun bestowed a new title upon Li Rui. In Yanhuang City, at the Prime Minister's residence, Luo Zhifeng hurried to report to Li Rui after receiving the news of the assassination failure. The entire team has been wiped out, he reported, his expression grim. Li Rui furrowed his brow and asked in dissatisfaction, such insignificant officers, yet you couldn't eliminate them. What manner of rabble do you have in your ranks? Luo Zhifeng, perplexed, replied, the captain of the assassination team is one of my subordinate generals. He is charged into battle alongside me. Li Rui scoffed. A mere general who cannot take down a handful of insignificant officers? I seriously doubt your general's capabilities. Just as Luo Zhifeng was about to explain, Li Rui derisively interjected. General Luo, you desperately need to improve your ability to discern talent. In this regard, you are far behind Yin Bei. Luo Zhifeng could only lament in silence. After his mockery, Li Rue earnestly continued, failing to attract high-caliber talent will prevent us from intimidating neighboring nations. Consequently, even if you attain the position of Duke of the Protectorate, you will swiftly be usurped by those with ambition. You must take this matter seriously. Luo Zhenfeng nodded in agreement. Thank you, Chancellor, for your guidance. I indeed need to enhance my discernment. However, I will require your continued instruction. Of course, if I do not guide you, who else would I instruct? We are in this together. If you soar, I, Li Rue, shall bask in the glory as well. Though Li Rue spoke lightly, he remained acutely aware of the larger picture. Luo Zhenfeng nodded. Enough. Do not berate yourself further. I am aware that the captain of the officers escorting the criminals is Zheng Ba. This fellow possesses a bit of cunning and his combat prowess is acceptable. If your general met with misfortune, it is likely at the hands of this individual. Li Rue stated. Zheng Ba? Luo Zhenfeng had not heard of this name. And if indeed the general was defeated by Zheng Ba, would that not imply that Zheng Ba's strength surpassed that of a mere general? If I could recruit him to serve under me as a general, would that not? This fellow is inflexible. I have no fondness for such individuals. Li Rue, aware of Luo Zhenfeng's thoughts, promptly interrupted him. As the captain of the officers escorting exiled individuals, Zheng Ba typically interacts directly with high-ranking officials in the court. Although Zheng Ba had never met Li Rue face-to-face, Li Rue had some understanding of him, recognizing him as somewhat clever. Unfortunately, he lacked the knowledge of how to bribe superiors or curry favor with them, which is why he remained merely a lowly captain without rising through the ranks. Upon hearing Li Rue's words, Luo Zhenfeng refrained from further discussion. Though he regretted the loss of potential talent, he felt powerless, having acknowledged his own deficiencies in discerning merit. Yan Bei had only taught him about commanding troops, training soldiers, and strategizing on the battlefield, but had not equipped him with the skills of discernment, deception, or duplicity. He understood that to thrive in the realm of politics, he must diligently study more about intrigue and conspiracy. While the general's demise was closely linked to Zheng Ba, it is imperative that you send someone to investigate and ascertain whether there were other parties involved. Li Rue made a gesture across his neck, indicating the gravity of the situation. Luo Zhenfeng hastily replied, "To be candid, Chancellor, I have already dispatched individuals to conduct a thorough investigation. I cannot allow my men to perish without reason." Li Rue chose to change the topic, stating, "I have heard that a troupe of performers has recently arrived in Yanhuang City. Are you aware of this?" "Indeed. Just yesterday, on my way back to the residence, I caught a glimpse of their performance. The show was quite splendid. If the Chancellor is interested, I can immediately send word for them to perform at the Chancellor's residence." "Oh no, to perform at the villa outside the city," Luo Zhenfeng eagerly proclaimed. "Very well." Li Rue nodded in agreement. That same day, Luo Zhenfeng contacted the performance troupe and hosted Li Rue at a lavish villa on the outskirts of Yanhuang City. The troupe consisted of 10 individuals, each skilled in various forms of weaponry. Li Rue and Luo Zhenfeng enjoyed drinks while watching the martial arts display, their expressions relaxed and content. After the performance concluded, Li Rue instructed Luo Zhenfeng to prepare a banquet. Before the banquet commenced, Li Rue made a point to invite the captain of the performance troupe to join in the feast. The captain, a middle-aged man, possessed a handsome visage and a robust physique, exuding an air of valor. Luo Zhenfeng found this puzzling. Unable to comprehend why Li Rue would invite a mere captain of a performance troupe to dine with them. Was this captain not extraordinary? Who was Li Rue, after all? He was the esteemed chancellor of the realm. Conversely, who was Luo Zhenfeng? He was the grand general of a nation, the highest-ranking military authority in the Dian Empire to date. How could a civil servant of such stature dine with a lowly captain? This seemed utterly absurd. Luo Zhenfeng failed to perceive Li Rue's true intentions in entertaining the performer, mistakenly believing it was purely for enjoyment. However, it soon became evident that Li Rue had ulterior motives. What could those motives be? Luo Zhenfeng, lacking sophistication, could not fathom. The banquet commenced. "Mr. Xue, your martial skills have grown increasingly refined. Today's performance showcased the mastery of weaponry to perfection. I raise this cup in your honor. I shall drink first as a gesture of respect." Li Rue raised his cup, toasting to the captain of the troupe. Luo Zhenfeng watched in bewilderment. What on earth is happening? The Chancellor of the realm is toasting to a captain of a performance troupe? If others were to witness this, they would never believe it. Not even I, Luo Zhenfeng, would accept such a reality. Since becoming the general of the cavalry, it seems Li Rue has only formally toasted me once. This is quite difficult for me to accept. How could a mere captain deserve such recognition? The captain of the troupe raised his cup and reciprocated the gesture, downing the drink. "Haha, Mr. Xue, you are far too courteous. It seems we are old friends. Had it not been for the servants in my residence mentioning your troops' arrival in Yanhuang City, I would have remained unaware. You old fellow. Having come to Yanhuang City, you ought to have visited my residence. Upon hearing this, Luo Zhengfeng suddenly understood. No wonder the two men were conversing as if they were old acquaintances, casually drinking and chatting. Especially the captain, who faced Li Rui, the chancellor, with neither humility nor arrogance, maintaining a calm demeanor. Xue Wu chuckled wryly. You hold the esteemed position of chancellor, while I am merely a lowly captain. One is of the heavens and the other of the earth. If I were to pay a visit and be turned away by your guests, it would surely tarnish your dignity as chancellor. Haha, you old rascal, you truly possess a sense of humor. Li Rui laughed heartily. Xue Wu shook his head with a wry smile and said, Now speak plainly. Why have you invited me here today? Do not say it is simply to watch my performance, nor that we are merely catching up. You, Li Rui, do not have the luxury of time. Haha, you know me well, Xue Wu. Li Rui laughed again. Luo Zhifeng frowned. Indeed, Li Rui was not merely interested in the performance, he had his own agenda. This cunning scheme was executed with such finesse. By inviting the performers under the guise of nostalgia, he subtly introduced his true purpose. My intellect, clearly insufficient. Luo Zhifeng lamented. Damn it. With my limited intellect, if I continue in this political arena, I'm bound to be in dire straits one day. Luo Zhifeng began to regret his choice of path. His mind simply lacked the capacity. He had been sold by Li Rui. Yet here he was counting the money for him. To be completely honest, I do have a matter that requires your assistance. Li Rui's tone shifted as he spoke with increasing respect. Xue Wu remained silent, awaiting the continuation. Luo Zhifeng, unsure of Li Rui's intentions, refrained from interjecting. You are aware of the matters concerning the Duke of the Protectorate's estate, correct? Li Rui took a sip of his wine and casually inquired. Luo Zhengfeng's eyes revealed a glimmer of astonishment, as if he had grasped Li Rui's objective. Xue Wu nodded. I know a little. The family of the Duke of the Protectorate has already faced exile. I wish to commission you to intercept and eliminate the officers. Only the officers, spare the others. Li Rui narrowed his eyes as he spoke. Intercept the officials. Xue Wu's eyes narrowed. Intercepting officials was indeed a crime against the emperor. If you don't speak, I don't speak, and he doesn't speak, who would know it was us? Li Rui said with a faint smile. Xue Wu rested his chin on one hand, pondering for a moment before replying. It seems the Prime Minister has me at his mercy today. Haha, Li Rui laughed heartily. To be honest, we have already sent a group to intercept them. However, the captain of the officials is both brave and cunning, and our men were completely wiped out. So, is the Prime Minister not afraid of our men being annihilated? Xue Wu turned his head to inquire. Who is Xuexing? He hails from a martial arts family, and few can match you. Moreover, Xuexing appears to be a mere juggler. But who knows what clandestine activities you are involved in behind the scenes. If you help me pull off this job, I shall reward you with 10 million gold coins. Li Rui boldly declared. 10 million? Xue Wu was somewhat tempted. It was indeed a substantial sum. With 10 million gold coins, he could retire from the juggler, assassin, profession, assume a new identity, and find a rural village to live with his wife and children in peace. However, despite his excitement, Xue Wu did not lose his composure. As far as I know, the eldest daughter of the Lung family, Lung Shiji, is also among the exiles, correct? Xue Wu asked. Yes, Lung Shiji is indeed among them. Luo Zhengfeng replied without a second thought. Upon hearing this, Li Rui shot him a fierce glare. Luo Zhengfeng was puzzled, unsure why the Prime Minister would glare at him. Had he misspoken? Luo Zhengfeng was utterly confused. Lung Shiji is not to be trifled with. With her presence, the difficulty of the assassination will surely increase. Xue Wu stated. Li Rui's brow furrowed. Luo Zhengfeng's forehead broke into a cold sweat. He finally understood why Li Rui had glared at him so fiercely. He had indeed said something inappropriate. Is a mere soft woman truly something Xuexing fears? Li Rui asked, frowning. Xue Wu shook his head. She is not an ordinary delicate woman, as I understand it. The elder of the Lung family, who is also the sparring instructor in Yanbei, has long since passed on his martial skills to Lung Shiji. Moreover, her swordsmanship is exceptionally refined. It is not something an average person can withstand. Just tell me how we can eliminate these individuals and quietly capture the officials. Li Rui's impatience began to show. Increase the stakes by half. Xue Wu calmly raised his index finger. Adding half seems rather excessive, does it not? Li Rui's eyes narrowed into slits, a hint of murderous intent emanating from him. This is hardly excessive. Moreover, once the mission commences, we require an advance of half. Xue Wu remained unfazed by Li Rui's threatening aura. Continuing, I need to invite a master swordsman. With this expert, not only can we eliminate the officials, but we can also subdue Lung Shiji. I am quite familiar with the Prime Minister's character. One must ask, what a beauty with such exceptional sword skills would be like to play with. Though his words were somewhat crude, they resonated deeply with Li Rue. A surge of excitement coursed through Li Rue's veins as he clenched his fists and replied fiercely, very well. Let us add another 10 million. If possible. There is no need to bring back the third son of the Yin family. Haha. What use does the Prime Minister have for the third son? He is merely a fool. Xuewu laughed heartily. Let us not waste words. At this point, Li Rue turned his gaze toward Luo Zhengfeng, General Luo. Raise the stakes. Understood. Luo Zhengfeng rose to leave. Shortly after, he commanded his men to bring in 2 chests of gold coins, entering the room. This chest contains 500,000 gold coins. 2 chests total 1 million gold coins. After the task is completed, the remaining coins will be yours. Agreed. Xuewu readily accepted. These coins were bribes recently received by Luo Zhengfeng, but he dared not keep them for himself, thus handing them over to Li Rue. He understood that as long as he followed Li Rue, he would undoubtedly amass an inexhaustible fortune. What was a mere 10 million? Once he ascended to the position of Duke Protector of the nation, what could he not obtain? On the boundless grasslands, Zheng Ba and his companions, riding sturdy horses, escorted the exiles along the main road. On either side, verdant grass stretched out, creating a serene atmosphere. Occasionally, a few deer dashed across their path, only to flee upon spotting the large procession. Upon seeing the deer, Yin Shuer exclaimed, Meat! Meat! I want some meat. Yanyun looked on in disbelief. Hadn't they just feasted on meat-filled pastries last night? It had only been a few hours, and she was already craving more. Once we pass the grassland and the Clearwater City, I will roast meat for you every day, serving you hot pot at every meal. Zheng Ba's brow furrowed as he observed the sudden appearance of the deer. The sighting of herbivores indicates the potential presence of carnivores nearby. Thus, everyone must remain vigilant and not let their guard down. Zheng Ba, experienced in such matters, prepared everyone mentally. There appears to be a large tree ahead. Let us rest beneath it for a while. A massive tree appeared 1,000 meters ahead. From such a distance, its type was indiscernible. But the thick trunk and lush leaves suggested it was a magnificent tree. It was midday, with the sun scorching the earth. Although the temperature had dropped upon entering the grassland, it was still quite warm at noon, and everyone wanted to take a break. Even the officials appeared somewhat weary. Had it not been for Zheng Ba's words, some might have contemplated resting on their horses. 100 meters away from the great tree, Zheng Ba suddenly raised his hand sharply, signaling the procession to halt. Captain? Lu San asked, puzzled. Zheng Ba squinted. I fear a fierce battle is imminent. Niu Bian and the others quickly directed their gazes toward the tree, only to see 2 robust adult lions lying beneath it. Accompanied by lionesses and cubs, there appeared to be at least a dozen in total. This was a medium-sized pride. Lu San's alertness heightened, and he nervously asked, Captain, should we bypass the pride? It may be too late. Zheng Ba lamented. I intended for everyone to rest beneath the tree, but now, alas, I was careless. Yanyun, walking and unable to see as far as Zheng Ba and the others, only caught a glimpse of a few lions rising from the ground. These creatures, with their thick manes, exuded an imposing presence, their size comparable to that of a robust bull, with eyes gleaming with bloodlust and cruelty. This pride consisted of 2 adult males, 6 adult females, and several cubs. The pride seemed to have sensed the presence of the procession. The 2 adult males stood up abruptly, followed by the females. The pride had not fed for 3 days. They lay beneath the tree, waiting for passing merchants. Humans cannot flee as swiftly as beasts, and once they lock onto a target, there is an 80% chance it will become their meal. This sparked their keen interest in hunting humans, unless the entire caravan was mounted on warhorses. Roar! One of the male lions roared towards the sky, and the other lionesses, as if responding to its call, rose from the ground. Roar! The male lion let out another mighty roar and began to charge toward the procession of exiles. Behind it, another male lion and 5 lionesses followed suit. A remaining lioness stood guard beneath the great tree, watching over the young cubs to prevent them from being attacked by other beasts. As the pride charged, the untrained horses beneath the officials began to whinny nervously. These horses had never seen battle before. While they could serve as mounts, they were woefully inadequate for confronting a pride of lions. Fearing that the horses might cause harm to the exiles due to their cowardice, Zheng Ba shouted loudly, Everyone, dismount and prepare to fight. The other officials had never encountered such a scene, paralyzed by fear and too terrified to dismount from their horses. Zheng Ba, consumed by rage, shouted at them, Dismount and fight. The more you cower, the bolder these scoundrels become. Dismount. Whoever dares to remain on horseback, I shall be the first to run them through. Niobe, not one to tolerate such cowardice, swiftly dismounted and brandished his longsword, directing his fury at the officials. Aware of Niu B's temperament, which was even more volatile than Zheng Ba's, the officials reluctantly, under immense pressure, leapt from their steeds, fearing unexpected calamities. Zheng Ba drew a ghost-headed saber from his saddle and approached the crowd, gravely addressing Lady Long Shishi. Lady Line, in dire circumstances, I hope you will lend your aid. This ghost-headed saber belonged to fallen comrades. Among their group, the captain and vice-captain wielded long swords, while the other members bore ghost-headed sabers. Zheng Ba recognized Long Shiji's formidable combat prowess. Thus, in this critical moment, he entrusted her with a weapon. With Long Shiji safeguarding the group, he could better immerse himself in battle. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Long Shiji silently accepted the saber, her expression stoic, positioning herself in front of the women, ready for combat. Chapter 42. Lang Shishi strikes again. Mother, I'm scared. I'm scared too. Wah, Yan Qing heir and Yan Shui heir, upon witnessing the oncoming pride of lions, turned pale and trembled. Qing heir, Shui heir, do not fear. With Aunt Shiji here, no lion can harm us. The First Lady endeavored to calm her racing heart, whispering reassurances. Yanyun clenched his fists, fully prepared for battle. The sheer number of lions was staggering. 2 adult male lions and 5 adult females. If he did not intervene, casualties were inevitable. The officials only needed Zheng Ba and Zhao Wu to survive. The rest of their fates were of no concern to him. His duty was to protect his family. Led by the 2 male lions, the pride surged forward like ancient behemoths, charging with reckless abandon, raising clouds of dust. With a thunderous roar, one male lion lunged at Zheng Ba, bearing its blood-stained maw. Zheng Ba bellowed in defiance, gripping his long sword and thrusting it forward with the speed of lightning. The lion swiped its massive paw, claws clashing against the sword's edge. The tremendous force reverberated through Zheng Ba's arm, nearly dislodging the weapon from his grasp. With a disdainful huff, he tightened his grip on the sword, sidestepping the lion while executing a graceful arc, the blade slicing a deep gash along the lion's flank. Crimson blood sprayed forth, igniting the lion's fury. It roared in agony and pivoted, launching itself toward Zheng Ba. At that moment, the second male lion joined the fray. Evidently incited by its companion's enraged roar, both intent on eliminating Zheng Ba. Surrounded by 2 male lions, Zheng Ba found himself ensnared in a life-or-death struggle. The 5 female lions charged toward the officials. Lu San swung his sword, cleaving through one lioness. Niu Bi attacked another, but the lioness, agile and swift, evaded his strike. A sudden, chilling scream pierced the chaos. The onlookers turned to witness an official, battling a lioness, fall victim to her savage bite, the lioness's powerful jaws severing his arm. In excruciating pain, the official howled as blood gushed from the severed limb, splattering the lioness's face. The acrid scent of blood ignited the lioness's primal rage. She lunged, sinking her teeth into the official's throat. Overwhelmed by agony, he could not evade the fatal grip, his desperate cries echoing through the air. Other officials soon found themselves embroiled in fierce combat with the lionesses. Some, quick to react, engaged in desperate struggles to evade the fierce attacks. Among them was Ergo, whose misfortune struck hard. Faced with a lioness lunging at him, he froze in terror. Clutching the ghost-headed saber, he trembled uncontrollably, the weapon seemingly glued to his hands. Utterly paralyzed by fear, the lioness pounced, knocking him to the ground. Ergo, jolted from his stupor by sheer fright, saw the lioness's gaping maw and cried out, "Captain, help me. I don't want to die. Save me." Before he could finish, the lioness tore his head from his shoulders, blood gushing from the severed neck. After dispatching Ergo, the lioness turned its gaze toward the crowd. In the forefront, Long Shiji gripped her ghost-headed saber, her expression unyielding, poised for battle. With a thunderous roar, the lioness believed Long Shiji was paralyzed with fear, her eyes filled with contempt. It charged, swift as lightning. But Long Shiji, unfazed, met its assault with a steady resolve. As the lioness lunged, she swung her saber, cleaving a deep wound into its neck. The lioness let out a mournful cry, crashing to the ground, blood spraying forth. Though it attempted to rise, the ruptured arteries rendered it powerless. And after a few desperate struggles, it collapsed once more. The women breathed a collective sigh of relief. Prior to their exile, they had only heard of Long Shiji's rigorous sword practice, but had never witnessed her in battle. Today marked the second time they had seen her fight, the first being her recent hunt of the elusive white tiger. The battlefield still held 2 male lions and 4 lionesses. The 2 males continued their assault on Zheng Ba. While one lioness engaged Niu Bi fiercely, another was occupied with Sun Miao and Zhao Wu, and yet another was held at bay by Lu San and 2 officials. The last lioness faced an ordinary official, one who had remained largely unnoticed by Yanyun. Although he had not demonstrated much prowess in previous skirmishes, he now stood firm against a lioness's attack, prompting Yanyun to regard him with newfound respect. His combat skills were inferior to Zhang Ba's, appearing more on par with Niobe and Lu San. Yanyun chose not to focus on the battles involving the lionesses. His attention primarily fixed on Zhang Ba's struggle against the two male lions. Despite the formidable odds, Zhang Ba fought valiantly, but the exertion began to take its toll. Each strike was met with the lion's claws, which skillfully parried his sword. Yanyun shook his head inwardly, lamenting that Zhang Ba's weapon was woefully inadequate. Had he wielded a superior sword, the two male lions would likely have met their demise long ago. The male lions, seasoned warriors with numerous scars attesting to their experience, engaged Zhang Ba with fervor. As blood flowed freely from their wounds, their aggression intensified. Zhang Ba's stamina waned, and it seemed Lang Shishi prepared to intervene. Aware of Zhang Ba's significance to their group, unwilling to watch him meet a grim fate, just as she was poised to act, a lioness broke free from her entanglement and, driven by wrath for her fallen sister, lunged at Lang Shishi. With her eyes glinting with determination, Lang Shishi raised her saber and charged forth. A resonant roar echoed through the air as Yanyun turned to witness Zhang Ba being struck by one of the male lions, sent flying backward. Chapter 43. A single blow to the Lion King. Zhang Ba was hurled away, and the other male lion, opening its gaping maw, lunged toward him with lightning speed. Zhang Ba's countenance underwent a dramatic shift, his abdomen assailed by the force of the impact, causing his internal organs to misalign and inflicting excruciating pain, nearly causing him to spew forth a mouthful of reversed blood. Just as the lion's sanguinary maw was poised to rend his head asunder, a figure descended like a projectile from the heavens. Abominable beast, meet your demise at the hands of this grandpa? Yanyun, with a single-handed grip, channeled the entirety of his strength through his right arm, culminating in his fist, akin to a cannonball. As the lion's blood-soaked jaws were on the cusp of engulfing Zhang Ba's head, he delivered a thunderous blow upon its unyielding cranium. Crack! The sound of fracturing bone reverberated through the air. The lion's fangs, along with the very orbs of its eyes, were ejected from their sockets. The lion emitted a mournful howl, its colossal body collapsing heavily upon the earth, writhing in the throes of its death throes, succumbing to its demise. Withdrawing his fist, Yanyun exhaled a breath of turbid air. This strike had indeed unleashed the might of the Overlord. A fervent desire ignited within his eyes. Could this be the Overlord's divine power? Truly, its potency was unparalleled. To obliterate a fully grown lion with a single punch, such power was likely unmatched by anyone present. Gasp! The sight of the lion felled by a single blow sent shockwaves through the assembly. Astonishment, terror, stupefaction, bewilderment, disbelief. Everyone cast incredulous gazes upon Yanyun. Even the constables engaged in combat were shaken by the display. Such force was simply too terrifying. To dispatch a lion with a single punch, this was no jest. Lu San instinctively directed his gaze toward his severed limb, his eyes betraying his alarm. He had finally come to the realization that his arm had not been severed by mere chance. Amidst the melee, Yanyun had delivered Zhang Ba from the clutches of death with a single blow. He retreated into the throng of people with a silly grin and scratching his head. This foolish demeanor lacked the grandeur of a powerful man, giving people an illusion. If they hadn't seen the lion fall into a pool of blood, perhaps no one would have believed he did it. The conflict persisted unabated. Yanyun refrained from further intervention. His sole motivation had been to safeguard Zhang Ba from harm, prompting him to eliminate the lion. Had Zhang Ba been unscathed, he would have abstained from action. Having recovered from her shock, Lang Shishi, with her lithe agility, dispatched a second lioness. Subsequently, Lang Shishi retreated to the forefront of the crowd, relinquishing combat. She paid no heed to the other constables' battles. Zhang Ba had risen from the ground. He was locked in a bloody battle with the second lion. With the loss of a lion, Zhang Ba's burden was greatly reduced. Only one lion and 3 lionesses remained in the field. Niu Bian was struggling to fight a lioness alone. Lu San and 2 constables fought a lioness. Zhao Wu and Sun Mao were holding one back. The second one killed by Lang Shishi was the ordinary constable who had previously fought alone. The ordinary constable was careless and was freed from his grasp by the lioness. Helpless, the ordinary constable could only turn his attention to Niu Bian, attempting to kill a lioness with Niu Bian. But the lioness was agile, and to kill this guy required the skills of Lang Shishi. The constables turned their attention to Lang Shishi and Yanyun, hoping that the two could take action again to reduce their burden. But Lang Shishi ignored him. Yanyun continued to act like a fool, staring blankly at the battlefield, showing no intention of taking action. Wow, third uncle, you're so amazing. Yan Qinger's eyes twinkled with countless little stars. This was her admiration for her third uncle. She had witnessed Yanyun's punch on the lion. Yan Shuer also said excitedly, Third uncle, you are so great. Can you teach Shuer in the future? Shuer will grow up to protect her mother, protect all the ants, and protect the third uncle. Yanyun grinned silly and said, of course there is no problem. Wow, that's great. Great. I want to be like third uncle when I grow up. Yin Shuer shouted excitedly. The women in the field all looked complicated. Shu Xian and Hong Tao said with complicated expressions, third young master, we have served you for so many years, and we didn't know you had such divine power. It's so shocking. Yanyun scratched his head and grinned silly. The eldest madam and the second madam looked at each other and smiled, but their eyes showed ecstasy. Their hearts were churning. The third madam was a little moved. Although she had not had much contact or spoken to Yanyun along the way, she also knew a lot about Yanyun, knowing that this little uncle has been playing the fool. Especially now, he even shows natural power. This is far stronger than her own man. It seems that Yin Feng and Yin Lei do not have such violent blood flowing in their bodies, right? The battle continues. After Zheng Ba's pressure was reduced, he soon suppressed the lion, leaving several wounds on the lion. Losing a brother, the lion had no intention of fighting. It roared unwillingly and ran away. Zheng Ba wanted to kill him, but the exhaustion of his physical strength also made him give up the chase. The remaining 3 lionesses all wailed sadly and unwillingly when they heard the lion's roar, and then ran away. Seeing the lioness running away, Lu San roared arrogantly at the lioness. Damn it, you think I'm easy to bully because I have a broken arm? Die. Lu San seemed to want to show his bravery in front of many beautiful women. He chased after her, waved his long sword, and slashed at the lioness's ass. The lioness was in pain and became furious. She suddenly turned around and pounced on Lu San like lightning. Lu San was taken aback. He thought that the lioness was at the end of her rope, so he took the opportunity to attack her. But he didn't expect the lion's physical strength to exceed his imagination. The lioness suddenly opened her bloody mouth and bit Lu San's crotch. Lu San was caught off guard. His pupils dilated, and he screamed, dropping the long sword in his hand to the ground. Tear. The lioness tore off Lu San's crotch in a manner like digging out his anus. Lu San screamed again, and the intense pain caused him to faint instantly. The lioness swallowed the thing in her crotch in a fierce look and turned around and ran away. This sudden scene startled everyone around, especially Zhao Wu and Sun Mao next to him. They were the closest to the lioness and thought the lioness would turn around to hunt them. But who would have thought that she would tear off the invincible Lu San? The lion and lioness retreated, leaving behind the body of a lion. The bodies of 2 lionesses, the bodies of 2 constables, and Lu San, who was half dead. Zheng Ba gasped violently and looked back at Lu San lying on the ground. If Yanyun and Lung Shiji took action, they would definitely be able to kill all the lions present, but Yanyun did not take action, and Lung Shiji did not take much action. This battle belonged to the constables and had nothing to do with them, unless a lion besieged them. Or, Zheng Ba was in crisis. Yanyun saved Zheng Ba's life, and Zheng Ba disregarded the fate of the constables, instead approaching Yanyun with cupped fists, expressing his profound gratitude. Thank you, brother, for your timely assistance. I, Zheng Ba, am forever indebted. Yanyun responded with a silly grin, repeatedly saying, hee. All is well. Hee. All is well. Aware of Yanyun's simple-mindedness, Zheng Ba chose not to elaborate further. He then turned to Lung Shiji, saying, Madam Lung, your martial prowess is truly admirable. I am deeply impressed. I appreciate your efforts just now. Lung Shiji handed Zheng Ba the ghost head broadsword. After a moment of hesitation, he replied, the dangers on the prairie are not yet resolved. It would be wise for you to keep this blade close at hand for unforeseen circumstances. Lung Shiji shook her head, her gaze drifting towards Lu San's sword, coldly stating, a sword is superior to a knife. His life is forfeit. Following Lung Shiji's gaze, Zheng Ba glanced at Lu San and suddenly recalled something, instinctively tightening his legs and nodding slightly. Very well. With that, he moved towards the bodies of the other 2 constables, one headless and the other missing both head and arm. He shook his head with a sigh, declaring, dig a grave right here and bury these 2 fellows. We cannot allow our brothers to rot in the wilderness. What about Lu San? Niu Bian asked, brow furrowing. Let us dig a grave for him too. Zheng Ba retorted, his annoyance surfacing as he scolded. Are you out of your mind? The lions have retreated. Yet you still wish to pursue them. Do you think they are mere clay figures? If it weren't for our brothers risking their lives to hold them off, Lu San would have perished countless times already. This is purely self-inflicted. If one does not court death, one will not die. Zheng Ba displayed a look of disappointment, lamenting Lu San's repeated provocations, from enraging Yanyun to infuriating the lioness. Each was a consequence of his own actions. Awakened amidst agony, Lu San struggled to call out, Captain. Save me. Captain. Save me. I still do not wish to die. Yanyun chuckled, mockingly approaching Lu San. You've lost your manhood. and yet still cling to life. What a waste of air. Yun Qing'er found Yanyun's words amusing, bursting into laughter as she bounced over, innocently inquiring, Uncle San, what is a manhood? The moment the words escaped her lips, the beauty of the first madam turned crimson. The other women also blushed and lowered their heads. Qing'er, come back. The first madam exclaimed, flustered. What an embarrassment. Indeed. Uncle San, I too am curious. What is a manhood? And why can one not live without it? Yin Shuer joined in, her curiosity piqued. Observing their naive expressions, Yanyun felt a headache coming on. How on earth was he to explain this? Uncle San, do I have a manhood? Yin Shuer asked, bewildered, tugging at her clothing. Qing'er mirrored her curiosity, waiting for Yanyun's response. Meanwhile, Niu Bian and Zhao Wu's faces turned beet red, and Zheng Ba nearly choked on his own breath. Yanyun scratched his head, grinning foolishly. The manhood on him fluttered away. He has none now. Oh, what about mine? Has my manhood flown away? Yin Shuer pressed for answers, determined to get to the bottom of it. Lu San, enraged, spat blood, roaring, Yanyun, I vow to kill you. But before he could finish, his voice faltered. Lu San was dead. Qing'er, come back. The first madam seethed. Shuer, you two return. The third madam's gentle gaze darkened with rare anger. The two sisters-in-law shot Yanyun a fierce glare. Yanyun merely chuckled, scratching his head as he returned to the main group. The old steward sighed, alas. Young Master Yin is truly mischievous. Oh, steward, please tell me. What is a manhood? Do we have one? The steward hesitated, his face flushing with embarrassment. Laughter erupted among the others, and Hong Tao covered her mouth, giggling. Hey, mother, are we having meat today? Yin Shuer suddenly turned her gaze to the lion lying on the ground, her eyes sparkling with excitement, drooling at the thought. Everyone was taken aback by her abrupt change in topic. Yanyun quickly seized upon her words, grinning, of course. Soon, Uncle San will roast a leg of lion for you both. You will feast to your heart's content. Wow, Uncle San, you are the best, Yin Shuer exclaimed, leaping into Yanyun's embrace, followed closely by Qing'er. The two little girls, like a pair of joyous birds, lightened the previously tense atmosphere of the group. Zheng Ba, too, seemed unfazed by the loss of two comrades. He had grown accustomed to such scenes over the years. Having escorted many convoys, the deaths of companions had left him numb. With each battle, he could only strive to keep everyone alive. If some did not survive, it was simply fate. No one could be blamed. From the moment he became a constable, he had accepted that he had placed his life at risk, prepared to face death at any time. After Lu San's demise, Zheng Ba picked up the long sword beside him, wiping the blood from its edge with his clothing before approaching Lung Shiji, presenting it to her with both hands. Lung Shiji's gaze fell upon the sword, her thoughts complex. She indeed required a blade for self-defense. Possessing one would instill her with confidence. Niu Bian remained silent, merely watching Yanyun with cold, piercing eyes. Through the fluctuations of emotions, Yanyun understood Niu Bian's feelings of envy and resentment towards him, particularly regarding the incident with Lu San's arm. Now he even linked Lu San's death to him. Yanyun chose to ignore Niu Bian. He would not bother with such a petty fool. Keeping him around could serve to bolster his own emotional energy. If he were to perish, it would be a significant loss. In this fierce battle, 3 constables had fallen, Lu San, Ergo, and another whose name Yanyun did not know. Now, only 6 constables remained, Zheng Ba, Niu Bian, Zhao Wu, Sun Miao, and 2 ordinary constables, Lu Ba and Qin Wei. Qin Wei was the one who had single-handedly challenged the lioness, a testament to his considerable strength. Having recognized Qin Wei's exceptional abilities, Zheng Ba publicly appointed him to fill Lu San's position, promoting him to the role of deputy captain. Qin Wei expressed his gratitude with a simple fist salute. Zhao Wu, Sun Miao, and the others busied themselves digging graves. Zheng Ba unsheathed the short knife from his waist, preparing to butcher the lion's carcass. Yanyun's eyes fell upon the lion's prized organs, rich in nutrients, containing the essence of the beast. Zheng Ba skillfully wielded his knife, swiftly opening the lion's abdomen, removing its tail, genitals, kidneys, and then cutting off its 4 hooves. He proceeded to skin the lion, slicing away the firm chest meat, ribs, and hindquarters. In less than half an hour, the massive lion was entirely dismembered under Zheng Ba's deft hands. He retrieved a cloth bag, placing the lion meat inside before hoisting it onto his horse's back. He chose not to deal with the corpses of the lionesses. On one hand, he couldn't carry them, and on the other, the warm weather would lead to spoilage. Rather than burdening themselves, it was better to return the remains to nature. Soon, under the diligent efforts of Zhao Wu and the others, a large pit was excavated with the shovels they carried on horseback. Let us go, Zheng Ba commanded. and the group commenced their journey towards the great tree where the lion pride had retreated under the leadership of the male. Upon reaching the tree, everyone collapsed onto the ground, exhausted. Especially Zhao Wu and others, after a fierce battle and digging pits, were utterly exhausted. Upon reaching the great tree, they dismounted from their horses. Zheng Ba, however, showed no sign of fatigue. He appeared to be an inexhaustible machine. We shall not depart today. We will rest here and resume our journey at dawn. Zheng Ba announced this delightful news, eliciting great joy among the women. This was undoubtedly the best news they had heard after days of exile. The two young girls cheered with exuberance, and the wives felt a significant relief. Yanyun was immensely satisfied. Niu Bian seemed to want to voice something, but, seeing his weak position, decided to keep silent. After the deaths of Lu San and Ergo, Niu Bian's words had lost their influence. Now we need to accomplish two tasks. Zheng Ba addressed the group. Firstly, the lion's meat carries a strong scent of blood, and we must cleanse it. Fortuitously, I know of a small river in our eastern region. However, crocodiles, cheetahs, and wolf packs frequently lurk by the riverbank, so we shall need to send a brave individual to wash the meat and fetch some drinking water. Secondly, we need to start a fire to roast the meat, and there is a small grove in the western region abundant with dry firewood. We require sufficient firewood for both roasting meat and warding off fierce beasts at night. The group could distinguish directions well, with the sun overhead serving as an excellent guide. They had been traveling south, with east to their left and west to their right. Is the journey far? Lung Shiji inquired. The water source is a bit distant, but the grove is not too far. To save time, both parties can ride horses. Zheng Ba replied. Originally, there were 10 officers with 10 horses, but now, with 4 officers deceased, only 4 horses remained idle. However, Zheng Ba, being rather stubborn, refused to allow anyone to ride. He was adhering to his duties as an officer. Permitting the exiled individuals to ride would be a serious breach of protocol. In truth, there had only been one idle horse before, and Yanyun's group had refrained from speaking. But now that there were 4 idle horses, they felt emboldened to voice their concerns. The water source is challenging to locate. How about this? I will take 2 officers to search for the water source, cleanse the meat, and bring back water. But we also need a team to gather dry firewood. Zheng Ba proposed. Captain, you cannot leave. Niu Bian protested. He feared Leng Shishi and Yanyun. With Zheng Ba present, he could still instill some fear in them. If Zheng Ba left, and these two suddenly turned against them, wouldn't they be trapped? Yanyun understood Niu Bian's fears and chuckled. I will go look for firewood. You cannot go. Who will you go with? You must not. Niu Bian rejected vehemently. Yanyun was indeed foolish. If he went and couldn't find his way back, wouldn't that create trouble? Or if he fled and was discovered by the emperor, wouldn't they lose their heads? Yanyun frowned. He did not merely intend to gather firewood. He aimed to collect the recently slain lionesses and store them in his spatial inventory. Leaving such valuable game on the grasslands would be a waste. Yanyun also envisioned preparing lion meat for a hot pot or roasting it in the future. I will go. I can accompany him, right? The lady of the house volunteered. Standing up, Niu Bian was still inclined to object, but Zheng Ba interjected. In fact, whether searching for water or firewood, it indeed requires individuals of great strength. Fortunately, young Master Yin possesses such strength. I understand Niu Bian's concerns. He fears that young Master Yin might not find his way back. Since the lady of the house is willing to accompany him, it is indeed a splendid arrangement. This statement effectively silenced Niu Bian. Zheng Ba's intellect surpassed Niu Bian's, and he sought to leverage Niu Bian's concerns to his advantage. Chapter 46. The Infinite Space Indeed. Niu Bian let out a soft grunt and fell silent. Zheng Ba continued. The grasslands are fraught with danger, and to gather more firewood, young Master Yin and the lady of the house will each receive a horse to carry the firewood. Each shall carry a large knife for self-defense. Yanyun nodded. This distribution was quite reasonable. Lady Lung possesses remarkable skills. The other officers will guard the rest. Ensuring no one leaves without permission, Zheng Ba declared. Niu Bian, you will accompany me to cleanse the meat. Zheng Ba seemed concerned that if he were absent, Niu Bian might cause discord with the women, leading to dire consequences. Ah, Captain, if we all leave, who will be in charge here? Niu Bian asked, bewildered. Zheng Ba replied casually. Qin Wei is the vice-captain. He will manage everything here. Although Qin Wei was not eloquent, he was composed and capable. With him around, Zheng Ba felt assured. Well, very well. Niu Bian, though somewhat disgruntled, followed Zheng Ba out. After they departed, Yanyun and the lady of the house finally prepared to leave. Each mounted an idle horse, wielding a large knife. This was Yanyun's first experience riding since arriving in this world. His body felt somewhat clumsy on the horse, but fortunately, the steed was gentle, behaving far less aggressively than he had anticipated. Under Yanyun's guidance, they first headed towards the lioness's carcass. The lady of the house, confused, asked, "Aren't we heading west? Why are we returning north?" Yanyun dismissed her confusion, gesturing towards the carcass. "You will understand when we arrive." The lady of the house shook her head in resignation. But upon seeing the wisdom and calmness in Yanyun's eyes, she refrained from further questioning. She knew he must have his reasons. 100 meters away, Yanyun spotted the lioness's body. Due to the short time elapsed, no other carnivores had yet arrived, and under the scorching sun, most of them were too lethargic to hunt. As they approached the carcass, they indeed saw no sign of any predators, though distant howls of wild dogs could be heard. These creatures possessed keen senses, capable of detecting scents from a kilometer away. Upon seeing the two lioness carcasses, the lady of the house displayed a look of skepticism. Yanyun remarked, "These lion meats are indeed treasures. They will greatly benefit Shui heir and Qing heiress growth. To leave them here would be a gross waste." The lady of the house pondered, "But it seems we cannot carry that much, can we?" Swish. Before she could finish her sentence, the lioness's body vanished from sight. Yanyun did not conceal his spatial inventory from her now. The time had come to unveil his abilities. "Ah, it's gone? How could it disappear?" she exclaimed, utterly astonished. She turned her gaze to Yanyun, instinctively recalling his almost supernatural capabilities. "Could it be? The lioness's body has not vanished. Rather, I have stored it in my spatial inventory." Yanyun responded nonchalantly. "Spatial inventory? What is that?" the lady of the house asked. Puzzled. "It is a wondrous space-like entity. One can store anything one wishes within it." Yanyun explained. "Is it really that miraculous?" The lady of the house struggled to comprehend. She had never encountered such a thing. Yanyun laughed heartily. "Previously, my tomatoes, buns, and braised meat were all retrieved from here." "Ah." The lady of the house was taken aback and then inquired, "So, you had all this prepared in advance? Just waiting for this day to come?" "Well, one could say that." Yanyun feigned an air of mystery. The lady of the house covered her mouth with her hands, her eyes filled with shock and disbelief. Ding. The lady of the house is astonished, shocked, surprised, incredulous, bewildered. Emotional value 6 points. With the emotional value secured, a smile of satisfaction graced Yanyun's lips. "Thus, I said, leaving the lioness's bodies here would indeed be wasteful." Yanyun smiled. "Then, how much can your spatial inventory hold?" the esteemed lady inquired with immense curiosity. Yanyun raised his finger in a standard gesture, indicating a boundless capacity. The lady's heart churned tumultuously. She, possessing extraordinary beauty and gentle grace, embodied the elegance of a noblewoman alongside the grandeur and opulence of a first lady. At merely 26 years of age, she was in the prime of her youth. Before her transmigration, she had been a VIP member of various prestigious establishments and a devoted admirer of Boss Chow. The corpse on the ground had vanished, and the two rode their steed towards the western direction indicated by Zheng Ba. "Uncle, may I ask you a few things?" she ventured. "Of course, sister-in-law. Please go ahead." Yanyun nodded. "Previously, everyone had remarked that you were a fool, claiming your mind had been damaged by flames. Yet, I can't shake the feeling that you've been pretending all along. Were you truly acting?" Chapter 47. The Revelation. "I am not a fool." At last, the lady found an opportunity to voice this lingering question in her mind. Ding. The lady is filled with curiosity, confusion, and perplexity regarding the host's identity. Emotional value 3 points. Yanyun was aware that this question would eventually need to be addressed. In truth, he had long been prepared to respond. And with a solemn expression, he said, "Before this, my mind was indeed damaged." However, Yanyun feigned bewilderment as he continued. "Upon learning of my family's calamity and my mother's unconscious state, my heart ached profoundly. It felt as though my head were cleaved by a blade. And it was in that moment that my consciousness began to clear significantly." His words were not entirely fabricated. He had indeed transmigrated at the moment the eunuchs entered the estate, and it was then that he learned of the dire circumstances within. At that time, he dared not raise an alarm. He feared that Yanyun would eradicate them entirely. Hence, he chose to feign ignorance and endure in silence. 4. He sought vengeance for his family. He yearned to clear their grievances. He aspired to restore the glory of the Yin family. He wished to see his father's lineage rise anew. If he could, he would reclaim everything that rightfully belonged to his father. He would even scheme for power and usurpation. He aimed to establish his father's branch as the legitimate one. Yanyun's words were weighty, exuding authority. The lady was captivated by Yanyun's commanding presence, a force that had never been observed in his elder brother Yin Feng or even in their father Yin Beidu. This revelation transformed her perception of Yanyun in an instant. If previously food had served merely to satiate hunger, and the air of mystery had only stirred shock, surprise, and emotion, now her heart raced. Particularly, recalling the moment Yanyun had felled a lion with a single punch only deepened her admiration. Women are drawn to heroes, especially those who are formidable. The lady instinctively raised her thumb in approval. You will succeed, she declared. Yanyun shook his head. This is merely the beginning. Regardless, I will require the assistance of several sister-in-laws in the future. Thus, I sincerely hope that our family can remain united, never giving up. Together, we shall face our challenges. Well said. We shall never be divided, never surrender. United, we shall confront our adversaries and endure through hardship. The lady's eyes sparkled with admiration. Genuinely moved. Ding. The host's words have touched the lady, filling her with hope and fervor. Emotional value 3 points. Another 3 points of emotional value harvested. The two continued their conversation, and under the guidance of their steed, they found the small grove mentioned by Zhengba. Within the grove, weeds flourished, and much of the vegetation lay withered. The area was shaded by numerous trees, indirectly attracting both herbivores and carnivores alike. Before entering the grove, Yanyun spotted hidden deer and antelopes. Outside the grove, he noted fresh, crimson blood staining the ground. Let us proceed with caution. The lion pride may have entered here. Yanyun squinted, assessing the situation. Ah, then are we not in danger? The lady's expression shifted. Instinctively pulling on the reins, her demeanor alert as she questioned. Fear not. With me here, if the lions dare seek revenge, I shall ensure none return alive. Yanyun stated with grave seriousness. The lady did not question his words. She inexplicably trusted Yanyun's abilities. An inner voice assured her that he could safeguard her safety. As his words settled, Yanyun surveyed the surroundings, leading the way on horseback as he cautiously entered the grove, with the lady closely following. Her hands gripped a formidable weapon, seemingly fearful of a sudden lion attack from either side. Sister-in-law, please remain mounted. I shall gather the firewood. Yanyun leaped down from the horse, commencing to collect dry twigs from the ground. To avoid unnecessary trouble, he stored the gathered twigs in a spatial compartment, intending to bind them once they exited the grove. The ground was strewn with dry branches, and Yanyun expertly tossed them into the spatial compartment, collecting a surplus for future barbecues and hot pots. The hidden antelopes and deer, upon sensing human presence, fled at the slightest provocation. Yanyun wished to capture 1 or 2 for future lamb hot pots, but these creatures were exceptionally wary. Alas, he could only lament their escape. Suddenly, Yanyun sensed a lurking danger. He swiftly shifted his gaze and spotted a cheetah, concealed within the underbrush, poised to pounce. As Yanyun and the lady moved closer to the cheetah's position, he narrowed his eyes, feigning ignorance of the predator. He continued bending down to pick up dry branches, tossing them into the spatial compartment, creating an illusion of unawareness for the lurking cheetah. At last, as they approached within 5 meters of the cheetah, it leaped from the foliage with ferocious intent. Its powerful legs propelled it forward, muscles rippling as it darted towards Yanyun. The lady's face paled in an instant, panic erupting as she screamed, Yanyun, be careful. The moment the cheetah sprang forth, her features reflected sheer terror and despair. She seemed fearful of losing Yanyun, who had become her entire world, her future, far surpassing the significance of her daughter, Yinqinger. She would rather sacrifice herself than witness any harm come to him. Yanyun had become her anchor, the very pillar of hope for all the ladies of the Yin family. As long as Yanyun was present, there remained a glimmer of hope. But if he were to fall, all would be lost. Yanyun was taken aback by the intensity of the lady's reaction. He had intended to alert her to the hidden cheetah, yet he reconsidered, deeming it unnecessary. He wanted her to realize that his strength exceeded her expectations, fostering a deeper reliance on him in the future. Thus, before the lady's warning could fully escape her lips, Yanyun sprang into action. Just as the cheetah's jaws were about to close in, he swiftly evaded its lethal grip, seizing its forelegs with lightning speed. With a powerful shout, he hurled the creature against a nearby tree. His movements were fluid, decisive, and devoid of hesitation, as if he had anticipated every action beforehand. Crack! The sound of breaking bones echoed. Chapter 48. Just a little kitten after a pitiful cry, the cheetah's body was forcibly torn in two. With a resounding thud, Yanyun slammed the cheetah's lifeless form against the tree, the violent impact causing the trunk to shudder. Under Yanyun's relentless onslaught, the cheetah was utterly vanquished. Exhaling heavily, he discarded the cheetah's remains. After a brief convulsion, the creature's legs stiffened, and its head drooped, signaling its demise. Unbeknownst to him, the lady had jumped down from her horse at some point, her heart racing with terror. She was genuinely afraid of being separated from him forever. Alas, just now, if anything were to happen to you, our entire family would not wish to survive. The lady, akin to a child, was throwing a tantrum, weeping incessantly. Ding! The lady's emotions of worry, horror, despair, joy, and excitement have increased by 5 points. Yanyun chuckled, dismissively responding, "It's merely a little kitten. What is there to fear? Look at me. I'm perfectly fine." "What kitten?" "It's clearly a full-grown cheetah. It towers over you." The lady exclaimed in shock. Yanyun laughed heartily, replying, "Surely, sister-in-law is exaggerating. What I say is true." The lady insisted, her tone authoritative. "Oh, all right. Whatever you say." Yanyun was at a loss for words, surprised by this adorable and playful side of the lady, which shattered his previous perceptions of her. The former lady was elegant and poised, unrestrained. Even in the face of Yan's family's tribulations, she had not reacted so strongly. Yet now, a trivial danger had provoked such a stark contrast. This surprised Yanyun. He was unaware that the former lady lived in luxury, never burdened by worldly troubles, having never encountered such hardships or suffering, nor faced any torment or despair. Now, having experienced setbacks and challenges, she had glimpsed hope and dawn, naturally altering her mindset. People do change. One must adapt to society and endure its trials, or distance oneself and walk the path of self-destruction. At the beginning of her exile, she feared starving along the way, or being killed by others, or facing unimaginable fates, or becoming a slave in a savage land. But now, Yanyun's sudden transformation had granted her hope, akin to a life reboot, much like a computer system reset. Her mentality had subtly shifted. Nevertheless, before others, she remained a lady, bearing the responsibilities of the Yin family. "All right, this firewood will suffice for tonight. This place is too perilous. Let us return." The sister-in-law seemed eager to leave. Yanyun waved his hand, gathering the cheetah's carcass, saying, "Sister-in-law, this firewood is only enough for tonight, not for tomorrow or the day after. Furthermore, starting tomorrow, we shall no longer need to stealthily procure food. The quantity of firewood will only increase. We must gather more," Yanyun stated emphatically. The lady hesitated. "But it's too dangerous here. Besides, the lion pride has also entered this area. I fear they might emerge. If I perish, so be it. But if anything happens to you, the hope of the Yin family would vanish completely. Only your survival can rejuvenate our family. Enough. No more talk of death. From today onward, no one is allowed to mention the word. I want everyone to live well." Yanyun feigned annoyance. "Fine, fine. If you say so." The lady pouted like a child. Yanyun paused, then returned to his senses. The current lady was merely 26 years old, in the prime of her youth in Yanyun's world. Had she not married his elder brother and been compelled to become the leading lady among the household's young wives, she would not need to maintain such decorum. She too yearned for affection. Yet, since their marriage, the time spent with his elder brother could be counted on one hand. Who could blame Yin Feng for often being stationed at the borders? Who could blame the border commander for not being able to bring his family along? However, considering sister-in-law's safety, let us not venture deeper. We shall gather what we can on our way back," Yanyun declared. As they retraced their steps, the lady continued to ride her steed. Chapter 49, The True Lion King. To be cautious, she constantly surveyed her surroundings, fearful that a hidden danger might leap from the sides. Internally, she vowed to fiercely protect this man by her side. She wanted Yanyun to live well. A soft, beastly growl suddenly emerged from the underbrush. Yanyun's vigilance heightened instantly. The lady, with keen eyes, pointed towards the thicket and whispered, "Uncle, over there." Yanyun nodded slightly, cautiously approaching. To his astonishment, he discovered two palm-sized kittens nestled within the grass. These little creatures, sensing hunger, were mewing softly. The lady scanned the vicinity, finding no other threats, then dismounted her horse. "These are cheetah cubs," Yanyun asserted confidently. "But how can cheetah cubs be so small? They look more like little domestic cats." The lady, charmed by the adorably naive appearance of the two, instinctively bent down to scoop them up. Yanyun, fearing that a cheetah might still be lurking nearby, heightened his alertness. "Do you think the cheetah we encountered earlier could be their mother?" the lady inquired, puzzled. Yanyun recalled that the previous cheetah had not been accompanied by any cubs and replied, 99% likely. "Oh, poor little things. What will they do without their mother? Should we take them home?" The lady, overwhelmed by maternal instincts, sought Yanyun's opinion. After a moment's thought, he nodded, "Certainly. We now have two cheetah cubs, one for Chinger and one for Schwer. This way, they won't be bored." What a splendid idea. The lady's eyes sparkled with delight. She had not expected Yanyun to consistently care for the growth of the two little girls, treating them as precious treasures, which was undoubtedly good news for her. After all, Yin Chinger and Yin Schwer had lost their father and would now lack paternal affection. Yanyun's presence would undoubtedly compensate for the absence in their childhood. Moreover, Yanyun was far more considerate than his two elder brothers. "All right, you take these little ones. Be careful not to drop them. Once we return to the tree, we shall feed them roasted meat," Yanyun suggested. Absolutely. The lady beamed with joy. Following this, Yanyun immersed himself fully in the task of gathering firewood. They began their return, but not via the same path. Instead, they walked westward for several dozen meters. Here, the dead trees were plentiful, and the ground was strewn with ample firewood. The lady, cradling the two tiny creatures, continued to scan her surroundings, ever vigilant against unforeseen dangers. Yanyun collected 3 or 4 more bundles of firewood when suddenly, a wave of unease washed over him. His expression shifted abruptly, instinctively raising his gaze and surveying the area. "Uncle!" The lady's shrill cry pierced the air, her heart racing. She too had sensed the danger, her eyes widening in terror as she urgently warned Yanyun. Yanyun raised a hand, signaling her to remain silent. He focused his gaze in the direction of the threat. Before them stood a fearsome, imposing lion, its massive head held high, a stranger to them. Unlike the adult lion that Zheng Ba had injured earlier, this lion appeared far more robust than the two they had previously encountered. It stood majestically, regarding the pair with disdain. Yanyun felt an undeniable pressure emanating from this lion. This was no ordinary adult lion. It resembled a seasoned, battle-hardened lion king. Indeed, it was an adult lion king. Yanyun's expression grew grave. He instinctively clenched his fists, preparing for a confrontation. If he could vanquish this beast, his spoils would undoubtedly be impressive. In an instant, Yanyun felt a surge of anticipation, his blood igniting with fervor. Suddenly, he caught the scent of blood. The scent of blood wafted from the direction of the Lion King. Had a fierce battle recently unfolded there? Yanyun found himself somewhat bewildered. With a thunderous roar, the Lion King raised its head to the sky and charged towards Yanyun, its powerful limbs propelling it forward. Initially, its pace seemed leisurely, akin to a preparatory run. Yet, as its muscles stretched and its body gained momentum, the speed escalated, and each powerful paw that struck the ground sent a tremor through the earth. "Dodge!" Yanyun shouted to the lady. The lady, not daring to hesitate, hastily urged her steed forward, leading another horse as she sprinted ahead. If she did not evade, the Lion King's momentum would undoubtedly send it crashing into the horse beneath her. The reverberations of the ground echoed in Yanyun's chest, prompting him to clench his fists and brace for battle. Unarmed and without his formidable blade, he felt the crude weapons, forged from inferior iron, were unworthy. Although a superior weapon lay within his storage space, he chose to refrain from using it, eager to ascertain the extent of his own divine strength. As the Lion King approached, Yanyun leapt into the air like a cannonball, landing firmly before the beast, disregarding its formidable inertia. With a sudden motion, he seized the lion's gaping maw with both hands. With a fierce glare, Yanyun summoned all his strength, and the Lion King's massive body, weighing 1,000 pounds, was forcefully slammed into the ground. The sheer force left the lion dazed, while the lady was utterly astonished by such might. Her heart trembled as she gazed at Yanyun's back, unable to fathom that such divine power resided within him. This was not strength that an ordinary person could possess. And once again, her fragile heart was captivated by Yanyun's prowess. The Lion King could hardly believe that it had been bested by a seemingly frail human, instilling within it a newfound fear. Over the years, it had devoured countless humans, yet now, its once unrivaled authority lay trampled beneath Yanyun's feet. Struggling to rise, the Lion King was met with another leap from Yanyun, whose colossal fist descended upon its head like a meteor. The impact shattered the lion's skull, eliciting a heart-wrenching howl of agony. Attempting to stand, the lion found itself helplessly anchored to the ground, its might rendered futile. In a sudden move, Yanyun delivered another blow to the previously fractured area of its skull, causing the shattered bone to penetrate its brain, leaving the lion limp and lifeless. In mere moments, Yanyun had dispatched the Lion King. Despite its formidable nature, it was no match for Yanyun's divine strength. The lady stood in utter astonishment. Her expectations of Yanyun's prowess far exceeded. Just moments ago, she had feared for Yanyun's safety and had prepared to engage the Lion King herself. But now, all her worries seemed excessive. With a triumphant breath, Yanyun collected the Lion King's massive body into his storage space. "What do you think? Do I seem impressive?" he asked, feigning pride. The lady nodded in agreement. "Let us see what lies ahead." Filled with an inexplicable sense of accomplishment, Yanyun turned towards the location where the Lion King had previously stood, drawn by the pungent scent of blood. The lady followed closely, guiding her two horses. Navigating through the dense foliage, Yanyun soon stumbled upon the carcasses of 4 lions, a battle-scarred male and 3 females. Nearby, a litter of cubs was nuzzling against their deceased mother, presumably seeking sustenance. The slain lions were remnants of the pride that had previously engaged them in battle, unable to escape their grim fate. Based on his previous knowledge of lion prides, Yanyun surmised that this robust Lion King had invaded their territory, slaughtering their young and usurping their mates. With one male lion fallen, the remaining lions could not contend with the Lion King, which had then turned its sights on their cubs. The females had bravely fought back, but ultimately fell victim to the Lion King's might. Just as the Lion King prepared to annihilate the remaining cubs, Yanyun and the lady had arrived, leading to the Lion King's demise and the survival of the cubs. The lady, cradling 2 cheetah cubs, approached the lion cubs, her maternal instincts flooding forth. "There are 7 little lions here," she exclaimed in delight, then turned to Yanyun. "Uncle, these little ones have lost their mother. They surely will not survive till dawn. What are your thoughts?" Yanyun, somewhat at a loss for words, listened as the lady glanced between the 2 cheetah cubs and the 7 lion cubs. 2 cheetahs, 1 for Qing'er and 1 for Shuer. And these 7 lion cubs correspond perfectly with the number of us sisters. This signifies that they will grow to be our formidable allies. Yanyun's eyes sparkled with excitement. "What a splendid idea. These little ones will serve as your guardians in the future, ensuring your safety. However, training them may prove challenging. They could potentially pose a risk to you. This is something you must consider." The lady assured him, "Leave this to us. We promise there will be no issues." Yanyun recalled the white lions owned by wealthy individuals in the Middle East, noting that he had never heard of any lion harming its master, provided it was well-fed and treated kindly. He concurred with the lady's plan, envisioning a time when the fully grown lions would accompany them into Yanhuang City, drawing the attention of all. However, the journey ahead was daunting, as adding more mouths to feed would only increase the burden on their group. At times, they struggled to find enough food for themselves, let alone for these young cubs. Fortunately, Yanyun possessed ample supplies, a luxury that others could only dream of. Yet, as the lady spoke, an air of concern clouded her expression. "What troubles you?" Yanyun inquired, puzzled. "The addition of these little ones presents a significant challenge for us. We are already struggling to feed ourselves, and now we must care for several more mouths," she expressed, fearing that this would add pressure on Yanyun. With a hearty laugh, Yanyun reassured her, "Once we pass the vast grasslands and reach Qingxue City, we will be free to indulge. Our journey will not only allow us to rest in tents, but also relish barbecues and hot pots." "Huh, I know what barbecue is, but what is hot pot?" the lady asked, confused. Yanyun chuckled, feigning mystery. "You will find out soon enough. With me around, you shall never go hungry." Indeed, the lady nodded lightly, though her feminine modesty lingered. Next to the horse, a burlap sack caught her eye. The lady gathered all the little lions and hung them on either side of the sturdy horse. With a wave of his hand, Yanyun collected the lifeless bodies of the lions. Henceforth, the flesh of these lions would serve as a delectable feast during their journey. Subsequently, the two gathered a considerable amount of dry firewood, binding it together with hemp rope and placing it on the horse's back before they began their journey back. Zhang Ba and Niu Bi each rode a sturdy horse, searching for a water source along the riverbed. The two carried over 30 kilograms of lion meat. Chapter 51. Intelligence on the wrong path. As they traveled, Niu Bi appeared troubled. Zhang Ba understood his thoughts, but refrained from inquiring or offering a response. Unable to contain himself, Niu Bi voiced his concerns. "Captain, I have a nagging feeling of unease." Zhang Ba cast a sidelong glance and asked, "Are you worried they might flee?" Niu Bi nodded. "Indeed, I fear that Qin Wei may not be a match for Lung Shiji. That woman is formidable. Moreover, are you not concerned that the Yin family's 3 fools and Zhao Wanting might suddenly return to join the other ladies and escape?" Zhang Ba shook his head, his expression growing serious. "Captain Niu, let me ask you this. Do you wish to return alive to Yanhuang City?" Niu Bi was taken aback. "Of course, I do." "Then mind your tongue. Speak what needs to be spoken, and keep silent about that which should not be said. Even in death, do not utter a word." Zhang Ba cautioned with a grave tone. "Why? We are the lawmen. They are the criminals. Why must we concern ourselves with their opinions in our actions and words? We should establish our authority before them, instilling fear so that they will heed our commands." Niu Bi felt discontent within. Zhang Ba could not help but chuckle lightly. "Captain Niu, you are still too young." Niu Bi pouted, visibly displeased. Zhang Ba, unfazed, continued, "From now on, refrain from referring to them as the Yin family's 3 fools behind their backs. Also, do not harbor any doubts about them. If any one of them had intended to flee, you and I would already be corpses." "Why do you say that? Have you not often encountered fleeing criminals when escorting them?" Niu Bi questioned, puzzled. "These criminals are unlike those we have dealt with before. They come from backgrounds that would ensure severe consequences if they dared to escape. The emperor would surely hold them accountable, endangering their families." Zhang Ba asserted confidently. Indeed, the few women had not chosen to flee due to this very reason. The continuous availability of food along the road had kept their spirits steady. Furthermore, Their loyalty to the Yin family, coupled with the ideological influence of the lady and the second lady, had ensured that escape had never crossed their minds. Do you think they have been able to avoid gnawing on wild grass during their travels because they were not provided food at night? Zheng Ba inquired. Is it not because someone fed them at night? Niobe asked, bewildered. Precisely. Zheng Ba concurred with his reasoning. Do you understand why I brought you along instead of leaving you by the tree? Humph. Is it not because you are concerned I would be preoccupied with those alluring women? Niobe retorted with a cold snort. Zheng Ba shook his head in exasperation. Let me ask you again. When the lion pack attacked, why did Leng Shiji and Yanyun, who are clearly powerful, not lend us a hand? If they had intervened, Ergo and Lu Sin would not have met their demise. Niobe scoffed. I know that. They would be glad to see us all perish. That way, they would be free. Zheng Ba shook his head in resignation. Niobe's thoughts were far too simplistic. He wished to uplift Niobe, yet the man remained oblivious. Faced with Niobe's simplistic mindset, Zheng Ba felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. Niobe's combat abilities were commendable, and Zheng Ba wished to assist him, but alas, Niobe was not receptive. Zheng Ba truly wanted to understand why Leng Shiji and Yanyun chose to save him in his time of peril while ignoring Ergo, Lu San, and even the other lawmen. However, he could not voice such thoughts. He aimed to guide Niobe toward understanding the implications of this situation. Yet, Niobe remained oblivious. At this rate, Niobe would certainly not return alive to Yanhuang City. It was likely he would struggle to even exit the vast grasslands. Zheng Ba had already discerned that Yanyun and her companions would not attempt to flee on their own. His meticulous nature had allowed him to recognize the unusual qualities of Yanyun. Though she appeared foolish and unorthodox, she possessed an uncanny ability to play a crucial role at pivotal moments. Consequently, Zheng Ba had begun to harbor suspicions about Yanyun, though he kept those thoughts to himself. His nature was one of prudence. He believed in self-preservation and retreating upon achieving success, free from greed and personal desires. This character trait had allowed him to survive thus far. Moreover, he was filled with curiosity regarding Yanyun, yet he remained composed, with no outward display of emotion. This was also why Yanyun had not perceived Zheng Ba's subtle thoughts or emotional responses. With Niobe being so unperceptive, Zheng Ba had essentially declared his fate, as if he were already a dead man. Regardless of what Niobe said along the way, Zheng Ba paid him no mind. Thinking Zheng Ba was merely fatigued, Niobe fell silent. Upon locating a stream, they quenched their thirst and washed the blood from the meat. The riverbank was devoid of carnivorous animals, with only some antelopes and zebras drinking from the water, which was promising news for Zheng Ba. Once they had finished cleaning the meat, they moved away from the river. After Yanyun, the lady, Zheng Ba, and Niobe departed, the remaining group lay beneath the trees to rest. Yanqing, worried for her mother's safety, leaned against the second lady. The second lady, shedding her icy demeanor, embraced Yanqing. Qinwei, Zhao Wu, Sun Miao, and Lu Ba took turns keeping watch to guard against any approaching beasts. Leng Shiji, sword in hand, leaned against a large tree, resting with closed eyes. The surroundings were tranquil, devoid of noise or the roars of beasts. Herbivores grazed on the grass 100 meters away. Before long, Yanyun and the lady appeared, leading the sturdy horses back into view. Look, the elder sister and the little uncle have returned, exclaimed the third lady, her eyes sparkling with delight. The second lady quickly turned to see, noticing the lady and Yanyun each leading a sturdy horse, with bundles of dry firewood tied to the sides. Wow, at last, we can eat meat, cheered Yanshui, her joy evident. Mother! Yanqing sprang from the second lady's embrace and dashed toward her mother. The lady, momentarily shedding her regal demeanor, radiated elegance and grace. While she could act like a delicate woman beside Yanyun, she bore the responsibility of the elder sister in front of the others. Seeing Yanqing rushing toward her, the lady's heart overflowed with joy as she opened her arms to embrace her. My dear, seeing you return with your third uncle brings me immense happiness. Yanqing hugged her mother tightly, her voice filled with a childlike innocence and relief. Mother, I knew with third uncle here, nothing would happen to you. Indeed, with your third uncle protecting me, we are surely safe. The lady reassured. Yes, I knew that with third uncle around, you would be all right. Yet, as Yanqing recalled the lion pack from earlier, a lingering fear crept into her heart. Do not fear. The lions that fled have become mere ghosts beneath your third uncle's blade. The lady comforted. Chapter 52. Its name is Gold Coin. Wow, is that true? So you really encountered the fleeing lions? Yanqing exclaimed, hopping down from her mother's arms after realizing how weary her mother must be. She turned her gaze toward her third uncle, her eyes filled with skepticism. Yanyun chuckled foolishly. ruffling Yin Qing'er's chubby cheeks, and replied in a silly tone, "Hee hee. That's for sure. Hee hee. Isn't your third uncle amazing? Wow, third uncle is so impressive. Third uncle is awesome." With that, Yin Qing'er dashed toward the crowd, shouting, "Third uncle is incredible." The fleeing lions were all taken down by him alone. Third uncle is truly amazing. Did third uncle really take down all the lions? Yin Shu'er, upon hearing this, quickly stood up from her mother's embrace. The other women displayed surprise at this revelation. Even Qin Wei and Zhao Wu exhibited surprise. But soon that astonishment morphed into horror and trepidation at the formidable prowess of Yanyun. This individual, despite his apparent foolishness, posed a significant threat. Should they inadvertently offend him, they would likely be the next to suffer a grievous fate. In an instant, the several constables became notably submissive, their expressions softened. Fearful of provoking Yanyun's ire, Yanyun, maintaining an impassive demeanor, chose to ignore them, allowing them to persist as long as they did not overstep their bounds. The matron announced, "Uncle not only vanquished the lion pride, but also returned with gifts for you." "Gifts? What gifts?" Yin Shu'er exclaimed with delight. "You will find out shortly." The matron replied, her eyes sparkling. "Wow, gifts. There are actually gifts." The two young girls cheered with uncontainable joy. As they returned to the shade of the tree, Zhengba and Niobi rode in on their steed, bearing freshly prepared meat and refreshing river water. Flanking their mounts were water flasks provided by Wei Xiong, as their party had set out from Yanhuang City with naught but the clothes on their backs. With the assistance of Qin Wei and the others, bundles of firewood were carefully placed on the ground. However, as Yanyun grasped the burlap sack containing the young lion and leopard, he halted their actions. Understanding the unspoken, the matron said, "Leave this sack be." A series of whimpers emanated from within the sack, revealing the presence of the young cubs. Startled, Qin Wei asked, "What is inside?" "It's making noise. It's moving." With a chuckle, Yanyun unfastened the sack and cautiously released the lion and leopard cubs. The onlookers were stunned to see the adorable young creatures. Qin Wei inquired, puzzled, "These are lion and leopard cubs?" "Indeed," Yanyun replied with a grin. The two girls, enchanted by the adorable cubs, eagerly scooped them up and began to play. The matrons and handmaidens, witnessing the cubs, wore expressions of joy and surprise. Even the usually frosty second madam revealed a hint of warmth. 7 lion cubs, 2 leopard cubs. My heavens! Aren't you concerned about retaliation from the lion pride and leopards? Niobi exclaimed, dismounting and spotting the cubs. Enough with the chatter. Speak another word, and I shall smash your skull. Niobi barked. Angered, Yanyun raised his fist, poised to strike Niobi. Zhengba, sensing the tension, quickly interjected, "Young master, let us keep the discussion civil. No need to stoop to his level." This was Zhengba's final attempt to shield Niobi. Whether or not Niobi would escape a dire fate thereafter was no longer his concern. Niobi, though displeased, chose to swallow his anger, retreating behind the tree while plotting his revenge against Yanyun. "Shu'er, Qing'er, do you adore these little ones?" The matron inquired joyfully. Yes, we love them. They are simply too adorable," Yin Shu'er exclaimed, cradling a leopard cub. "This is your gift," the matron declared. "Wow, splendid." Yin Qing'er beamed, clutching another leopard cub tightly. 2 leopard cubs, 7 lion cubs. It's an auspicious number for us. Thus, each of you shall have 1 leopard cub, while the 7 sisters shall each have a lion cub. 5th Madame Lu Yun'er's eyes sparkled with delight. 7 lion cubs, 1 for each of us. How wonderful. 7th Madame Duan Ruinxia gazed at the cubs, her voice softening as she remarked, "This holds such a beautiful meaning for us. As they grow, they shall become our guardians." 3rd Madame Gua Iran hesitated, expressing concern, "But they are so small. What if we cannot care for them?" 4th Madame Yi Jiaomei, timid as she was, looked at the lion cubs and said, "They seem so cute now, but who can guarantee they won't turn on us when they grow?" Lu Yun'er laughed. "Sister 4, do not fret. We must first consider how to nourish them. Their appetites are modest for now, but as they grow, the expenses will mount." The women exchanged glances and comments. Zhengba, feeling somewhat exasperated, realized that these women maintained a remarkably positive outlook. They were in exile, not on a leisurely trip, and yet they were already embracing their freedom as if it were a grand adventure. The matron, cradling the largest lion cub, remarked, "If we successfully raise these cubs, they shall become our most loyal companions. Therefore, we ought to name them." Both leopard cubs were male, while among the 7 lion cubs, 4 were male and 3 were female. The matron held a female cub, having surpassed a month. These cubs were likely to have a slim chance of survival if left in the wild without their mothers. However, under the tender care of the women, hope remained abundant. "My little leopard shall be named Xiaohua," Yan Shuer declared without hesitation. Then mine shall be named Jinbai. Yan Qing'er pondered momentarily before her eyes lit up, because its spots resembled gold coins. Gold coin. Wow, that is a splendid name. I shall no longer call it Xiao Hua. I shall name it Gugu. Yes, just like my brother, I want it to protect me. Such innocent thoughts blossomed in Yan Shuer's young mind. Third madam appeared speechless, while the other matrons began naming their lion cubs in turn. The matron named hers Elegant for the female cub. Second madam chose Ice Cold for the male. Third madam selected Quiet for her female. Fourth madam named hers Graceful. Fifth madam called her Lion Dominant. Sixth madam chose Cold-Blooded. And seventh madam named her Lion Dawn. Each name bore its own significance, reflecting the essence and character of its owner. Though the matrons did not elaborate, it was evident that they hailed from distinguished backgrounds, having received superior education. They felt no need to compare themselves with one another. In their banishment, mere sustenance was a blessing, and they had not dared to dream of a more luxurious existence. As for their families, none harbored any illusions of rescue. They were mere political pawns in their family's ambitions. Now that the Yin family had fallen from grace, they could only hope not to implicate their lineage further. The notion of relying on their families for salvation was tantamount to dragging the entire family into the mire. From the moment they entered the Yin family, they passively accepted their reality. As long as the Yin family stood tall, they enjoyed a life free from worry, basking in wealth and luxury, while their family prospered alongside them. Conversely, should the Yin family fall into decline, they would find themselves destitute, subjected to the scorn of countless others, with their family's fortunes likely to suffer as well. These are undeniable facts they have been compelled to accept as their fate. Observing the scene before her, Yanyun's eyes glimmered with satisfaction. This was undoubtedly the most conversation that the several sisters-in-law had shared since their exile. The old steward sighed deeply, saying, "Seeing the smiles on your faces makes it all worthwhile. At least on this journey into exile, I haven't witnessed your suffering. Young Master Yun, may I ask, who provided the food along the way?" Yanyun chuckled, scratching his head, and replied, "Who cares who provided it? As long as we don't starve, we should just eat. Do you think we will ever return to Yinhuang City?" The old steward queried, glancing back at the path they had traveled. Yanyun paused for a moment, then smiled and said, "Let's focus on living well in the present before contemplating the future." "Ah, young Master Yun, you possess such clarity of thought. I have lived most of my life without such enlightenment. I've been preoccupied with whether we can reach the wilderness. Your words have illuminated me. However, with you here, everyone will persevere. Though you may seem foolish, you are the hope for our survival." The old steward mused thoughtfully. "Ha, let us get to the roasting." "To the roasting?" Yanyun disregarded the steward's sighs and rose to his feet, brushing off the dirt from his rear as he approached Zheng Ba. Zheng Ba had already set up a roasting rack, skillfully sharpening a wooden skewer before slicing succulent pieces of lion meat to thread onto it. Niu Bian was busy kindling a fire, muttering to himself in a seemingly nonsensical manner. Yanyun caught a few words. "Damn it. We don't even know if we'll survive to reach the wilderness. And here we are, getting all excited over a mere lion." Yanyun chose to ignore his words. Qin Wei and Zhao were not idle either. They wielded short knives to prepare additional skewers. Given their large numbers, they needed several fires for roasting. With the diligent work of a few constables, 5 fires ignited in a star formation around a grand tree. Tonight, these flames would safeguard their safety. The skewers sizzled over the fire, releasing an enticing aroma. Yanyun retrieved various seasonings from the palace's kitchen, sprinkling them onto the meat being roasted. "Seasonings? Young Master Yin possesses such things?" Zhang Ba remarked, surprised. The other constables seemed eager to inquire as well, yet they refrained, considering Yanyun's formidable prowess. Yanyun grinned and whispered, "Let me share a secret. I pilfered this from Wei Xiong's home. Who would have thought he had such a refined palate, stockpiling so many seasonings? From General Wei's household?" Zheng Ba sighed in relief. If it were from the Duke of the Guard's residence, that would pose a serious problem. After all, the imperial edict had mandated that everyone travel light, without carrying any belongings. Of course, even if Yanyun claimed to have taken it from the estate, Zheng Ba had no means to contest him. Anyone daring to object would find themselves facing dire consequences. Yet, with this remark, it meant Wei Xiong took the fall. "Haha, you are in for a treat. If General Wei finds out, he might just stab me in the back." Achu. Goodness. Could it be that General Wei truly has me in his thoughts? Yanyun feigned innocence. Zhang Ba appeared speechless. The other onlookers ceased to harbor any doubts. The first and second ladies exchanged smiles, thoroughly charmed by Yanyun's performance. Had they not known his mind was quite sound, they might have genuinely believed him to be a fool. The seasoned meat, having been sprinkled with seasonings, became even more delectable under the flames. Yin Qinger and Yin Shuer gathered around the fires, alternating their attention between the various roasting skewers. They even requested some seasonings from Yanyun, imitating him as they sprinkled them onto the meat. As the sun began to set, a hue of twilight painted the sky. The last rays of sunlight bathed everyone, elongating their shadows. Skewers of meat gradually reached perfection. Zheng Ba directed that 2 fires worth of meat belonged to the constable team, while the other 3 fires were for the exiled group. Niu Bian, somewhat disgruntled, protested, "If we are to eat, we should go first. What right do they have to claim precedence?" Yanyun suddenly stood, clenching his fists, and retorted, "Do you even know what this is?" Niu Bian scoffed. "What could it possibly turn into? A lump of iron?" Yanyun positioned a stone, tightened his fists, and struck down upon it with force. Boom! The stone shattered into pieces. Yanyun examined his knuckles, finding no blood and no injury. Shock! Explosion! Terror! Everyone stood agape, witnessing this display of power. Yanyun harvested 32 points of emotional value in one fell swoop. Ignoring the astonished expressions around him, he pointed at the shattered stones and coldly declared, "Do you see this? From now on, if I hear another peep from you, this will be your fate." Niu Bian instinctively recoiled, terror evident in his eyes. The force was truly terrifying. In reality, Yanyun's strength was not as exaggerated as it appeared. Although he had inherited the divine strength of Xiangyu, it was not invincible. Nevertheless, as a traveler from another world and a graduate of a prestigious university, he simply needed to understand some chemical reactions to deduce the stone's fragility. Moreover, it had been weathered under the elements for years, its surface already cracked, requiring only a bit of force to shatter. Yet, Yanyun had not anticipated that it would break so easily, fracturing into countless pieces under his might. The constables all held their breath, staring at the scattered stones in astonishment. Zheng Ba chose silence. The constables shared a singular thought. Thankfully, he is a fool. Had he been a normal person, the one in the palace would likely be in a state of panic. Yanyun did not wish to reveal too much of his strength. He only needed to instill fear. But now, he had exerted a bit too much force. Niu Bian sealed his lips, not daring to utter a word. He indeed felt fear. The First Lady approached one of the fires, picking up a piece of roasted meat, first offering a large chunk to each of the 2 young girls. The little girls had long been drooling in anticipation. Upon seeing the delicious meat, their mouths watered profusely. Their gazes fixated hungrily on the morsels. "Wow, it smells so good," exclaimed Yin Shuer, practically longing to devour it whole. "Careful, it's hot," the First Lady cautioned. "Yes, yes." The 2 little girls nodded vigorously, and after blowing on the meat, they began to devour it ravenously. Halfway through, Yin Qing recalled something, holding up her remaining piece of meat and approaching Yanyun, saying, "Third uncle, you should eat too." Hearing Yin Qing, Yin Shuer also paused her chewing, took her remaining morsel, and joined her sister in offering it to Yanyun. "Third uncle, I'll share mine with you." Yanyun chuckled. "You two go ahead. You two go ahead. Third uncle isn't hungry. There is more to come." "No, no, no. Third uncle should eat first," Yin Shuo insisted, her eyes sparkling. With no choice, Yanyun accepted the piece of meat, in his clumsy demeanor, tore off a small bite, and dramatically swallowed it, giving a thumbs up in approval. Delicious, delicious. Qinger and Shuer are such good girls. Hurry and eat." The 2 little girls giggled, licking the remnants of meat from their hands before resuming their feast, cheerfully proclaiming, "Qinger and Shuer have grown into young ladies. It is well known that the considerate third uncle has always regarded them as treasures." Hong Tao remarked, "Third uncle has always treated them as his precious gems." The ladies smiled at this. The First Lady and the Third Lady naturally said nothing. In their hearts, Yanyun was undoubtedly the pillar of support. As long as Yanyun cherished the 2 children, it surpassed everything else. The First Lady approached the old steward, picked up a generous piece of meat, and handed it to him, saying, "Old steward, you have worked hard on this journey. Please eat first." The old steward hurriedly declined, saying, "Madam, I cannot. Let the ladies eat first. I am not hungry. Not at all." The First Lady insisted, "This piece is a token of respect for you. At your age, you should not have to endure hardships alongside us. From today onward, you are no longer a servant of the Yin family, but one of our elders. As an elder, how can we not treat you well?" The First Lady's repeated use of "you" moved the old steward deeply. Tears welled in his eyes as he wiped them away and said with heartfelt emotion, "I once swore before the master that though I am not of the Yin family by birth, I will serve as a spirit of the Yin family after death. While the master was alive, he regarded me as a brother. After his departure, I could not abandon the Yin family. Even if it means facing peril, I am unafraid." The old steward's loyalty to the Yin family was beyond question. His words were sincere and heartfelt. Ultimately, he could not refuse and accepted the piece of meat. However, He was reluctant to eat it and handed it to Yanyun, saying, "Young Master Yin, please eat first." Yanyun chuckled, shaking his head. "You eat first." Old steward. After saying this, in a moment of silliness, he approached the fire, took up a large skewer of meat that had been prepared, and placed it over the flames. The fifth lady, Lu Yuner, usually diligent, moved to the fire, adding kindling and turning the meat to avoid burning it. Yanyun took out a pouch of seasoning and handed it to her, instructing her to sprinkle some on the meat occasionally to enhance its flavor. The fifth lady gladly accepted. After distributing the skewers to the old steward, the first lady also gave a piece to the seventh lady. The seventh lady, Duan Run, was frail and had suffered greatly during the journey, urgently needing meat to replenish her strength. Initially reluctant to accept, she realized there was plenty of meat and thus said thank you, accepting the piece and blowing on it before taking a bite. The first skewer was finished. The first lady then picked up a second skewer, approaching Shu Xian and Hong Tao, saying, "Shu Xian, Hong Tao, I sincerely thank you on behalf of the young uncle for your companionship on this journey. You should have enjoyed wealth and honor in the Yin family. Yet due to its misfortunes, you have endured hardships alongside us." Saying this, the first lady took 2 pieces of meat and handed them to Shu Xian and Hong Tao. Both were taken aback and hurriedly declined. "Madam, we cannot accept this. Truly we cannot. We are strong and healthy. Let the ladies eat first." Chapter 55. The First Lady's Sincere Words. "No. This is our gratitude to you from the Yin family. It is also the young Master Yan's appreciation for your companionship on this journey. I wish to express a sincere sentiment from young Master Yin. You remained steadfast during our family's hardships. When the Yin family rises again, you shall be honored guests. For generations, you shall enjoy wealth and prosperity alongside the Yin family." The first lady's words were earnest and devoid of pretense. Shu Xian, lacking education, was unsure how to express her gratitude, feeling like a restless ant on a hot pan. Hong Tao, seemingly more educated, took the piece of meat and handed one to Shu Xian, saying, "Shu Xian, this is the intention of the first lady, the young master, and the other ladies. We should not decline. But regardless, I maintain my previous sentiment. Wherever the young master goes, I will follow. I seek neither wealth nor honor, only a life without regret." Hong Tao's speech flowed eloquently, revealing her heartfelt sentiments. I too, wherever the young master goes, I will follow." Shu Xian responded eagerly. The first lady's face lit up with a smile of satisfaction. The 2 girls accepted the pieces of meat. The first lady then approached Xia Shui, Qiu Yu, and La Mei, saying, "You 3 have accompanied me and the 4th and 5th ladies throughout. Your loyalty has been unwavering, free from ulterior motives. These past days have been arduous for you. Despite the challenges we faced, we persevered. This wilderness is indeed no pleasant place. But as long as young Master Yin remains steadfast, he can protect our safety with his strength. Though he may seem somewhat foolish, he is no fool. As the saying goes, fools have their blessings. The Yin family has faced calamity, yet your unwavering support requires immense courage, which deeply moves us. I vow that should the Yin family have the opportunity to rise again, you shall not be neglected, nor shall your families. The 3 large pieces of meat are for you. Do not decline." The first lady continued to express her heartfelt gratitude. La Mei and the others were profoundly touched. They had never imagined they would hear such sincere words from the first lady. This was both gratitude and trust towards them. Tears filled their eyes. Coming from humble beginnings, serving others had always been their primary role, and they had never dared to harbor any extravagant desires or ambitions. "Xia Shui, please accept this. It is the gratitude from the first lady, the young master, and the other ladies," urged the 4th lady, Yi Jiaomei. Xia Shui, whom she had brought along, did not hesitate to accept the piece of meat, thanking the first lady. La Mei, being the first lady's maid, instinctively took a piece of meat as well, but, instead of eating it, handed it to Yin Qing'er, saying, "Qing'er, La Mei is not hungry. You eat first." Yin Qing'er, whom La Mei had raised, was regarded as her own, and any delicious food or treats were always shared with her first. The first lady cared deeply for La Mei. Before the incident at the Duke's residence, La Mei hardly worked, often directing other maids. No, Qing'er is full. La Mei, please eat," Yin Qing'er said sweetly. La Mei was 15 years older than Yin Qing'er, yet Qing'er preferred to call her sister. Unable to refuse any longer, La Mei took the piece of meat and began to savor it slowly. Qiu Yu also accepted a piece. The second skewer was finished. The first lady then picked up a third skewer, distributing pieces to the other ladies, but when it came to her turn, it was gone. The other ladies felt somewhat guilty, but the first lady smiled, saying, "There are more coming. No rush, you all eat first." The first lady truly upheld her title. ensuring that all exiled members of the Yin household, from top to bottom, were well cared for. No one was neglected nor favored over another. This not only fostered a sense of unity among the old steward and the maids, but also filled them with gratitude and compassion towards the First Lady. Although Yanyun did not receive the first batch of meat, he felt a profound sense of joy within. This was undeniably good news for him. At the very least, everyone's hearts remained united. This filled Yanyun with immense admiration for the First Lady's capabilities, and he secretly gave her a thumbs up. Although the First Lady did not see his gesture, she noticed the admiration in his eyes. A blush crept onto her cheeks, and seemingly shy, she moved to the fire to pretend to add kindling and seasoning. Zheng Ba approached, saying, "We may be few here, but there is plenty of meat." After distributing one piece to each, there are still 3 left. Saying this, Zheng Ba handed the skewer to Yanyun, revealing indeed 3 additional pieces. Zhao Wu, Qin Wei, and the others showed no complaints upon seeing the meat, but Niu Bian felt quite displeased internally. Had it not been for his fear of Yanyun's strength, he likely would have protested. Yanyun truly harbored a murderous intent towards Niu Bian, yet he refrained from taking immediate action against him. Instigating the ire of other constables now would be premature, as ample opportunities will arise later. Furthermore, he had already cautioned Niu Bian in the presence of everyone. Should he remain obstinate, his ruthless actions would be justified. If one squanders a given chance and courts death, then demise is inevitable. Without hesitation, Yanyun accepted the meat skewer, partaking of 1 portion himself while reserving 2 for the first madam. He saw no need for refusal. Desiring to foster a sense of camaraderie with Zheng Ba, signaling his lack of animosity. This served as a prelude to potentially enlisting Zheng Ba's support in the future, subtly conveying that he was not as vulnerable, inept, or clumsy as perceived. The first madam was deeply moved, accepting the proffered meat skewer. She never anticipated Yanyun would reserve 2 portions for her, whereas Yin Feng would have likely appropriated the lion's share without allowing any dissent. Yanyun's actions demonstrated a profound respect, elevating his standing in her eyes, possibly surpassing even Yin Qing'er and herself. Unaware of these implications, Yanyun merely extended his warm-hearted nature, earnestly caring for his sisters-in-law, desiring to shield them from any hardship. Nothing more. Seated beneath a tree, Zheng Ba was lost in contemplation. This was unequivocally the most harmonious escort of exiles he had ever undertaken. Previous exiles were invariably despondent, enervated, despairing, dispirited, forlorn, resentful, irate, and remorseful, consumed by negative emotions. Yet, these individuals were conversing and laughing, creating a harmonious and congenial atmosphere. It hardly resembled an exile. Rather, it felt like a jovial excursion. Their linchpin, while ostensibly the first madam, it felt as though there was more to it. While Yanyun played a role, something seemed amiss. Nevertheless, within this intricate dynamic, not a single member of the Yin family harbored any grievances. Their resolve appeared unyielding, as if impervious to any influence. Chapter 56. Sun-scorched City Lord. Within the sun-scorched City Lord's manor, as the sun neared the horizon, a family of 6 arrived at the gates. Having traversed 3 days and nights by carriage, they finally reached their destination before nightfall. Upon entering the city, they proceeded directly to the manor. This family was none other than Wei Xiong and his kin. The manor gate stood open, flanked by 2 sentries brandishing ghastly sabers. Noticing the carriage halt before them, they turned their gaze toward it. Wei Xiong alighted and, clasping his hands, announced, "Wei Xiong here, seeking an audience with the esteemed city lord." One of the sentries, with a frigid demeanor, retorted, "The sun is nigh setting, and the city lord does not entertain any official business at this hour. Return tomorrow at dawn." Wei Xiong furrowed his brow, but responded affably, "Pray, inform the city lord that an old friend has come to call." Must I reiterate? The sun is nearing its descent, and the city lord, having toiled all day, is due for rest. Return tomorrow at dawn. The sentry's tone grew more emphatic. Wei Xiong's countenance darkened slightly. It seemed they would be compelled to lodge at an inn for the night. Offering a respectful bow, he was about to depart when a young general, clad in armor, arrived on horseback with 2 soldiers. "Young general," the sentries greeted, their demeanor shifting from coldness to reverence. The young general waved a dismissive hand and, scrutinizing Wei Xiong, inquired, "Pray, good sir, what brings you to the city lord's manor?" The young general discerned Wei Xiong's exceptional nature at first glance. His piercing gaze, imposing aura, and latent air of bloodshed marked him not as a commoner, but as a seasoned veteran of the battlefield. "I am Wei Xiong, who once fought alongside the city lord, venturing into the throes of battle. I seek an audience to request an urgent matter. If I am not mistaken, you are Guaheng's son, was Xiaoqi correct?" Wei Xiong recognized him instantly as Guaheng's son, bearing a striking resemblance to the 3rd madam, Gua Yiren. though lacking her seductive eyes. The contours of his face were similar, and his eyes shone with brilliance, exuding an aura of sternness. Despite his slender frame, his physique was robust, evident in his equestrian posture. Before the young general could respond, Wei Xiong exclaimed, "Like father, like son, even more valiant than your father in his prime. The name Xiaoqi is well-deserved." The Duke of Protectorate did not waste his intellect. Wei Xiong's words were abruptly cut short as the young general's expression shifted, and he interjected, "General Wei, no need for further elaboration. Please, follow me into the manor." Turning to the sentries, the young general commanded, "Quickly remove the threshold and allow General Wei's family to enter." Realizing the identity of the imposing man before them, the sentries hastily dismantled the threshold, enabling the carriage to proceed unhindered into the manor. Once inside, under the attentive care of the guards, the carriage was placed in storage, and the horses were led to the stables. Wei Xiong's family, like yokels entering a grand estate for the first time, were escorted by the young general to the central hall. Wei Xiong, having risen from the ranks and frequently engaged in military campaigns, was accustomed to bloodshed. However, his family had always resided in a humble village and had never visited a major city. Entering the magnificent and solemn city lord's manor for the first time, they naturally displayed a rustic demeanor. "Please, rest here for a moment while I inform my father in the rear courtyard." The young general, none other than Guo Xiaoqi, departed for the rear courtyard. Several servants promptly surrounded them, offering tea and water, attending to their every need, lest they neglect their esteemed guests. Typically, guests were received in the front hall, rarely in the central hall. Those granted access to the central hall were of great importance to the city lord. Shortly thereafter, a robust middle-aged man, accompanied by the young general, strode purposefully into the central hall. Unaware of Brother Wei's visit from afar, I have failed to greet you in person, for which I offer my sincerest apologies. Guo Heng's voice was somewhat coarse but filled with heartiness and delight. His voice preceded his arrival. Wei Xiong set down his teacup, rose to his feet, and chuckled, "City Lord Guo, may all be well with you. It has been 5 years since our parting in the military camp, has it not?" Guo Heng was overcome with emotion, sighing, "Time flies, and years wither. Who would have thought that this parting would last 5 years?" Soon, Guo Heng entered the central hall. Upon seeing Wei Xiong's parents, he clasped his hands and greeted, "These must be uncle and aunt." "City Lord Guo." Wei Xiong's parents hastily rose to pay their respects. Nay, absolutely not. Uncle and aunt, please be seated." Guo Heng promptly gestured for the elderly couple to sit. "This is my wife, City Lord Guo." Wei Xiong's wife also rose to greet him. "Madam, please be seated. No need to rise. We are all family here. No need for such worldly formalities." Guo Heng waved his hand. "Hurry and greet your Uncle Guo." Wei Xiong instructed his children. Wei Kuangbiao greets Uncle Guo. Wei Yinran greets Uncle Guo. Wei Kuangbiao and Wei Yinran had already stood up, and, upon hearing their father's words, clasped their hands in greeting. Guo Xiaoqi greets Uncle Wei. As soon as Wei Kuangbiao and Wei Yinran finished speaking, Guo Xiaoqi clasped his hands and bowed in greeting. Compared to Wei Kuangbiao and Wei Yinran, Guo Xiaoqi appeared more refined. This was due to the fact that they all came from the military, but their status, position, and levels of education differed, resulting in different education and upbringing. It was not that Wei Kuangbiao and Wei Yinran had done anything wrong, but rather that they had not received higher education since childhood. Neither side said anything about these worldly formalities, but Wei Kuangbiao and Wei Yinran could truly feel them. They secretly remembered that they should not lower their status and position because of etiquette. Xiaoqi, immediately instruct the servants to prepare a dinner banquet, set up guest rooms, and I will treat my old friend's family, welcoming them and washing away the dust from their journey. Remember, the guest rooms must be the best, and all bedding and living supplies must be new. There must be no mistakes. Guo Heng solemnly instructed. "All right, father, leave it to me." Guo Xiaoqi turned and left. This was the highest etiquette of a soldier. Together we have wielded weapons, slain enemies, shared moments of vulnerability, bled on the battlefield, stood by each other through trials, and shared both joy and hardship. Chapter 57. The Unfamiliar White-Eyed Wolf. After Guo Xiaoqi departed, Guo Heng sat in the main hall, welcoming Wei Xiong and his family. Is this the renowned Kuangbiao? I remember just 5 years ago, he was still a mere child. How he has grown into a fine young man." Guo Heng exclaimed, admiring Wei Kuangbiao's tall and robust physique. Kuangbiao scratched his head, at a loss for words. Guo Heng continued, and young Yinran, blossoming into an enchanting beauty. I recall when she stayed in the military camp, behaving like a tomboy. How she has transformed over these years, now so graceful, a stark contrast to her former self. Both Guo Heng and Wei Xiong hailed from military backgrounds. Guo Heng was a commander, while Wei Xiong held the rank of captain. Each year, as high-ranking officers. Their wives were permitted to stay in the military camp for a time. However, after Guaheng sustained serious injuries, he was appointed as the Lord of Sun City by the southern capital under the orders of the northern capital. Since then, they had not crossed paths again. Hearing Guaheng's nostalgic musings, Wei Xiong sighed. Indeed, after 5 years, tremendous changes have transpired. The child is gone, and the tomboy has transformed into a graceful swan. Guaheng lamented, "It is a pity that at that time, Xiaoqi's mother was gravely ill and unable to visit the camp. Otherwise, Huangbiao and Xiaoqi would have become acquainted much sooner." Wei Xiong chuckled. "Speaking of which, while the Duke of Protecting the Nation was alive, he named many of our children, including Xiaoqi, Iran, Huangbiao, and Yanran." Guaheng smiled softly, but as he mentioned the Duke, tears welled up in his eyes, and his voice trembled as he said, "To be honest, Brother Wei, when you mentioned the Duke at the door, my son Xiaoqi interrupted. It was not intentional. The matter concerning the Duke is currently a sensitive topic. We must tread carefully in our discussions. It is so unjust. So unjust." At this point, Guaheng, overwhelmed with emotion, pounded his chest and wept uncontrollably. Wei Xiong's family, having never witnessed such a display from Guaheng, felt their hearts ache at the sight of the dignified lord of a city weeping for the Duke. They lowered their heads in sorrow, realizing his loss of composure. Guaheng hurriedly wiped his tears and clasped his hands, saying, "The Duke treated us as brothers. I lost my composure just now. I hope you won't take offense." Wei Xiong shook his head. "Brother Gua, you have not lost your composure. You merely spoke from the heart. My family has been deeply saddened by the Duke's plight since our journey here." Guaheng sighed heavily. "Alas, the Duke's lineage seems to be utterly finished. Enough of this. We have ears on the walls. Let us refrain from such discussions today. I remember you were in the military camp previously. What brings your entire family to Sun City?" Wei Xiong produced a bracelet from his chest. "This is a white jade bracelet. How did you acquire it?" Guaheng recognized it as the dowry bracelet meant for his daughter. Wei Xiong explained softly, "Not long ago, the Duke's family was exiled and happened to pass through our village, staying at my home for a night. Upon learning they were from the Duke's household, we prepared dinner for them. Though it was not extravagant, while we were resting that night, we were attacked. Later, we discovered that these assailants were under the command of Luo Zhifeng. That scoundrel may meet a wretched end. An ungrateful wolf. The Duke entrusted everything to him, and he turned to bite back. I had no idea who was pulling the strings behind the scenes, but now it is clear." Guaheng clenched his fists in fury. "What happened next?" he asked in a low voice. "Upon learning that these men were under Luo Zhifeng, we could no longer stay in the village. At that moment, Iran stepped forward and urged me to seek refuge with you. She entrusted this bracelet to me to deliver to you." As he spoke, Wei Xiong remembered the words Iran had entrusted to him. He hesitated several times, but ultimately chose not to reveal them. Not that he did not want to, but rather out of fear. Now, he could only seek refuge with Guaheng, but could not fully trust him, as this information was too crucial. If leaked, the hope for the Duke's resurgence would be utterly extinguished. Ultimately, he swallowed his words, unable to utter a single syllable. Alas, Guaheng seemed to sense something and sighed deeply. "To be honest, Brother Wei, I have been conflicted these days about whether to send someone to assist in secret. But my thoughts are jumbled, and I remain indecisive. You must decide for me. What do you think I should do?" After a moment of contemplation, Wei Xiong replied, "There are only 2 courses of action. First, offer a substantial bribe to the officials, ensuring that they do not harass the ladies and the young master on their journey. Second, eliminate the officials and abduct the ladies and the young master, taking them to a safe location where they can remain hidden, preventing them from suffering in the wilderness." Guaheng shook his head. "I have already considered these options. I have prepared 100,000 gold coins, ready for bribery. However, I prefer the idea of abduction. But if we choose that route, the higher-ups will inevitably be enraged. Believing that the families of the ladies are behind the sabotage, it is possible that the families of the ladies could face repercussions. This could jeopardize the fate of everyone involved. This is no jest. We must not act recklessly." Wei Xiong frowned. "The second option is clearly ill-conceived. We must focus on the first. However, the leader of the current group is named Zheng Ba. He appears to be an upright man, honest and astute. If possible, we should offer him a generous bribe." Guaheng replied, "Merely money is of little concern to me. However, bribing him will only ensure temporary safety on the road. What about when they reach the wilderness? That place is notorious for being lawless, a veritable haven for villains. I do not believe the ladies and the young master could survive there. This is my greatest worry." Wei Xiong suggested, "Let us first ensure the ladies reach their destination safely. If possible, we could dispatch some skilled individuals to protect them in secret. If I am not mistaken, Li Rui and Luo Zhifeng are likely to strike again." Guaheng furiously retorted, That scoundrel Li Rue is notoriously greedy and lascivious. After his first failure, he will certainly not give up easily. Guaheng, having no other options, continued after some deliberation. Very well. I will provide you with a specific plan by tomorrow morning. If possible, we brothers will risk our lives to ensure the safety of the young master and the ladies. We cannot allow them to suffer on their journey. Chapter 58. The Blood-Soaked Edict. Very well. Wei Xiong responded resolutely. Shortly after, Gua Xiaoqi arrived in the main hall, where the banquet and guest quarters had been prepared. Guaheng took out a treasured fine wine, and together with Wei Xiong, his father, and Wei Kuangbiao, they shared a toast. Having traveled a long distance, they were weary and did not indulge much in the wine. After the banquet concluded, night fell. The guest quarters were ready, and under Guaheng's invitation, the family could finally enjoy a restful night. Once Wei Xiong's family had settled, Guaheng returned to his chamber. He recalled the jade bracelet Wei Xiong had given him and instinctively took it from his sleeve. With a twist of his hand, the bracelet split in two, revealing a small piece of cloth inside. Guaheng was taken aback and hurriedly unfolded the cloth. Inside were several blood-red characters. Duke's Calamity, do not panic. Prepare funds for assistance. Yin 3 is clever, skilled at hiding. In the wilderness, the dragon soars. Signed, Iran. This was unmistakably a blood-soaked edict written by his daughter, Guo Iran, conveying an urgent message. The meaning was crystal clear. The meaning is reiterated. The Guogong residence has encountered this calamity. There is no need for my father and elder brother to fear or to make rash decisions. They merely need to prepare their finances and be ready to provide support. For young Master Yin San is astute and wise. He is not foolish, but rather feigning ignorance. The wildlands may indeed be a haven for villains, yet they could also be the fabled ground for young Master Yan's rise. Upon seeing the bloodstained script, Guaheng trembled violently, disbelief flashing in his eyes. How could it be? How could young Master Yin be pretending to be foolish, even at the cost of his life? Guaheng could not accept this as truth. He knew Yanyun all too well. Why did Yanyun suffer from a high fever in his childhood, damaging his mind? Because he was in the military camp, ill with a fever, while the urgent war demanded that Yin Bei manage the overall situation, leaving no time to attend to his youngest son's condition. It was only after repelling the enemy that it became clear Yin Yun's mind had been irreparably harmed. When this news spread, the entire army observed a moment of silence, deeply moved. This further solidified the soldiers' loyalty and admiration for Yin Bei, inadvertently enhancing the cohesion among his forces. From that moment, Yin Yun became known as the foolish son of a noble family. To think young Master Yin San has been feigning ignorance all along. How could this be? Guaheng muttered to himself, struggling to accept the reality of it all. Yet, these words were penned by his own daughter, making disbelief impossible. He recalled the earlier moment in the main hall, where Wei Xiong had hesitated to speak, clearly wanting to say something but refraining. Now it seemed, Wei Xiong must know something he dared not disclose, fearing the information might leak and bring misfortune to young Master Yin. After all, the Guogong residence is currently under intense scrutiny, and young Master Yin indeed needs to conceal his identity to survive and avoid drawing attention. No wonder Wei Xiong advocated bribing the officials. His daughter also urged him to prepare funds. Was this to facilitate a resurgence? At this thought, tears of excitement welled in Guaheng's eyes. He could not contain his emotions, whispering, General Guogong, may the three of you clear your names soon. If you are aware in the depths below, please bless young Master Yin to rise like a dragon, soaring through the skies. Alas, such merit can overwhelm the sovereign. As Guaheng murmured these words, Ding, detecting that Guaheng and the host share a sovereign-subject relationship, the emotional value system is bound. All of Guaheng's emotions towards the host will generate emotional value. Ding, Guaheng is shocked. Emotional value 1 point. Ding, Guaheng's shock, disbelief, incredulity. Emotional value 3 points. Ding, Guaheng's excitement, joy. Emotional value 3 points. Ding, Guaheng with tears in his eyes, blood boiling. Emotional value 4 points. After feasting, everyone reclined beneath the great tree, entering a state of rest. Night had fallen. A gentle breeze caressed them, bringing a refreshing sensation. Zheng Ba instructed the guards to take turns keeping watch. Yanyun, with nothing to occupy his mind, nibbled on straw, planning his future endeavors. Suddenly, a series of system notifications erupted in Yanyun's mind. Guaheng, the father of Guairan, the lord of Sun City? This meant Wei Xiong's family had reached Sun City and had met Guaheng in person? Yanyun sighed with relief. As long as Wei Xiong's family arrived safely in Sun City, they should be able to enjoy a few peaceful days. If Li Rue and Luo Zhengfeng did not pursue the deaths of the burly men, then Wei Xiong's family would likely be safe. What worried him was if Li Rue and Luo Zhengfeng would pursue the matter relentlessly. In Yanhuang City, at the Chancellor's residence, Luo Zhengfeng hurriedly entered the guest hall. Li Rui, having learned of Luo Zhengfeng's arrival, reluctantly left the back courtyard to join him. You look anxious. Has something significant occurred? Li Rui asked with a hint of sarcasm. Luo Zhengfeng frowned and replied, My men have discovered the reason behind the previous assassination attempt's failure. Oh? What is it? Li Rui asked, stifling a yawn, clearly uninterested. According to reports, the exile team had taken refuge at a civilian residence. My men rushed to the scene overnight, intending to eliminate the officials first before robbing them. However, a fierce soldier emerged from the residence unexpectedly. A fierce soldier? What happened? This piqued Li Rui's interest. Luo Zhengfeng continued. According to reports, this soldier was a commander of the Hushao cavalry under Yin Bei's command. But he returned home to recuperate due to severe injuries. The commander of the Hushao cavalry. This is no ordinary soldier, Li Rui exclaimed, unable to hide his astonishment. Do you know this commander's name? The neighbors of the residence claimed. This commander is named Wei Xiong. I recognize this man. His strength far surpasses that of a mere general. He emerged from the heaps of corpses, single-handedly slaying 50 enemy soldiers without faltering. Luo Zhengfeng stated solemnly. Do you see this? Do you see this? Li Rui exploded, his fury akin to consuming 100 tons of explosives, shouting at Luo Zhengfeng. This is the capability of Yin Bei. This is Yin Bei's discerning eye. This is Yin Bei's skill in recognizing talent. Just a mere commander can achieve such unparalleled valor. And you, after over a year as a general of the cavalry, how many fierce warriors have you gathered? How many valorous generals do you have? You can't even defeat a Wei Xiong and still call yourself a general? Are you a worthless fool? Chapter 59, The Fiery Pirate Wife. Luo Zhengfeng was thoroughly humiliated, his face darkening as he lowered his head. He clenched his fists in frustration, harboring resentment towards Wei Xiong, his heart gradually darkening with envy and hatred towards Yin Bei's abilities. But where is Wei Xiong now? Li Rui's gaze sharpened, fixated on Luo Zhengfeng. Luo Zhengfeng, with a forlorn expression, replied, A family of 6 fled overnight. The neighbor was unaware. He merely got up in the middle of the night to use the restroom and happened to witness everything. Our men were also present, inflicting brutal punishment on his family, which led to this information being extracted. But afterwards, this man, feeling guilt towards Wei Xiong, dashed headfirst into a wall. Investigate. Ensure we uncover Wei Xiong's whereabouts. Send someone to eliminate him and his entire family, leaving no one behind. However, if his wife is sufficiently beautiful, she may be spared. I want to torment his wife before his eyes. He dares to ruin my plans. This is courting death. Li Rui's face contorted with malice as he declared. Luo Zhengfeng cupped his fists, assuring, Rest assured, Chancellor. I know how to conduct a thorough investigation. Speak and let me hear. Li Rui expressed serious doubt regarding Luo Zhengfeng's competence. Luo Zhengfeng's expression stiffened as he said, First, use military connections to find everyone who has interacted with Wei Xiong. Second, conduct thorough searches across various cities, even if it means digging 3 feet into the ground. We must locate Wei Xiong. I am quite satisfied. Li Rui nodded, narrowing his eyes. In Jiahai City, at the Lu family estate. As dawn broke with a tinge of light, Lu Heishui, the head of the Lu family and father of Lu Yun'er, emerged from his house and practiced his punches in the courtyard. The Lu family is one of the 4 prominent merchant families in the Great Yin Empire, located in the northwest near the sea. The Lu family's seafood industry has flourished, especially after Lu Yun'er married the second son of the Yin family, allowing the Lu family to rise as the 2nd largest merchant family in the empire. Before aligning with the Yin family, Lu Yun'er's father could only be described as an ordinary fishmonger, hardly worthy of the title of a merchant. However, after establishing ties with the Yin family, within a mere year, he assimilated rival enterprises and ascended to become the 2nd largest family among the 4 prominent merchant clans. For as long as the Great Yin Empire has existed, there have only been 4 major merchant families, with never a 5th to emerge. It is a matter of rising to prominence or being replaced. Either way, a transformation is inevitable. In the midst of a vigorous practice of martial arts, a white homing pigeon suddenly appeared on the windowsill not far from Lu Heishui. He immediately recognized it as one of the pigeons trained by his family. The arrival of the pigeon signified the urgency of a pressing matter. Lu Heishui wasted no time and hurriedly approached, cradling the pigeon in one hand. He retrieved a small piece of cloth from a bamboo tube attached to the bird's leg, released the pigeon, and unfurled the cloth to read the message inscribed upon it. The message conveyed a grave situation. The Yin family had undergone a drastic change. Yin Baidu, Yin Feng's, and Yin Lei were accused of colluding with the enemy at the border, conspiring to rebel. Upon learning this, the emperor ordered the execution of 3 individuals at the border, confiscated their estate, and exiled their wives and daughters to the wilderness. The Lu family would undoubtedly be implicated in the Yin family's turmoil. His elder brother must prepare for the aftermath. This message was sent by Lu Heishui's second brother, Lu Haitu. Upon reading it, Lu Heishui's expression darkened with gravity. This was no jest. The beheading, confiscation, and exile of the Yin family implied that his protective umbrella would vanish. Lu Heishui understood well that if he did not promptly devise a strategy, the Lu family's position among the four merchant clans would be jeopardized. This heralded a potential upheaval among the four prominent merchant families, risking the Lu family's fall from grace. Lu Heishui felt a pang of panic. The competition among merchant families was already fierce. He had relied on Yin Baidu's influence to suppress rivals and absorb their enterprises, thereby soaring to prominence. Now, with the Yin family's downfall and his support crumbling, maintaining stability within the merchant sphere would be a Herculean task. Without delay, Lu Heishui summoned other senior family members for an urgent discussion regarding their predicament. Ultimately, two strategies emerged from their deliberations. The first option was to risk the entire Lu family facing confiscation and execution to rescue Lu Yun'er from dire straits, ensuring she did not plunge into despair. However, this would entail the lives of every family member for the sake of one. The second option was to decisively abandon Lu Yun'er as a pawn, seeking refuge with a more powerful ally to preserve the Lu family's grand legacy. Lu Heishui found himself ensnared in a dilemma. One path led to the lives of his entire family, the other to his beloved daughter. He was acutely aware of his precarious predicament and knew he had to propose a solution to navigate this familial crisis. Torn between reluctance and anguish, he did not wish to forsake his daughter, yet the innocent gazes of his kin compelled him to lower his head. Abandon Yun'er. Save my family. Clenching his fists, Lu Heishui felt a wave of helplessness wash over him, akin to a deflated balloon. The Lu family members breathed a sigh of relief, fearing that Lu Heishui might make a selfish choice that could jeopardize the family's future. Just as Lu Heishui reached a decision, his wife, Lu Yun'er's mother, stormed into the conference hall wielding a kitchen knife, seething with anger. You ungrateful wretch! Should you dare to abandon Yun'er, I shall strike you down. The assembly was left speechless, taken aback by her ferocity. Do not forget, without Yun'er, there would be no Lu family as it stands today. What are you all? Mere relatives? At best, just distant kin. Yun'er's fate is of no concern to you, but she is my daughter. Should you dare to forsake her, I will end your life this very moment. Lu Yun'er's mother, Zhang Sanyang, spoke with a harshness that reflected both a mother's fierce protection and perhaps the rebellious spirit inherited from her pirate lineage. Such coarse words were uncharacteristic of her in the past. Lu Heishui was momentarily taken aback by his wife's fierce demeanor, feeling a sense of helplessness in the face of her wrath. She, a woman of the sea, had built their business with her tenacity. Her past as a pirate did not involve pillaging or destruction. She had distanced herself from her father's ways and sought a life on land with Lu Heishui. The Lu family's sources of prosperity lay in the ocean, and other pirates would steer clear of their fishing vessels out of respect for Zhang Sanyang. In stark contrast, other fishing boats lacked such fortune. The relatives understood well where the Lu family's wealth derived and fell silent, fearing the wrath of Zhang Sanyang. You all, silence yourselves. Whoever utters a word shall face my blade or be cast out of my family. Do not think that kinship grants you the power to dictate the fate of my daughter. Remember, without her status, you are naught but insignificant. Zhang Sanyang's words were harsh, reflecting a mother's fierce nature, driven by a desire to protect her daughter and perhaps the spirit of the pirate within her. This outburst was unprecedented. Lu Heishui, you have but one choice. Dispatch men to set an ambush along the route and bring Yun'er back from her exile. No, this cannot happen. An elder from the Lu family quickly interjected. If the emperor learns of this, our clan will face collective punishment. Seek death. With that, Zhang Sanyang, without hesitation, swung the knife toward the elder's neck. In an instant, his head rolled to the ground, blood gushing forth. The assembly was left in shock, trembling at the sight of such brutality. The stark contrast of her actions left everyone in disbelief. It was a ruthless display of violence. You cowardly dogs! Did I permit you to speak? What of collective punishment? If it comes to that, we shall abandon this land and return to the sea to seek refuge with my father. Let him send troops to confront us at sea. Zhang Sanyang was undeterred, exuding a fearlessness that shocked Lu Heishui. He had never witnessed such a terrifying side of her. Normally gentle and composed, she had never interfered in business matters, focusing instead on nurturing their family. But today, when faced with the life and death of their daughter, she was incensed. The revelation that Lu Heishui might forsake their daughter for the sake of family business ignited her fury. The dormant spirit of the pirate within her erupted forth, leading her to brandish the knife with lethal intent. Lu Heishui realized he had struck a nerve. This was their beloved daughter, cherished like a precious gem. Now, faced with the prospect of her suffering, he felt an overwhelming guilt for even considering her sacrifice. Should anything befall Yun'er on her journey, wherever she bleeds, I shall ensure you bleed in kind. Zheng Sanyang's fury was palpable, and Lu Heishui understood that his wife was resolute. He could no longer hesitate and was compelled to make a choice. The other family members, fearing for their own safety, hastily withdrew. Knowing their ties to the Lu family were tenuous at best, they were merely Lu Heishui's cousins or distant relatives, and they dared not confront Zheng Sanyang. The consequences of doing so could lead to dire repercussions from her pirate father. Is it not common for such events to occur in coastal cities? Pirates have always been rampant, and no one has found a way to curb their audacity. To dare venture out to hunt them is undoubtedly a perilous endeavor, one that promises no return. Zheng Sanyang exited the conference hall, while Lu Heishui worked throughout the night, dispatching over a dozen skilled rangers from the Lu clan to prepare for potential abductions on the route to the wilderness. That night was relatively peaceful. Under the glow of 5 bonfires, the fierce beasts of the prairie dared not approach. Even if a pack of wolves arrived, they would be rendered powerless. Furthermore, with everyone taking turns on night watch, many unnecessary troubles were averted. This night watch was not limited to the guards. The matron also commanded the sisters-in-law and maids to take turns, ensuring everyone's safety. The women took their duties seriously. When it was their watch time, they fought against fatigue to keep their eyes open, determined to keep the bonfires burning brightly. Fortunately, there was ample dry wood available. Without it, the flames might have dwindled by midnight. Though no battles erupted that evening, everyone felt a sense of unease. First, there were the wolves, then the dogs. It was only when the first light of dawn appeared that these creatures reluctantly withdrew. Throughout the night, Yanyun enjoyed the most restful sleep, undisturbed by the threat of beasts. The system provided him alerts. Should danger arise, he would awaken immediately. However, he could not disclose this to others. So he continued with his night watch duties, as the bonfires were of utmost importance. As dawn broke, the group roasted some meat, drank fresh water, and fed the little cheetah and lion cub some cooked food before setting off again. The vast, boundless grassland had only been traversed for a day and a night, with nearly a week of travel still ahead. If they were on horseback, perhaps they could have covered the distance in a single day, but walking was not feasible, as everyone except Yanyun comprised women, children, and the elderly. Although there were 4 idle steeds, they could not fundamentally solve the problem. Thankfully, Yanyun instructed 2 young maidens to ride the slow horses, while the remaining 2 steeds were shared among several sisters-in-law and the elderly steward, taking turns to ride. Zhengba turned a blind eye and pretended not to hear. Niu Pai felt disgruntled but feared Yanyun's strength, so he grudgingly followed the main group. The travelers rested when weary, feasted on roasted meat when hungry, and quenched their thirst from their water bags, thus somewhat alleviating their hardships. Yanyun occasionally amused the 2 young maidens, maintaining a cheerful atmosphere throughout the journey, devoid of the anticipated suffering and anguish. Moreover, with the ladies having acquired pets, they found solace in their companionship, making the journey feel less desolate. In Dadi City, at the war goddess mansion, an elderly man with graying hair sat cross-legged by the lake in the garden, fishing rod in hand, his eyes closed, utterly still, as if in deep meditation, awaiting a catch. However, no fish took the bait. Instead, a frail old man with similarly grizzled facial hair approached, moving with a frail gait. He bowed respectfully and softly spoke, "Your Grace, there has been trouble at the southern border." Trouble at the southern border? The elderly man opened his eyes slightly, his expression remaining calm, as if he had not heard correctly. What trouble could arise at the southern border? Could it be that the Great Chu Empire was making another attempt? Such timid wretches, daring to dream of breaching my Huishao Pass? With the Duke of protecting the nation on guard, our great Yin Empire remains unscathed. The elderly man was confident. Well aware of Yin Baidu's capabilities, an expert in recognizing talent and a master strategist, adept in warfare and planning. As long as Yin Baidu was unharmed, he could safeguard the southern frontier for 3 decades. Alas, the old man sighed, his expression heavy with sorrow. If only your Grace's assumptions were correct. What do you mean? The elderly man suddenly opened his eyes, sharp and piercing, fixating on the old man. The old man's countenance darkened as he gravely replied. Yin Baidu and his 2 sons were executed at the southern border. What? What did you say? When did this happen? Is the news credible? The elderly man trembled, angrily dropping his fishing rod. It is true. It has been nearly 20 days. Nearly 20 days? The elderly man could hardly believe it, demanding angrily, "How could I only just learn of this?" According to reports, the lord of the city received a decree from the palace and immediately sealed the news foolishness. The elderly man seethed with rage, kicking over a nearby bucket. Although the news was sealed, This morning, a merchant entered the city and mentioned the matter at a tea house, leading to widespread rumors. What of the ladies of the Duke of Protecting the Nation? Were they implicated? The elderly man inquired urgently. According to the merchant, the wives and daughters of the Duke of Protecting the Nation were not executed. However, they were subjected to a decree from His Majesty confiscation and exile. Confiscation and exile? The elderly man exhaled deeply, his tense nerves easing. As long as the ladies were not executed, that was good news. Where will they be exiled? He asked solemnly. It appears to be the wilderness, the wilderness? The elderly man's previously relaxed demeanor tightened once again. His emotions surged, his face grew grim, and his hands trembled uncontrollably as he muttered. Exile to the wilderness is a lawless zone, often referred to as a haven for evildoers. Though they were not executed, their fate is far more cruel. The elderly man exclaimed with fervor, the Yin South is too ruthless, too detestable. The old man sighed, His Majesty is ruthlessly eliminating kin, forcing his own brother's family towards destruction. Alas, the elderly man lamented, forcing the Duke of Protecting the Nation's family to ruin is minor. I fear that the southern border will never know peace again. The old man was momentarily taken aback, instinctively asking, Isn't Luo Zhengfeng appointed as the general of cavalry? Could it be that Luo Zhengfeng? Humph. That mere child, still wet behind the ears, truly believes he has mastered the art of military command? Had he not relied on Li Rue partway, would he have ever ascended to the position of general of cavalry? The elderly man scoffed derisively. The old man bowed his head in silence. Suddenly, the elderly man recalled something and could not help but sigh. Enough. Enough. This is the fate that awaits Yan Baidu. Even if he is not eliminated now, he will be dealt with in the future. Why? The old man was perplexed. The elderly man resumed his cross-legged position, grasping the fishing rod, closing his eyes, and striving to calm his mind. Yin South is 79, and his health is deteriorating. The crown prince is only 8 or 9 years old. Now, eliminating Yin Baidu and nurturing Luo Zhifeng is tantamount to solidifying the throne for the crown prince. If Yin Baidu and his 2 sons are not removed, I fear that on the day of Yin South's passing, they will surely seize control and usurp the throne from the young prince. The old man suddenly understood. Indeed, His Majesty is already advanced in years, and the crown prince is merely 8 or 9. The gap is too vast. In contrast, the Duke of Protecting the Nation is 75, yet has 3 sons. The eldest and the second are both valiant warriors. If the Duke of Protecting the Nation's family remains, it would be akin to raising a tiger to harm. Alas, the elderly man lamented continuously. Had Yin Rue been present, the Yin Baidu family would not have faced such calamity. Yin Rue was the eldest son of Yin South, bestowed the title of heir to the great Yin Empire, destined to inherit the throne, and was of a similar age to Yin Yun's elder brother, Yin Feng. Unfortunately, he perished in battle during an invasion at the border. After Yin Rue's sacrifice, Yin South's other sons were of mixed quality, with only the youngest son, Yin Yao, being wise and astute. Although Yin Yao is merely 8 or 9 years old, he possesses an extraordinary memory. Yin Nandu fears that, should Yin Yao ascend to the throne, he may lack the authority to intimidate the Yin Bei capital. Consequently, under the scheming of Li Rue and Luo Zhifeng, the 3 men of Yin Bei are accused of colluding with the enemy at the border, deliberately charged with treason, and executed publicly. The Duke suddenly inquired, Does Yin Bei truly harbor treasonous intentions? The elderly man shook his head, asserting, he would never betray. He lacks the traitorous spirit. Yin Nandu has made a grave miscalculation, one mistake leading to another. I now harbor serious doubts that Yin Bei's demise is closely linked to Li Rue. The Chancellor, Li Rue? Indeed, Li Rue is a despicable man, feigning camaraderie with Yin Bei in the court while harboring ill will. He must have incited the emperor's suspicions, leading to Yin Bei's downfall under the collusion of Li Rue and Luo Zhifeng. As for why Luo Zhifeng allied with Li Rue, it stems from his rising ambition and desire for power. Li Rue, recognizing this ambition, has turned Luo Zhifeng into a mere pawn. The elderly man, undoubtedly the most perceptive among them, sees through the intricate power struggle and intrigue, despite remaining confined to his abode. Should we devise a clandestine plan to rescue the young lady? The elder abruptly shifted the topic. We must save her. Yin Nandu has gone mad. I, Zhao Lai, have not. Zhao Lai exclaimed. Waning is my cherished granddaughter. How could I stand idly by as she endures such suffering? The venerable elder is none other than the former protector general of the nation, Zhao Lai, the grandfather of Lady Zhao Waning. Chapter 62. The Indolent Crown Prince at 85. Zhao Lai remains remarkably vigorous. Having served in the military, he possesses a robust physique. Although he could still lead troops in a battle, he understands the system's intricacies and chose to retire at 70, opting for seclusion. Yin Nandu treated him well, constructing the war god manor in Da-Di City for his leisurely years. This city, located in the southern frontier, lies in proximity to the Yinshu border, strategically positioned to intimidate the Dechu Empire. After all, Exile I was once the war god of the Yin, instilling fear in adversaries. Upon his retirement, Yin Bei assumed all his responsibilities. Exile I was one of Yin Bei's many mentors, imparting his military wisdom on strategies, formations, and tactics. Thus, Yin Bei inherited Exile I's legacy and military knowledge. After taking over Exile I's military position, Yin Bei expanded the territory of the Dayin Empire by over 200 kilometers, capturing the cities of Huangmu and Huxiao. Over the years, Yin Bei cultivated Luo Zhengfeng, initially believing him to be his most proud disciple. Little did he expect Luo Zhengfeng, swayed by Li Rui, would betray his master and secure the title of general. At first, Yin Bei was unperturbed. After all, Luo Zhengfeng was his apprentice, molded by his guidance. Yet now, he could not fathom that Luo Zhengfeng was an ungrateful wolf, aligning with Li Rui to orchestrate the demise of their family and the plundering of the war god manor. Alas, even the most meticulous plans can falter. Yin Bei, skilled in recognizing others, ultimately misjudged his own pupil, nurturing a treacherous wolf. He has brought this upon himself. Exile I suddenly sighed deeply, uttering a phrase that left the elder bewildered. The elder, unsure of how to respond, asked, "Where shall we lay our ambush?" After a moment of contemplation, Exile I replied, "Yin Huang City, the Wildlands, and Da-Di City form an equilateral triangle. With only 20 days until exile, we are too close to Yin Huang City. We must wait a while longer. I fear my poor child shall suffer along the way. Alas, my unfortunate child. Should we not send our retainers to assist discreetly?" The elder inquired. The retainers of the war god manor, drawn by admiration for Exile I, are primarily retired soldiers or skilled martial artists, each a unique talent. Exile I keeps them for unforeseen circumstances. We can dispatch the brothers Lai Hu and Lai Bao to provide covert protection. The young ladies of the manor are all stunningly beautiful. With the manor in dire straits, there will undoubtedly be nefarious individuals lurking in the shadows. Exile I commanded. By the way, I have heard that the third son of General Yin is still alive and was not executed. The elder remarked. Exile I shook his head, saying, Yin Yun's mind has long since been muddled. Even if he lives, he poses no significant threat. Yin Nandu allowing him to live merely reflects his benevolence. In Yin Huang City, within the palace, the Crown Prince's hall, Yin Nandu strode confidently alongside Steward Shi, arriving at the prince's chamber. The Crown Prince, Yin Yao, was practicing swordsmanship in the courtyard with his instructor. Upon noticing his father's arrival, Yin Yao did not lower his wooden sword. Instead, he wielded it with even greater vigor. The swordsmanship teacher, not daring to neglect his duty, quickly knelt to pay his respects to the emperor. Yin Nandu waved his hand, permitting him to rise. After a vigorous display of sword techniques, Yin Yao abruptly turned, feigning surprise, and knelt, saying, I was so engrossed in my practice that I failed to notice Father Emperor's arrival. I beg for your pardon. Despite his tender age, Yin Yao displays a keen intellect. By using his dedication to sword practice as an excuse, he seeks to endear himself to his father while simultaneously mitigating any perceived disrespect. Indeed, Yin Nandu laughed heartily, declaring, Yao, your wisdom and dedication to swordplay at such a young age signify that you shall undoubtedly grow into a courageous and strategic ruler of our Yin Empire. Congratulations. Your Majesty, the Crown Prince shall not only become a wise ruler but, like yourself, will expand our territories and instill fear in neighboring nations. Steward Shi quickly chimed in with flattery. Haha, you old rascal, you do know how to flatter. Yin Nandu joyfully teased. The swordsmanship instructor, Chen Ji, added, in recent days, the Crown Prince has devoted himself either to studying military texts or diligently practicing swordplay with me. His aptitude is remarkable. Many complex techniques are quickly mastered by him. He is truly a prodigy in swordsmanship. In the future, he shall undoubtedly become a master swordsman. I had no idea Yao possessed such talent. That is splendid news. For now, let us not dwell on his future governance skills. At the very least, he can ensure his own safety. Once his safety is assured, everything else will surely fall into place. Yin Nandu praised. The loss of his eldest son in battle remains an indelible pain in his heart. Thus, upon hearing of Yin Yao's exceptional swordsmanship, Yin Nandu felt immense relief, knowing his son has the means to protect himself. Very well, continue your practice. Also, Yao is at a crucial growth stage. Do not engage in excessive physical exertion to avoid unnecessary strain on his muscles and bones. Yin Nandu advised. Rest assured, father, I shall exercise prudence. Yin Yao responded with a fist salute. Yin Nandu and Steward Shi departed, leaving Yin Yao gratefully gazing at Chun Ji, saying, "Thank you, master, for your kind words." Chun Ji stroked his beard, shaking his head. "The young master is already very diligent. I merely spoke the truth." "Indeed. Well then, I shall take a brief nap." With that, Yin Yao skipped away. Qin Shi, feeling helpless, knew he had just participated in a charade with the crown prince. In truth, while Yin Yao is indeed clever, he possesses one flaw: intellectual laziness. Qin Ji hails from one of the three prominent martial arts families of the Dayan Empire, the Lung, Shui, and Qin families. Both the Lung and Shui families have produced court swordsmanship masters. Yet, in the case of Yin Yao, Yin Nandu specifically requested the Qin family to provide an expert to train him in swordsmanship. Before this, Shuiwu from the Shui family had served as the tutor to the Crown Prince Rue. However, upon the untimely demise of the Crown Prince on the battlefield, Shuiwu resigned from his position, ultimately reduced to performing tricks on the streets. Yin Nandu, accompanied by Steward Shi, departed from the Crown Prince's palace. Along the way, Steward Shi clasped his hands and remarked, "The Crown Prince Yao is astute and diligent. He will undoubtedly shoulder great responsibilities in the future, leading our great Yin Empire towards a new era of glory." Chapter 63, The Prairie Bandits, General's Stronghold. Yin Nandu stroked his beard and replied, "Let us hope so." Steward Shi continued, "His Majesty has already paved the way for Crown Prince Yao. As long as he thrives, the great Yin Empire shall surely emerge as the foremost empire on the continent." Yin Nandu sighed deeply. "I can only hope this strategy does not lead us astray. A single misstep could lead to a cascade of errors. His Majesty possesses foresight and wisdom. How could he err? When Crown Prince Yao ascends the throne, he will surely express his profound gratitude." Steward Shi reassured him. "Alas, my greatest fear is that news will spread, and the common folk will claim I am bloodthirsty and cruel, turning against my own kin. If blame must be assigned, let it fall upon Yin Bei for being too ambitious. Raising a single son is one thing, but nurturing two is audacious. Thankfully, the third son is a fool." Yin Nandu felt a slight sense of relief. How could His Majesty be deemed bloodthirsty and cruel? As the Chancellor stated, it is he who secretly colluded with enemies and plotted rebellion. His Majesty's decisions are merely wise choices made for the good of our great nation. Furthermore, did he not spare one? Steward Shi consoled. The notion of sparing one brought some comfort to Yin Nandu, as it indicated His Majesty did not seek total annihilation. However, he remained unaware that this very act of mercy would ultimately reshape his future kingdom, rendering it a garment for another. While Yin Nandu felt somewhat reassured, anxiety still gripped him. He had not considered that Yanyun might grow into a towering presence, nor did he focus his thoughts on Yanyun. His greatest fears lay with the neighboring nations. While Yin Bei was alive, the southern Dachu Empire dared not provoke, the eastern Dezhou Empire remained passive, and the northern nomadic tribes were at peace. But now, with Yin Bei beheaded, Luo Zhifeng, I hope you can withstand the pressure. Do not let me down. Yin Nandu murmured to himself. The great Yin Empire still had other commanding generals, such as General Gao Pujuan, who guarded the northern borders, and General Sun Mia, who secured the west. Nonetheless, compared to Yin Bei, these generals were markedly different, akin to the distinction between Zhou Yu and Cheng Pu of the Three Kingdoms. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. On the Yin Emperor's prairie, atop a high ridge, 2 robust men clad in earthy yellow linen, wearing straw hats and wielding large knives, stood with arms crossed, seemingly awaiting something. One, a burly man with a hawk-like nose, exuded a calm demeanor and bore a menacing scar on his left cheek, while the other, slender with a donkey-like face, possessed keen eyes that incessantly scanned the road below, as if anticipating prey. Suddenly, the slender man's eyes lit up as he exclaimed, "They are coming. The target has finally appeared." The hawk-nosed man opened his eyes abruptly and gazed in the direction indicated by his companion. Indeed, a large group of at least 20 individuals emerged within sight. 6 riders on sluggish horses surrounded the team, while the others walked slowly forward. A smile crept across the hawk-nosed man's lips, and the scar on his face appeared even more terrifying against the backdrop of his grin, exuding bloodlust and brutality. "I will keep watch to ensure these ruffians do not escape. You must swiftly return to the stronghold and inform the chief. If I am not spotted here, ignite the signal flare," commanded the hawk-nosed man sharply. Understood. The slender man wasted no time, striking his horse's flank and galloping toward the stronghold. The stronghold lay half a stick of incense away, but if the horse accelerated, it could be reached in less than a stick of incense. Fearful of wasting time, the slender man relentlessly urged his steed, arriving at a gorge within half a stick of incense. The gorge was lush with greenery, and a row of thatched houses rose from the ground. Surrounding the huts was a wooden fence, with a door marked by 3 characters, General's Stronghold. The slender man rode furiously to the stronghold's entrance, where a lackey had already opened the gate, allowing him to pass freely. Upon entering, the gate was quickly closed behind him. Ignoring the lackey, he rushed into a grand hall within the stronghold. This hall, constructed of wooden pillars and stones, towered impressively above the other structures. The slender man dismounted and made his way to the hall's forefront, where a robust man sat, his hair flowing freely and his eyes glinting with ferocity. "General, the exiled team has arrived," the slender man exclaimed with uncontainable excitement, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. "Are they truly the exiled team from Yin Emperor City?" The robust man's eyes shone with greed. He was Ning Taotai, the chief of the General's Stronghold, formerly a fierce soldier under General Galpajuan in the Northern Border Army. Known for his volatile temperament and fondness for drink, Ning Taotai had fought bravely against nomadic tribes, earning numerous accolades before being promoted to centurion. However, during a celebratory feast, he had inadvertently killed a fellow centurion during a brawl. When General Galpajuan learned of this, he was furious and sought to execute Ning Taotai. But due to his illustrious achievements, he was merely expelled from the army. Ning Taotai had always harbored dreams of becoming a general, believing he could ascend to nobility through his martial prowess and accolades. Yet, the tragic consequences of his actions had led him down a different path. In his sorrow and fury, Ning Taotai sought an alternative route until he encountered a band of robbers on the vast prairie. Eager to unleash his pent-up rage, he dispatched the bandit leader, claiming the territory for himself and renaming it General's Stronghold. He had already learned of the events surrounding the Duke's estate. Through his raids on merchants along the way, he had gathered tidbits of information. Upon hearing that the Duke's ladies had been exiled, a glimmer of greed ignited in Ning Taotia's eyes. These ladies were renowned for their beauty throughout the great Yin Empire, and now they were to pass through his domain. He would stop at nothing to seize them. The wilds. Even there, they would face a fate of degradation. It would be better for them to enter his abode. Chapter 64, Ning Taotai. The mere thought of the stunning ladies made Ning Taotai restless, wishing he could sprout wings and fly to them immediately. His subordinates did not err. It was indeed the exiled team from Yin Emperor City, with dozens of slowly walking women among them. Without a shadow of a doubt, they were the exquisite ladies from the Duke's estate. A lecherous grin spread across the slender man's face. Haha. Upon hearing the mention of the beautiful ladies, Ning Taotia's greed surged once more, envisioning a vast gentle refuge awaiting his arrival. "Gather the brothers. Let us storm the stronghold and capture the beauties, indulging in their charms," Ning Taotai bellowed. Seizing a long spear from the weapon rack in the hall, and with a sharp whistle, a black steed appeared before him. This magnificent horse had accompanied Ning Taotai for many years, having been captured from the pastoral plains during battles at the border. The black stallion possesses a remarkable sentience, displaying a fierce temperament that dismisses the presence of others, yet it heeds only the commands of Ning Taotai. Following Ning Taotia's expulsion from the military camp, the black steed leaped over the barriers, resolutely accompanying its master. Observing this, Galpajuan felt a pang of regret, yet found himself powerless to intervene. As the stallion galloped forth, Ning Taotai sprang into action, vaulting onto its back. The stallion seemed to sense the fervent battle spirit within its master, leaping forward with a powerful neigh, its eyes gleaming with a yearning for the battlefield. Undoubtedly, it was a divine steed born for the blood-soaked fields of war. Soon, under the call of a burly man with a donkey-like face, over 30 ruffian henchmen mounted their steeds, each wielding a long spear, readying themselves for combat. With a commanding shout from Ning Taotai, the gates of the stronghold swung open. Leading the charge, Ning Taotai surged forth on the black stallion, breaking free from the mountain stronghold. This day marked the 18th since Yanyun and her companions had been exiled. By this point, they had traversed nearly 200 kilometers. A formidable challenge for the women. Fortunately, the journey had not been as arduous or distressing as anticipated, and they had not encountered the expected miseries. Everything seemed to be progressing favorably. That noon, after a hearty meal, the group lay resting beneath the sprawling branches of an unknown ancient tree, blissfully unaware that a great battle was looming on the horizon. "Damn this weather, is it about to rain?" Lu Ba cursed as he gazed at the ominous clouds above. Just moments before, the sky had been brilliantly clear, basking in sunshine. Suddenly, the sunlight vanished, and dark clouds materialized, casting a suffocating gloom overhead, heralding an impending storm. Yanyun furrowed her brow. This was certainly not a good omen for the women. If they were to be drenched by rain, it would be all too easy to fall ill, leading to unnecessary troubles. As Yanyun pondered whether to expend her emotional currency to exchange for a superior tent, a brilliant firework erupted in the void before her. The explosion of the firework illuminated the oppressive atmosphere momentarily. However, Zheng Ba became visibly agitated, his expression shifting dramatically as he leaped to his feet, eyes wide with terror. This is not an ordinary firework. It's a signal from the bandits. We are likely to face an ambush. Zheng Ba's exclamation sent shockwaves through the group, and fear gripped the faces of the ladies. Even Lu Ba and Qin Wei turned pale, their eyes reflecting fear and anxiety. Yanyun narrowed her eyes. It appeared a fierce confrontation was imminent. Indeed, the moment the skies darkened, I sensed that tranquility would be fleeting. And now, before the storm even arrives, we are confronted with a horde of bandits. Niu Bian exclaimed, unable to contain his frustration. Zheng Ba tightened his grip on his sword, his demeanor grave. The bandits on the grasslands are as numerous as the stars. If I am not mistaken, this band of outlaws is likely from the general stronghold. The general stronghold? Zhao Wu's brow furrowed. According to reliable sources, the leader of the general stronghold was once a centurion under General Gao Pejun. He is tall and robust, a formidable warrior who single-handedly defeated 8 fierce nomadic warriors, slaying them with his 8-foot spear. Zheng Ba seemed well acquainted with the bandit dens scattered across the grasslands. Indeed, having escorted exiled individuals for many years, he had encountered countless brigands, yet he always managed to survive. This was an undeniable fact. As previously mentioned, Zheng Ba was intelligent, brave, and resourceful, adept at concealing his true abilities to ensure his own safety. His survival was not due to mere luck, but rather his sharp intellect. Yet this time, Zheng Ba found himself in a quandary. The exiled individuals he was escorting were no ordinary folk. They were the esteemed wives of the Duke of the Great Yin Empire. Their beauty was unmatched, with none possessing a score lower than 98. This was beyond dispute. Zheng Ba could not afford to be careless. He approached Lady Long and clasped his fists in respect. Lady Long, it seems this battle is unavoidable. If necessary, I hope you can lend your strength. Lady Long, gripping her sword with both hands, nodded slightly, her cold gaze unwavering. Young Master Yan. Zheng Ba moved to Yanyun's side. If this truly is the general stronghold, then its leader, Ning Taotai, is not to be underestimated. If the situation demands. I understand. Yanyun replied with a chuckle, her voice lighthearted. It was unthinkable for her to stand idly by while her sisters faced harm. Third uncle. Shui is scared. Yin Shui clutched a small leopard in one hand and tugged at Yin Yun's clothing with the other, her eyes reflecting trepidation. Yin Yun smiled reassuringly. Do not fear, Shui. Qing'er is not afraid either. With third uncle here, no one can harm you. Whoever dares to lay a hand on you, I shall sever their heads with my blade. Yes, with third uncle here, Shui is not afraid. Qing'er is not afraid. The two young girls clenched their tiny fists, their eyes shining with bravery. Young master, these bandits are known for their ruthless nature. You must be cautious. Shu Exile warned, her expression betraying her concern for Yin Yun's safety. Bah, they are merely a rabble. What is there to fear? Niu Bian scoffed. It is just a firework. How can we be certain they are targeting us? There may be other merchant groups ahead. These fiends are bloodthirsty and greedy. We must be prepared for battle to avoid being caught off guard. Qin Wei, brandishing his gleaming blade, spoke gravely. Chapter 65. Zheng Ba versus Ning Taotai Humph. Just a ragtag bunch. Niu Bian dismissed. Zhao Wu shook his head. The captain has made it clear. If this is indeed the general stronghold, we must not be negligent. Ning Taoyu's troops are well disciplined and trained. They are far from a disorganized mob. Niu Bian remained unimpressed, muttering something inaudible. Above, the clouds thickened ominously, signaling the approach of a storm. Thunder rumbled, and lightning streaked across the sky. Despite the thunderclaps and flashes, no raindrops fell. Yanyun did not rush to exchange for a tent. Her emotional currency had reached 371 points, enough for a superior tent. However, exchanging it now would reveal her strength. She preferred to wait until they had crossed the vast grasslands and reached Qinshui City before gradually improving the living conditions for the women. Patience was prudent. If the storm truly descended, it would not be too late to exchange then. After all, the system operated swiftly, requiring no delays. To avoid lightning striking the tree, Yanyun beckoned everyone to move away from it, guiding them to a safer area. Zheng Ba and Niu Bian appeared uncertain, yet upon seeing the lady's gestures, they had no choice but to relocate. Suddenly, a thunderous roar reverberated from afar, growing closer, charging toward the group. The deafening sound painted unease on the faces of the women. The eldest lady clenched her fists, beads of sweat forming on her brow. Yin Qing'o clung tightly to her, fearful of being captured by the bandits. The other ladies huddled together, while the old steward, along with Yin Yun and Long Shiji, positioned themselves at the periphery of the crowd. Long Shiji stood stoic, sword in hand, her demeanor exuding an air of cool detachment. Yin Yun puffed out his chest. feigning a dazed expression as he prepared for the approaching bandits. Under Zheng Ba's command, Niu Bian, Zhao Wu, Lu Ba, Qin Wei, and Sun Miao mounted their steeds, forming a protective line around the women. The battle was on the brink of erupting. Yanyun's keen gaze assessed the situation. It was a band of over 30 bandit cavalry. The horses they rode were robust and fierce, far surpassing the steeds ridden by Zheng Ba and his companions. Especially the sturdy black horse beneath the leading strongman, robust and imposing, with a mane around its neck reminiscent of a lion's, exuding an air of majesty. As it gallops, its divine presence radiates, its momentum akin to a descending tiger or a ferocious beast from the wilderness. This warhorse is indeed impressive. Yanyun's eyes narrowed with intrigue. He had set his sights on this magnificent creature. If he could tame it, their journey would undoubtedly become significantly easier. Moreover, with this beast by his side, his prowess on the battlefield would be greatly enhanced. However, Yanyun was acutely aware of a grave concern: the formidable master riding the black horse. This master must be exceptionally skilled. Otherwise, he would not have been able to command such a magnificent steed. Ning Taotai. Zheng Ba seemed to finally discern Ning Taotai's visage, exclaiming in astonishment, "These individuals before us are indeed from the general's stronghold. Just from the sight of this black horse, it is evident. This steed, named Jade Lion by Ning Taotai, was a divine horse of the prairie. Its remarkable achievements in battle were undoubtedly reliant on this creature." Zheng Ba's expression grew tense. He was clearly not on the same level as Ning Taotai. "Kill. Leave none alive, not a single one. Eradicate them all." Ning Taotai suddenly tightened his grip on the 8-foot spear, a chilling light erupting from his eyes. Zheng Ba dared not hesitate. The long sword in his hand emitted a low hum under his firm grip. Ning Taotai was unlike any adversary he had encountered before. He was undoubtedly a formidable opponent, and Zheng Ba had to summon all his strength, not daring to let his guard down. Niu Bian appeared to be intimidated by Ning Taotai's overwhelming presence, his eyes betraying a mix of terror and unease. Qin Wei wore a grave expression, striving to relax his taut nerves. Lu Ba, Sun Miao, and Zhao Wu merely fixed their gazes on the bandit crew, readying themselves for combat. "Kill!" Zheng Ba roared suddenly, his steed galloping swiftly toward Ning Taotai. A disdainful smirk curled at the corners of Ning Taotai's mouth. His chest puffed out with pride, a haughty glimmer in his eyes. "Your steed is weak. It is no match for me. Die." As Ning Taotai's words echoed, a surge of formidable killing intent erupted from his gaze. "Humph. Words alone cannot secure victory. Only a contest will reveal the truth." Zheng Ba scoffed lightly, channeling his strength through his arms, gripping his longsword tightly and striking fiercely at Ning Taotai's spear. Clang! A fierce clash of weapons resounded, sending sparks flying through the air. A tremendous force surged through their arms, impacting their very cores. The Jade Lion, standing proudly beneath Ning Taotai, absorbed the terrifying shockwave, shielding its master. Zheng Ba, however, found himself in a dire predicament. The steed beneath him let out a pained cry, collapsing under the immense force. Zheng Ba's expression shifted as he swiftly dismounted in the instant his horse fell. Landing deftly on his feet, he quickly rose, casting a glance at his steed, which was now frothing at the mouth and appearing close to death. Shock coursed through Zheng Ba as he turned his gaze toward Ning Taotai. This fellow was indeed formidable. In just a brief encounter, his horse was rendered useless. In contrast, Zheng Ba remained largely unscathed, experiencing merely a slight ache in his arms that did not hinder his ability to fight. Ning Taotai refrained from seizing the opportunity to strike. Instead, he abruptly reined in his horse, coming to a halt. As he did, his entourage arrived behind him, and upon witnessing Ning Taotai's cessation of hostilities, they all halted their charge. "Interesting." A look of surprise flickered in Ning Taotai's eyes as he remarked, "To withstand my mightiest blow, you are indeed a worthy opponent." Zheng Ba remained silent, his vigilance heightened as he watched Ning Taotai, wary of a sudden attack. Ning Taotai ignored him and shifted his gaze toward the numerous women behind him. Upon seeing the women huddled together, a greedy glimmer sparkled in Ning Taotai's eyes. "Ha ha. Indeed, the beautiful ladies of the Protectorate Duke's mansion, each one more enchanting than the last, possessing stunning beauty that even their diminished glory cannot obscure." Chapter 66. 8-foot spear versus Overlord Halberd. Ning Taotai felt a stirring in his heart. The First Lady and the others suddenly grew alert. It was evident that this was not a mere robbery for wealth, but rather an intent to seize beauty. Yanyun stood at the forefront of the crowd, observing the confrontation between Ning Taotai and his bandit crew. He had witnessed their strongest attacks unfold before his eyes. Ning Taotai was indeed formidable, yet Zheng Ba's ability to withstand Ning Taotai's might came as a surprise to him. He felt deceived by Zheng Ba's earlier display of power, This man had been concealing his true strength, even during that night at Wei Xiong's residence. His prowess exceeded that of Wei Xiong. Unfortunately, Zheng Ba was adept at hiding his talents, only revealing his full strength when absolutely necessary. Yanyun's eyes narrowed. In that moment of fierce battle, he feared that Zheng Ba might not be a match for Ning Taotai. Yet, Zheng Ba had indeed withstood Ning Taotai's fiercest attack, while his own steed faltered. Had Zheng Ba been mounted on a steed as magnificent as Ning Taotai's, he would likely not have fallen from his horse so pitifully. Your strength is impressive, yet you are not my equal. My war horse is a divine creature of the prairie. The spear in my hand is forged from meteorite iron. In contrast, your steed lies there, frothing at the mouth, slain. The sword you wield has been dulled by the impact. Ning Taotai shifted his gaze away from the women, focusing on Zheng Ba. Zheng Ba was a man of honor. He could not bring himself to kill him, so he opted to persuade instead. I recognize you as a man of character, and I do not wish to slay you. If you are wise, join me in returning to the stronghold. You shall enjoy a life of luxury alongside the lovely ladies, and consider this our first collaboration. Moreover, you will have the first choice. Whichever lady you desire shall become your consort. Ning Taotai generously outlined the terms of their partnership. As the only capable warrior in the general's stronghold, he desperately needed an equal to bolster his power. It was a rare opportunity he could not afford to miss. Furthermore, he envisioned himself as the chief, with Zheng Ba as his second-in-command. Not only would he grant him wealth and glory, but also a formidable weapon and a powerful steed to help forge their dominion over the prairie. Ning Taotai harbored grand ambitions. While he aspired to become a general, circumstances had forced him into a life of banditry. Even as a bandit, he desired to be known as a general rather than simply a bandit leader. Zheng Ba fell into deep contemplation. He had long since lost interest in civil service, although he had never envisioned becoming a bandit. This was undeniably a tremendous opportunity for him. Ning Taotai appeared strong and exuded a generous demeanor. Should he align with Ning Taotai? He could ascend to the position of second-in-command in the general's stronghold, enjoying half of the lovely ladies, along with the privilege of first choice. Ultimately, it would be disingenuous to claim he was unaffected by the allure of the beautiful women behind him. He was a normal man, after all, not a paragon of virtue. However, had he not witnessed Yanyun's formidable power, he might have readily agreed. Now, he was resolute in his refusal. If he acquiesced in the previous moment, he feared Yanyun would crush his skull in the next. He did not believe he possessed the strength to defeat Yanyun. Thus, Zheng Ba shook his head, speaking in a dispassionate tone. Do not harbor delusions. If I were in your position, I would have long since fled back to the stronghold in a panic. Haha. Ning Taotai burst into laughter, but his expression abruptly shifted, growing cold as he said, It seems you have failed to grasp the gravity of the situation. Zheng Beiman spoke with a stoic expression, My sword, even if shattered into two halves, shall never bow to you. Good. Such courage, such resolve, such integrity. In that case, reveal your name. My spear will not slay an unnamed foe. Ning Taotai replied coldly. I am Zheng Ba, the captain of the city lord's guard in Yinhuang City. Zheng Ba's words were succinct and resonated like thunder, almost as if to bolster his own courage. Humph. A mere guard captain, shatter. With a sudden flourish, Ning Taotai swung his long spear fiercely towards Zheng Ba. Zheng Ba's expression shifted, and he hurriedly brandished his serrated sword in an attempt to block the spear's assault. Clang. Weapons clashed once more. Zheng Ba's sword was violently broken into two pieces upon impact. Ning Taotai sneered disdainfully. I warned you, your sword is feeble and cannot withstand my second strike. Die. As the word die fell from his lips, the spear was once again hurled down upon Zheng Ba. Zheng Ba's face darkened. He indeed lacked a reliable weapon. If only he possessed a worthy blade, he could surely extinguish Ning Taoyu's arrogance. Swish. The spear descended from the heavens. And Zheng Ba dared not confront it directly. He could only step back and desperately evade. With no other recourse, he hoped that Yanyun would emerge to assist him in this dire moment. At that crucial juncture, Captain Zheng, Yanyun shouted, as a long weapon materialized from thin air, akin to a divine armament, soaring down and landing beside Zheng Ba. Whoosh. The resounding whoosh of the weapon reached Zheng Ba's ears. Turning to look, he was astonished to see a long halberd, glimmering with a cold light, firmly embedded in the ground before him. Without a moment's hesitation, as Ning Taoyu's spear was about to strike, Zheng Ba bellowed, grasped the halberd tightly, and yanked it free. Despite his mental preparation, the moment he gripped the halberd, he felt a tremor within. Its weight momentarily halted his movement. As Ning Taoyu's spear threatened to descend, Zheng Ba roared again, propelling the halberd into the air. Clang. A third violent clash echoed. Ning Taoyu's spear was forcefully repelled by the overwhelming might of the halberd. Both men bore expressions of astonishment. This halberd, exuded an aura of dominance and intimidation, resembling not just an ordinary weapon but a rare divine armament. At the base of the weapon's handle, 3 golden characters danced like dragons. Overlord Halberd. The name radiated with grandeur. And the weapon's might was undeniable. Zheng Ba's heart surged like a tempest, blood boiling with fervor. Humph, taste my spear again. As Ning Tao shook off the fatigue in his arms, he swung the long spear once more, aiming to strike Zheng Ba. Zheng Ba, without time to ponder the origins of this divine weapon, exerted all his strength, wielding the Overlord Halberd to fend off the attack. Chapter 67. A Fool Teaches You How to Live. The weight of the Overlord Halberd was far beyond his expectations. This divine weapon weighed at least 400 pounds. While a good weapon is indeed valuable, its heft proved taxing, draining his stamina as he fought. As Zheng Ba engaged in a fierce battle with Ning Tao Tai, the bandits behind them began to spur their horses, charging towards Niobe and his companions. Seeing the bloodthirsty bandits, Niobe's expression turned grave, particularly upon witnessing Zheng Ba's weapon being destroyed and the imminent threat to his life. Their morale plummeted. Kill! Qin Wei roared, striking his steed and brandishing his ghost-headed saber, cleaving towards a bandit lackey. The bandits appeared ferocious, and their steeds were imposing, yet their weapons, like those of Qin Wei and his companions, were merely ordinary ghost-headed sabers, pilfered from passing merchants. Niobe and Qin Wei were the first to engage the 2 bandits head-on. Both men were relatively strong. In a fleeting encounter, Qin Wei dodged the attack of a bandit lackey, swiftly countering with a returning strike that felled the lackey. After Qin Wei dispatched one lackey, Niobe managed to stab another bandit lackey with his sword. However, Sun Miao faltered in the face of the bandit lackey, panicking and struggling to defend himself. He evaded the first strike, but the second came too swiftly, severing his head. Lu Ba and Zhao Wu narrowly escaped disaster, but failed to eliminate any bandits. These bandits were no ragtag group. Under Ning Taoye's leadership, they charged into battle without fear. Qin Wei fought valiantly, slaying a second bandit, only to find himself surrounded by 3 others. He fought desperately against them. Niobe was similarly encircled, his combat prowess evidently limited. Cold sweat streamed down his forehead as he tried to fend off multiple attacks. Yet, he did not relent, gritting his teeth and striving to parry each blow. Zhao Wu and Lu Ba were also in peril, battling fiercely and lamenting their plight. The other bandit rogues, lacking a target, turned their attention towards the women behind Yanyun. They showed no regard for Yanyun himself. In their eyes, they saw a vacant, confused expression, easily deducing that he was the foolish son of an exiled noble. This foolish son, what a pity. He would have no fortune to enjoy the tender care of several sister-in-laws. The bandit rogues cast sympathetic glances at Yanyun, believing that with his 2 brothers dead, he was now destined to take on the responsibilities of caring for the sisters-in-law for the rest of his life. Occasional incidents of violence seemed trivial in light of such needs. First, eliminate this fool, then bind all the women, commanded a bandit squad leader to his men. Kill 2 bandits, their faces contorted with malice, swung their blades at Yanyun. Unfazed, Yanyun focused on the battle between Zheng Ba and Ning Tao Tai, where the 2 were locked in fierce combat. Though Zheng Ba was aided by the divine weapon, his own limitations became apparent. After several intense exchanges, he was left panting from the immense weight of the Overlord Halberd. Yanyun squinted his eyes, realizing Zheng Ba's true capabilities. If his Overlord divine power positioned him as a top-tier martial general in this realm, then Zheng Ba and Ning Tao Tai could be deemed as peak second-tier generals, still lacking compared to the first tier. In contrast, Qin Wei and Niobe belonged to the 4th tier of generals, while Lu Ba and Zhao Wu were merely common soldiers, hardly worthy of being called generals. Ning Tao Tai indeed possessed considerable strength. Clang! Just as the bandits charged towards Yanyun, Lady Lung Shiji wielded her sword, emerging from behind with lethal grace. With a single hand gripping the hilt, she intercepted the 2 bandits' attack. Her movements were swift as lightning. Amidst the flickering sword light, her first strike pierced a bandit's neck, and her second found a bandit's heart. The sequence of her attacks resembled a dancing dragon, executed effortlessly. Witnessing Lung Shiji dispatch the 2 bandits with such ease, the bandit squad leader lost his composure, bellowing as he spurred his horse to charge at her. Although Lung Shiji had swiftly eliminated the 2 bandits, it had taken a toll on her stamina. She caught her breath momentarily before once again wielding her sword, her form resembling a flash of lightning as she surged towards the bandit squad leader. The leader's eyes widened in shock as he attempted to parry her strike. However, the speed of her blade was too swift. Before he could block it, he felt a searing pain in his left arm. In an instant, his left arm, along with the ghost-headed saber it held, fell to the ground. Crimson blood gushed forth from the severed limb. Ah, The bandit squad leader held in agony, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Without allowing his scream to fade, Lung Shiji swiftly slashed her sword across his neck. In that moment, the carotid artery was severed, and blood erupted anew. The bandit squad leader's eyes widened, reflecting disbelief and despair. He struggled to scream in agony, but the more he howled, the more exuberantly his blood gushed from his neck. Ultimately, his body fell stiffly from the horse to the ground, and with it, his cries abruptly ceased. After a brief convulsion, his head drooped, and he breathed his last. The other bandits were awestruck by the terrifying swordsmanship of Lung Shiji. They had never witnessed such agility. Beside him, Ning Taotai also observed Lung Shiji's prowess as he wielded his 8-foot spear, repelling Zheng Ba with a single strike. Breathing heavily, he coldly inquired, "You are the 6th lady, Lung Shiji. You are also a member of the renowned Lung family, one of the 3 great swordsmanship clans of the great Yin Empire." Lung Shiji cast him a frosty glance, remaining silent. "Humph, you seem to know quite a bit. But if you wish to avoid death, you still have a chance to retreat." The first lady rose, chest out, hands on her abdomen, and imperiously chided him. Ning Taotai sneered, "Heh, you are mistaken. Though the Ling family's sword techniques are formidable, in my eyes, strength is everything. Speed is merely a flashy distraction." "Is that so? You have great confidence in your strength, then?" Yanyun asked with a foolish grin. Ning Taotai, noticing it was the foolish Yanyun speaking, curled his lips in disdain. He deemed it beneath him to respond, but nonetheless insulted. "A mere fool like you has no right to judge strength. Since you believe so, let this fool teach you a lesson." Before he finished, Yanyun surged forward like a cannonball, swiftly charging toward Ning Taotai. Chapter 68, A Fatal Strike. Ning Taotai was momentarily startled by Yanyun's sudden onslaught, but it was merely a fleeting surprise. In the next moment, he gripped his spear tightly, sneering, "Since you've come to me, I shall send you on your way." The spear whistled through the air as Ning Taotai swung it. Yet, Yanyun remained unfazed. Without a weapon, he evaded the spear's thrust and, with a fierce glare, unleashed a powerful punch that struck the head of the black steed. The blow sent the ebony lion reeling as if intoxicated, causing it to collapse to its knees and then crash to the ground. Caught off guard, Ning Taotai hastily leaped from his horse. Yanyun seized the spear from his hands with a sudden, forceful twist, and in an instant, the spear's tip was aimed directly at Ning Taotai's throat. Just a slight movement forward would pierce his neck. Ning Taotai was paralyzed with fear, his complexion pale. Unable to move, his mind was blank. He could not fathom that Yanyun's combat prowess would be so exceptional. Not only had he knocked out his steed with one punch, but he had also disarmed him effortlessly, defeating him in an instant. Damn, this is no bronze-level fighter. This is a true king, a glorious champion. Ding, Zheng Ba, fear, surprise, disbelief, incredulity. Emotional value, 5 points. Ding, Niu Bian. Fear, surprise, shock, incredulity, confusion. Emotional value, 6 points. Ding, Qinwei. Shock, admiration, respect, envy, fervor, incredulity. Emotional value, 6 points. Ding, First Lady Zhao Weiying. Admiration, excitement, tears of joy, fervor. Emotional value, 4 points. Ding, Second Lady Luo Bingxue. Admiration, respect, excitement, fervor. Emotional value, 4 points. Ding, Fourth Lady Yi Jiaomei. Shock, surprise, respect, admiration. Emotional value, 4 points. Ding, Sixth Lady Lung Shiji. Shock, surprise, respect, admiration. Emotional value, 4 points. Ding, Shu Xian. Shock, surprise, fluttering heart. Emotional value, 3 points. At that moment, all the exiled individuals and officers contributed their emotional values. This wave granted Yanyun an impressive 68 points. Undoubtedly, all eyes were wide with astonishment, particularly those of the 4th and 6th ladies, who displayed expressions of admiration and respect. Admiration and respect? Niu Bian began to harbor doubts about his identity and strength, raising Yanyun's vigilance. However, he did not rush to address Niu Bian. After all, he was still incapacitated. If Yanyun wished to eliminate Niu Bian, it would be a trivial matter. Detected that Ning Taotai and the host are adversaries, successfully bound emotional system. All emotional responses from Ning Taotai toward the host will yield emotional value. Ding, Ning Taotai. Shock, fear, continuous disbelief, incredulity, profound admiration. Emotional value, 6 points. Ning Taotai was also bound, contributing 6 points of emotional value. Regrettably, the two were in an adversarial relationship. Once Ning Taotai fell, the remaining bandits ceased their combat. Qinwei and the others finally had a moment to breathe. You are the foolish son of a noble family, aren't you? Ning Taotai's face was ashen, his words trembling, his expression filled with terror. How does it feel to be defeated by a fool? Quite embarrassing, isn't it? Yanyun asked with a silly grin. Ning Taotai's face reddened. He indeed felt utterly humiliated. At this point, he had lost all dignity. With his head drooping, he closed his eyes and said, "What face does a defeated general have? You may kill or maim me as you wish." "Huh, you do possess some spirit," Yanyun teased. "Weren't you quite arrogant just moments ago? Didn't you boast about capturing some of the ladies to serve as your concubines? Where has that bravado gone? A soldier may be killed but cannot be humiliated." Ning Taotai's face flushed with rage. Yanyun scoffed. "Oh, did you not just proclaim that a defeated general has no face? Why do you seek dignity and respect now?" Ning Taoi's voice faltered, clearly stung by Yanyun's words. "Kill him." Yanyun turned to leave without a glance back. Before Zheng Ba could react, Ning Taotai sprang up, gripping his spear tightly, attempting to ambush Yanyun. "Be careful." The First Lady's expression changed, and she shouted urgently. However, just as Ning Taotai drew his spear to stab Yanyun in the back, Zheng Ba tightened his grip on the overlord halberd, roaring as he thrust it through Ning Taoi's neck. Caught off guard, Ning Taoi's face contorted with rage. In his final moments, he attempted to command his bandit comrades to avenge him, but they had long been intimidated by Yanyun's ferocity and dared not confront him. As Ning Taotai fell, furious and defiant, the bandits fled in disarray, mounting their steeds in a panicked retreat. With a crash, Ning Taotai fell to the ground in anger and resentment. Yanyun had initially considered keeping him for his own use, but since this ruffian had intentions toward his sister-in-law, he decided to eliminate him. A former captain from the army like Ning Taotai, with such formidable combat prowess, could easily have held a position as a centurion or even higher. Chapter 69, Then Let Us Kill Together. Yet, this man was impervious to reason. Yanyun opted for a swift resolution, opting to eliminate him without hesitation. If he could be of use, Yanyun would employ him. If not, he would simply dispose of him. It was as simple as that. Having dealt with Ning Taotai, Yanyun felt no remorse. This man's character was evidently lacking. Even if he were to remain nearby, he would be a ticking time bomb. He lacked the sagacity and intellect of Zheng Ba, possessing only brute force. Such recklessness could not be trusted. Ning Taotai's black steed remained unconscious. The scene was a chaotic tableau, with 5 corpses strewn about, 1 officer, Sun Miao, and 4 bandits. Upon seeing Sun Miao's lifeless body, Zheng Ba's expression darkened. "Dig a hole and bury him," Zheng Ba commanded Qin Wei. Qin Wei clasped his hands together in acknowledgement, and, along with Liu Ba and Zhao Wu, went to dig a grave for the bodies. Niu Bian stood aside, silent, his eyes filled with confusion. He sensed that Yanyun was feigning ignorance, but he lacked sufficient evidence to substantiate his suspicions. This individual, seemingly foolish in appearance, speaks with such eloquence that he hardly resembles a simpleton. Instead, he embodies the essence of a sage. Yet, this man continues to wear a silly grin, leaving one to wonder if it is genuine or merely an act. Zhao Wu and Liu Ba harbor no fantastical notions about him. They regard Yanyun with a mixture of admiration and reverence. With a seemingly limited intellect, Yanyun has single-handedly vanquished fierce steeds and subdued bandit leaders, an innate strength that fills them with profound respect. Zheng Ba is shrouded in suspicion regarding Yanyun's enigmatic identity. However, he excels in concealing his thoughts, adeptly navigating the path of self-preservation. Thus, even in his skepticism, he remains silent. These matters hold no relevance for him. His sole obligation is to fulfill his duties. Naturally, this was his mindset until now. Presently, he finds himself overwhelmed with gratitude towards Yanyun, who has repeatedly come to his rescue. Without Yanyun's assistance, he fears his fate would have been sealed. As Qin Wei and the others attended to the bodies, Yanyun consoled the grieving lady and then approached the still unconscious black steed. Zheng Ba joined Yanyun's side, but Yanyun paid him no heed. The dark clouds overhead began to dissipate, allowing the brilliant sunlight to once again illuminate the verdant grasslands. Zheng Ba crouched beside Yanyun, hesitating several times before finally speaking. "This overlord halberd." Before he could finish, Yanyun interrupted with a chuckle. "Haha. Do you fancy this magnificent steed, Captain Zheng?" Zheng Ba's thoughts were momentarily interrupted, but when they shifted back to the unconscious black horse, his eyes sparkled with excitement as he inquired, "Are you offering it to me?" "Haha. It all depends on whether you desire it." Yanyun replied with his characteristic grin. "Of course I want it." Zheng Ba could hardly contain his elation. He had long wished for a steed of such caliber. Yet, his limited means had rendered that dream impossible, until now, when fate had seemingly smiled upon him. "Very well, it shall belong to you from this day forth," Yanyun declared generously. "Ah!" Zheng Ba could scarcely believe it and, filled with exhilaration, exclaimed, "But this steed has a fierce temperament. I fear I may not be able to tame it." Yanyun encouraged him with a reassuring pat on the shoulder. "Relax. To you, it is a noble steed. And thus it shall be." If you perceive it as a nag, then it will be so. Remember, your strength is not vastly different from Ning Tao's. If he can tame it, why can't you? Zheng Ba found himself momentarily dazed by Yanyun's words, which, while seemingly simple, contained profound wisdom. He turned his gaze to Yanyun and was astonished to find not the expected confusion or dullness, but rather clarity and insight. Could it be that the third young master is indeed feigning ignorance? This was precisely what Yanyun intended for him to see. With their journey having progressed thus far, it was time to deepen the bond between himself and Zheng Ba. Yet, before solidifying their friendship, he needed to test Zheng Ba's true intentions. Should this man prove steadfast? A future of wealth and honor would await him. Conversely, should he falter, Yanyun would not hold it against him, for Zheng Ba had always advocated on his behalf. However, if Zheng Ba were to betray him, he would not hesitate to eliminate him to prevent future troubles. This 8-foot-long spear is of fine quality. If you desire it, it shall be yours. Yanyun rose, drew the spear from its resting place, and handed it to Zheng Ba. Glee shone in Zheng Ba's eyes as he gazed upon the spear. He had always yearned for a reliable weapon, but as a mere constable, he could never afford such a rare item. Within the precinct, he had practiced with long weapons and had become quite proficient. Yet, the weapons there were mere tools for training, not for personal use. Do you wish to know how the Overlord halberd came to be? Accomplish a task for me, and I shall reveal its origins. Yanyun's demeanor shifted from jovial to serious. Zheng Ba felt a jolt of surprise, realizing that his initial assumptions about Yanyun's foolishness were mistaken. The turmoil within him was palpable. What task do you wish for me to undertake, third young master? He stammered. Eliminate Niobian. Yanyun stated nonchalantly. Though his tone seemed casual, a palpable sense of danger underlay his words, one that only Yanyun and Zheng Ba could truly comprehend. Kill a constable? Zheng Ba shuddered at the thought. Although he was aware of Yanyun's lethal intentions towards Niobian, he could hardly fathom being commanded to carry out the act himself. To do so would bind him irrevocably to Yanyun's cause, an act tantamount to treason. Are you afraid? Yanyun inquired with a light laugh. Zheng Ba swallowed hard, inhaling deeply before responding. If I am to kill Niobian, then Lu Ba must also perish. Why do you say that? Yanyun asked, slightly taken aback. Qin Wei and Zhao Wu are my men. Niobian and Lu Ba are not. Zheng Ba replied candidly, revealing his concern that Lu Ba might report him. Yanyun chuckled. Then let us eliminate them both. Chapter 70. The Divine Steed, the Ink, Jade Lion. He cared not for Lu Ba's affiliations. After all, as the saying goes, those outside one's kin are bound to harbor differing intentions. Zheng Ba had never killed a constable before, and the pressure weighed heavily upon him. It seems you still harbor doubts, reluctant to act. With that, Yanyun produced several small, bulging fabric pouches from his pocket and asked, Do you recognize these little items? This is. Zheng Ba scratched his head, utterly bewildered. Open one and see. Yanyun urged with a gentle smile. Zheng Ba took one pouch, loosened the drawstring, and pulled out a strip of coarse cloth, unfolding it to reveal a series of black characters inscribed upon it. Upon reading the words, Zheng Ba's expression darkened, and a potent aura of menace emanated from him. To the esteemed chancellor, although third young master Yin appears simple-minded, his strength is extraordinary. He has even incapacitated Lu San with a stone. Captain Zheng Ba, who eats from both sides, dares to speak in favor of third young master Yin. He must be of the same ilk. I implore you to replace Captain Zheng Ba with another at once. Signed Nyo. The information contained within the first pouch brought a grim expression to Zheng Ba's face. This revelation was entirely unexpected, something he had never considered. Yanyun proceeded to open the other pouches, allowing Zheng Ba to peruse their contents. As he did, glimpses of malice flickered in his eyes, and he remained silent, examining the second strip. To the esteemed chancellor, the exiled party has arrived at Yanhuang Mountain, where they were ambushed by a white tiger. At a critical moment, Lady Lang Shiji intervened and vanquished the beast. I am perplexed as to why they could not forage for wild grass along the way. Captain Zheng Ba seems to turn a blind eye. What could he have seen? Or is he truly in league with third young master Yin? This warrants investigation. Sign Nyo. To the esteemed chancellor, our exiled team rested at the home of Wei Xiong in Wei family village. This Wei Xiong is a 1,000-man commander under the banner of Yan Bei. He provided sustenance for the team. However, in the dead of night, we were attacked, resulting in the loss of 2 warriors. Oh, by the way, Wei Xiong fled to the Sunlit City, seeking refuge with its lord. Sign Nyo. To the esteemed chancellor, we encountered a pride of lions on the Yanhuang grassland, where third young master Yin single-handedly crushed a lion king. His strength is beyond my imagination. He poses a dangerous threat. Should he continue to grow, he may present future complications for you, esteemed chancellor. Also, Zheng Ba has been engaging in ambiguous interactions with third young master Yan. He returned the weapons gifted to Long Shiji and Yin San Gongzi. This is a blatant disregard for the exiling edict. Such an accusation is sufficient to brand him a traitor to the crown. Sign Yo. There were also 2 or 3 strips of information. Zheng Ba did not bother to examine them further. Each of these messages intertwined his name with their content. It was evident that their intent was to place him, Zheng Ba, in peril. Yanyun patted Zheng Ba on the shoulder and said, "If you believe this is my orchestrated scheme, then you may keep a watchful eye on Niobe. Surely, after this battle, Niobe will seek to convey more messages." Zheng Ba clenched his fists, his eyes ablaze with ferocity. From the onset of the exile, Yanyun had already grown wary. As a graduate of a prestigious 985 institution, Yanyun possessed remarkable intelligence. Indeed, along the road of exile, he often spotted Niobe stealthily writing by moonlight at night. After each writing session, he would carefully place the strips in a small pouch, seeking a spot to discreetly hide them beneath stones along the path. Yanyun had long observed this little maneuver. Thus, he kept a close watch on Niobe, as well as on other officials. Eventually, when he grew weary of surveillance, he instructed the first and second ladies to take turns monitoring him. The current first and second ladies were evidently united with him, their commands treated with the utmost reverence. Enough. Now, the matter of how to eliminate this fellow is entrusted to you. I trust you require no further assistance from me, Yanyun declared as he rose. Zheng Ba remained seated, lost in contemplation. Suddenly, the black jade lion emitted a mournful cry, its large black eyes wide with alarm as it awakened from its stupor. Upon seeing Yanyun standing nearby, the black jade lion was filled with trepidation and unease. This creature had been effortlessly subdued by him, instilling a sense of fear and even a shadow of dread. It howled again, attempting to rise, but Yanyun paid it no heed and turned to leave. The black jade lion staggered to its feet, glancing around and discovering its master lying lifeless in a pool of blood. It let out a heart-wrenching wail. Then, a lean man reached out to stroke its head, prompting it to lift its chin defiantly, eyes gleaming with ferocity. Though it feared Yanyun, it felt no such apprehension towards Zheng Ba. Zheng Ba, seething with unspent rage, noticed the black jade lion's disdainful demeanor towards him and erupted in fury. Leaping onto its back and tugging at the reins while shouting angrily. The black jade lion, a creature of exceptional prowess, was not easily intimidated by Zheng Ba's wrath. It sprang forth, attempting to dislodge him from its back. However, Zheng Ba clung tightly, refusing to be thrown off, no matter how the lion bucked and leaped. In his fury, Zheng Ba seized the moment when the lion's legs returned to the ground, unleashing a flurry of blows. The black jade lion's head throbbed with pain. Yet it remained unyielding. Zheng Ba's stubborn nature flared up. "You refuse to submit? Then I shall beat you into submission." The commotion soon attracted the attention of numerous women and officials, who observed the fierce black jade lion with skepticism regarding Zheng Ba's ability to tame it. Frustrated and undeterred, Zheng Ba continued, and after a struggle, the black jade lion finally ceased its resistance, clearly subdued by brute force. After their tumultuous exchange, the black jade lion settled down, and Zheng Ba believed he had successfully tamed it. He dismounted, but before he could release the reins, the black jade lion shook him off and bounded towards Yanyun. Zheng Ba was taken aback, fearing the lion would seek revenge on Yanyun, and shouted, "Yin San Gongzi, be careful." Yanyun sensed the impending threat behind him. The sudden turn of events startled everyone. Niobe smirked silently, refraining from comment. Long Shiji drew his sword with a sharp clang, intending to dart forward and pierce the black jade lion's neck. The first lady dashed from the crowd, seeking to intercept the lion. However, just 3 meters away from Yanyun, the black jade lion abruptly halted, collapsing to its knees before him. It raised its head proudly, its nostrils flaring as it panted heavily, the ferocity in its eyes fleeting, replaced by a gentle glimmer of hope. Chapter 71. Has it surrendered to me? Yanyun instinctively reached out to touch its head. Could it be that it has submitted to me? Observing this scene, Zheng Ba exhaled in relief. Long Shiji halted his attack. The first lady patted her chest, releasing a heavy sigh of relief. Several other ladies also appeared to be relieved. Niobe stared in shock, quickly followed by a look of regret. Yanyun shook his head and, with an air of innocence, approached the black jade lion, picking up the reins and handing them to Zheng Ba, much to the lion's astonishment. He had promised to gift this magnificent steed to Zheng Ba and would not go back on his word. Zheng Ba, somewhat bewildered, accepted the reins, his emotions tangled. The black jade lion ceased its struggles, gazing intently at Yanyun, tears welling in its eyes. It was indeed a creature of remarkable sensitivity. While its master was alive, it would never betray. In death, it felt sorrow yet was left with no choice. Its willingness to submit to Yanyun rather than Zheng Ba stemmed from the fact that Yanyun had felled it with a single punch. This instilled a sense of dependence in the proud beast. To it, the stronger the human, the more deserving they were of being its master. Although Zheng Ba was formidable, he paled in comparison to Yanyun, especially since Zheng Ba had never knocked it unconscious with a mere punch. Yin San Gongzi, this horse is not suited for me. It has already recognized you as its master. For you to gift it to me is akin to abandoning it. Such a remarkable steed possesses a soul. Even if gifted to me, it would not submit, and it would be a tragedy if it were to perish in my care. Zheng Ba immediately discerned that the black jade lion was not a suitable match for him. I have said, I intend to gift it to you. Yanyun replied obstinately, feigning ignorance. Thank you, Yin San Gongzi, for your favor. The path of exile is long, and many opportunities lie ahead. Moreover, I am quite fond of this spear. Acquiring it has already made me feel empowered. Zheng Ba was a sensible man. He understood Yanyun's desire to honor his previous promise, yet he was reluctant to let the black jade lion meet its doom because of him. Such a steed was rare indeed. Uncle, can I ride it and play? Yin Shuer suddenly burst forth from her mother's embrace, tugging at Yanyun's clothing with her sparkling eyes, playfully inquiring. Of course. Yanyun chuckled, his smile broadening. Brother, come. Let us ride the black jade lion and enjoy the breeze. Yin Shuer cheered with glee, her excitement palpable. Brother was the name given to the small leopard in Shuer's arms. With events unfolding as they did, Yanyun saw no reason to feign further pretense. There would be ample opportunities ahead. This could not be attributed to his breaking of promises, but rather to the black jade lion's indifference towards him. The black jade lion was a creature of spirit, not something he could dictate. Had he forcibly gifted it to Zheng Ba, it likely would not have obeyed his commands and could have even endangered Zheng Ba's life during battle due to a lack of synergy. Thus, Yanyun embraced Yin Shuer and mounted the black jade lion's back. Recognizing its deemed master, the black jade lion regained its vigor, exuding energy and excitement as it turned and galloped wildly across the grasslands, racing for miles. Yanyun reveled in the acquisition of such an extraordinary steed. Yin Shuer, cradling the little leopard, laughed joyously amidst the lion's frenzied strides, resembling a spirited little sprite. After a vigorous run, guided by Yanyun, the black jade lion returned to the exiled group. Ding. Nyobi, envy, jealousy, anger, hatred, frustration, emotional value 5 points. Ding. Jiawu, envy, eagerness, hope, admiration, emotional value 4 points. Ding. Qinwei, envy, eagerness, hope, praise, emotional value 4 points. Ding. Luba, envy, jealousy, eagerness, hope, emotional value 4 points. Ding. Zheng Ba, praise, eagerness, hope, joy, satisfaction, emotional value 5 points. Ding. First Lady Zhao Weiniang, praise, joy, delight, excitement, enthusiasm, satisfaction, emotional value 7 points. Ding. The Second Lady, Luo Bingxue, experiences admiration, delight, infatuation, and satisfactions, gaining an emotional value of 4 points. Ding. Yin Shuo feels excitement, agitation, and joy, earning 3 points. Ding. The Sixth Lady, Long Shiji, is filled with envy, eagerness, hope, and praise, receiving 4 points. Ding. Shu Xian is thrilled, fervent, joyful, and exhilarated, adding 4 points. Ding. The Old Steward expresses admiration, pleasure, joy, and contentment, garnering 4 points. Undoubtedly, everyone present contributed once more to a complex array of emotional values. In this round, Yanyun amassed 76 emotional points, elevating his total to 521 points. He felt a deep sense of satisfaction. Clearly, he recognized that the MOU lion surpassed the sluggish horse in speed, vigor, and presence. Earlier, while searching for firewood, the sluggish horse had merely served as a mode of transportation, utterly inadequate for the journey and combat. The bandits had departed, leaving behind 3 fine warhorses, all unclaimed and remaining in place, seemingly awaiting Yanyun and his companions to take them away. Zheng Ba approached, seized the reins of the 3 warhorses, and called out to Jiawu and Qinwei, offering each a mount. With the addition of the noble steeds, both Jiawu and Qinwei noticeably enhanced their combat capabilities, their presence bolstered. Niu Bian, feeling slighted, protested, Captain, I am the vice captain. Surely I deserve a warhorse from this hall. Do not forget, I just killed a bandit. Zheng Ba, with a stoic expression, inquired, Am I the captain, or are you? Niu Bian faltered, Though I am not the captain, I am the vice captain. Zheng Ba replied coolly, That makes you merely the vice captain, and as such, you must adhere to my orders as the captain. Niu Bian, having secretly plotted against him, found no need for Zheng Ba's protection any longer. He awaited Niu Bian's rebellion, ready to dispose of him under the guise of insubordination, even though Jiawu and Qinwei were his allies. He aimed to resolve matters impartially to avoid any rift between them. As for Lu Ba, he was not one of his own and held no concern for Lu Ba's opinion. Furthermore, Lu Ba was merely an ordinary constable. His responsibility lay in safeguarding Lu Ba's safety when necessary. You are exceedingly unfair, Niu Bian retorted angrily. Zheng Ba replied indifferently, I do this for your protection. Protection? That sounds quite nice. Pray tell, how do you intend to protect me? Niu Bian's expression soured. Qin Wei interjected, Vice Captain Niu. You are gravely injured and cannot charge into battle. Is the captain not protecting you, or is he intent on harming you? The road ahead was fraught with wild beasts and bandits. Are you certain you can continue to fight in your wounded state? Chapter 72. Mou Lion. Was this intentional? Upon hearing this, Niu Bian fell silent. Indeed, he was injured. Zheng Ba had intended to use Niu Bian's injury as a pretext, but was surprised when Qin Wei came to his defense. Yes, Vice Captain Niu, you are gravely injured. It is best to rest in the rear and recuperate. There will surely be more excellent warhorses ahead. Why rush this moment? Lu Ba added his counsel. Niu Bian's countenance darkened, and he could only grunt in frustration, suppressing his anger. He understood his injuries. Under Zhao Wu's bandaging, they posed no hindrance to his combat abilities. This so-called grievous injury was merely a label placed upon him. Did you not notice that Zhao Wu remained silent? Zhao Wu indeed chose to remain mute, not only due to his lack of eloquence, but also because he understood Niu Bian's condition. However, Zheng Ba's gift of a warhorse effectively silenced him, making him aware of his standing in Zheng Ba's eyes. Once the bodies were dealt with, Zheng Ba declared, this place is unsuitable for prolonged stay. Let us rest briefly and continue our journey. We must strive to reach Qing Shui City in the shortest time possible. The group consumed some pre-cooked lion meat before resuming their trek. The number of available sluggish horses had now increased to 7, perfectly accommodating the 7 sisters-in-law, each taking a mount. The first lady, unwilling to let the old steward walk, offered him her horse. The steward, taken aback, hesitated to accept, yet could not resist the first lady's insistence and reluctantly acquiesced. Without a mount, the first lady was left without a horse to ride. So Yanyun dismounted the Mou Lion, inviting her and Yin Qing'er to share its back. The first lady quickly declined, insisting she was not fatigued and that Yanyun should take Yin Qing'er instead. Yin Qing'er, with wide innocent eyes, asked, Mother, can we not ride with third uncle? That. Of course not. The first lady quickly responded. Why not? Third uncle is not a stranger. If it were not for third uncle's care, we might have long since perished. Yin Qing'er spoke candidly. Children possess pure hearts, free from malice. She merely wished to ease her mother's burdens, suggesting that they share a mount. Moreover, in her eyes, the Mou Lion was formidable and robust, undoubtedly capable of carrying 2 or 3 individuals without difficulty. Yanyun, naturally, would not refuse. Third uncle, can mother and I ride the Mou Lion together? Yin Qing'er asked eagerly. Of course. We are all family. What is there to prevent that? Yanyun replied with a broad smile. Mother, third uncle has agreed. Please hurry and join us. Yin Qing'er urged. Well, eldest sister, you should quickly mount. Once we have more warhorses, we can allocate one to each. The third lady, Gua Yiren, encouraged. That. The first lady glanced at the other ladies, noticing no objections, and thus, at Yin Yun's behest, mounted the horse. The Mou Lion, robust in stature, showed no sign of straying. The first lady sat atop the horse, with Yin Yun behind her, and Yin Qing'er nestled in her arms. The main group commenced their journey. Now, 5 maidservants remained without mounts. While this did not enhance their speed, it at least alleviated the walking ordeal for several ladies. The second lady suddenly urged her sluggish horse forward. Uncle, Luo Bingxue whispered. Is there something you need? Yin Yun, momentarily interrupted from his steady pace, turned to her. The second lady discreetly produced a small cloth pouch from her hand and handed it to Yin Yun, gesturing toward the walking Niu Bian. Yin Yun furrowed his brow, instantly discerning its contents. In truth, upon seeing the small pouch, he already knew what it contained. For days, the first and second ladies had quietly assisted him in monitoring the constables. Yin Yun accepted the pouch, tore open the binding, and extracted a slip of paper. My lord, after several days of observation, I now seriously suspect that young Master Yin is merely feigning ignorance. His words may sound foolish, yet they are profoundly sensible. Furthermore, the first, second, and third ladies exhibit great deference toward him. He does not resemble a fool at all. Just moments ago, we encountered a bandit attack, and young Master Yin even intended to capture the bandit leader for his own use. Zhang Ba collaborated with him, seeking to persuade the bandit leader to surrender. But the bandit leader scorned the offer and chose death over submission. My lord, upon receiving this news, please respond swiftly to avert future calamities. Signed, Niu. Upon reading this lengthy missive, Yanyun's eyes shimmered with intense murderous intent. Niu Bian seemed to sense the ominous atmosphere, instinctively glancing back. Yet the murderous glint in Yanyun's eyes had already vanished in an instant. Niu Bian, puzzled, scratched his head. He distinctly felt a lethal aura behind him. Yet upon turning, found nothing amiss. Could it be an illusion? He shook his head, dismissing the thought. Internally, he grumbled, hoping the spies of the Prime Minister would swiftly locate the pouch and make timely arrangements. Nightfall began to descend. This marked their 4th night since entering the Yen Emperor grassland. The sky was clear, and a full moon hung high above. The night sky was adorned with countless twinkling stars. A group of individuals busied themselves gathering firewood and roasting meat. Zheng San and Zhao Wu ventured forth in search of a water source, while Yanyun and the matron sought out dry twigs. Long Shiji, along with Qinwei, Niubi, Lu Ba, and the other ladies, remained at the campsite, anxiously awaiting the return of their companions. As the supplies of firewood and fresh water dwindled, their urgency to find more became palpable. Not long after their departure, the perimeter of the campfire was suddenly illuminated by pairs of glowing red eyes. Wolves. Damn it! We are surrounded by a pack of wolves. Niobe exclaimed in alarm, his eyes wide with fear. The others turned their gazes toward the eastern direction, where they spotted over 20 pairs of glowing red eyes. Chapter 73. The Sacrifice of the Old Steward. The crimson-eyed wolves began to encircle them, seemingly intent on trapping the group. Yin Qing and Yin Shui burst into tears, overwhelmed with fright. Niobe, increasingly agitated by their cries, shouted at them. For heaven's sake, be quiet. If you keep crying, I'll cut your mouths. Clang. Lung Shiji swiftly drew her sword, its tip aimed directly at Niobe. With a voice as cold as ice, she warned, if I hear another word from you, I shall slit your throat. Niobe instinctively recoiled, silenced by her threat, though his heart simmered with indignation. Damn it, you all think you're so tough. Just wait until the Prime Minister sends a new captain. Then you'll be begging for mercy. A howl pierced the air, its deep and powerful resonance unmistakably that of the Wolf King. This is bad. The Wolf King has given the command to attack. Qinwei's expression shifted dramatically as he unsheathed his formidable blade, preparing for battle. Meanwhile, Lung Shiji remained unfazed, while the other ladies turned pale with fear, trembling uncontrollably. Uncle, where are you? Please hurry back. Yin Shui cried out in terror, tears streaming down her face. Uncle, come back with mother. Yin Qing joined in the weeping. The second and third wives held the two girls tightly, trying to offer comfort. The old steward approached a nearby horse, attempting to seize the formidable blade resting upon its back. Niobe, noticing this, yelled, You old fool. What do you think you're doing? Are you trying to rebel? You cannot use weapons without our consent. These blades had been gathered by Zhang Ba after the sacrifices of the officers. The old steward retorted angrily in times of crisis. An extra weapon means an extra chance at survival. Do you honestly believe you can fend off the wolves? Niobe scoffed. Who said I would help? I'm injured and intend to climb a tree to hide. You cowardly cur. You better not let me find the chance, or your head will roll. Lung Shiji could not help but curse. Niobe's expression darkened with anger. Humph. He huffed, quickly climbing the tree. Niobe, with danger approaching. Are you not afraid that Captain Zheng will return and make a meal of you? Remember, you are an officer responsible for escorting the exile to the wilderness. If you flee now, you will be deemed a deserter. You know what happens to deserters, don't you? Qinwei mocked him coldly. Niobe's expression changed, and he spat. I am injured. It's not wise for me to fight. If I don't hide, shall I wait for the wolves to tear off my head? Fear not. We have the protection of fire. As long as the flames burn bright, the wolves will not dare approach. These beasts are terrified of fire. As the deputy officer, you should know this, Luo Bingshui coldly asserted. Ignoring her, Niobe swiftly climbed the tree with remarkable agility, seemingly uninjured. Selfish wretch. If you manage to survive and reach the wilderness, I shall concede defeat. Qinwei derided him. Niobe remained atop the tree, indifferent to the taunts. The wolves began to stir restlessly, potentially confirming Luo Bingshui's assertion that they feared fire and would not charge in. Time passed, and the flames flickered lower. The supply of firewood nearly exhausted. As the light dimmed, Yanyun and the others still had not returned. The Wolf King scratched the ground with its front paw, signaling an imminent attack. With another long howl, the Wolf King charged into view, like a bolt of lightning. Yin Shui and Yin Qing cried out in terror, clutching the second and third wives. The ladies and maidservants turned pale, their eyes reflecting despair. Third young master, I cannot stay with you any longer. Shushin's eyes filled with tears of hopelessness as she closed them, awaiting death. Red Peach, braver than the rest, picked up the old steward's blade from the ground, trembling as she prepared to fight. Though tears brimmed in her eyes, She understood that weeping would not solve their plight. Only by wielding the blade could she hope to survive. Once the Wolf King initiated the attack, the entire pack surged forward. Qin Wei, Lu Ba, I will confront the Wolf King. Qin, guard the south. Lu Ba, take the north. Niu Bi, if I survive this, it shall be your head that rolls. With that, Lung Shiji dashed towards the oncoming Wolf King. Niu Bi, terrified by her chilling words, trembled atop the tree. He did not believe she was merely trying to intimidate him. After a moment of fear, he reluctantly descended from the tree. With a swift motion, Long Shiji's blade glinted ominously in the faint light of the fire. She aimed to strike at the Wolf King. The Wolf King, agile and cunning, evaded her attack, leaping to counter with its sharp claws aimed at her back. As an accomplished swordswoman, Lang Shiji had honed her speed, both in striking and evading. Like a graceful dragon, she deftly dodged the Wolf King's claws. With a swift arc of her blade, she struck again. The Wolf King, unwilling to engage, retreated, abandoning its pursuit of her to target the unprotected women behind. As it charged, the old steward, fueled by an unexpected surge of courage, swung the blade desperately at the Wolf King. To the wolf, his movements appeared painfully slow. The Wolf King regarded him with disdain before swiftly slashing its paw across the stewardess' neck, leaving 3 gaping wounds. The old steward froze, shock coursing through him as blood sprayed from his neck like a fountain. Old steward, the second wife, cried out in horror. The third wife and the other ladies widened their eyes, trembling uncontrollably, their faces drained of color, consumed by rage. With the sacrifice of the old steward, the Wolf King hesitated momentarily. Enraged, Lung Shiji seized the opportunity, wielding her sword against the Wolf King. It bared its teeth and swiftly dodged to the side. Yet Lung Shiji seemed to anticipate this move, positioning her blade to meet the Wolf King as it attempted to evade. Chapter 74. Niu B's in action. Seeing this, the Wolf King darted aside, but not before its rear was grazed by her sharp blade. In pain, it disregarded its wound and retreated hastily from the battle. While the Wolf King and Lang Shiji fought fiercely, Qin Wei engaged the pack with fervor, swinging his blade with precision, taking down 2 adult wolves in quick succession. These wolves lacked the cunning and agility of their leader, thus falling easily to Qin Wei's onslaught. Lu Ba wielded his ghostly blade, engaging in a brutal battle against the pack of wolves. His strength was evidently inferior. After dispatching 1 adult wolf, he was caught by another, which sank its teeth into his arm. Filled with fury, Lu Ba gripped the blade tightly and thrust it into the wolf's abdomen. The creature let out a horrific howl, instinctively opening its jaws. Despite the excruciating pain, Lu Ba shook his arm and, ignoring the agony, swung his blade towards a third wolf. Hong Tao also held a ghostly blade. Rather than confronting the wolves head-on, she summoned her courage, shouting loudly as she swung the blade, striking left and right, using her slender frame to protect several ladies in their vicinity. Niu Bi avoided direct combat, dodging left and right, appearing to engage, yet ultimately remaining unscathed, neither inflicting casualties upon the wolves nor drawing their ire. On the ground lay 2 more ghostly blades. 5th Lady Lu Yuner and 7th Lady Duan Ruinxia suddenly stood up, trembling as they grasped the blades and joined the fray. Though they had never trained in martial arts, survival compelled them to muster their courage and fiercely resist the wolves. Even if their contributions were minimal, they nonetheless erected a makeshift wall for their group. 2nd and 3rd ladies tended to the children, unable to partake in the battle. 4th Lady Yi Jiaomei, known for her timidity, was already trembling in fear, tears streaming down her cheeks. To suggest she fight would be folly, as she likely lacked the courage even to hold a blade. The 3 young maids, Shu Exile, La Mei, and Xiao Yu, huddled closely to the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th ladies. While they managed the daily needs of their charges, they could not summon the bravery to confront the wolves. Upon witnessing the old steward's throat being torn open by the Wolf King, their legs turned to jelly, their faces pale and bodies stiffened, as though they too felt the fatal wound. After the Wolf King withdrew from battle, the pressure on Lung Shiji significantly lessened. Under the Wolf King's command, 2 adult wolves lunged at her. Yet, she did not falter. Instead, she brandished her long sword, swiftly dispatching the 2 wolves. The Wolf King's expression darkened, its eyes gleaming with a chilling intensity, fixated on the unfolding battle, revealing a glimmer of resentment. In a short span, nearly 10 wolves had perished, while the Wolf King had only managed to kill the old steward. The death of the steward stirred the anger of 5th and 7th ladies, prompting them to join the fight. The Wolf King realized the tide was turning against them. If the battle continued, it risked becoming isolated. This was a hard-won alliance, and it could not afford to lose it all here. With a resentful glare at Lang Shiji, it roared in frustration, its howl echoing through the night. The pack, seemingly receiving a retreat order, abandoned their offensive and fled. In this skirmish, Lang Shiji had slain 2 adult wolves, repelled the Wolf King, and secured a chance for survival for her group. Qin Wei had taken down 4 adult wolves, stalling the pack's charge and instilling fear in them. Lu Ba fought valiantly, slaying 3 adult wolves, though a sharp fang had torn a chunk from his left arm, a gruesome wound that bled profusely. Niobe had merely observed, while Hong Tao, 5th and 7th ladies did not kill any wolves. They had nonetheless hindered the pack's advances. Their involvement made the Wolf King acutely aware of the shifting balance of power. The old steward's noble sacrifice prompted the retreat of the wolves, leaving everyone feeling a sense of relief. The 2nd lady rushed to the side of the old steward, who bore 3 ghastly gashes across his neck, blood long since drained. His body grew cold, and the warmth faded. "Old steward," cried the 3rd lady in anguish. The 2nd lady, unable to conceal her sorrow, but mindful of everyone's safety, asked with a quivering voice, "Is everyone unhurt? Shiji, Yinner, Ruinxia, Hong Tao, are you all right?" Having fought, the 2nd lady felt compelled to check on each individual. They all shook their heads, barely concealing their grief. 5th and 7th ladies were relatively unharmed. Hong Tao, exhausted from the battle, nearly collapsed, prompting Shu Xian to rush to support her. The 2nd lady, mistaking her fatigue for injury, quickly asked, "Hong Tao, are you all right?" Weak and breathless, Hong Tao murmured, "2nd lady, I'm fine." A collective sigh of relief washed over them. Yet, the sight of the old steward's lifeless body plunged them back into sorrow. Qin Wei did not examine the steward's wounds, nor did he have time to consider his fate. Once the wolves retreated, he swiftly tore a strip of cloth from his clothing and hurried to Lu Ba's side, wrapping the wounded arm. Despite his valiant efforts and 3 kills, Lu Ba remained tense and exhilarated, his body shaking violently. The adrenaline coursed through him, making him momentarily oblivious to the pain in his arm. When Qin Wei approached, Lu Ba instinctively pulled back his arm, preparing to strike, fearing another wolf attack. Luckily, Qin Wei reacted swiftly, dodging the ghostly blade. Lu Ba, still in a state of excitement, gradually calmed upon realizing it was Qin Wei. "The wolves have retreated. Relax, relax," Qin Wei whispered soothingly. Gasping for breath, Lu Ba stared blankly at Qin Wei, then at his torn and bloody arm, finally feeling the deep, agonizing pain. He did not cry out, instead letting out a low groan as Qin Wei tended to his wounds. Lu Ba had recently joined the ranks of the law enforcement and lacked experience in combat. Previously, he had merely followed behind, shouting orders and seldom engaging in actual fighting. Yet this time, he found himself alone, relying solely on his fervor to face the wolves in a fierce struggle. Chapter 75, Qin Wei dispatches Niobe. He could not have imagined that after joining the fray, he would slay 3 adult wolves and survive. This was entirely unexpected for him. Even after the battle concluded, his nerves remained taut, his blood still surging with adrenaline. Slaying 3 adult wolves restored his confidence. He realized he was not as cowardly as he had believed. A newfound brilliance shone in his eyes. "First, relax. We must bind the wound to prevent further blood loss. When Xiao returns, we will immediately apply a coagulant," Qin Wei urged patiently. Lu Ba nodded, albeit numbly. Niobe quietly observed the scene before him. Suddenly, a glint of cold steel appeared. Lang Shiji, having approached unnoticed, pointed her sword directly at him. A mere step forward, and the tip would pierce his skull. Niobe jumped back in fright, stammering, What do you want?" With a chilling tone, Lang Shiji declared, "Your life. I, Lang Shiji, shall claim it today. Even the Emperor cannot save you. You said earlier that if I participated in the fight, you wouldn't kill me." Niobe was genuinely terrified of Lang Shiji. Her swordsmanship was far too swift. If he offended her, he would not survive. "Did you truly participate in the fight? Do you think I am blind? What you did was hardly fighting," Lang Shiji coldly questioned. How dare you? I'm a law enforcement officer. If you kill me, it would be akin to treason." Niobe, filled with dread, invoked his status, fearing Lang Shiji might take his head in a fit of rage. "Humph, and what of it? I, Lang Shiji, fear neither exile nor death," she scoffed dismissively. Captain Qin, save me." Niobe, in a panic, cast a desperate gaze toward Qin Wei. Qin Wei glanced at him, his tone indifferent. Had you merely engaged in the fight, Lu Ba would not have been grievously wounded, and the old steward would not have perished at the claws of the Wolf King. You have left me feeling desolate, let alone those few others. You have brought this upon yourself, deserving of your fate. It seems you are no different from them. You have betrayed the court and the trust bestowed upon us by the lord of the city. I will report you." The hideous figure screamed in rage. "Then go report to the underworld." As the words fell, Qin Wei swiftly struck, and in the astonishment and shock of Lang Shiji, He beheaded the wretched man in one decisive blow. You. The wretched figure let out a wail. The moment his head flew off, all was abruptly silenced. Lang Shiji was caught off guard, her face a mask of disbelief. The other ladies were equally taken aback. Lu Ba turned and walked towards the fire. It seemed no one cared about the death of the wretched man, as if he had long been destined to perish. As Qin Wei had stated, had the wretched man been more actively involved in the battle, the old steward would not have perished, and Lu Ba would not have been injured. Now that the old steward was dead and Lu Ba wounded, would Lu Ba still care for his life? He was capable of such ruthlessness. Waiting for everyone to meet their end, why should Lu Ba concern himself with the wretched man's fate? Qin Wei had long harbored disdain for the wretched man. And now that he found the opportunity, he would undoubtedly act without hesitation. He did not believe anyone present would report him for dispatching a constable. Yanyun and the lady, each mounted on a warhorse, departed from the crowd. They were tasked with gathering firewood. To find more, they each rode a steed. Yanyun naturally rode the black jade lion, while the lady rode Qin Wei's tall warhorse. Following the direction indicated by Zheng Ba, they hastened to a small grove. The pitch-black night was adorned with twinkling stars, and the occasional roar of beasts echoed in the distance. The lady, emboldened by Yanyun's protection, ventured forth without fear. After witnessing Yanyun's formidable strength, she relied heavily upon him. So much so that when searching for matches earlier, she had boldly stepped forward. At present, Yanyun was a flicker of light in her life, embodying all her hopes for survival. The rise of the Yin family depended on how far Yanyun could go in the future. Their journey was relatively safe. Upon reaching the small grove, a commotion ensued. Yet it was merely the stir of herbivorous creatures. The lady, torch in hand, remained vigilant on horseback. Yanyun collected dry twigs frantically, stuffing them into his storage space. Before him stood a withered tree. Yanyun unsheathed his war spear and unleashed a furious assault on the tree. The violent impact stirred the grove into chaos, sending many hidden herbivores and carnivores fleeing in terror. Yanyun had no time to indulge these creatures. After a frenzy of destruction, the entire tree was reduced to firewood. The lady was elated, dismounting her steed to bind the twigs with ropes alongside Yanyun. In the span of a short incense stick's burn, they completed their task. The resting place was somewhat distant, and fearing that the second lady and the others might encounter a ferocious beast, Yanyun hurriedly rode back with the lady. Before they could return to the resting spot, the distant howls of wolves grew nearer. Moreover, the once bright flames appeared dim. Yanyun was alarmed and urged the lady, "Hurry. Increase your speed. What has happened up ahead?" The lady's expression shifted dramatically, a sense of foreboding washing over her. She had not heard the wolf howls and was unaware of the events unfolding ahead. Yanyun widened his eyes. They might be besieged by a pack of wolves. Besieged by wolves. The lady trembled, exclaiming, "Qing, go." Yanyun, disregarding the lady's terror, hastily urged his steed forward. The black jade lion seemed to sense Yanyun's urgency, galloping fiercely ahead. The lady, not daring to lag behind, urged her tall warhorse to hasten as well. However, by the time they arrived at the resting place, the battle had already concluded. The wolf pack had retreated in the opposite direction. Zheng Ba and Zhao Wu were also making their way back. Along the way, they encountered the stampede of wolves. Zheng Ba suddenly realized something, his expression shifting drastically. He had no time to chase the wolves and quickly urged Zhao Wu to return. Indeed, the scene was one of devastation. The flames had dimmed, and several wolf carcasses lay scattered on the ground, alongside 2 human bodies. Zheng Ba shuddered. For words flashing in his mind, more lives lost. Who then has perished? Chapter 76, Zheng Ba's Declaration. Learning that the old steward had sacrificed himself to protect everyone, disregarding his own safety, only to perish at the claws of wolves, brought a wave of sorrow to Yanyun. Although their interactions had been limited, with few words exchanged, the old steward had shown him utmost care and had called him the hope of the Yin family, urging him to live on for their future. The sight of the old steward's sacrifice plunged Yanyun into deep grief, tears streaming down his cheeks. The lady also wept bitterly, for she shared a bond with the old steward. He had treated her like family, caring for her every need during their journey. Everyone had paid little heed to the wretched man's death until Zheng Ba returned, observing the wretched man's tragic demise, which pulled them from their sorrow over the old steward. Zheng Ba keenly noted the beheaded body of the wretched man. He set down his water pouch, his expression darkening as he inquired, how did the wretched man meet his end? He cast a suspicious glance at Lang Shiji. The only others present who could have beheaded the wretched man were Lang Shiji or Qin Wei. He did not believe Qin Wei had done it. The wretched man brought this upon himself. He fell victim to the Wolf King. Lu Ba, with a brazen demeanor, spoke out. The words struck everyone into silence. The ladies present could not have anticipated that Lu Ba would step forward and deceitfully shift the blame for the wretched man's death onto the Wolf King. Not only did the ladies not foresee this, but even Qin Wei was taken aback. He had intended to inform Zheng Ba that he had killed the wretched man. But upon seeing Lu Ba take the initiative to name the Wolf King as the culprit, he lowered his head in acquiescence. Yanyun and the others, just returning, were unaware of the specifics surrounding the wretched man's death. Victim of the Wolf King? Zheng Ba frowned, directing his gaze toward the beheaded body. Had anyone else spoken, he might not have believed it. But this was Lu Ba. Lu Ba was not one for words, rarely speaking at all. Throughout their journey, he had said little. Now, with Lu Ba attributing the wretched man's cause of death to the Wolf King, even if Zheng Ba doubted, he had no choice but to accept it. It was as if even Lu Ba thought to deceive him, there was nothing more for him to uncover. The Wolf King could indeed tear off a man's head. Yet, could the Wolf King do so neatly? That was evidently impossible. Zheng Ba understood that they were deliberately concealing something from him, and he chose not to press further. It would be futile to inquire. The wretched man had brought this upon himself, and it was only a matter of time before he met his end. Even Yanyun had presented the option for Zheng Ba to personally eliminate the wretched man, let alone anyone else. Moreover, the wretched man was associated with the Chancellor and had openly spoken ill of him. Such a person could not be allowed to remain. Zheng Ba did not pursue accountability. At least the wretched man was dead, sparing him the need to act himself. The wretched man, lacking strength, had fallen victim to the Wolf King's brutality. This matter would be put to rest. Zheng Ba issued the announcement of the wretched man's death. Qin Wei and Lu Ba breathed a sigh of relief. Zheng Ba's statement equated to a message to Zhao Wu. Now only 4 constables remained. Lu Ba and Qin Wei were clearly in collusion against the wretched man, and he was well aware of the wretched man's misdeeds, while Zhao Wu remained oblivious. Thus, it was akin to informing Zhao Wu, as well as the other women, and Yanyun, effectively stating that he now stood on the same side as Yanyun. While Yanyun might still need to tread carefully and conceal his identity, at least before Zheng Ba and the others, he no longer needed to be cautious. The ladies appeared to remain engulfed in sorrow over the old steward's sacrifice. Yanyun rose, took up a shovel, and began to dig a grave for the old steward. To forestall the scavenging of the old steward's remains by wild beasts, Yanyun dug a grave extending to a depth of 2 meters. Subsequent to the disposal of the old steward's body, Yanyun gathered stones, placing them reverently before the burial site. Finally, he erected a rudimentary headstone, inscribed with the old steward's given name, the tomb of Lushanji. Having served the Yin family, the old steward adopted the surname Yin, becoming known as Yin Shan. However, with the old steward's passing, Yanyun hesitated to inscribe Yin Shan upon the headstone. Such an inscription would inevitably lead to recognition by passing merchants, disturbing the old steward's eternal repose. Conversely, the name Lushanji would remain anonymous, concealing the identity of the Protectorate General's former steward. The old steward had diligently and conscientiously served Yanbei for many years, managing the vast estate of the Duke's manor. He had valiantly sacrificed himself to safeguard the young mistresses. Regrettably, due to prevailing circumstances, a grand and befitting funeral could not be arranged, causing profound regret among Yanyun and his companions. While Yanyun excavated the grave, Zheng Ba and Qin Wei kindled a fire to roast meat. Zhao Wu meticulously rebandaged Lu Ba's wounds, applying hemostatic powder to prevent infection. Niubi's corpse was hastily disposed of by Zhao Wu, a task that Zheng Ba and Qin Wei declined to assist with. Moments earlier, Yanyun had entrusted the last small pouch to Zheng Ba. Upon examining its contents, Zheng Ba nearly succumbed to the impulse to exhume Niubi's body and subject it to a brutal flogging. As Qin Wei roasted the meat, he also meticulously butchered the wolf carcasses. The wolf paws were cleaned and roasted over the fire. Yanyun added cumin, pepper, and other seasonings, sprinkling them liberally. The absence of Niubi fostered a more convivial atmosphere around the campfire. Once the first batch of meat was cooked, Yin Shuer and Yin Qing'er eagerly began to eat. With multiple fires and a dwindling number of individuals, the distribution of meat proceeded at a brisk pace. Only 4 constables remained: Zheng Ba, Qin Wei, Zhao Wu, and Lu Ba. Qin Wei presented the first batch of roasted meat to Zheng Ba for distribution. Zheng Ba, in turn, offered it to Yanyun, who then presented it to the First Madam. The First Madam first fed the 2 ravenous young girls, followed by the maids and the other young mistresses. Despite their humble origins as maids, Shu Xian and Hong Tao were regarded as sisters by the ladies. After 2 hours of diligent effort, everyone had satiated their hunger. Zheng Ba, finding himself idle, roasted additional meat for consumption the following morning or during their journey. The uncharted dangers of the grasslands were manifold, and no one desired to linger. To depart the grasslands at the earliest opportunity was tantamount to escaping their predicament. This night proved to be the most comfortable thus far. Although the howls of wild beasts reverberated through the darkness, none dared to approach the flames. The following day, as the first glimmer of dawn painted the sky, Zhengba summoned everyone to partake in meat and water before resuming their journey. With the demise of the old steward and Nyobi, 2 additional pack horses became available. To expedite their progress, Yanyun, the first madam, and Yin Qing'er continued to ride Mou, the lion. Shu Xian and Hong Tao shared a pack horse, as did Lame and Xiuyu, and Xia Shui and the fourth madam. The women were slender and frail, possessing minimal weight. 2 women would weigh no more than 200 pounds. While pack horses were inferior to war horses, they could readily bear such a weight. With everyone mounted, their speed significantly increased. However, the party was persistently shadowed by wolves during their journey. Zhengba astutely recognized the wolves' dubious intentions. Third Master Yan. I fear we are on the precipice of another fierce encounter. Zhengba, who had been leading the way, deliberately slowed his pace upon observing the wolves along the route. Approaching Yanyun with narrowed eyes. Are you suggesting that the wolf pack from last night will launch a retaliatory assault? Yanyun inquired, his brow furrowed. Indeed, wolves are constantly appearing along our path. They are likely scouting our route. Zhengba declared. Are wolves as intelligent as you suggest? The first madam questioned skeptically. Zhengba nodded. The Wolf King is renowned for his cunning and sagacity. We must not underestimate these creatures. When provoked, their attacks are ferocious and brutal. The first madam's delicate eyebrows furrowed. The other ladies also heightened their vigilance. Yin Qing'er, nestled in her mother's arms, remained silent. Having escorted exiles for so many years, I am intimately familiar with the perilous conditions of the grasslands. To my knowledge, there are 5 formidable factions that warrant our utmost caution. Zhengba cautioned. 5 factions? Which are they? The first madam inquired with curiosity. First, the general stronghold. This faction can be disregarded, as its chieftain, Ning Taodai, has already been eliminated. Second, the Wolf Emperor, Scarred Butcher. This individual possesses intelligence far exceeding that of a typical wolf king, commanding a pack of at least 80 adult wolves. He is vindictive and relentless. Once he has marked a target, he will pursue it to the bitter end. Many merchants who have encountered this force have perished, devoured by the wolves, lacking sufficient combat prowess. Our current location happens to be within the territory of the Wolf Emperor, Scarred Butcher. Therefore, if I am not mistaken, the small pack of wolves we encountered last night may have been a subordinate Wolf King's contingent. Yanyun's eyes narrowed. It appears that the Wolf Emperor, Scarred Butcher, has set his sights on us. Indeed, I have never encountered wolf packs during my previous exile escorts. However, I have stumbled upon numerous human and warhorse remains, along with scattered grains and timber. This suggests that, prior to our arrival, someone had been feeding these beasts. Thus, we narrowly escaped a similar fate, Zhengba recounted, recalling the gruesome scenes he had witnessed. Yanyun nodded. What are the other factions? Third, the Fong Brothers Lion Pride. This pride consists of 5 brothers. The pride comprises at least 10 adult male lions, 30 adult female lions, and countless subadults and cubs. However, the Fong Brothers Lion Pride typically refrains from attacking passing merchants, preferring to prey on zebras and cattle. Only under exceptional circumstances, when other herbivores are scarce, will they target merchants. Rumor has it that the Fong Brothers Lion Pride has disbanded due to internal strife. However, the veracity of this rumor remains uncertain. I have only encountered them once during my years of escorting exiles, specifically early last year. We happened to be following a merchant caravan, and we narrowly triumphed over the Lion Pride, driving away the Lion King. Yanyun nodded once more. Fourth, the Skull Stronghold, led by the Skull King. This stronghold is comprised of mounted bandits, all riding warhorses, renowned for their bravery and martial prowess. Rumor has it that the Skull King has established a vast horse farm in the Yinhuang grasslands, producing magnificent steeds, tall, powerful, and valiant, which he sells at exorbitant prices in the marketplace. The Skull King, the stronghold's chieftain, is a man in his early 40s, at the peak of his strength, wielding a massive hammer in each hand. Legend has it that each hammer weighs at least 300 pounds. With a single blow, he can obliterate a horse's head. His ferocity rivals your own, Third Master. However, the Skull King is not indiscriminate in his killings. Merchants who are targeted by him can secure their lives by surrendering their goods and money. This is the Skull King's guiding principle, the foundation upon which his stronghold thrives. Zhengba possessed an encyclopedic knowledge of the various factions in the Yinhuang grasslands. Clearly, his years of travel had not been in vain. Fifth, the Beast Stronghold. Led by the White Tiger, the chieftain of this stronghold, the White Tiger, is skilled in animal taming. Consequently, his high-ranking officers ride tigers, lions, and black bears. In battle, They are accompanied not only by their subordinates, but also by tigers, lions, black bears, leopards, and wolves. Merchants who are targeted by him almost invariably become fodder for the beast stronghold's ferocious beasts. Rumor has it that he has personally tamed numerous lions, tigers, and black bear cubs. The white tiger, though over 50 years of age, remains formidably powerful, having once engaged in a territorial dispute with the Skull King, resulting in a stalemate. The aforementioned entities are indeed formidable powers. There exist minor factions as well, yet these lesser forces are of little consequence to us. Even if they approach, it would merely be a march towards their demise. Zheng Ba meticulously analyzes all significant factions. Yanyun nods in agreement. Should the esteemed young Master Yin manage to subdue the White Tiger and the Skeleton King, he shall amass an abundance of steeds and cultivate the lion and leopard cubs of the esteemed ladies with utmost care. Zheng Ba has already begun to plan for Yanyun's future. In him, he perceives a burgeoning ambition. The current pretense of foolishness is but a temporary act of restraint. Yanyun's remarkable capacity for patience captivates Zheng Ba. Such individuals undoubtedly possess limitless potential. Furthermore, Yanyun hails from an illustrious lineage. Should he initiate a campaign of vengeance, he may very well ascend as the next emperor of the great Yin Empire. If Yanyun truly embarks on such a quest, Zheng Ba's support today could render him a loyal minister, perhaps even a future duke of the realm, a position second only to the emperor himself. Akin to the status of Yanyun's father, Yin Baidu, Zheng Ba is astute and wise, possessing a keen intellect, and he discerns many things in Yanyun that elude the common man. Initially, his decision to escort Yanyun and his companions stemmed from empathy rather than malice. However, his subsequent advocacy for Yanyun indicates a deliberate approach to draw closer to him. To the public eye, Yanyun appears simple-minded, lacking in intelligence, akin to an individual with cognitive impairments. Yet, Zheng Ba harbors compassion for such vulnerable souls, never seeking to exploit their plight. While he may not be able to assist the weak, he can at least refrain from causing them harm. Chapter 78. The Path of Concealment and Resilience. This encapsulates Zheng Ba's philosophy. Zheng Ba's proposal piques Yanyun's interest. It is indeed a splendid idea. Both are formidable individuals, and if he could recruit them, it would mean gaining two mighty warriors by his side. Everything hinges on fate. If they prove as unyielding as Ning Tao Tai, then there is little he can do. Yanyun shakes his head. The previous failure to persuade Ning Tao Tai has left him somewhat despondent. Zheng Ba counters, saying, "The failure to sway Ning Tao Tai was due to his ignorance of your feigned simplicity. If the White Tiger and the Skeleton King were to realize that you are not a fool, but rather a sage, the circumstances would change drastically. Moreover, you must exhibit your grace and generosity, and paint a grand vision for them." Zheng Ba implores earnestly. Yanyun nods, understood. I know how to proceed. Indeed, with Zheng Ba's guidance, Yanyun realizes the reasons behind his previous failures. In Ning Taoye's eyes, he is merely a simpleton. Moreover, previous exposure of his identity has led to unnecessary complications, prompting him to maintain his ruse. Given their lack of familiarity, Ning Taotai remains oblivious to Yanyun's act. Ironically, Ning Taotai is inherently proud. How could he ever submit to a fool? It appears that relentless pretense cannot resolve all issues. At times, one must reveal their true strength when necessary. With this thought, Yanyun turns his gaze towards Zhao Wu, Lu Ba, and Qin Wei, who are walking ahead. Zheng Ba seems to sense something and remarks, Zhao Wu and Qin Wei are my protégés. Young Master Yin need not harbor any reservations about them. As for Lu Ba, he is a temporary recruit from Yin Imperial City. Coming from humble origins, he has yet to see battle or shed blood. Due to the need for 10 in our expedition team, the office could not supply replacements, thus, I was compelled to recruit him. With Zheng Ba's explanation, Yanyun's apprehensions dissipate entirely. Before nightfall, the group selects a high ground to prepare for dinner. Along the way, they encounter wild wolves, and to avoid unnecessary trouble, Zheng Ba advises everyone to pause and rest. They light 5 bonfires, and Yanyun suggests expanding this to 8, ensuring ample space and denser flames. After feasting on roasted meat and drinking fresh water, night descends. As the clock approaches 9, creatures emerge from the darkness, their eyes glowing red. Wolves are upon them. Yanyun and Zheng Ba instinctively grasp their weapons. Long Shiji clutches her sword, sensing the impending danger, yet remains motionless, her psychological fortitude remarkable. She remains unperturbed unless absolutely necessary. Her brother's choice of such a formidable partner is indeed a stroke of fortune. Long Shiji, both stunning and graceful, possesses exceptional swordsmanship. She embodies the ideal partner, capable in both high society and domestic realms. As the wolves howl incessantly, the group realizes they are being toyed with. Despite their ferocious cries, the pack does not attack, leaving Yanyun's party restless through the night, unable to confront these beasts. Yanyun attempts to charge forth, but as he does, the wolves scatter. Damn it! These creatures intend to wear us down before launching a surprise attack later. Qinwei astutely perceives the wolf scheme. Zhengba suggests, "We shall take turns on watch while the others rest soundly. If the wolves dare to attack, we shall eliminate them one by one. They may have escaped last night, but tonight, let them perish in numbers." Under Zhengba's arrangement, the group takes turns to guard the night. For individuals form a team, changing shifts every 2 hours. The first group consists of Yanyun as captain, accompanied by the first and second ladies and La Mei. The second group is led by Lang Shiji, along with the third lady, Hong Tao, and Xia Shui. The third group is commanded by Qin Wei, with Zhao Wu, the fifth lady, and Xu Exile. The fourth group is led by Zheng Ba, accompanied by Lu Ba, the seventh lady, and Xiao Yu. Within the assembly, only the fourth lady and 2 young maids remain unassigned. As the fourth lady is timid and frail, the first lady allows her to rest. Each group possesses a formidable warrior: Yanyun, Lang Shiji, Zheng Ba, and Qin Wei. Once the assignments are complete, everyone can rest properly. Even if 2 or 3 members of a group doze off, as long as one remains vigilant, the others will be alerted. Naturally, during their watch, no one dares to sleep, as the 8 bonfires alone demand their attention. With more fires, they frequently add dry wood to ensure the flames continue to burn brightly, preventing the wolves from encroaching upon their safety. The night passes swiftly, with the wolves surrounding yet not attacking, until dawn breaks, prompting their gradual retreat. Those wretched wolves better not cross my path again. Otherwise, I shall be compelled to sever their heads. Qin Wei, having spent the night sleepless, fumes with frustration. Dark circles forming beneath his eyes. Yanyun, undeterred, lies on the ground, soundly asleep. The 2 young maids, assured by their uncle's protection, engage in playful antics before drifting off to slumber. Upon rising, they replenish their supplies of meat and water, mount their steeds, and continue on their journey. As the main party advances, they again encounter a larger pack of wolves. These beasts, do they not tire? Upon sighting the wolves, Qin Wei erupts in fury. Zheng Ba, riding his steed, squints and observes, these creatures crave fresh blood more than they desire rest. Damn it! Qin Wei can hardly contain his rage, longing to wield his blade against the wolves. When we return, I must practice my long-range shooting. Next time I see a pack trailing us, I shall deliver a fatal blow. A splendid thought. Carry on. Zheng Ba encourages. Do you not share such ambitions? Qin Wei, feeling restless, inquires. If you could provide me with a bow and arrow now, I assure you that the beast atop the hill would regret following us. Zheng Ba cast a glance at the scout perched atop the hill, curling his lip in disdain. Upon hearing Zheng Ba's words, Yanyun recalled something and opened her storage space, revealing a remarkable iron bow amidst a collection of rare weapons. Chapter 79, Blood Battle with the Wolf Pack. Had she known this fellow possessed exceptional archery skills, she would have presented it to him last night, only to deliver it again this morning. Now, if she were to reveal it, the others would undoubtedly inquire about its origins. The last time she unveiled the tyrant halberd, everyone was eager to question her. And had it not been for her stern demeanor, they might have pressed her for answers. By midday, the army had yet to encounter the wolf pack. However, as they took a brief respite, the distant howls of wolves suddenly surged closer, echoing ominously. Damn it! I knew these creatures would seize the opportunity to ambush us while we were fatigued. Indeed, it was as she feared. Qin Wei set down the roasted meat in his hands, swiftly grasping his ghost-headed saber, prepared for battle. Zheng Ba, along with Zhao Wu and Lu Ba, also armed themselves, assuming a combative stance. With a sharp sound, Lang Shiji unsheathed her sword. Yanyun dismounted and retrieved the tyrant halberd, standing firm like a bastion. The others mounted their horses to evade the impending charge of the wolves, hoping to avert unnecessary chaos. Zheng Ba, wielding an 8-foot spear, issued concise commands. The other women, apprehensive, hurriedly mounted their steeds. Damn it, this is an overwhelming number. A vast throng, kicking up clouds of dust, appeared to number at least 100. My goodness, have these wolves been fueled by gunpowder? Qin Wei gaped, bewildered, at the approaching horde of wolves, led by a colossal beast, the Wolf King. This creature's speed far surpassed that of its kin. It was indeed the Wolf Monarch. Capture the king to subdue the pack. Leave the Wolf Monarch to me. You all restrain the Wolf Kings. Once we eliminate the Monarch, the pack will certainly falter. Zheng Ba declared with a steady countenance. But the Wolf Monarch is unlikely to charge first. It will remain at the rear, waiting for the right moment to strike. Yanyun interjected. Then let us first eliminate the Wolf Kings, and thereafter, the Monarch. Zheng Ba retorted coldly. As foreseen by Yanyun, the Wolf Monarch halted abruptly at a distance of 100 meters, letting out a thunderous roar that galvanized the wolf kings and the pack into a frenzied charge. When the wolves were merely 50 meters away, they split into two flanks, encircling Yanyun and her companions. The pack was intent on executing a pincer attack. Everyone spread out to defend against the encirclement, ensuring the wolves cannot exploit any openings. Zhang Ba commanded, and Yanyun, Lang Shiji, Zhao Wu, and Lu Ba swiftly fanned out, determined to deny the wolves any advantage. Regrettably, their formation was too expansive. Protecting both horses and riders would inevitably lead to casualties. Meanwhile, the restless pack horses began to whinny and paw the ground, seemingly poised to flee at any moment. Yanyun, sensing the impending chaos, glared and commanded, "Everyone dismount. Do not remain on horseback." "Why?" the First Lady asked, perplexed. "Dismount. Everyone dismount." Zhang Ba seemed to grasp the urgency as well. Indeed, with such a multitude of wolves charging, the pack horses would be driven by fear and could easily break free in panic. Should they become unruly, the safety of the group could swiftly devolve into disarray. This was no trivial matter. Yanyun insisted with utmost caution, "Dismount. Everyone, dismount." Zhang Ba urged urgently. "Even if it means sacrificing our mounts, we must ensure everyone's safety." The other ladies, recognizing the pack horses' agitation, hurriedly leaped down from their steeds. "Captain Zhang, the defensive perimeter is too vast. It hinders our combat effectiveness. We must relinquish something." Yanyun lamented. Zhang Ba sighed deeply, then swung his spear, striking the backs of the pack horses. In an instant, several frightened steeds bolted from the perimeter. Once the pack horses escaped, the defensive line contracted, and their departure drew the attention of numerous wolves. Indeed, the perimeter was too extensive to safeguard everyone, including the war horses and the pack horses. Moreover, the pack horses were likely to falter at a critical moment. Rather than retain these visible hazards, it was wiser to expel them, allowing for a more effective battle. In contrast, the war horses were far steadier. They had long been trained for combat and possessed remarkable courage. This was no time for sentiment. Even if all the pack horses perished, preserving the lives of the people would constitute a victory. However, this meant that after the battle, the ladies would be left to walk. With the pack horses gone, only 3 war horses and the inked jade lion remained within the defensive circle. The inked jade lion, far more composed than the 3 war horses, stood steadfast, occasionally exhaling in preparation for the fight. The women clutched their small pets, pale-faced as they gazed at the oncoming horde of wolves. "Kill." As a wolf king charged directly at them, Yanyun shouted, brandishing the tyrant halberd and leaping to meet the foe. The wolf king, attempting to dodge using the ground's leverage, was met with a powerful blow as Yanyun swung the halberd with fierce determination. The sound of bone cracking echoed as the wolf king was struck down, its lifeblood splattering in every direction. The creature, unable to emit a cry before collapsing under its own momentum, rolled several times before coming to rest at the feet of the inked jade lion. After a violent spasm, the wolf king breathed its last. The first of the wolf kings had been vanquished. Yanyun surveyed her surroundings, assessing the situation. Lang Shiji was engaged with one wolf king, while Zhang Ba faced another. Qin Wei was locked in combat with yet another, and Zhao Wu and Lu Ba were contending with a fourth. Just then, Zhao Wu and Lu Ba found themselves at her side. The swift movements of the wolf kings meant the rear of the pack continued to surge forward. Yanyun tightened her grip on the tyrant halberd and called out to Zhao Wu and Lu Ba, "Cover against the other wolves. This beast is mine." With that, she charged at the wolf king, which seemed to recognize her prowess and attempted to evade her strikes. The creature, however, was not retreating but rather seeking an opening for a devastating counterattack. It displayed a cunning intelligence, avoiding direct confrontation with Yanyun and always narrowly escaping the reach of her halberd. Recognizing its sly nature, Yanyun deliberately exposed a vulnerability, waiting for it to take the bait. As anticipated, the moment the opening appeared, the wolf king lunged forward like a fierce tiger. Yanyun smirked, swiftly countering with her halberd's shaft, driving it forcefully into the creature's abdomen. Chapter 80, Slaying 3 Wolf Kings. The wolf king was caught off guard, suffering a grievous wound. It howled in agony, but before it could recover, the halberd's blade descended upon its head with a resounding crack. With the second wolf king dispatched, Yanyun wasted no time and charged towards the third, which was fiercely engaged with Qin Wei. The other wolves were closing in, and Qin Wei, unable to contend with the wolf king, could only serve as a distraction. Yanyun surged forward, smashing through 2 adult wolves that dared to approach, and called to Qin Wei, "Leave this beast to me." Witnessing Yanyun's prowess in eliminating 2 wolf kings and now rushing to his aid against a third, Qin Wei was left speechless, overwhelmed by her formidable combat skill. This individual, is she even human? Such thoughts were not confined to Qin Wei alone. They echoed in the minds of all present, including the ladies within the defensive circle, their gazes fixated on Yanyun, hearts tumultuous and unable to find calm. In this moment, in Yanyun's eyes, all the ladies and maidservants appeared neither confused nor dazed. And it was beyond imagination that this was the usually foolish and simple-minded third young Master Yin. The eldest sister, Lady Duan Run, couldn't suppress the tumult within her heart and inquired, "Have you long discerned that third young Master Yin has been feigning ignorance?" Upon the utterance of these words, everyone's gaze, except for the second and third ladies, converged upon the matriarch. Even the 5 maidservants and 2 young girls directed their attention to her. After a moment of silence, the matriarch sighed deeply. Indeed, third young Master Yin is foolish. But there exists a glimmer of awareness within his folly. The matriarch longed to assert that Yanyun was not foolish at all. Yet she lacked the courage to voice it. The time had not yet come to reach a place of safety. She must continue to safeguard Yanyun's secret until the moment arrived when he would naturally reveal it. Moreover, should she speak out now and these women misstep along the way, the knowledge could reach other merchants, leading to disastrous consequences. But I can't shake the feeling that our little uncle is neither foolish nor simple, Fifth Lady Lu Yuner remarked with curiosity. The second lady coldly interjected. This is not the time for such discussions. Although our journey thus far has not been as arduous as anticipated, it does not guarantee our safe arrival at the wilderness. All we need to know is that our little uncle will ensure our safety. Let us not dwell on anything further. May I inquire as to who provided the food we've consumed on this journey? Fourth Lady Yi Jiamei cautiously asked. The matriarch shot her a fleeting glance and replied, Sister, it would be prudent not to ask further. Any inquiries at this point would yield no answers. In due time, you will all come to understand. Oh, Yi Jiamei nodded. May I pose another question? Fifth Lady Lu Yuner delicately inquired. After a moment of contemplation, the matriarch responded, What is it that you wish to know? Our place of exile is the wilderness. It is widely acknowledged that this land is unsuitable for our survival. Once we arrive, who can say whether we will even see the sun rise again? Given that our little uncle shares such a close bond with Captain Zheng, why doesn't he persuade Captain Zheng to let us go? We are already far from Yin Emperor City. If our little uncle were to seize a stronghold on the prairie, we could live incognito here, which would be far preferable to the wilderness. Fifth Lady Lu Yuner articulated the sentiments of all the women present. The matriarch opted for silence. If Yanyun lacked ambition, perhaps he could become a warlord on the prairie and survive by mere existence. Yet, Yanyun's aspirations were clear. Upon reaching the wilderness, he intended to gradually cultivate his own power, preparing for a future return to Yin Emperor City and avenging his family. This was common knowledge among the matriarch and the others, but how could she possibly articulate such thoughts? For now, it was imperative to conceal Yanyun's identity and strength, as well as his grand ambitions. Thus, the matriarch spoke softly. To reign as a warlord upon the prairie may serve as a temporary solution, but it will not endure. Once the court fortifies the borders and dispatches troops to eradicate bandits, do you believe we can escape their grasp? Furthermore, the matriarch paused before continuing, At present, we cannot flee. Should we choose to escape, it would inevitably implicate the families behind us. His Majesty would perceive it as our families rebelling against imperial authority to rescue us. Therefore, in summation, we must either accompany our little uncle to the wilderness or perish along the path of exile. It is as simple as that. I understand you harbor numerous doubts, but I assure you, our little uncle will safeguard our safe passage to the wilderness. Moreover, the land you perceive as a den of malevolence may very well be the birthplace of the Yin family's resurgence. The matriarch spoke with profound significance. Outside, the battle continued unabated. Yanyun had vanquished the third Wolf King and was now locked in a bloody struggle with a pack of wolves surging towards him. Lung Shiji and Zheng Ba had also dispatched the Wolf Kings they faced. When Yanyun defeated the first Wolf King, Zheng Ba had similarly dispatched his adversary. His speed only a heartbeat slower than Yanyun's. As the Wolf King lunged towards Zheng Ba, aiming to deliver a fatal throat grip, Zheng Ba narrowed his eyes, refraining from offensive action until the Wolf King entered the range of his spear. Then, like a striking serpent, he thrust his spear, piercing the Wolf King's neck before it could react. Zheng Ba's battle experience was extensive. He was meticulous and as steady as a mountain, executing strikes that were swift, precise, and lethal. None of the gathered women witnessed Zheng Ba's decisive blow at that moment, as their attention was fixated on Yanyun, who was charging towards the second Wolf King. After dispatching the Wolf King in one swift move, Zheng Ba turned to confront the approaching pack. Compared to Zheng Ba's rapid execution, Lung Shiji's speed appeared somewhat slower. Fortunately, her offensive and evasive maneuvers were quick. Lacking a long weapon, had she possessed one, her speed alone might have ensured a fatal blow against the Wolf King. Moreover, she was a woman. Even with a long weapon, she may not possess Zheng Ba's strength. It was evident that Zheng Ba had been concealing his true prowess. Chapter 81. Lung Shiji's Swordsmanship. He would not reveal his genuine capabilities unless pressed. Alas, he was a master of concealment. As Long Shiji engaged the Wolf King in a series of exchanges when the pack was about to surge forth, she took a desperate risk. Fearing the danger the wolves posed to the others, she executed a daring maneuver, closing in on the Wolf King. Just as the Wolf King's sharp claws neared her delicate neck, she cried out, leveraging her speed to drive her sword through the Wolf King's neck, delivering a fatal strike. The consequence was that she was pinned beneath the enormous body of the Wolf King. Yanyun witnessed this act and his expression shifted. After dispatching 3 adult wolves with a single thrust, he dashed forward and shouted, delivering a powerful kick to the Wolf King's body. In an instant, the massive creature soared a meter into the air. A meter was quite remarkable. This was no fantasy or science fiction. Being able to kick a creature a meter high was a testament to Yanyun's strength. After sending the Wolf King's corpse flying, Yanyun bent down and pulled Lung Shiji to her feet. Simultaneously, the airborne carcass halted several charging wolves in their tracks. Are you all right? Seeing the blood splattered on Long Shiji, Yanyun furrowed his brow, concern etched upon his features. I'm fine. Long Shiji gasped, her body trembling. The memory of narrowly avoiding a throat slash sent shivers down her spine, and she broke into a cold sweat. She had indeed taken a perilous risk. Yanyun frowned and admonished, that move should not be repeated. Even if you're merely restraining, do not place yourself in danger. For no one cares for you more than I do, unless you wish for death. Without waiting for a response, Yanyun charged into the pack once more. Lung Shiji was momentarily taken aback. Though his words seemed harsh, they enveloped her in warmth and affection. Despite her exceptional swordsmanship, in the eyes of the eldest son of the Yin family, Yin Feng, she was merely an ordinary woman, one of his many concubines, born solely to bear his heirs, with no other significance perceived. After all, previously, the Yin family belonged to the esteemed protectorate of the Great Yin Empire, a royal family. Thus, Yin Feng had never invested much emotion in Lang Shiji, nor had he shared many intimate moments with her. A man of his stature would never lack for female companionship. In contrast to the wives and concubines at home, Yin Feng preferred the vibrant allure and assertiveness of courtesans. This left the ladies of the household in silent despair. Had it not been for the entanglements of their prominent families, they might have long sought solace elsewhere. It is worth noting that prior to this, every man pursuing them had at least one reinforcement. After cooling his stirred emotions, Lung Shiji brandished his sword and plunged back into the blood-soaked fray against the wolf pack. As time passed, the number of slain wolves steadily increased. With the assistance of Yanyun and Zheng Ba, none of the wolves could breach their defensive perimeter. Moreover, every strike from Yanyun and Zheng Ba was lethal, offering the wolves no respite. With the threat of the Wolf King dissipating, Long Shiji's exceptional swordsmanship and agility flourished in that very moment. All the wolves that drew near fell under her blade. Gradually, through her remarkable swordplay, Lung Shiji entered a state of transcendence. At that moment, her skills ascended to a new level. If her prior technique was constrained by her temperament, then Yanyun's blunt words had become the key to her breakthrough. Though seemingly simple and harsh, those words touched the softest parts of Lung Shiji's heart. As her heart underwent transformation, so too did her swordsmanship, blossoming in tandem with her spirit. Engaged in fierce battle, she gradually entered a state of blissful oblivion. Her sword skills sharpened by the practice against the oncoming wolves. With each swift motion, her sword became an indistinct blur, and with every sweep, a wolf met its demise. The speed of her strikes was so rapid that a wolf would stumble for 2 or 3 meters after being fatally wounded before collapsing to the ground, either headless or with its innards cruelly splayed. The lightning-fast execution left Yanyun and Zheng Ba utterly astonished, while the surrounding ladies gasped in disbelief. Her swordsmanship has improved, the matriarch exclaimed, unable to contain her excitement. This is undoubtedly a momentous revelation for us, echoed the second wife, filled with genuine admiration. The women rejoiced. Yet Yanyun felt a twinge of doubt. Had her earlier remarks been too harsh, inciting this wild woman to unleash her pent-up frustration upon the wolves? Wiping the sweat from his brow, he silently prayed that such a conclusion was unfounded. Suddenly, a system prompt rang out. The host's straightforward words have evoked gratitude and emotion in the sixth lady, Lang Shiji, leading to a change in her disposition and an enhancement of her sword skills, unlocking the state of unity between man and sword. Host's emotional value has surged by 50 points. What is this? What just happened? I merely spoke to her. How could her temperament change so dramatically? Is she a masochist by nature? Has she truly achieved the state of unity between man and sword? And my emotional value has spiked by 50 points. Who would believe this if I told them? Yanyun thought, incredulous. Though Zheng Ba was not a swordsman, he had some understanding of swordplay. He murmured in astonishment. Could this be the legendary state of unity between man and sword? Once Lung Shiji engaged, her movements rendered her sword invisible, embodying the very essence of the blade, exemplifying the flawless synthesis of human and sword. Apart from Zheng Ba, none present possessed the understanding of swordsmanship to comprehend her prowess. After her assault, within a 3-meter radius, no wolves could be seen. They were all intimidated by her exceptional skill. With her current swordsmanship, slaying the Wolf King would be a trivial endeavor. Chapter 82. Lung Shiji slays the Wolf King. The Wolf King, situated 100 meters away, began to fidget restlessly. Since the pack had initiated their attack, nearly half had perished, and all 5 of its subordinate Wolf Kings had met their demise. Yet they had failed to breach the encirclement or claim a single human life. If this continued, the Wolf King would be left as the sole survivor. Rage boiled within it. Abruptly, the Wolf King howled to the heavens, its massive form darting towards the onlookers like a flash of lightning. The pack, as if summoned, ceased their assault and parted to create a wide path. Observing this, Lung Shiji snorted softly and sprinted forward, determined to intercept the Wolf King. Do not assume that just because she has achieved unity with her sword, she can act recklessly. Yanyun cautioned Zheng Ba, fearing that Lung Shiji might not be a match for the Wolf King. He instructed Zheng Ba to remain vigilant, prepared for a potential ambush by the remaining wolves. He then rushed toward the Wolf King, intent on protecting Lung Shiji from an unexpected attack. She was not only his sister-in-law, but also a stunning beauty and a master swordswoman. Keeping her close could serve as a safeguard, and one day, she might even become a teacher for his future children. He could not bear to witness her demise at the jaws of wolves. However, he underestimated her remarkable swordsmanship and agility. Before he could close the distance of 30 meters to the Wolf King, a fierce battle erupted between man and beast. In the ensuing chaos, Yanyun witnessed the Wolf King's massive form crash heavily to the ground. Moments later, its abdomen burst open, spilling its entrails and other foul substances onto the grass. To think that the formidable Wolf King had been dispatched by a seemingly delicate woman. Who would believe such a tale? Yanyun, having witnessed it firsthand, could hardly accept it. As for how the Wolf King met its end, it was a result of Lung Shiji nimbly slipping beneath the beast as they collided, executing a deadly slide at the opportune moment. In the state of unity between man and sword, the Wolf King had no chance to evade or retaliate, watching helplessly as Lung Shiji pierced its already famished belly. The Wolf King lay slain, the pack collectively stunned. Yanyun stood frozen in disbelief, while Zheng Ba gawked in astonishment. The gathered ladies, along with a couple of young maidens, stared wide-eyed, unable to fathom the scene. Suddenly, a wolf howled in despair, snapping the rest of the pack out of their stupor. They abandoned their fallen comrades and fled in terror. The battle had finally reached a conclusion, and relief washed over the group. Lung Shiji emerged from her transcendent state, while Zheng Ba began to survey the battlefield, overwhelmed by the sheer number of wolf carcasses. Yanyun waved his hand, and dozens of wolf bodies were absorbed into his storage space, leaving the area nearly unrecognizable. He then retrieved 2 of the Wolf King's subordinates before approaching Lung Shiji, seizing the massive corpse of the Wolf King and dragging it back to their defensive perimeter. The sight of the Wolf King's body, resembling a small hill, left everyone in stunned silence. It was colossal, easily comparable to 2 Wolf Kings in size, towering like a dark jade lion. Zheng Ba began the grim task of disposing of the remains. One by one, the women emerged from their shock. Throughout this battle, Yanyun accumulated a total of 85 emotional points, with 50 derived from Lung Shiji and 35 from the admiration and reverence of the women, having dispatched 3 Wolf Kings. His accomplishments were enough to inspire awe among many. The remaining horses had vanished, leaving only 4 behind, which meant the group would need to endure a long trek on foot. Nevertheless, walking was far preferable to losing their lives. After a thorough discussion, Zheng Ba remarked, "The scent of blood here is too overpowering. It is unwise to linger. Let us gather our belongings and depart swiftly." The women voiced no objections, as they carried little luggage. However, the release of the worn-out horses posed a dilemma regarding the firewood, fresh water, and provisions. Zheng Ba had no choice but to instruct the officers to abandon their mounts and proceed on foot, while the supplies were loaded onto the remaining horses. Without fresh water, firewood, and food, they would be left to endure torment and suffering. Moreover, without a campfire at night, they would be at the mercy of marauding beasts. Once arrangements were made, aside from the black jade lion, the other 3 horses were heavily loaded. The group continued along the path. After traveling approximately a kilometer, Yanyun excused himself under the pretext of retrieving fallen items. urging the others to continue on without him as he rode back on the black jade lion. Indeed, the corpse of the wolf king remained here, and the other wolf carcasses scattered on the ground were potential sustenance. He needed to collect all these corpses. Even if sold for meat, they would fetch a considerable sum. In the future, he aspired to form a formidable troop. Without sufficient funds, it would be untenable. Vultures, jackals, and wild dogs had already begun to circle the area, keenly attuned to the potent scent of blood from a kilometer away. Yanyun retrieved the wolf king's body and took away over 30 unscathed wolf carcasses before urging his horse to depart from the site. This marked the 5th day since they entered the vast grasslands. According to Zheng Ba, typically one could traverse the grasslands in a week, yet 5 days had passed, and they had not yet crossed half of it. They now found themselves deep within the heart of the plains, a paradise for fierce beasts and bandits alike. A moment's carelessness could render them prey for the beasts or victims of robbery. Around 3 in the afternoon, they encountered a merchant caravan of 1,000 individuals, who had banded together to traverse the expansive grasslands, relying on their numbers for safety. Among them were over 100 cavalrymen, accompanied by several formidable warriors. These individuals rode high-strung war horses, exuding an air of superiority. Upon seeing the many beautiful women in Zheng Ba's group, several warriors were overcome with lustful intentions. The cavalry captain quickly recognized Zheng Ba and sternly reprimanded his subordinates, reminding them that there would be plenty of beauties upon their arrival in Yanhuang City, urging them to avoid unnecessary trouble. The cavalry was a temporary escort hired by the merchant group. In various cities, private escort teams had been formed, consisting mainly of retired soldiers who, having lost their military salaries, sought to support their families through such work. Chapter 83. Yanyun's composed demeanor. Are the beauties of Yanhuang City more exquisite than these women? If I am not mistaken, these women must belong to the young mistresses of the Duke of Gui's residence, right? One cavalryman leered. Zheng Ba brandished his 8-foot-long spear and queried the cavalry captain, "Brother, do you recognize this spear?" The captain's brow furrowed as a figure flashed through his mind. This was General Ning Tao Tiao's spear. "You have a keen eye? It now belongs to me. Tell your men to mind their tongues, or I won't hesitate to pierce their necks and leave their bodies to rot in the wilderness." Zheng Ba replied expressionlessly. The cavalryman had certainly heard of Ning Tao Tiao. The fact that his close-range weapon was now in Zheng Ba's possession implied that Ning had likely been slain by him. They may not recognize Zheng Ba, but the cavalry captain did. One was the leader of the escort team, frequently traversing the Yanhuang grasslands, while the other was the captain of the officer team escorting the exiles, also well acquainted with the plains. Their paths had crossed on multiple occasions, and although they had never engaged in direct conversation or combat, the captain had witnessed Zheng Ba in action, effortlessly dispatching 2 adult male lions and 3 adult female lions amidst a lion ambush. While this feat may seem simple in words, achieving such a result in battle is exceedingly rare. This was precisely why the cavalry captain hastily intervened to restrain his men upon seeing Zheng Ba. Indeed, Zheng Ba's words silenced all the cavalrymen, who then left in a dejected manner. Yin Shuai pouted and exclaimed, "Third uncle, I'm tired. Can we not take their horses for ourselves?" Hearing this, the cavalry captain was startled and quickly urged his men to accelerate, shouting, "All personnel, increase speed. There may be an impending attack from the Wolf King Batu. Remain vigilant and hasten your pace." Unbeknownst to them, merely 15 minutes earlier, the Wolf King Batu had already met his end. Perhaps, as they passed by, they would encounter the scene of bloodshed and the untouched wolf carcasses. The grand caravan of 1,000 moved past Zheng Ba's group, continuing onward. Upon Zheng Ba's command, the group resumed their march. Yin Shuesh persisted with her inquiries. "Third uncle, why didn't we seize their horses earlier?" Yanyun understood Zheng Ba's reasoning and with a sly smile, he explained, "The opposing force is numerous, composed of valiant warriors. In contrast, we have but a scant few capable fighters. If we were to engage in battle, we might vanquish them, but the consequence would be that we are outnumbered and unable to protect you, leaving you vulnerable to danger. But we just defeated over 100 wild wolves. Are these warriors truly more ferocious than wolves?" Yin Shuai questioned, perplexed. Yanyun patiently elucidated, "Perhaps the warriors are not as savage as the wolves. However, when it comes to killing, they can be far more terrifying, for they possess cunning. Wolves, on the other hand, do not always act with intellect. Thus, the distinction between strength and weakness is evident. You may not grasp this now, but in time, you will understand." "Oh," Yin Shuai nodded thoughtfully. Yanyun's words caused the women present to exchange glances, for during this discourse, there was no trace of confusion or foolishness in his eyes. His tone was not naive, but rather conveyed the demeanor of a composed individual. Several of the ladies recalled the earlier remarks of the first and second mistresses. Thus, They concluded that Yanyun had likely been feigning ignorance. If they had merely suspected it before, now they were certain that Yanyun was not truly foolish, but had been biding his time. In an instant, admiration for Yanyun blossomed among the ladies. Ding. Fourth Mistress Yu Jiaomei, admiration or excitement surprise, emotion value 4 points. Ding. Fifth Mistress Lu Yuner. Admiration, reverence, surprise, disbelief, emotion value 4 points. Aside from the first, second, and third mistresses, all present contributed emotional points to Yanyun. Even the 5 maids, Shu Xian and Hong Tao, added to his emotional tally. This round earned Yanyun a total of 35 points. Hearing the notification, Yanyun pretended to be oblivious to the thoughts of the young mistresses and maids. In truth, this was intentional, had he continued to feign ignorance. The ladies would not have harbored such thoughts. By revealing a normal expression, he conveyed a message to them, assuring them that he was not the simpleton they envisioned. He possessed not only strength but intellect as well, instilling a sense of belonging and hope for survival within them. With this hope, they would be better equipped to endure. Though he did not directly address the matter, his composed demeanor sufficed. Coupled with his innate strength, it would assuage the anxieties of the young mistresses. This display was not only noted by the ladies, but also caught the attention of Zhao Wu, Lu Ba, and Qin Wei. Yanyun intended to gauge their reactions. However, Qin Wei and Lu Ba remained unfazed, showing no response at all. In contrast, Zhao Wu exhibited a more pronounced reaction. Ding. Zhao Wu shocked surprise, disbelief, admiration, or incredulity. Emotion value 6 points. Zhao Wu directly contributed 6 emotional points to him. Regarding Qin Wei and Lu Ba, the absence of emotional values is largely understood by Yanyun. Lu Ba, born into poverty, has never served in the military nor taken a life. His enlistment as a constable may simply be a means to secure his livelihood. Crucially, when Lu Ba joined the constabulary, Zhang Ba provided him with a substantial signing bonus. Money has the power to sway even the most obstinate. With this financial incentive, Lu Ba unwittingly became a constable responsible for escorting exiles. He was already aware of Yanyun's true identity, but what difference did it make? He remained an utterly ordinary constable, with a simple mind, devoid of ulterior motives or interests. Thus, whether Yanyun's identity was exposed or whether he appeared foolish was of no concern to him. His sole responsibility was to perform his duties. As for Qin Wei, Yanyun speculates that he may have already discerned that Yanyun was feigning ignorance. Moreover, Qin Wei was directly mentored by Zhang Ba. His reactions mirrored those of Zhang Ba. He had never contemplated overstepping his authority, nor did he harbor any intent to harm Yanyun. The emotional values contributed by Qin Wei primarily reflected admiration, envy, and reverence, all directed towards Yanyun's formidable combat prowess. It is evident that Qin Wei posed no threat and held no malicious thoughts towards him. In contrast, Niu Bian was consumed by jealousy, anger, and resentment throughout their journey. Such negative emotions clearly indicated a hostile stance. Now that it was apparent to everyone that he was merely pretending, Yanyun decided to drop the charade. Through the emotional value system, he could ascertain that none of those present harbored ulterior motives against him. At least for now, these individuals would not betray him. However, Yanyun remained vigilant, wary of the possibility that these individuals might suddenly turn against him, delivering a fatal blow. In the Lord's Manor of Sun City, Lord Guoheng was engaged in administrative duties when his son, Guo Xiaoqi, clad in armor, rushed into the hall in a flurry of anxiety. Lord Guo, typically averse to disturbances during his work, softened at the sight of his son but still furrowed his brow, inquiring, "Xiaoqi, what brings you here in such haste?" With a flustered expression, Guo Xiaoqi clasped his fists and declared, "Father, there's grave news." "What has happened?" Guoheng steadied himself, his tone serious. "In recent days, while patrolling the city, I have overheard whispers about inquiries into Uncle Wei Xiong's family." Before he could finish, Guoheng interrupted. "Someone is investigating your Uncle Wei Xiong's family? When did this occur? Why did you not inform me sooner?" Anger flickered across his face. Fearing his father's wrath, Guo Xiaoqi lamented, "You have been preoccupied with city affairs and have not stepped out of the hall. How could I report this? Out of necessity, I began to investigate. And to my shock, I uncovered alarming information." Guoheng's expression softened as he asked, "Did you discover any leads?" Wiping the cold sweat from his brow, Guo Xiaoqi hurriedly replied, "The informants claim they are under the orders of General Luo Zhengfeng to investigate Uncle Wei Xiong's family." General Luo Zhengfeng's orders? Guoheng's countenance shifted, a sense of foreboding washing over him. "Indeed, it is Luo Zhengfeng. What else did the informants say?" "They mentioned that they have located the Wei Xiong family, offering a bounty of 1 million gold coins for a single head, 10 million for Wei Xiong's head, and for anyone harboring the Wei Xiong family, a bounty of 10 million as well." As he spoke, Cold sweat poured down Guo Xiaoqi's forehead, soaking his back. Guo Heng trembled, suddenly recalling something, his expression turning tense as he questioned, "Where are the informants? Where were they interrogated?" "In the manor's prison," Guo Xiaoqi replied hastily. "Foolish." Guo Heng erupted in anger. Guo Xiaoqi, taken aback, could not comprehend why his father was suddenly furious with him. "You have jeopardized us all. You have endangered your uncle Wei Xiong's family." Guo Heng shouted, his anger uncontainable. Confused, Guo Xiaoqi stared blankly. "Father, I do not understand your words. Why do you say I have harmed you all?" Sighing deeply, Guo Heng lamented, "This is not your fault. It merely highlights your lack of experience. Had I been in your position, I would have discreetly taken the informants outside the city for interrogation, rather than bringing them back to the Lord's manor." Understanding dawned on Guo Xiaoqi, his expression shifting dramatically. "Father, I comprehend now. I have inadvertently confessed and drawn danger upon us." Guo Heng's demeanor softened. "Indeed, you have drawn danger upon us, inadvertently confessing. A discerning individual would easily deduce that your uncle Wei Xiong's family is concealed within my manor. This effectively transmits a message to them." Guo Xiaoqi's anxiety heightened. "Then, what shall we do now?" His mind was a blank slate. Guo Heng steadied himself, stating, "In the short term, your uncle Wei Xiong's family is unlikely to encounter immediate danger. Even if the enemy realizes Wei Xiong is within my manor, they would not dare to act recklessly. This is my territory. Even if they were to invade, I would ensure they leave with their lives forfeit. My concern lies in them sending word back to Luo Zhengfeng. Luo Zhengfeng and Li Rui are cut from the same cloth. Once the news reaches them, they will undoubtedly take ruthless and decisive action. What do we do now?" "Remain calm and composed. Tell me, when were the informants captured?" Guo Heng, a seasoned lord, maintained his composure amid the crisis. "Yesterday. They were brought in yesterday afternoon." This one was tight-lipped, refusing to talk. "Captured yesterday, which means this individual has been missing for nearly a day?" Guo Heng mused, resting his chin in thought. "Yes." Guo Xiaoqi nodded urgently. "The distance to Yanhuang City is over 200 kilometers. The informants would need at least a day's travel at full speed. We still have time." Guo Heng exhaled, a hint of relief washing over him as he continued. "Immediately head to the eastern garden and summon the Chao brothers to gather in the rear courtyard." "Understood." Guo Xiaoqi departed swiftly. Once Guo Xiaoqi was gone, Guo Heng sighed deeply, approaching his desk to write a few lines on paper. He then moved briskly to the rear courtyard, where the Wei Xiong family resided. Nestled among lush greenery, with melodious birds and fragrant blossoms, the area was serene and refreshing. A fitting abode for the Wei Xiong family. Wei Xiong, with little to occupy his time, spent his days teaching his son martial arts, including strategies for battle and how to deliver a decisive blow, imparting his own experiences of leading troops and utilizing terrain to his son, wisdom gleaned from Yanbeidu. These lessons were intended to prepare his son for future assistance to Yanyun. Brother Guo Heng, with a grim expression, hastened to the back garden. Upon seeing Guo Heng's somber demeanor, Wei Xiong's heart sank, sensing impending trouble. "What has occurred?" Wei Xiong approached, lowering his voice. With a heavy sigh, Guo Heng replied, "Your family can no longer stay here." Wei Xiong's heart jolted. "Has our position been compromised?" Guo Heng sighed repeatedly. "Alas, the enemy has arrived. If you remain, the consequences could be dire." "Alas." Wei Xiong echoed the sentiment. "Surely, this brings you considerable trouble as well?" Guo Heng shook his head. "You need not concern yourself with that. There is a place where you can seek refuge." "Where?" Wei Xiong inquired urgently. "The war god's manor in Dadi City." Guo Heng stated plainly. "General Zhao Lai?" Wei Xiong felt a jolt of surprise. "Indeed. The esteemed madam of the Guogua Duke's residence is none other than the granddaughter of the venerable General Zhao Weiniang. Seeking refuge with her is undoubtedly safer than with anyone else. Furthermore, before you depart, take this piece of silk. It bears my handwritten words. Upon seeing this information, General Zhao will certainly extend his hospitality to you." As he spoke, Guo Heng produced the silk he had just inscribed. The fabric was neatly rolled and bound with a thin cord, lacking a seal, which allowed Wei Xiong to inspect it at will. "Brother Guo, are you not planning to accompany us?" Wei Xiong inquired with concern. Given that the enemy had already traced their steps here, Guo Heng would surely share some responsibility. Guo Heng stroked his beard and chuckled. "I am a minister of the court, the lord of this city. How could I simply abandon my post? Moreover, as long as the enemy does not see you, they would not dare to act against me. Alas, I fear these treacherous wolves may not be as merciful as you imagine." Wei Xiong expressed his worries. "Ha, fear not. I possess a royal decree of immunity. Who would dare to harm me, as it would be akin to committing treason against the emperor?" Guo Heng replied, exuding confidence. At that moment, Gua Xiaoji entered the courtyard, accompanied by two burly men. Gua Heng's demeanor shifted to one of gravity as he said, "Brother Wei, time is of the essence. Instruct your family to travel light and swiftly along the secret passage out of Leary City." Understood. Wei Xiong refrained from further words and stood to leave. Lord Gua. The Chao brothers clasped their fists and bowed. Gua Heng returned the gesture earnestly, saying, "You brothers have been loyal followers of mine for many years, your fidelity evident as the sun and moon. Now that I face peril, I do not expect you to traverse mountains of knives or seas of fire for me. Although Xiaoji has not grown under your watchful eyes, your teachings have shaped his martial prowess, making you, in a sense, his mentors." At this juncture, Gua Heng paused slightly, seemingly gauging the brothers' sentiments. "Lord Gua," Chao Laodao replied, his voice robust, "we are straightforward men and do not speak in riddles, nor do we grasp your insinuations. However, we recognize that you have treated us as brothers and have saved our lives on the battlefield multiple times. We owe you a debt we cannot repay. Just tell us what you need us to do." Chao Laodao was known for his forthrightness. Whatever came to mind, he said. Yet, the Chao brothers harbored unwavering loyalty towards Gua Heng. It is worth noting that prior to Gua Heng's ascension as lord, these two were his fierce subordinates. After he took office, he brought them with him, and for years, they had enjoyed great honor within the lord's residence. Gua Heng dispensed with pleasantries and stated plainly, "While I am away, I hope you will protect Xiaoji's safety closely. Not a problem. Leave everything to us." Chao Lair replied earnestly, "Father, are you truly not coming?" Gua Xiaoji asked anxiously. "I shall remain. I am the lord of this city, a minister of the court. They would not dare to act against me. Furthermore, if you all leave, I can fully engage them and fight back." Gua Heng said with a smile, "But, there is no but. Hurry and gather your things. We will await your arrival at the secret passage." Gua Heng waved his hand dismissively. Gua Xiaoji felt a pang of reluctance but was helpless. With a sigh, he turned to prepare his belongings. The Chao brothers also returned to gather their things. Before long, they arrived at a bamboo grove in the front courtyard of the lord's residence. Gua Heng personally approached the hidden entrance of the secret passage and pulled the concealed rope. A massive piece of silk was drawn aside, revealing a large wooden board underneath. Gua Heng ordered it lifted, revealing a substantial black hole below, tall enough for a person and half the width of one, cloaked in darkness. Gua Heng gazed into the abyss and declared, "This leads to a luxurious estate outside the city. Supplies of carriages, war horses, and treasures await. Upon reaching the estate, take a carriage and swiftly proceed to Dadi City." Understood. Wei Xiong nodded. "Xiaoji, do not act impulsively on the way. Obey your Uncle Wei's instructions." Gua Heng advised, "I shall certainly heed my father and Uncle Wei's words." Gua Xiaoji replied, somewhat reluctantly, "Brother Wei." "Chao brothers." Gua Heng bowed deeply, saying, "Xiaoji, I entrust him to you. Rest assured, Brother Gua. Should anyone dare to harm Xiaoji, I shall be the first to exact vengeance." Wei Xiong declared, "Thank you for your kindness in these days, Brother Gua. We shall await you in Dadi City." He added, clasping his fists. The Chao brothers echoed, "Lord Gua, if you require anything, do not hesitate to let us know. We will face any danger for you." "Haha." Gua Heng laughed heartily, with a broad heart. Wei Xiong understood that Gua Heng would not easily leave the lord's residence. Thus, he refrained from further conversation, rising to lead everyone into the secret passage. Gua Heng indeed had no intention of abandoning his post. If he were to leave, it would confirm suspicions of harboring Wei Xiong's family. However, Gua Heng felt no fear. This was not a court-ordered search. It was merely a conspiracy between Luo Zhengfeng and Li Rui. As a minister of the court, what was there to fear? After the group departed, Gua Heng suddenly drew his sword and swiftly dealt with several servants in the residence. He would not allow a second soul to learn of the secret passage. Those who knew would become corpses. Only the dead could keep such secrets. Even his son, Gua Xiaoji, was unaware of the passage's existence until now. This cannot be attributed to Gua Heng's ruthlessness, but rather to his meticulousness and vigilance to prevent future repercussions. After disposing of the servants, Gua Heng cast their bodies into the secret passage, cleaned up the blood on the ground, and covered the entrance with the wooden board. He then pulled the rope, laid the fabric over it, covered it with soil, and finally scattered dry bamboo leaves atop it. After this meticulous concealment, Gua Heng left with satisfaction. Returning to the main hall, Gua Heng resumed his official duties, acting as though nothing had transpired. As darkness descended after dining, Gua Heng lit the oil lamp and continued his work in the main hall. A gust of wind passed, causing the lamp's flame to flicker, and suddenly, a sharp sword was pressed against his neck. Gua Heng had sensed the intruder's presence long before, but did not lift his gaze. "Are you from the Shui family? The Chen family? Or perhaps, the Long family?" Gua Heng's expression remained unperturbed, as calm as a still pond, seemingly unfazed by the blade at his throat. Chapter 86. Qin Family, Qin Binding. It felt as though the sharp sword was not even there. Someone informed me that your head is worth 10 million. What do you suggest I do? The intruder's voice was raspy, deliberately lowered. Then take my head to claim the bounty. Gua Heng replied with composure. Do you not wish to know why your head is valued at 10 million? The woman queried, her tone icy. I am a minister of the court. Over the years, I have offended many, and those who wish for my demise are as numerous as the stars. If you want me to guess, it would be better to simply take my head and collect the reward. Gua Heng set down his pen and leaned back in his chair. Tell me, where's Wei Xiong? I only need his head. Your head can remain upon your shoulders for now. The woman sheathed her sword. Gua Heng shook his head. I do not know anyone named Wei Xiong. If you wish to kill me, you may take my life whenever you choose. Gua Heng, do not presume I am afraid to kill you. The woman suddenly turned, revealing a breathtakingly beautiful yet mature visage, around her 40s, not much older than Gua Heng. Gua Heng shook his head. My life is as insignificant as an ant. Taking it would be as easy as plucking a flower. I do not resist. If you seek my life, I can offer it to you. But if you ask me where Wei Xiong is, how can I possibly know? Yet I have received intelligence that Wei Xiong is with you. The woman retorted coldly. Gua Heng continued to shake his head. You are far too familiar with my lord's residence. Search to your heart's content. If you can uncover any trace of Wei Xiong, I shall personally present you with this head from my neck. To speak candidly, I have accepted this task, which ensures your survival. Should anyone else undertake this mission, your head would likely already be on its way to the reward. The woman spoke. Gua Heng sighed deeply, saying, You should not wade into these murky waters. I am doing this for your sake. The woman's profound gaze flickered with complexity. Gua Heng replied, Wei Xiong indeed visited the Lord's mansion, but he departed after just one night. Do you not know Wei Xiong? At that moment, a frail figure entered the parlor of the Lord's mansion. Clad in a tight-fitting black outfit, he bore a pale complexion, wielding a sword with an air of disdain, clearly a master of the blade. Who are you to dare intrude upon the Lord's mansion? Seize this intruder. Gua Heng shouted angrily at the entrance, his temper flaring. Enough. There is no need for your shouts. I have dealt with the people outside. Now, in this vast Lord's mansion, only the three of us remain alive. The pale man spoke lazily. Gua Heng frowned, casting a cold glance at the woman. Her brow furrowed, clearly taken aback by the man's ruthlessness, having eliminated even the innocent. I know you are acquainted with Wei Xiong. Reliable sources indicate that he was once under the command of Yan Bei, and you were among the many fierce warriors in his ranks. Now, if you merely reveal Wei Xiong's fate, I can guarantee your safety, the pale man asserted. And what if I refuse to answer? Gua Heng's stubbornness flared. Then I shall have no choice but to take your head and claim the reward. After all, it has been established that Wei Xiong is hiding within the Lord's mansion. Blame your precious son for revealing himself and bringing this upon you. The pale man mocked. You may kill or torture as you wish. If you seek to extract the whereabouts of Wei Xiong from my lips, you may as well forget it. Even if it costs me my life, I shall not divulge. Gua Heng proclaimed defiantly. In that case, do not blame me for being unsympathetic. With that, the pale man unsheathed his sword with a metallic clang. Xuexing. He may be innocent. Are you certain you wish to proceed? The woman asked coldly. Her brow knitted. The man, Xuexing, scoffed. The prisoner has already been found in the Lord's mansion's dungeon. What innocence could there possibly be? Are you suggesting you wish to rebel? As he spoke, he swiftly lunged at Gua Heng with his sword, his intentions clear and unhesitating. Just as Xuexing's sword was about to find its mark, the woman could no longer restrain herself. If rebellion is to be, then let it be. No one but me has the right to kill him. With that, she pulled her sword back, leaving a crimson line across Xuexing's neck. Qin Binding. Are you not afraid of General Luo's wrath? Xuexing gasped, clutching his neck, disbelief etched across his face. I fear not death. Why should I fear him? Qin Binding replied coldly. And what of your Qin family? Xuexing protested, but as he spoke, blood gushed from his neck like a fountain. The Qin family has long since cast me out. I regard them as enemies. What can Luo Zhengfeng do to me? Qin Binding remarked disdainfully. Before Xuexing could utter another word, he collapsed into a pool of blood. Gua Heng frowned. Killing Xuexing means directly offending the Xue family and Luo Zhengfeng. Xuexing hails from one of the three prestigious sword families of the Dine Empire. Qin Binding also comes from one of these esteemed families. As one expelled from her family, she has become an assassin. Though Xuexing was similarly cast out, he too has taken to this path. With Luo Zhengfeng offering a bounty of millions for a head, many assassins and fierce warriors have eagerly taken up the task. Qin Binding and Gua Heng have long been acquainted. They share a relationship that blurs the lines between spouses, lovers, and confidants, forming a complex bond. And what of it? I fear nothing. Why should you? Chen Baining challenged. Humph. What is the Shui family to me? I am a court official. Should they dare to act against me, the court will seek vengeance. Guaheng retorted with a scoff. Chen Baining dismissed him. It seems you remain oblivious to the reality. You still hope for rescue from above. Li Rui and Luo Zhengfeng have allied. Who in the court holds more power than they do? At these words, Guaheng shuddered. Chen Baining's insight had pierced through his denial. Suddenly, he felt the court had indeed transformed. In the past, with Yin Bei at the helm, he could boldly pursue development without fear of offending anyone, as there were always powerful allies. Now, however, things had changed. With Yin Bei's demise, the court had decayed. Did he still need to serve such a court? He had naively believed his death would go unnoticed by the palace's occupants. Chapter 87. Chen Baining takes her own life. What do you plan to do next? Guaheng inquired. Perhaps it is you who should ponder your next move. Chen Baining countered. I shall resign from office. This court is unworthy of my service. Unless. Guaheng nearly blurted out a name in his excitement. Unless what? For now, that is irrelevant. Speak of Wei Xiong's whereabouts. A voice echoed from afar. Approaching swiftly. Soon, 1,000 ironclad warriors surrounded the lord's mansion in layers. Through the dim light, Guaheng discerned a burly figure, Chang Tai, a fierce general under Luo Zhengfeng. Guaheng recognized him, having served loyally under Luo Zhengfeng for many years. It was astonishing that Luo Zhengfeng would dispatch his trusted general across such distances for the sake of eliminating a single Wei Xiong. Is it truly necessary to mobilize such forces for one man? Guaheng laughed heartily. General of the cavalry, you, a dignified general, have rallied the imperial army merely to eliminate a lowly captain? Is this not akin to using a hammer to crack a nut? Enough of your nonsense. General Luo has sent us for a purpose. Chang Tai barked angrily. Huh, has General Luo lost his wits, or was he struck by a door on his way out? Such a person is expected to safeguard the borders of our dying empire? If word of this reaches other nations, they may send 1,000,000 troops to attack our fortifications. Guaheng's ire grew with each word, culminating in a furious gesture toward Chang Tai. Chang Tai's expression soured, sensing that Luo Zhengfeng had indeed overstepped. Yet, orders were orders, and they had no choice but to hasten their arrival. It was noteworthy that Chang Tai managed to lead over 1,000 cavalrymen from Yanhuang City to Liyue City in a mere half-day, thanks to the swift communication via carrier pigeons. Upon learning of Guaheng's concealment of Wei Xiong's family, Luo Zhengfeng understood that Guaheng would be a formidable opponent. He immediately issued 2 commands. First, to send assassins to claim the heads of Wei Xiong and Guaheng. Second, to dispatch his elite troops to Liyue City's Lord Mansion with haste, coercing Guaheng into surrendering Wei Xiong. This urgency was prompted by Li Rui's demands for Wei Xiong's head. Luo Zhengfeng, seeking to avoid disappointing Li Rui, concocted this plan. Although Luo Zhengfeng had risen to a high rank, his intellect was limited. While he might employ the strategies of Yin Bei in military matters to fend off invaders, he was woefully unequipped for the subtleties of intrigue and politics. Guaheng, upon seeing Chang Tai, could not help but laugh heartily, constrained by his predicament. Chang Tai suppressed his vexation and retorted icily, Surrender Wei Xiong, and I shall spare your life today. Otherwise, my legions shall descend upon this manor, leaving no soul unscathed. Then let them be annihilated. Guaheng scoffed derisively. Wei Xiong is not here. You refuse to heed my warning. Chang Tai bellowed. Seize them both. At his command, over 1,000 soldiers in gleaming armor surged into the hall. Whoever dares approach shall meet their demise. Chen Baining declared, brandishing her sword with lethal intent. Guaheng rose to his feet, his eyes blazing with formidable resolve. The ironclad legion, daunted by their palpable menace, momentarily faltered in trepidation. Kill. Chang Tai roared. Any who retreat shall face military justice. Driven by desperation, the 1,000-strong force disregarded their apprehension and charged forward, brandishing their sabers. Chen Baining, nimble and skilled, wielded her sword with deadly precision, each strike piercing the throat or chest of a soldier, unleashing crimson torrents. Guaheng, no less formidable, a former commander under Yin Beidu, possessed combat prowess beyond compare. Had he not been grievously wounded, he would have undoubtedly risen to the rank of lieutenant general or even marshal. He seized a gleaming long sword from the table and plunged into the fray like a ravenous tiger. His blade, heavy and unforgiving, cleaved through the ranks with ruthless efficiency. Together, they carved a bloody path through the onslaught. Yet, the ironclad legion, composed of elite soldiers under Luo Zhengfeng, proved a formidable challenge. It was a tragedy that they were relegated to such a petty endeavor. Each soldier felled by Guaheng caused him profound anguish. These were the elite of the great Yin Empire, destined for valorous deeds on the battlefield, for territorial expansion and border defense. Instead, they were squandered by the folly of Luo Jingfeng. After vanquishing 100 soldiers, Guaheng ceased his resistance, succumbing to wounds that brought him to his knees. He could no longer bear to slay his comrades. With Guaheng incapacitated, Qin Baining was overwhelmed and subdued. Fools! Guaheng cried out in anguish. Alas! The valiant sons of Yin, spared on the frontier, perish in this petty, self-serving squabble. Such is the fate of a nation teetering on the brink of ruin. Take them into custody, Changtai commanded. Both were bound securely and confined to the city lord's dungeon. Changtai attempted to extract Wei Xiong's whereabouts through torture, but Guaheng remained resolute. He then turned his attention to Qin Baining, but her assassin's training rendered her impervious to pain. Guaheng's heart was torn asunder. Baining, I have wronged you. If there is a next life, you shall remain the object of my affections, the one I yearn to protect. I am sorry. Say no more. She replied, You are my one and only. As an assassin, I am often forced to harden my heart and appear callous. I have betrayed your love. You have done no wrong. You have merely chosen a path you deemed righteous. Though disowned by the Qin family, I remain one of them. I foresaw this outcome and sent word to my clan. Alas, we shall never witness the day of vindication. With those words, Qin Baining took her own life. Chapter 88. Guaheng's sudden demise. Baining. Guaheng lamented, his heart shattered by her sacrifice. He roared in anguish, his body convulsing, his eyes wide with horror. As blood gushed from his orifices, he died unavenged. It was the 6th day of their journey into the Yin Emperor's grassland. They remained deep within its heart, with half the distance yet to traverse. Despite the abundance of food and water, they faced numerous perils, lion prides, brigands, and wolf packs. Fortunately, their party included 3 exceptional warriors, Yanyun, Zhengba, and Lung Shiji. With only 4 horses, their progress was further hampered. Consort Yi Jiaomei, delicate of constitution, shared the ride on Mou, the sable lion, with the 2 young maidens, Yin Qing'er and Yin Shui'er. Mou initially resisted, but upon perceiving its master's intent, it dutifully carried the trio. Mou, a steed of the grasslands, possessed both sentience and pride, not easily won over, while Ning Tao had tamed it. Zhengba could not, despite their comparable strength. Yanyun, an astute observer, understood the reason. Mou obeyed Yanyun, deeming him stronger than both Ning Taodai and Zhengba. It preferred to serve the stronger master. Had Yanyun not been present, Mou might have submitted to Zhengba. This underscored the notion that just as men seek powerful allies, horses seek powerful masters, for their own survival and to flaunt their own pride. As noon approached, the party arrived at a ravine. Zhengba, surveying the surroundings, frowned. We should not linger here. Let us rest briefly and depart. Do you sense danger lurking in the ravine? Yanyun inquired. Zhengba nodded. We are near Skull Fortress, and scouts from the fortress often patrol this area. Once they discover us, they will surely come to rob us. Or worse. Yanyun chuckled. I recall you mentioning that the Skull King has his own stud farm? Indeed, Zhengba confirmed. Then let us await their arrival, Yanyun suggested. Perhaps we can acquire some horses from him and hasten our journey. Yanyun was unfazed by the Skull King. Very well, Zhengba conceded, shaking his head in amusement. He knew Yanyun's capabilities well enough to know that this was not mere bravado, while others might seek to hasten their escape. Yanyun was willing to bide his time and await the arrival of brigands. Do you know the precise location of Skull Fortress? Yanyun inquired. If they do not come, we could launch a direct assault. Zhengba wiped his brow. Their fortress is shrouded in mystery, known to few, and feared by all. To venture there is to walk into a trap. I see, Yanyun replied, a hint of disappointment in his voice. He had indeed set his sights on the Skull King's stud farm. He envisioned building his own army, perhaps even enlisting the Skull King as a subordinate, to create a formidable cavalry. He was already planning for the future, for only through foresight could one achieve victory. After resting for a brief time, Zhengba ordered the party to resume their journey. Meanwhile, not far from the ravine, a cavalry unit of 300 men patiently awaited in a hilly terrain for several hours. The captain of this formidable troop was a burly man in his 40s, donning a pale skull mask. He was none other than the Lord of Skull Fort, Skull King. Flanking him on both sides were 2 loyal aides, each adorned with a skull mask as well. One was his adopted son, and the other, a sworn brother who had accompanied him for many years. They stood guard like the legendary figures of myth, ensuring his safety. My lord, reported a subordinate, adorned with a half-skull emblem, galloping forth on horseback. According to our scouts, the ladies of the Duke's household have reached the mountain gorge. After traversing the gorge, they will enter our line of sight in 5 kilometers. 5 kilometers, just an hour's ride. Let us take a brief respite. Remember, our principle remains unchanged. We shall plunder for wealth, not for lust, commanded the Skull King. Plunder for wealth, not for lust? Questioned his adopted son, Pang Julong, in confusion. Father, this is a convoy of the Duke's exiled entourage, and I have heard there are 7 exquisite young ladies among them. Are you certain we should not seize them as well? The Skull King replied coolly. This is a matter of principle for Skullfort. We only plunder for wealth, not for lust. But is this not an exiled group? I believe they are forbidden to carry clothing, food, or valuables. Pang Julong furrowed his brow. As long as they live, they remain assets in motion, asserted the Skull King. Pang Julong, still perplexed, stroked his head thoughtfully. It seems the young lord cannot comprehend, boomed a robust voice. It was Lu Changyuan, the Skull King's sworn brother and one of his trusted aides. Indeed, these ladies from the Duke's household are renowned for their beauty throughout the great Yin Empire. However, their backgrounds are far from ordinary. They hail from affluent families, some from merchant dynasties, others from noble lines. The eldest lady, Zhao Wenying, is the treasured granddaughter of the legendary General Zhao Li of the Earth City. Pray tell, if we were to abduct these women and make them our wives, what would happen when their powerful families come to know of it? Moreover, Lu Changyuan continued, we possess a large horse farm, and the Lord frequently engages in trade with these wealthy families. If we capture these women and sell them at a premium, would it not yield a handsome profit? Should the Lord choose to generously bestow them upon these families, it would create a favorable bond. You speak wisely, Brother Lu, the Skull King praised. Once we secure these women, we shall have 2 paths before us. First, we could foster goodwill, for while our stronghold thrives in the grasslands, we must remain wary of potential imperial reprisals. Such alliances may grant us early warnings and allow us to escape before calamity strikes. Second, should we opt not to extend our goodwill, we could still command a considerable price, thereby significantly enhancing our stronghold's overall strength. If we pursue lust instead, our options would narrow perilously. A few women are of no consequence. We lack neither women nor desire to jeopardize our future for fleeting pleasure. The Skull King's words were also a lesson for Pang Julong, whom he had raised from infancy after the boy was abandoned by his parents. He had named him Julong, symbolizing his extraordinary strength demonstrated from a young age. Over the years, the Skull King had not revealed Pang Julong's true prowess, instead nurturing him in the arts of combat and archery. Now, at 17, he had officially joined the ranks of the Skull King's formidable warriors. As an hour swiftly passed, the exiled convoy finally came into view, reported continuously by the scouts. With a commanding shout, the Skull King led his 300 iron cavalry charging forth from the hills. Yanyun, leading his entourage, noticed the cavalry's sudden appearance and remarked with a wry smile, Young Master Yin, as you foresaw, these bandits have long awaited our arrival, eager to ensnare us within their grasp. Yanyun grinned. I had feared we might miss the chance to capture the Skull King. Yet it seems they are more restless than anticipated. You two seem to find leisure in conversation while bandits approach. If the Skull King were to learn of this, he would surely be enraged. Interjected the eldest lady. Yanyun chuckled. My focus remains on the horse farm. It is a treasure that will be pivotal for our future cavalry. Without steeds, there can be no cavalry. The word struck Zhao Wu, Lu Ba, and Qin Wei with astonishment. Yanyun's pronouncement implied an undeniable intent to rebel, a notion that ignited tumultuous waves of apprehension within them. Should this information reach the emperor, it would surely provoke an immediate military response to quell them. While Yanyun observed the reactions of his companions, he noted their expressions closely, discerning any burgeoning discontent. This moment served as both a test and an opportunity for them. Those who withstood the trial would find themselves in favor, enjoying wealth and privileges, while those who faltered would face grim consequences. Ding! Zhao Wu shocked unexpected. Emotional value 2 points. Ding! Qin Wei shocked unexpected anticipation fervor, emotional value 4 points. Ding! Lu Ba shocked unexpected panic unease fear anticipation fervor, emotional value 5 points. All but Zheng Ba contributed emotional values, remaining stoic as if untouched by the revelations. Yanyun surmised that Zheng Ba had discerned his true intentions long ago, preparing for the eventuality of rebellion. Zhao Wu's emotions remained simple, while Qin Wei was stirred with excitement and anticipation. This indicates that Qin Wei has already prepared himself psychologically to follow Yanyun. Lu Ba experiences a mix of panic, unease, anticipation, and fervor, which is entirely natural. Coming from a humble background and driven by financial necessity, he became a constable. Hearing of a potential rebellion, it is only natural for him to feel anxious and apprehensive. This anticipation and fervor also suggest that his heart leans toward Yanyun, hoping to leverage Yanyun's rise to improve his own precarious situation. Born into poverty and lacking power, he yearns for a turnaround prosperity, and, more importantly, authority. Now, the opportunity for such a transformation lies before him. Seizing it could elevate him to greatness. A fervent gleam ignites in his eyes, signifying his resolve to follow Yanyun to the death. One should never underestimate an honest individual, nor disregard those of humble origins. Their inner worlds may be more formidable than one could ever anticipate. In contrast to Qin Wei and Liu Ba, Zhao Wu merits further contemplation. His emotions appear overly simplistic, perhaps indicative of a character lacking depth in expression. He may have already discerned Yanyun's true intentions but chose to remain silent. Upon hearing this, one cannot help but feel a sense of disbelief, resulting in shock and surprise. Nevertheless, regardless of Yanyun's proclamations and trials, fundamental caution must still be exercised. He remains on the path of exile, and speaking too boldly could lead to unintended disclosures. As for the several ladies, their emotions are straightforward: shock, surprise, anticipation, anxiety, excitement, fervor, and desire. These women revolve around these few sentiments, with no other emotions emerging. Such feelings are entirely normal. In this exchange, Yanyun accumulates 67 emotional points, totaling 807 points thus far, sufficient to exchange for 2 high-quality tits. The system has yet to reach an upgrade threshold, and other merchandise modules in the shop remain unlit. Collecting emotional points will require continued effort. 50 meters away from Yanyun and his entourage, the Skeleton King pulled on the reins, halting abruptly. Following this, 300 iron cavalry split into 2 groups, encircling the crowd with layers of defense. Yanyun feigned ignorance. He did not recognize the individuals before him, yet they might be familiar with him. Zheng Ba, mounted on a tall warhorse and wielding an 8-foot-long spear, stood defiantly, coldly announcing, "I am Zheng Ba, the captain of the constable team under the lord of Yanhuang City. This is a court-sanctioned exile team. What brings you here in such force? Do you not realize that obstructing an exile team is a crime against the emperor that could cost you your head?" Zheng Ba began to play coy. "That is a fine horse you have." The Skeleton King disregarded his words, his gaze fixated on the inked jade lion. Zheng Ba felt a chill of embarrassment wash over him. Yanyun could hardly suppress a chuckle. Zheng Ba, displeased yet maintaining a formal tone, continued, "If you step aside now, I can overlook this matter. But should you insist, do not blame me for being unmerciful." The Skeleton King laughed heartily, saying, "Zheng Ba, you are quite a man. I have heard of your reputation. You are a leader in the escorting world. But you are aware of my renown as the Skeleton King. Those who attract my attention will not leave empty-handed. I am well aware of your fame. But do you think we appear wealthy?" Zheng Ba retorted, "Previously, I could choose to refrain from intervening while you escorted exiles. But this time is different. These women are the exquisite wives of the Duke of the Protectorate. Each hails from an illustrious lineage. You may not see their wealth, but in my eyes, they are treasures in motion." The Skeleton King paused before proclaiming loudly, "I can sell them to their families. Their families will not stand idly by while their kin are exiled to a savage land, becoming playthings for the despicable." Upon hearing this, Zheng Ba furrowed his brow. "Young Master Yan, it seems this horse farm is something you must have," Zheng Ba remarked. Yanyun rolled his eyes. "Stop wasting time with them. You take the stage first and assess their strength. If necessary, I shall intervene." "Understood," Zheng Ba nodded. Then shouted at the Skeleton King, "Since you refuse to heed reason, do not blame me for being unkind. Haha, just a few constables. And you think you can withstand my 300 elite riders? Have you been dreaming too much at night? Here is your chance. I commend you for your courage. Submit to me, and you will dine on delicacies and bask in glory, ruling the vast plains of Yanhuang." The Skeleton King declared proudly. Zheng Ba responded coolly, "You can have my allegiance, but only if you defeat me and earn my respect." "Haha, what a refreshing challenge. I relish your words. Let it be so." The Skeleton King gestured. "My son, the dragon, is endowed with divine strength and unparalleled valor. Let him fight until you are convinced of his might. Charge." At this, the imposing Pang Zhilong's eyes narrowed, and without hesitation, he mounted his fiery steed, wielding a 500-pound tiger-headed golden spear, charging forth like an enraged lion. Pang Zhilong stood tall and robust, clad in a beast-skin jacket, his arm muscles bulging like boulders as he swung the spear. His thick brows and large eyes resembled terrifying bronze bells. The fiery steed beneath him was a rare gem, aptly named Day Fire Dragon. With a roar, Pang Zhilong raced towards Zheng Ba from 10 meters away. "Charge!" Zheng Ba, unwilling to yield, glared fiercely and shouted, urging his warhorse to gallop forward, matching Pang Zhilong's intensity. The two approached each other like mortal enemies, neither willing to back down. Pang Zhilong, gripping the tiger-headed golden spear, swung it down with the force of a mountain, aiming to strike Zheng Ba amidst the howling winds. Zheng Ba scoffed, gathering his strength and thrusting his spear with a tremendous force. The 8-foot-long spear humming with energy as it soared towards the tiger-headed spear. Both warriors poured their full strength into their blows, holding nothing back. A thunderous clash resonated through the air, sending sparks flying. An unseen ripple of energy surged outward, creating a palpable tension. Both Zheng Ba and Pang Zhilong's expressions shifted as they realized the gravity of their powers. Neither had toppled the other from their mounts. Zheng Ba felt beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. He could distinctly sense his warhorse trembling beneath him. The force of that strike was immense. Had it been an ordinary steed, it would have likely collapsed, foaming at the mouth. Yet even now, his noble steed quaked, unsettled by the impact. The might of their clash exceeded that of Zheng Ba's encounter with Ning Taotai. While Zheng Ba's horse had been rendered unusable in that battle, this time, although his steed remained unscathed, another few blows of such magnitude would surely spell doom for it. This was why Zheng Ba wore a grave expression. A good horse is exceedingly rare. Quite interesting. Again, after the first clash, a fervent glint ignited in Pang Zhilong's eyes. For years, he had not truly battled anyone. He had only sparred with his father and uncle, holding back due to their familial ties. Now, there was no need for restraint. Zheng Ba, feeling helpless, struck the horse's back and galloped forward. Clang, clang. The two clashed 3 times, expending all their strength with each impact. Pang Zhilong, like a madman, brandished his golden spear adorned with a tiger's head, engaging in a fierce battle with Zheng Ba. Each assault was a brutal confrontation. Zheng Ba grimaced in discomfort. His arms began to feel sore and numb. It wasn't that he was incapable of defeating Pang Zhilong, but rather that he had absorbed much of the force meant for the warhorse. Had he been mounted on a sturdy black jade lion, he likely would not have appeared so disheveled and unfortunate. Clang, hiss. Suddenly, after another violent collision, the warhorse beneath him, unable to bear the strain, let out a mournful cry and collapsed to the ground. Zheng Ba hastily leaped off its back. Your steed is weak. I shall not take advantage of that. Let us engage on foot. Pang Zhilong dismounted from his fiery dragon steed, gripping his spear tightly. He leaped into the air, spinning as he swung the tiger-headed spear down fiercely towards Zheng Ba. Zheng Ba raised his 8-foot-long spear high, intercepting the attack midair. Clang. A thunderous sound erupted as Zheng Ba managed to block it, yet his arms trembled from the shock. Unwilling to back down, he staggered a few steps back, creating distance between them before gripping his spear tightly and charging at Pang Zhilong like a cannonball. As he approached within 10 paces, he leapt into the air, delivering a powerful blow akin to Mount Tai pressing down. Pang Zhilong laughed heartily, not only failing to evade, but also raising his spear to counter Zheng Ba's thrust. Bang! The spear struck against the weapon, sending sparks flying. Pang Zhilong's arms also felt the strain. He lowered his tiger-headed spear, shook out his arms, and exclaimed, Dare you engage in another contest with me? If you lose today, you will serve under my father and help him dominate the vast grasslands. But if you win, my father shall let you go. Do you dare to accept? Zheng Ba's temper flared. He too shook his sore arms and declared, If you win, I shall serve your cause. But, if I win, he continued, if I win, all the steeds of your skeleton stronghold shall belong to us. Yanyun, hands clasped behind his back, stepped forward. To him, it seemed Zheng Ba was beginning to tire. Continuing this battle could injure him severely, and he could not allow Zheng Ba to falter midway. Moreover, this was the opportune moment for him to act strategically. Who are you? What gives you the right to negotiate with me? Pang Zhilong directed his gaze at Yanyun. Indeed, with that remark, it was as if Pang Zhilong had stepped into a trap. Who I am matters not. What matters is whether you dare to agree. Yanyun replied with a serene smile. Humph, what could possibly stop me? Pang Zhilong was filled with confidence in his own abilities. Continuing, he shifted his gaze back to Yanyun. Noticing Yanyun's frail stature and sickly appearance, he sneered, Since you brought this topic up, do you dare to duel with me? Yanyun scoffed lightly. You are not my match. Not your match? Just you? Huh. Pang Zhilong erupted into laughter, incredulous. Who gave you the courage to utter such arrogant words? If I am not your match, then I shall change my surname to yours. I do not wish for you to share my surname. I prefer to wager something tangible. If you cannot defeat me, the horse grounds of your skeleton stronghold shall belong to me. If you are defeated, you may do as you wish. Yanyun asserted. Very well, I accept. Pang Zhilong replied, infuriated yet resolute. No, your agreement alone is insufficient. The skeleton king behind you must also consent. Yanyun insisted. Such audacity, to wager my horse grounds. Pang Zhilong scoffed. You are asking for too much. Are you not afraid of overreaching? The skeleton king sneered at Yanyun. After Yanyun stepped forward, he began to scrutinize him. To him, Yanyun seemed like an ordinary officer. Yet, He perceived a quality in Yanyun that far surpassed that of a mere official. He recalled the foolish and clumsy third son of the Yin family. Could this be him? Impossible. The third son was the foolish heir of a noble house. So who is this person? Whether I can overreach is my concern. I have but one question. Do you dare to accept? Yanyun asked with a hearty laugh. Humph. Why would I not dare? My son, Julong, possesses unparalleled martial prowess. Defeating a nameless individual like you would be a trivial task. I fear that I might accidentally kill you and earn the disgrace of having slain an officer. The Skeleton King retorted disdainfully. An officer? What? You take me for an officer? Fine. If I am an officer, at least my identity and strength have not been revealed before so many. The Skeleton King commanded, Julong. Take down this arrogant fool, then defeat Zhengba and capture all the women. He believed firmly that Yanyun was no match for an officer. Now I have changed my mind. Yanyun declared boldly. You are brave to face me. Speak your last words. I shall listen. Pang Julong boasted arrogantly. Yanyun rolled his eyes. Previously you claimed you could defeat me in 1 strike. Now I offer you 3 strikes. If you cannot defeat me in 3, the horse grounds of your skeleton stronghold shall belong to me. 3 strikes? Who do you think you are? Very well, I accept. Pang Julong readily agreed. Do not be so hasty. If you strike me 3 times, I shall not take it lying down. I too shall strike you 3 times. If I defeat you in 3 strikes, you will follow me. If I cannot, I will serve you. Yanyun stated loudly. I thought it was something substantial. As if you could withstand 3 of my strikes. With that little frame of yours, you might be pierced through the neck on the first. Pang Julong scoffed. Enough with the idle chatter. Mount up and let us fight. As he finished, Yanyun mounted his horse, wielding the overlord halberd and charged forward. Pang Julong swiftly mounted his steed, gripping his tiger-headed spear, and charged towards Yanyun. Zhangba retreated to the back with his long spear. My lord. Lu Changyuan furrowed his brow. This fellow is not simple. Oh, why do you say that? The Skeleton King asked, puzzled. Since he emerged, Zhangba has not uttered a word, nor has he advised caution. It is evident that his strength surpasses Zhangba's. Moreover, as the captain of the officers, it seems his steed is superior to Zhangba's. Lu Changyuan analyzed carefully. Chapter 92. 2 strikes to overcome Pang Julong. The Skeleton King snorted coldly and declared confidently. So what? My son Julong possesses extraordinary martial talent. No one can rival him. Yet, Zhangba is quite a character. He can stand toe-to-toe with my son. If this man could serve me, it would undoubtedly enhance the strength of my skeleton stronghold. Lu Changyuan shook his head. Let us hope this fellow is not as formidable as I imagine. Kill. The two roared in unison, mounting their divine steeds and wielding their weapons. Plunging into combat, Pang Julong did not dare to underestimate his opponent. He was gambling with his horse grounds and his very life. Should he take this lightly, he might lose everything. Die. Suddenly, as they closed in on each other, Pang Julong swung his arms, channeling all his might into a fierce strike aimed at Yanyun. Yanyun maintained his composure, brandishing the halberd to intercept. Clang. The first strike. Yanyun blocked Pang Julong's ferocious attack. This fellow, indeed, possesses some strength. With a single swing, he felt the immense force behind the blow. Yanyun's expression remained unchanged, yet Pang Julong was deeply astonished. The spear crashing against the halberd felt as if it struck a heavy sandbag, giving him a sense of solidity and stability. The opponent was not as feeble as he had imagined. Furthermore, there was no trace of pain on Yanyun's face. Pang Julong's expression turned grave. Again, Pang Julong roared, increasing the intensity of his assault. Die. The enormous eyes of Pang Julong resembled copper bells, seemingly on the verge of bursting forth. His muscular arms appeared as if they were being stretched to their limits, exuding a vigor that was both robust and powerful. Clang. Another resounding impact echoed as Yanyun wielded his overlord's halberd, resolutely parrying Pang Julong's second strike. Beneath him, the ebony lion trembled, its eyes gleaming with pride. It too had endured the forceful clash, yet such resistance only served to ignite its indomitable spirit. Yanyun refrained from launching an offensive, merely absorbing the innate divinity of Pang Julong's strength. It must be acknowledged that this creature's power was indeed formidable. While it diverged significantly from the overlord's might, he could still be considered a superlative warrior. Pang Julong, filled with resentment, wore a fierce countenance. He had exerted all his strength, his arms beginning to ache under the strain, yet he could not best Yanyun. This revelation compelled him to reassess Yanyun's capabilities. Upon closer inspection, he realized Yanyun was not as frail as he had initially perceived. The man was muscular and robust, exuding an innate potency that perhaps surpassed his own. With a third strike looming, Pang Julong, unwilling to concede, let out a furious roar. Mounted on the blazing sun dragon, He brandished the gold-tipped spear like a madman, targeting Yanyun. Yanyun remained unyielding, charging ahead with the overlord's halberd to counter the assault. 3 strikes had passed. "You are no match for me," Yanyun declared, retracting his halberd with a flourish. Pang Jilung's eyes widened in astonishment. Was the tournament lost just like that? Guilt enveloped him, and he could not bear to glance back at his father. He had been defeated by an obscure figure, and to make matters worse, it was his first time on the battlefield. He had not anticipated encountering 2 formidable opponents right from the start, which swiftly eroded his confidence. "My son has failed to subdue this man in 3 moves. Who is he? Why is his strength so extraordinary?" The skeletal king was overwhelmed with shock. Lu Changyuan sighed deeply, remaining silent. Yanyun raised his halberd and proclaimed, "A gentleman's word is his bond. You have failed to best me in 3 attempts. From this day forth, the horse arena belongs to me." Before Pang Jilung could respond, Yanyun continued, "Let us set aside the arena for now and discuss your allegiance to me. Humph. You may have withstood my 3 strikes, but I can endure yours as well." Pang Jilung retorted defiantly. "Very well, let us see," Yanyun replied, unleashing a thunderous shout as the overlord's halberd descended from the galloping ebony lion, crashing down toward Pang Jilung. Refusing to relent, Pang Jilung roared with determination, swinging his spear to intercept. Clang. Following a violent clash, Pang Jilung barely managed to block the initial strike. His face flushed, and he felt a surge of ferocious energy coursing through him, penetrating his limbs. Pang Jilung's heart quaked, and he nearly lost his grip on the spear. This power was nothing short of terrifying. Yet, filled with indignation, he bellowed again, wielding his aching arms to maintain composure. Yanyun narrowed his eyes and stated, "To withstand my full-force strike, you have earned the right to serve me." "Humph, bring it on. 3 trivial strikes are nothing to me." Pang Jilung scoffed, shaking off his initial shock. "Second strike, break," Yanyun shouted, launching his second halberd thrust as the ebony lion soared through the air. Pang Jilung, unwilling to be passive, countered with a fierce strike of his own. "Kill," he roared, unleashing a torrent of power from the spear. Clang. Another clash of steel reverberated through the air. Pang Jilung's eyes widened in disbelief as his arms felt as if struck by lightning. The spear slipped from his grasp, and his palms bled. He felt his insides churn violently, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood, his vision spinning as he toppled from his mount. "Giant dragon." The skeletal king cried out in shock as he witnessed his son being unseated in just 2 strikes. In a panic, he spurred his steed forward. Yanyun, astride the ebony lion, stood tall, gazing down at the fallen Pang Jilung. "One more strike. Please, no more. The horse arena is yours," the skeletal king exclaimed, rushing to his son's side and assessing his injuries. Pang Jilung was his sole hope. If he were incapacitated, all his years of toil in the skeletal stronghold would be for naught. Despite having taken many wives, he had yet to produce an heir due to his own shortcomings. Thus, he regarded Pang Jilung as his own flesh and blood. Hearing this, Yanyun dismounted from the ebony lion, sheathing his halberd and stating, "He will be fine. He is merely shaken and will recover in a matter of days." Cough, cough. "Father, I have disappointed you." Pang Jilung gasped weakly. The skeletal king embraced him, saying, "You have not disappointed me. You remain the mightiest warrior in my eyes." Cough, cough. "Do not speak," the skeletal king urged, fearing that Pang Jilung might slip away. Old apothecary, he shouted to the crowd. Lu Changyuan quickly summoned the old apothecary stationed at the rear to examine Pang Jilung's condition. Soon, a gray-haired elder arrived, carrying a medicine box. The elder checked Pang Jilung's pulse and, after a moment, breathed a sigh of relief. The young lord is unharmed. Fortunately, the opponent did not strike lethally. Had he done so, our young lord would have suffered broken meridians, and even if he survived, he would be rendered incapacitated. Upon hearing this, the skeletal king trembled, casting a grateful glance at Yanyun. Such emotions, however, did not generate emotional value, as the skeletal king had not formed a bond with Yanyun and remained unaware of his true identity. Only by knowing Yanyun's identity could a bond be formed and emotional value generated. Yanyun shook his head, remaining silent. After examining Pang Jilung, the old apothecary's expression turned grave. The lungs have sustained severe damage, and there is still congealed blood within. Recovery is feasible, but it requires some rare medicinal herbs. What herbs are needed? Yanyun inquired, his gaze fixed intently on the elder. The skeletal king mirrored his anticipation. These herbs are quite precious, and I lack sufficient quantities and varieties. The old apothecary replied, "Just tell me what is needed. If you can restore my son to health, I will ensure your family's safe passage and reward you with 100,000 gold coins." The skeletal king was willing to do anything for his son. Ephedra. Burdock. mulberry leaves, tianhua powder, anamarina, reed, and rinling rishi. My medicine box only contains ephedra and mulberry leaves. The old apothecary confessed. We have burdock and anamarina in our stronghold. Lu Chanyuan quickly added. Tianhua powder and reed are negotiable, but rinling rishi is essential. It is the catalyst that maximizes the efficacy of the other herbs and fortifies the bones. The elder explained. Where can we obtain this rinling rishi? The skeletal king asked urgently. The elder pondered for a moment before replying. I know of only one place where it can be found. Where? The imperial palace's medicinal kitchen. The elder frowned. What? The skeleton king was taken aback, asking incredulously. Do you expect me to rob the imperial palace's medicinal kitchen? No one can recover without the human spirit, flesh mushroom. But I fear the potential after effects, the elder replied. The injuries of the great dragon were caused by me. Hence, I shall bear the costs of his treatment. Fortunately, I possess all the necessary herbs, Yanyun stated. The elder's words reminded Yanyun of his recent heist at the imperial palace's medicinal kitchen. Upon inspecting his storage space, he indeed found all the herbs he required. Although he was unfamiliar with these herbs, the storage space had labeled each item. As long as he could read, he could retrieve them. With that, Yanyun produced a pound of each herb from his pocket, along with 2 human spirit flesh mushrooms the size of a human head. Upon seeing these herbs, the white-haired elder trembled, his expression one of utter shock. Heavens, how can this be? These herbs, these human spirit flesh mushrooms. They must be of 1,000-year quality, right? You possess not 1, but 2,000-year human spirit flesh mushrooms. The elder gazed at the rare herbs in Yanyun's hands, utterly speechless and astounded. The skeleton king also shuddered, disbelief evident in his eyes. Zhengba, having appeared at Yanyun's side, furrowed his brow upon witnessing the herbs materialize before them. Yanyun exuded an air of mystery. The sudden appearance of the overlord halberd and the rare herbs puzzled him. How could these items just materialize? Magical powers? Impossible. Zhengba would never believe that the halberd and herbs simply appeared out of thin air. Not wanting to pry, he refrained from questioning Yanyun. These herbs should suffice, right? If not, I have more. However, the quantity of human spirit flesh mushrooms is limited, but I possess at least a dozen. Yanyun spoke freely. Sufficient. Sufficient. That will do. The elder was overwhelmed with astonishment, stuttering as he spoke. Wait, what did you say? You have a dozen of these human spirit flesh mushrooms? The elder was flabbergasted. I recall that the imperial palace's medicinal kitchen had only about a dozen. His words left the skeleton king and Lu Chanyuan equally astonished, realizing Yanyun had an abundance of rare herbs at his disposal, something they had never heard of before. In truth, the great dragon's injuries were merely typical lung contusions, which would heal with some medicinal herbs over several days. However, the elder harbored a desire for revenge and had suggested the human spirit flesh mushrooms to deliberately complicate matters for the skeleton king. Little did he know, Yanyun indeed possessed such treasures, 1,000-year quality human spirit flesh mushrooms. If used as a medicinal catalyst, they would not only hasten the recovery of the lung injury but also enhance the body, strengthening bones and tendons. Such benefits would be immensely advantageous for the great dragon upon recovery, significantly augmenting his physical prowess. You are. The white-haired elder regarded Yanyun and the numerous women behind him, his speech faltering. It seemed he recognized Yanyun. Zhengba, fearing Yanyun's identity would be exposed, interjected sternly. He is Lu San, the deputy captain escorting exiled prisoners. Esteemed doctor, I hope your exceptional medical skills can restore this brother's health. Zhengba seemed to have recognized the elder, deliberately interrupting to ascribe Lu San's identity to Yanyun. Oh, so you are Vice Captain Lu. No wonder you seem somewhat familiar. The elder, half convinced, did not press further. The elder, known as Bien Tuo and regarded as a reincarnated divine physician, was quite famous in the Dayan Empire and had treated ailments in the royal court. Chapter 94, Journey to the Skeleton Stronghold. He had spent some time in Yinhuang City and had also visited the Gugong Mansion, hence recognizing Yanyun to a certain extent. However, that familiarity was merely superficial. Bien Tuo had been forcibly taken by the people of the Skeleton Stronghold while passing through the vast grasslands, due to his reputation for miraculous healing and exceptional medical skills. Not only was he renowned in the Dayan Empire, but his fame also stretched across the entire continent. The efficacy of 1,000-year human spirit flesh mushrooms far surpassed that of their century-old counterparts. Even half of one would suffice for a full recovery. However, if both of these mushrooms could be consumed by the young stronghold master, his recovery would not only accelerate, but his physique and strength would also be significantly enhanced. At this juncture, Bien Tuo stroked his 3-inch white beard and sighed. Fortune and misfortune are intertwined. A peerless warrior is about to be born. To be candid, the young stronghold master encountering Vice Captain Liu is indeed fate, a destined connection. The skeleton stronghold should be grateful to Brother Liu. Without his magnanimous generosity, the young stronghold master's potential would remain unfulfilled. But with the 2,000-year human spirit flesh mushrooms, his injuries will heal, and his physical condition will be greatly enhanced, resulting in a remarkable surge in strength. As soon as Bien Tuo finished speaking, the skeleton king trembled with excitement, his eyes gleaming with fervor. He gazed intently at Yanyun and clasped his fists, saying, "Brother Liu San, words fail me in expressing my gratitude. Today's battle was indeed a miscalculation on our part. Although my son, the great dragon, was defeated and severely injured by you, it cannot be attributed to you. It is merely a reflection of his lack of skill. I shall not elaborate further. I simply wish to say that I fully accept your wager." At this point, the skeleton king appeared somewhat pained. The skeleton horse ranch was the culmination of his 30 years of effort, and the great dragon was his most cherished protege. These two represented the very survival and hope of the entire stronghold. The great dragon was destined to be the direct heir of the stronghold, yet now, due to the wager, he was forced to relinquish both. Naturally, this caused him immense heartache. However, he was always magnanimous and straightforward, and once a deal was struck, it was final. As fate would have it, Yanyun had offered the 1,000-year human spirit flesh mushrooms for the great dragon's recovery. Without Bien Tuo's elaboration, he may have remained unaware of the mushroom's rarity, but now, knowing their value ignited a profound sense of pride within him. Yanyun could clearly perceive the skeleton king's reluctance. His intention might be to acquire the entire ranch, but he also hoped to leverage the skeleton king's resources to cultivate more warhorses. Thus, he clasped his fists and declared, "Though I have won the wager, I understand that the ranch is your life's work. Therefore, I shall not take your ranch for free. From this day forth, all horses from your ranch shall be sold exclusively to me. Whatever price you set in the market, I shall pay without hesitation. You will not incur a loss." How does that sound? Yanyun was not a miser, nor would he push someone to the brink. Is that appropriate? The skeleton king was taken aback, not expecting Yanyun to make such a grand offer. "My ranch has been lost to you. If word gets out, people will accuse me of betrayal." The skeleton king was a principled man. Yanyun laughed heartily, saying, "I care not for others' opinions. You need only know that all your warhorses will be sold to me from now on. Furthermore, I will provide you with tens of millions of gold coins each year as compensation and for maintenance." The skeleton king was left speechless. He began to speculate about Yanyun's true identity. In his eyes, Zheng Ba's status was clearly inferior to Yanyun's. Despite appearing to hold the title of captain, he consistently deferred to Yanyun. Even the ranch's maintenance and compensation were exorbitantly high, promising tens of millions of gold coins annually. Liu San, an utterly ordinary name. Could this truly be his real identity? If anyone else were to utter such words, the skeleton king would dismiss them as nonsense. But this was Yanyun, a formidable warrior with sharp intellect. Enough of this. We should hasten to treat the great dragon's injuries. Additionally, nightfall approaches. Surely, the skeleton lord intends to invite us to the stronghold for a discussion? Yanyun inquired with a smile, glancing at the encroaching darkness. Of course. That is precisely my intention. As long as my two brothers do not mind, I, the skeleton king, shall warmly welcome you and host a grand banquet. The skeleton king indeed harbored this intention, yet he was uncertain how to articulate it. After all, the skeleton village was part of the bandit stronghold, and should he extend an invitation, it could be misinterpreted as ulterior motives, leading to unintended consequences. In that case, we shall not decline, Yanyun boldly declared. That's settled then. It is an immense honor for me that you all can visit my skeleton village. But I must emphasize, tonight, we shall not leave until we are thoroughly intoxicated. The skeleton king proclaimed with exuberance. Not leaving until we are drunk. Yanyun replied with a chuckle. Yanyun's suggestion to visit the skeleton village was not without purpose. He intended to seize the opportunity to inspect the skeleton king's expansive horse ranch. If all went well, they could set off the following day and procure a few fine steeds from the skeleton king. This way, the ladies would not be so encumbered during their travels. His goal was crystal clear, to venture into the wildlands. If he could ride there, he certainly would not walk. And if they could travel by carriage, it would only add to their comfort. All of this, of course, would require the skeleton king's assistance. Zheng Ba clasped his hands in gratitude. No trouble at all. The skeleton king laughed heartily. Under the guidance of the skeleton king and Lu Changyuan, the main party followed the bandit troop along the lush green grasslands towards the skeleton village. Along the way, the skeleton king, curious about Yanyun's identity, inquired, "Pray tell, What does Lu San intend to do with so many horses? You must know that my skeleton village boasts nearly 10,000 fine steeds. That is no trivial number. Upon hearing this, Yanyun furrowed his brow. He was at a loss for how to respond. Should he reveal to the Skeleton King that he intended to assemble an army for a future rebellion? Just as he contemplated how to evade the question, Zhengba interjected. Haha. To be honest, my brother shares a passion for fine horses, much like the skeleton village master, and has long dreamed of owning his own horse ranch. Today seems to be fate's design. Zhengba, quick-witted as ever, deftly extricated Yanyun from the predicament. Ah, so you are kindred spirits. That's splendid. The Skeleton King no longer pondered further. The skeleton village was constructed within a canyon nestled in the mountains. Here, the terrain was low-lying, allowing the entire village to remain concealed. Thanks to the spacious canyon and drainage measures, the village was impervious to fierce winds and torrential rains. The area of the skeleton village was remarkably vast. At the entrance, several enormous skulls hung as ornaments, some human, some bovine, some from majestic lions, and others of various creatures. These served as the village's emblem. As the ladies entered the village, they were taken aback by the array of skulls, their faces paling and bodies trembling. They had never ventured into such a foreboding place. Yen Shuer and Yen Qinger were so frightened that they clung to their mother's embrace, not daring to open their eyes. Upon entering the village, the newcomers immediately drew the attention of the villagers, a mix of young and old, men and women, who had resided there for many years. Some had been captured and forced to join the band, while others had fled from murder, taking refuge among the outlaws. Regardless of their pasts, all gazes fell upon the newcomers. Upon seeing the stunningly beautiful young mistress, greed flickered in the eyes of the onlookers. The ladies, except for Lungshi, widened their eyes in trepidation. Yanyun remained calm and unperturbed. The village stretched for 2 kilometers, with dark caves carved into the cliffs on either side. The bandits typically resided within these caves. Along the roadsides of the canyon, numerous simple thatched huts had been constructed, filled with inhabitants. The deeper they ventured, the more people they encountered. Additionally, makeshift stalls lined the paths, selling various snacks and trinkets. While this appeared to be a bandit stronghold, it resembled a flourishing and prosperous city. Observing the curious expressions of Yanyun and the others, the Skeleton King could not help but laugh heartily. I presume this is your first visit to a bandit village? Yanyun exclaimed in astonishment. I never imagined that a bandit stronghold would present such a harmonious scene. The Skeleton King reflected. Everyone is here for survival, which is why they joined the skeleton village. In truth, we must continually attract fresh blood, allowing the members of the village to establish families, thus ensuring long-term development. Yanyun replied, to find a sustainable path for development, one cannot rely solely on manpower. It is essential to cultivate our own industrial chain. Only with an industrial chain can we secure basic needs, ensuring that the members of the village are well-fed and content, thereby strengthening their cohesion. Yanyun subtly pointed out their deficiencies. As soon as he spoke, the Skeleton King's eyes brightened, and he could not resist giving a thumbs up, exclaiming, Lu San, your insights are truly remarkable. Indeed, we have developed our own industrial chain. Merely plundering is not a viable path for growth. We need a sustainable source of income. This way, we need not worry about food shortages. After years of effort, we have not only established our own horse ranch, but also diversified into other livestock, such as cattle, sheep, deer, and wild boar. Moreover, we assign tasks to the idle members of the village. By completing their tasks, they earn gold coins, which can be used to purchase food from us. Our food is reasonably priced, far cheaper than what is available outside. This fosters a virtuous cycle, preventing the idle from languishing without purpose. Yanyun could not help but praise. It seems the skeleton village is governed by a capable leader. Haha. Lu San, your wisdom and insight are truly commendable. The Skeleton King again raised his thumb in approval. Here, the order was indeed not as chaotic as he had imagined. Furthermore, the villagers did not appear emaciated or malnourished. Observing the thriving village, Yanyun squinted and asked, Skeleton Village Master, if one day someone were to appoint you as a general, would you be willing to abandon these foundations and lead 100,000 troops into battle to achieve glory? The Skeleton King eyed Yanyun suspiciously. Lu San, have you already become intoxicated before even partaking in the wine? Zhengba smirked, but said nothing. Yanyun chuckled. I was merely posing a hypothetical. Haha, that was a fine analogy. The Skeleton King laughed heartily. Yanyun rolled his eyes. It seemed the Skeleton King was intentionally playing coy with him. After all, becoming a general is not something one can simply wish for, nor is it a position one can claim casually. Such titles are formal appointments, earned through merit and gradual ascent. It is not a matter of whims. If such titles were freely bestowed, chaos would surely ensue. However, Should the Skeleton King choose to align himself with Yanyun, he might indeed find himself elevated to nobility in the future. Now, Yanyun sought to create a platform. The Skeleton King's domain was rich in soldiers and horses, yet lacked a foundation for significant achievements. Under the Skeleton King's guidance, the group arrived in a spacious courtyard. The residence of the Skeleton King and the site where village affairs were typically deliberated, Skeleton Garden. After ensuring everyone was settled, the Skeleton King proceeded to arrange the evening feast. Several maidens appeared to serve tea and water, attending to the guests with great care. Having gone without water for half a day, the visitors were eager to quench their thirst with the refreshing tea. However, upon seeing the tea, Yanyun felt a pang of caution. System, here, can you determine if this water is poisoned? Yanyun was uncertain about the water's safety and could only place his trust in the omnipotent system. This water is sweet and refreshing, free of toxins. The host may drink with confidence. The system indeed possessed this capability, alleviating many unnecessary worries for Yanyun. It was not that he doubted the Skeleton King's integrity. They were within the confines of the skeleton village and thus needed to remain vigilant to avoid becoming unwitting victims. As the saying goes, one must not harbor ill will, but should always be cautious of potential harm. It seemed the Skeleton King never intended to take any covertly detrimental actions against them. Without hesitation, Yanyun raised his bowl and took the lead in drinking. The others, observing his actions, followed suit and lifted their bowls to drink. After finishing their water, Zhengba approached Yanyun. Aren't you afraid there might be poison in the water? Zhengba inquired, somewhat perplexed. Yanyun smiled and replied, afraid. But does fear solve any problems? We have already ventured deep into the stronghold. Here, with so many people, if someone intends to harm us, there's no way to escape. Thus there is no need for poisoning. This statement was a mere reflection of Zhengba's limited perspective. Without the system, he would not have dared to drink so confidently. Human nature is complex. One moment there is laughter and joy, and the next, it can turn to betrayal. In the courtyard on the west side of the Skeleton Garden, where the mighty Long was residing, he and the old pharmacist were brought there by Lu Changyuan. The old pharmacist began to carefully prepare medicine for Long. After the Skeleton King finished the evening's formalities, he entered the courtyard to check on his son's injuries. Chapter 96. Unmasking Yanyun's identity. Long was his lifeline, and he naturally took great care of him. The damage to Long's lungs had stabilized, and currently, the old pharmacist was boiling the medicine. According to the old pharmacist, with the aid of the Millennium Human Spirit Meat Fungus, it would take no more than 3 days for recovery, not the 10 days initially thought. Lu Changyuan responded, 3 days to heal? It seems this Millennium Human Spirit Meat Fungus is indeed a remarkable substance. The Skeleton King could not help but exclaim. I seriously suspect that Lu Sangongzi is far from being as simple as we imagined. Lu Changyuan remarked. Oh, why do you say that? Just because of these medicinal herbs? The Skeleton King questioned suspiciously. Lu Changyuan replied solemnly. Zhengba appears to be the captain of the guards, but in any situation, we must observe Lu San's actions. Moreover, Lu San took out the Millennium Human Spirit Meat Fungus, claiming he possesses more than 10. The old pharmacist also mentioned that only the royal palace's medicinal kitchen has such items. Furthermore, Lu San's strength is unfathomable, far surpassing Zhengba. It was clear that Lu San's identity and status were anything but ordinary. The Skeleton King pondered this. Lu Changyuan continued, additionally, I have heard that the foolish son of the Yin family is also among the exiled group, yet we have not seen this foolish son within. Where could he possibly be? Could he have been killed on the road? The Skeleton King questioned. That shouldn't be the case. The exiled group is guarded by 2 formidable experts. How could there be casualties? Lu Changyuan shook his head. So, are you suggesting that Lu San might be impersonated? Lu Changyuan asked. The Skeleton King trembled, his eyes wide with disbelief. Are you implying that the Lu San we are speaking of could actually be Yin Sangongzi? The foolish son of a noble family? The Skeleton King found it hard to believe. Indeed, Lu Changyuan affirmed. He immediately demanded my stronghold's horse farm in the service of Long. With such audacity, can you still claim he is merely an ordinary guard? Upon hearing this, the Skeleton King became agitated. Indeed, without Lu Changyuan's explanation, he would not have comprehended the implications. If this were true, then this character might indeed be the noble family's foolish son, Yanyun. The Skeleton King was dumbfounded. Yet, upon uttering this thought, he felt a deep sense of disbelief. A foolish son turning the tide to become a valiant and cunning master? The Skeleton King shook his head, feeling it was somewhat implausible and unable to convince himself. Do you think the chieftain still remembers the few words Lu San spoke after we entered the stronghold? Lu Changyuan whispered. What words? The proclamation, I confer you as a general, to lead 100,000 troops to the battlefield. Lu Changyuan stated. Boom. The Skeleton King's expression changed. These words seemed far from baseless or fabricated. This was intentional. The Skeleton King trembled in disbelief. Lu Changyuan nodded. It appears. He is most likely Yin Sangongzi. The Skeleton King muttered to himself. Indeed. The Skeleton King felt a renewed vigor and then asked, what should we do now? Should we switch allegiances to Yin Sangongzi or send a message to the palace? Lu Changyuan did not rush to respond. Placing his hands behind his back and reflecting before asking, Chieftain, whom do you think we should side with to maximize our benefits? The Skeleton King furrowed his brows and replied, sending a message has its pros and cons. The advantage is the potential for rewards. The downside is that our stronghold could be flattened in an instant. Conversely, siding with Yin Sangongzi's family faces this calamity. And he will surely lead an army in the future to avenge his father and brothers. He might even seek to usurp power and become a ruler. Now I understand why he has his eyes set on my horse farm and my son, Long. This is the beginning of his covert accumulation of power. Indeed, currently, Yin Sangongzi has nothing. Seeking revenge for his father and brothers is far from simple. Thus, he is already plotting for the future. And now is the time to utilize people. Moreover, Yin Sangongzi is intelligent and formidable, far from an ordinary individual. If we pledge our support now, assisting him, in the future the chieftain might be conferred the title of general, which is not out of the question. Perhaps, once Yin Sangongzi successfully seizes power, we could be his loyal ministers, and at that point, not only would the title of general be within reach, but we might even be conferred nobility and appointed as high-ranking officials. Lu Changyuan's excitement grew with every word. Haha, who would have thought our brothers might one day be granted nobility? The Skeleton King laughed heartily. All right, time is of the essence. If we delay, our future emperor may just hold a grudge for our negligence. You should send 2 brothers to keep watch here, and then accompany me to the banquet to see whether the future emperor is a true dragon or a mere viper. The Skeleton King was preparing to test Yanyun's true identity. Understood. Lu Changyuan did not hesitate. After arranging everything, the two stood up and headed toward the front courtyard. Yanyun and his companions had already consumed several bowls of tea. The tea contained no poison, much to everyone's relief, indicating that the Skeleton King was not as malicious as they had initially thought. Detected that the Skeleton King Pangbo and the host share a sovereign-minister relationship, successfully binding the emotional system. Current emotional values from the Skeleton King toward the host will generate emotional points. Detected that Lu Changyuan and the host share a sovereign-minister relationship, successfully binding the emotional system. Current emotional values from Lu Changyuan toward the host will generate emotional points. Ding! The Skeleton King Pangbo has uncovered the host's identity, resulting in suspicion, surprise, shock, disbelief. Host's emotional value 4 points. Ding! Lu Changyuan has uncovered the host's identity, resulting in confusion, surprise, shock, incredulity. Host's emotional value 4 points. A series of system notifications suddenly echoed in Yanyun's ears. What? My identity has been revealed? Have these two figured it out? With the system's assistance, they directly established a sovereign-minister relationship? Yanyun was caught off guard. However, this could also be beneficial. Being bound by the system indicated that these two would become his trusted ministers, allowing him to speak candidly about matters. Speaking openly was certainly preferable to continued concealment. At the very least, the bound relationship could increase emotional values. Yanyun nodded inwardly, preparing himself. Suddenly, a hearty voice resonated from outside. The Skeleton King, accompanied by Lu Changyuan, entered the sight of the gathered crowd. The banquet is ready. I had some matters to attend to earlier. Thank you for your patience. The Skeleton King strode into the pavilion, his robust figure commanding attention. Lu Changyuan followed closely behind. It was previously agreed that tonight we shall drink to our heart's content, the Skeleton King declared cheerfully. Chapter 97, A Toast and Warm Hospitality. Yanyun smiled broadly and clasped his hands in greeting. It is a rare occasion for the Skeleton King to extend such hospitality. We naturally must drink until we are inebriated. However, if this continues, we might be imposing on the king. Not at all. Not at all. Today, we are graced by the presence of esteemed guests. Indeed, my humble Skull Fortress is made more illustrious by your visit. Skull King exclaimed heartily. Ding! Eldest mistress is concerned. Emotional value 1 point. Ding! Second mistress is concerned. Emotional value 1 point. Upon hearing Yanyun's jovial response, the mistresses and maids immediately displayed apprehension. They were, after all, within the confines of a bandit stronghold. Regardless of the chieftain's eloquent words, the women perceived their situation as perilous. Unbeknownst to them, Skull King and Lu Changyuan had already pledged their allegiance to Yanyun. Their trepidation was understandable. Yanyun did not immediately address the concerns of the mistresses. Qin Wei, Lu Ba, and the others remained silent, their brows furrowed with vigilance. This was no sanctuary, but a treacherous den, where one could easily be reduced to ashes. Zhengba, however, remained impassive. Ah, yes. Skull King suddenly interjected. What do you two brothers think should be done with these women? This query was a veiled attempt to gauge the reactions of Yanyun and Zhengba. Zhengba deferred to Yanyun, further solidifying the suspicion that Yanyun was impersonating Lu San. Yanyun's expression hardened momentarily before he replied with a smile. Although these ladies are exiles, they are innocent. If the chieftain would be so kind, they should be treated with the utmost care and respect. Haha. Skull King boomed with laughter. You are indeed a benevolent soul. My brother, so be it. I shall instruct my men to attend to them with the utmost hospitality. We are grateful for the chieftain's consideration. Yanyun expressed with a respectful bow. Subsequently, under the guidance of Skull King and Lu Changyuan, the group was led to a lavish dining hall. While lacking traditional aesthetics, the ambience was one of solemn grandeur. Skull King arranged 3 tables, one for Yanyun and his companions alongside Skull King and Lu Changyuan, another for the mistresses, and a third for the maids. Skull King personally poured drinks for Yanyun and Zhengba, while a maidservant attended to Qin Wei, Lu Ba, and the others. After a brief toast, Skull King raised his goblet and drained it in one gulp. This time, Yanyun did not consult the system about potential poison in the wine. Such precautions were unnecessary, given their newfound allegiance. Without hesitation, he raised his glass and emptied it. Seeing Yanyun's unreserved consumption, Zhengba and the others hesitated momentarily before following suit. They were uncertain about the wine's contents, but Yanyun had imbibed it without apparent harm, and the water earlier had seemed untainted. Ha! Brother Lu San is truly a man of spirit, Skull King exclaimed, impressed by Yanyun's confidence. He then inquired with a smile, Brother Lu San, are you not afraid that I might have poisoned this wine? After all, your arrival has not only severely injured my son, but also cost me a horse farm and a considerable fortune. Yanyun chuckled. Rumor has it that the chieftain of Skull Fortress is a man of principle, a strategist of acumen, and a visionary of grand scope. The fact that you would not sacrifice long-term gains for petty advantages fills me with admiration and unwavering trust. Well said. Skull King commended with a thumbs up, before adding pensively. Yet, rumor also paints me as a remorseless villain, guilty of heinous crimes. But know this, my actions are always for the benefit of my brethren and their families within the fortress. I never prey on the weak, but target the merchant caravans of wealthy families. Nor am I a wanton killer. Unlike White Tiger, who feeds his captives to wild beasts, I maintain my own livestock and horse farms, resorting to raids only when necessary. Skull Fortress is now largely self-sufficient. There's no need to offend powerful entities for meager gains. In truth, my purpose in intercepting you today is simple. I merely intended to take the mistresses captive and sell them back to their families at a high price. Selling them back to their families is far better than their families attempting an ambush along the way. At least the court will not hold the families accountable. Should their families attempt an ambush and be discovered by the court, it would result in the execution of their entire lineage. The advantages and disadvantages are clear to discerning men like Brother Lu San and Brother Zhengba. Skull King continued at length, something he rarely did with guests, always preferring to maintain the upper hand. But today was different. Therefore, if I have been presumptuous today, I hope you will not hold it against my brother and me. Let us raise a glass to you all. With these words, Skull King and Lu Changyuan raised their glasses and drained them. Yanyun followed suit without hesitation, a gesture of mutual respect. They were now allies. And though the alliance remained unspoken, Yanyun had accepted the fealty of Skull King and Lu Changyuan. Ha! Skull King laughed. Come, come. Let us all indulge in meat and wine. Eat and drink to your heart's content. Yanyun's acceptance of the drink signified his respect for them. Dishes were brought to the table in succession. The feast prepared by Skull King was undeniably lavish, featuring braised beef, pork ribs, roasted lamb, deer antler soup, and more. The dishes were fragrant, visually appealing, and undoubtedly delicious. The mistresses, who had not tasted such opulence in a long time, gazed at the platters with watering mouths. Yen Shuer and Yen Qing'er were particularly eager. At Skull King's invitation, everyone began to partake in the meal. Skull King and Lu Changyuan frequently offered toasts to the group and, surprisingly, to the mistresses. This unexpected gesture caught the mistresses off guard, and they all turned to Yanyun for guidance. Skull King and Lu Changyuan exchanged glances, their suspicions about Yanyun's identity further confirmed. Yanyun chuckled. Chieftain Skull King is a generous and hospitable man. Why not share a drink with him? The mistresses were taken aback by Yanyun's suggestion, as was Zhengba. Nevertheless, the mistresses reluctantly raised their glasses and downed the unpalatable liquor. Seeing the mistresses drink, Skull King returned to his seat. satisfied that Yanyun had accepted him. Overjoyed, he continued to toast Yanyun, drinking several more glasses. Zheng Ba and the other officers did not drink much. As Skull King and Lu Changyuan focused their attention on Yanyun, only occasionally offering them a polite toast. Yanyun, however, consumed a considerable amount, drinking nearly an entire cask, surpassing the combined intake of Skull King and Lu Changyuan. His face flushed, suggesting a state of inebriation. In reality, he was barely affected. Thanks to the system, the alcohol had little impact on him. Feeling that he had played his part, Yanyun slumped onto the table. Skull King laughed heartily. Enough for today. We shall continue our revelry another time, drinking until we are utterly insensible. Lu Changyuan also stood up and exchanged pleasantries. Though Yanyun had succumbed to the alcohol, Zheng Ba remained sober and offered his own polite remarks. Qin Wei and Lu Ba were fully conscious. But Skull King considered them insignificant and paid them little attention, only occasionally offering a token toast to avoid embarrassment. Seeing Yanyun collapse, the mistresses and officers were filled with anxiety. They feared the consequences of Yanyun's intoxication, as he was their leader. And now, he had apparently succumbed to the drink. Men, see to it that the officers and mistresses are escorted to their quarters immediately. Skull King commanded. Several servants entered and helped Yanyun to his room. Qin Wei, Lu Ba, and the others were lodged in the same room, while the mistresses, filled with unease, were led to the adjacent chambers. Once everything was arranged, Skull King and Lu Changyuan departed. Abruptly, Yanyun sat up. Zheng Ba and his companions were startled by the sudden arrival of Yanyun. The four of them scratched their heads in confusion. Haven't you had too much to drink? Zheng Ba asked, bewildered. Yanyun shook his head. So, do we still need to keep watch tonight? Zheng Ba inquired. Yanyun replied, no need. Everyone can enjoy a peaceful night's sleep. Zheng Ba frowned. Aren't you afraid? Not at all. Yanyun interrupted. If he wanted to harm us, he would have poisoned the drinks. There's no need for him to come and disturb us in the middle of the night. Ah, Zheng Ba nodded. All right then, you all go to sleep. I'll just step next door. Fearing that the ladies might worry, Yanyun rose and walked out of the room, knocking softly on the door next door. Eldest sister. Yanyun called softly. Is that you, little uncle? The eldest lady's face lit up with joy upon hearing Yanyun's voice. It's me. She hurriedly got out of bed and opened the door. Wow, third uncle. You're here? The two young girls squealed with excitement and rushed into Yanyun's embrace. You didn't drink too much? The third lady, holding a lamp lit by the moonlight, asked in surprise. The other ladies also expressed their joy and astonishment. To them, Yanyun could not afford to be in any danger. If anything happened to him, the consequences would be unimaginable. Ding, the eldest lady's joy, happiness, surprise. Emotional value, 3 points. Undoubtedly, all the women contributed to his emotional value. Yanyun smiled and said, I didn't drink too much. I just pretended to be drunk because I saw everyone was tired. He. I knew third uncle was pretending to be drunk. Yan Qinger giggled. Yanyun gently patted Yan Shuer's little head and asked, did you eat well tonight? Wow, I never realized how fragrant braised beef could be. I ate several large pieces today. Yan Qinger exclaimed joyfully. The women chattered excitedly. Yanyun reassured them. Tonight, you all can sleep soundly, without worrying about anyone causing trouble in the middle of the night. The eldest lady, somewhat puzzled, asked, do you mean to say that the Skeleton King won't attack us? Yanyun nodded. The Skeleton King and Lu Changyuan have already submitted to me. What does that mean? The third lady asked, confused. Could it be that these two have already discovered your identity? The second lady, sharp-minded, quickly deduced the truth. Yanyun confirmed, indeed. Ah, the eldest lady gasped. Then will they send someone to Yanhuang City to report your details? Yanyun smiled and replied, no, I have a keen judgment of character. There won't be any treacherous wolves among them. You can rest assured about that. The eldest lady nodded in concern, but reminded, regardless, our identities are too sensitive right now. We must remain cautious and vigilant to avoid any mishaps. After chatting with the ladies, just as Yanyun was about to rise and head next door to sleep, Yan Qinger grasped his hand and refused to let go. Third uncle, I'm scared. Can I stay here tonight and sleep with you? Yan Qinger tugged at Yanyun's sleeve. To her, being with her third uncle felt the safest. Third uncle, Shuer doesn't want you to leave either. Yan Shuer looked at Yanyun with hopeful eyes, wishing he would stay. This might not be appropriate. Yanyun glanced at the ladies, feeling awkward. Appropriate. Appropriate. Very appropriate. The eldest lady quickly sat up and prepared a place for Yanyun to sleep. You can sleep here with me. Sleep with me. Sleep with me. The second lady, the third lady, and the others all eagerly offered their spots, wanting Yanyun to stay. Indeed, their enthusiastic gestures were not exaggerated. At this moment, Yanyun was their pillar of support and the only harbor they could trust deeply. Due to their identities as sisters-in-law, it was difficult for them to directly express their desire for Yanyun to stay, yet deep down, they genuinely longed for him to be with them. Their reliance on Yanyun had exceeded his imagination and understanding. As soon as the eldest lady spoke, all the sisters-in-law rushed to have Yanyun remain with them. Even the cold and aloof sixth lady, Lung Shiji, the taciturn fourth lady, Yi Jiaomei, and the proud seventh lady, Duan Ruanxia, shared this sentiment. Just stop with the formalities. We are all family, a family that shares both joys and hardships. The eldest lady directly interrupted him. Yes, indeed. Ultimately, unable to resist the warmth of the sisters-in-law, Yanyun lay down on one side of the room, snoring softly as he drifted into slumber. In the Skeleton King's chamber, after arranging for Yanyun and his companions, Lu Changyuan and the others went straight to the Skeleton King's room to enjoy tea. The Skeleton King had consumed quite a bit of alcohol. Though not completely inebriated, he was somewhat tipsy. His face was flushed, and excitement coursed through him as he gulped down his tea and exclaimed, "Brother Lu, it's confirmed. It's confirmed. He is indeed young Master Yin-san. It seems our days of prosperity are just around the corner." Chapter 99. The Skeleton King's moment of glory is approaching. Lu Changyuan laughed heartily. Just around the corner. Just around the corner. Who would have thought that we brothers would have the chance to be conferred titles and become officials? Yanyun had yet to make any promises or acknowledge his identity, yet these two had already begun to anticipate their future. If they truly could be conferred titles, why would they remain here as mere bandit leaders? Being a bandit leader is far less appealing than holding titles. Indeed, it may seem carefree, but their lives were precariously balanced. Should they encounter a formidable opponent or suffer a crackdown from the court, everything could vanish in an instant. The two talked extensively and drank plenty of tea. Before they knew it, the night had passed in the blink of an eye. Everyone had enjoyed a restful sleep, and no one lost their heads in the process. The sisters-in-law had awoken early, with only Yanyun rising the latest, stretching lazily as the sun climbed high in the sky. The guards had also awakened. The Skeleton King had specially arranged for the sisters-in-law and the maidservants, providing each with a set of tailored long dresses. This was a delightful surprise for the sisters-in-law. They had not changed clothes since their exile until now. Although their garments were not excessively tattered, some areas had begun to develop holes. The maidservants also assisted the sisters-in-law in taking hot baths. Ideally, they should have arranged for the hot baths the previous night, but due to the late hour and the Skeleton King and his brother having consumed too much alcohol, they had forgotten about it. After enjoying their hot baths, everyone donned their well-fitted long dresses. They looked radiant and stunning, becoming a beautiful sight wherever they went. The Skeleton King had also prepared a lavish breakfast for everyone, including milk, eggs, oil cakes, and rice cakes, to entertain Yanyun and his companions. The Skeleton King had truly gone to great lengths and indulged a little. Everyone enjoyed a hearty meal, with the two young girls eating messily, with milk flowing down their chins as they drank 2 bowls. After breakfast, Yanyun accompanied the Skeleton King to the room where Pang Julong resided. Pang Julong was already able to get out of bed and walk. After taking the medicine the previous night, the blood clots in his chest had been cleared, and he no longer spoke breathlessly. Upon seeing Yanyun, Pang Julong hurriedly cupped his fist in greeting. Yanyun smiled and said, "It seems everything is as the esteemed physician Bien Tua predicted. Within 3 days, your injuries will heal." Pang Julong chuckled, scratching his head, and said earnestly, "The esteemed physician mentioned that after my body fully recovers, my strength will increase. I wonder if that is true." Yanyun replied, "If I'm not mistaken, your bones and meridians are quietly undergoing changes. You just cannot perceive them yet." Indeed, Bien Tua entered, holding a medicine box in both hands, stroking his beard as he spoke. "I have just checked the pulse of the young lord and discovered that the medicinal effects have subtly altered his constitution. By tomorrow, at the latest by tomorrow night, his internal organs will be healed." "Is it really that fast?" the Skeleton King exclaimed in astonishment. "The primary factor is the 1,000-year-old human spirit meat fungus. The young lord should indeed thank Captain Lu San for his generosity." Bien Tua continued. "Furthermore, tomorrow night, the young lord may experience excruciating pain in his bones and meridians. This is due to the strengthening of his skeletal and meridian systems. The duration won't be too long. At most an hour. As long as the young lord perseveres, his strength will be elevated to a new level." Bien Tua elaborated on the drawbacks of the altered medicinal effects. Pang Julong, filled with joy, could not help but ask, "So after my enhancement, what level of strength can I achieve? Will I be as powerful as Captain Lu San?" "Well," Bien Tua paused before responding, "Captain Lu's strength surpasses yours. If you achieve the next level, you may not be as strong as him, but you will be formidable nonetheless." "Haha, that counts as an improvement," Pang Julong said, satisfied. Yanyun was equally thrilled. Pang Julong's growing strength was advantageous for him. Pang Julong seemed to recollect something and, like a child caught in a mistake, turned his gaze toward his father. Father, yesterday, before fighting Captain Lu San, I made a wager. If I lose. Enough, you need not elaborate. The Skeleton King, aware of his son's intentions, patted his shoulder and said, a man must honor his bets. Although the stakes were high, following Captain Lu San will not lead you astray. Pang Julong was taken aback. Father, he did not expect his father would so readily concede him to Yanyun. This was clearly beyond his expectations. Yanyun sensed it was time to make his intentions clear and, with a serious expression, asked, Julong, would you be willing to command 1,000,000 soldiers into battle? Command soldiers into battle? Pang Julong scratched his head, uncertain of Yanyun's meaning. The Skeleton King, growing impatient, urged, come on, my foolish son, just agree. Do you think I would betray you? I agree. Pang Julong, dazed, finally responded. He was not unintelligent, but the sudden turn of events left him momentarily stunned. You. I know who you are now. You are. How is this possible? Bien Tua gaped at Yanyun in disbelief, seemingly recognizing his identity. You are the third son of Duke Yin Baidu. Yanyun, known colloquially as the noble family simpleton. Bien Tua, having felt Yanyun was familiar, now recognized him after a careful examination. He had once been invited by Yanyun's mother to the Duke's estate to assess Yanyun's condition, searching for a way to restore him to normalcy. However, he had found himself at a loss. To think that after years, Yanyun had returned to normal, how could he not be shocked? It was utterly shattering to his worldview. Upon revealing Yanyun's identity, the Skeleton King displayed a look of excitement, sensing his moment of glory approaching. But Pang Julong's eyes widened in disbelief. Yanyun chuckled bitterly. Since my identity has been unveiled, I shall lay my cards on the table. Indeed, I am Yin San Gongzi, Yanyun, the simpleton of the noble family. Heavens! How did you recover? Bien Tua, his worldview shattered, stammered. Yanyun's expression turned somber. The changes at the Duke's estate left me utterly heartbroken, as if struck by lightning. After a night of unconsciousness, my damaged neural pathways seemed to have been restored. Unbelievable. Bien Tua could hardly fathom it. Does the one in the palace know of young Master Yan's recovery? Bien Tua asked a rather futile question. Is that not a redundant inquiry? If the emperor were aware, would young Master Yan still be alive to stand here? The Skeleton King retorted, unable to suppress his frustration. Bien Tua took no offense, replying indeed. If word of young Master Yan's return to normalcy reaches the emperor, the consequences would be dire. Young Master Yan, who else knows of your recovery? Such information must not leak. If it does, decisive actions will surely be taken in the palace. We must guard against any potential threats. Speak now. If anyone is untrustworthy, I shall deal with them. The Skeleton King said, hands clasped in anticipation. Yanyun shook his head. Aside from the exiled team, only the three of you are aware. Can the exiled team be fully trusted? If there is any unreliability, I will take action immediately. The Skeleton King mimicked a throat-cutting gesture, his eyes fierce and resolute. Devoid of mercy, Yanyun sighed. As it stands, they are all loyal and have not shown any signs of betrayal. What of Zhengba? Is he reliable? Does he harbor any ill intentions toward young Master Yin? The Skeleton King inquired. Zhengba? Yanyun shook his head. I shall bring him into my fold to serve me. At present, he does not appear to harbor any resentment. That is acceptable. The Skeleton King nodded slightly, then added, Oh, rest assured, my son. Starting today, Julong will be by your side, ensuring your safety. He shall serve as your foremost guardian. Julong is willing to serve young Master Yin closely and become a sharp weapon at your command. Pang Julong hurriedly affirmed. Foolish son. It's time to change your address. You should call him Master. The Skeleton King chastised, exasperation evident in his voice as he patted his son's head. Yes. Julong pays his respects to the Master. Willing to fight for the Master on the battlefield, to clear the world of foes. I pledge my life. Regardless of the outcome. Pang Julong immediately knelt, both hands clasped in a show of loyalty. Oh dear. My foolish son, you must consider life and death. If you perish, how will you protect young Master Yin? The Skeleton King lamented, his disappointment palpable. Yanyun laughed heartily. Enough. Let us not speak of life and death in my presence. While the future remains distant, I cannot do without the support of my brothers. It is an immense honor to have you serve me. Given time, should I rise to prominence, you shall all be my loyal ministers, elevated to positions of nobility. Ha! The Skeleton King bellowed with laughter. Sighing deeply, Bien Tua stroked his beard and remarked, It seems I shall be unable to leave the skeleton village in the near future. Then stay here obediently and do not wander. Of course, if you wish to serve young Master Yin, I will provide you with fine food and drink, including for your family. But if you become restless, do not blame me for my lack of hospitality. Young Master Yan's identity is something only we father and son, and the dead, would choose to conceal. The Skeleton King narrowed his eyes. Very well. Although I do not know if young Master Yin will regard me in my twilight years to express my gratitude for the Duke's past kindness, I shall establish a medical class here to train disciples diligently in preparation for future battles. I hope the Skeleton King can select some of the young talents from the village to assist me. Bien Tua bowed respectfully. Bien Tua understood that he must make a declaration. Having revealed Yanyun's identity, he could not afford to delay, otherwise, he would face dire consequences. The Skeleton King would undoubtedly ensure he did not leave the stronghold alive. Currently, the immense dragon's emotions towards its host manifest as emotional values. Ding, Bien Tua is shocked, surprised, incredulous, and astounded, gaining 5 emotional points. Ding, the immense dragon is shocked, surprised, and incredulous, gaining 3 emotional points. An additional 8 emotional points have been harvested. The binding of these 2 individuals by the system signifies their mutual trustworthiness. You old curmudgeon. Previously, when I urged you to diligently nurture the dragon, you, like a stubborn mule, refused to comply. Now that young Master Yin has arrived, your demeanor has drastically changed. Are you perhaps aspiring to become a vassal of the dragon in the future? To be conferred titles and positions? The Skeleton King teased. Bien Tua stroked his beard and chuckled. I am but an old man nearing the end of my days, scarcely able to step into the coffin. What ambition could I still harbor? My concern lies solely in alleviating the suffering of countless soldiers, prompting my compassion. Enough of your convoluted reasoning. If you truly can cultivate a team of healers for young Master Yin, he will undoubtedly appoint you as the chief physician. The Skeleton King exclaimed. Bien Tua shook his head in silence. Yanyun remarked, a medical team is of paramount importance for an army. Should the divine physician Bien Tua succeed in assembling a formidable medical team for me, do not speak of merely being the empire's chief physician. I shall construct a grand estate for you, akin to the residence of the war god, allowing you to enjoy a life of tranquility and prosperity for generations to come. Of course, the same applies to the Skeleton King. With a medical team to support the army, the soldiers' morale will be significantly bolstered, ensuring that, at the very least, they receive immediate treatment when injured, sparing them from suffering and torment. Young Master Yin, please refrain from addressing me as Skeleton King. It feels overly formal. You may call me Peng Bo, or simply Xiao Bo. Names are merely labels, nothing of great consequence. The Skeleton King chuckled foolishly, attempting to lower his posture. He seemed to envision titles and positions beckoning to him. Yanyun responded, then I shall refer to you as Master Peng. This is perfectly acceptable. Oh, by the way, since it is still early, how about I take you to the horse farm? The Skeleton King, recalling his pride in the horse farm, eagerly extended the invitation. Very well, let us go, as I have nothing pressing at the moment. Yanyun was in accord. The skeleton horse farm is nestled deep within the mountain gorge of the village. The terrain is slightly elevated, spanning an expansive area of 5 square kilometers. It boasts a gathering of thousands of fine steeds. Under the guidance of the Skeleton King, Yanyun and the immense dragon arrived at the horse farm. Due to his advanced age, Bien Tua did not accompany them. Young Master Yin, you previously made a wager with the dragon. We shall not discuss that now. From today onwards, this shall be your private horse farm. Choose any steed that catches your fancy. The Skeleton King declared with enthusiasm. Chapter 101, Heroes and Divine Steeds. Yanyun replied, I already possess the MOU lion. I will not change mounts in the short term. If possible, let Zheng Ba and several of the officers, along with a few ladies, each select a warhorse. No problem. The Skeleton King readily agreed. Oh, speaking of Zheng Ba, there is indeed a hidden divine steed within this horse farm. I observe that Zheng Ba is immensely powerful yet lacks a divine steed. If he were to acquire one, his combat efficacy would increase dramatically. However, whether Zheng Ba can tame the divine steed depends on fate. Upon hearing this, Yanyun's eyes gleamed with interest. The Skeleton King spoke truthfully. Zheng Ba indeed lacks a divine steed. If he were to possess one, his combat prowess would soar, perhaps even rivaling my own. Divine weapons and divine steeds are the quintessential companions of unparalleled warriors. Zheng Ba possesses the potential of an exceptional general, armed with a formidable 8-foot spear. Yet he lacks a magnificent steed. This is undoubtedly Zheng Ba's shortcoming. With a divine steed, he would most likely not falter against Ning Tao Tai. A 60 chance of overcoming the immense dragon, and a 40 chance of besting Yanyun. His combat experience is exceedingly rich. Dragon, Please return to the skeleton courtyard and inform the ladies and officers to all come to the horse farm. Additionally, alert Uncle Lu to set aside his current duties and come to the horse farm to oversee the arrangements. The skeleton king instructed his son. Understood. The immense dragon swiftly departed. It seems Uncle Lu is the capable official, Yanyun inquired. The skeleton king sighed. Lu Changyuan has been managing the skeleton village for over a decade. Previously, he was the lord of Thunderfire City, overseeing a city and its populace. However, due to the treachery within the court, Lu Changyuan's forthright nature led to a clash with Prime Minister Li Rue. Li Rue sought to punish Lu Changyuan, who, feeling aggrieved, fled with his family to join me at the skeleton village. He is both wise and brave, his combat strength on par with mine. Under his governance, the skeleton village has flourished and prospered. The development of animal husbandry was his initiative. He has expanded our population from a mere 300 to 6,000. His arrival has been nothing short of a boon for the skeleton village. The skeleton king rambled on. Yanyun smiled. It seems Master Pang's background is quite remarkable. Haha. The skeleton king laughed heartily. He and Lu Changyuan were former colleagues, both lords of cities, hailing from Jiahai City. His choice to abandon the city and become an outlaw stemmed from certain issues within the court. Though the skeleton king did not elaborate, the bittersweet smile in his eyes led Yanyun to surmise the truth. The two conversed amiably, and the atmosphere was quite harmonious. Before long, the immense dragon returned with the officers, the ladies, and Lu Changyuan, arriving at the horse farm. Upon seeing Yanyun and the skeleton king, Lu Changyuan clasped his fists and slightly bowed. He was still unaware of Yanyun's true identity. Yanyun reciprocated the gesture. The skeleton king, hands clasped behind his back, addressed Zheng Ba, Captain Zheng, skeleton village lord. Zheng Ba greeted politely. In yesterday's battle, your steed was weak and feeble, leading to your defeat. However, within this horse farm lies a hidden divine steed. If you can find it and claim it as your own, it shall be yours from now on. The skeleton king declared cheerfully. Upon hearing divine steed, Zheng Ba's eyes sparkled with excitement. Is this truth or a mere fabrication? Zheng Ba steadied his surging emotions and asked with composure. This horse farm now belongs to my lord. Do you believe my words to be false? The immense dragon smiled and replied. Your lord? Zheng Ba furrowed his brow, instinctively casting a glance at Yanyun. However, he found Yanyun's expression calm. Hands clasped behind his back, unperturbed. Beside him, Qin Wei and the others, along with the ladies, all wore expressions of astonishment. They could hardly fathom that Yanyun had already brought the immense dragon under his command. The faces of the ladies flushed with excitement and joy. This news was undoubtedly monumental for them. They had witnessed the immense dragon's prowess, which had bested Zheng Ba and held its ground against Yanyun, a force to be reckoned with. Although ultimately defeated, it remained a valiant warrior. Such individuals were sorely needed in their midst, as their presence would enhance their safety in the wilds. Lu Changyuan stroked his beard, seemingly having anticipated this outcome. Ding! Zheng Ba is shocked, surprised, perplexed, and exhilarated, gaining 4 emotional points. Ding! The eldest lady is surprised, ecstatic, thrilled, and excited, gaining 4 emotional points. Another round of emotional points harvested, totaling 68. Yanyun's emotional points have now accumulated to 940. To date, the system has yet to upgrade. He has not utilized his emotional points even once. There is currently no need to squander them. The rare treasures within are plentiful, and saving them for exchange would be far more beneficial. Zheng Ba said little, directing his attention to the horse farm. Before him lay a vast expanse, filled with galloping steeds. In his view, magnificent and powerful horses reared their heads, standing proud. Among them were even newborn foals, seemingly startled and scampering about. Zheng Ba walked along the stables, seemingly searching for the hidden rare divine steed. Such rare steeds are not easily encountered and cannot be sought after. They require fate. With each step Zheng Ba took forward, Yanyun and the others followed closely behind. A crowd gathered around the stable, seemingly eager to discover the hidden divine steed within. These magnificent horses, under the tutelage of the Skeleton King, exhibited formidable prowess. Though they may not possess the qualities of a true divine steed, they surpassed ordinary war horses in might. The Skeleton King proclaimed, once Captain Zheng Ba locates his beloved steed, you all should seek a war horse as well. They serve as excellent mounts. My steeds are far superior to regular war horses. In battle, they shall show no fear. The ladies rejoiced, their faces alight with hope. Captain Zheng Ba's gaze was sharp and focused, intently observing the movements of every noble steed within the stable. Due to the sheer number of horses, he needed to scrutinize carefully, his eyes piercing with determination. This rare divine steed had been unruly since its youth, disregarding all, even my son, the dragon, had failed to tame it. If Captain Zheng Ba were to succeed, it would surely enhance our strength on the battlefield, like a tiger gaining wings. Or a fish finding water. The Skeleton King elaborated. Indeed, Lu Changyuan concurred. This horse has been alive for 4 years. It rivals the daylight fire dragon, fierce and proud. Enough said. I have already found it. Zheng Ba squinted. Oh, so soon? The Skeleton King expressed surprise, matched by Lu Changyuan's astonishment. The two exchanged glances and continued searching through the herd, eventually spotting the proud behemoth. Chapter 102. The Divine Steed, Yellow Patches, Handsome. Their eyes brightened, silently admiring Zheng Ba's eye for horses. It seems Captain Zheng Ba shares a remarkable bond with this creature. Yanyun remarked. This beast. Its powerful limbs and physique are comparable to other warhorses, are they not? Zheng Ba inquired. Indeed, the Skeleton King affirmed. It has a rather unsightly head, with eyes like copper bells. Zheng Ba continued. Impressive. Lu Changyuan praised. Its temperament is aloof, disdainful of mingling with other horses. Zheng Ba added. Ha! The Skeleton King could not help but laugh. Indeed, you have described it perfectly. With a sigh, the Skeleton King continued. Alas, the reason for its unsightly head is due to my oversight. When it was born, no one was present, and its mother perished during a difficult birth. Its head was thus marred by the water gate. I thought it would not survive, yet it defied the odds, emerging as an extraordinary divine steed. It seems every divine steed has its own unique story, Yanyun observed. Regardless of its appearance, from this day forth, it shall be mine. I wanted to accompany me into battle, to achieve great deeds. Zheng Ba's stubbornness surfaced. He had indeed recognized the potential of this creature, having learned the art of horse appraisal from an old man during a transport of exiles. The more unique and independent the horse, the more it signified its exceptional nature. Its proud disposition kept it aloof from its peers. With that, Zheng Ba nimbly vaulted over the fence and entered the pen. The other noble steeds, upon witnessing his entrance, galloped away with powerful strides. Only the unsightly divine steed stood firm, like a mountain, unwavering. Zheng Ba was overjoyed. This was not submission, but rather a demonstration of fearless resolve. Such a steed, once on the battlefield, would embody true bravery in the face of conflict. With steady steps, he approached the unsightly divine steed. It seemed to sense the unusual nature of Zheng Ba. It huffed, its gaze fixed intently on him, just as everyone anticipated its escape. It charged forward with powerful strides towards Zheng Ba. Come on, Zheng Ba exclaimed, laughter escaping him. I've been waiting for you. Whoosh. Just as the unsightly divine steed was about to collide with him, Zheng Ba deftly pivoted, narrowly evading the impact. Seizing the moment, he clasped the steed's neck. And with a powerful push of his legs, he managed to mount it. Without reins or saddle, taming such a magnificent creature was an arduous task indeed. As expected, the unsightly steed bucked violently, and Zheng Ba was thrown off. Prepared for such an outcome, he executed a roll and stood effortlessly. The unsightly steed did not flee. Instead, it abruptly turned and charged at him once more. Zheng Ba laughed heartily, thumping his chest. Come on. Today, I shall conquer you, or I shall become your mount. The unsightly divine steed let out a piercing neigh, charging towards him with fierce determination. Zheng Ba's blood surged, his innate stubbornness igniting. He rooted his legs firmly, hands resting on his thighs, his eyes sharp as a hawk, fixated on the steed's every movement. As the unsightly steed approached again, Zheng Ba leaped, grasping its neck once more. Having learned from his previous experience, he was now steadier. Clinging tightly, he resisted the steed's wild thrashing and leaping. Zheng Ba refrained from using force. He relied solely on his willpower to tame the creature. He sought not to inflict pain but to conquer it with gentleness. After several attempts, the unsightly steed finally relented, ceasing its struggle and nudging Zheng Ba affectionately, a clear sign of submission. The Skeleton King, Lu Changyuan, and the mighty dragon were all astounded by Zheng Ba's gentle approach. Previously, they had resorted to force, yet this steed had remained unyielding. They had never encountered such a temperament before. The Skeleton King sighed. It appears, none of us are its true master. This creature's preference for gentleness is indeed unique. After years of horse training, I have never encountered such a temperament. As Zheng Ba mounted the unsightly divine steed, it no longer bucked him off, but instead galloped around the expansive arena, as if proclaiming to its peers, "Look, I have found a master who understands me." Zheng Ba's heart swelled with joy, an overwhelming sense of elation coursing through him. He finally possessed his own divine steed, no longer needing to ride on inferior horses and suffer the humiliation of a rough journey. After a spirited run, the unsightly divine steed leaped over the fence, presenting itself proudly before the onlookers, exuding an aura of untamed strength. Its yellow coat and mane, reminiscent of a lion's, were thick and majestic. Let us name it. The Skeleton King chuckled. Zheng Ba dismounted, gently caressing the horse's face, though its exterior may be somewhat unsightly in my heart. It is the most handsome steed in the entire stable. I shall call it Yellow Patches, handsome. Yellow Patches, handsome? The Skeleton King felt a twinge of embarrassment at the name. The mighty dragon snorted, Captain Zheng Ba, your naming skills leave much to be desired. Yanyun laughed heartily. I have a splendid name. What name? The crowd turned to him. With hands clasped behind his back, Yanyun surveyed the vast stable and declared, as Captain Zheng Ba said, while its appearance may be lacking, it is indeed the most handsome warhorse here. While handsome may be awkward, how about handsome lad? From this day forth, it shall be known as Yellow Patches, handsome lad. Yellow Patches, handsome lad? How delightful. It rolls off the tongue and carries a unique charm. The mighty dragon's eyes sparkled with admiration. Yellow Patches, handsome lad. A splendid name. It is catchy and highlights its uniqueness. The Skeleton King praised. Chapter 103. The Resolute Old Steward. Unparalleled. Zheng Ba couldn't help but exclaim, what a splendid name. There's no name more melodious than this. Laughter erupted among the crowd. The Skeleton King stepped forward and gently caressed the cheek of the handsome yellow foal. Remarkably, the foal did not shy away, allowing the touch. From this day forth, you no longer belong here. Yet regardless of circumstances, this place will eternally be your birthplace and nurturing ground. The Skeleton King seemed to offer a final confession. The noble steed, regarded as a divine horse, was most perceptive, and it affectionately nudged the Skeleton King with its head, as if bidding farewell. Though it had not been tamed by the Skeleton King, it had been raised by him, and thus held profound feelings for its first master, the Skeleton King. Witnessing the foal's reaction, laughed heartily, his eyes gleaming with satisfaction. Subsequently, the ladies and guards each chose a steed. Unlike the fiery temperament of the yellow foal, these horses had been trained solely by the Skeleton King. At the moment of their departure from the circle, all the steeds donned their bits and bridle. Even the yellow foal was fitted with a bit. In the grand estate of Earth City, the war god's residence, Wei Xiong and Guo Shaoqi exited through a secret passage from the mansion, arriving at a lavish manor outside the blazing Sun City. The manor was well prepared with ample carriages, war horses, gold, silver, and provisions. Wei Xiong and his companions boarded a carriage with 2 war horses, taking a small amount of gold and food as they departed the manor under the cover of night. Before leaving, they left behind several war horses, a carriage, gold, silver, and provisions for Guoheng to escape through the secret passage. Little did they know, that very night, Guoheng would perish unexpectedly in the mansion's prison. They traveled tirelessly for 2 days, finally reaching the gates of Earth City, the war god's residence. The gates stood wide open, guarded by 2 sentinels. Guo Shaoqi rode forth on his war horse, announcing his father's name, prompting one of the sentinels to rush inside to inform Exile I. Coincidentally, the old steward was preparing to leave the residence. Upon hearing that someone from the blazing Sun City had come to visit, he instinctively thought of the 3rd wife of the Duke of the Protectorate, Guoyaran, Guoheng's daughter, married to the 2nd young master, Yanlei. Conversely, Exile I's granddaughter, Zhao Waning, was wed to the eldest young master, Yanfeng. The old steward immediately recognized that the visitor from the blazing Sun City must have urgent matters to report, and without delay, he followed the sentinel to the entrance. I am Guo Shaoqi, the son of Guoheng, the lord of the blazing Sun City. On behalf of my father, I come to pay my respects to General Exile I. Guo Shaoqi stated earnestly. Words are unnecessary, let us enter the residence. The old steward replied succinctly, instructing the 2 guards to allow them inside. Wei Biao and Guo Shaoqi each mounted a war horse and entered first, followed by the carriage, which entered slowly thereafter. Once inside, the old steward ordered the guards to close the gates, and, to the astonishment of Wei Biao, Guo Shaoqi, and Wei Xiong's family, he swiftly drew his sword and dispatched the 2 guards. Everyone was taken aback by this sudden turn of events. The old steward, after eliminating the guards, calmly said, your arrival must remain confidential. No one must be informed to avoid unnecessary troubles. There is a dry well in the backyard. You shall take care of these 2 corpses. Having said that, the old steward instructed Wei Xiong and the others to wait in place while he went inside to inform Exile I. The decisive actions of the old steward left everyone in awe, showcasing a person of great resolve and ruthlessness. Guo Shaoqi, impressed by the old steward's methods, remarked with a hint of melancholy, if only I possessed such ability, we would not have to flee in such a disheveled state. Wei Xiong consoled him. You are all still young, and your experiences are few. As you encounter more, you will understand that kindness does not lead to command, and benevolence does not achieve success. At times, only a ruthless heart can break the vicious cycle. Guo Shaoqi nodded in agreement, and Wei Biao shared the sentiment. Upon learning of the visitor from the blazing Sun City, Zhao Lai hurriedly made his way to the front courtyard. Guo Xiaoqi and Wei Quangbiao were dealing with the bodies, while Wei Xiong's family disembarked from the carriage. Seeing Zhao Lai approaching from the backyard, Wei Xiong was overwhelmed with excitement, clasping his hands together and kneeling on one knee. I am Wei Xiong, the commander of the Tiger Roaring Cavalry. I pay my respects to General Zhao. Zhao Lai was unfamiliar with Wei Xiong and had not heard of his name, only recognizing that they hailed from the Blazing Sun City. A few minutes later, with Zhao Lai and the old steward's introductions, Wei Xiong's family was settled comfortably in a spacious dwelling. Wei Xiong, Guo Xiaoqi, and Wei Quangbiao, under the guidance of the old steward, proceeded to the backyard of the war god's residence. Zhao Lai instructed someone to brew tea, while Wei Xiong presented Guo Hang's handwritten letter for Zhao Lai to review. Zhao Lai's demeanor remained steady as he opened the cloth, but upon reading the contents, he trembled violently, asking in a quivering tone, "Is this true?" Wei Xiong nodded affirmatively. The old steward, unaware of the letter's contents, perceived Zhao Lai's joy and understood that something significant was afoot. "Wonderful, simply wonderful," Zhao Lai exclaimed, his body shaking with emotion, tears welling in his eyes. Who would have thought? Who would have thought that the third young master of Yen has been feigning ignorance all along? Haraha. I once believed that the Yen lineage in the northern Yen would meet its demise in this generation. Who would have imagined? This third young master is truly adept at concealment. Haraha. Ha. Yen Nandu. Li Rue. Luo Zhengfeng, thinking they are orchestrating a grand scheme, remain oblivious to the fact that the third young master of Yen, this sixth brother, possesses remarkable patience. The old steward finally grasped the meaning of the letter. Sighing, Zhao Lai seemed to recall something and couldn't help but exclaim, "Since Lord Guoheng has sent you to the war goddess residence, it is likely that he is in grave danger." Guo Xiaoqi's eyes widened with anxiety upon hearing this. Li Rue is not to be trifled with. That fellow bears grudges and will not easily spare Guoheng. Zhao Lai replied coldly, "Does that mean my father is in danger?" Guo Xiaoqi sprang to his feet. "Please sit down. 2 days have passed, and based on my understanding of Li Rue, Guoheng has likely met his end." Zhao Lai shook his head with a heavy sigh. "Ah, father." Guo Xiaoqi wept bitterly, consumed by grief and fury. "Do not dwell in sorrow. Once he arranged for your departure, he was prepared to face death." Zhao Lai comforted him. "That accursed Li Rue. I shall personally take his head in retribution for Guoheng," Wei Xiong declared, his fists clenched in righteous anger. "I will eradicate his entire family. Let them be extinguished from existence. And that treacherous Luo Zhengfeng." Guo Xiaoqi cursed vehemently. Amidst the discussions of vengeance, Zhao Lai delivered a statement that left all present bewildered. "Since my departure, Li Rue has risen to power. Many lords across various regions have abandoned their posts. From that moment, I knew that the fortunes of the Yen nation in the southern Yen began to decline. Now, even his own kin have fallen victim to his machinations. Within 5 years, the southern Yen will inevitably abdicate." The crowd exchanged glances, their expressions revealing a glimmer of hope. While such words might have cost another their life, when spoken by Zhao Lai, the implications were entirely different. "Wei Xiong, you were once a 1,000-man commander under the northern Yen, correct?" Zhao Lai inquired suddenly. Wei Xiong hastily clasped his hands. "Indeed. I was the commander of the Tiger Roaring Cavalry. Recently, I sustained serious injuries and returned home to recuperate. The reason our family could accompany Guo Xiaoqi to seek refuge with the esteemed general is because..." Wei Xiong recounted the events that transpired in his household to Zhao Lai. "So you have encountered Waning? How has she fared on this journey?" Zhao Lai's eyes filled with concern at the mention of his beloved granddaughter. "Lady Waning is safe, with the third young master of Yen accompanying them. They will reach the wilderness without incident," Wei Xiong reassured. Zhao Lai let out a slight sigh of relief, then suddenly turned his gaze towards Wei Quangbiao and inquired, "What is your name?" "General Zhao, my name is Wei Quangbiao. Wei Xiong is my father." Wei Quangbiao quickly clasped his fists and replied. His words were succinct, and his stature was remarkable, a fine material indeed. Zhao Lai couldn't help but praise him. "You flatter me, old general." Wei Quangbiao's heart soared with joy. Zhao Lai then glanced at Guo Xiaoqi and couldn't resist exclaiming, "You possess the commanding demeanor of your father. You are indeed a gem that can be polished." Guo Xiaoqi remained absorbed in the sorrow for his father, oblivious to the meaning behind Zhao Lai's words. Zhao Lai stroked his beard and sighed. "I have been retired for many years and am no longer versed in military affairs. The last time I took in a disciple was 30 years ago. I thought an ordinary life would soon return to dust, yet unexpectedly, before my demise, I could still achieve remarkable feats." Upon hearing this, Wei Xiong seemed to grasp the implications, his body trembling, disbelief flickering in his eyes. Yuan Beidu. Though we are separated by heaven and earth, our bond remains. Today, I shall grant your son an opportunity. May he one day bear the banner, avenge your grievances, and establish your legacy in the north. Exile I gazed at the vast starry sky, speaking as if no one were present. The others present were left dumbfounded, trembling in awe. Xiaoqi, Kuangbiao. Do you both wish to become generals commanding 100,000 troops? Exile I's expression turned serious, his tone grave. I am willing. Upon hearing this, Xiaoqi understood that Exile I intended to impart the art of commanding soldiers to them, and hastily responded. I am willing too. I am willing. Wei Kuangbiao exclaimed with joy, kneeling on the ground without waiting for his father to chastise him. Seeing Wei Kuangbiao kneel, Xiaoqi quickly followed suit, his eyes gleaming with eagerness. The esteemed figure before them was none other than the former Grand General of the Empire, and the current Grand General of Yuan Beidu's Minor. Even the present Piaoqi General, Luo Zhenfeng, learned the art of command from him. Though they had not directly studied under him, they were still considered Exile I's disciples. Now that Exile I intended to accept them as his students, how could they not be excited? How could they not be thrilled? How could they not be overjoyed? It felt as if a pie had fallen from the heavens. Even Wei Xiong displayed a look of excitement. Mastering the art of command would bring the hope of becoming a general. This was not merely a fierce warrior charging into battle. While fierce warriors were indeed important, those who could strategize and dictate victory from afar were the true commanders. Just like Exile I, whose mere gesture could change the tides of fate and shape history. Excellent. Exile I's expression revealed satisfaction. From today onward, I shall impart to you the ways of governing troops, the strategies of command, the art of tactics, and the methods to confront the enemy. As long as you diligently study, there will be a place for you among the future guardians of the nation. But fate will take its course. Everything depends on your character and awareness. Thank you, General. It is time to address you properly. Thank you, Master, for your teachings. I, your student, shall listen attentively to your guidance and adhere strictly to your words. Xiaoqi spoke with sincerity, bowing deeply in gratitude. Wei Kuangbiao, unfamiliar with such formalities, hurriedly echoed Xiaoqi's words, then bowed repeatedly in heartfelt thanks. Wei Xiong, overwhelmed with excitement, could hardly contain himself. From that moment on, the two future commanders under Yanyun, under Exile I's comprehensive instruction, displayed a brilliance that set them apart from the masses. Exile I had quietly begun to pave the way for Yanyun. In truth, as Exile I noted, both Xiaoqi and Wei Kuangbiao were remarkable talents, capable of great things. Both also came from distinguished military lineages. Given time, they would surely soar to greatness. In the royal gardens of Yanhuang City, Yan Nandu strolled with a slow, frail gait, accompanied by Steward Shi and numerous palace maids and attendants, enjoying the blooming flowers. Steward Shi, do we have any news regarding the exiled individuals? It has been over 20 days since their banishment. I wonder where they have reached. Has anyone interfered along the way? Yan Nandu inquired while walking, hands clasped behind his back. Steward Shi replied with a calm demeanor, the exiled individuals have entered the Yanhuang Great Prairie. What? After more than 20 days, they have only just reached the prairie? Did something happen along the way? Why such a slow pace? Yan Nandu's expression darkened. Your Majesty, the various madams of the public house have grown accustomed to a life of luxury. Naturally, their progress would be quite leisurely. Moreover, there is a foolish son and 2 young maidens among them. Steward Shi wiped the sweat from his brow. Very well. Let them take their time. However, one thing must be treated with caution. Anyone daring to intercept them must report to me without fail. Whoever dares to intercept is openly challenging the imperial authority. They do not regard me highly. Do you understand the gravity of this matter? Yan Nandu asked coldly. Yes. I understand the gravity. Whoever dares to obstruct will certainly be reported to you. Steward Shi hurriedly assured him. For the past few days, Steward Shi had been puzzled. Since the exiled group entered the prairie, his spies had ceased to deliver updates. Just now, when faced with the emperor's inquiry, he had been evasive, fearing to answer directly. His spies were none other than Lu San, who had long been lying in wait by the roadside. Thus the flow of information had been abruptly halted. Chapter 105. Luo Zhenfeng slays his trusted aide in Yanhuang City. At the Piaoqi general's residence, a frail man dressed in black rode a swift horse, speeding through the city until he reached the gates of the Piaoqi general's residence. Upon arrival, the black-clad man dismounted and entered the general's conference hall without obstruction. General Luo, speak slowly about what matters. Luo Zhenfeng casually sipped his tea, unhurried. The black-clad man hesitated for a moment before speaking in a low voice. Gua Hengning refused to yield and died suddenly in the city lord's prison. What about the assassins we dispatched? Luo Zhenfeng asked, his eyes widening. Qin Baining from the Qin family betrayed us midway, aligning with Gua Hong. They all perished in the prison. Xue Xing from the Xue family was already dead by the time I arrived at the city lord's residence. From the wounds, it appears he was slain by Chen by Ning's sword. The black-clad man was none other than Luo Zhengfeng's trusted general Chang Tai, the very one responsible for Gua Heng's demise in prison. It seems we shall not obtain Wei Xiong's head, Luo Zhengfeng muttered, unsatisfied. I have a strategy that could allow you to acquire Wei Xiong's head. Chang Tai spoke quietly. Oh, what plan do you have? Please share, Luo Zhengfeng inquired, intrigued. May I ask, General, has the Prime Minister ever met Wei Xiong in person? Chang Tai asked cautiously. Well, it seems he has not. If he has not met him, then you can simply present any head to the Prime Minister and deceive him. Wouldn't that allow us to successfully complete the mission? Chang Tai proposed. That is indeed a clever idea. However, as he spoke, Luo Zhengfeng frowned. While it may work now, what if Wei Xiong suddenly appears later? Would that not lead the Prime Minister to believe we were deceiving him? If Wei Xiong reemerges, the general can send someone to kill him then, and all will be resolved. Chang Tai suggested, simply guiding Luo Zhengfeng's thoughts. Having been trained as a soldier and having learned a bit about commanding and strategies, Luo Zhengfeng was somewhat out of his depth when it came to conspiracies. After all, no one is perfect. But what if the information leaks and the Prime Minister learns of it? Luo Zhengfeng still had some reservations. This matter is known only to you and me. There is no third party involved. How could it possibly reach the Prime Minister's ears? Chang Tai argued. You make a valid point. If only I know. That would indeed be even better. Before his words had fully left his lips, Luo Zhengfeng suddenly drew his sword and, catching Chang Tai off guard, thrust it into his neck. The sword tip pierced through, chilling him to the core. Chang Tai's expression changed dramatically, his eyes wide with disbelief. In his unwillingness, he pointed at Luo Zhengfeng, his gaze fierce, struggling to utter something. However, Luo Zhengfeng did not grant him the opportunity to speak. The sharp tip of the sword swiftly emerged from his neck. Crimson blood gushed forth, splattering Luo Zhengfeng's attire. Chang Tai could never have anticipated that Luo Zhengfeng, so ruthless and cold-blooded, would strike him down with such ferocity. It was all too late. With a cold smirk, Luo Zhengfeng kicked Chang Tai's body over and, without hesitation, raised his sword to sever Chang Tai's head. Indeed, Luo Zhengfeng intended to present Chang Tai's head as a trophy to Wei Xiong, thereby silencing both Wei Xiong and Chang Tai. It was a perfect resolution. A chilling smile played at the corners of Luo Zhengfeng's mouth. Indeed, his intellect was evolving. His cunning was sharpening. As for Wei Xiong, he would ensure that any whisper of unrest would lead to Wei Xiong's demise. There could be no chance of the news reaching Li Rue's ears. In Yanhuang City, within the Prime Minister's residence, Li Rue, accompanied by two lovely maidens, indulged in a leisurely drink in the courtyard. A trembling servant approached cautiously and whispered, Prime Minister. The undercover agents sent to monitor the exiled team have not reported back for some time. According to other spies, no letters have been found along the roadside. We now seriously suspect that Niu Bian may have defected, or worse, been killed. Fuming, Li Rue retorted, what I require is concrete information, not mere hearsay or rumors. If someone is dead, arrange for a replacement. I want to know the exact whereabouts of the exiled team. Understood. The servant cautiously exited the residence. Just then, Luo Zhengfeng entered, carrying a wooden barrel the size of a human head. General Luo. Ah, your timing is impeccable. A few enchanting maidens have recently arrived at my residence. They are graceful and skilled in dance. Choose 2 or 3 to accompany you tonight. Li Rue generously extended his hand. Luo Zhengfeng chuckled, exchanged some pleasantries with Li Rue, and then whispered, Prime Minister. Good news. Oh, what good news? Upon hearing this, Li Rue perked up, eager for more information. Wei Xiong has been ambushed and executed. His head has been severed. Luo Zhengfeng gestured toward the barrel. Oh, Wei Xiong has been slain? Damn it, this scoundrel dared to obstruct my plans. General Luo, splendid work. Absolutely splendid. Open the barrel and let me see what this fellow looks like. Li Rue praised. After a moment's hesitation, Luo Zhengfeng lifted the lid of the barrel. Inside lay a bloodied head. Li Rue frowned, the familiar visage sparking a memory, though the effects of alcohol clouded his mind. For a fleeting moment, he instinctively concluded that this was indeed Wei Xiong, remembering him as the former captain of the Tiger Hao cavalry, who often frequented Yanhuang City. Well, this is rather underwhelming. I expected something more formidable. This pathetic figure thought he could thwart my ambitions? Truly, he deserves no sympathy. Li Rue exclaimed angrily. Luo Zhengfeng discreetly wiped away a bead of cold sweat and replaced the lid. Additionally, there is more good news. The lord of Liahua City, Gua Heng, has been secretly assassinated and died in prison. Luo Zhengfeng announced. What did you say? Gua Heng is dead? Li Rue was momentarily taken aback before erupting into laughter. Good riddance. This man was seemingly appointed by His Majesty, but in truth, he was merely a puppet of Yanbei City. With Guahang's death, we have eliminated a formidable rival. By the way, did you kill Guahang too? Luo Zhengfeng stammered. Yes, I had someone. Take care of it. In truth, he wanted to say that Guahang had refused to surrender, but he altered his words at the last moment. Haha, this was brilliantly executed. You deserve my commendation. Li Rui gave a thumbs up. With Li Rui's praise, Luo Zhengfeng grinned foolishly. In Leihua City, within the Luo family, one of the 4 great financial clans of the Great Yin Empire, the Luo family had ascended to the pinnacle of wealth, leveraging the influence of Yanbei City. Their financial power rivaled that of entire nations. The Tiger Hao cavalry, under Yanbei City's command, was supported by the Luo family's wealth. As dawn broke, Luo Yaohui, the patriarch of the Luo family, rose early to practice swordplay. At over 50 years of age, Luo Yaohui was in the prime of his life. With a complete family, a stable career, and the strongest backing from Yanbei City, the Luo family's economic growth was soaring. After an intense sword practice, Luo Yaohui paused, drenched in sweat. A beautiful concubine hurriedly handed him a warm towel and a cup of refreshing tea to quench his thirst. Luo Yaohui wiped his brow and drank the tea in one gulp. In the main hall, just as Luo Yaohui sat down to address family business, a cloaked figure on horseback arrived, weary and dust-covered. The household staff attempted to stop him, but the cloaked man, exhausted, fell from his horse, his head drooping as he lost consciousness. In his hand was an envelope marked to Father, personally opened, signed by Bing Shui. The servants, not daring to delay, quickly assisted the cloaked man and took the letter to Luo Yaohui. Patriarch, this arrived from a cloaked figure who has already fainted. He held this letter addressed to you. Signed by Bing Shui. A servant reported, bowing his head. Personal delivery. Bing Shui? Luo Yaohui's expression shifted as he hastily opened the letter, recognizing his precious daughter's elegant handwriting. Inside, the letter contained several lines of writing. Father, the Yin family has been decimated at the border, and our entire family faces exile. This calamity will inevitably impact the Luo family's economy. I urge you to prepare. Boom. Upon reading the letter, Luo Yaohui's heart sank. The Yin family had suffered a massacre, and their family faced exile. For him, this was akin to a bolt from the blue. The Luo family was in a crucial growth phase, and losing the support of Yanbei City would severely undermine their economic stability. Most importantly, his beloved daughter would suffer alongside them. Exile. This was certainly no trivial matter. The reason the Luo family received this letter 25 days after the exile was due to Leihua City's location in the northern frontier of the Great Yin Empire. Over 2,000 kilometers from Yanyun City. A swift horse would take at least 20 days, and even a carrier pigeon would require a good 10 days. Luo Bing Shui, being astute, had written to the family immediately after the Yin family's calamity. She had chosen 2 routes. The first was via carrier pigeon, and the second through family spies. However, the carrier pigeon was intercepted en route, while the spies arrived but delivered the letter only 25 days later. Luo Yaohui's face darkened. The letter contained no details about the place of exile, as Luo Bing Shui herself was unaware of the specific location. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, he quickly convened a meeting with his brothers to discuss the next steps. After deliberation, they all agreed to abandon the idea of rescuing Luo Bing Shui and instead focus on strategizing once they reached the exile location. However, this was the consensus among the family's high-ranking members, and Luo Yaohui would not abide by it. Luo Bing Shui was his beloved daughter, and he knew that these men would not care for her fate. Thus, Luo Yaohui promptly dispatched trusted subordinates to the southern city to gather information about the exile and set ambushes along the way, intent on rescuing Luo Bing Shui. Regarding the family business, the leaders of each city were commanded to exercise caution and vigilance to avoid personal attacks. If necessary, they were advised to withdraw investments and relocate to prevent significant losses. The 4 major financial families have historically experienced cycles of oppression and retaliation, where the weak are bullied by the strong. When the Luo family was on the rise, they leveraged their connections to suppress the economic interests of other families. Now that their support has waned, the Luo family's enterprises are inevitably facing retaliation. Indeed, the following day, a series of distressing reports reached Luo Yaohui's ears. The Luo family's businesses across various cities were besieged by rival families. Some shops were robbed, while staff were brutally attacked in the streets, and some establishments were even set ablaze. The total losses, both direct and indirect, amounted to hundreds of millions of gold coins. Luo Yaohui was consumed with rage, yet felt utterly powerless. Such unscrupulous acts were not unfamiliar to his family, as they had engaged in similar malpractices in the past, though not directly orchestrated by the higher-ups. They were certainly aware of the petty crimes committed by their subordinates. For the sake of the family's prosperity, they had chosen to turn a blind eye. For 3 days, Yanyun and his companions remained at Skeleton Village before embarking toward the wilds. Before their departure, all exiles and officials were provided with their own mounts, including the 5 maidservants, who were each equipped with exceptional steeds. The Skeleton King even arranged for 5 fine horses to carry fresh water and food to ensure that no one would go hungry or thirsty on the journey. The women were also given 2 sets of changeable clothing, a rare boon for the wives during their exile. Zheng Ba and his companions feigned ignorance, as if unaware of the generosity bestowed upon them. Zhao Wu opted to stay behind at Skeleton Village, captivated by the art of medicine. Upon learning that Bian Tua would remain to establish a medical school, he eagerly sought to learn from him. Bian Tua, the progenitor of medicine, was an idol for Zhao Wu, who recognized the rarity of such an opportunity and humbly requested Zheng Ba to allow him to stay and study medicine. Though reluctant, Zheng Ba ultimately permitted Zhao Wu to remain, knowing that the exiles would lack medical expertise without him. Zhao Wu possessed a unique talent for medicine, adeptly assimilating and applying Bian Tua's teachings. Bian Tua appreciated Zhao Wu's diligence and accepted him as a disciple. Before departing, Zhao Wu earnestly vowed, "When I return, I shall serve you once more." Zhao Wu was nurtured by Zheng Ba, who had financially supported his medical education. Fortunately, the addition of Pang Julong to the Exile team brought their number back to 4. Given Pang Julong's unique status, Zheng Ba proposed that he temporarily join the team as the deputy captain of the officials. Regardless, the Exile team had officially begun to extricate themselves from their previous suffering. They were now only a carriage ride away from escaping the Yinhuang Prairie, still over 50 kilometers ahead, which would take several days on foot. With the formidable steeds, they would be able to traverse the vast grasslands within a day. Before leaving, Yanyun bequeathed 500 million gold coins to the Skeleton King, earmarked for expanding the scale of the horse farm and nurturing war horses. He also left behind 5,000 units of long spears, battle armor, leather boots, steel helmets, long swords, and longbows, each. The Skeleton King was bewildered by the sudden influx of resources, instructed to find a spacious warehouse for the military supplies that Yanyun promised. He was left in shock, as the appearance of gold and equipment was beyond his comprehension. With these provisions, he could immediately organize a cavalry of 5,000 and an equal number of archers, significantly enhancing the military capabilities of his stronghold. He was in awe of Yanyun's mysterious power. Yanyun offered no further explanation, nor did the Skeleton King press for details. He simply understood that this would be the first step in Yanyun's military endeavors. Last night, after entrusting the equipment and gold to the Skeleton King, Yanyun returned to his quarters, where his wives were still awake. Restless, he sat up and inquired, "Which of you writes with the most elegance?" "Seventh Madam," she responded. Hailing from the prestigious Yinhuang Academy and the daughter of its current dean, her calligraphy was both dynamic and grand. The first madam added, "Of course. The second madam's writing is also commendable, though slightly delicate. It is quite legible and pleasing to the eye." Other ladies were capable of writing, but none matched the skill of these 2. "Excellent," Yanyun praised. "Are you planning to write something, uncle?" Seventh Madam Duan Wanxiao asked, intrigued. With hands clasped behind his back, Yanyun paced thoughtfully before solemnly stating, "I require both of you to serve as my scribes and compose 1,000 characters. 1,000 characters? Such a large task?" The second madam was taken aback, realizing the magnitude of the request. In this era of brush writing, producing 1,000 characters was no small feat yet. Yanyun insisted, "These writings are crucial for our future development. They must be completed tonight." "What writings?" The first madam pondered, visibly confused. "The Art of War by Sun Tzu," Yanyun declared plainly. Sun Tzu's Art of War. The wives were unfamiliar with military strategy, but the first madam recognized its significance, as her grandfather was a famed strategist. Indeed, this 1,000-character work encompasses terrain tactics, strategies for confronting enemies, principles of commanding troops, military governance, offensive and defensive strategies, and understanding the hearts of men. Mastering it will allow us to strategize and achieve victory effortlessly. Yanyun spoke with gravity. At this pronouncement, all the wives were left in astonishment, not solely at the essence of the military treatise but also at Yanyun's profound knowledge. They had perceived him as the Navi son of a noble family, who had remained sheltered and rarely engaged with the world since his transformation. Particularly for Shuxin and Hongtao, their understanding of their young master had shifted dramatically during their time together. Now, the young master sought to pen a military text? His eloquence surprised them, as he seemed to possess a new spirit altogether. On the table lay ink, brush, paper, and inkstone, conveniently procured from the Skeleton King, who had no inkling of their purpose. Yanyun was ready to impart the art of war to him. For mastering this text would qualify one to become a great general. The second and seventh madams picked up their brushes, prepared to write. Yanyun, without further ado, began to recite with measured calmness. The art of war is of vital importance to the state, concerning life and death, the path to survival or ruin, and must not be neglected. The commander must possess wisdom, trustworthiness, benevolence, courage, and strictness. The law involves the establishment of order, the administration of officials, and the allocation of resources. Warfare relies on deception. Therefore, one must appear incapable when capable, appear inactive when in motion, seem distant when near, and near when distant. Attack when the enemy is unprepared, strike when they least expect it. Thus, the supreme art of war is to subdue the enemy without fighting. Next is to disrupt alliances, then to engage in battle, and the least favorable is to besiege a city. Hence, there are 5 types of espionage: internal, external, double agents, dead agents, and living agents. When all 5 are employed, none can discern the truth. Yanyun spoke steadily, weaving the wisdom of Sun Tzu into the air. As a distinguished graduate, he not only memorized the art of war, but was also well-versed in the strategies of Giguzi and the 36 stratagems. Due to time constraints, he focused on reciting the main elements of the art of war. Although the ladies present were not well-versed in military strategy, the multitude of intricate terms made them restless. The art of war by Sun Tzu is devoid of any obscure vocabulary. Its discourse is straightforward enough for all the women present to grasp at least 70 to 80%. Coming from distinguished backgrounds, they had all attended private academies. Notably, Madame 7, Duan Ruanxia, was an alumnus of the Yan Huang Academy, and she quickly comprehended the meanings of the terms within the military treatise. Madame 2, with her sharp intellect, felt increasingly agitated as the discourse progressed. The text encompassed aspects such as terrain, warfare, strategic offense, formations, dynamics, strengths and weaknesses, military engagements, marches, the 9 transformations, the 9 terrains, as well as fire attacks and covert strategies. It epitomized the principles of offense and defense. With the command of troops executed with divine precision, mastery of this treatise would suffice for anyone to assume the role of a general on the battlefield, capable of achieving victory from a great distance. As the discussion continued, the 7 ladies gazed at Yanyun with admiration and reverence. Their initial shock and disbelief had dissipated entirely. Particularly, Madame 1, Madame 2, and Madame 3 regarded their young uncle as an almost omnipotent figure. They had come to view Yanyun as a divine presence, utterly captivated by his prowess, both in valor and in cunning. It was hard to fathom that the previous Yanyun had been so naive and foolish. They began to suspect that he had merely feigned ignorance, rather than simply regaining his wits due to the upheaval in the Yin family. With such capabilities, he would undoubtedly surpass his father, as well as his elder and younger brothers. He was the true sage, the genuine talent. As long as Yanyun remained with the Yin family, they were destined for great heights. The one in the palace? He might linger for a while longer, but with Yanyun's current abilities, it was only a matter of time before he would usurp his position and ascend to the highest echelons of power. There was even a possibility that he would unify the entire region and become the singular sovereign of the continent. Chapter 108, Zheng Ba pays homage to the sovereign. Upon this realization, the ladies could no longer remain composed. It was inconceivable that they would leave midway. Even if Yanyun urged them to depart, they would refuse. They wished to remain and witness the birth of this miracle. From this day forth, they would regard Yanyun with newfound respect, tending to him with care, cherishing him as if he were their own, treating him as their man. Even if Yanyun requested their warmth in bed, they would not decline. This was the nature of the continent. When an elder brother perished, the younger brother had the right to inherit his women. This was an undeniable truth. As time pressed on, it was past 2 in the morning when they completed the transcription. This version included Yanyun's annotations. Fearing that the Skeleton King might not comprehend the text, that night, Yanyun gained 55 emotional points, leaving only 5 points until he reached 1,000. Rising early, Yanyun met with the Skeleton King. Upon seeing the art of war, the Skeleton King felt an overwhelming tide of emotions, unable to calm his heart. Although he had lost at the horse racing grounds and his son was now in Yanyun's service, Yanyun had gifted him significantly, hundreds of millions of gold coins, 5,000 sets of weapons and armor, and this very book of Sun Tzu's teachings. It was akin to a monumental fortune. Yanyun urged the Skeleton King to diligently study military strategy with Lu Chuanyuan before he mustered his forces, ensuring that the teachings remained confidential, memorized, and comprehended thoroughly before being destroyed, leaving no copies behind. The previous evening, Madame 2 and Madame 7 had quarreled over a copy. Yanyun had gifted one to the Skeleton King while retaining another for himself. After exiting the Skeleton Fortress, the group traveled along the main road towards Clearwater City. By noon, they paused for a brief rest beneath a grand tree. Zhengba approached Yanyun and remarked, "Young Master Yan, we are merely 20 kilometers from Clearwater City. If all goes well, we should arrive before nightfall." Yanyun reflected, "This journey has been fraught with thorns and obstacles. Yet everyone has persevered." Zhengba seemed to have something to discuss with Yanyun and said, "There is a matter I need to consult with you." "Speak freely." Yanyun replied, "The escorting officers are typically comprised of 10 men. With 6 having perished, including the giant dragon, we are left with only 4. Therefore, we usually recruit additional personnel at the cities we pass to restore our numbers to 10. The more officers we have, the safer the exiles will be. However," Zhengba hesitated before continuing, "our team of exiles is in a rather unique situation. If we add new members, it may expose your identity and capabilities. Hence, I seek your counsel." Zhengba's consideration was astute, as it reflected a perspective that prioritized Yanyun's safety. After some contemplation, Yanyun concluded, "Given the circumstances, we shall not recruit additional personnel. Unidentified individuals with unknown backgrounds could potentially lead to catastrophic consequences if any spies from the court infiltrate our ranks." Zhengba nodded. "I share your thoughts, which is why I brought this matter to your attention." Yanyun then added, "This morning, before departing, I bestowed upon the Skeleton King a monumental fortune." "Oh?" Zhengba inquired with curiosity, though his cleverness prevented him from probing further. "I have also prepared a significant fortune for you, but I am uncertain if you will choose to cherish it. As it stands, the Skeleton King, Yanyun, and the giant dragon have all chosen to value it." Yanyun was subtly guiding Zhengba. Zhengba was no fool. He understood the underlying message. Yanyun sought his stance, and he needed to provide one. While they had maintained a cordial rapport, this was merely a facade of friendship. Yanyun was not in need of such camaraderie. He desired Zhengba's loyalty moving forward. Some matters could be overlooked, yet others required clarity. "Zhengba pays homage to the sovereign. I vow to follow you through fire and water, shedding my blood and offering my life, facing hardships together, in life and death." Zhengba, a forthright individual, immediately knelt on one knee, clasping his fists in homage, presenting his pledge. The onlookers, including the resting giant dragon, the ladies, maids, and officers, were taken aback. Particularly, Qin Wei and Lu Ba stood in stunned silence, bewildered by Zhengba's public declaration of allegiance to Yanyun. To them, Zhengba had already been serving Yanyun. He merely lacked a formal ceremony. Now, the ceremony had been fulfilled. As they stood dumbfounded, thoughts swirled in their minds, contemplating whether they should also pledge loyalty to Yanyun. After all, the captain had already done so. What were they waiting for? "Young Master Yan, do you think I am worthy to serve you?" Lu Ba approached Yanyun, lowering his posture in inquiry. Upon hearing this, Yanyun was momentarily speechless. "I, Qin Wei, am willing to serve the sovereign. I vow to assist in eliminating bandits and clearing any obstacles," Qin Wei declared, dropping to one knee beside Lu Ba. The onlookers were left in astonishment. The giant dragon exclaimed, "What the heck? Is everyone following the trend of allegiance? You two are truly something else." Qin Wei and Lu Ba felt embarrassed. Were it not for their fear of the giant dragon's strength, they likely would have been tempted to retaliate against him. Zhengba has severed the guardian relationship with the host and established a lord-vassal bond. Qin Wei has severed the guardian relationship with the host and established a lord-vassal bond. Lu Ba has severed the guardian relationship with the host and established a lord-vassal bond. 3 notifications echoed in Yanyun's ears, signifying that Zhengba and the others were now entirely his subordinates. Yanyun rose, laughing heartily, and then extended his hand to help Qin Wei and Lu Ba to their feet, saying, "From this day forth, we are all in this together, sharing both fortune and adversity." After a brief pause, he continued, "Since you have all pledged your loyalty to me, I shall ensure that you undergo a transformation. As long as you follow me with unwavering devotion, when I rise again, you shall enjoy the riches and glory that accompany it." With that, Yanyun retrieved the meticulously transcribed Art of War from his sleeve, a compendium that encompassed strategies of terrain, the art of commanding troops, tactics for confronting enemies, military governance, and strategies for offense and defense. As long as you master the essence of military strategy contained herein, you shall all become valiant and astute commanders of armies in the future. You will be capable of vanquishing foes up close and securing victory from afar. Starting today, I shall gradually cultivate your skills. However, each person has their own aspirations, and how much you can comprehend will depend on your own fortune. Of course, I will elucidate any uncertainties you may have. In truth, Yanyun only wishes to impart knowledge to Zhengba and Peng Julong. Since Qin Wei and Lu Ba also serve him, he naturally treats them equally. Who knows, Perhaps these two possess remarkable talent in military command. After all, one cannot judge a person solely by their appearance. Chapter 109. System Upgrade. One cannot judge a person solely by their appearance. Nor can the depths of the sea be measured in dough. Historically, renowned generals have predominantly been cultured leaders. For instance, the likes of Wu Qi from the Warring States, Li Jing of the Tang Dynasty, Han Xian from the Chu Han Contention, Zhou Yu of the Three Kingdoms, and Qin Qingji from the Southern and Northern dynasties. These warriors were all commanders of great armies. Although they did not charge into battle themselves, they excelled in strategizing and ensuring victory from a distance. Heavens! This military treatise, my lord, where did you acquire this? Zheng Ba glanced over it and was instantly awestruck by the strategies within the art of war. Yanyun smiled faintly and inquired, "Tell me, does this military text promise to foster your martial growth?" "Absolutely. This book is indeed miraculous. A mere glance has revealed the essence of army command, military governance, terrain combat, and strategies. This tome is invaluable to us. With it in hand, as long as one possesses a modicum of intellect, they can effortlessly command a region and repel enemies from afar." Zheng Ba's astonishment was boundless, his words laced with admiration and reverence. Ding. Zheng Ba is astonished, surprised, respectful, admiring, incredulous. Emotional value 5 points. Detected that the host's emotional value has accumulated to 1,000 points, breaking through the first threshold, 1,000-point barrier. Congratulations, host. Emotional value system upgraded to intermediate level. New character loyalty feature added. Emotional value collection doubled. New system store opened. Grains, seafood, fruits, snacks, beverages, healthcare, stationery, beauty products, jewelry, intimate items, lingerie, and children's clothing. Reward for the host. 5 instances of spatial transfer, 1 Fong, Tianhuaji. The system has been upgraded. Yanyun's countenance brightened with joy. New character loyalty, along with double emotional value collection, had been introduced. The system store has unveiled numerous templates. Although he had never exchanged for treasures before, it seemed prudent to save emotional value for better rewards. The beauty products, jewelry, and intimate items seemed particularly appealing. Yes, in due time, he could gift his sister-in-laws a few tokens of appreciation. The system upgrade also granted him 5 instances of spatial transfer and a Fong Tianhuaji. Spatial transfer is indeed a remarkable tool, allowing instant travel to previously visited locations. Such items are exceedingly rare, and Yanyun decided to keep them, for as the saying goes, good steel should be used on the blade. Character loyalty. All characters bound to the host will gain loyalty. When loyalty reaches full value, they shall never betray. Negative loyalty indicates enmity. Loyalty below 30 points bears a chance of rebellion. Loyalty above 50 points allows for trust. Ding. Pang Julong is filled with curiosity and anticipation regarding the art of war. Emotional value 4 points. Ding. Qin Wei is curious, eager, enthusiastic. Emotional value 6 points. Ding. Lu Ba is curious, anticipatory. Emotional value 4 points. The emotional values brought by the latter 3 individuals have already begun to double. Yanyun opened the loyalty interface and was greeted by a list of names bound to the system. These names included Zhao Waning, Luo Bingshui, Guo Yiren, Yi Jiaomei, Lu Yan Er, Leng Shishi, Duan Runxia, Yan Shui Er, Yan Qing Er, Lu Shan, the Old Steward, La Mei, Xia Shui, Jiuyu, Xu Xian, Hong Tao, Zheng Ba, Niobi, Lu San, Lu Ba, Qin Wei, Ergo, Zhao Wu, Sun Miao, Cheng Bao the Constable, Song Cheng the Constable, Li Rue, Luo Zhengfeng, Wei Xiong, Wei Yan Ran, Wei Kuang Biao, Peng Bo, Peng Julong, Lu Chong Yuan, Bian Tua, Hua Heng, Hua Shaoqi, and Ning Tao Tiao. A total of 37 individuals were bound. Among the sister-in-laws, the 5th Lady Lu Yun Er and the 7th Lady Duan Runxia boasted a loyalty of 95 points. The 1st Lady Zhao Waning, 2nd Lady Luo Bingshui, 3rd Lady Gua Yiran, 4th Lady Yi Jiaomei, and 6th Lady Leng Shiji had full loyalty. Noticing that the 4th Lady Yi Jiaomei also possessed full loyalty left Yanyun perplexed. It seemed rather normal for her loyalty not to be maxed out. But to have full loyalty was somewhat unusual. Yet, Yanyun could not express his concerns, as full loyalty indicated an unwavering allegiance that would not falter. Yan Shui Er and Yan Qing Er, the Old Steward, Xu Xian, Hong Tao, and Zheng Ba all held 100 points. Qin Wei and Lu Ba had 90 points. Zhao Wu, Niobi, Lu San, Ergo, Li Rue, and Luo Zhengfeng all had negative values. Wei Xiong, Wei Yan Ran, Wei Kuang Biao, Hua Heng, and Guo Shaoqi enjoyed a loyalty of 100 points. Pang Bo and Pang Julong, father and son, also had a loyalty of 100 points. Lu Chong Yuan had 95 points. Zhengba undoubtedly had full loyalty, which endeared him to Yanyun even further. Without the measure of loyalty, he might have remained somewhat cautious around Zhengba, but now, that apprehension has vanished. Yanyun was taken aback by the sudden surge in loyalty from Pang Bo and his son, which exceeded his expectations. The entire Wei family had achieved full loyalty, as had the Guo family. It was evident that the sister-in-laws shared a profound sense of belonging to the Yin household, even in the face of their husband's demise, or with only a lone uncle remaining. Yanyun understood that the loyalty of the sister-in-laws and the families of Guohang, Wei Xiong, and Pang Bo stemmed from their vision of hope for resurgence through him. If he were still a fool, the situation would be drastically different. La Mei, Xiaoshui, and Xiao Yu held 95 points, likely indicating their loyalty was solely to their master. Moreover, among the multitude, the names of all deceased individuals were rendered in a somber gray. The old steward, Niu Bi, Lu San, Ergo, Sun Miao, Cheng Bao, Song Cheng, Ning Taotiao, Guoheng, etc. Guoheng has perished? Yanyun's entire being trembled, and his expression shifted drastically. Guoheng was the father of the third lady Guo Yiren. Goodness, if Guoheng is dead, what of Guo Shaoqi? Yanyun hurriedly glanced at Guo Shaoqi as well as Wei Xiong and Wei Quangbao's names. Thankfully, the names of these four remained illuminated. So, how did Guoheng meet his end? What situation are Guo Shaoqi and Wei Xiong facing now? A wave of concern washed over Yanyun's face. Guoheng was a trusted minister cultivated by his father, and one of his staunch supporters in future endeavors. Guoheng's demise would be akin to severing one of his limbs. Moreover, Guoheng's loyalty had surged to full value upon realizing he was not a fool. To lose such a devoted minister was unfathomable. Yanyun's expression darkened, as if he could wring water from it. Detected a lord-subject relationship between Zhao Lai and the host, successfully binding the emotional system. Ding, Zhao Lai, upon hearing of the host's pretense of ignorance, felt shocked, surprised, incredulous, fervently excited, anticipatory. Emotional value 10 points. Chapter 110, An Introduction to the Art of War. Ding, Wei Xiong, filled with anticipation, eagerness, hope, emotional value 6 points. Ding, Guo Shaoqi, excited, eager, thrilled, anticipatory. Emotional value 8 points. Ding, Wei Quangbiao, excited, eager, thrilled, anticipatory. Emotional value 8 points. Boom. A series of resonant sounds suddenly echoed in Yanyun's mind. His eyes gleamed with unbridled joy. So, after Guoheng's death, Wei Xiong and the others sought refuge in the Earth City, the war god's mansion, pledging allegiance to General Zhao Lai. This was undoubtedly splendid news for him. As long as Wei Xiong and the others were alive, he still had supporters. The events transpiring in the blazing Sun City could not be disclosed to the Third Lady. Should such revelations surface, regardless of belief, the atmosphere would surely be shrouded in gloom. After adjusting his mindset, Yanyun gazed at the art of war in his hands and said, "You four should examine this book one by one. Should you encounter any uncertainties, feel free to inquire. I shall elucidate each point." Zheng San was taken aback. The madam interjected, "The art of war is indeed authored by him. Naturally, he possesses a profound understanding of its principles." Is it possible that the strategies taught in this military treatise differ from those learned at the State Protector's residence regarding troop command, military governance, and enemy engagement? Zheng San presumed that this text was a prior acquisition by Yin Bei, unaware that it was meticulously prepared by Yanyun himself. This revelation was somewhat hard to fathom. Of course, there are distinctions. Madam shook her head. My grandfather possesses a unique talent in troop command and military governance. While he may have drawn inspiration from past victories, the majority stems from his own insights. The art of war is far more detailed than the principles my grandfather has summarized regarding troop command and enemy engagement. Yin Bei was indeed Zhao Lai's chief disciple. However, there are numerous aspects I do not comprehend. For instance, what does it signify when it states that the supreme strategy is to conquer through deception, followed by alliances, then military action, and lastly, siege warfare? Is military referring to soldiers, or something else? Zheng Ba inquired. Yanyun maintained a serene expression as he replied, in this context, military does not merely refer to soldiers, but rather to the methods of warfare. The superior strategy is to achieve victory through cunning. Next is to thwart the enemy via diplomatic means, subsequently, to deploy troops for conquest, and lastly, one might consider laying siege. Should one assault a city impulsively, it will inevitably lead to significant casualties. However, with strategy and diplomacy, it is possible to seize a city without bloodshed. Of course, this is an ideal perspective. Specific military actions must be tailored to the circumstances. One cannot draw absolute conclusions. Studying military strategy indeed broadens one's horizons and enhances one's capabilities. yet it must be applied flexibly and cannot be overly rigid. Yanyun delivered a lengthy discourse. His words flowed succinctly, clearly, and were easily comprehensible to all present, including several sisters-in-law, and even the maid Hong Tao understood them well. Among the 7 sisters-in-law, the most educated was the 7th, Duan Ruanxia. Her father was the president of the Yin Emperor Academy in the Great Yin Empire, where she grew up. Having perused numerous texts, she was a quintessential talented woman. The complex terminology was crystal clear in her mind, with scarcely anything left misunderstood. Upon hearing Yanyun's interpretation, Duan Ruanxia felt as though a tidal wave surged within her. An overwhelming sensation that lingered. Previously, Yanyun had been perceived as a fool, one who could not be more foolish. Yet now, this same fool was imparting military strategy to the assembly and reciting a complete set of tactics. Such knowledge was not easily crafted by just anyone. Even seasoned generals like Exile I might struggle to compose their own military treatises. Duan Ruanxia had been astounded when he wrote the strategies the previous night, and her astonishment had only deepened now. It was not the emergence of the military treatise that shocked her, but rather Yanyun's concealed depth. It seemed her father-in-law had quietly nurtured Yanyun. Otherwise, how could he have achieved such heights? Duan Ruanxia silently marveled. The 7th sister-in-law's expression was complex. Yanyun was truly exceptional. It was one thing to excel in martial arts, but to possess knowledge of troop command and military governance was unexpected. Should he ascend to the throne, he would undoubtedly become a sage ruler of the ages. Conversely, if the individual within the court were to learn of Yanyun's brilliance, they would undoubtedly dispatch troops to eliminate him, for he posed a significant threat. In an instant, Duan Ruanxia envisioned Yanyun seated upon the throne, eagerly anticipating that day. If he were to attain the throne, her own standing would rise. Should she remarry him, her status would be utterly transformed. It had been previously mentioned that there existed an unwritten rule on this continent. When an elder brother perishes, the younger brother has the right to inherit his woman, provided there is mutual affection and no aversion. If either party objects, the equation collapses. Madam. The 7th sister-in-law suddenly turned her gaze toward the madam, her eyes radiating determination. What is it? The madam looked at Duan Ruanxia, perplexed by her intentions. From this day forth, we sisters must unite our efforts to protect our younger uncle. Duan Ruanxia stated firmly. We have always sought ways to safeguard him. The madam did not grasp the 7th sister-in-law's meaning. What I mean is, from now on, anyone who dares to divulge our younger uncle's secrets in private must be decisively dealt with. We cannot leave any potential threats, the 7th sister-in-law declared. Only then did the madam realize the implication. She regarded her sisters-in-law and the maid seriously, nodding slightly. I understand what must be done. However, we sisters are still united. They are aware of Yanyun's extraordinary nature and should not commit such a foolish error. Prevention is better than cure, the 7th sister-in-law reminded. The madam nodded thoughtfully. Ding. 7th sister-in-law, shocked admiration, yearning, anticipation, affection, emotional value 12 points, loyalty 3 points. Ding. 2nd sister-in-law, worried, uneasy, emotional value 4 points. Ding. 3rd sister-in-law, satisfied, delighted, expectant, hopeful, affectionate, emotional value 10 points. Ding. Zhengba, shocked, incredulous, relieved, emotional value 6 points. Ding. Pang Julong, admiration, affection, fervor. Emotional value 6 points. Everyone present contributed their emotional values once more. In this round alone, Yanyun garnered 89 points, with even the 7th sister-in-law's loyalty increasing by 3 points. The group took a moment to regroup before setting off. They aimed to reach Qingshui City before nightfall. Wary of wasting time. Chapter 111. Entering Qingshui City. Along the way, Zheng Ba and Pang Julong continuously pondered the meanings within the text, grasping its military implications. Qin Wei and Lu Ba also closed their eyes, attentively absorbing the essence. Whenever someone found something unclear, they would voice their questions, especially Lu Ba. Like a diligent student, he would inquire about even the slightest uncertainties. Yanyun did not hesitate, sharing his knowledge without reservation. This exchange fostered a deepening fondness for Yanyun in Lu Ba's heart. Lu Ba's loyalty surged by 3 points, reaching 93 points. A score above 80 is considered exceedingly secure. While not unwaveringly loyal, it was certainly on the path towards steadfast loyalty. No further dangers were encountered. The group focused solely on their journey, remaining silent. Yanyun, burdened with thoughts, rode at the back. The madam seemed to sense his change and deliberately slowed her pace to ride alongside him. Young uncle, your complexion seems off. Are you unwell? The madam assumed Yanyun was ill. Yanyun shook his head. I am well. However, there is something I am uncertain whether to share. What do you wish to say? Speak freely. There is no need for hesitation. Here, I am the one who understands you best. The madam opened her heart. nearly expressing her willingness to warm his bed. The third madam's father, Guaheng, has died, Yanyun said slowly, gazing ahead. What did you say? Uncle Guo is dead? The madam gasped, her expression one of disbelief. Yanyun nodded. How do you know? The madam's mind raced with shock. You only need to trust that I am not deceiving you. Furthermore, if I am not mistaken, the news of Uncle Guo's demise has likely reached Qingshui City by now. Therefore, you know what you must do next. Yanyun urged meaningfully. The madam contemplated deeply. She understood the implication of Yanyun's foresight. He feared that Guo Yiren would enter the city and be devastated by the news. Sharing this with her now was to prepare her psychologically, given her position as the madam. I know what to do. The lady raised her chest. As the warhorses galloped, a group of individuals entered the city of Qishui before darkness enveloped the sky. Today marked the 28th day of their exile. They had journeyed through numerous hardships, finally arriving in Qingshui City from the Yan Emperor's city. Once the main force entered the city, the ladies and their maids dismounted to walk. This was to avoid drawing attention. They were all exiles, and if it were to reach the emperor's ears that they were riding warhorses, the consequences would be dire. This arduous journey was no leisurely stroll. It was a punishment, far from a pleasure. Upon entering the city, Zhengba led the group directly to the Lord's mansion. Every group of exiles had to temporarily reside in the Lord's prison upon entering a new city. This was an unwritten rule. As night fell and the lanterns began to glow, the streets of Qishui City remained bustling with activity, teeming with people. It was a city of considerable economic prosperity and population density. Their arrival drew the gaze of all. For news of the incident at the Protectorate Duke's residence had spread across the Empire of Earth. Even in Leihua City, the farthest from Yan Emperor's city, word of the beheadings, confiscations, and exiles had reached them. This sudden turn of events had undoubtedly caught many off guard. Had the Protectorate General betrayed them? This was indeed sensational news. If even the Protectorate General had turned against them, who could the vast empire of Yin trust? In an instant, the populace was filled with unease and trepidation. To them, the Protectorate General was the guardian deity of the entire Yin territory. With the Protectorate General present, no one dared to invade Yin. Now that he had betrayed them, who could possibly safeguard the empire? The common folk were oblivious to the underlying tensions. Yet some high-ranking officials and prominent families had discerned the deeper implications. Undoubtedly, this was a case of overwhelming merit causing alarm to the sovereign. The Protectorate General's influence had grown too great, intertwining the military and civilians in a web of reverence. If this continued, it could very well lead to a power struggle within the palace. One must ask, how could the one within the palace not feel fear? How could decisive measures not be taken? As the crowd of onlookers surrounded them, Yanyun and her companions kept their heads down. To avoid unnecessary trouble, Yanyun maintained her facade of ignorance. Zhengba and his three companions rode ahead, while Yanyun and her group followed closely behind. The townsfolk, hesitant to obstruct the exiled group, parted to clear a wide path. Have you heard? The Lord of Liar Sun City, Guaheng, suddenly died in prison a few days ago. Indeed, also perished was Chun Bin Ning from the Chen family. I heard the third lady of the Protectorate Duke's residence. Guo Yiren is Guaheng's cherished daughter. Alas, the death of Lord Guo must surely be connected to his daughter. Is that not evident? She must have been implicated. It seems none of these young ladies' families can escape unscathed. Indeed, the news of Guaheng's demise had already reached Qingshui City. The murmurs of the townsfolk quickly reached the ears of Yanyun and the ladies. The third lady trembled, her mind going blank. She staggered, nearly collapsing to the ground. Fortunately, Yanyun and the lady were beside her, quickly reaching out to support her. The ladies were visibly shaken. They were unaware of how Guaheng had died. To them, the townsfolk's words seemed to ring true. It was indeed a calamity befalling the Protectorate Duke's residents, implicating their families. If this were the case, then what of their own kin? All the women were filled with anxiety. The lady gazed at Yanyun, her expression one of shock. Though she knew Yanyun would not deceive her, the extent of Yanyun's foresight astonished her once more. She felt that Yanyun was becoming increasingly enigmatic, as if they existed in different dimensions. Under Zhengba's leadership, the group entered the Lord's mansion without hindrance. After Zhengba exchanged pleasantries with the guards, they led everyone toward the prison. The third lady appeared like a living corpse, tears welling in her eyes, her body trembling uncontrollably. Yanyun and the lady supported her, acutely aware of her pain and despair. The brave riders and the Wei family are unharmed. Yanyun whispered softly. How do you know? The third lady asked, her eyes blurred with tears. They went to the war goddess residence. Currently, they are with General Zhao. If you trust me, do not dwell on it further. Yanyun replied in a calm tone, yet beneath it lay an undercurrent of lethal intent. Then who do you think killed him? The third lady asked, her eyes brimming with tears. Chapter 112. The filthy prison. Who else could it be? It must be Luo Zhengfeng and Li Rue. Yanyun stated bluntly. Alas. The third lady sighed. Mother, did grandfather die? Yin Shuer, still young, did not grasp the concept of death. The third lady wiped her tears and said, Grandfather has gone to meet grandmother. Then that is a good thing. Why are you crying? Is it because you are excited? Yin Shuer asked innocently, unabashedly. Indeed. Your mother is certainly crying out of excitement. The lady responded with a smile. Yin Shuer nodded. The third lady wiped her tears once more. The prison was located in the west courtyard of the Lord's mansion. It housed numerous criminals. The air was damp, the light dim. A pungent stench filled the nostrils of all present. In some cells, filth was strewn everywhere, creating an unbearable odor. Large spider webs hung from above, and flies buzzed about. Occasionally, scorpions and other insects wandered within. None of the ladies had ever been to such a filthy place. Not even Yanyun had set foot in such squalor. Zhang Ba's brow furrowed, and Yanyun's expression mirrored his concern. Mother, there are scorpions here. I'm scared. Yin Shuai cried out in distress. Yin Qingou trembled in fear as well. The lady, struggling against the foul smell, nearly choked. Sir, is this environment not a bit lacking? Zhang Ba inquired of a nearby jailer. The jailer sneered, a group of criminals, and you expect to enjoy luxurious treatment? You must have come to the wrong place. Pang Julong shouted. Is this a place for humans? The conditions are simply unacceptable. Damn it. The criminals say nothing, yet you, a mere jailer, dare to act tough? The jailer retorted without hesitation. Enraged, Pang Julong tightened his grip on his spear, ready to strike the jailer. Zhang Ba, fearing the situation would escalate, quickly intervened. Everyone, please wait outside for a moment. I will go speak with the Lord about this. This is certainly not a place for humans. Yanyun had initially intended to endure for a night, but realized that this prison was nothing like what was portrayed on television. Although the prisons on television were also uninhabitable, they were not nearly as filthy as the one before them. The cages here were in a state of utter degradation, with excrement everywhere, maggots writhing, and flies and scorpions crawling about. It resembled a pigsty. Spending a night here would likely result in a violent upheaval of one's stomach. Take this. Yanyun retrieved a large bag of gold coins from her storage space. Zhengba hesitated, but ultimately accepted the coins. Indeed, wherever one went, gold coins were the most effective currency. With money, there was nothing one could not accomplish. The lord of Qingshui City was a short man in his 50s named Chao Minin. He was thin, with pronounced cheekbones, and appeared quite unattractive. This man had served as the lord of Qingshui City for over a decade. Zheng Ba was somewhat familiar with him, having often come to Qingshui City while escorting criminals. However, the criminals he had previously dealt with were not of such high value. He would simply hand them over to the guards and then head to the pleasure house for entertainment. But this time was different. He had to treat them with utmost care, not daring to be careless. Chao Minin was busy dealing with official matters in the hall when he was startled to see Zheng Ba arrive. He quickly smiled and said, "Oh, is it you again? Captain Zhang, escorting exiles this time? We are quite old acquaintances." Lord Chao. Zheng Ba clasped his hands in greeting, speaking respectfully. "Haha, Captain Zhang. Please take a seat. Someone, brew tea and bring water." Chao Minin called out to a nearby maid. Zheng Ba settled down, omitting superfluous formalities. He clasped his hands and declared, "City Lord Chao, you are an exemplary leader, upright, incorruptible, and devoted to your people. I have never before sought your assistance, but this time, I must implore your help." "Oh, has something transpired, Captain Zheng?" Chao Minin inquired, perplexed. Zheng Ba inhaled deeply and responded, "City Lord Chao, you are undoubtedly aware of the identity of those I am escorting." "Indeed, the family of the Duke of Protectorate." Chao Minin nodded thoughtfully. Zheng Ba continued. "The conditions within the prison are excessively harsh, truly unfit for human habitation. Should any misfortune befall these individuals, I would be unable to answer to His Majesty. I beseech you to exercise leniency and provide them with a clean and comfortable abode." Chao Minin furrowed his brow, stating, "Captain Zheng, you are familiar with my principles. As you said, I, Chao Minin, am known for my integrity and unwavering adherence to what is right. Unless you can persuade me otherwise, I shall not deviate from my course." With a resounding thud, Zheng Ba produced a bag from behind, depositing 1,000 gold coins upon the table. Chao Minin appeared momentarily swayed, but ultimately shook his head. "I shall add another 1,000 gold coins." Zheng Ba insisted. "I have stated that I shall not engage in such transgressions," Chao Minin retorted. "Another 1,000." Zheng Ba persisted. "I, Chao Minin, have always maintained a reputation for incorruptibility." Chao Minin began. 5,000 gold coins. Zheng Ba exclaimed. "This is not merely a matter of money." Chao Minin countered. 10,000 gold coins. Zheng Ba declared. "Agreed." Chao Minin proclaimed. waving his hand expansively. Pray, where do you wish them to reside? I leave the arrangements entirely to City Lord Chao. Zhengba replied. Very well. They shall reside in the most opulent inn in Clearwater City, that you shall bear the expenses, Chao Minan decreed, bringing the matter to a decisive conclusion. Agreed, Zhengba affirmed. Guards, Chao Minan called out. By my decree, due to overcrowding in the City Lord's prison, the exile shall be temporarily housed in the Clearwater Inn. No one shall interfere without authorization, under penalty of summary execution. Understood. The guards responded, departing. Chao Minan turned to Zhengba, saying, There, everything is settled. You may proceed to oversee the arrangements. Zhengba placed the gold coins on the table, clasped his hands in farewell, and departed. Yanyun had conveniently provided him with 10,000 gold coins. Outside the prison gates, upon the guard's command, Yanyun and the others were led out of the City Lord's mansion, en route to the Clearwater Inn, the most lavish establishment in the city, secretly owned by Chao Minan himself. Thus, Chao Minan stood to profit doubly, pocketing the bribe money, while simultaneously reaping the rewards of exorbitant lodging fees. This, in part, explained the deplorable conditions of the Clearwater City prison. The Clearwater Inn was situated a mere 200 to 300 meters from the City Lord's mansion. Nestled in the bustling heart of Clearwater City, its clientele typically comprised noble scions and affluent merchants. The inn, boasting 5 stories, served as a prominent landmark in Clearwater City. The luxurious accommodations came at a steep price, with each room costing at least 5,000 gold coins per night, an amount sufficient to sustain an average family of 3 for 2 to 3 years. The exile contingent numbered 14, accompanied by 4 guards. Each room could accommodate 5 individuals. Yanyun had initially desired a room to himself, enticed by the spaciousness, brightness, and the prospect of a hot bath. However, Yan Shuer and Yan Qing'er, clinging to their mother, insisted on sharing a room with Yanyun, yielding to his niece's entreaties. Yanyun, at Zhao Wan's arrangement, shared a room with the 2 young girls, and Zhao Waner, Gua Yiren, grieving the loss of her father, opted to stay with the other ladies. The 4 guards occupied a separate room. Luo Bingxue, Gua Yiren, and Yi Jiaomei shared a room, while Lu Yuner, Lang Shiji, and Duan Run occupied another. Shu Xian and the others were assigned to a different room. By the time the arrangements were finalized, night had fallen. The rooms allocated to the group faced the street. Zhao Waner first bathed Yan Qing'er and Yan Shuer, followed by their 3 small pets. Refreshed, Yan Qing'er and Yan Shuer perched by the window, admiring the nocturnal cityscape below. Though Clearwater City lacked the grandeur of Yin Imperial City, it nonetheless represented the most comfortable and opulent accommodation they had encountered since their exile. The Clearwater Inn lived up to its reputation as a luxurious establishment. Each room was equipped with a wooden tub and a flowing water trough, lacking only the sophistication of modern hotel amenities. Nonetheless, the ingenuity of the locals was evident in their creative adaptations, bringing a semblance of modern convenience to their lives. Yanyun couldn't help but wonder if time travelers had influenced this world. After washing, Yanyun prepared to rest, but Zhengba knocked on the door, announcing that dinner was prepared and that everyone was welcome to dine downstairs. Yan Shuer and Yan Qing'er, ravenous, dashed to the dining hall. Yanyun seized the opportunity to purchase new garments for his sister-in-law from the system store before following them downstairs. Everyone gathered around the table, commencing their meal. Uncle, the third madam began, seemingly emerging from her grief. Is something amiss? Yanyun inquired, turning to face her. Where is the eldest sister? I haven't seen her. She replied, a sense of emptiness pervading her. The eldest madam served as her anchor, while Yanyun was the backbone of the group, around whom everyone revolved. The eldest madam provided emotional support. The eldest sister will be here shortly, Yanyun assured her. Third uncle, sit here. I saved you a seat. Yan Qing'er called out, waving her hand. All right, Yanyun replied, taking a seat beside the 2 young girls, who regarded him as a father figure. As Yanyun sat down, he began devouring his meal with gusto, as if starved. Third uncle, eat slowly. No one is taking your food, Yan Qing'er gently reminded him. There is plenty of food here, and more will be provided when you finish. Yan Shuer laboriously picked up a large piece of beef from her bowl and placed it in Yanyun's bowl, saying, Third uncle, eat the beef. I'll give you my beef, eat slowly. Yanyun, speechless, ignored the 2 young girls and continued to devour his meal. The eldest madam emerged from her room, adorned in the garments Yanyun had purchased for her. She was astounded by the garment's superior design and exquisite craftsmanship, as if tailored specifically for her. The garments not only fit perfectly, but also provided unparalleled comfort. They accentuated her figure while simultaneously exuding an aura of confidence, uplifting her spirits and filling her with contentment. In short, she felt empowered. The eldest madam couldn't help but lament. If such garments had existed earlier, perhaps Yanyun's elder brother, Yin Feng, would not have frequented the outside world so often. Upon donning this attire, her allure was infinitely enhanced, and her inner confidence increased several-fold. Elder sister, why have you only just emerged? A hint of suspicion flickered across Lu Yun'er's face as she observed her elder sister. She sensed a change in her sister's demeanor. There was an added confidence, a certain charm, and an unmistakable femininity. As Lu Yun'er spoke, all the ladies turned their gazes toward Zhao Waning, seemingly searching for the source of the change in the eldest lady. Elder sister, something seems off. Luo Bingshui exclaimed, her eyes widening in disbelief. Can the charm of a single outfit be this profound? The eldest lady feigned anger, rebuking Bingshui. What nonsense are you spouting? Speak carelessly again, and do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. Luo Bingshui chuckled, falling silent. Yet her eyes betrayed an understanding look. After hastily finishing her meal, Yanyun returned to her room in a flurry. Feeling fatigued, she lay on the edge of the bed and drifted into slumber. Following a bout of playful banter, Yin Shuer and Yin Qing'er also grew weary. Yin Shuer extended her small hand, covering the bright lamp with a shade. The light at the Qing Shui Inn was anything but ordinary. It emanated from a rare crystal or known as crystal lampstone. This stone emitted a dazzling radiance year-round, due to its inability to be refined into metal for weaponry. It was solely utilized for illumination in the homes of the affluent. While not as precious as luminous pearls, it certainly surpassed them in brilliance. Every room in the Duke's residence was adorned with this crystal lampstone, a common yet exquisite feature. To extinguish the light at night, one merely needed to cover the lamp, plunging the room into instant darkness. Before long, the two young maids began to emit soft snores. At the entrance of a room on the third floor of the Qing Shui Inn, a man clad in a gray long robe knocked on the door. Enter. The man pushed the door open, revealing a young man in his 20s, possessing a striking and carefree demeanor. This man was none other than the King of Kings. Second young master, the exiled individuals have arrived. They are currently residing upstairs. They've arrived. Just above us? Splendid. I knew they would not encounter trouble on the grasslands. The King of Kings rejoiced. He had entered Qing Shui City the previous night, and in pursuit of the exiled group, his caravan had traveled tirelessly to Yanhuang City. After the cargo transfer, he set off with several trusted aides, braving the dangers of the grasslands. However, he found no trace of the exiled group. Upon reaching Qing Shui City, he learned they had yet to arrive. Anxiety gripped him. Had they fallen prey to wild beasts? Or perhaps captured by bandits? Just as despair began to settle in, he received timely news from his subordinates, greatly alleviating his worries. His feelings for Lu Yun'er ran deep, and now that an opportunity had arisen, he was determined to seize it. Furthermore, Mr. Sun Miao has advised us to refrain from taking action within the city to avoid bringing unnecessary trouble to the family, reminded the man in gray. Understood. I know what to do. The King of Kings inhaled deeply, yearning to rush upstairs and embrace Lu Yun'er. In the early hours of the morning, a woman glided gracefully across the floor of the room adjacent to Yanyun's. In a fleeting moment, she vanished down the hallway. When she reappeared, she had ascended to the attic. There, two figures cloaked in black awaited her, an elderly man and a youth. The elder, hunched and shrouded in a cloak, appeared frail, while the youth, lean yet muscular, had piercing eyes. Miss. The elder greeted her with a deep bow. Ghost uncle, Xiaomo. A smile graced the woman's face upon seeing the familiar figures. You have suffered these past days, miss. Ghost uncle expressed with a hint of pity. The woman shook her head and replied softly, when marrying a rooster, one must crow. When marrying a dog, one must bark. From the moment I entered the Duke's residence, I prepared myself mentally. You possess a commendable mindset. Little do you know that upon learning of the Duke's calamity, the master nearly dispatched someone to Yanhuang City to eliminate Yin Nandu. Ghost uncle's face darkened with anger. The woman smiled wryly and said, Ghost uncle, you didn't come here to discuss this, did you? Ghost uncle chuckled awkwardly. The master sent us to bring you back. Bring me back? Yes. Ghost uncle replied with a forced smile. Let it be. If I wished to return, no one here could stop me. The woman spoke with a calm resolve. Then why do you remain here? Ghost uncle asked, puzzled. I will not return, she asserted firmly. Why not? Ghost uncle was taken aback. There is no why. I have my own reasons for staying. The woman seemed reluctant to elaborate. Please convey a message to the master on my behalf. The Yin family still has hope. Let him prepare funds to forge armor and weapons and acquire warhorses. As for the quantity, the more, the better, provided he still values our relationship. With that, the woman turned and departed without waiting for Ghost Uncle's response. He shook his head helplessly, pondering her words. The Yin family still has hope? Prepare funds, forge weapons, acquire warhorses. Was this a plan for revival? But what was the basis for this revival? Relying on a few powerless young mistresses? Suddenly, Ghost Uncle recalled Yanyun from the group of exiles. Yin-san, the fool? The foolish son of a noble family? How could that be? He found it incomprehensible, yet he discerned that his lady was not jesting. Master, is Sister May truly not returning? Xiaomo asked, puzzled. Ghost Uncle sighed. Perhaps she has her own burdens. The following morning, Yanyun was jolted awake, her eyes resembling those of a panda. The two young maids had rolled around in bed during the night, leaving her to endure an onslaught of unpleasant odors. Yanyun lamented her plight, but was relieved that her suffering had not been in vain, as she entrusted her long-preserved rations to the eldest lady for safekeeping. An hour later, the group was well prepared. Under the organization of Zhengba, they departed from the Qingshui Inn, gathering at the Lord's residence. They were to embark on their next journey to Gangjin City. Upon their arrival, Lord Chao and Min announced that 6 substitute members had been added to the constabulary. Zhengba furrowed his brow. Chao and Min had caught them off guard. Zhengba had confidently stated the day before that no substitute members would be recruited. This arrangement by Chao and Min was a strategic maneuver against Zhengba, and he had no authority to refute it. Typically, the addition of personnel to the constabulary was decided by the captain, with little interference from others. The lord of a city would not concern himself with such trivial matters. Yet now, Chao and Min had intervened. This indicated that the identities of these substitute constables were dubious. Undoubtedly, the positions of Qin Wei and Peng Long as deputy captains had been revoked, with the 2 substitutes assuming their roles. There were 2 individuals. One named Zhou Shan, and the other young New Qin Wei exhibited no emotional fluctuations. The position of vice captain had lost all allure for him. All he needed was to diligently study the art of war by Sun Tzu, and he would one day become a commanding general in his own right. No matter how much authority the vice captain held, it could never compare to that of a general leading troops. Qin Wei was quite capable of discerning the weight of such distinctions. Peng Long would never dare to challenge him. He merely masqueraded as the deputy captain, disguised as a personal guard of Yanyun. After arranging everything, the group mounted their steeds and set forth, riding along the broad avenue towards the outskirts of the city. Captain Zhang, may I inquire whose steed this is? I cannot shake the feeling that this horse is rather extraordinary, Zhou Shan remarked, his gaze immediately catching sight of the black jade lion. Moreover, a long weapon hung from the left side of the black jade lion, measuring 2 meters in length and at least 500 pounds in weight, with a sharp tip that emanated a chilling aura, clearly not an ordinary weapon. Those who could afford such arms were typically fierce warriors. Among the assembled, Zhengba wielded a lengthy spear, while Peng Long brandished a tiger-headed lance. Yet, Lu Ba and Qin Wei possessed no long weapons at all. The steed itself appeared quite remarkable, clearly beyond the capability of an ordinary individual to control. The presence of the hanging halberd only deepened Zhou Shan's confusion. An astute observer, Zhou Shan was filled with curiosity regarding the steed and the weapon. Zhengba calmly replied, "The steed and the weapon naturally belong to their master. In a state of safety, you may as well consider them non-existent. When danger arises, rest assured there will be someone to mount this steed. It would be prudent for Vice Captain Zhou to refrain from further inquiries." Zhou Shan remained perplexed and glanced at the crowd within Yanyun. He then questioned, "Captain Zhang, why do I sense that you are exceedingly courteous towards these exiles? They are all individuals bearing sins. After all, there is no need to place us in such a passive position, is there?" Zhou Shan's doubts were not trivial. Indeed, he sensed something amiss. There must be a reason behind this peculiarity. Zhou Shan's meticulous nature compelled him to inquire further. Zhengba cast a fleeting glance at him and said, "I, Zhengba, am courteous to all, provided they do not infringe upon my interests. Does this non-infringement of interests extend to us as well?" Zhou Shan foolishly queried. Zhengba let out a sinister chuckle. "What do you think? I certainly would not violate your interests. Yesterday, I heard from the city lord that you once killed a fierce tiger with a single punch. You are a hero in my eyes." Zhou Shan expressed with admiration. "Heroes do not dwell on past glories. That is all history now." Zhengba dismissed. The beautiful young ladies from the public office were indeed captivating. Zhengba had not considered taking a couple into the woods for a little escapade. Yanyun suddenly interjected, drooling as he spoke. "Enough. Can you not speak sensibly?" Zhou Shan feigned anger and reproached Yanyun, much like the other common guards, had been casting glances at the beautiful ladies since their journey began. Each lady was truly breathtaking, and despite a month of exile, the harsh conditions had not tarnished their beauty. "Vice Captain Yang, if you harbor such unrealistic thoughts, I suggest you quash them at the root. Otherwise, I shall not hesitate to wield my blade," Zhengba warned, unsheathing his sword with a metallic clang, drawing the attention of the onlookers. With a flash of cold light from the sword's edge, Yanyun recoiled, fear evident in his eyes. He realized that had Zheng Ba intended to kill him just now, he would have had no means of evading it. Zhou Shan, sensing the tension, quickly smiled and said, "Captain Zheng, do not take offense. Yang Nu was merely jesting. It is said that Captain Zheng is upright and prudent. It appears to be true. Regardless, I admire your way of handling matters." With the sword sheathed once more, Zheng Ba appeared satisfied. However, Yang Nu wore a frown, seemingly displeased. Zhou Shan cheerfully remarked, "In any case, we shall rely on Captain Zheng for guidance on this journey. I hope you will look after us." Zheng Ba replied coolly, "Let your men keep their mouths and eyes in check. I assure you that you will all arrive alive at the wilderness." Indeed, indeed, Zhou Shan eagerly concurred. Zheng Ba chose not to engage in further conversation. The group moved smoothly out of Qingshui City. Along the way, the eldest and second ladies chattered behind them, while Yanyun rode ahead, indifferent to their dialogue. All idle steeds were brought out from the city, as these horses were the mounts of the ladies and maids. The city lord, Chao Anmin, had not provided mounts for the substitute guards, believing these steeds had been brought from the imperial city. Thus, 6 substitute guards mounted the idle horses. Zheng Ba said nothing. Yanyun remained silent as well, viewing these 6 substitute guards as mere pawns in a larger game. For now, allowing them to ride for a time was acceptable. Once they were on the road, they would be disposed of. After traveling 4 or 5 kilometers, a lush grove appeared ahead. Zheng Ba suggested they rest in the grove before continuing their journey. Yang Nu frowned. "Captain Zheng, are we resting after only 2 hours of travel? At this rate, when shall we reach the wilderness?" Zheng Ba replied coolly, "If Vice Captain Yang is in a hurry, he may proceed ahead." Yang Nu's face flushed with anger. "Captain Zheng, that remark is quite excessive. What do you mean? If I am in a hurry, I can go first. We are escorting criminals, not taking them on a leisurely trip, then treat it as a vacation." Pang Jilong retorted, displeased. "Good heavens. I seriously suspect you all are deliberately stalling. No wonder it took a month to travel from Yanhua City to Qingshui City. If this continues, I may just report you all to the court for collusion," shouted a guard named Sun Jian. "Kid, your words are excessive. This is not a good omen," Qin Wei warned in a detached tone. "Oh, it appears I was correct." Sun Jian scoffed. Zheng Ba disregarded the commotion from the group as they reached the grove, where he commanded the ladies and maids to halt. Yanyun plopped down beneath a large tree, exclaiming, "Damn it. I am exhausted. We should have rested long ago." Zhou Shan remained silent. Yang Nu could not resist mocking. "Fools are fools. How could they possibly compare? At this rate, your weakness will surely lead you to become mere fodder. Speak another word, and I swear I will make your head relocate." Pang Jilong roared, pointing at Yang Nu. "It seems I was indeed correct. There is something fishy within your ranks." Yang Nu laughed, turning to Zheng Ba. "Am I right, Captain Zheng?" Zheng Ba shook his head, frowning. "The more you know, the quicker you die?" "Ha!" Yang Nu laughed heartily. "Since I dare to speak out, I am not afraid of you. Then go ahead and die." Pang Jilong, unable to contain himself, tightened his grip on the tiger-headed lance and charged at Yang Nu. Zheng Ba wished to intervene, but inexplicably held his tongue. "What are you doing? Is this infighting?" Sun Jian exclaimed, eyes wide with shock. Zhou Shan, sensing the situation was dire, shouted, "Yang Nu, both of you cease at once. Do you wish to become a laughingstock?" Yang Nu realized he had acted impulsively. However, Pang Jilong had no intention of holding back. With a powerful swing of the tiger-headed lance, he struck toward Yang Nu. Seeing this, Yang Nu swiftly raised his sword in defense. But the weapon was no match for the force of the tiger-headed lance, which sent it flying from his grasp. "Ah!" Yang Nu let out a pained howl, his arms suddenly dislocated by the tremendous force. "How could you strike so ruthlessly?" Zhou Shan, visibly enraged, watched the mirth on his face vanish entirely. He never expected that as the escort team had just departed from Qingshui City, such an incident would occur. Pang Jilong sneered. "I despise cowardly scum like you who bully the weak. If you dare to act recklessly again, I will crush your skull and leave your body for the wilderness." A look of horror flashed in Yang Nu's eyes. Pang Jilong's strength was truly overwhelming. Yanyun remained calm and collected, while Zheng Ba maintained his composure. Pang Jilong's outburst served as a wake-up call for these individuals. However, as the captain, Zheng Ba could not turn a blind eye, thus he spoke up. "Jilong has a notoriously volatile temper, especially when faced with those who take advantage of the vulnerable. You all should tread carefully with your words. Countless have perished at his hands. Think wisely." He concluded, "The main force shall rest here for a while." With that, Zheng Ba dismounted, leaning against a large tree with his eyes closed. "Captain, Yang Nu's arm is dislocated," Zhou Shan remarked, a grin returning to his face. Zheng Ba, with his eyes still shut, inquired, "Is there a medic among us?" "No," Zhou Shan stammered. "Then bear with it. Once we reach the next city, we will seek medical attention." Zheng Ba replied dismissively, Zheng Ba, you mustn't be so excessive. We are all officials. Do you wish to see a colleague suffer? Sun Jian could no longer contain his anger and shouted at Zheng Ba. Zheng Ba, eyes still closed, replied coolly. I am merely an ordinary captain, lacking any medical knowledge. Should I treat a dead horse as a living one? We can return to Qin Shui City for treatment. Sun Jian insisted. It is a distance of about 10 kilometers to Qin Shui City, taking at least 2 or 3 hours round trip. If we delay the exiling process, who will bear the blame from the court? You? Zheng Ba shot him a sidelong glance. Sun Jian furrowed his brow. Zheng Ba smirked internally, choosing not to respond further. Zhou Shan's smile faded once more. He approached Yanyun, attempting to reset his dislocated arm, but the moment he moved, Yanyun let out a tortured scream. The agony of dislocation was excruciating. Zhou Shan, anxious, was at a loss for what to do. After a brief rest, the group resumed their journey deeper into the woods. This area was over 300 kilometers from Gangjin City. Walking would take them at least a month. The forest stretched for more than 10 kilometers. Zheng Ba knew they would have to camp here for the night, so he did not hasten their pace. As they traveled, the horses jostled, causing Yanyun to writhe in pain, occasionally letting out muffled groans, sweat streaming down his forehead. Zheng Ba remained indifferent. The dislocation was trivial to him, easily resolvable. Yet he chose to refrain from intervening. The newly appointed officials needed to learn through hardship. The precedent set by Yanyun would serve as a deterrent, ensuring that they behaved. Ahead lay a massive tree blocking the path, its leaves still a vibrant green, indicating it had fallen recently. Zheng Ba furrowed his brow. This had to be a deliberate act. Indeed, as they approached within 10 meters of the tree, dozens of men in black emerged from both sides. These masked figures were clearly prepared for confrontation. Who are you? Why are you blocking our path? Do you not realize that those behind me are exiled officials? If we are delayed, our families face execution. Zheng Ba threatened, adopting an official tone. Humph. We are not afraid of the orders of the court's lackeys. Our sole objective today is to take Lu family's Miss Lu Yuner. Otherwise, we will strike to kill. The leader among the black-clad men declared ominously. Chapter 119. The arrival of the Shui family assassins. In the midst of the crowd, Lu Yuner was stunned upon hearing the intruder's words. The elder lady stepped forward, coldly demanding, Who are you? State your name. Who I am is insignificant. What matters is whether you surrender Lu Yuner or face annihilation. The black-clad man continued. Hearing this, Lu Yuner gasped, quickly stepping forward to ask, Are you from the Lu family? Ridiculous. How could we be from the Lu family? Just then, the black-clad man seemed to realize something and quickly amended. Indeed, we are the assassins under the command of the Lu family's head, Lu Heishui. He has ordered that Lu Yuner must be taken, by any means necessary. A group of fools, thinking they could abduct her? Take them down, Zheng Ba barked, issuing a battle command. Upon receiving the order, only Peng Zhilong, Qin Wei, and Lu Ba charged forward on horseback. Zhou Shan and Yanyun, however, did not move. Did you not hear my command? Zheng Ba frowned, coldly asking. Go, defeat them. Zhou Shan hastily ordered. You seek death. A black-clad man bellowed, lunging at Zheng Ba with his sword raised. Zheng Ba snorted, his long spear crashing down to meet the sword with a resounding clang. The sword flew from the man's hand, and he was sent tumbling off his horse. Second young master. A black-clad man cried out. What are you shouting for? Capture them. The second young master, fearing exposure, shouted angrily. Kill. The remaining black-clad men surged forward. Zheng Ba and Peng Zhilong charged in from opposite sides. Zheng Ba's spear pierced one black-clad man's neck, while Peng Zhilong, undeterred, urged his steed, the Dayfire Dragon, to leap into action, striking another black-clad man through the face with his spear. The sharp tip exited the back of the man's skull, eliciting a scream as his sword fell to the ground. Peng Zhilong coldly withdrew his spear. The other black-clad men, agile and swift, evaded their attacks and engaged in a fierce battle with Qin Wei, Lu Ba, Zhou Shan, Sun Jian, and others. Zheng Ba and Peng Zhilong exchanged glances, each aiding their companions in dispatching a black-clad foe. They then circled their horses, refraining from further involvement. It appeared they intended to let the black-clad men eliminate the substitute officials. Had Zheng Ba commanded them all to engage earlier, he might have intervened to aid these officials. But now? No way. They had disregarded his orders, so why should he assist them? Without Zheng Ba's support, Zhou Shan and his group found themselves in dire straits. Yanyun, with his dislocated arms, was unable to fight. The 5 of them faced an onslaught from 7 black-clad men. 2 of the officials, lacking strength, fell to a single strike from a black-clad man, whose prowess was formidable. Zhou Shan, witnessing this, exclaimed, Captain Zheng. As Zheng Ba observed 2 officials fall, he spurred his horse forward. However, Peng Zhilong and Qin Wei did not immediately follow. Zheng Ba, with his exceptional combat prowess, felled a black-clad man with each thrust of his spear, leaving them lifeless on the ground. The black-clad men were ruthless soldiers, executing their strikes with lethal intent and no mercy. Those who were slow or weak stood no chance. Zhou Shan seized a moment of respite as a few black-clad men, realizing their disadvantage against Zheng Ba, attempted to retreat. Suddenly, more than 10 black-clad men burst forth from the surrounding woods. Each was nimble, cutting through the crowd with swift strikes, and no official could withstand a single attack. In an instant, 4 more substitute officials fell. Only Zhou Shan, Yanyun, Sun Jian, and a substitute official named Zhu Song remained amidst the chaos. The black-clad men moved like lightning, catching everyone off guard, their intent clear, to eliminate all officials present. A figure cloaked in black lunged at Pang Julong, who barely managed to deflect the attack with his golden spear adorned with a tiger's head. The speed of the assailant's strikes was astonishing. A moment's hesitation could lead to death. Qin Wei and Lu Ba, gripped by fear, retreated hastily. Suddenly, one black-clad individual swung his sword, slicing through the neck of another. The latter clutched his throat, blood spraying forth as he collapsed lifelessly. Yanyun watched in shock. Were they turning against each other? Or perhaps they were not allies at all. Zhu Song, a substitute officer, found himself caught off guard and was pierced through the chest by a black-clad swordsman. The searing pain elicited a horrific scream from Zhu Song as he fell into a pool of blood. Yangnu's face turned pale with terror. The prowess of these black-clad warriors was far superior to that of the earlier ones. Each displayed exceptional swordsmanship. Within a mere minute, the first wave of black-clad assailants had been reduced to just one, the second young master, while only Zheng Ba, Pang Julong, Qin Wei, Lu Ba, Zhou Shan, Yangnu, and Sun Jian remained of the officers. In contrast, the second wave still consisted of 10 men, all unharmed. Zheng Ba, wielding his spear, deflected one attack but quickly realized the formidable nature of his opponents. "Who are you? Why do you act so brazenly?" he demanded. A black-clad warrior coldly replied, "We are here to take your lives." "Enough talk. The orders are clear. Leave not a single man alive." This is the sword technique of the Shui family. One of the cold figures revealed their identity. "And there is also a master of the Qin family." Cold, she remarked. "Oh, the little girl from the Lung family has quite the discerning eye, recognizing the sword arts of both the Shui and Qin families. Truly a fitting descendant of the cold-blooded. Yet what of it? Today, only you women shall survive. All others shall perish." A slender black-clad figure cackled, his voice raspy, resembling that of an old man. Cold, she disdainfully replied, "I fear you will all meet your demise here. You speak boldly for one so young. Even if Lung Shui were here, he would not dare to boast before me." The elder of the Shui family scolded, "Kill." As the elder's command echoed, he dashed towards Zhou Shan with lightning speed. Zhou Shan's expression shifted, and he desperately swung his sword to fend off the assault. His skills were adequate, but not exceptional, yet he was far superior to the weak. As he faced the elder's relentless attacks, he found himself overwhelmed, sustaining numerous sword wounds, each one bleeding profusely. Pang Julong and Zheng Ba were also embroiled in fierce combat, both relying on brute strength to confront their foes. "Spare me. I am the second young master of the Wang family, the foremost merchant family. If you kill me, my father will seek vengeance." The second young master of the Wang family cried out in terror as he fell from his horse, desperately attempting to escape an attacking black-clad warrior. He tore away the black veil from his face and shouted in fear, "Kill him. Leave not a single one alive. A survivor would spell endless trouble." The elder of the Shui family issued the order without hesitation. "Don't kill me. Yuner, save me. I won't trouble you again." In a moment of desperation, the second young master called out to Lu Yuner amidst the chaos. Her expression was complex, yet she remained silent. Regret consumed him. He never imagined the Shui family would target their exiled group, nor that they would be so merciless, killing his subordinates and now seeking his life to eliminate any future threats. "Shui family, I will not rest until I have my revenge against you." The young master's words were abruptly cut short as blood gushed from his neck like a fountain. Despair and unwillingness filled his eyes as they widened in horror. He fell stiffly into a pool of blood, convulsing violently before succumbing to death without closure. Lu Ba, Qin Wei, and Sun Jian soon found themselves in bloody battles. Yangnu, caught in a confrontation with a black-clad warrior, had no means to resist and desperately tried to flee. A black-clad assailant charged forward, severing the legs of Yangnu's horse. "I bear no grudge against you. Spare me." Yangnu cried out in terror. The black-clad figure ignored his pleas, a cold glimmer in his eyes as he swiftly beheaded Yangnu. In a fit of rage, Yangnu could not fathom that death would come for him so quickly. He had yet to achieve greatness or start a family. He had hoped for a fortune from this expedition, to build a life of wealth and prosperity. His head flew from his shoulders, landing on the ground, while his steed let out a mournful cry, collapsing onto Yanyun's headless corpse. Qin Wei and Lu Ba struggled against the black-clad warriors, their inadequacy painfully evident. While Qin Wei managed to deflect some attacks, Lu Ba was overwhelmed, sustaining wounds all over. Zhou Shan and Sun Jian were locked in a violent struggle, while Yanyun paid no heed to their fates. Zheng Ba and Pang Julong each faced 3 black-clad assassins, plunging the scene into chaos. The situation was decidedly unfavorable for them. Yanyun realized she could no longer conceal her strength, otherwise Lu Ba and Qin Wei would be in dire danger. These black-clad warriors were far too audacious. Zheng Ba, Julong, do not hold back any longer. Eliminate these foes, Yanyun decisively commanded. Zhou Shan was taken aback to hear Yanyun's order, as was Sun Jian, both stunned by the unexpected turn of events. What is happening? This fool is issuing commands. Kill. Yanyun disregarded their astonishment, leaping onto her steed, seizing the formidable war spear, and with a fierce roar, she struck at a black-clad warrior. As the spear swung, a powerful wind surged, the air trembled, and the space seemed to collapse, resonating with a deep hum. Zhou Shan and Sun Jian were awestruck by this fierce display of might, unable to comprehend how Yanyun's power could be so formidable. Earlier, did you not wish to know who the owner of this weapon and steed is? Allow me to enlighten you, Yanyun proclaimed, her spear slicing through the air with explosive force, striking down a black-clad warrior. The assailant, taken aback by her overwhelming aura, hastily raised his sword to defend himself, but the spear, imbued with divine power, shattered his weapon with ease. The spear continued its relentless descent, crashing into his abdomen like a thunderbolt, eliciting a wretched scream as he fell from his mount. The other black-clad warriors stood in stunned disbelief, unable to fathom the scene before them. Now that I have revealed my strength, none shall escape, Yanyun declared fiercely, standing defiantly with her spear. Kill. Pang Julong also ceased to conceal his power, channeling his strength into the golden spear, which began to emit a resonant hum. The steed beneath him seemed to sense its master's fierce intent, its eyes gleaming with excitement as its blood surged. With a roar, Pang Julong charged at a black-clad warrior, one of the masters of the Qin family. The adversary skillfully evaded his strikes, proving faster than Pang Julong. Each failed attempt left Pang Julong increasingly frustrated. Steady your mind. Do not succumb to impatience, Yanyun urged. If you strike, let it be with lethal intent. Pang Julong took a deep breath, gradually calming his mind. Beside him, the swordsmanship experts from the Chun and Shui families were left dumbfounded by Yanyun's words. They had long been astonished by Yanyun's composure and strength, struggling to believe that this was indeed the legendary Yen San, the fool. Shui Wu thought, the intelligence must be incorrect. The Exile team is far more formidable than we imagined. The Chun family swordsman frowned and said. Shui Wu's brows knitted tightly. Indeed, Shui Wu was part of the second wave of assassins sent by Li Rue and Luo Zhengfeng. Earlier reports indicated that the exiled team comprised only 2 experts, Zheng Ba and Leng Shiji. Yet, before Leng Shiji had even made a move, they encountered 3 formidable opponents. Should Leng Shiji join the fray, they would likely face total annihilation. However, since Shui Wu had already accepted a deposit, he coldly declared, at this point, we have no choice but to fight with all we have. Either we perish here or face death upon our return. The Qin family swordsman frowned. We still have 9 people. Our numbers are sufficient. Eliminating these adversaries should pose no challenge. Attack. Shui Wu did not choose to retreat. With a fierce shout, he swung his sword at Sun Jian, aiming for the weakest foe first. Each opponent taken down would be a small victory. Chapter 121. The Sixth Lady Strikes. Sun Jian, overwhelmed, hastily swung his sword in defense. He was no match for Shui Wu. Facing him felt like a lamb confronting a lion. In a single clash, a gash was opened across his neck. Sun Jian, unwilling to accept his fate, let out a hoarse scream as crimson blood gushed forth, splattering Shui Wu. Ignoring the blood, Shui Wu charged towards Lu Ba, having already identified the weakest link in the crowd. Seeing this, Lu Ba hurriedly tried to flee. Just as Shui Wu's sword was about to pierce Lu Ba's abdomen, the sixth lady, Leng Shiji, shouted and emerged from the throng. Clang! With the swiftness of lightning and the grace of the wind, Leng Shiji confronted Shui Wu. So, you have chosen to fight after all, but what does it matter? You are still too green to contend with me. I take no pleasure in ending your life, so I suggest you relinquish your intentions. Otherwise, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. Shui Wu coldly replied. Leng Shiji retorted, your family, the Shui and Chun, alongside my Leng family, formed the 3 great swordsmanship clans of the Dayan Empire. The emperor has decreed that members of these three families are to serve as royal swordsmanship instructors, forbidden from engaging in private battles. Today, you dare to conspire with the Qin family to assault my Long family? If this reaches the emperor's ears, how will the Shui and Qin families explain themselves? Lady Long, your words seem misguided. We have not targeted you. Shui Wu countered. Huh? You stand at my doorstep and claim no intent against me? Then please enlighten me on the purpose of your visit today. Lung Shiji asked with a cold smile. Our aim is to eliminate the officials and rescue several ladies from peril. Shui Wu declared. That is sheer sophistry. Lung Shiji dismissed him with disdain. We are exiles, as mandated by the emperor's decree, cast into this wasteland. Your actions are clearly treasonous. If the emperor learns of this, both your families will bear the shame of treachery. Are you not concerned about the repercussions for your clan? Haha. There are no outsiders here. Who would know? Rely on them. They are merely fish on the chopping block. Shui Wu scoffed. Such brazen arrogance. Lung Shiji retorted angrily. Setting aside your treachery, the extraordinary transformation of Yin San is enough to spell your doom. He was once universally recognized as a fool. Yet now he is not only wise, but possesses formidable strength. If such news were to reach the emperor, tell me, would he execute you first or us? The Qin family swordsman sneered. Indeed, we can easily slip past unnoticed. How could you possibly manage the same? His existence poses a significant threat to the emperor. This is no jest. Then let us send you all on your way. Only the dead will keep their mouths shut. Yanyun declared. Humph. Do you truly believe we are mere clay figures? Shui Wu sneered, shifting his gaze to the Qin family swordsman, Qin Xian. Before us stands a living testament to our prowess. Delivering a living prize to the emperor will surely earn us a substantial reward. Haha. In that case, I shall no longer conceal my strength. Let us take him down and reap our rewards. Qin Xian's eyes sparkled with excitement. Enough. It's best to eliminate them swiftly to avoid complications. Moreover, the reward offered by the emperor may not surpass what we stand to gain from this mission. Shui Wu grinned maliciously. All shall follow Brother Shui's command. Attack. With Shui Wu's command, the black-clad figures surged forward, swords drawn, ready for battle. Leave none alive. Lung Shiji cried, her form a streak of lightning. With one sword strike per opponent, she instantly entered a state of unity with her sword. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Like a bolt of lightning, Lung Shiji effortlessly weaved through the three black-clad figures. The first strike, she severed a throat, cutting the carotid artery. The second strike, she pierced through a chest, delivering a fatal blow. The third strike, she plunged into a neck, creating a massive gash. In an instant, the three black-clad figures fell lifeless to the ground. Wow! Qin Xian and Shui Wu's expressions shifted dramatically, their eyes wide with astonishment. This is the state of unity with the sword? Shui Wu was internally shaken, like waves crashing against the shore. How could someone so young comprehend the pinnacle of swordsmanship, unity with the sword? How is this possible? This is utterly incredible. Qin Xian, too, was overwhelmed with shock. His mouth agape. Both Shui Wu and Qin Xian were over 60 years old and had yet to grasp the concept of unity with the sword. Their astonishment was evident. The other black-clad figures, also swordsmanship experts, were the promising talents nurtured by Shui Wu over the years. They, too, aspired to reach the state of unity with the sword. But such mastery required innate talent, insight, and opportunity. Without these qualities, achieving such a state was impossible. Chapter 122. A swift execution of two swordsmanship masters. Brother Shui, what should we do? The mastery of the swordsmanship state is beyond our ability to contend before such formidable experts. We found ourselves utterly incapable of withstanding even a casual strike. Cold sweat trickled down Qin Xian's forehead. This was no jest. It could very well be a matter of life and death. Fear gripped Qin Xian's heart. It was evident that they were outmatched, and to persist would only lead to certain doom. Shui Wu's expression darkened. We were privy to far too much. Do you believe that young Master Yin San would let us go? Now, we are left with but two paths. One is to fight with all our might, and the other is to await death with bated breath. The pressure on Qin Xian intensified. This predicament was indeed beyond reproach. Brothers, follow me into battle. Either we vanquish these foes before us, or we shall lie here as corpses. Qin, let us join forces and take down Lung Shiji. Attack. As Shui Wu's voice fell, he gripped his gleaming sword tightly and charged at Lung Shiji. Qin Xian understood that this opportunity was singular, and thus he unleashed his primal strength. Both men dared not conceal their true abilities, revealing their utmost prowess. Lung Shiji scoffed, declaring, under the unity of man and sword, no one can stand as an equal opponent. Die. With a fierce cry, she melded with her sword. her form flickering like a shadow as she swiftly darted past Shui Wu and Qin Xian. They only perceived a flash of cold light before a chilling sensation gripped their necks. The speed was astounding, beyond their capacity to withstand. The unity of man and sword was no trivial feat. Over the years, among the three swordsmanship families, only a scant few had managed to master it. And they were all from the older generation. The younger disciples had yet to grasp this technique. Once executed, it was nearly impossible to counter. Shui Wu harbored a glimmer of hope, wondering if Lung Shiji could enter such a state of mind again. This state was not easily attained. It required immense willpower. Among the older masters, one had achieved the unity of man and sword, but it was not a technique that could be summoned at will. It bore resemblance to the Six Meridians divine sword of Yanyun from demigods and semi-devils, with a high probability of failure. Yet, Lung Shiji was exceptional. Her mind was unclouded and uncomplicated, free from the burdens of wealth or emotional entanglements, akin to a solitary existence without attachments. If there were any attachments, they would be to Yanyun. With Yanyun present, her state of mind remained unaffected. Though she was not loquacious and rarely expressed herself, in her heart, Yanyun held the foremost place. Anyone who dared to harm Yanyun would find her the first to rise in defense of his honor. Crack! Shui Wu scarcely had time to evade as the sharp sword cleaved through half his skull. Brain matter and blood splattered all over Qin Xian. He had no chance to scream before his body fell rigidly to the ground. Qin Xian was not faring any better. His body shook violently, his expression frozen. Eyes wide with disbelief. Blood oozed from his neck. As the flow intensified, it gushed forth uncontrollably. Clang! Qin Xian's body collapsed into a pool of blood. A single strike, and two master swordsmen were slain. Shock, petrification, trembling. All present were thrown into disarray. No one had anticipated that Lung Shiji's swordsmanship had reached such terrifying heights. Even Yanyun was taken aback. The wise were all shaken. They had not expected the sixth lady, Lung Shiji, to possess such extraordinary sword skills. A single stroke severing the throat. Every move lethal. No one could stand as an equal opponent. Zheng Ba and Pang Julong instinctively recoiled. Though they were immensely powerful, they felt like mere novices before Lung Shiji's speed. Even Yanyun, endowed with the strength of a tyrant, considered himself inferior in comparison. Such a level of swordsmanship was utterly monstrous. No wonder even seasoned swordsmen like Shui Wu and Qin Xian were intimidated by the unity of man and sword. Had they not revealed Yanyun's identity, or if Yanyun had not previously displayed his prowess, perhaps they would have chosen to flee, and Yanyun would have turned a blind eye. But now that Yanyun's strength had been unveiled, the intent to kill was clear. They would not be allowed to leave alive. Flee. The remaining 5 men in black exchanged glances, and without a word, they turned to flee. With Shui Wu and Qin Xian dead, what were they waiting for? To meet their end? Thinking of escaping. It was too late. Lung Shiji's figure flickered as she once again entered the realm of unity of man and sword. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Before Zheng Ba and Pang Julong could act, the 5 men in black met their demise. Thud. 5 corpses fell one after another. The battle concluded. The ground was littered with bodies, blood flowing like a river. Aside from the 7 wives and 5 maidservants, only Yanyun, Zheng Ba, Pang Julong, Qin Wei, Lu Ba, and Zhou Shan remained. All the other officers lay dead. Zhou Shan's forehead glistened with cold sweat, his mind reeling from the recent events. The sheer strength of this team surpassed all his expectations. The inscrutable Zheng Ba, the immensely powerful Pang Julong, the seemingly mad yet incomparably strong young master Yin San, the apparently delicate yet extraordinarily skilled sixth lady, Lung Shiji. These 4 alone could eliminate any nefarious plotters. Now, he found himself the sole superfluous member of this exiled team, the only one who had joined later. His situation was perilous. One misstep could cost him his life. How pitiful he was, having once boasted of extracting secrets from Zheng Ba. Thankfully, Zheng Ba had ignored him. Had he engaged, Zhou Shan might have lost his head already. Thud. In his terror, Zhou Shan knelt, stammering, I know nothing. I saw nothing. I swear to keep my mouth shut and my eyes averted. I won't speak or look indiscriminately. He was thoroughly frightened. Zheng Ba was the captain. He should pledge his loyalty to him. Yanyun disregarded Zhou Shan's words, dismounting and gesturing toward Zheng Ba. Zhou Shan quickly shifted his gaze to Zheng Ba. Zheng, captain, I. Zhou Shan was in tears, tongue-tied and unsure of what to say. Zheng Ba did not rush to address him, but instead instructed Lu Ba and Qin Wei. Dig a hole right here and dispose of the bodies. We cannot leave these corpses lying around. If they are discovered by passing merchants and reported back to the city of Qishui, Lord Chaoanmin will certainly send men again. Lu Ba and Qin Wei did not dare delay. They grabbed shovels and began to dig furiously. Chapter 123, Ba City, Chen Family. Zhou Shan, not waiting for Zheng Ba's orders, hurriedly took up a shovel to help. However, due to the sheer number of bodies, the pit needed to be quite large. To save time, Pang Julong and Zheng Ba occasionally lent their strength. As the hole was finally completed, the sky began to darken. Zheng Ba, fearing the scent of blood might attract wild beasts, ordered everyone to quickly bury the bodies and clean up the blood. With the officers dead, the warhorses were left unattended. Ignoring Zhou Shan's peculiar expression, Zheng Ba commanded all the wives and maidservants to mount their steeds once more and gallop away from the scene. The stench of blood was overwhelming. Even a moment's carelessness could draw dangerous beasts. Better to avoid unnecessary trouble. Once they had moved to the heart of the woods, nestled among a pile of rocks, Zheng Ba found a flat area and ordered everyone to gather firewood and light 5 fires. The presence of ash indicated that many merchants had chosen to rest here along the way. The group brought out the provisions they had packed in the morning. Yanyun produced some reserved wolf meat, slicing it into pieces and instructing Qin Wei and Lu Ba to roast it. Seeing the suddenly appeared wolf meat, Qin Wei and Lu Ba were unfazed, while Zhou Shan scratched his head, looking utterly bewildered. Initially, he thought the meat was something Yanyun had brought with him, so he paid it no mind. But upon witnessing large chunks materialize, his unease grew. Detecting that Zhou Shan and the host share a guardian relationship, the emotional system has been successfully bound. Ding! Zhou Shan is shocked, puzzled, incredulous, and bewildered. Emotional value 8 points. Huh. Is this fellow willing to establish a binding relationship? However, this connection appears to be merely an ordinary guardian relationship. It seems he still harbors considerable caution towards me. Yanyun remains indifferent, quietly observing his inner turmoil to discern whether this fellow is beneficial or detrimental to his interests. Should he dare to entertain any unfavorable thoughts, I shall dispose of him without hesitation. Splendid, truly splendid. How delightful. Yen Shuer savors the roasted wolf meat, extolling her uncle's culinary skills. The seasoning was minimal. The primary reason was that the 2 young girls were simply famished. This night passed peacefully, devoid of fierce beast attacks. Yet during the night watch, Zheng Ba intentionally assigned Lu Ba and Qin Wei to closely monitor Zhou Shan's every action and word. Should they detect any suspicious behavior, they were to rouse everyone immediately. In truth, Zhou Shan did not sleep at all that night. Leaning against a rock, his mind was in turmoil. He was neither a court official nor a pawn of the emperor. He was merely a fellow townsman of Chaoanmin. For years, he had trailed behind Chaoanmin. His rise to the position of deputy constable was solely orchestrated by Chaoanmin, intended to keep a close watch on Yanyun and his companions' every move along the journey. The moment he began to observe, Zhou Shan felt a surge of unease. First, Zheng Ba catered to Yanyun and his companions. Next, Zheng Ba sheltered them. Subsequently, Zheng Ba and Pang Julong revealed their formidable prowess. Finally, Yanyun not only displayed his strength but also showcased his wisdom and intelligence, completely contradicting the notion of him being foolish. This stark contrast was hard for Zhou Shan to accept. He yearned to document these observations and relay them to Chaoanmin. After all, Chaoanmin had promised him a reward of 50,000 gold coins for a job well done. 50,000 gold coins. With such wealth, he could build a grand house in Qingshui City, marry a beautiful wife, and lead a prosperous life. Yet, he was also gripped by fear. Fear of being detected by Yanyun and his companions should he attempt to convey any information. After all, none among them were Navi. Even the 6th lady, Lang Shiji, could slay 2 master swordsmen with a mere wave of her hand. He did not consider himself fortunate enough to engage in clandestine dealings beneath their watchful gaze. Ding! Zhou Shan is terrified and awed. Emotional value 4 points. During the night watch, Zhou Shan partnered with Qin Wei. Qin Wei seemed indifferent to the duty, appearing to be on guard while actually snoring away. At least, that was how Zhou Shan perceived it. The night passed in the blink of an eye. The next morning, everyone awoke with heavy eyes. After a hearty meal, Zheng Ba commanded them to leave the rocky outcrop and proceed towards Gangjin City. Along the way, Qin Wei quietly approached Zheng Ba, saying, "Last night, this fellow was quite compliant, showing no signs of treachery." Zheng Ba nodded. "Regardless, we must not be careless. Caution is paramount to prevent this fellow from relaying information." Indeed, Qin Wei concurred, then furrowed his brow. "Captain, in my opinion, rather than keeping a watchful eye on him, we should eliminate him to prevent him from taking advantage of the situation." Zheng Ba frowned. "I have already considered that. However, in the future, we will need to cultivate numerous talents around young Master Yen. This fellow possesses a modicum of cleverness. If he can be trusted on this journey, with a little refinement, he could undoubtedly shine." Qin Wei scoffed. "There are plenty of talents behind us. One less does not matter. But how can you guarantee that those we meet will be loyal from the outset?" Zheng Ba questioned. Well, perhaps not. Exactly. Hasn't Zhou Shan just met us for the first time? To cultivate a talent, one requires time and patience. Even if Zhou Shan may not be of great use in the future, he can certainly handle minor matters with ease. In the future, we will need to gather a plethora of high-end talents, alongside a multitude of mid-tier talents to support them. Zhengba patiently explained. I understand. The captain is truly wise. With exceptional combat prowess and astute intellect, you will undoubtedly become a formidable general and capable minister under young Master Yin. Qin Wei exclaimed, giving a heartfelt thumbs up. Ba City. The Qin family, one of the three great swordsmanship families in the Great Yin Empire, holds a significant position within the empire. The Qin family has had several generations serve as the imperial court's swordsmanship instructors. These instructors either taught the crown prince or other royal siblings. The current crown prince, Yin Yao, is a disciple of the new generation swordsmanship master of the Qin family, Qin Ji. Yesterday, Qin Xian fell under Lung Shiji's sword. Qin Xian and Qin Ji are cousins, close in age. Qin Ji, exceptionally talented and skilled in swordsmanship, was nominated by Emperor Yin Nan as the new chief swordsmanship master of the Great Yin Empire, becoming the instructor to Crown Prince Yin Yao. Despite this nomination, Qin Ji has yet to comprehend the ultimate swordsmanship realm, unity of man and sword. Chapter 124, The Letter from Qin Binding. Comprehending the sword path requires not only talent, but also opportunity and disposition. Without opportunity, even with sufficient talent and calm disposition, one cannot grasp this profound skill. Early in the morning, in the Qin family square, dozens of the new generation disciples of the Qin family, clad in white sword attire emblazoned with the family crest and wielding wooden swords, practiced their sword techniques under the guidance of the family head, Qin Mu. Flapping, a white dove flutters its wings and arrives at the main hall of the Qin family. The old steward of the Qin family, upon seeing the message tube clasped in the dove's talons, quickly seized the dove and extracted the letter from the tube. The old steward, well aware that the arrival of a carrier pigeon usually signifies significant news, hurriedly made his way to the training ground with a frail gait. Master, the carrier pigeon has just delivered a message. It seems something major has occurred. The old steward presented the tightly bound letter to Qin Mu. Qin Mu furrowed his brow, placing down the wooden sword, tearing open the clay seal, and examining the contents of the letter. Father, it has been 10 years since we parted ways at the military camp. We have not seen each other, father and daughter. I feel unfilial, filled with guilt and remorse. I know I have no words to face you, having left home for decades. The events of that day are etched in my memory, never to be forgotten. You lashed out in anger, punishing me. I was left battered and heartbroken. I never blamed you for your punishment. It was my negligence that caused young Master Yin to suffer from a persistent fever, leaving him foolish. But now, I can finally clear my name. Young Master Yin is not foolish at all. In fact, he is astute and wise. My words are not intended to cast blame, but rather to vindicate myself. Over the years, without his companionship, I would have surely met a grim fate. Upon learning that young Master Yin is unharmed, I am overwhelmed with joy and relief. For I have not betrayed you nor the trust of the National Defense General. Now, our household faces calamity, and I wish to stand with Guaheng against it, vowing to protect this land of purity for Uncle in the North. You and Uncle in the North are sworn brothers, and young Master Yin and his brothers regard you as a father figure. In this calamity, I am unaware of your stance, but it is necessary to clarify the matter regarding young Master Yan's supposed foolishness. This is to inform you, dear father, your daughter, Qin Binding. A lengthy passage stirred a tumultuous wave within Qin Mu's chest. Shock flickered in his eyes. Young Master Yin feigning foolishness? How could that be possible? This news struck him like a heavy bomb, exploding within his chest with violent intensity. He could not believe that Yanyun had been pretending to be foolish. While others might entertain such thoughts, Qin Mu would never accept such a notion. A decade ago, he journeyed through the picturesque landscapes with his daughter, fortuitously passing by the frontier, which led them to stay for a while in the military camp of Yin Baidu. Having grown up alongside Yin Baidu, they had forged a brotherly bond, pledging allegiance as sworn siblings. At that time, the border was still peaceful, with no signs of impending conflict. Yet, on the third day of their stay, the Great Chu Empire dispatched troops to disturb the peace at the frontier. In a moment of desperation, Yin Baidu entrusted his youngest son, Yanyun, to Qin Mu. Fearing for his brother's safety, Qin Mu handed Yanyun over to his own daughter, the newly adult Qin Baining. Coincidentally, during those days, Yanyun was plagued by a recurring fever that would ebb and flow. Lacking any experience with children, Qin Baining was nonetheless determined to care for him meticulously, staying by his side and losing sleep in the process. One day, as Yanyun's fever finally subsided, Qin Baining thought he was out of danger and slept soundly. only to wake the next morning to the devastating news that Yanyun had suffered brain damage from the fever. This revelation turned Chun Bai-ning into the pariah of the military camp. Overwhelmed with despair, she crumbled upon learning of Yanyun's condition. Chen Mu, consumed by rage, lashed out at Chen Bai-ning with his riding whip, leaving her severely injured and bloodied. Had it not been for Yin Baidu's timely arrival, Chen Bai-ning might not have survived the brutal punishment. Chen Mu felt immense inner turmoil. Each strike felt like a blow to his own heart. Yet he felt compelled to act in retribution for his sworn brother. Initially, Chen Bai-ning was destined to marry Yin Feng, becoming the new matriarch of the Yin family. But after this incident, Chen Mu, in a fit of anger, expelled her from the Chun household. In the aftermath, Chen Bai-ning was left in agony, burdened with guilt. It was during this tumultuous time that Guaheng appeared, and his attentive care allowed Chen Bai-ning to heal. From that point onward, she developed an emotional reliance on him. Coincidentally, Guaheng had recently lost his wife and was eager to mend his own wounds, leading to a budding affection between them. At that time, Guoxiao was 14, and Guoyiren was 13. When Yanyun suffered his brain injury, Chen Mu felt guilt, yet cared for Yanyun for nearly a month, becoming intimately familiar with his na-vet. Now, after 10 years of estrangement, his daughter claimed that Yanyun had been feigning ignorance, a notion Chen Mu found utterly incredulous. He knew Yanyun's condition better than anyone, even more so than Guaheng or Wei Xiong. Yanyun, in his innocent and simple-minded state, required assistance with basic needs. This was the very reason Chen Bai-ning, upon hearing from Guaheng about Yanyun's pretense, immediately contacted her father. Chen Bai-ning felt a wave of relief. She could finally escape the shackles of guilt and self-reproach. However, it was equally true that her feelings toward Yanyun were complicated. His act of feigned ignorance had subjected her to internal torment and physical suffering, severing her ties with her family, a pain she could never erase. Fortunately, Guaheng's presence had filled her lonely heart. After reading the letter, Chen Mu returned to the main hall, foregoing his training of the family's younger generation. Lost in contemplation, the old steward, sensing something amiss, cautiously poured him a cup of freshly brewed tea and stood by, awaiting instructions. Chen Mu's thoughts were a whirlwind. He took a sip of tea and began to organize his thoughts. First, he would not accept the claim of Yanyun's feigned ignorance without confirmation. Secondly, as a sworn brother to Yin Baidu, he learned of the dire fate befalling Yin Baidu and his sons while the rest of their family faced exile. Moreover, his younger brother, Qin Shi, served as the swordsmanship instructor to the current crown prince, Yin Yao, indicating that the Qin family was now aligned with Yin Nandu. Any events involving Yin Nandu would inevitably intertwine with the Qin family. If Yanyun were indeed faking ignorance, he would need to make a choice soon, either side with Yanyun or with Yin Yao. Given the calamity faced by Yanyun's family, it was certain that Yanyun would return with vengeance from the frontier, should the Qin family support Yin Nandu at that time. It would lead to a bitter enmity with Yanyun, who might very well use the Qin family as a sacrificial banner. This was an indisputable fact. Finally, whether or not Yanyun was truly feigning ignorance, if he reported the information to the court, could it prevent an internal conflict? Yet, doing so would feel like a betrayal to his sworn brother. How could he justify such an act when he eventually passed on? Moreover, his daughter had already taken a stance to stand with Yanyun. After 10 years of separation, could he really cut ties with her? No. He needed to uncover the truth. Chen Mu down the last of his tea, resolved to clarify the situation regardless of whom he would support. If Yansan Gonzi truly was feigning ignorance, he must make a decision early to avoid unnecessary troubles later. Chen Mu pondered deeply. Old steward, he called, directing his gaze toward the old steward. What are your orders, master? The steward inquired eagerly. Prepare a carriage at once. I must travel to Leary City, Chen Mu commanded, determination evident in his voice. Without delay, the steward turned and hurriedly prepared for the journey. At that moment, Chen Mu was unaware that his daughter and Guaheng had already perished in the dungeons of Leary City. Once the carriage was ready, Chen Mu swiftly set off for Leary City. The Qin family's carriage was drawn by 3 horses, a privilege granted by the emperor himself. Though it paled in comparison to the royal carriages, it still represented nobility within the great Yin Empire. The distance from Ba City to Leary City spanned 200 kilometers. Traveling swiftly through the night, Chen Mu arrived at Leary City by noon the following day. However, upon entering the city, he was struck by a shattering revelation. His long-lost daughter, Chen Bai-ning, had died alongside Guaheng in the city lord's prison. Chen Bai-ning had taken her own life by biting her tongue, while Guaheng had succumbed unexpectedly. Chen Mu stood frozen, his body feeling as though it had plunged into an icy abyss. A surge of fury enveloped him. His fists clenched tightly, the cracking sound echoing like bones breaking. rendering him numb to the pain in his heart. Tears of anguish welled in his eyes. He had hoped to reconcile with his estranged daughter, only to be met with the devastating news of her demise. The heartbreak was more profound than any physical wound. Trembling uncontrollably, he was consumed by a fiery rage that coursed through his veins. He halted the carriage at an inn in Leary City, donned his sword, and made his way to the city lord's residence. The gates stood wide open, marked by a white line, with 2 guards stationed to prevent anyone from entering. Within the city, 2 principal officials governed: the city lord, the chief authority, and the deputy city lord, the second in command. Following Guohang's death, the deputy had temporarily assumed control over the city's affairs. Guohang and Qin Baining's bodies had already been prepared for burial, with today designated as the day of interment. The city lord's residence was surrounded by a crowd of citizens, whispering and lamenting, seemingly mourning Guohang's passing. Chun Mu sheathed his sword, hunched over, blending into the crowd to gather valuable information. He learned that over 1,000 cavalry had entered the city yesterday, swiftly heading to the city lord's residence, and within 2 hours, they had left in haste. Guohang's death was undoubtedly linked to these individuals. They had stormed the city lord's residence, rampaging and slaughtering indiscriminately, leaving a scene of carnage. It was sheer brutality. Whispers circulated that over 100 armored soldiers had perished in the hall, many from fatal sword wounds, instant kills. How despicable. They all deserve to die. Uncertain about the allegiance of these armored soldiers, one can't help but lament the fate of Lord Gue, who was known for his integrity, compassion for the people, an unwavering sense of justice. He truly embodied the essence of a benefactor for the common folk. Alas, it is indeed shocking that Lord Gue met a tragic end in prison. What transgressions led to his confinement by these ironclad warriors? Rumor has it that a young woman was also imprisoned alongside him. What could possibly be her connection to the Lord? It is clear she cannot be his daughter, for she is currently in exile. But little do you know, Lord Gue's daughter is the daughter-in-law of the National Protector General. Following the general's execution, she was banished to the wilderness as punishment. The demise of Lord Gue must undoubtedly be tied to his daughter. But where do these thousands of armored riders originate? Was it a decree from His Majesty to execute Lord Gue, or is there a more sinister motive at play? If the emperor had issued a command, Lord Gue would have been taken to Yin Imperial City for trial, not confined within his own estate. It is evident that there are hidden machinations at work. The townspeople buzzed with speculation. After a brief pause, Chun Mu vanished through the entrance. He had hoped to catch a final glimpse of his daughter, but her body had already been placed in a coffin, rendering any further investigation pointless. Grief-stricken, Chun Mu returned to the inn, perplexed by the circumstances of his daughter's death. However, it was evident that the involvement of the armored knights indicated a military connection. Would the court issue such a decree? The common folk did not believe it, and neither would Chun Mu. Lord Gue was merely a minor city lord, not a high-ranking official. If the emperor wished to eliminate him, why resort to subterfuge? Hence, the fates of Lord Gue and his daughter were likely intertwined with General Luo Zhengfeng, the only one with the authority to mobilize such forces. Given that Luo Zhengfeng maintained a close relationship with Li Rue, the two were undoubtedly birds of a feather. Li Rue, having taken a stand against Yin Bei, had a subtle connection to the events that transpired. But what motivated Li Rue and Luo Zhengfeng to eliminate Lord Gue and his daughter? Had they infringed upon Li Rue's interests? Chun Mu shook his head, unable to comprehend. After a brief respite at the inn, he set off for Jianghai City, guided by a coachman. The prestigious Lung family, one of the 3 great swordsmanship clans, resided in Jianghai City, alongside the Lu family, which was linked to Lu Yun'er. Chapter 126. Today, we feast on beef hot pot. This was the residence of the 6th lady, Long Shiji. With his daughter deceased, all leads had vanished. Qin Mu remained uncertain whether Yanyun was feigning ignorance. Presently, the only ones who could converse with him were the Long family. As Long Shiji was en route to exile, he felt secure divulging the matters concerning Yanyun to the head of the Long family, unafraid of the news leaking. The situation with the Shui family, however, was different. The Shui family had no vested interests with the National Protectorate. Were it not for his bond with Yin Bei and the fact that his daughter had perished in this turmoil, he would have steered clear of this treacherous waters. The masterminds behind this were formidable adversaries. He needed to tread cautiously. Offending Li Rue and Luo Zhengfeng could easily lead to the downfall of the Qin family. The distance from Leary City to Jianghai City was considerable, requiring a week of travel by carriage. Qin Mu had no desire to go, yet he felt compelled to do so, as it pertained to the future of his family. 3 uneventful days passed. The exiled group rode their warhorses, galloping towards Gangjin City. Merchants along the way were taken aback by the sight of an armed convoy, which bore little resemblance to a banishment party, but rather appeared as if they were embarking on a holiday. Had it not been for Zheng San and the others clad in official garb, No one would believe they were a group of exiles. Zheng Ba paid no heed to the merchants' incredulous expressions, leading the way on a striking golden horse. With over 20 riders galloping in formation, a cloud of dust rose behind them, causing merchants to instinctively grasp their weapons, ready to defend themselves. Yet, as the official convoy approached, they relaxed, inwardly cursing, "Damn these exiles, this hardly looks like a banishment." It resembles a hunting expedition led by the mistress of the public office. That afternoon, the group traversed the undulating hills and reached a flat expanse. The onset of twilight approaching. The landscape was barren, devoid of life, save for their own party, with the occasional towering tree standing solitary on the plain. Yanyun suggested they take a moment to rest. Zheng Ba produced roasted wolf meat from his saddle, distributing it among the group. Upon seeing the dark, charred meat, Yan Qing'er burst into tears, exclaiming, "Mother, I can't eat roasted wolf meat anymore. It makes me want to vomit. I want fruit, I want dessert, I want vegetables." Wu Zheng Ba scratched his head awkwardly and replied, "Madam, we only have roasted meat left. All other provisions are gone. Everything we brought from Qingshui City has been consumed. Without this wolf meat, we would have starved." "Be good, Qing'er, just hold on a little longer. We will soon reach the next city. Once there, we can have fruits and vegetables, all right?" The lady gently consoled her. But I feel nauseous just looking at it. "I can't swallow it, mother. I don't want to eat roasted meat either," Yan Shuer chimed in, equally distressed. The other ladies and maidservants shared their reluctance, yet they understood their dire situation. Just having something to eat was a blessing. Being picky was out of the question. The lady and the third madam instinctively turned their gaze toward Yanyun, hoping he could soothe the two young girls, who held him in high regard, as they viewed him as a father figure. Little did they know, Yanyun chuckled and said, "All right. Today, we shall not eat roasted meat. I am tired of it as well. Wow. Long live third uncle. Long live third uncle. Long live, long live, long live." "Stop. If you continue to chant, the one in the palace will be displeased." Yanyun quickly intervened. The two young girls nodded obediently. "Uncle, if we aren't having roasted meat, then what will we eat?" the lady inquired, puzzled. All eyes turned to Yanyun, who grinned and dismounted, declaring, "Today, we shall feast on beef hot pot." Indeed, Yanyun was about to prepare hot pot. Everyone knew he had the ability to conjure food out of thin air, so there was no need to hide it anymore. If it was time for hot pot, then they would have hot pot. If it was time for barbecue, then they would have barbecue. After all, they were in a desolate area, far from any village or inn, with no merchants in sight, so there was no fear of being discovered. Beef hot pot? Pang Jilung scratched his head, bewildered. "I know tiger meat, but what is hot pot? And do we even have a pot?" The others shared his confusion. Yet, Yan Qing'er interjected, "You silly. You don't have a pot, but my third uncle does." "Oh, fair enough." Pang Jilung realized he had overlooked that detail. "All right, you all start the fire. I will handle the hot pot." With that, Yanyun opened the system marketplace. His emotional value had reached 1358 points. Since upgrading to an intermediate level, many features had been unlocked. Though he had only purchased a set of undergarments for the ladies so far, the living essentials inside were quite affordable. With a grand gesture, Yanyun exchanged for 3 dual-flavor pots, 3 tables, 20 chairs, 20 sets of cutlery, 30 10-inch porcelain plates, 3 packets of spicy hot pot base, 3 packets of tomato base, 20 portions of dipping sauce, 5 aluminum basins, and a substantial amount of charcoal. The system, taking into account the absence of electrical appliances in ancient times, provided a charcoal-filled base for the hot pot. Yanyun had previously surveyed these items during his journey, preparing for the forthcoming hot pot feast. With the base set up and the charcoal filled in, it would allow for continuous heating while enjoying the meal. The dual-flavor pots, tables, and chairs were priced at 20 emotional points each, which was rather steep. Each chair cost 2 emotional points, and each porcelain plate also amounted to 2 emotional points. The cutlery, dipping sauces, hot pot bases, and aluminum basins were all priced at 1 emotional point each. 100 pounds of charcoal was valued at 5 emotional points, making it quite affordable. Yanyun expended 276 emotional points to procure all the necessary equipment. His storage space still held a considerable amount of vegetables and meats, all preserved well since being taken from the royal kitchen. With a flourish, Yanyun summoned the pots, bowls, and tables into existence before the astonished onlookers. Chapter 127 unfolded with a harmonious atmosphere, evoking deep emotions. The sudden appearance of so many items left everyone dumbfounded. Even those who had anticipated such a spectacle were taken aback. Who would have thought Yanyun had even prepared the tables and chairs? Was this truly exile? Come, someone explain, is this exile? This was clearly an extravagant outdoor feast, far exceeding the typical picnic experience. In an instant, the long-absent system notifications chimed in Yanyun's mind. Undoubtedly, All the ladies, the guards, the maidservants, and the two young girls had contributed their emotional points. Shock, surprise, incredulity, disbelief, amazement, delight, excitement, fervor, ecstatic joy, envy, admiration, and even fear and obsession surged forth in a complex array of emotions, resulting in Yanyun amassing an impressive total of 320 emotional points. Notably, Zhou Shan, the newcomer, contributed the most. His feelings of shock, surprise, and disbelief alone accounted for 9 emotions, yielding 18 emotional points. The feelings of obsession and fervor came from several of the ladies. Yet, this was merely the beginning. This, my lord. Zhang Bama stammered, wide-eyed. Did you prepare all these items in advance? Why ask so much? Let's get to work. Yanyun replied dismissively. Just this? It's merely the tip of the iceberg. He rolled his eyes, unimpressed. The tip of the iceberg? What lies before us is just a fraction. Ding. Zhang Ba's emotions surged with shock, surprise, and disbelief. Ding. The first lady experienced shock, surprise, obsession, and fervor. Ding. The second lady felt shock, surprise, obsession, and eagerness, secretly admiring her handsome uncle. Another wave of emotional points surged forth, and Yanyun harvested a staggering 260 points. Although this was fewer than last time, it was still substantial. Move. Yanyun urged, disregarding the crowd's astonished stares. Lu Ba and Qin Wei hurriedly arranged the tables and placed the chairs. Yanyun then opened his storage space, retrieving beef, pork, lamb, potatoes, lettuce, and green beans. Given the limited variety of vegetables in this world, he accessed the system marketplace to exchange for additional ingredients: tofu, duck blood, wide noodles, fish tofu, fish balls, and quail eggs, as well as cilantro, enoki mushrooms, spinach, winter melon, and garlic cloves. A total of 20 different ingredients appeared. Once again, the crowd was left in awe at the sudden emergence of so many vegetables and meats, alongside some unfamiliar foods, contributing another 300 emotional points to Yanyun. Stop gaping. Get moving, he commanded. What do we do with all this? The first lady was at a loss. Coming from noble backgrounds, they had never cooked before, leaving them utterly bewildered. With a clang, Yanyun produced a large vat of spring water he had collected from the streams of Yanhuang Mountain. Eldest sister, take a few ladies to wash the vegetables, he instructed. Zheng Ba, Zhulong, you two slice the beef, pork, and lamb into thin pieces and arrange them on the plates. Zhou Shan, you'll be in charge of starting the fire. Ignite all the charcoal and place it in the hot pot base to heat it up. Qin Wei, chop the potatoes and tofu into cubes. Lu Ba, prepare the greens by cutting them into chunks or strips. Yanyun issued a series of commands. Uncle, what are we in charge of? Yan Qing'er asked joyfully. You two. Haha, you two are simply here to eat. Today, Uncle will let you experience a comfortable and romantic dinner. Growing up in the Duke's residence, they had lived sheltered lives, but they had never experienced such an outdoor cooking excursion or communal meal. The comfort, ease, and joy they felt were unprecedented, one that even the elder ladies had not encountered. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with hues of gold, the atmosphere was cozy and fulfilling, filled with tranquility and happiness. Everyone seemed to be immersed in this rare delight. We'll wash the vegetables. How can we let the ladies do such rough work? Su Xian hurriedly stepped forward, taking the greens and starting to wash them. Hong Tao, La Mei, Xia Shui, and Xiao Yu quickly joined in, fetching water and cleaning. Under Yanyun's guidance, everyone took on their respective roles, bustling about in harmony. Zhou Shan was responsible for igniting the fire, and soon the charcoal was ablaze, carefully placed in the hot pot base. Yanyun orchestrated everything without lifting a finger, planning and directing the entire operation. First, he filled the 3 hot pots with water and, once it boiled, added the hot pot ingredients. The dual flavor pots offered a spicy side and a tomato side, and as the broth melded with the water and boiled, a delectable aroma wafted through the air, enticing everyone. The 2 young girls stood by the hot pot, inhaling the fragrant steam, likely feeling satisfied even before they had a chance to eat. Wow, it smells incredible. This is certainly far better than any delicacy I've ever tasted. Yan Shui exclaimed in anticipation. Once the broth was ready, Yanyun added some clear water. Under everyone's diligent efforts, the vegetables and meats were neatly arranged on the plates. With a sweep of his hand, Yanyun directed everyone to gather around the 3 tables, each adorned with a hot pot and identical ingredients. The guards gathered at one table, the 6th and 7th ladies with 5 maidservants at another, and Yanyun. The 1st lady, 2nd lady, 3rd lady, 4th lady, 5th lady, Yan Shuer, and Yan Qing'er at the last. They encircled the tables, eyes fixed on the bubbling broth, mouths watering in anticipation. They were on the verge of salivating. Goodness, it smells divine. I've never seen this way of eating before. And to think I could enjoy such a delightful hot pot during exile is simply unbelievable. Chapter 128. In the past, they had lived like dogs. Before anyone could even take a bite, another 280 emotional points were contributed to Yanyun. Let us get to it. Those who enjoy spicy food can add ingredients to the spicy pot. If you prefer mild, use the tomato pot. Yanyun picked up a plate of duck blood and poured half into each of the 2 soup pots. I want it spicy. The fourth lady, Yi Jiaomei, rarely spoke. But the sight of the delectable food made her lose her composure, her eyes shimmering with excitement. Yes, yes. No spice, no joy. The second lady, with her typically cold demeanor, displayed a rare warmth. Though her tone remained frosty, it now bore a hint of charm. All right, then I shall add more to the spicy pot. Yanyun stood up, beckoning everyone. Schwer, Chinger, would you like to eat? She turned her gaze toward the 2 little girls. I don't want it too spicy. I want tomato flavor. I want this white egg. I want this yellow tofu. And this wing. Yanyun chuckled. This is quail egg. This is fish tofu. This is fish ball. This is chicken wing. This is shrimp paste. Yes, yes. I want this. Yin Shuer reached out her tiny hand. No problem. Yanyun took the quail eggs, fish tofu, and fish balls, pouring half into the tomato soup. The enticing aroma wafted through the air, tantalizing everyone's taste buds. As their eyes fixated on the hot pot, their throats bobbing with anticipation. Haha. Yanyun glanced at her table and then at the other 2 nearby tables. Unable to contain her laughter. Looking out over the vast plain, the 3 tables, set against the tranquil surroundings, seemed rather discordant. However, with everyone gathered around, focused on the sumptuous feast before them, it no longer felt excessive. The surrounding landscape was flat, with only 3 pots of steaming hot pot visible on the horizon. The ingredients began to bubble in the heat of the charcoal, slowly rising to the surface. It's done. Let's dig in. Yanyun unveiled the prepared utensils, picked up the dipping sauce, and filled a bowl with food for Yin Qinger and Yin Shuer. The aroma of the freshly cooked food spread enticingly. The combination of the ingredients with the sesame sauce was simply exquisite. You all must try, Yanyun urged. Wow, it's so fragrant, so delicious, Yin Shuer exclaimed, opening her small lips as she used her chopsticks to pick up a fish ball, taking a bite and swallowing it eagerly. Uncle San, it's so delicious. Mommy, quickly try the fish ball paired with sesame sauce. It's amazing. Yin Qinger tasted a fish ball too, instantly captivated by its flavor. She had never encountered such delicious food before. The first lady offered Yanyun a chicken wing, saying, you mustn't only take care of them. You should eat too. Though her own taste buds were in turmoil, she first encouraged Yanyun. Yanyun chuckled, everyone enjoy. If it's not enough, there's more. The second lady, Luo Bingxue, noticing the first lady serving Yanyun a chicken wing, picked up a quail egg from the bubbling pot and placed it in Yanyun's bowl. The third lady, Gua Yiren, unwilling to be outdone, gracefully added a fish tofu to Yanyun's bowl. She had moved on from her grief and was now wholly focused on educating Yin Shuer. Her gaze was filled with admiration for Yanyun. The fourth lady, Yi Jiaomei, though timid and delicate, was resolute in matters of significance. She also placed a chicken wing into Yanyun's bowl. The fifth lady, Lu Yuner, rarely expressed her innermost thoughts, but her eyes shone with infatuation and admiration for her uncle. Yanyun's recent conduct had been nothing short of extraordinary, and this meal alone had completely captivated her. Uncle San, I'll give you a quail egg. Yin Qinger began to understand the importance of sharing. I want to give you something too. Here, I'll give my chicken wing to Uncle San. Yin Shuer, showing her emotional intelligence, directly placed her chicken wing into Yanyun's bowl. Yanyun laughed heartily. All right, everyone, hurry and eat. Wow, this flavor, indeed extraordinary. After living for decades, I've suddenly realized how I squandered my earlier years. To savor a meal like this hot pot, I would willingly trade years off my life. Pang Julong exclaimed, relishing the beef slices and ribs, praising the taste. This flavor, truly exceptional. This is undoubtedly the best meal I have ever had in my life. Zheng Ba added, dipping a chicken wing into the sesame sauce. Unable to suppress his delight. It's truly delicious. How rare this is. I never expected a commoner like me would have a chance to taste such exquisite food. Honestly, I could die happy right now. Lu Ba lamented. Die? Don't talk about death. After this hot pot, I will serve our Lord with unwavering loyalty. I'll face any challenge without hesitation. Qinwei shouted at Lu Ba. Ha ha. Don't take it seriously. I was just expressing my feelings. Of course. I've secretly vowed to remain loyal to young Master Yin for life. Alive, I am his. Dead, I am his ghost. Lu Ba chuckled foolishly, then pounded his chest, his expression grave as he spoke earnestly. Zhou Shan, do you have nothing to say? Qinwei asked Zhou Shan. I. Zhou Shan stammered. I have already sworn an oath to serve young Master Yin loyally, never to abandon him. If I go back on my word, may the heavens strike me down. However, he felt he was a latecomer and had contributed little to the group. Enough. No need for more words. We only seek your attitude. Qinwei clapped Zhou Shan's shoulder. Zhou Shan nodded vigorously. Undoubtedly, after indulging in the delicious hot pot, everyone was left in awe of the enticing flavors, contributing to a fresh wave of emotional resonance. While they were oblivious to how these ingredients had come to be, their primary concern was simply enjoying the meal. Yanyun had once again captivated everyone with his prowess, turning a simple hot pot into a moment of loyalty for Lu Ba and Qinwei, elevating their devotion to the highest level. In Chapter 129, Hot Pot and Tent Sleeping, the loyalty of the 5th and 7th ladies also reached their peak, while Zhou Shan's loyalty soared to 90 points. Everyone present, except Zhou Shan, achieved maximum loyalty. A satisfied expression graced Yanyun's face. For this meal, he had expended 415 emotional points but gained a remarkable 1218 points, resulting in a profit of 803 points. Currently, he had 2,161 emotional points left. It appeared that to enhance emotional value, one must engage in small acts that capture attention and stir the hearts of all. Seizing the moment while everyone dined, Yanyun rose and proclaimed, "Now that we have passed through Qingshui City, we are 500 kilometers away from Yanhuang City. As the saying goes, the mountains are high, and the emperor is far away. Henceforth, as long as there are no outsiders, we shall feast daily. Today, we indulge in hot pot. Tomorrow, we shall enjoy barbecues. The day after tomorrow, seafood. And thereafter, we shall vary our meals. Who says the road of exile is destined for suffering, for torment, for pain? With me, you shall only know joy, only delight, only ease. This is merely the beginning." Yanyun delivered an impassioned speech, igniting the fervor within everyone, filling the air with an exhilarating sense of contentment. In this round, Yanyun unexpectedly harvested an additional 285 points of emotional value, while Zhou Shan's loyalty increased by 5 points. A delightful smile graced Yanyun's lips. It seemed that aside from making subtle gestures, it was also essential to occasionally utter cheerful words and paint a grand vision. As the saying goes, a leader who cannot inspire dreams is not a good chef. The crowd, having feasted well, displayed expressions of satisfaction. Yin Shui Air let out a hearty burp, prompting hearty laughter from everyone. The 5 maids began to tidy up the dishes, wash the hot pot, and scrub the bowls. However, due to the greasy nature of the cookware, cleaning proved challenging. Yanyun waved his hand in exchange for a bottle of dish soap. The sudden appearance of the dish soap drew gasps of astonishment from Shu Xin and the others. The ladies marveled at the rising white foam, exclaiming its miraculous nature. With the foam's assistance, a simple wipe with a cloth rendered the plates spotless. 1 bottle of dish soap equated to 1 emotional value point. The advent of this item sparked curiosity and surprise among the women, leading Yanyun to reap a profit of 105 emotional value points. Qinwei and others began to clear the dining table. This was undoubtedly the most delicious and satisfying meal since their exile. Not only was it the most delectable meal they had ever experienced, but the fiery, spicy flavor sent tears streaming from their eyes as they slurped with delight. The tangy tomato flavor was refreshing, providing a comforting sensation in their bellies. This was truly the most exquisite meal of their lives. As they tidied up, Yanyun opened the system shop. Excellent. He planned to exchange for 3 high-grade tents. With the mountains towering and the emperor far away, the plains were desolate and devoid of human presence. At this hour, no one dared to venture into the wilderness, all opting to stay in nearby villages for the night. Seizing the moment while spirits were high, he decided to ignite enthusiasm further and harvest another wave of emotional value points. Perhaps this wave of emotional value would be enough to cover the cost of the tents. Once the cleanup was complete, Yanyun waved his hand, gathering all pots, bowls, and furniture. In an instant, aside from water stains and trash, the ground was cleared into the storage space. Night had fully descended. Zheng Ba instructed Zhou Shan and Lu Ba to increase the campfire and add firewood to illuminate the surroundings, preventing any large beasts from approaching. Just as everyone was searching for a place to sleep, Yanyun stood up and declared, "From tonight onwards, we shall no longer sleep on the ground. Where then shall we sleep?" Pang Julong asked, bewildered. The crowd displayed expressions of curiosity and surprise. Yanyun harvested 76 emotional value points. Today, they had witnessed so many marvels from Yanyun that they did not believe he was merely brushing them off. However, they were utterly clueless about how they were to sleep. With a flourish, Yanyun summoned 3 folded tents. "What is this?" the first lady asked, utterly perplexed. The ladies were equally bewildered. Yanyun harvested another 36 emotional value points. Tents. Yanyun announced. Tents? The crowd turned their gaze to the tents on the ground, beginning to discern their significance. Indeed, these were tents, not much different from military tents. Zheng seemed to recognize military tents. Without further ado, Yanyun approached the tent with the help of Zheng and Pang Julong, and with a single motion, it sprang to life as if inflated. Wow! The sight of the enormous tent astonished everyone. Even Zheng was left speechless. This earned Yanyun another 46 emotional value points. The tent was far larger than a military tent, even surpassing those used by generals for military and political affairs. Its exterior resembled a Mongolian yurt, reflecting a faint metallic shine in the firelight. The high-quality tent was not made of fabric, but rather some form of soft metallic thread, capable of withstanding the assault of wild beasts. The crowd, oblivious to the material of the tent, opened the door and stepped inside. The interior was spacious, measuring at least 30 square meters, featuring a soft bed that could accommodate 10 people. This bed was akin to an air mattress. When retracted, the air was expelled, and when inflated, it was filled with air. This was truly a marvel of technology. Although the inside was quite spacious, it appeared somewhat dim without lighting. The awestruck crowd was filled with delight, resulting in Yanyun harvesting another 118 emotional value points. Recalling the luminous pearls he had taken from the Prime Minister's residence, Yanyun produced 3, placing 1 in each tent. As soon as they were placed inside, the once dim tents were illuminated as bright as day. This sight elicited another round of gasps, contributing 54 emotional value points to Yanyun. Yanyun expressed his satisfaction, stating, "The material of this tent is exceptionally sturdy, crafted from a type of soft golden thread that can repel wild beasts. With this, we no longer need to take turns keeping watch at night. Nor do we need to fear ambushes. We can simply sleep soundly." Chapter 130, The Second Lady's Envy and Jealousy. Is it really that incredible? Pang Julong exclaimed. The crowd was equally astonished, adding 46 emotional value points to Yanyun. Zheng couldn't help but tease, "My lord, how could you be so unfair? With such a treasure, why not reveal it sooner? We could have avoided all those campfires at night." The First Lady corrected him. "In the past, we dared not reveal our strength. Now that we are far from Yanhuang City, we can afford to do so." Zheng chuckled. "I was just venting my frustrations." "Please don't take it to heart, First Lady." Yanyun replied, "Indeed. We previously dared not expose our capabilities. Eating a tomato at night required utmost caution. But now it's different. The mountains are high and the Emperor far away. As long as we remain stealthy and vigilant, we have no reason to fear." "Exactly." Zheng eagerly nodded in agreement. The tent appeared capable of accommodating 10 people, but in reality, it could fit 20, with only 10 unable to sleep on the bed. The ground of the tent was pristine, constructed from a special metallic material that posed no issues regarding quality. A soft carpet adorned the metallic surface. The ladies were extremely pleased, and the 2 young maids quickly removed their shoes to bounce on the soft carpet and air mattress. While the interior did not rival the grandeur of the Duke of Guai's residence or the luxurious inns of Qing Shui City, it certainly surpassed the comfort of the Skeleton King's lair and was far better than sleeping in a dilapidated temple in the wilderness. This heartwarming scene filled everyone with contentment, contributing an impressive 332 emotional value points to Yanyun. The 3 high-grade tents cost Yanyun 900 emotional value points, although he incurred a loss of 271 points. It was still a substantial gain, as he provided the group with a place to stay, freeing them from the misery of sleeping outdoors. The little lions and leopards frolicked joyfully within the tents. As time passed, the little creatures continued to grow. The ladies took excellent care of the little lions, viewing them as their emotional support and future personal guardians. They were unwilling to let the little lions suffer. These little beasts had hearty appetites, consuming large quantities at every meal. While nurturing them was essential, training was of utmost importance. Yanyun had read a book on training police dogs, and he shared all the knowledge with the ladies and the 2 young maids. Lacking training skills, they found it nearly impossible to train the little creatures effectively. These large wild beasts appeared adorable and playful when young, but they could become ferocious as adults. Without proper training, they could turn dangerous and unrecognizable. Armed with training techniques, the ladies felt assured. During their leisure time, they played with the little ones. Returning to the main event, the other 2 tents had yet to be erected. At Zheng urging, Zhou Shan, Lu Ba, and Qin Wei worked together to set up the remaining tents. Ding! Zhou Shan, awed by the host's grand gesture, felt a mix of admiration, respect, astonishment, and incredulity. Emotional value 10 points. Loyalty 3 points. Zhou Shan's loyalty has increased by another 3 points. So far, Yanyun has yet to discern any remarkable talents in Zhou Shan that merit his attention. He appears utterly ordinary, akin to a mere passerby. Yanyun harbors no expectations of surprises from him. if he can indeed elevate Zhou Shan's loyalty to its maximum. Having him serve as a minor official in the future would be quite satisfactory, at least someone trustworthy. Once the 2 tents were set up, 5 bailiffs occupied one, while 5 maidservants took the other. Additionally, 7 sister-in-laws and 2 younger maidens conveniently settled into one tent. Yanyun planned to stay with Zheng Ba and the others. Given the pressing circumstances, there was no need for extravagance. If possible, he would prefer to sleep alone in a tent. However, that would only benefit the eldest lady. This woman, with her pretentious demeanor, would likely incite chaos if there were no others around. Did one not observe the softening of the second lady's icy gaze, now filled with longing and desire? Moreover, the looks from the other ladies towards him have been changing, whether it be the peerless, coldly elegant 6th Lady Lung Shiji or the talented 7th Lady Duan Ruinxia from a scholarly family. All the sister-in-laws maintained their composure, refraining from unraveling their dignity. Third uncle. Sleep here. It's quite comfortable. Yan Qing'e suddenly called out just as Yanyun was about to exit the sister-in-law's tent. Yes, yes. Tonight. Third uncle sleeps between Shuer and Qing'e. This is a place of fortuitous energy. Yin Shuer chimed in. It's too cramped. Tonight. Third uncle won't sleep with you. He will be in the tent next door. If anything arises, I will come immediately, all right? Yanyun replied patiently. No way. I want to sleep with third uncle. Wherever you are, Qing'e will be with you, mother. The eldest lady was clearly intent on firmly securing Yanyun's presence. As expected, upon uttering those words, the eldest lady beamed proudly at her daughter. I also want to sleep with third uncle. Wherever he is, I will be with mother. Yin Shuer pouted adorably. The third lady felt joy within, though her expression lacked the boldness of the eldest lady. Oh my, having a little darling is indeed delightful. The second lady lamented inwardly, secretly cursing Yin Feng. Yanyun found himself at a loss for words. Witnessing the 2 young maidens on the verge of tears, reluctantly, he finally acquiesced. Fortunately, it was a large bed that could comfortably accommodate the 7 sister-in-laws, the 2 maidens, and himself, totaling 10. Ultimately, Yanyun remained there. Yet, at that moment, no one could sleep. They sat in the tent, filled with laughter and merriment. This was undoubtedly the most delightful day since their exile. Delicious hot pot, cozy tents, barring unforeseen circumstances. They would no longer have to endure the brutal life of sleeping under the sky and dining on the wind. This night passed swiftly. The following morning, as dawn broke, everyone awoke one by one. Nothing untoward had occurred during the night, neither mosquito bites nor fear of wild beasts. Everyone had enjoyed a restful slumber. Yet, Yanyun faced some tribulations. The 2 maidens had relentlessly tormented him throughout the night, either resting their heads on his shoulders or draping their legs over his face, leaving him feeling utterly exasperated, albeit without any aversion. Chapter 131. The Employment Teams of Yinzhao Town. The more the 2 maidens behaved this way, the more it indicated his endearment and significance in their hearts. For Yanyun, this could be considered a blessing. After everyone emerged from their tents, Yanyun waved his hand to store the tent into his spatial compartment. After breakfast, the group mounted their horses and set off. Detected that Qinmu and the host share a sovereign-subject relationship. Emotional system successfully bound. Current emotional value generated by Qinmu's feelings towards the host. Ding. Qinmu was astounded upon discovering the host's pretense of ignorance, resulting in a dramatic emotional value increase of 40 points. What on earth, Qinmu? As the main group began their journey, Yanyun's mind echoed with the prompt regarding the binding of the sovereign-subject relationship. The emotional value had surged by 40 points. This meant each emotional value was magnified tenfold. Who is Qinmu? Yanyun rifled through his memories in search of information about Qinmu, but his mind was a blank slate with no recollection stored. Instinctively, he turned his gaze towards the eldest lady and, subsequently, guided his Mou lion to her side. Eldest sister-in-law, do you know someone named Qinmu? Yanyun inquired, furrowing his brow. Qinmu? The eldest lady's brow furrowed slightly. That name sounds somewhat familiar. I must have heard of it. Qinmu, the head of the Qin family, one of the 3 great swordsmanship clans of the great Yin Empire. If I'm not mistaken, the Qinmu you speak of is indeed this person, the 6th Lady Lung Shiji interjected. The head of one of the 3 swordsmanship clans, Qinmu? Yanyun found himself unable to fathom this individual. Lung Shiji continued. He is related to the court's chief swordmaster Qin Ji, who is also Prince Yao's mentor, and to Qin Xian, whom I killed not long ago. They are all cousins. I wonder why the little uncle suddenly mentioned Qinmu. Yanyun shook his head. I was merely curious and thought to ask. Curious? Lung Shiji hesitated for a moment before adding. His daughter is named Qin Baining. Qin Baining? The woman who perished alongside Uncle Guahang in prison? The eldest lady inquired incredulously. Indeed. Lung Shiji confirmed. Regarding my father and Chun binding, you may know little, but one thing. The little uncle should be aware, right? The third lady Gua Irin rode up to catch up with them. Huh, why should I know? Yanyun replied, utterly perplexed. Clearly, the little uncle had lost many memories. The third lady sighed deeply. Well then, please share, and I shall see if it rings a bell. Yanyun urged. The other sister-in-laws were equally intrigued. To be honest, little uncle, when you were seriously ill with a high fever as a child, it was Chun Binding who took care of you with great care. The third lady recounted what she knew to Yanyun. Yanyun was taken aback to discover that this body had such intricate ties with Chun Binding. No wonder Chen Mu would bind himself to him as a sovereign subject. He was clearly aligned with him through his father as a sworn brother. However, it was unfortunate that they had already killed Chen Xian. If Chen Mu were to learn of his cousin's death, would he still remain loyal? Yanyun instinctively opened the system's character panel and found Chen Mu's loyalty level at a staggering 90 points. This indicated a current state of safety. Nevertheless, regardless of the circumstances, Chen Mu had already contributed 40 emotional points to him. As noon approached, a bustling town came into view. Zheng Ba gazed ahead and remarked, "The town ahead is called Yinzhao Town, where many employment teams gather." Gathering many employment teams? What is the reason for their presence? Yanyun queried, puzzled. Is there a dangerous area nearby? Indeed, Zheng Ba affirmed. Do you see the towering mountain range ahead? After traversing Yinzhao Town, we must ascend this mountain. This mountain is known as Yinzhao Mountain. It stretches for thousands of kilometers, lying between the two nations of Yin and Zhao. The mountain's peak belongs to the Great Yin Empire, while its base is in the Great Zhao Empire. The mountain is rife with wild beasts and bandits. From what I know, many citizens from nearby cities have turned to banditry in these mountains. Furthermore, since the people of Yin and Zhao can freely traverse this mountain, the bandits here often collaborate with one another. Moreover, the two nations of Yin and Zhao have signed a treaty prohibiting their armies from entering Yinzhao Mountain, which is also why the bandits here are so rampant. Once we pass through Yinzhao Mountain, we will arrive at Gagjin City. Our journey through Yinzhao Mountain will take 2 days and 2 nights. This is the only route closest to Gagjin City. Therefore, merchants wishing to traverse the mountains safely must hire a considerable number of escorts. The prosperity of Yinzhao Town is indeed reliant on these hired teams. Zheng Ba prattled on. Tonight, we shall rest in Yinzhao Town, and at dawn, we will join the main caravan, proposed Yanyun. Agreed. Yinzhao Town may lack many things, but it is abundant in inns. Zheng Ba concurred. Presently, the group rode their war horses and, in less than half a joss stick's worth of time, arrived at Yinzhao Town. The storefronts lining the streets were predominantly inns and noodle shops, while the thoroughfare was populated by gallant warriors wielding weapons. The locals were robust, exuding a certain brigandish air. Though none were bandits per se, they certainly embodied the essence of one. Some donned leather armor, while others were iron mail. All gazes were fierce and imbued with a palpable aura of menace. Upon spotting numerous captivating women in the crowd, the men were visibly awestruck. They are breathtakingly beautiful. Each seemed like a celestial being descended to earth, radiating allure. Their exquisite features and graceful forms were nothing short of divine. The onlookers were left speechless, their mouths watering at the sight. Damn, these women far surpassed those found in brothels. Just one night with them, and I would gladly meet my demise. These women, indeed, were not ordinary individuals. Oh, do you happen to know them? One inquired. Do you not see who leads them? That is, Zheng Ba, the captain of the escorting officials. Captain Zheng Ba? No way. Is that truly him? He is a figure I deeply respect. It was rumored that Zheng Ba was escorting the wives of the Duke of the nation. Indeed, these women are all noble consorts of the Duke's household. Each possesses an esteemed lineage. Even amidst their current plight, they are not to be trifled with. Certainly, the eldest lady, Zhao Weining, is the granddaughter of General Zhao Lai, the war god. The second lady, Luo Bingxue, is the daughter of the eminent Luo family, one of the 4 great financial clans. The third lady, Gua Irin, is the daughter of Gua Hong, the lord of Sunlit City. What a revelation. These women are indeed extraordinary. Whoever dares to offend them will find it far worse than death. It is a pity, though. The 3 young masters of the Yin family are in dire straits. They are ill-fated. The eldest and second young masters met their end at the border. The third young master survived, but is a fool. A fool is still a fool. At least he is alive. Yet, what difference does it make to be alive if one cannot enjoy life? What a shame. If these women end up in the wilds, they will surely fall prey to those brutes. The wilds are rife with any Erdwells. One wonders which scoundrel will benefit. Do their families not intervene? Wait, have you not noticed that this escort team is different? What do you mean? By heavens, they are all mounted on horses. And these are not mere draft horses, but rather, All are splendid war steeds. Zheng Ba and several officials walked ahead, while Yanyun and the ladies followed. The murmurs from the crowd were clear to Yanyun, yet he chose to ignore them. It was evident they were brazenly entering Yanzhou town. As long as he did not overstep, he would remain unscathed. Riding along the street for over 100 meters, a burly man suddenly emerged from the tea house on the left. "Boss, we have over 50 brothers. All of them are seasoned warriors. With our protection, the bandits along the way will surely not dare to disturb you. Our price is reasonable, just 50,000 gold coins to safely escort you out of Yanzhou Mountain," the stout man proclaimed with a rough demeanor. Zheng Ba shook his head. "Do we look like those who can afford to hire a team? Of course. You are all riding fine war horses, which clearly indicates wealth. Moreover, there are many beautiful ladies among you. It is evident you hail from noble backgrounds. With such a group, do you think you can traverse Yanzhou Mountain safely? Absolutely impossible. In the eyes of bandits, they would be seen as the perfect captives." Quite a persuasive argument. "It seems you do not recognize me, Zheng Ba." Zheng Ba's eyes narrowed. "Zheng Ba, you are the captain from Yanhuang City?" The burly man was taken aback. Zheng Ba and his companions were not clad in official garb. Their attire was stained and tattered, long discarded. The government was notoriously stingy, providing only a single outfit without replacements. "Ah, Captain Zheng Ba, how delightful to see you," a hearty voice called out before its owner even arrived. Zheng Ba turned to see a robust man with a horse-like face emerging from the tea house, a broadsword strapped to his waist. "This brother of mine is new here, and lacks the eye to recognize a great man, so I hope Captain Zheng Ba does not take offense." The man boomed. "Ah, I see. It is brother Jia Ao." Zheng Ba immediately recognized him. The man was named Pei Jia Ao, a name he had chosen himself, symbolizing his untamed spirit. They had a slight acquaintance. "Captain Zheng Ba, you have had quite a journey." Pei Jia Ao laughed heartily. Zheng Ba dismounted and clasped his hands, saying, "It has been nearly a year since we last met. I never expected you to still be in such fine health. If you were alive, how could I dare to perish first? So, now that we have reunited, shall we not share a drink? Let us not return until we are thoroughly intoxicated." Pei Jia Ao inquired with a smile. Zheng Ba sighed. "This mission is rather arduous, so I cannot join you for a drink. If we meet again, let us celebrate the night away." "Very well, you have my word," Pei Jia Ao replied jovially. He then asked, "It is already past noon. You do not intend to ascend the mountain this afternoon, do you?" "Tomorrow, we shall set forth at dawn," Zheng Ba replied. "That is splendid. It seems we shall once again fight side by side." Pei Jia Ao exclaimed. "Oh, have you already received a mission?" Zheng Ba asked with curiosity. "Oh, it is not a grand task. Like you, I am also escorting a group of exiles to the wilds. We are coming from Hill City," Pei Jia Ao explained. "An exile team from Hill City? Heading to the wilds as well?" Zheng Ba's brow furrowed. "Sigh. No more to say. I have matters to attend to, so I must take my leave. We shall meet again tomorrow." Pei Jia Ao seemed to recall some sorrowful memory and turned to depart. Zheng Ba nodded slightly. Behind him, Yanyun and the ladies were left stunned by Pei Jia Ao's words. There are also those exiled to the wilds. Why are they being sent there? This was monumental news for them. The ladies exchanged glances, pondering if these individuals had any connection to the Yin family. Along the way, several more individuals attempted to approach, offering their services for hire, but all were dismissed by Zheng Ba. Numerous acquaintances greeted Zheng Ba, each one notable in their own right. Undoubtedly, Zheng Ba was a man of considerable repute in this area, as every person who greeted him was of significant standing. Yanyun did not inquire further, as he was well aware that Zheng Ba's reputation was forged through his intellect and combat prowess. It was evident that those around Zheng Ba held him in admiration and awe. Zheng Ba refrained from elaborating, and Yanyun deemed it inappropriate to press for more details. He only needed to understand that Zheng Ba was indeed extraordinary. Under Zheng Ba's guidance, the group entered the most luxurious inn in Yanzhou town, the Yanzhou Inn. This establishment boasted high standards and beautiful pricing, with the waitstaff displaying exceptional service. The repeated address of Sir seemed to inflate Pang Julong's ego, making him feel as if he were truly the master of the inn. After a short while, under the arrangement of the attentive staff, the group settled in. The rooms at Yanzhou could accommodate a maximum of 2 people. Consequently, after much weeping and wailing from Yan Qinger, Yanyun found himself sharing a room with the first madam. Yan Shuer, too, clamored to sleep with Yanyun. Ultimately, the third madam, unable to withstand the insistence, proposed that this time, Qinger would sleep with the third uncle, and next time, they could alternate. Yan Shuer, with tears streaming down her face, reluctantly agreed. Yanyun, feeling powerless, allowed the 2 young ladies to dictate the arrangements. The other madams looked on with envy, particularly the second madam, whose longing expression suggested she wished to pull Yanyun into her embrace. At that moment, her aloof demeanor had vanished, revealing a much more submissive nature. After dinner, Yanqing'er insisted on taking a stroll around the streets. With nothing else to occupy his time, Yanyun acquiesced to her whim and, accompanied by the first madam, stepped outside the inn. Zhengba was absent, having ventured out to inquire about another exiled group heading towards the wilderness. Yanyun instinctively felt that this group might also be entangled in the affairs of his father, but the specifics eluded him. Pang Julong, having nothing to do, was wandering about downstairs. Upon seeing Yanyun and the first madam descending, he hurriedly followed them. "My lord, are we preparing to go out for a stroll?" Pang Julong inquired eagerly. Yanyun nodded. "I feel stifled indoors and wish to get some fresh air." This place was not a city, and the town mayor had no authority to regulate the movements of exiles, allowing for greater freedom than in the city. Of course, not all exiled groups had the same liberties, as the other group certainly did not. "Perfect. I'm at leisure as well. Allow me to accompany and protect you." Pang Julong chuckled. With his company, the four of them left the inn. As darkness fell and the lights illuminated the streets, the thoroughfare bustled with activity. The taverns on either side were rife with raucous noise. Suddenly, a vicious shout rang out, "Get lost! Don't beg me for money. Do you think my wealth comes from thin air?" Yanyun's attention was drawn to a burly man berating a beggar clutching a broken bowl. In a fit of anger, he kicked the beggar, sending him sprawling to the ground, rolling helplessly for 3 circles, while the bowl clattered away. The beggar, disheveled and dirty, appeared frail and aged, resembling a decrepit old man. "Mother, that poor grandfather." Yanqing'er tugged at her mother's hand. The first madam sighed, feeling helpless. She had no money to offer. Otherwise, she might have felt compelled to help. The beggar, seemingly unfazed by the pain, expressionlessly rose from the ground, limping towards his bowl, scanning the surroundings. Upon noticing Yanyun and the others, he shuffled over, his vacant gaze fixed on them, extending his bowl as if awaiting their charity. Recalling his own past experiences, Yanyun felt a pang of empathy. "Step aside," Pang Julong barked. Yanyun gestured for him to remain silent as he retrieved a few gold coins from his storage space and dropped them into the beggar's bowl. The old man did not express gratitude or depart. Instead, he continued to stare at Yanyun with an unsettling intensity. Assuming the man was dissatisfied, Yanyun added a handful of coins, over 20 in total. Yet, the beggar still did not leave. The first madam furrowed her brow, sensing the man's insatiable greed. Unable to tolerate it any longer, Pang Julong yelled, "You old wretch! My lord has already given you a generous amount. Are you not satisfied? Do you expect me to kick you away as well?" The beggar ignored Pang Julong's words, his gaze unwavering. Yanyun, feeling helpless, placed another handful of coins into the bowl, totaling around 40 to 50 coins, filling it to the brim. This time, the beggar finally ceased blocking their path, pocketing the coins before departing with his broken bowl. "That grandfather is truly insatiable. It cost my uncle dearly," Yanqing'er exclaimed, visibly displeased. Yanyun chuckled. "He is of advanced age, and his mobility is hindered. Life is undoubtedly tough for him. Giving him a few coins is no burden." The first madam sighed. "My dear uncle possesses a heart of gold, yet he remains unaware that all actions yield consequences. Perhaps you owe him from a past life." "Huh. Let it be known that I owe him from a past life, and I shall repay it in this one. I am not one to shy away from debts. If we have money, we shall repay," Yanyun declared boldly. "Now, what do you wish to eat? Feel free to tell your uncle. Today, we shall indulge," he said cheerfully. "All right, I shall not hold back." Yanqing'er responded jubilantly, her spirits lifted. In the end, Yanyun purchased 2 skewers of candied hawthorn and a bracelet for each of the 7 sisters-in-law before returning to the inn. Zhengba was already back, seemingly waiting at the entrance for their return. Upon seeing Yanyun, he hurried over, stating, "I have gathered information." Yanyun inquired softly, "Is it related to us?" Zhengba nodded. "Whose people?" Yanyun's expression tightened as he pressed for details. "The family of General Nu Long, Qinyaochuan," Zhengba replied gravely. A thunderous realization struck Yanyun's mind. His father commanded 3 valiant generals: the violent dragon general, Luo Zhengfeng; the insatiable white-eyed wolf, the evil dragon general, Lu Zhendong, who commanded the Tiger Hal cavalry and had reportedly betrayed them, currently stationed at the southern borders, and the angry dragon general, Qin Yaochuan, who vowed to never surrender. Along with Yin Bei's father and son, executing the border guards. Yanyun could never have imagined that after his own exile, Qin Yaochuan's family would also suffer the same fate, cast into the wilderness. What of the families of the 5 tiger generals under his father? What of General Jin Hu, Tuoba's son, General Mu Hu, Zhao Quan, and General Huahu, Huanglai. Were their families also exiled to the wilderness? The first madam, upon hearing Zheng Ba's words, recognized the gravity of the situation. Despite being bad news, Zheng Ba noted, there was a sliver of not-so-bad news. Pray tell me. Yanyun urged, narrowing his eyes. Pei Jiao is the brother-in-law of General Qin Yaochuan. Oh, so. It appears that General Qin's family has not endured excessive hardship on this journey? Yanyun inquired eagerly. One could say that. Yet the Qin family's exile is not a trivial matter. They are, after all, like rats crossing the street, reviled by all. Zheng Ba remarked. How the mighty have fallen, indeed. The first madam sighed. In the past, I could not intervene. However, from this day forth, I shall not allow any one of them to endure grievances, suffer pain, or face torment. Yanyun declared with a stern countenance. The crowd could feel the weight of his words. Furthermore, Pei Jiao also mentioned that among those who executed executions at the border were General Jin Hu, Tuobasin, General Mu Hu, Zhao Quan, and General Hua Hu, Huang Lai. The treacherous General Yi Long, Lu Zhendong, and the treacherous Generals Tu Hu, Wang Nu, and Shui Hu, Weida, have betrayed us. Zheng Ba stated candidly. Yanyun nodded slightly, and then called out to Pang Julong, Giant Dragon. My lord, please notify Qin Wei, Lu Ba, and Zhou Shan to meet me in my quarters. Understood. Pang Julong rose and departed. With a wave of his hand, Yanyun led Zheng Ba and the lady mother-daughter pair back into the room. Before long, Pang Julong returned with the three men. There is a matter on which I require your assistance, Yanyun said, his expression serious. Speak, my lord. We shall not fail your expectations. Qin Wei clasped his hands in respect. This is of utmost importance, and I need you to exercise caution. Should you succeed, the position of 9-5 shall be yours as the primary credit. Yanyun stated unequivocally. The words left the three men dumbfounded, and their blood surged with fervor. Each bore expressions of eager anticipation. The implication was clear. Should Yanyun ascend to the 9-5, they would be acknowledged as the foremost contributors. This was no jest. The previously subdued fervor of the three ignited instantly. Even Pang Julong and Zheng Ba felt an urge to act. Yet, they remained silent. Uncertain of the task Yanyun would assign, I need the three of you to journey to the southern frontier to ascertain the hometowns of General Jin Hu, Toba's son, General Mu Hu, Zhao Quan, and General Hua Hu, Huang Lai. Additionally, I would like you to visit the homes of these three generals. Investigate whether their families have also been exiled to the wilderness. If they have been cast into the wild, you must covertly protect them along the way until you reach the wilderness. We shall rendezvous there. Yanyun stated gravely. My lord, rest assured, we shall not disgrace our mission. The three pledged, their voices resolute. Well, my lord, Zhou Shan is new. Such an important task. Pang Julong interjected, casting a doubtful glance at Zhou Shan, seemingly skeptical of his capabilities. Zhou Shan's loyalty had reached an impressive 98 points, just shy of full value. Unless unforeseen circumstances arose, he was unlikely to betray or flee. However, being a newcomer, even Pang Julong, along with Qin Wei and Lu Ba, harbored doubts about his abilities. Pang Julong's remark caused Zhou Shan to feel a hint of panic. Yanyun smiled slightly and said, one should trust those they employ. Those who are doubted should not be used. Zhou Shan has demonstrated his worth through action. I have unwavering faith in him. This statement resonated powerfully, firm and sincere. Zhou Shan was deeply moved. He knelt on one knee, clasping his hands, and earnestly declared, Zhou Shan thanks the Lord for his trust. I shall not fail your expectations, even if it costs me my life. Ding! Zhou Shan's emotions surged with gratitude, excitement, and fervor, increasing his emotional value by 8 points. Loyalty increased by 2 points. Zhou Shan's loyalty was now at its maximum, unwavering and steadfast. Indeed, this had an effect, Yanyun thought, maintaining his composure while assisting Zhou Shan to his feet, saying, Brother Zhou, your loyalty shines like the sun. Thank you for your trust, my lord. Zhou Shan responded, visibly touched. Yanyun continued, It is late. You three should refrain from setting out tonight. We shall depart at dawn. Remember, you must all return alive. Furthermore, once you set out tomorrow, Qin Wei and Lu Ba, you must impart the entirety of the art of war to Zhou Shan without omission. Zhou Shan's loyalty had reached its zenith, achieving a state of unwavering allegiance. Yanyun, recognizing this, freely offered to teach Zhou Shan. Although Zhou Shan had not heard of the art of war, the following day, Qin Wei and Lu Ba would reveal everything. Leaving the extent of Zhou Shan's mastery to his own competence, the group departed the room. Yanyun lay on the bed, feeling as if he were melting into the mattress. He exhaled a heavy sigh of relief. The lady removed her shoes, attending to Yanyun as he reclined, then extended her hands to massage his shoulders and back. Yin Qing'er, feigning sincerity, joined in the ministrations, while the playful little lion and little leopard frolicked on the floor, exuding boundless energy. Yin Qinger had delivered the candied hawthorns to Yin Shuer, but alas, Yin Shuer was utterly exhausted and had already fallen asleep. The lady's touch was gentle, as if she had studied the art of massage. Each technique was executed with precision. Yanyun found it immensely soothing. Intent on relaxing Yanyun's tense nerves, the lady shifted the conversation to lighter topics. Yanyun praised her skillful massage. The lady, basking in pride, replied, "I learned this technique from my mother many years ago. This method integrates medical principles to clear the meridians and promote circulation. You are the first to experience this." "Oh, does that mean my elder brother has not been afforded such honor?" Yanyun inquired, puzzled. "Humph. Your elder brother has a questionable disposition. While feasting, he casts his gaze elsewhere, always making a detour to the Yingchun Tower upon returning. We women must have sinned in our past lives. Thankfully, I have you now." The lady's cheeks flushed as she spoke. Yin Qinger had already dozed off on the bed. Yanyun closed his eyes, relishing the lady's tenderness and thoughtfulness. The room grew dim as the light faded. They exchanged glances. "Everyone, let your imaginations run wild." I had to delete several hundred words that were not vetted. You know, I know, and that's all that matters. The following morning, before dawn broke, Qin Wei and the others departed from Yinzhou town. Before leaving, Yin Yun bestowed upon each of them a sum exceeding 10,000 gold coins for their journey. Chapter 135, A Clear Vision and Daring Execution Against the Officials. Zheng Ba and the lady, after breakfast, prepared their supplies and mounted their steeds, arriving at the town's entrance. A good number of merchants had already gathered there, forming groups for their travels. Shortly after, Pei Jiao arrived at the entrance with dozens of men. Behind him, 4 to 5 dozen brothers bore swords at their waists, wielding long spears, while some carried longbows and quivers. Among them, Yin Yun spotted 5 exiled individuals and 8 officials. The 5 exiles included a stooped, white-bearded elder, a beautiful middle-aged woman around 40, 2 handsome, tall, and strikingly similar twin brothers, and a pure, sweet, yet aloof young woman. The elder was likely Qin Yaochuan's father, while the middle-aged woman was his wife. The 3 young individuals were presumably Qin Yaochuan's children. The daughter, being the eldest, walked at the forefront, with the 2 sons, who were younger, trailing behind. Regardless, the age difference among them was likely no more than a year or 2. Upon seeing these 5, Yin Yun's expression turned somber, and he cast a glance at the lady. The lady seemed to grasp the situation and dismounted her horse. The other ladies of the household soon followed suit. The 5 individuals had noticed the group of exiled people, but were taken aback upon seeing Yin Yun and the others mounted on their tall war horses. They were unfamiliar with one another, and Qin Yaochuan's family did not approach to greet them. Their clothing appeared somewhat tattered. Pei Jiao walked ahead with a dark expression. Yin Yun approached Qin Yaochuan's father, clasping his hands and respectfully greeting, "Grandfather Qin. Madam Qin, you have endured hardships on this journey." He bowed deeply, offering his sincerest apologies. You are." Qin Yaochuan's father, who walked with difficulty, spoke in a hoarse voice. His gaze appeared somewhat dazed. His spirit diminished, clearly having endured considerable suffering during the journey. Qin Yaochuan's wife furrowed her brows, her eyes glimmering with confusion. The lady stepped forward and said, "He is the 3rd son of General Yin Bei. Yin Yun. He is the 3rd young Master Yin?" Madam Qin exclaimed in surprise, her expression one of disbelief. Old Master Qin suddenly straightened his back, and the languor in his eyes abruptly dissipated, revealing an expression of disbelief. Qin Yaochuan's 3 children were equally dumbfounded, their astonishment palpable. "Why Yin Sengongzi? He is not. Isn't he a fool?" Qin Liani, Qin Yaochuan's daughter, was momentarily stunned, her mind racing. Her elder brother Qin Badu and younger brother Qin Daod were equally taken aback. Although their family had never met Yin Yun, they were quite familiar with Yin Sangongzi. This was because Qin Liani had been betrothed to Yin Yun since childhood. Her 2 brothers often teased her about marrying a fool when she grew up. Now, this fool was no longer foolish? Qin Liani's delicate brows furrowed. This revelation did not diminish her hatred for the Yin family. It was the Yin family that had caused them to lose their beloved father, leading them down the path of exile. The wilderness, that was a place devoid of mercy, a land where death was as casual as breathing. No one wished to go there. Now, their family was to be banished to such a place, leaving Qin Liani feeling as if a thorn had lodged in her throat. An unbearable pain. Although her father had promised her to Yin Yun, deep down, she harbored a strong aversion to this union, especially when faced with the supposed fool. Yin Yun. She understood that once she married him, her life would be irrevocably altered. Despite her disdain, she had no room to refute and could only passively accept this engagement. It seemed that when their betrothal was arranged, Yanyun had not yet been rendered senseless. Now, witnessing Yanyun's unexpected clarity, Qin Liani was overwhelmed with shock, her heart tumultuous as if caught in a storm, unable to find calm. I am Yanyun, once a fool, perhaps still perceived as one by others. But such perceptions are inconsequential. What matters is that from Yin Zhao Town to the wilderness, I will not allow any member of your family to endure the torment of exile any longer. Yin Yun's words were resolute, his demeanor imposing. You may not believe my words, yet. Yin Yun gestured towards Zheng Ba, who led 5 fine steeds forward. These horses, once idle war horses meant for transporting goods, now stood ready, as all supplies had been transferred to the storage space. From this day forth, everyone shall mount these war horses for travel, Yin Yun declared firmly. His proclamation left the Qin family in stunned silence. Pei Jiao was equally astounded. The officials tasked with overseeing the Qin family were incensed. Such insolence disregarded imperial authority and disrespected their positions. You brat, who do you think you are? What right do you have to give orders here? One ordinary official scolded Yin Yun angrily. Zheng Ba, distribute the war horses to them. Giant dragon, whoever is noisy, behead him and use his head for a ball. Yin Yun issued his commands without hesitation. By heavens, Pei Jiao was dumbfounded. He could not fathom Yin Yun's audacity. To openly threaten the officials? If word of this reached the old emperor, it would be considered treason. Such an act would warrant execution. His entire family would face collective punishment. This act of rebellion was beyond even Pei Jiao's wildest imagination. He had to temper his arrogance. Yet now, Yin Yun brazenly declared his intent to eliminate the officials, speaking without a hint of courtesy. Was this truly happening? Pei Jiao turned his gaze towards Zheng Ba, the captain of the officials. Surely, Zheng Ba would be outraged by Yin Yun's decree to execute an official, given they were colleagues with some camaraderie. The astonishment spread not just through Pei Jiao, but also among his subordinates and the merchants present, all left speechless and pale-faced. You, young man, you certainly possess some guts. An official vice-captain could not help but commend. Yin Yun, unfazed, replied, Captain Zheng, as the captain of the officials from Yanhuang City. Do you not wish to voice your opinion on such a grave matter regarding the exiled individuals under your care? The vice-captain's words dripped with mockery. Zheng Ba merely smiled lightly before turning to scold the giant dragon. What are you waiting for? Are you waiting for the Lord's head to be moved? Ah! The giant dragon, taken aback, suddenly grasped the situation and bellowed without hesitation, his spear slicing through the air and decisively decapitating the vice-captain. The crowd gasped in shock. Chapter 136. Let me die. Everyone instinctively recoiled, touching their heads as if fearing their own heads would follow suit. Several officials, terrified, pulled on the reins of their horses to retreat. Undoubtedly, all present widened their eyes in disbelief. The officials, after the initial shock, were engulfed by a wave of fury. The headless corpse of the vice-captain fell from the horse, a grim testament to the violence that had just unfolded. Zheng Ba remained calm and unperturbed. Yin Yun, with an unflappable expression, asked, Does anyone else have any objections? Speak freely, for the policies have been relaxed. You, an ordinary official stuttered, glancing at his captain, who merely frowned in silence. Frustration bubbled within him as he shouted at Yin Yun, Do not go too far. We are officials, imperial officers. To kill us is tantamount to treason and would result in the annihilation of your entire clan. Haha. Yin Yun could not help but laugh heartily. Do you think I fear charges of treason? Do you think I fear the consequences of annihilation? If I were to kill one official, would that mean all those in the palace would suffer the same fate? The ordinary official faltered, struck by the power of Yin Yun's words. Damn it. You talk too much. Let me take you down. The giant dragon, not waiting for another word, thrust his spear through the official's neck. Blood gushed forth. And once more, the crowd gasped in alarm. The captain's face darkened, but he remained silent. As a seasoned member of the bureaucracy, he had survived this long due to his cunning, yet now, faced with the reality of the vice-captain's death, he felt utterly powerless. Excellent. Your performance pleases me greatly. Yin Yun smiled, a glimmer of satisfaction crossing his face. Zheng Ba, giant dragon, begin at once. Anyone who dares to obstruct General Qin's family or confront those of my protectorate shall be executed without mercy. Understood. Zheng Ba and the giant dragon clasped their fists in salute. Grandfather Qin, Madam Qin, the Qin siblings. General Qin Yaochuan was my father's trusted aide. He sacrificed his precious life for my Yin family. I feel deeply remorseful and can offer no recompense. But I swear to heaven, from this day forth, as long as I, Yin Yun, am alive, no one shall lay a finger on you. Yin Yun's words were firm and resounding. His commanding presence and resolve undoubtedly captivated all present, particularly the 5 members of the Qin family. who were profoundly moved by his aura of authority. Alas, old Master Qin sighed deeply, his voice choked with emotion. Before encountering Yin San Gongzi, our family was lost, like wandering souls awaiting death. Now, we see hope, we glimpse the dawn. If General Qin were aware, he would surely feel immense comfort. The crowd was touched. Under Zheng Ba's arrangement, the Qin family mounted the fine war horses, a privilege that surpassed even that of the officials. Qin Badu and Qin Daod were thoroughly impressed by Yanyun's formidable presence. The two brothers silently admired him, realizing he was no fool, but rather a man of both courage and wisdom. Qin Liani too found herself captivated by Yanyun's commanding aura. In that moment, her eyes were filled solely with admiration and respect. Yanyun's words undeniably transformed her perspective profoundly, leading her to reassess her views on him. Detection indicates that Qin Liani and the host will be in a spousal relationship in the future, successfully binding the emotional system. Currently, all emotions from Qin Liani towards the host will generate emotional value. Detection indicates that Qin Baidao and the host will be in a sovereign minister relationship in the future, successfully binding the emotional system. Currently, all emotions from Qin Baidao towards the host will generate emotional value. Detection indicates that Qin Daod and the host will be in a sovereign minister relationship in the future, successfully binding the emotional system. Currently, all emotions from Qin Daod towards the host will generate emotional value. The emotional system was bound to these three individuals. It appeared that Old Master Qin and Madame Qin offered little support to Yanyun, hence they did not bind to the emotional system. Yanyun, unable to interfere with the system's operations, simply accepted it. Ding. Qin Liani is shocked, surprised, incredulous, amazed, adoring, admiring, infatuated, convinced. Emotional value 16 points. Ding. Qin Baidao is shocked, surprised, incredulous, amazed, in awe, admiring, looking up to convinced. Emotional value 16 points. Ding. Qin Daod is shocked, surprised, incredulous, amazed, in awe, admiring, looking up to convinced. Emotional value 16 points. The three contributed a total of 48 emotional points to Yanyun. Detection indicates that Pei Jiao and the host will be in a sovereign minister relationship in the future, successfully binding the emotional system. Currently, all emotions from Pei Jiao towards the host will generate emotional value. What? Pei Jiao also bound to the emotional system? Could it be that this horse-faced man was also swayed by him? Yanyun turned to glance at Pei Jiao and was taken aback to see him directing his gaze towards her. Upon noticing Yanyun's attention, Pei Jiao clasped his hands and respectfully proclaimed, "Young Master Yan, your grandeur is awe-inspiring, and your decisiveness commands my utmost admiration. Though I, Pei Jiao, may be known for my unbridled spirit, I am still leagues away from your stature. I am both in admiration and in awe." Ding. Pei Jiao is shocked, surprised, admiring, and awe-convinced. Emotional value 10 points. Pei Jiao's display caught him completely off guard. He could never have anticipated that his actions would so thoroughly impress the notoriously unruly Pei Jiao. This was indeed an unexpected gain. Pei Jiao's submission to Yanyun was not mere flattery. He was genuinely impressed by her capabilities and methods. On one hand, Pei Jiao held great respect for Zheng Ba, having fought alongside him in the Yinzhao Mountains, and was deeply impressed by Zheng Ba's combat prowess, thus maintaining a strong bond with him. He understood Zheng Ba's stubborn nature, as he never bowed to anyone. Otherwise, with his intelligence and strength, he would have long been at the pinnacle of power. Yet now, Zheng Ba dared to issue a command to slay an official in front of many, all for the sake of Yanyun. This stark contrast astonished everyone present. Zheng Ba held a legitimate position as a constable and was known for his protective nature towards his own. Chapter 137, 45 coins 45 years. On another note, Yanyun's earlier methods were swift and decisive, reflecting both wisdom and sagacity, as well as an imposing presence. Such temperament is often characteristic of those destined for greatness. Furthermore, Pei Jiao was the brother-in-law of Qin Yaochuan and uncle to Qin Baidao's trio of siblings. Yanyun's command to execute the constable in defense of the Qin family was an evident display of loyalty, indicating that the Qin family was indeed a vulnerable point for Yanyun. Akin to a brotherhood, anyone daring to infringe upon this vulnerability would face his wrath. Thus, these three factors led Pei Jiao to be thoroughly convinced by Yanyun, effectively bridging their relationship. Yanyun opened the system panel to check the loyalty levels of Pei Jiao and the three siblings of the Qin family, and was astonished to find their loyalty had reached maximum capacity. This elevation in loyalty significantly enhanced Yanyun's fondness for both the Qin family and Pei Jiao. It was evident that maximum loyalty signified their genuine acknowledgement and heartfelt admiration for her. Yanyun felt immense joy, and her attitude towards Pei Jiao and the Qin family grew increasingly favorable. Whereas her initial feelings had stemmed from guilt, they now resembled familial bonds. In response to Pei Jiao's words, Yanyun promptly engaged in a reciprocal exchange of compliments, reflecting their mutual respect and esteem for one another. As the large group prepared to depart, suddenly, an elderly man holding a tattered bowl appeared before Yanyun. This was the same old man from the previous night. His disheveled clothing and unkempt hair, along with his vacant gaze and feeble demeanor, suggested he was in dire straits. He stepped in front of Yanyun, blocking her path. Yanyun furrowed her brow, and both Zhengba and Pei Jiao mirrored her concern. The crowd was perplexed about the old man's intentions. Just as Peng Julong was about to reprimand him, Yanyun gestured for him to hold back. She remained silent and retrieved a handful of coins from her storage space, intending to place them in the old man's bowl. However, the old man seemingly rejected the offer, moving the bowl aside just as the coins were about to drop in. Yanyun was left bewildered, uncertain of the old man's motives. What was this old fellow doing? He approached for alms, and yet my lord, in his generosity, was prepared to bestow upon him. Why then did he move the bowl away? Was he mocking my lord? Peng Julong, impatient and slightly irate, could not tolerate anyone toying with his master. Pei Jiao appeared to recognize the old man and solemnly stated, "His name is Kong Shidao. Hailing from the western Great Zhao Empire. Once a prime minister of the Great Zhao, he was banished to the Yanzhao Mountains due to court intrigues. He has since fallen into this state of disarray and, through numerous tribulations, has become a madman. Those familiar with him refer to him as the madman Kong." Yanyun was taken aback to learn that this man had once held the esteemed office of prime minister in the Great Zhao Empire. This revelation was indeed surprising. However, regardless of his past, he had now descended into madness, a mere wretched madman, seemingly offering no assistance. Yanyun decided to disregard the now mad Kong Shidao. Kong Shidao. I have heard of this individual. He possesses profound strategy and talent, and during his tenure, he managed the affairs of the Great Zhao Empire with exceptional order. Zhengba remarked with admiration. And what of it? He is now merely a madman. Do you still expect a madman to provide you with insights and strategies? Pei Jiao retorted dismissively. 45 coins. 45 years. Kong Shidao paid no heed to the crowd's remarks, his vacant expression allowing him to utter a few words before he turned and left without a backward glance. The others failed to comprehend Kong Shidao's words, puzzled by his cryptic message. The first madam furrowed her brow in concern, and Yanyun too frowned, while Peng Julong appeared contemplative. Only the three of them understood the significance of the coins mentioned by Kong Shidao. 45 coins? 45 years? Yanyun shook her head, not contemplating further. Detection indicates that Kong Shidao and the host will be in a sovereign-minister relationship in the future, successfully binding the emotional system. Currently, all emotions from Kong Shidao towards the host will generate emotional value. Ding! Kong Shidao is moved by the host's generosity, wisdom, decisiveness, and ruthless efficiency. Feeling admiration, respect, awe, surprise, incredulity, emotional value 10 points. Yanyun was left speechless upon hearing the system notification. It seemed he had grasped the meaning behind Kong Shidao's words. The 45 coins represented the coins he had given Kong Shidao the previous night, while 45 years presumably indicated a future loyalty of 45 years. Wait, could this old man truly expect to live for another 45 years? Yanyun was deeply skeptical. Moreover, did the system's message imply that Kong Shidao had not genuinely lost his mind but was instead feigning madness like herself? Yanyun furrowed her brow again. By the time she raised her head to call out to Kong Shidao, his figure had already vanished without a trace. Captain Pei, may I inquire how old Kong Shidao is this year? Yanyun asked solemnly. Pei Jiao was taken aback, astonished that Yanyun would show any interest in this madman. It seemed, perhaps he was around 47 years old? He only knew that at the age of 40, he had risen to the position of prime minister due to his exceptional talents. He served as prime minister for 5 years before being exiled to the Yanzhao Mountains, never to re-enter the Great Zhao Empire. Here, it appeared he had been in exile for 2 years. Pei Jiao was lost in thought. How was he exiled to the Yanzhao Mountains? What was the reason? Yanyun inquired curiously. That is a confidential matter of the Great Zhao Empire, and I truly do not know. Pei Jiao replied. I must find him. Yanyun declared resolutely. Ah, young Master Yan, do not waste your energy. This fellow is elusive. If he wishes to appear, he will naturally emerge from the shadows. If he does not wish to be found, no one can locate him. This is an undeniable fact. I know this man all too well. Pei Jiao shook his head. My lord, this fellow is a lunatic. You wouldn't truly be fixating on him, would you? Peng Julong asked, wide-eyed. Yanyun remained silent. Indeed, if he had wanted to stay, he would have done so just now. If he did not wish to remain, it would be impossible to find him. He is no ordinary person. The reason he has left now is likely that he does not want to be seen in a fallen state. Perhaps, One day in the future, he will reappear before Yanyun dressed elegantly, embodying the demeanor of a refined gentleman. Literary scholars possess a certain pride. Their dignified appearance showcases their elegance. Chapter 138. The coldest of all is the royal family. With a command from Zheng Ba, the main force began to march. The 5 members of the Qin family, under Page Yao's invitation, all mounted their tall war horses. After the main force had traveled 100 meters, Zheng Ba suddenly clapped his hands and said, "I left something at the inn. You all go ahead. I will return to retrieve it." "Is it very important?" Page Yao was taken aback. Zheng Ba laughed heartily. "It's not particularly important. I will be right back. My lord, I will be back shortly." Saying this, Zheng Ba bowed to the crowd, not waiting for anyone to respond. He turned his horse around and galloped towards Yinzhao town. At the entrance of Yinzhao town, 3 burly men gathered together, seemingly conspiring about some significant matter. "Are we certain that young Master Yin has been feigning ignorance?" "Absolutely certain. Young Master Yin has returned to normal. Moreover, the constable Zheng Ba has clearly betrayed us. This is treasonous. If we report this to the Prime Minister and the General, we are bound to receive a substantial reward. With this reward, why should we linger here? Building a grand house and marrying a few beautiful wives sounds delightful, doesn't it? Haha, what are we waiting for? Wealth and glory are beckoning us. Let's set off immediately for Yanhuang City." The 3 burly men seemed eager to embark on their journey. Just as they were about to leave through the gate, the thunderous sound of galloping horses approached, as if a fierce tiger were charging down the mountain. "Die, you scoundrels!" Zheng Ba, wielding an 8-foot-long spear, pierced the neck of one of the burly men just as he turned around. The other 2 men were taken aback. "Zheng Ba, what are you doing?" They seemed to recognize him. "Humph, what am I doing? I have come to kill you, to eliminate future troubles." Zheng Ba said coldly. "What do you mean? We have done nothing to offend you." One burly man shouted angrily. "You may not have offended me yet, but your expressions tell me that you are already on the path of offending me." Zheng Ba said mercilessly. "Do not be too arrogant. We have no enmity with you." Another burly man seemed to fear Zheng Ba's strength. Zheng Ba did not engage in further dialogue. He swung his spear at one of the burly men. The burly man, enraged, raised his sword to defend himself. With a resounding clang, the sword was shattered in 2. The burly man could not evade in time, and his head was severed by the spear. The remaining burly man, witnessing this, hurriedly fled toward the city. Suddenly, a piercing sound broke through the air. Before the burly man could enter the city, he was pierced through the abdomen by a flying spear. He let out a mournful cry, collapsing to the ground in agony. It seemed that Brother Zheng had also noticed these 3 troublemakers. Page Yao arrived from behind. Zheng Ba, recognizing Page Yao's presence, did not conceal his actions and said, "Just now, while my lord was speaking, I noticed 2 of them whispering among themselves in the main force. I initially thought they would follow us to Gangjin City, so I ignored them. Who would have thought they would abandon their journey? Now is a critical moment, regardless of whether they choose to report. It is best to eliminate them first to avoid future troubles." Zheng Ba stated steadily. I share the same sentiment. I understand these fellows' intentions all too well." Page Yao shrugged. He then rode his horse to confront the fleeing burly man, dismounted, and extracted his spear from the man's abdomen. You. The burly man's words were cut short. His voice abruptly ceased. Zheng Ba ignored the man's words and coldly stated, "Now that my lord's identity has been exposed, there will surely be others reporting closely along this route. Anyone daring to flee midway will meet a deadly end, including your subordinates." Zheng Ba spoke with icy resolve. Page Yao frowned. "I will manage my own people. If any traitors emerge, I will not hesitate to take action. However, I fear there may be others in the city who know young Master Yan's identity. I cannot concern myself with the unknown. I only deal with the threats I can see." Zheng Ba replied. Page Yao nodded. Indeed, last night, Yanyun had gone out for a stroll. Yet Zheng Ba was unconcerned. Now that he served Yanyun, he aimed to eliminate any known threats. Unknown threats could only be left to fate. After dealing with the 3 burly men, the 2 disposed of the bodies in a ravine outside the city before returning to the group. No one knew what they had been up to. Yanyun seemed to have guessed, yet he remained silent. Zheng Ba, meticulous and astute, handled matters without needing Yanyun's intervention, ensuring everything was taken care of. Here, far from the emperor, he was no longer afraid of the figure within the palace. After passing through the Yanzhao Mountains, they arrived at Gangjin City. After Gangjin City, they would reach the wilds. They were not far from the desolate lands. Yanhuang City, the Imperial Garden. Flowers bloomed in vibrant competition, their fragrance wafting through the air. Yan Nandu strolled leisurely through the garden, accompanied by Li Rui and Luo Zhengfeng. His hands clasped behind his back, he appeared calm and composed. Recently, Have you two heard any news regarding the exile from the northern capital? Yanyun asked, greedily inhaling the floral aroma. Yes, according to reliable sources. A noble family has already passed through Shui City. Li Rui replied cautiously. Passed through Shui City? It seems it is time to take action. A glint of murderous intent flashed in Yanyun's eyes. Your Majesty intends to. Li Rui felt a shiver run down his spine, hastily inquiring. Yanyun furrowed his brow. Exiling to the frontier is indeed a means of punishment. However, the royal family is notoriously ruthless. Although the Yinbei father and son were executed at the border, leaving behind their numerous wives remains a threat. Moreover, who can guarantee that none of these wives are pregnant with the children of Yin Feng and Yin Lei? Thus, Your Majesty intends to root out the problem entirely? Luo Zhengfeng exclaimed in shock. Indeed, to eliminate future troubles. Dispatch assassins. Along the route from Gangjin City to the wilds. Eliminate them all. Not a single one left behind. Yanyun issued a deadly command. Now we three are in the same boat. If we give these wives an opportunity, the great Yin Empire will surely be in turmoil in the future. Your Majesty is wise. Upon hearing this, Li Rui's heart soared with joy, unable to refrain from praising aloud. This was undoubtedly excellent news for him. Xuewu had already embarked on his covert assassination mission. Burdened with the dilemma of how to explain the disappearance and demise of the lady of the public house and others to Yanyun upon his return. However, with Yanyun's recent remarks, it seemed as though he had received an assurance. What a fortuitous turn of events. Li Rui felt an overwhelming joy within. Chapter 139. You have successfully expanded the scope yet. Yanyun appeared to harbor some reservations. Could it be that the emperor had concerns? Li Rui hastily inquired. Indeed, the backgrounds of these ladies are not ordinary, especially Zhao Waning, who is backed by General Zhao Lai. General Zhao, having dedicated his life to the military, has rendered tremendous service to our great Yin Empire. Waning is his only surviving heir. Should anything happen to her, Zhao Lai would undoubtedly come rushing into the palace, demanding retribution from me. Yanyun was indeed apprehensive. The emperor has nothing to fear. You are the sovereign of the great Yin Empire. This is your realm. Whomever you wish to see perish shall surely be deemed guilty. Zhao Lai, no matter how formidable, is merely your subject. What right does he have to seek vengeance? Furthermore, the journey of exile is fraught with peril. Who can guarantee that they will arrive safely? With just a few words, Li Rui assuaged many of Yanyun's worries. Yanyun was elated, unable to restrain his praise. Li Rui, you are truly a commendable chancellor. After your reassurances, I find myself unafraid. Very well, then. You shall oversee the assassination. At your command, I shall not disappoint your Majesty. Li Rui clasped his fists, inwardly laughing with delight. In the carriage returning to the general's residence, Luo Zhengfeng sat alongside Li Rui. Haha, how splendid. With the emperor's words, we are now free of any reservations. Li Rui was exceedingly joyful, unable to suppress his laughter. Luo Zhengfeng concurred. Indeed, I did not expect the emperor to have already contemplated such measures. However, as the emperor stated, if any of those ladies were to become pregnant, it could pose a significant threat to our future. The emperor has made a wise decision. As he said, ruthlessness is the hallmark of a monarch. One must eradicate the roots. Li Rui sighed. Now we await good news from Xuewu. As long as he eliminates Zheng Ba and young Master Yin San, our mission will be accomplished. The chancellor will then indulge in the tender affections of the enchanting ladies of the public house. Haha. Li Rui laughed heartily. Oh, by the way, yesterday, my two subordinates procured 2 exotic maidens at the marketplace in the southern city. These maidens are breathtakingly beautiful, true embodiments of earthly delights. If the chancellor were to see them, he would surely be overjoyed. Oh, really? Today is indeed a day of double blessings. Come, let me experience the charm of these exotic maidens. Li Rui was already smitten before even meeting them, seemingly forgetting the ladies of the public house. The 2 men entered the general's residence without obstruction. Shortly after, under the guidance of the old steward, a sumptuous luncheon was meticulously prepared. Li Rui and Luo Zhengfeng sat at the center of the hall, with Li Rui in the prominent position while Luo Zhengfeng sat beside him like an eager attendant. Below them, 2 young exotic women clad in sheer purple gowns danced gracefully, their smiles masking their true emotions. Their alluring figures and exquisite faces captivated all. Even before the dance concluded, Li Rui's mouth had begun to water as his eyes gleamed with desire, fixated on the 2 beauties. Witnessing Li Rui's reaction, a pleased smile crept upon Luo Zhengfeng's face. As long as Li Rui was content, his own position would be secure. This fellow had a way with words. capable of transforming the dead into the living and the living into deities. A mere whisper in the emperor's ear could bring him immense satisfaction. Luo Zhengfeng yearned for Li Rui's intellect and wisdom, yet he understood that such qualities were not easily acquired. They required both talent and mentorship. Marvelous. Simply marvelous. How can one describe it but with the word marvelous? They were truly celestial beings, ethereal in their beauty. Li Rui, unable to contain himself, continually praised them with thumbs up. Well, Chancellor, I have prepared chambers for you. If you have desires, I can instruct them to enter now. Luo Zhengfeng said with a sycophantic smile. Ah, General Luo, you have truly opened up new possibilities. Li Rui could not help but commend him. Luo Zhengfeng chuckled, gesturing for the old steward to halt the dance and usher the two exotic maidens away. After a while, having enjoyed a few more cups of wine, Luo Zhengfeng and Li Rui followed the old steward into a private chamber. Upon entering, Luo Zhengfeng commanded his men to guard the outer gate, then returned to the main hall. General, a pigeon has just delivered news. A heavily armored subordinate approached Luo Zhengfeng with a sword at his waist, striding confidently. Luo Zhengfeng downed his drink and opened the sealed letter, revealing a mere 10 lines of text. Shui Wu's assassination attempt has failed. The entire team has been annihilated. The message did not elaborate on the reasons for the failure. Luo Zhengfeng furrowed his brow. This was certainly not good news for him. For the Chancellor, it was even worse. After a short while, Li Rui returned from the courtyard, his face flushed with satisfaction. Haha, Zhengfeng, these exotic maidens are truly exquisite. I am absolutely delighted. Li Rui grinned broadly. Luo Zhengfeng laughed heartily. If the Chancellor is pleased, it is their honor. I will have them sent to the Chancellor's residence immediately. From now on, all will be at your discretion. Haha, Zhengfeng, you are becoming increasingly astute. Well then, if there is nothing else today, I shall return to my residence. Upon hearing that Luo Zhengfeng intended to gift him the beauties, Li Rui was eager to head home for further enjoyment. Ah, Chancellor, there is indeed a significant matter. Luo Zhengfeng picked up the letter from the table. Placing it before Li Rui, a pigeon has just delivered news. The Shui family team. The assassination failed. The entire unit has been wiped out. Upon seeing the news, Li Rui's expression shifted abruptly, the joy in his eyes vanishing completely. Damn it, another failure. Li Rui trembled internally, his face darkening as he spoke. I never imagined even Shui Wu's team would fail. Have they encountered a formidable adversary? Or is Shui Wu's team merely a facade? Luo Zhengfeng furrowed his brow. The complete annihilation of Shui Wu's team indicates that the difficulty of the assassination has escalated. Who is the messenger? Li Rui inquired sternly. A covert team of mine. Luo Zhengfeng replied. Damn it. Tell this person. He may as well take his own life. Damn it. To write a letter without clarifying the situation. Couldn't he have added a few more words? Li Rui's expression turned furious. Luo Zhengfeng faltered. Indeed, the message merely stated the team was wiped out without detailing the enemy's specific capabilities. It is essentially useless. Chapter 140. The king covers the earth. Sun comes to battle. What shall we do now? Luo Zhengfeng asked, his expression grim. Pour the wine. Li Rui sat on the ground, raising a freshly poured cup and downing it in one go. Wiping his mouth with his sleeve, he begrudgingly said, if even Shui Wu and his men cannot be eliminated, it seems we must resort to drastic measures. What does the Chancellor mean? Luo Zhengfeng asked, puzzled. Hire professional assassins. Li Rui clenched his fists, gritting his teeth. He was reluctant to part with his money. Throughout his life, he had been greedy for wealth and pleasure, akin to a pai xiao, only taking in and never letting go. Now, having already bled financially by employing Shui Wu's team and suffered great losses, he was faced with the prospect of hiring professional assassins, which would be exorbitantly costly. Yet, for the sake of 7 beautiful ladies, he felt it necessary to go all in. Money cannot be taken with you in death. What is spent is truly earned. Beauty must be savored to ensure that the journey was not in vain. There is a branch of an assassin organization in Yanhuang City. However, their fees are exorbitantly high. Li Rui felt a pang of regret. How exorbitant? Luo Zhengfeng asked incredulously, starting at a staggering 100 million gold coins. Hiss. Is it really that expensive? Luo Zhengfeng trembled, taking a deep breath. This price was exorbitantly steep. Do we still have any options left? Li Rui inquired coldly. It seems we do not. Well, in that case, I still have some savings in my estate. I shall cover the assassin's appearance fee. Luo Zhengfeng understood that now was not the time to be frugal. In truth, he was indifferent to money. He yearned more for the position of Grand General and aspired to reside within the Grand Duke's mansion. The opulence there was second only to the royal palace of Dian. Upon hearing Luo Zhengfeng's words, Li Rui let out a sigh of relief. As long as Luo Zhengfeng agreed to provide the funds, he could save a significant amount. He found Luo Zhengfeng increasingly agreeable. As long as Luo Zhengfeng was cooperative, even the most stubborn could be sculpted. Thus, the two of them boarded a carriage, heading towards a branch of an assassin organization that Li Rui was aware of. The headquarters of this organization was located abroad. Though Li Rui was uncertain of its exact whereabouts, he only knew the general location of the headquarters. After approximately half an incense stick's worth of time, they meandered through the city, eventually arriving at a bustling area in the northern part of the city. The place was alive with activity, teeming with people. They parked the carriage in a narrow alley outside the bustling marketplace, then donned black cloaks and capes, enveloping themselves in dark attire. They traversed the crowded market and entered a general store. The shopkeeper was an elderly man, stooped and engrossed in a book. Upon seeing Li Rui and Luo Zhengfeng cloaked in their garments, he uttered 5 words. The king covers the earth. The sun comes to fight the bull. Welcome to the bullfighting pavilion. The elderly man's greeting left Li Rui incredibly uncomfortable. Even Luo Zhengfeng was nearly struck dumb by this absurd code. What on earth? Was this not a deliberate mockery? A dignified prime minister being addressed as someone's son? If word of this got out, it would surely lead to ridicule. Deaf. Here. Lead the son to meet the mute. The elder suddenly straightened his back and called out to a deaf man upstairs. The deaf man promptly responded. Moments later, a figure adorned with an eagle-headed mask descended the stairs. 2 sons, please upstairs. The deaf man gestured for Li Rui and Luo Zhengfeng to ascend. Luo Zhengfeng's expression darkened. Blasted. A renowned general of the empire reduced to being called a son. Could it get any more ludicrous? Under the guidance of the deaf man, they ascended the stairs to an upper floor. There was a partitioned room, which the deaf man opened. Inside sat another person, also wearing an eagle-headed mask. It was indiscernible whether this individual was male or female, though they appeared to be masculine from the outside. Hello, 2 sons. I am the mute. The moment the door opened, the mute spoke. His voice was somewhat hoarse, making it difficult to discern his gender. Li Rui was unfazed, while Luo Zhengfeng, being new to this, couldn't help but roll his eyes in exasperation. Blasted. The deaf man is not deaf. The mute is not mute. What kind of bizarre code is this? Since you two are aware of the bullfighting pavilion's code, I presume you are familiar with our rules as well? The mute inquired nonchalantly. Indeed, Li Rui replied. Excellent. Then you may now disclose the details of your mission. Clearing his throat, Li Rui stated, the Grand Duke's mansion has encountered exile. I need to hire assassins to eliminate all the male attendants surrounding the 7 young mistresses of the mansion and then abduct all the women. Currently, the exiled group has passed through Qing Shui City. Very well. The mute nodded. This task is accepted. However, it is divided into 2 phases. First, eliminate all the attendants surrounding the mistresses. Second, abduct all the women intact, correct? Yes, that is indeed the case. Li Rui affirmed. Excellent. Therefore, the commission is 150 million. Moreover, it must be paid in full before we dispatch our men to act. Paying in full before action? That seems inappropriate, Luo Zhengfeng interjected. Having learned from past experiences, he was unwilling to agree to the mute stipulation of upfront payment before any action was taken. What? Do you have objections? The mute asked in a detached tone. Do not interrupt. Li Rui suddenly turned and chided Luo Zhengfeng. Luo Zhengfeng, confused, scratched his head. Are you afraid we might run off midway or abandon the task? There is no need for concern. We have many assassins. Once we accept a mission, we will not stop until it is completed. Should the first assassination fail, we will increase our manpower until the task is achieved. Do you understand? The mute explained patiently, without a hint of anger. Yet, the more composed and indifferent he sounded, the more apprehensive Luo Zhengfeng became. This demeanor clearly indicated their strength. As they did not take his words seriously, it was as if he had released a soundless fart. Luo Zhengfeng hastily nodded. I understand. Good to know. The mute nodded slightly, then turned to Li Rui. So, do you have any further objections? None. Li Rui shook his head. Excellent. Now, may I inquire where the young mistresses will be placed once brought back? The mute asked. There is a luxurious estate in the western suburbs. You may place the targets there. Li Rui responded. Very well. When will the hiring fee be paid? The mute inquired. As it is getting late today, we will bring the gold coins by tomorrow noon. Chapter 141. The infuriated Luo Zhengfeng. Good. The mute nodded. But there is one thing you should be aware of. Please, go ahead. Li Rui was unsure of what he was about to say. We have accepted this task. If we do not see the 150 million gold coins within 2 days, it will be regarded as a betrayal. You are aware of the consequences of crossing the bullfighting pavilion, are you not? The mute asked indifferently. The assassin organization was called the Bullfighting Pavilion. Many employers have toyed with the pavilion due to financial issues or second thoughts, leading to betrayals. Such actions were collectively termed as betrayals. And the consequence was the pavilion's retaliation. Of course I understand. Li Rue wiped the cold sweat from his brow, then patted his chest in assurance. Rest assured. A mere few billion is negligible for us. As long as you complete this task, I will offer you a substantial reward as a token of gratitude. That is splendid. The mute smiled. Then we shall not disturb you further. Li Rue cupped his fists in respect. Deaf, notify the blind man to see them off. The mute called out to the deaf man outside, who no longer lingered. 2 sons, please be on your way. The deaf man shouted. Upon hearing his words, Li Rue and Luo Zhengfeng felt an overwhelming urge to slap him for his insolence. However, they were wary of the strength of the deaf and mute men, and given that they were in the latter's territory, any act of aggression would surely result in their blood spilling on the ground. Under the guidance of the deaf man, they made their way downstairs. 2 sons, please take care. The mute, also the elderly shopkeeper, said respectfully. Blast it. Luo Zhengfeng trembled with rage. The two exited the general store and, weaving through the throngs of people, entered the narrow alley. Luo Zhengfeng was seething with frustration, tearing off his cloak and cape, and roared in fury. These 3 rascals are utterly audacious. Silence. Li Rue hissed softly. Startled, Luo Zhengfeng asked, What's wrong? Do not take your life lightly. That was the bullfighting pavilion's code. Since we stepped out of the pavilion, there is undoubtedly someone tracking us. Otherwise, do you think the mute's words about bullfighting meant anything? Li Rue seethed with frustration. If he couldn't endure such humiliation, how could he accomplish anything significant? Luo Zhengfeng, alarmed, began scanning the surroundings. Blast it. Is it really so stifling being a general? I am a grand general of the empire. Luo Zhengfeng's expression darkened. Get in the carriage. Return to the estate. Li Rue removed his cloak and plunged into the carriage, followed closely by Luo Zhengfeng. Once inside, Li Rue, with an expressionless demeanor, stated, Prepare the gold coins upon our return to the residence. Tomorrow morning, after the court session, we shall visit the grocery store together. Luo Zhengfeng nodded in agreement. A short while later, Luo Zhengfeng returned to the general's residence in the carriage. His treasure vault contained a modest sum of gold coins, around 100 million, but he had recently received bribes from other families amounting to approximately 50 million, which he had yet to deposit. This amount would sufficiently cover his hiring expenses. After disembarking from the carriage, he glanced at the newly acquired bribe of 50 million before heading towards his treasure vault. Unbeknownst to him, the vault had been entirely emptied. He rarely visited the vault, and it was only due to the influx of bribe money that he had considered storing it there. Furthermore, in recent days, he had been compelled to ingratiate himself with Li Rue, resulting in much of the gold coins finding their way into Li Rue's pockets without ever reaching the vault. The vast courtyard of the treasure vault was guarded by a dozen fierce soldiers. Upon seeing Luo Zhengfeng arrive, they clasped their fists in greeting. Luo Zhengfeng nodded, approached the entrance, and produced a key to unlock the heavy iron door with a decisive click. However, the moment the door swung open, his countenance shifted dramatically. A tremor coursed through him, and a wave of furious indignation washed over his face. Clenching his fists, he bellowed, You lot, come here at once. The soldiers, bewildered, were startled by Luo Zhengfeng's rage and hurriedly approached. General Luo, where are the treasures? Where have they gone? He roared at them. The soldiers turned their gazes toward the interior of the vault, only to find it utterly barren, as if it had been washed clean by water. No remnants of treasures remained. Not even a single gold coin. A chill ran through the soldiers, disbelief etched on their faces, their mouths agape, as if they could fit ostrich eggs within. How is this possible? Where have the treasures gone? Why is there nothing left? One soldier, trembling with fear and incredulity, stepped into the vault. The emptiness was palpable, akin to a forsaken warehouse. Impossible. This cannot be, he exclaimed. Though the treasures were few, there should have been at least a dozen boxes of gold coins. Why are they all gone? Luo Zhengfeng's voice turned frigid. What do you mean? The soldiers stood in stunned silence, their eyes wide with horror, utterly clueless about the coin's whereabouts. General Luo, one soldier stammered, his face pale, we truly do not know. I swear, we have not left our posts. Not even a fly could escape from here. Then where have the coins gone? Provide me with a reasonable explanation. Or perhaps one of you has secretly taken them. Luo Zhengfeng glared, his voice low and menacing. No, that is not the case. I swear to the heavens, I have not taken any gold. If I did, may I be struck down. Yes, I swear the same. I have not taken any gold, and we do not even have the key to the vault. The soldiers were in utter despair. Luo Zhengfeng's frustration was palpable. He relied on the gold within for his standing, and its disappearance left him with no explanation to offer. You fools. Each one of you is a useless sack of bones. You couldn't even guard treasures without them vanishing into thin air. What use are you to me? Am I to feed you? He berated them. In a fit of rage, he unsheathed his sword and, in a swift motion, executed one of the soldiers. The remaining guards were horrified, their faces drained of color as they recoiled in fear. After dispatching one soldier, Luo Zhengfeng coldly addressed the others. Investigate this matter. You must uncover the whereabouts of the gold and treasures, or I will have your heads. The soldiers quaked in terror, their minds racing as they struggled to devise a plan. The vault was devoid of any clues, rendering their task nearly impossible. That night, it was destined that the general's residence would not know peace. Luo Zhengfeng was determined to keep the news of the treasure's disappearance from Li Rui. Thus, he visited representatives of several prominent families in Yanhuang City under the cover of darkness. Among them were the Huang family, one of the 4 major financial clans, and the Wang family, renowned merchants. Since Luo Zhengfeng's elevation to general, these families had sought to align themselves with him, eager to curry favor. Aware of the upheaval in the Guoguang Duke's residence, executions and exiles, the leaders of these families keenly sensed Luo Zhengfeng's ascent to power. Consequently, they showered him with gifts, seeking to leverage his authority to stifle rival families' enterprises and ensure their own prosperity. Indeed, following the calamity that befell the Guoguang Duke's residence, the Lu and Luo families, who had once relied on it, became far more subdued. They faced rampant oppression and destruction from other families, suffering significant economic losses across their various enterprises. However, not all regions were equally affected. For instance, in Dadi City, General Zhao Lai stood firmly to protect the Lu and Luo families from undue harm. In Zhanghai City, the families of 5th Madame Lu Yuner and 6th Madame Leng Shiji, though beset by troubles, united in strength, making it unwise for anyone to provoke them. Returning to the matter at hand, Luo Zhengfeng first approached the Huang family, demanding an exorbitant sum of 100 million gold coins. The head of the Huang family, though initially apprehensive, recognized the necessity of compliance. Since aligning with Luo Zhengfeng, their family's business had flourished immensely, particularly in light of the recent turmoil surrounding the Guoguang Duke's residence. The Huang family provided the requested sum, while the Wang family contributed 50 million. Thus, Luo Zhengfeng effortlessly amassed 150 million gold coins, savoring the taste of power. He understood the importance of authority, proceeding with caution, especially in his dealings with Li Rui, knowing that as long as Li Rui remained, his position as general would remain secure. Li Rui is doomed, for there are many who wish for his demise. Just a single ungrateful wretch is enough to seal his fate. After acquiring the gold coins, Luo Zhengfeng returned to the general's estate, content. As for the 50 million coins in his treasury, he decided to leave them for future contingencies. The next morning, a multitude of officials, both civil and military, uttered a few insipid remarks during the court session before taking their leave. Zhengfeng, are the funds prepared? Li Rui inquired while descending the steps with Luo Zhengfeng on their way out of the palace. All set. 150 million, not a single coin less. Luo Zhengfeng assured, thumping his chest. Excellent. A job well done. Li Rui praised, giving him a thumbs up. Luo Zhengfeng dared not reveal the emptiness of his treasury to Li Rui, fearing ridicule or being branded a fool. He must tread carefully to avoid any missteps. Upon exiting the palace, the pair took the gold coins and headed straight to the general store. After a cryptic exchange, they ascended to meet the mute. Once they finished counting, they departed. The mute then took out a pen and paper, scribbling several lines before moving to the adjacent room to retrieve a falcon. Indeed, the information relay from the bullfighting pavilion was not through carrier pigeons, but rather via falcons, birds that soar at speeds 5 to 10 times that of pigeons, ensuring greater safety during transit. However, training a falcon is no small feat in the grand hall of the Great Chu Empire. Early that morning, the esteemed officials donned their court robes and entered, awaiting the emperor's arrival. The emperor enters. Long live our sovereign. May the realm prosper and the people flourish. Accompanied by a voice reminiscent of a duck's quack, the young and striking empress of the Great Chu Empire, Chu Xuanji, ascended her throne with an air of authority. The officials knelt, bowing their heads in reverence, offering their respectful greetings. Indeed, the emperor of the Great Chu Empire is a woman. Rise, my loyal ministers. Empress Chu Xuanji, adorned with a golden phoenix crown and a scarlet robe embroidered with phoenix motifs, exuded elegance. Her flawless skin resembled the purest white jade, smooth and unblemished. With every gesture, she emanated imperial gravitas. Thank you, your majesty. The officials rose in unison, and a few began to steal glances at the unparalleled beauty of the empress. In their eyes, she was undoubtedly the most exquisite woman in the Great Chu Empire. Today, what matters of state require my attention? Speak one by one. Chu Xuanji surveyed her ministers with satisfaction. Though she was the empress, she was wise and far-sighted. With a grand vision and an understanding of the intricacies of right and wrong, she handled state affairs with great acumen, her words carrying weight, executing decisions with resolute efficiency. No one dared to underestimate her. Minister of Revenue, how have you managed the flood disaster under your jurisdiction? Chu Xuanji inquired, her expression serious. Your Majesty, the flood in Penglai City has been stabilized. With my urging, local officials have actively participated in drainage and relief efforts, allowing most trapped citizens to receive aid. The economy of Penglai City is gradually recovering. The Minister of Revenue reported truthfully as he stepped forward with clasped hands. Well done. Your efforts have not gone unnoticed. Chu Xuanji acknowledged. What about the Ministry of Works? Have you contained the drought and flood disaster in Shatta City? Her gaze shifted to another minister. The Minister of Works promptly responded, Your Majesty, I personally went to Shatta City, opened the granaries, and diverted irrigation. The dire situation there is beginning to improve. However, the construction of waterways will take time. The project of diverting water from the east to the west is monumental and cannot be completed in less than 3 to 5 years. Indeed, constructing waterways is a long-term endeavor. Nevertheless, we must prioritize resolving the local populace's issues. If food and water supply are insufficient, we can temporarily divert resources from surrounding cities. We cannot let the people suffer. Chu Xuanji stated coldly. I shall obey. The Minister of Works replied respectfully. Are there any other matters that require my attention? Chu Xuanji's gaze fell upon the Chancellor and the Grand General, wondering if the latter, having returned from the northern frontier, bore significant news. Your Majesty, I indeed have a matter to report. Grand General Dong Aolai stepped forward, cupping his fists. Speak, General Dong. Chu Xuanji's expression turned grave. For the return of a general from the border often heralded troubling tidings. She had always harbored concerns regarding the great Yin Empire, particularly its war god, Yin Baidu, renowned among the nations for his martial prowess and undefeated reputation. The territories of Araki City and Huishao Pass once belonged to the great Chu Empire. But due to a border incursion, Yin Baidu had furiously seized 2 cities from them. Had it not been for the alliance with neighboring nations restraining the great Yin Empire, they might have lost even more. The aftermath of that battle saw the great Chu Empire suffer heavy losses, losing both cities and soldiers, leading to her father's untimely demise from disgrace. Upon ascending the throne, Chu Xuanji focused on peace, agricultural development, and economic revitalization, encouraging the populace to grow their families. After decades of recuperation, the military and economy of the great Chu Empire finally reached their zenith. Reports from the border spies indicated that the war god Yin Baidu was beheaded just over a month ago at the frontier. Astonishment rippled through the court. What? The war god of the great Yin Empire has been executed? Impossible. He is the pillar of their nation. Indeed, Yin Baidu is their guardian general, a true military powerhouse. His elder brother is Yin Nandu, who possesses the capability to slay him at the border. Could it be that the Yin throne is in turmoil? Perhaps Yin Baidu defied the emperor's rule, leading to his downfall? The ministers were skeptical, dismissing the claim as mere rumor. An attempt to lure the great Chu Empire into a trap. Indeed, this must be a ruse orchestrated by Yin Baidu to lure our forces into a trap. Yet, many ministers stubbornly refused to believe the news. General, do not be swayed by falsehoods. Rumors, though they appear trivial, can be lethal in their subtleties. The ministers collectively expressed their disbelief. How could this be true? Yin Baidu, the guardian of the great Yin Empire, second in power, was untouchable. Unless the emperor of Yin has lost his senses, disregarding the stability of the nation and its future. All harbored doubts, including Empress Chu Xuanji, who could not fathom such a scenario. Should her own realm be blessed with such a guardian, she would cherish him like family. General Dong, what is the accuracy of this information? Chu Xuanji steadied herself, her tone grave. She did not question with skepticism, but with the dignity worthy of a sovereign. 10 out of 10, Dong Aolai declared with unwavering confidence, ignoring the minister's doubtful gazes. General Dong, this is no trifling matter. This concerns the very foundation of our great Chu Empire. Indeed, this is no jest. Who grants you the audacity to assert such confidence? Are you not wary that this could be a cunning scheme of the enemy? The assembled ministers vehemently criticized Dong Aolai. Among these ministers, only the civil officials dared to voice their objections. No military officials stood forth. Dong Aolai coldly retorted, since I dare to claim such certainty, I possess that certainty. Every word I utter is backed by a life. How could I possibly speak frivolously to you all? Not only am I certain that Yin Baidu has been executed at the border, but I also know that his eldest and second sons, along with his generals, General Qin Yaochuan of the Angry Dragon, General Tuobasan of the Golden Tiger, General Zhao Quan of the Wooden Tiger, and General Wang Nu of the Earth Tiger, were also beheaded. Furthermore, All of Yin Baidu's family has been exiled to the wilderness by Yin Nandu. Dong Ally stated coldly. So, you mean to say that the one who executed Yin Baidu is none other than the emperor of the great Yin Empire, his own brother, Yin Nandu? Asked Chu Xuanji, her brow furrowed. Precisely, Dong Ally replied with unwavering confidence. According to reliable sources, Yin Baidu's achievements threatened his sovereign, and he conspired to amass power for himself. Yin Nandu, fearing that in 100 years his heir would be unable to subdue Yin Baidu, executed him at the border under the pretext of treachery. Alas, the border has been heavily guarded these days, and my spies have found it impossible to relay information. Even the slightest creature dares not cross the boundary. Those who attempt to fly beyond the border are immediately shot down, Dong Ally declared. Chapter 144, The Empress's Dilemma. How did you obtain such precise information? An official inquired. It has been nearly 2 months since Yin Baidu's execution. The vigilance at the border has begun to relax. Only then did a carrier pigeon manage to escape. Initially, I too found it hard to believe, until the second pigeon confirmed the news of Yin Baidu's fate. Dong Ally recounted truthfully. What are your subsequent plans, General? Chu Xuanji asked. Dong Ally clasped his hands and said, while Yin Baidu was alive, the great Yin Empire may have been a formidable adversary. But now, with Yin Baidu executed at the border, our great Chu Empire has lost a strong enemy. Therefore, Your Majesty, you may seize this opportunity and allow me to lead an army to strike at Tiger Roar Pass, capturing it in one fell swoop and reclaiming Aridwood City, thus avenging our past disgrace. Your Majesty, this matter remains uncertain. To attack hastily would be somewhat rash. We should deliberate and plan carefully. Chancellor Zhu interjected. Zhu Durin. Dong Ally's brow furrowed, his displeasure evident. Zhu ignored Dong Ally's discontent and continued, Your Majesty, this matter requires discussion. We must not act recklessly. Our great Chu Empire has only just begun to regain its strength. If we advance carelessly, falling into the enemy's trap, it will plunge our great Chu Empire into dire straits once more. Your Majesty, I have a foolproof strategy. The Grand Inspector stepped forward. Do share, Chu Xuanji replied. The Grand Inspector cleared his throat and said, If what the General says is true, it presents a tremendous opportunity for our great Chu Empire. However, we have yet to confirm the situation, so we cannot act impulsively. In my view, Yin Baidu's family has been exiled to the wilderness, which happens to lie in the no-man's land between our great Chu Empire, the great Yin Empire, and the great Zhao Empire. We could send someone to the wilderness to await the arrival of the exiled individuals. If Yin Baidu's family indeed arrives, it will confirm his execution for all to witness. At that point, we can mobilize our forces. What the Grand Inspector proposes is rather prudent. Chancellor Zhu nodded in agreement. Dong Ally could not help but shake his head and sigh. I fear that by the time we mobilize, the opportunity may have passed. The tides of war shift rapidly, and when the moment arrives, we must seize it and deliver a decisive blow to the enemy. Chu Xuanji refrained from hastily providing a response. After a moment of contemplative silence, she spoke with a cool demeanor. Indeed, the tides of war are ever-changing. Yet the only adversary we truly fear is Yin Baidu. If he has indeed been executed, a delay would be inconsequential. We do need confirmation of this information. Therefore, General, send a team discreetly to the wilderness to gather detailed intelligence. Meanwhile, during this period, you should organize your troops and conduct more training, and Chancellor, prepare provisions to be transported to the front lines in advance. Once the news is confirmed, we shall launch a vigorous assault. What say you? Your Majesty's words are most commendable. The Chancellor could not help but exclaim in praise. Dong Ally recognized that the higher echelons of the great Chu Empire had been intimidated by Yin Baidu, leaving an indelible mark of fear in their hearts. This approach was indeed the most prudent. At the very least, the Empress did not reject his offensive strategy, but merely proposed a more cautious alternative. The great Chu Empire had taken 10 years to restore its strength. Empress Chu Xuanji would certainly not allow a reckless act to jeopardize the foundation of the nation that had been painstakingly rebuilt over the years. This time, she was determined to avenge her father. In the great Zhao Empire, within the imperial palace's national flower garden, Emperor Zhao Chuan, accompanied by the imperial consort, admired the resplendence of the peonies. An old eunuch hurriedly approached, his steps quick and measured. Your Majesty, the general has returned swiftly on horseback, claiming there is urgent news to report. Urgent news? Zhao Chuan furrowed his brow. There is a pavilion ahead. I shall await him there. Very well. The eunuch quickly turned to comply. Zhao Chuan, 52 this year, had ascended the throne only a few short years prior. The imperial consort at his side was none other than the sister of Yin Nandu from the Great Yin Empire. The Great Zhao Empire and the Great Yin Empire had formed an alliance, and for many years, the two nations had intermarried. Each emperor was required to take a princess from the opposing nation as a consort to cement their unbreakable pact. Before long, General Chang Shanha of the great Zhao Empire strode with the poise of a dragon and tiger to the pavilion. Upon seeing the presence of the Yin Empress, he hesitated. His brow furrowed. General Chang, did you not have urgent news to convey? Why do you remain silent in my presence? Zhao Chuan asked, sipping from his teacup, a look of perplexity crossing his face. After a moment's hesitation, Chang Shanha said, Your Majesty, this news is not favorable for the Empress. Oh, does it pertain to the great Yin? Zhao Chuan inquired. Indeed. Speak, then. What is the matter? Chang Shanha cleared his throat and declared, Yin Baidu and his two sons have been executed at the southern border, displayed as a warning. Yin Baidu's entire family has been exiled to the wilderness. Upon hearing this, Zhao Chuan was initially taken aback, asking, Is this information verifiable? It is true. It has been confirmed. Were it not verified, I would not dare to recklessly present myself. Chang Shanha asserted with grave sincerity. Indeed, as these words left his lips, the face of the Yin Empress turned pale. Impossible. How could this be? My second brother is the guardian general of the nation, a war god of the great Yin. Who would dare to harm him? Who could? The Yin Empress's beauty faded, disbelief etched upon her features. Zhao Chuan's brow knitted together in concern. This news would be hard for anyone to accept. However, it came from Chang Shanha, the foremost general of the great Zhao Empire. Zhao Chuan had no reason to doubt his words. He understood Chang Shanha well enough to know he would not jest about such matters, especially in the presence of the Yin Empress. After some contemplation, Zhao Chuan deduced that Yin Baidu's demise was intricately linked to one individual, Yin Nandu, the brother of the Yin Empress. But why would Yin Nandu take such drastic action against Yin Baidu? Zhao Chuan surmised it was likely due to Yin Baidu's rising power threatening the sovereign. As the emperor of the great Zhao Empire, he clearly understood the precarious political landscape of the great Yin Empire. However, for him to articulate such thoughts is utterly impossible. In this regard, his foresight surpasses that of the Empress Chu Xuanji. If she were capable of discerning these intricacies, she would have undoubtedly dispatched troops to assault the great Yin Empire. This also indicates that the higher echelons of the great Chu Empire have been thoroughly intimidated by Yanbei. Zhao Chuan did not rush to speak. Instead, he lifted his teacup and consumed a second cup. What is the current situation within the great Yin Empire? After finishing the second cup, Zhao Chuan gazed at the tea bowl and inquired. Chapter 145. The general and I are of one mind. The domestic situation is currently relatively stable, having not incited significant turmoil. However, should this news leak, it is likely that both the southern great Chu Empire and the northern nomadic tribes will raise their armies in great numbers. Zhao Chuan feigned ignorance and remarked, One wonders what scheme the emperor of great Yin is concocting. For now, we cannot predict the outcome. We must remain observant. Understood. Chang Shanhi clasped his fists. You may return for now. Zhao Chuan deliberately dismissed Chang Shanhi. Confused, Chang Shanhi bowed and exited. Once he departed, Zhao Chuan stifled a yawn and turned to the visibly worried Yin Empress, saying, My dear, I find myself rather fatigued. Let us conclude our affairs for today. You may take your leave. As he spoke, he playfully brushed the bridge of the Yin Empress's nose, signaling her not to worry. The Yin Empress, also feeling somewhat unwell, departed under the guidance of the palace maids. After the Yin Empress left, Zhao Chuan immediately ordered someone to notify Changshan he to convene at the imperial writing chamber. Before Changshan he even reached the palace gates, he was intercepted by a young eunuch. A short while later, Changshan he arrived at the imperial writing chamber. Your Majesty, there is no need for excessive formalities. Please rise. Zhao Chuan waved his hand, gesturing for Changshan he to sit. Attendants poured tea and served refreshments with care. Once seated, Zhao Chuan, positioned at the head of the table, leaned forward and said, Earlier, with the Empress present, there were certain matters I could not freely discuss. Now, please share your thoughts on the situation of the great Yin Empire. Speak your mind without reservation. Changshan he appeared to discern Zhao Chuan's inner thoughts. He no longer concealed his intentions, clasping his fists and boldly stating, I dare to request permission to lead an army to invade the great Yin Empire, to expand your territory and achieve great deeds for your Majesty. Zhao Chuan's eyes narrowed, a flash of ruthless ambition igniting within. It seems the general and I are in complete accord. A pleased smile graced Zhao Chuan's lips. Chaoshani chuckled awkwardly. However, Zhao Chuan paused momentarily before continuing. Although the entire family of Yanbei has been executed, what of General Zhao Lai of the War God House? He remains a formidable force. Your Majesty, you worry too much. Changshani smirked disdainfully. Zhao Lai is already of advanced age and has not donned armor for decades. Even if he were alive, He would likely be in the twilight of his years, full of intent, but lacking the strength. Zhao Chuan sipped his tea and thoughtfully replied, "Before we deploy our forces, I must ascertain one more matter. Your Majesty, please proceed." Changshan, he expressed anticipation, not for a specific revelation from Zhao Chuan, but rather an eager expectation of the long-dormant great Zhao Empire finally mobilizing its troops. What an exhilarating prospect. Although Yin Nan is advanced in years, he is certainly no fool. He has managed the great Yin Empire with great order throughout his reign, while the nation's security is intertwined with Yinbei. His ability to oversee the broader landscape is a testament to his unique capabilities. Of course, one cannot exclude the possibility that the demise of Yinbei may be connected to him. Thus, who would he appoint as the national guardian general following Yinbei's death? This is the true concern weighing on Zhao Chuan's mind. Indeed, who is the national guardian general now? In the great Yin Empire, both previous national guardian generals were celebrated as war gods. From Zhao Li to Yinbei, both bore the esteemed title. Yin Nan's audacity to eliminate his own brother surely indicates he has a successor in mind. But who might the successor be? Haha. To be candid with your Majesty, prior to my return, I gathered reliable intelligence. Currently, the great Yin Empire has yet to appoint a national guardian general. However, your Majesty must have heard of Luo Zhenfeng, who served under Yinbei. Changshan, he inquired with a smile. Luo Zhenfeng. Ah, I have heard of him. He is reputed to be a valiant and skilled general, is he not? Indeed. Luo Zhenfeng is known for his martial prowess, having inherited Yinbei's strategies for command and governance, making him a formidable commander. However, he has previously distanced himself from Yinbei and is now associated with Prime Minister Li Rui, currently holding the title of General of the Cavalry. Changshan stated candidly, Luo Zhenfeng serves as General of the Cavalry? Zhao Chuan was momentarily taken aback. Then realization dawned upon him. I understand now. All is clear. Yin Nan seeks to cultivate Luo Zhenfeng, indicating that he possesses the demeanor of a commanding general. At this point, Zhao Chuan fell silent. There was one thought left unvoiced, which was, no wonder Yin Nan dared to execute the entire Yinbei family. It was because of Luo Zhenfeng. What does General Changshan think of Luo Zhenfeng? Changshan, he turned to inquire. After a brief contemplation, Changshan, he remarked, a valiant general. Perhaps he has gleaned some superficial knowledge of military command and is familiar with terrain warfare. Yet, his combat experience is still considerably lacking. Should he face our army, I would certainly rout him thoroughly. Changshan, he, in his 50s, had served as a general for 2 decades. Though he had maintained a marital alliance with the great Yin Empire and had not engaged in warfare, he had frequently battled the northern nomadic tribes. Thus, his combat and leadership experience is quite extensive. Excellent. Zhao Chuan's eyes narrowed, a hint of murderous intent surfacing. What does it matter if we have a marital alliance? What do alliances signify in the face of great principles? In matters of utmost importance, all agreements crumble to dust, no matter how beautiful the Yin Empress. Can she compare to the expansion of the great Zhao Empire's territory? Such a golden opportunity has presented itself, and if I do not seize it, I shall face my ancestors with shame after death. Changshan's fervor ignited. General Changshan, here I am. I command you to raise an army of 500, march out from the Yanzhou Pass, clear the realms, and sweep through the enemy forces. Capture Shanjian City, Lyre City, and others in one fell swoop, enhancing the prestige of our great Zhao army and expanding our territory. I shall await your victorious report within the palace. Zhao Chuan declared decisively, his voice resounding with authority. I accept the command. Changshan, he, his spirit aflame, knelt on one knee, clasped his fists, received the imperial token, and strode purposefully out of the imperial riding chamber. After Changshan, he departed. Zhao Chuan languidly leaned back in his chair, murmuring, General, I await your triumphant return. I hope that General Zhao does not lead the charge in the great Yin Empire, Jianghaking, at the Lu residence. At this moment, the entrance to the Lu household was besieged by thousands of soldiers from the Jianghaking lord's estate, encircling it tightly. An hour prior, the Lu family storefront in Jianghaking had been invaded by a band of ruffians. These individuals stormed into the Lu family's fishing shop like mountain bandits, wielding their wicked blades, and overwhelmed the staff before they could react, slaughtering them mercilessly. Not a single one of the 10 or so workers survived. All met a gruesome fate. Blood stained every corner of the fishing shop. After dispatching the workers, the ruffians did not hastily depart, as if awaiting the arrival of the Lu family members. Upon learning of the situation, the family head, Lu Heishui, immediately led over 100 retainers to the fishing shop. Chapter 146, The Resolute Zheng Sanyang. The two sides clashed in a life-and-death struggle at the slightest disagreement. As the family head, Lu Heishui was no novice. Wielding a long sword, he fought with great vigor. Confronted by several ruffians, each swing of his sword claimed a life. The retainers nurtured by the Liu family were also formidable warriors, effortlessly dispatching all the ruffians. A crowd of onlookers gathered outside the shop, pointing and murmuring, yet none dared to approach the fishing shop. Liu Heishui knew this must be connected to the Mo family, as they had long-standing conflicts concerning interests, particularly since the Mo family had previously profited from seafood trade. After the Liu family ascended to prominence, the Mo family was left to scuttle in the shadows, striving for survival. For years, the Mo family endured humiliation and silence. In pursuit of their own industrial development, they cultivated ties with the Sun family, one of the 4 prominent merchant clans. The Sun family primarily engaged in the timber and textiles trade, which did not conflict with the Liu family's interests. By aligning with the Sun family, the Mo family helped expand their supply chain. However, mindful of the Duke of the Guardian's estate, the Sun family instructed the Mo family to refrain from direct confrontation with the Liu family. Following the calamity that befell the Duke's estate, the Mo family perceived a glimmer of hope for resurgence. They no longer wished to endure indignity or linger in a state of despair. The Mo family promptly reached out to the Sun family, who unhesitatingly agreed to assist them. After all, dismantling the Liu family would allow them to expand their own enterprise. Thus, the Sun and Mo families conspired for an assault, secretly bribing the mayor of Jianghaking to compel the Liu family to withdraw. However, Liu Heishui, known for his temper, stormed into the shop, ruthlessly slaughtering all of the hired thugs employed by the Mo family. Not yet satisfied, Liu Heishui then led his men to the Mo family's fish market, where he dispatched all the workers and destroyed the establishment. After this mayhem, Liu Heishui returned to the Liu residence. Informed of the events, the Mo family swiftly rallied over 50 retainers and marched to confront the Liu family. Liu Heishui, incensed, gathered over 100 retainers, plunging into a fierce battle with the Mo family. Without hesitation, Liu Heishui's wife, Zheng Sanyang, the mother of Liu Yun'er, brandished 2 shark knives, charging in from the backyard. Despite her seemingly delicate demeanor, she fought with a fierce intensity, dispatching 5 or 6 of the Mo family's retainers in mere moments. As both sides were embroiled in a bloody struggle, the Sun family joined the fray. The head of the Sun family sought to eliminate the Liu family's threat entirely to seize control of the seafood business, leading all his retainers to ally with the Mo family against the Liu clan. The Sun family brought at least 100 men, a motley crew of rogues who, once recruited, began honing their skills in the art of combat. With the Sun family's involvement, the Liu family found themselves on the back foot. Just as the Liu family began to falter, a new wave of combatants surged forward, swords in hand, racing through the streets toward the Liu residence. These newcomers were none other than the Lung family, with Lung Shiji's father, Lung Shui, at the forefront. Like a bolt of lightning, Lung Shui weaved through the crowd, penetrating the ranks of the Mo and Sun families. His swordplay was akin to artistry. With each strike, an enemy fell into the pool of blood. Behind him, more than 20 swordsmen, each wielding a blade, followed suit, cutting down adversaries with astonishing efficiency. Most of these swordsmen were from the Lung family, while the others were Lung Shui's disciples, all well-versed in the Lung family's sword techniques. They executed their movements with grace and precision, cutting through the Mo and Sun retainers as effortlessly as an eagle preying on chicks. Though not battle-hardened, they practiced swordsmanship daily, alternating between offense and defense, surpassing the skills of the Mo and Sun family members by leaps and bounds. In less than the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, the Mo and Sun retainers were utterly vanquished, with none escaping their fate. The head of the Mo family was left astounded by the prowess of these exceptional swordsmen. Even the onlookers were taken aback, having never witnessed the Lung family in combat, let alone in such a unified display. This was a first. The few Liu family members who survived were equally shocked by the Lung family's formidable strength. As in-laws, they were expected to have no ties. But due to the upheaval involving the Yin family, they found themselves aligned. Uncertain of what the future held, they knew they must unite for survival. Upon the demise of the Mo and Sun retainers, the Lung family's elite surrounded the head of the Mo family. The Sun family head, sensing the tide turning against them, had already fled, unsure if he was seeking reinforcements or planning to escape Jianghaking with his kin. Liu Heishui emerged from the fray, declaring, "Old Mo, I had no intention of harming you. Yet, you dared to strike at my Liu family's businesses in other cities and even had the audacity to lay hands on my fish market in Jianghaking. Did you think I was easy to bully?" Liu Heishui seethed with rage, had it not been for the Lung family's intervention. Your Liu family would be nothing but fish on a chopping board today. The head of the Mo family, facing imminent death, still maintained an air of arrogance. Lu Heishui could not help but chuckle. If that is the case, then prepare to meet your demise. You dare to kill me? If you do, the mayor will not spare you. The Mo family head, now gripped by fear, realized the Sun family had yet to send reinforcements. Enough of your empty threats. Anyone who dares harm my Lu family shall perish. Zhang Sanyang, wielding her shark knife, swiftly decapitated the Mo family head. These knives, originally brought from her family, had been used for self-defense and were legendary in their lethality. The blades, approximately 60 centimeters long and 10 centimeters wide, forged from tungsten steel, remained razor-sharp despite the years. Having belonged to Zhang Sanyang's grandfather, they had claimed the lives of countless foes. After executing the Mo family head, blood gushed forth, splattering Zhang Sanyang's face. She licked the blood from her lips and turned to the onlookers outside, a cruel smile curling at the corners of her mouth, instilling fear in those who recalled her father, the Pirate King. This smile bore a striking resemblance to that of the Pirate King, leaving the onlookers in shock. They could hardly fathom that the gentle and demure Zhang Sanyang could unleash such ferocious strength in the heat of battle. This stark contrast even unnerved Lu Heishui, who had just witnessed her impressive kill count. The battle escalated quickly, and as it concluded, Lu Heishui ordered his retainers to begin clearing the bodies. Lu Heishui and his wife, Zhang Sanyang, then invited the head of the Lung family and others to rest in the hall. Today, I extend my utmost gratitude to you, Brother Lung. Lu Heishui clasped his hands in appreciation. Zhang Sanyang sheathed her shark knives and poured tea for Lung Shui and the others. If it weren't for your timely assistance, the Lu family might have faced utter ruin. Lung Shui shook his head. We are all kin, intertwined like grasshoppers on the same string. Should the Lung family ever face an invasion, I trust you would come to our aid as well. Lu Heishui responded earnestly. The Lu family would certainly not remain indifferent. We would stand shoulder to shoulder with Brother Lung, fighting to the bitter end. Laughter erupted from Lung Shui, while Lu Heishui sighed. Who could have foreseen the upheaval within the Yin family? It caught us completely off guard. Lung Shui lamented. The Duke of the Guardian's accomplishments have overshadowed the sovereign, instilling fear among the military and the populace. The backgrounds of his 7 daughters-in-law are intertwined with major factions and families. The crown prince is still young, and the emperor fears that the Duke of the Guardian might monopolize power after his reign. Anyone in his position would feel immense pressure. Unless the Duke voluntarily relinquishes his authority like General Exile I to enjoy a peaceful retirement, the estate might avoid this calamity. Yet, in reality, the Duke is at the height of his power. How could he possibly step back? You speak a truth that resonates, Brother Lung. Had the Duke of the Guardian bequeathed his military power to his son, the emperor would not have taken such drastic measures. Lu Heishui concurred. The unpredictability of life is indeed disheartening, Coldblood sighed. What are your plans next, Brother Cold? Asked Lu Heishui. Coldblood rubbed his forehead, troubled, and replied. The head of the Sun family has already fled. This matter will not end here. Furthermore, the Yin family has lost all hope. We must be cautious and seek survival in the cracks. Lu Heishui nodded and confessed. To be honest, I have quietly sent someone on the road to rescue Yun'er. Lady Cold and Yun'er are both in the exile group. If they can return together, would you be willing to accompany me to the vast sea for survival? Moreover, we have already contacted the father of Sanyang and can head to the sea at any time. Coldblood understood what he meant by the vast sea. It was merely a proposal to ally with Zhang Sanyang's father and become a pirate. Coldblood shook his head, saying, piracy is ultimately not a solution. Besides, my family is the court's appointed swordsmanship instructor. As long as we remain low-key, Yan'an will not trouble us. Lu Heishui nodded. In that case, I shall not press the issue. Should you require our assistance in the future, do not hesitate to ask. Over the years, my Lu family has prospered in business. We have ample wealth. Just speak the word, and billions are at your disposal. Haha. Coldblood let out a hearty laugh, and then asked, Brother Lu, may I pose a question? What do you believe is the true intention of the National Guardian General approaching your Lu and Luo families? Lu Heishui was taken aback, shaking his head in confusion. Coldblood continued, if I am not mistaken, I fear the National Guardian General has long coveted the throne, and your Lu and Luo families managing the economy are flush with money. In other words, in the future, the two of you might become the financial ministers to the National Guardian General. Essentially, a mere cash machine. You mean? Lu Heishui was astonished. Disbelief etched on his face. Enough. I merely speak casually. The National Guardian General is loyal and patriotic, harboring no treasonous thoughts. How could he betray the nation and plot rebellion? Do not overthink it. Coldblood shook his head. Lu Heishui nodded slightly. Suddenly, a commotion erupted at the entrance of the Lu family estate. Who was making such a ruckus outside? Lu Heishui frowned. A servant rushed in, saying, "Master, there are over 1,000 regular troops outside. They appear to be from the city lord's residence." The city lord's troops? Lu Heishui's expression changed. Cold blood furrowed his brow, fearing these must be the reinforcements sent by the Sun family. Reinforcements from the Sun family? Zheng Senyang exclaimed in shock, her brows knitting in confusion. The Sun family has always been at odds with the city lord. How could he personally intervene this time? Times have changed. Cold blood sighed heavily. Before the Yin family fell, the city lord was like a timid rabbit before us. After their downfall, we lost our backing, and the city lord instantly transformed into a ravenous wolf. We, the Cold family, are relatively safe. With our identity as the court's swordsmanship instructors, they dare not touch us. But your Lu family is in a different predicament. Damn it. Lu Heishui's temper flared, shouting at the servant, "Open the gates. Whoever dares to enter. I swear on my life to take him down. Though my Lu family currently lacks a strong backing, we are not to be trifled with. A mere city lord dares to create trouble at my Lu family? Does he not remember how my Lu family generously aided him when Zhanghai City was in need?" Cold blood chose silence, weighing the pros and cons. If it were merely a family squabble, he might extend a helping hand and fight to the bitter end. But now, with the city lord involved, an entity tied to imperial authority, should he intervene, word would surely reach the palace, equating to opposing the crown. The consequences of such a transgression could lead to execution for his entire family. This was no jest. Cold blood found himself in a dilemma. He could not risk his family's existence for the sake of offending imperial power. With a clang, the previously closed gates of the Lu estate swung open again, as two servants hastily worked to reopen them. Following the brief skirmish, the Lu family servants had shut the gates to clear the courtyard of bodies and blood. Yet, before they could finish, the forces of the city lord appeared at their doorstep. Every city was secured by 1,000 troops. However, these forces were not stationed within the city lord's residence, but rather in the military district of the city. Otherwise, when the city lord's residence was besieged, Guoheng would not have appeared so passive. The Sun family had indeed maintained a close relationship with the city lord, but as Cold Blood remarked, times change. With the Sun family's wealth corrupting the city lord, even if he was reluctant to deploy troops, he would have no choice. Who would dare turn down money? Had the Duke of the Nation not fallen, the city lord might have ignored such wealth altogether. But now, with the Lu family stripped of their support, they were akin to a tiger stripped of its teeth, easily manipulated by the city lord, who could not let go of a ripe opportunity. Thus, upon receiving the news, the city lord immediately led over 1,000 troops, joining forces with the head of the Sun family to besiege the Lu estate. Lu Heishui, you better come out obediently. Do you realize you are openly opposing the court? The consequences are unimaginable. After the city lord arrived, he began shouting outside the gates. The head of the Sun family, Sun Dang, taunted, "Hurry and open the gates and surrender. You killed over 100 of my family's guests. Can it simply end here? Today, the city lord shall bring you to justice." Just then, the gates of the Lu estate opened, and at the city lord's command, 1,000 troops surged into the Lu courtyard. Onlookers gathered once more, eager to witness the downfall of the Lu family. Lu Heishui emerged from the main hall, his expression dark as he confronted the city lord. Infuriated, he pointed and cursed, "Fan Tong, you treacherous scoundrel. I treated you well, did I not? And now you associate with that dog of a Sun family? I must be blind." Fan Tong, the city lord, felt a twinge of guilt, but upon hearing Lu Heishui's words, his expression soured. Times have changed, Lu Heishui. I, Fan Tong, may have acted recklessly, but I have helped you in the past. Today, if you surrender, I will grant you a swift end out of consideration for our past friendship. You can shove your empty promises. Lu Heishui retorted angrily. If you utter one more word, I swear I will sever your head and use it as a ball. Zheng Sanyang's temper flared at this remark. Fan Tong's face darkened. Sun Dang sneered. It seems these fools are as stubborn as ever. If so, then let us kill them all. What? Do you intend to kill me as well? Cold Blood, hands clasped behind his back, walked slowly out from the main hall. Damn it. If it weren't for your Cold family's interference, my Sun family wouldn't have lost over 100 guests in such a manner. Upon seeing Cold Blood, Sun Dang's fury ignited. His eyes like a hawk's, fixated on Cold Blood, wanting nothing more than to behead him. Fan Tong. Cold Blood stood tall, his gaze as profound as the vast cosmos, and calmly addressed Fan Tong. The Lu family has merely lost its backing, and you disregard past loyalties to turn against them. Do you not fear their resurgence? Haha. Cold Blood, spare me your nonsense. The Yin family has become history. Do you still expect your son-in-law to rise from the grave and let you cling to him? Sun Dang scoffed derisively, staring coldly at Cold Blood. Cold Blood's eyes narrowed, a fierce killing intent blooming within. Damn it, if I die today, I shall take your head as my cushion. Lu Heishui's rage erupted as he shouted, brandishing his sword, "Brothers, follow me to battle. Eliminate those wretched scoundrels." The numerous guests of the Lu family tightened their grips on their long swords and charged at Sun Dang and Fan Tong. Zheng Xinyang brandished her sharp shark knife and rushed forward. "Damn it, Brother Fan, dispatch these rascals. Double the stakes." Sun Dang was also incensed. Upon hearing the stakes were doubled, Fan Tong's eyes lit up as he shouted to the soldiers behind him, "Brothers, charge forth. For every foe you fell, a reward of 50,000 gold coins. If you vanquish them all, an additional 50,000 coins for each one. Kill." Under the lure of such bountiful rewards, the soldiers fought valiantly. Each one was ablaze with fervor, their eyes gleaming with gold as they envisioned their enemies transforming into treasure before them. "Brothers of the Lung family, follow me to vanquish these foes. Every enemy that enters the Lu residence shall not escape, not a single one, not even if the king himself were to come." Lung Shui clenched his teeth and issued the command. Initially, he had intended to bide his time. Yet now, this arrogant Sun Dang dared to publicly humiliate him? Did he think Lung Shui's sword was merely a weight? Kill! With a thunderous roar, Lung Shui, like a bolt of lightning, was the first to swing his sword and charge forth. Swish, swish, swish. As Lung Shui swung his sword, heads flew into the air like balls kicked skyward. "Damn it! Let them all perish." Zheng Xinyang wielded her shark knife, engaging in brutal combat with the soldiers. The back of her knife bore a backward hook, capable of deflecting downward strikes and severing the fragile carotid arteries of her adversaries. She had once been a delicate lady, rarely engaging in fights, having learned the art of the shark knife from her grandfather in her youth. Disgusted by the violent life at sea, she had married Lu Heishui, who made a living through fish trading. After years of raising children, she would only occasionally practice her knife skills, reminiscing about her grandfather. She believed those days of honing her craft were behind her, yet she had never anticipated a day of fierce resurgence. With the shark knife in her grasp, the latent, bloodthirsty instincts of a pirate within her awakened. Like a pirate possessed, she slaughtered without hesitation. The onlookers were once again stunned by Zheng Xinyang's ruthless ferocity. Recalling the notorious pirate organization that had once invaded Zhanghai City, their bloodthirsty savagery had ceased since her arrival. For the pirate king seemingly wished to spare his daughter a life of turmoil. However, with the Lu family facing calamity, should anything befall Zheng Xinyang, or if she were to leave Zhanghai City, the city would surely descend into chaos once more. In an instant, a wave of unease swept over the crowd. Just as the Lu family clashed with the forces of the city lord's manor, a horse-drawn carriage entered Zhanghai City at a galloping pace. Chapter 149. The Arrival of the Chun Family Patriarch. Upon entering Zhanghai City, the carriage stirred a significant commotion. A three-horse carriage represented status and power. In all of Zhanghai City, only the Lung family enjoyed such privilege. With the Lung family entangled in battle with the Lu family and the city lord's forces, who could be the occupant of this carriage? The crowd outside whispered and pointed at the carriage. As the curtain lifted, a familiar face was revealed. Indeed, it was none other than Chun Mu, the patriarch of the Chun family. After leaving Lyre City, he had traveled day and night towards Zhanghai City. After a week of arduous journey, he finally arrived, weary and travel-stained. "Brother, what did you just say? The Long family and Lu family are jointly resisting the city lord's forces? What does this mean?" Chun Mu clearly heard news pertinent to him. Lung Shiji of the Lung family had married the eldest son of his sworn brother, while Lu Yun'er had wed the second son of his sworn brother. While he appeared to be heading directly to the Lung family, he actually sought to inform the Lu family of young master Yansen's recovery. Although he had not yet received confirmation, after much contemplation throughout his journey, he chose to trust his daughter, for she had no reason to deceive him. The words in her letter were sincere, conveying a sense of liberation, a relief from guilt that only a father and daughter could truly understand. Thus, he chose to believe in his daughter. The common folk, upon hearing Chun Mu's remarks, quickly dispersed. They merely exchanged hushed words among themselves. To converse with a person of such stature was beyond their courage. After all, this was a three-horse carriage, potentially belonging to someone from the court. Who would dare engage such a significant figure? A single misstep could lead to accusations of treason, endangering their entire families. Observing the crowd parting, Chun Mu furrowed his brow. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he decided to proceed to the Lung family to gather information. He knew the precise location of the Lung family, but was unaware of where the Lu family resided. The three-horse carriage traversed the main street, advancing forward. "Patriarch, the crowd ahead seems to be congested, as if something significant has occurred," the coachman warned, eyeing the throngs ahead. The carriage began to slow. Chun Mu lifted the front curtain of the carriage, and his gaze was met with a sea of heads, brushing shoulders with one another. Many, upon catching sight of the three-horse carriage, hastily alerted those nearby to clear a path. Chen Mu's brow tightened. Patriarch, it seems we are approaching the Lu family. The coachman noted. Stop. Chen Mu shouted forcefully, then exited the carriage. Upon seeing him emerge, the townsfolk turned their gazes toward him, ignoring their stares. Chen Mu brandished his sword and approached the gates of the Lu family. From 100 meters away, he heard the clash of blades and the anguished cries emanating from within the Lu residence. His expression turned grave. The Lu family and the Lung family were clashing with the city lord's forces? It seemed likely that the Yin family had fallen, and the city lord's manor was deliberately troubling the Lu family, prompting the Lung family to extend their aid. Chen Mu contemplated this as the thousands of soldiers from the city lord's manor surged into the estate. The crowd outside was thick as water. Chen Mu made his way through the throng, arriving at the gates of the Lu family. He immediately spotted Lang Shui, the patriarch of the Long family, fiercely battling the soldiers of the city lord's manor. His brow furrowed further. The audacity of Lang Shui to confront the forces of the city lord's manor indicated he was risking his entire family's south lives against the court. Chen Mu recognized that should he intervene to assist the Lu family and the Lung family, it would signify that the Chun family would also align against the court. As the patriarch, every action he took represented the entirety of the Qin family. With a resolute clang, he unsheathed his sword, prepared to stand in opposition to the court. Indeed, he had chosen the stance of the Qin family, ready to support Yanyun. Perhaps Yanyun was currently in a state of decline. But as long as his daughter's words held truth, he was willing to stake everything to support her. This would serve as a final consolation for his sworn brother. Moreover, he understood the intricate web of influence within Yinbei capital. Should Yanyun rally support, many would undoubtedly stand with him. This was something he was well aware of. Being a sworn brother who shared everything without reservation. Kill. Chen Mu whispered fiercely, and before the eyes of the multitude, he plunged into the ranks of the city lord's soldiers, his appearance swiftly capturing the attention of both Lung Shui and Lu Heishui. Lu Heishui did not recognize Chen Mu, but Lung Shui was all too familiar. Chen, brother Chen? Lung Shui exclaimed in astonishment, his jaw nearly dropping to the ground. He could scarcely fathom that Chen Mu would traverse such a distance to assist them in combating the city lord's forces. Nor could he comprehend that Chen Mu would take such a risk. Did Chen Mu not realize that opposing the city lord's forces was tantamount to defying the court? He was placing the entire Qin family in jeopardy. If the emperor were to discover this, it could result in the annihilation of the entire clan. Has Chen Mu lost his senses? It suddenly dawned on Lang Shui that Chen Mu and Yin Baidu were sworn brothers. He recalled that his daughter, Lang Shi, was able to marry the eldest son of the Yin family because Chen Mu had acted as matchmaker. But these reasons were not enough for Chen Mu to risk everything, were they? The Yin family of today is not the Yin family of the past. If it were before, with Yin Baidu protecting them, they might even be able to falsely accuse the city lord of Jianghai City of some fabricated crime. But now, with Yin Baidu gone, others could easily pin 100 crimes on them. Brother Chen? Which brother Chen was he referring to? Lu Heishui cast a questioning glance at Lang Shui. Lang Shui frowned and said, Chen Mu, the head of the Qin family, one of the 3 great sword families of the Dayan Empire, alongside my Lung family. Damn, the head of the Qin family? What's going on? Lu Heishui was taken aback, his eyes filled with bewilderment. I don't know. Lang Shui was equally perplexed. Brother Lung, today, we brothers will advance and retreat together. Even if we can't share the blessings, we must share the hardships. Chen Mu held his sword, radiating heroism. He wielded his long sword with expansive movements, and wherever the sword passed, blood splattered. All the soldiers who entered his sight became corpses. Chen Mu's arrival quickly caught the attention of Sun Dang and Fan Tong. Chen Mu's sword strikes were ruthless and decisive, each strike extinguishing a life. Who is he? Why is he so fierce? Fan Tong's expression changed drastically. The battle was completely one-sided. His soldiers, facing these sword masters, were like dumplings in a pot, either being cooked or on the way to being cooked. Chapter 150. The City Lord's army, utterly annihilated. In just the time it takes to burn an incense stick, half of the soldiers in the field had perished. Fan Tong watched in stunned silence. Sun Dang's mind was buzzing. The Lu family had lost more than a dozen retainers, and the Lung family had also suffered casualties. The disparity in numbers between the two sides was vast. If it weren't for Lung Shui, Lu Heishui, Zheng Sanyang, the 5 sword masters from the Lung family, and the 3 retainer experts from the Lu family, their casualties would have been even more severe. Now, with Chen Mu's arrival, the pressure was greatly reduced. Seeing the soldiers dwindling, Fan Tong began to panic. Sun Dang also started to feel uneasy. Lu Heishui said coldly, Ning brothers, close the gates for me. Today, Everyone who enters the mansion, except for our allies, will die without exception. I want to shut the door and slaughter the dogs." The Ning brothers were retired veterans whom Lu Heishui had previously recruited. Upon receiving the order, they swiftly rushed to the gate and slammed it shut. With the gate closed, those outside could not see the battle inside. Fan Tong and Sun Dang hurriedly ordered the soldiers to open the gate, lest they have no chance to escape. Sun Dang was completely panicked. "Brother Fan, if we don't kill these guys today, we can forget about having peace in the future. Moreover, in this situation, do you think they will let us go?" Sun Dang steadied his mind and asked in a cold voice. "Then what do you say? What should we do?" Fan Tong was mentally disoriented. "We still have half our brothers, and they are all at the end of their rope. Now, we just need to take up our weapons and fight them, depleting their strength." Sun Dang knew that there was no turning back, so he decided to go all out. Indeed, at this point, everyone had completely torn off their masks. Either they would kill these guys, or they would be killed by them. It was that simple. Damn it. Fan Tong looked sullen. He hadn't expected the Lu and Lung families to be so powerful. He began to regret agreeing to Sun Dang's request to send troops. Fortune favors the bold. Kill. Fan Tong roared and drew the sword from his waist, charging towards the sword masters of the Lung family. The fierce battle erupted once again. Both sides were making a desperate gamble to see who was stronger. Lung Xue and Chun Mu soon engaged in battle. Ling Xue killed the soldier in front of him and asked with a puzzled expression, "Brother Chen, your Chen family is in a position to remain neutral and completely ignore this affair. Why do you have to get involved in this conflict? You must know that every move you, Chen Mu, makes represents the entire Chen family. Once you engage in a life or death battle with these soldiers, it is equivalent to openly opposing the imperial court. The consequences of this are the extermination of 9 generations of your family." Chen Mu laughed heartily and said, "Since I have made this difficult choice, I naturally have my own reasons. Are you trying to tell me that you traveled all the way from Heba City just to kill a few soldiers from the city lord's mansion? Or are you simply trying to get involved in the conflict?" Ling Xue teased. Chen Mu was not angry and said in a loud voice, "I'll say it again. I, Chen Mu, am not a fool. Since I made this choice, I have my own reasons. It's not convenient to talk now. Let's kill these guys in front of us first, and then sit down and talk freely." Lung Xue knew that Chen Mu was not an impulsive person. But what exactly made Chen Mu risk everything was worth pondering. Lung Xue couldn't figure it out, so he simply stopped thinking about it. At this point, the two sides were fighting to the death, with no room for retreat. The city lord's mansion had no reinforcements to call upon. Watching the soldiers fall one by one, Fan Tong and Sun Dang felt the pressure increase sharply. "Bastard, give me your life." Lu Heishui broke through the encirclement of soldiers and charged towards Fan Tong. He wanted to kill this ungrateful wretch. Damn, when there was wine and meat, you were a good dog who would kneel and lick. When there was no wine and meat, you immediately revealed your true colors. You scum don't deserve to live. After a barrage of insults, Lu Heishui wielded his longsword and engaged Fan Tong in a fierce battle. Although Fan Tong was the city lord, his swordsmanship was far inferior to Lu Heishui's. Under Lu Heishui's violent attacks, he retreated steadily. Fan Tong regretted it to the core. But did he have any other choice? "Brother Lu, shut your mouth. I don't have a brother like you. Go to hell, scum." Lu Heishui pierced Fan Tong's neck with his sword. Tear. The sharp tip of the sword was pulled out from the neck. Scarlet blood spurted out like a fountain. The blood splattered all over Lu Heishui's face. Lu Heishui didn't bother to wipe the blood off his face and kicked over Fan Tong, who was filled with despair and unwillingness. Thump. Fan Tong's body fell straight into the pool of blood. Sun Dang was frightened. "Lu Heishui, you're finished. You actually dared to kill an official of the Imperial Court. If the Imperial Court finds out about this, your Lu family will all be implicated." Sun Dang roared in horror. "Damn it, you talk too much nonsense. From the moment you came to kill us, I decided to go all out. I'm not even afraid of the Heavenly King, let alone a dog emperor. You go to hell too." Lu Heishui's eyes were bloodshot. Sun Dang was scared and ran away. He didn't usually practice swordsmanship, and his current combat skills were rudimentary. How could he be a match for Lu Heishui? Moreover, the Lu family's gate was now closed. If he wanted to escape, it would be as difficult as ascending to heaven. "Brother Lu, I was wrong. Can you spare my life? I will never compete with you for business again. You are still the boss of Jianghai City. You can call the shots here." Sun Dang looked desperate as he ran and shouted, "Damn it, you scum. Do you think that if I spare your life, my Lu family can still be the boss of Jianghai City? You all know that the Imperial Court won't let us go, so are we stupid?" Lu Heishui chased after Sun Dang and cursed loudly. Sun Dang was both annoyed and desperate. Why waste words with a piece of trash? "Take my knife." Zheng Sanyang suddenly rushed out from the side. Sun Dang didn't have time to dodge and only felt a flash of cold light in front of his eyes, followed by a cold feeling on his neck. Then, his head left his neck and flew into the air. Sun Dang didn't have time to scream, and his head rolled to the ground, along with his consciousness. With Fan Tong and Sun Dang killed, the morale of the city lord's army plummeted. The remaining hundreds of soldiers surrendered one after another. Zheng Sanyang said coldly, "Leave no prisoners. Kill them all without exception. Keeping them is a disaster." These words shocked everyone. Even Lu Heishui didn't expect his wife to be so ruthless, bloodthirsty, and brutal. This inhumane killing method was the consistent style of pirates. Uproot the weeds. Amidst a relentless siege by skilled adversaries, hundreds of soldiers met their demise, and the battle concluded. The once proud Lu family estate now lay in ruins. A grim tableau of carnage, with corpses stacked high and rivers of blood flowing freely. Severed limbs and dismembered bodies littered the ground, painting a scene so harrowing that it was unbearable to behold. Chapter 151. The Identity of Lady Yi Jiamei. At Lu Heishui's command, all present began the grim task of clearing the bodies. In the front courtyard of the Lu estate stood a dry well. After a flurry of activity, every corpse was unceremoniously cast into its depths. The news of the Lu family's devastating conflict spread like wildfire throughout Jianghai City, reaching every corner, including the ears of the deputy city lord. Yet, no one dared to approach the Lu family to further provoke them. All had learned to keep a low profile. Without a doubt, numerous doves took flight from Jianghai City, carrying messages to other cities. Within the grand hall of the Lu family, Lu Heishui, Lang Shui, Chen Mu, and Zheng Sanyang gathered around a tea table. Two servants trembled as they served tea, the air thick with the fading aura of bloodlust. In this rare moment of calm, they sought solace in their cups, attempting to alleviate the weight of their harrowing experiences. Had it not been for the blood still oozing from the courtyard, one might have scarcely believed they had just endured a fierce battle. Feeling parched, Chen Mu drained 3 cups of tea before steadying himself to speak. "I shall refrain from unnecessary pleasantries. I have journeyed far today to convey a matter of great importance to you both. Furthermore, this also serves to clarify the stance of the Qin family. The Lu and Lung families are both allied with the Baidu. As heads of your respective families, you are trusted brothers. Thus, there is a crucial fact you must be made aware of." The trio remained silent, attentively awaiting Chen Mu's next words. Clearing his throat, he continued, "You are all aware of the third son of the Yin family, correct? Are you referring to Yanyun, the so-called fool of the noble family?" Lung Shui inquired, his brow furrowed. Lu Heishui and Zheng Sanyang exchanged glances, puzzled as to why Chen Mu had shifted focus to this seemingly foolish character. "Yin Sangongzi is not foolish." Chen Mu dropped a bombshell. Boom. The revelation struck Lu Heishui and Lang Shui with the force of thunder, their expressions shifting to one of disbelief, their eyes wide with astonishment. How could it be? Yin Sangongzi is not foolish. Lu Heishui's mind reeled with shock. "Pray tell, how did you come by this information, Brother Chen? Did you witness it firsthand, or is this mere hearsay? You must understand the magnitude of the upheaval this news could cause for the great Yin Empire, not to mention the catastrophic consequences should it reach His Majesty's ears." Chen Mu took another sip of tea, his tone grave as he replied, "This information comes from my daughter, Chen Baining, who sent me a message via dove. She informed me that Yin Sangongzi Yanyun is not only not foolish, but also possesses both valor and wisdom." Chen Baining? Was she not expelled from the Qin family? Do you truly believe her words? Lung Shui questioned, skepticism etched on his face. At this, Chen Mu's eyes reflected guilt and remorse. His voice quivered with sorrow as he confessed, "In truth, Baining was not expelled by me. She left the Qin family of her own volition, severing our father-daughter bond. I am filled with regret for her." As he spoke, Chen Mu's voice choked with emotion, tears welling in his eyes. The others, unsure how to comfort him, chose silence. Wiping away his tears, Chen Mu recounted the contents of the letter to the trio, who sighed heavily. "Alas, we have not seen each other in a decade. And now our reunion is one of mourning." "What? Mourning?" Lang Shui gasped in surprise. Chen Mu lamented bitterly that before arriving in Jianghai City, she had perished alongside Guaheng in the dungeons of Liri City. It was a death forced upon them. "I suspect this must be connected to Li Rue and Luo Zhengfeng. Only they could have secretly mobilized the army. On my journey to Jianghai City, I swore an oath to avenge my daughter by taking the heads of Li Rue and Luo Zhengfeng. Brother Chen, may you find peace in your grief," Lung Shui offered, his voice laden with sorrow. Chen Mu wiped his tears again, clearing his throat to address them. "In fact, I have come to convey the news that Yin Sangongzi is not foolish. I believe there is still hope for the Yin family. If possible, I hope both of you will consider collaborating with Yanyun for the sake of our daughters." Lu Heishui interjected, "If Yanyun is indeed not foolish, perhaps there is hope for the Duke of Guogua." However, they are to be exiled to the wilderness. That is a haven for rogues. Do you believe they can survive there? Thus, after leaving Zhenghai City, I intend to venture to the wilderness. I must meet Yin Sangongzi and demand a reasonable explanation from him. I also seek answers for my daughter, Chen Mu declared with unwavering resolve. Moreover, if Yin Sangongzi possesses even half the intellect of his father, I shall do everything in my power to pave a way for him. I will consult every potential ally he may have, including General Zhao of the War God Mansion, the Luo family of Leihua City, the Yanhuang Academy of Shanjian City, and the master of the bullfighting pavilion. A glimmer of determination shone in Chen Mu's eyes. The master of the bullfighting pavilion? At the mention of this name, both Leng Shui and Lu Heishui's composure faltered. The bullfighting pavilion was not only renowned within the Great Yin Empire, but was also well known across other nations. Many high-ranking officials were aware of its existence. It was an assassin organization, with its headquarters shrouded in mystery, though its influence extended throughout the neighboring countries. The fact that Chen Mu could reach out to the Luo family of Leihua City, the War God Mansion, and the Yanhuang Academy did not surprise Leng Shui and Lu Heishui, as they were all connected through family ties. But what did the bullfighting pavilion signify? Noticing the bewildered expressions on Lu Heishui and Leng Shui's faces, Chen Mu smiled with satisfaction. It seems you are unaware of our connection to the bullfighting pavilion. Am I right? The three exchanged glances, oblivious to the implications. You see, I am the best brother of the Baidu. Chen Mu beamed with pride. Lu Heishui and Leng Shui rolled their eyes. You have long sought to uncover the identity of Yin Gongzi's wife, Yi Jiamei, and why she has managed to secure a place by his side, despite her enigmatic background, even unknown to Yin Gongzi himself. Indeed, Yi Jiamei is none other than the daughter of Yi Linglong, the master of the bullfighting pavilion. By the heavens, that is astonishing. Lu Heishui gasped in shock. Leng Shui too was taken aback by this revelation. The Baidu had once saved Yi Linglong's life on the frontier. In her gratitude, she promised her daughter Yi Jiamei to Yin Gongzi. You may not yet realize this, but Yi Jiamei is the #1 assassin of the bullfighting pavilion. Chen Mu elaborated. Chapter 152, The Alliance of the Leng, Chun, and Lu families. This proclamation left Leng Shui and Lu Heishui once again dumbfounded. Are you suggesting that my daughter will face no danger during her exile? Lu Heishui's heart soared with joy as he hurriedly inquired. Zheng Sanyang's expression mirrored his elation. Leng Shui rolled his eyes, setting aside Yi Jiamei's capabilities. I believe my daughter is more than capable of ensuring their safe passage to the wilderness. Indeed. Moreover, the one leading the escort team is Zheng Ba from Yanhuang City. He is both brave and wise, adept at concealing his strengths, and possesses a strong sense of integrity. With him present, Yin Sangongzi and the other young ladies will undoubtedly remain safe. Furthermore, I have been pondering a question throughout our journey. Since Guoheng and Baining both recognize that Yin Sangongzi is not foolish, could it be that Zheng Ba, wise as he is, has also come to the same conclusion? If so, might he have relayed this information back to Yanhuang City? Yet, in truth, no news regarding Yin Sangongzi's return to normalcy has reached us from Yanhuang City. Thus, I boldly speculate that Zheng Ba may have been won over by Yin Sangongzi. Alternatively, he could have allied with Leng Shi and Yi Jiamei to eliminate him. But the specifics remain to be discovered once I reach the wilderness. This is indeed auspicious tidings for us. Chen Mu exclaimed with incessant enthusiasm. Leng Shui, radiating delight, concurred. Indeed, should the third master, Yin, prove not to be as simple as he appears, fortune shall smile upon him. Lu Heishui, with a hint of envy, remarked, if Yin Sangongzi is not truly foolish, then he is indeed blessed. Intrigued, Leng Shui and Chen Mu inquired, pray, elaborate? Lu Heishui, rolling his eyes, responded, surely you are aware of the unwritten custom of the Great Yin Empire? Upon the demise of a brother, the surviving sibling has the prerogative to wed his widow. Our daughters-in-law are all of exquisite beauty, veritable blossoms of allure. Would you not deem Yanyun fortunate? Leng Shui merely rolled his eyes in response. Chen Mu, momentarily speechless, conceded, Lu Heishui speaks truly. The 7 young mistresses of the Guardian Duke's manor were each a vision of captivating beauty. Moreover, one of them was Yi Jiamei, the foremost assassin of the continent's premier organization. To have such a woman as one's wife was to possess the power of life and death, a blessing beyond measure. He continued, furthermore, these young mistresses boast formidable backgrounds, either of wealth or influence. Should Yanyun ever rise in rebellion, we would undoubtedly respond in kind, offering our support. Lu Heishui spoke with unwavering candor. It seems that Providence has not forsaken the house of Yin entirely. Is it not incumbent upon us, the elders, to make preparations without delay? Inquired Leng Shui. Lu Heishui, clenching his fist, declared with unwavering resolve. I shall devote my family's wealth to bolstering the rise of the third Master Yin, that he may avenge his father and brothers and reclaim all that is rightfully theirs. An admirable sentiment. It is precisely what we hope to hear. As we are of one accord, I shall not belabor the point. Farewell for now. Upon my arrival in the barren lands, I shall dispatch a message by carrier pigeon without delay. With these words, Chun Mu rose to his feet. Pray, tarry a moment. Lu Heishui interjected, also rising. Is there aught else, Brother Lu? Chun Mu inquired. Lu Heishui turned his gaze towards his wife. My dear, the court will surely seek retribution for the events of today. Jianghai City is no longer safe. Take the servants, retainers, and esteemed guests of our household and seek refuge by the sea, contacting your father. Seek sanctuary upon the waves for the time being. I shall accompany Brother Chun to investigate the barren lands. Once we have ascertained the situation, we shall return to the sea to welcome you. What say you? Lu Heishui was determined to investigate the barren lands personally, for without first-hand knowledge, his heart remained unsettled. Zhang Sanyang, the reluctant, possessed a keen sense of judgment and nodded in agreement. Very well. I shall await you at sea. Should you require any assistance, simply send a signal flare from the shore. My father and I shall be at your service at any time. Brother Long, Jianghai City is indeed no longer secure. If it pleases you, your family may accompany Sanyang and seek refuge at sea for a time. Return only when the situation is under control. Lu Heishui urged. Leng Shui, stroking his beard, replied, Indeed, Jianghai City is no longer safe after today's events. In that case, I shall not decline your offer. Let us three journey to the barren lands together. More companions mean greater safety. My disciples and clansmen shall accompany Sanyang to the sea for the time being. Leng Shui had provided a decisive answer. Nothing could be better. Chun Mu exclaimed with delight. With the companionship of Leng Shui and Lu Heishui, the journey would be far from tedious. But wait, have you not already dispatched men to rescue Yuner? What if Yuner returns and finds the Lu household deserted? Zhang Sanyang asked with concern. Lu Heishui reassured her. If the third Master Yin is indeed feigning ignorance, Yuner will not return. However, should she return, we can station several trusted confidants within the city. Upon sighting Yuner, they shall immediately escort her to the coast to rendezvous with you. Very well. Zhang Sanyang, at a loss for alternatives, could only acquiesce. Detection of a future lord-vassal relationship between Lu Heishui and the host. Emotion system successfully bound. All emotions of Lu Heishui towards the host will now generate emotional value. Detection of a future lord-vassal relationship between Zhang Sanyang and the host. Emotion system successfully bound. All emotions of Zhang Sanyang towards the host will now generate emotional value. Detection of a future lord-vassal relationship between Leng Shui and the host. Emotion system successfully bound. All emotions of Leng Shui towards the host will now generate emotional value. Ding. Chun Mu. Hope, eagerness, excitement, fervor. Emotional value 8. Ding. Lu Heishui. Shock, surprise, disbelief, astonishment, fervor, hope, joy. Emotional value 14. Ding. Zhang Sanyang. Shock, surprise, disbelief, astonishment, fervor, hope, joy. Emotional value 14. Ding. Lang Shui. Shock, surprise, disbelief, astonishment, fervor, hope, joy. Emotional value 14. Yinzhao Mountain. Yanyun, following the main contingent, traversed the mountain range towards Gangjin City when a series of notifications flooded his mind. Chun Mu, Lu Heishui, Zhang Sanyang, Leng Shui. The succession of names left Yanyun dumbfounded. What is happening? How did these individuals suddenly become bound to the emotion system? Could they have joined forces? Yanyun rode his horse to the side of the first mistress and inquired in a hushed tone. First mistress, is the father of the sixth mistress, Leng Shiji, named Leng Shui? The first mistress nodded, indeed. And is the father of the fifth mistress, Lu Yuner, named Lu Heishui? Indeed. The first mistress, perplexed by Yanyun's inquiries, answered truthfully. And Zhang Sanyang? Who is she? Yanyun continued. Zhang Sanyang is, I believe, Yuner's mother. If memory serves, the Lu and Leng families both reside in Jianghai City, correct? Correct. Why do you ask? Do not tell me you have caught wind of more unfavorable rumors. Yanyun smiled. This time, it is unlikely to be ill news. It is simply that Chun Mu, the head of the Qin family, paid a visit to Uncle Leng Shui and the Lu Heishui couple in Jianghai City. The first mistress was visibly puzzled. Chun Mu went to Jianghai City? Yanyun nodded, indeed. Their visit is auspicious for us. The first mistress nodded thoughtfully. Though she remained unsure of the precise nature of the auspicious news Yanyun spoke of, she was certain that the meeting of these individuals was related to the House of Yin. Today marked the third day of their journey into Yinzhao Mountain. The first 2 days had passed without incident, but yesterday afternoon they had encountered a large band of brigands. This band numbered over 300. The ensuing battle had cost Pei Jiao's group over 20 warriors. Their once formidable band of over 100 had been reduced by nearly half. Fortunately, their ranks were filled with skilled warriors, including Yanyun, Zheng Ba, Pang Julong, Pei Jiao, Leng Shiji, and Qin Daod, the son of Qin Yaoqing. Qin Yaoqing had two sons, one named Qin Badao and the other Qin Daod. According to Madame Qin, their names had been bestowed upon them by Yanyun's father, Yin Baidu. However, Qin Badao was not as domineering as his name suggested. Instead, the refined Qin Daod proved to be the more valiant. Lacking a suitable weapon, Yanyun provided him with a fine iron spear from his storage space. With the spear in hand, Qin Daod fought with the ferocity of a seasoned soldier, charging into the fray and engaging the brigands. His spear technique was somewhat unrefined, a testament to his lack of experience. Under the tutelage of Pang Julong, Qin Daod began to master the art of spear combat. The long spear became an extension of his will, a whirlwind of deadly motion. The two sons. One inherited Qin Yaoqing's valor, while the other inherited his strategic acumen. Qin Yaoqing's rise to the rank of a valiant general under Yin Baidu was a testament to his unique abilities. After a fierce engagement, the brigands, leaving behind over 200 corpses, chose to flee in disarray. Leng Shiji's swordsmanship had proven too formidable. Each strike claimed dozens of lives. They still had 3 more days of travel through Yin Zhao Mountain ahead of them. On that midday, a group of travelers rode on horseback, when suddenly, Lady 7, Duan Ruinxia, fell unceremoniously from her mount. This unexpected incident startled everyone. Yanyun hastily dismounted and helped Lady 7 to her feet. She appeared pallid, with drooping eyelids, and her entire body burned with an intense heat, akin to boiling water. Even the slightest touch felt scalding. She has a high fever, Yanyun exclaimed, taken aback. The first and second ladies quickly dismounted as well, and with a decisive command from Zheng Ba, the entire party came to an immediate halt. Lady 7 is burning with fever. We must cool her down, the first lady stated with a grave expression. Instinctively, everyone's gaze turned towards Yanyun, as he had once suffered from a fever that had compromised his faculties, though they were uncertain of how he eventually recovered. The severity of a high fever was indeed alarming. If Duan Ruinxia were to suffer similarly, it would be more distressing than death itself. Uncle, do you have a method to cool her down? Asked second lady Luo Bingxue, her beautiful eyes fixed upon Yanyun, who she believed to be capable of anything. Yanyun, mindful of the urgency, replied, First, we must employ physical methods to reduce her temperature. Physical methods? The second lady was momentarily taken aback, unsure of what Yanyun meant. Cold water towels applied to her forehead. We need to cool her head first. Yanyun articulated clearly. Xiaoyu quickly produced a damp towel and filled it with water from a leather pouch, wringing it out thoroughly. The first lady took the cold towel and placed it on Lady 7's forehead. Ignoring the curious glances from the other ladies, Yanyun accessed the system marketplace, where a medical care template offered various Western and Chinese medicinal herbs. Given the pressing need to lower her temperature, he opened the Western medicine interface, expending 10 emotional points to exchange for a box of compound medicine. This remedy was known for its rapid cooling effect. Lady 7, in a daze from her fever, was somewhat disoriented. Yanyun instructed the first lady to give her a sip of water before extracting a pill from the box and placing it in her mouth. The other ladies looked on in bewilderment, uncertain of what he had administered to Lady 7. Yanyun offered no further explanation. After the pill was ingested, he encouraged her to drink some more water. Uncle, what is this? It's a fever reducer. Once ingested, her temperature will drop within half an hour. Yanyun assured her. Is it truly that miraculous? This medicine acts quickly and has no side effects. 1 pill, and the fever will subside swiftly. Yanyun replied confidently. The quality was far superior to anything he had purchased in his previous life. Is it really that amazing? The ladies said in astonishment. Yanyun continued. Lady 7 cannot ride alone. To avoid further mishaps, one of us must share a mount with her. Well, you should do it, uncle. You are robust, while we women are frail. If we mishandle it, we might both fall and cause further injury, the first lady proposed. Very well, I shall ride with Lady 7 for the time being. Yanyun conceded, recognizing the urgency of the situation. Without hesitation, he lifted Lady 7 into his arms and leaped onto the back of the black jade lion. The added weight was inconsequential for the steed. Duan Ruinxia possessed a remarkable figure. Her soft and smooth form stirred feelings within Yanyun that he struggled to suppress. To maintain composure and avoid embarrassment, he steadied himself, embracing her as one would a child. As the medicine took effect, her fever began to wane, her body no longer radiating such intense heat. After half an hour of riding, Lady 7 slowly opened her eyes, her awareness returning. Chapter 154, second lady enviously observes again. Upon realizing she was nestled in Yanyun's embrace, a blush crept across her delicate features. She had not anticipated such tender treatment, which filled her heart with fondness for him. Ding! Lady 7, Duan Ruinxia, feels moved by the host's gentleness, earning 2 emotional points. Ah, Lady 7 is awake? Yanyun instinctively looked down, catching her squinting at him, as if she were secretly assessing him. Upon their eyes meeting, she was startled, feeling a rush of nervousness and excitement akin to a clandestine romance. Her heart raced like a frightened fawn, and her closed eyes fluttered. A faint blush dusted her cheeks. Yanyun, bemused, thought, she has awoken and still lingers in my arms, clearly seeking some advantage. He refrained from exposing her intentions, instead gently touching her forehead. Finding her fever had indeed subsided, allowing him to relax slightly. It seemed the system's offerings were indeed high quality. His tender demeanor only served to deepen Lady 7's admiration for him. Compared to the indifference of Yanlei, her second brother, Yanyun radiated warmth, akin to a gentle spring breeze, providing a sense of comfort she had not felt since her days in the academy. As she reveled in this newfound sense of security, she mused, if only I could remain feverish forever. At least then I could stay in Uncle's embrace. Unbeknownst to her, Lady 7, Duan Ruinxia, succumbed to slumber once more in Yanyun's arms, sleeping soundly for over an hour. The first lady, seemingly consumed by jealousy, rode up beside Yanyun and remarked, Uncle, did you not say she would recover within half an hour? It has nearly been 2 hours, and she still slumbers? Yanyun smiled. Her fever has subsided. However, her body is still quite weak and requires ample rest to fully recuperate. Oh, as long as the fever is gone, I will feel at ease. The first lady sighed in relief, gazing at the darkening sky. If you feel fatigued, we should rest the main party here and set forth at dawn. Yanyun shook his head. I am well. Time is of the essence. Every moment counts. He assured her, if I tire, I will certainly call for a halt. Very well. The first lady, with no choice but to acquiesce, was concerned for Yanyun's well-being. After all, he had transformed significantly and was now regarded as the foremost man in her eyes. As for Yanyun's elder brother, Yanfeng, he was long forgotten. The living must remain strong in the face of loss. Is there any fault in that? As night began to fall, Zheng Ba and Pei Jiao conferred and sought a vantage point where the caravan and the exiled could establish camp. Lady 7 had awakened, but still appeared frail. Yanyun was aware of her pretense, yet he refrained from revealing it. Instead, he gently poked her rear, signaling her to wake. Why mention her rear instead of another part? Because all this while, he had been cradling her as one would a child, mimicking a mother nursing an infant. His hands had no choice but to touch her rear. Otherwise, where else could he possibly grasp? Fortunately, Lady 7 was seated on the horse. Otherwise, his arms would have grown weary from the strain. This gentle poke caused her cheeks to flush once more. Realizing she was nearly recovered, she feigned waking from slumber. Letting out a soft sigh, the second lady watched enviously, her restless heart wishing for a fever of her own. As Lady 7 roused, Yanyun dismounted with her in his arms. Sister 7, how do you feel? The first lady inquired with concern. Duan Ruinxia feigned a blush, responding in a voice no louder than a whisper, much better. It is all thanks to Uncle and my sister's attentive care. As long as you are well, that is all that matters. The matron's face broke into a smile. Yanyun instructed Zhang Ba and Pang Julong to retrieve the tent from the horses' backs. To avoid unnecessary complications, the tent had remained on the horses, as the crowded surroundings made it prudent to keep storage discreet. For the past few nights, they had all slept within the tent. Old Master Qin and the Qin brothers rested in Zhang Ba's tent, while Lady Qin and Qin Liani occupied the tent of Shu Xin and the other maidservants. Out of loyalty to his brothers, Pei Jiao chose not to sleep inside the tent, opting instead to stay outside with them. It was indeed a relief to have a tent that kept the mosquitoes at bay. The Qin family no longer had to endure the hardships of sleeping outdoors, facing hunger, and enduring the trials of exile. For the past few days, their meals consisted solely of the dry rations brought from Yanzhou town. However, Yin Shuer and Yin Qing'er, with their discerning palates, grew restless after just 2 days of dry food and insisted on a change in cuisine. They persistently urged Yanyun to prepare hot pot. Given the multitude of people around, hot pot was out of the question, but barbecuing was certainly feasible. Thus, Yanyun entered the tent and accessed the system marketplace, exchanging for a portable barbecue grill. After retrieving the grill, she also acquired an assortment of vegetables, meats, fruits, and skewers, instructing several of the sister-in-laws to start preparing the meat. The third wife went to summon the maidservants from the adjacent tent. Qin Liani and Lady Qin entered as well, their eyes widening in astonishment at the sight of the abundant meats, vegetables, and fruits. Where did all this come from? Qin Liani exclaimed, Her curiosity piqued. She could hardly believe that such a treasure trove of delicacies was concealed within the tent. Seeing the food, Qin Lian's throat instinctively began to churn, her taste buds awakening. The matron smiled and said, "Miss Qin, Lady Qin, do not concern yourselves with how these provisions came to be. Simply enjoy whatever you desire. Rest assured, this bounty is exclusive to your family. No one else is afforded such luxury." The second wife handed a slice of watermelon to Qin Lian, who trembled as she accepted it. She could hardly fathom that they could enjoy such delights on their journey of exile. Though they were family of Qin Yaochuan, they rarely had access to fruits like watermelon. The agricultural practices for fruits in this world were rather primitive, requiring significant investment and effort, resulting in exorbitant prices that only nobility and the court could afford. Who would have thought that here existed watermelons, apples, bananas? Simply unbelievable. Chapter 155. Everyone's worldview shattered. That day, the young uncle declared that as long as he was present, the family would never again endure the hardships of exile. His words were not mere empty promises, but a true commitment. The matron continued, "Here, Lady Qin." The third wife offered a slice of watermelon to Lady Qin. Lady Qin's voice trembled with emotion as she spoke. "Let us prepare this food first, and then take it outside to relish the feast. The young uncle has already lit the charcoal outside. We must prepare the skewers. Compared to fruits, barbecuing is the true delicacy," the second wife declared. Yanyun carried the folded barbecue grill outside the tent. Zhangba began to set it up while Pang Julong hung a luminous pearl from a tree branch, illuminating the area. With the pearl in place, there was no need for firewood. The previous nights had seen no need for kindling. The appearance of such a treasure astonished many merchants, as it was immensely valuable, each pearl worth a fortune. Before long, the barbecue grill was successfully erected. Much to the astonishment of the onlooking merchants and Pei Jiao, Yanyun retrieved charcoal from the tent and began to stoke the fire. The gathered crowd was left wondering how the grill and charcoal had come to be. They had only seen Yanyun bring these items from the tent. This evening, Yanyun had prepared a plentiful feast, including vegetables like eggplant, enoki mushrooms, peppers, green beans, and potatoes, alongside meats such as pork, lamb, beef, chicken wings, and even a tiger's tail and kidney for herself. The women worked swiftly, and within half an hour, all the skewers were prepared. As they held their plates, placing them beside the grill amidst the astonished gazes of everyone around, the reaction was one of disbelief. Wait, how is this possible? So much food emerged from the tent? How can a tent that was previously folded now produce such a bounty? Is this some sort of magical tent? This is utterly inconceivable. There are fruits, vegetables, and meats. How can this be? This is exile, not a leisure trip. It feels more like an excursion than a punishment. Surely this is a privilege granted by His Majesty to compensate for their family's plight? As the array of fruits, vegetables, and meats appeared, the crowd could hardly contain themselves, jaws almost dropping to the ground in astonishment. Old Master Qin and the Qin brothers, along with Pei Jiao, were left dumbfounded by this grand display. What the devil? I feel slightly dizzy. Pei Jiao's worldview was shattered, leaving him to question his life choices. Yanyun paid no heed to the expressions of those around her. She had prepared the barbecue seasonings and began grilling chicken wings, with the seasonings enhancing the aroma. A delightful fragrance wafted from the grill, capturing everyone's attention. They gazed at their previous rations, now rendered unappetizing by the enticing aroma wafting from the grill. Damn it, how infuriating. I am a wealthy merchant, yet my meal is inferior to that of an impoverished exile. One millionaire among the merchants, overwhelmed by the aroma, discarded his bun and eagerly approached Yanyun. "Young Master Yin, are you selling those skewers?" he inquired flamboyantly. Yanyun offered a slight smile. "My skewers are priced rather steeply. I fear you may not be able to afford them. I have plenty of money. Just tell me, how many gold coins for a skewer?" the millionaire boasted, dismissing any concerns. Given Yanyun's newfound status, the millionaire did not regard him as a threat. Though Yanyun was surrounded by skilled individuals, so was the millionaire. "Gold coins. Who gave you the audacity to offer mere gold coins here? My master has declared you cannot afford it. You simply cannot." Pang Julong warned with a threatening tone, brandishing a fruit knife. The millionaire seemed to falter under Pang Julong's imposing presence, but managed a nervous smile. "Young Master Yin, I genuinely wish to purchase some barbecued meat. Just give me a price. I recall that barbecued meat in Sun City costs 10 silver coins per skewer, right?" Yanyun maintained a calm demeanor while skewering his meat. "One skewer costs 1 million gold coins. How many can you eat?" "Wait, that price? Are you trying to rob me?" the millionaire exclaimed in outrage. "Indeed, I am robbing you," Yanyun replied with a grin. "Ha ha." Pang Julong could no longer contain his laughter. Zheng Ba and the others shook their heads in amusement, while the two young maidservants giggled uncontrollably. "Do not push your luck. If you cannot afford it, then leave." You are just pretending to be a wealthy patron. Silence your mouth if you're broke. No one will think you're mute. Pang Julong scolded without restraint. His words flowed like a torrent, mercilessly berating the so-called millionaire until he was left humiliated. The millionaire, feeling disgruntled, departed in disgrace. What a farce. He was clearly a pretender to wealth. True affluent individuals do not behave so arrogantly or tyrannically. Pang Julong could not help but condemn. Yanyun shook her head. This man exuded a thuggish air, distinctly unbefitting a genuine millionaire. He was likely merely a servant to one, attempting to draw attention by falsely claiming wealth. After all, no one here knew him. And flaunting was not a crime. If it could attract the attention of a beautiful lady for a clandestine rendezvous, why not indulge? He had calculated well, yet had misidentified his target. Thankfully, Yanyun was of a gentle temperament. Had she been more hot-headed, she might have swiftly dispatched him with a sword. The chicken wings were soon ready. The grill, spanning approximately 2 meters, could accommodate 20 skewers at a time. Given their size, the wings took up considerable space. And Yanyun could not manage alone, so she enlisted Pang Julong and Zheng Ba to assist. The first batch consisted entirely of chicken wings. Golden brown and crispy on the outside, tender on the inside, with an irresistible aroma wafting through the air. Merely inhaling the scent invigorated the appetite, causing throats to churn and taste buds to awaken. 2 young girls stood by the grill, smacking their lips, nearly drooling. Once the wings were done, Yanyun served each girl a skewer before placing the rest on a platter to be distributed by the matriarch and the second lady. With a total of 19 individuals, 7 young ladies, 5 maids, 2 young girls, and the 5 members of the Qin family, the extra skewer was given to Yanyun, who then passed it to Pang Julong. His mouth was watering just like the 2 girls, and without concern for the heat, he devoured it in an instant. Damn. This is exquisite. Far superior to what we grilled before, and it surpasses even hot pot. Pang Julong exclaimed, savoring each bite. Is it really that remarkable? Zheng Ba asked, his anticipation piqued, typical of someone who could not indulge claiming sour grapes. Pei Jiao chuckled, it certainly smells divine. And it looks far more appetizing than the meat we used to grill, which always turned out so charred and uninviting. Go on, you were merely filling your bellies. This is a feast, can you even compare? Pang Julong replied with pride. Yanyun then placed 3 more skewers of chicken wings and 50 skewers of lamb on the grill. The lamb did not occupy much space. The 2-meter grill could handle 70 to 80 skewers, but manpower was limited, so they opted for 50 as the first batch, especially since they still had 3 chicken wings to grill. The charcoal blazed vigorously, and Zheng Ba wielded a feather fan, occasionally fanning the flames to intensify the heat. In less than 10 minutes, the lamb skewers were ready, succulent and dripping with juices, a sight that promised indulgence. This time, everyone received a skewer, even Pei Jiao's brothers. But the chicken wings were reserved for Yanyun's group, 1 for herself, 1 for Zheng Ba, and 1 for Pei Jiao. These wings took up too much space. It was wise to prioritize her own people. They continued grilling pork and then beef, spending a total of 2 hours feasting until they were all satisfied. The leftover food was left for Pei Jiao's entourage to grill themselves. Pang Julong and Zheng Ba's bellies were now pleasantly swollen. Wiping his lips, Pang Julong sighed contentedly. This is fantastic. Absolutely delicious. Other merchants were eager to sample a skewer, but under Pei Jiao's gang's dominance, all the food, meat, vegetables, and fruits, was consumed entirely. As the clock struck 11 at night, Yanyun and her party gradually retreated to their tents and succumbed to sleep. The enticing aroma of barbecue lingered through the surrounding mountains, and throughout the night, the roars of wild beasts echoed persistently. Now and then, pairs of bloodthirsty eyes glimmered in the dark. These were the large predators. Yet, these formidable creatures recoiled from the light emitted by the luminous pearl, retreating begrudgingly. They felt no fear of beastly attacks, for their tents provided protection, and their combat capabilities had been enhanced. Among the ladies, the 4th lady was the top assassin of the bullfighting pavilion. However, her identity and skills remained concealed, leaving everyone in ignorance of her true nature. If one were to claim who was the deadliest, it would undoubtedly be this leading assassin. Of course, Lung Shiji had also achieved a mastery of the unity of man and sword. Her prowess was on par with Yi Jiaomei, the top assassin. Should they ever clash, determining the victor would be a daunting task. The following morning, the main party resumed their journey. However, by midday, they encountered a battalion of over 100 soldiers. Each rode tall war horses, wielding black iron spears forged from tungsten steel, clad in black iron armor, presenting an image of a formidable army, yet they bore an unorthodox appearance. To call them a band of brigands seemed inadequate, as they were clearly well organized, not a rabble. Clad in black, they radiated a chilling aura of menace. Upon sighting these black-armored warriors, the fifth lady, Lu Yun'er, could not suppress her astonishment, exclaiming, "The black-armored army! Is it truly the black-armored army?" Zheng Ba was taken aback by her words, and the matriarch was equally struck dumb. Many present had heard of the black-armored army, a private military formed by the Lu family, sanctioned by General Yin Baidu to protect the nation. Among the four prominent merchant clans, only the Lu and Luo families held the privilege of establishing their own private military. However, the army was limited to 100 members. Thus, the Lu family's black-armored army consisted of but 100 warriors. Uncle Meng, Captain Lu Ben. Upon seeing the two men on horseback at the forefront of the black-armored army, Lu Yun'er felt an overwhelming wave of affection and called out with a choked voice, "Mississippi." Lu Yun'er had not returned home in many years, and Uncle Meng, seeing her, was deeply moved, his nostrils flaring as he fought back tears. He had watched her grow up, and his fondness for her was profound. Lu Yun'er felt a lump in her throat, tears nearly spilling from her eyes. The elderly steward dismounted swiftly, moving with a frail gait to the front of the line. Lu Yun'er leaped from her horse to meet him. Surprised to see Lu Yun'er and her companions all on horseback, the steward felt a mix of astonishment and sorrow, saying, "Mississippi, you have endured much on your journey." Lu Yun'er stifled her tears and shook her head, responding, "Do not worry, Uncle Steward." The steward gazed at the group behind her, speaking solemnly, "The master has commanded us to escort you home. From this day forth, you shall no longer suffer the hardships of exile." Lu Yun'er shook her head. "We have not endured hardship on this journey. Please tell my father that I am well. Furthermore, I will not return." "Why?" The steward was taken aback, unable to fathom why his mistress would refuse him. "Are these people threatening you?" "Fear not. I have over 100 black-armored soldiers at my back. These soldiers are the elite of the Lu family. Each can take on 10 foes. These rabble are no match for the black-armored army." "We welcome you home, miss." The leader of the black-armored army, Lu Ben, dismounted, knelt on one knee, and clasped his hands, proclaiming loudly, "We welcome you home, miss." As Lu Ben dismounted, the 100 soldiers behind him also leaped down from their horses, clasping their hands in salute, their voices resonating like thunder, reaching the heavens. Most present were awestruck by such a thunderous declaration. In contrast, Zheng Ba and his companions appeared unaffected outwardly, yet inside, their blood surged. Stirred by the sheer presence of the event, many displayed expressions of envy. Had they encountered such a display, they would undoubtedly have felt liberated. This was a battalion of elite cavalry. With such an elite cavalry regiment under your command, we shall undoubtedly roam freely across the Yin and Zhao mountains. We warmly welcome the young lady home. We warmly welcome the young lady home. Whoever dares to obstruct us shall be considered our enemy. The black-armored army vows, "Draw your swords, and we shall fight to the death. Draw your swords, and we shall fight to the death." The resounding voices echoed powerfully. Lu Yun'er steadied her racing heart and spoke with determination. "Old steward, I have made my decision. You may lead the black-armored army back. The black-armored army is the elite force of the Lu family, tasked with its protection, not the rescue of a frail woman like me. Young lady, the family head's orders are as firm as a mountain. They must not be disobeyed. Before we leave, we must either bring the young lady back or present her head. I implore you not to be stubborn." The old steward is left with no alternative. Lu Yun'er shook her head firmly. "It is not that I do not wish to return, but that I cannot. If I go back, the emperor will undoubtedly implicate every member of the Lu family. Moreover, my sisters and their families will also suffer repercussions. I cannot be selfish and disregard their families. I hope the old steward will not make this difficult for me." The old steward frowned deeply. Just then, Yanyun rode to the front of the line, dismounted, and clasped his fists, saying, "I am Yanyun, the third son of the Yin family. However, most call me Yin the fool or the foolish son of a noble family. You. The old steward was taken aback by Yanyun's introduction, pointing at him, speechless for a moment. "Indeed, I was once a fool, but now, I have regained my senses." Yanyun stood tall, his words ringing with conviction. He remained composed, his expression calm, devoid of daze or confusion, but instead radiating wisdom and serenity. Could this be the reason the young lady does not wish to return? The old steward, not a fool, pondered this and suddenly realized. Turning his astonished gaze towards Lu Yun'er, she chose to remain silent. "I am Zhao Weiniang, the eldest among the young madams of the Yin family. General Zhao Lai, the god of war, is my grandfather. I do not wish to boast of my identity, but I want to convey that the Yin family is not as fragile as you may think, leaving aside the possibility of our resurgence, at the very least. We are in the wilderness now and shall not suffer any hardships." The lady of the house stepped forward at the opportune moment. Look behind me at the other young madams, as well as the mounts of our servants. Which of them is inferior to the steeds of the black armored army? Since we can ride such elite war horses, our strength is undoubtedly not lacking. The old steward can rest assured on this matter. Her words were clear and earnest, devoid of any hint of the dejection typically associated with exile. The old steward had not noticed this until now. He surveyed the crowd and realized that everyone appeared spirited and well-groomed, far from the disheveled state one would expect of exiles. All the madams were clean and elegantly dressed. The old steward was taken aback. Could it be that the news was mistaken? This is not exile. It is a journey of leisure? An unrealistic thought flashed through the old steward's mind. Indeed, this convoy, aside from the merchants, bore no resemblance to exiles. It was nothing short of a leisurely excursion. The old steward's scalp tingled, his face twitching in disbelief. How could this be possible? Return and inform my father, if he still thinks of me as his daughter. I implore him to prepare funds and lead the entire family to the wilderness to join us. We shall wait for him there. Lu Yun'er believed she had made a wise choice. With that, she turned and rejoined the crowd, ignoring the old steward and Lu Ben. After some contemplation, the old steward clasped his fists and bowed to the crowd. I shall report every word faithfully. In light of this, I shall not press the young lady further. I will return to inform the family head and let him decide. With that, the old steward turned away. How are we to report back? Lu Ben lamented, fearful of punishment upon their return. The old steward replied firmly, come back with me. I will explain everything. The family head will not make things difficult for you. All right. Lu Ben sighed in relief. He then clasped his fists and declared, young lady, until we meet again. With that, Lu Ben mounted his horse and, under the old steward's guidance, galloped in the opposite direction from the crowd. The thunderous sound of hooves echoed as over 100 black armored soldiers vanished into the dust. After the black armored army departed, Lu Yun'er felt a twinge of reluctance. She glanced back before following the main group forward. This must be what it means to have a home, yet not be able to return, perhaps a situation beyond one's control. However, neither the old steward nor Lu Yun'er knew that their master, or rather, her father, had already boarded a carriage, following Chun Mu and Lung Shiji. En route to the wilderness, perhaps the black armored army would encounter the carriage along the way. The old steward had intended to rescue Lung Shiji, but since his young lady was unwilling to return, he refrained from inviting Lung Shiji to come back. Even if he did, it would likely be a futile gesture. Neither Lu Ben nor the old steward had a binding system, indicating their loyalty solely to the Lu family, not to him. Yanyun felt no disappointment. Yet he was indeed intrigued by the black armored army, a formidable force. If he possessed 100 black armored soldiers, he would boldly charge into a sea of thousands and emerge victorious. He was eager to reach the wilderness swiftly. The sooner he arrived, the sooner he could establish his own power. Once in the wilderness, he would no longer fear imperial authority. This was the darkest place of the Great Yin Empire, the Great Zhao Empire, and the Great Chu Empire. Those who appeared here were generally bandits and rogues from the three nations. Survival depended on who had the strongest fist. It was either a strong fist or an even stronger one. Only the powerful could thrive. Yanyun clenched his fists, determined to carve out his own sanctuary in the wilderness. If possible, he aimed to dominate the wilderness and become its local sovereign. This would be the place of his rise. He would turn all impossibilities into possibilities. Chapter 158. The Minister of Revenue is anxious. In Yanwang City, the vegetable market. As dawn broke, Lu Gonggong led dozens of imperial guards and royal chefs into the vegetable market without obstruction. The market's patrons immediately cleared a wide path for them. Boss Lu, 1,000 jin of tomatoes, 1,000 jin of eggplants. Butcher's son, 1,000 jin of pork, 1,000 jin of beef, 1,000 jin of mutton. Wanggon Kai, 100 jin of each condiment. All expenses will continue to be on credit until the treasury is tallied, at which point we will settle our accounts. You have half an hour to prepare. Otherwise, you shall be charged with treason against the emperor. Lu Gonggong shouted at the market's vendors like a bandit, leveraging the guard's authority. Upon hearing Lu Gonggong's words, the vendors' faces turned ashen. Lu Gonggong, you have yet to pay for the vegetables from the past 2 months. My humble stall cannot bear your exorbitant demands. I have already accrued debts with numerous farmers, and they refuse to supply me with vegetables. Upon hearing his name, Boss Lu, a vegetable vendor, was instantly terrified. Butcher's son dropped his bone knife and fell to his knees, pleading, Lu Gonggong, you have a great heart. Please spare me. I truly cannot afford it anymore. These past 2 months, I have had to sell my house and my daughter just to keep my stall afloat. Please grant me a chance to survive. Lu Gonggong, I too have knelt before you. Wang Gongkai fell to his knees, tears streaming down his face, exclaiming, for the past 2 months, Lu Gonggong has accrued a debt of over 300,000 gold coins from me. As a small business owner, I simply cannot sustain this any longer. Our great Yin Empire is prosperous and strong. Surely the expenditures of the imperial kitchen cannot be beyond the treasury's capability? Lu Gonggong. All the vendors in the market have also knelt in the aisles, lamenting, "We are all small business operators. If this continues, we shall all perish." You have mentioned the treasury's inventory, yet it has been 2 months. Is it still not completed? Indeed. When will this end? We cannot endure this any longer. If this persists, we shall face bankruptcy. As Lu Gonggong's words concluded, a chorus of grievances arose from every market owner. They began to weep in despair. For these past 2 months, Lu Gonggong had extended credit to every merchant, each owing at least 200,000 gold coins. This is a staggering amount. It turned out that a week after the court's imperial kitchen was plundered, the Ministry of Revenue became aware of the theft. However, they have since suppressed the news, ensuring that no whispers escape. All court expenditures are tied to the ministry. After the imperial kitchen was ransacked, Shi Gonggong, in collaboration with several royal chefs, managed the meals for a week. But during the second week, when funds were requested from the treasury for purchasing food, they were informed that the treasury was under inventory and that Lu Gonggong should extend credit at the market. This ill-fated idea was conceived by the Minister of Revenue, the Deputy Minister, Commander Zhou Taishan, and Deputy Commander Hao Feng. Initially, the minister was unaware that the treasury had been entirely emptied. Typically, the Deputy Minister oversees such matters, while the minister merely signs documents and remains detached from trivialities. The minister is akin to a director, while the Deputy Minister is akin to a vice director. Following the morning court session, the Deputy Minister intended to allocate funds for a week's worth of meals for the imperial kitchen. After drafting the necessary documents, he entered the treasury to collect the gold coins. However, upon opening the treasury doors, he was met with an empty vault, devoid of even a single gold coin. This revelation struck the Deputy Minister with a wave of dread. What a jest! Just last week, the vault was overflowing with coins, and in the absence of war, it could last for centuries. Yet now, after just a week, it is utterly bare? How could this be? Could His Majesty have transferred all the gold? That seems improbable. After all, these coins belong to His Majesty. Why would he need to move them? Moreover, all funds allocated from the treasury are within the ministry's purview. Regardless of how many coins are allocated, the ministry is always the first to know. Such transfers require the minister's signature. Even if it involves the chancellor or generals misappropriating public funds, their consent is essential. Although the ministry is under the chancellor's command, it seems he would not dare to casually misappropriate treasury funds. If such actions were discovered, it would be treated as treason, and the entire family would face execution. The deputy minister, convinced he was dreaming, rubbed his eyes vigorously, yet the emptiness remained. His complexion began to turn ashen. The disappearance of the treasury's gold coins would surely incite His Majesty's wrath, and accountability would follow. This is no jest. The deputy minister felt a numbness creep over him, perspiration soaking his brow, as cold sweat dripped to the ground. Beside him, the middle minister of revenue was equally paralyzed by the shocking sight. The middle minister, subordinate to the deputy minister and the minister, stammered, "Sir Deputy Minister." What happened to the treasury's gold? I recall that last time we visited, the coins were piled high. Now, how could it be? Completely empty. Not a fragment remains. This is utterly inconceivable. This is the treasury of the great Yin Empire. The middle minister trembled uncontrollably, his speech faltering, beads of sweat cascading down his brow. Good heavens! If this news were to spread, who would believe it? But the vault truly holds nothing. The deputy minister felt the weight of despair, stuttering. If His Majesty learns of this, I fear that everyone in our ministry, including our families, will be held accountable. The middle minister quivered, nearly collapsing to the ground. But, we have not misappropriated any funds. His Majesty will not entertain such reasoning. He will demand answers regarding the missing gold. The deputy minister fought to maintain his composure amidst the rising panic. Thoughts of his wife and children flooded his mind. What are we to do? Shall we flee under the cover of night with our families? No. Sir Deputy Minister, this is not directly our fault. It pertains to the Imperial Guard outside. They are responsible for securing the treasury, while we merely handle the documentation and signatures. The middle minister quickly shifted the blame to the guards. Indeed, as the middle minister finished speaking, the deputy minister, desperate, asserted, Yes. This is certainly linked to the Imperial Guard. It has nothing to do with us. With that, the deputy minister rushed out of the treasury in a frenzy. Hao Tongling, the one responsible for guarding the treasury, is the deputy commander of the Imperial Guard, named Hao Feng. He was having breakfast when he heard the deputy minister's frantic calls and sensing something was amiss, hastily set down his bun and emerged. "Sir Deputy Minister, what has transpired?" Upon seeing the Deputy Minister's distraught demeanor, Hao Feng's expression turned grave. "Come with me. Come with me." The Deputy Minister grasped Hao Feng's wrist, seemingly fearful that he might flee. Hao Feng, puzzled but compliant, followed the Deputy Minister into the treasury. Yet, as he entered, he too was rendered speechless. A shudder coursed through him, disbelief filling his eyes. His throat tightened instinctively, and his complexion turned pale. A wave of terror and despair washed over him. He stared at the Deputy Minister, trembling as he asked, What has happened to the gold? The mountains of gold that were here?" This towering man, seeing the empty treasury, spoke with a quivering voice tinged with tears. His lips trembled, blood rushing to his face. He knew all too well the vast wealth that had once been amassed there, the lifeblood of the great Yan Empire, accumulated over decades of toil, and now it had all vanished without a trace, sending him into a spiral of despair. With a sudden collapse, Hao Feng knelt before the Deputy Minister, his mind a whirlwind of confusion and despair. "You question me, but I wish to question you. Where has the gold gone? This vault is under your guard. If the gold is missing, how can you inquire of me? If this reaches His Majesty's ears, do you comprehend the consequences of such a calamity?" The Deputy Minister, striving to quell his own panic, retorted sharply. The Deputy Commander, overwhelmed with dread, bowed his head, tears brimming in his eyes, his heart heavy with despair. "I assure you, no one has left this place in the past week. My men are fiercely loyal. They would never steal. Even if they were to pilfer a few, 100, or even thousands in secret, it would seemingly bear no significant consequence. Yet, they could not possibly empty the treasury, which harbors billions of gold coins. If they were to accomplish such a feat within a week, the commotion would be monumental. With so many guardians both inside and outside the palace, how could it go unnoticed? Indeed, just a week ago, they had come to collect money when the gold was piled high. Now, a week later, it has vanished. To transport such an immense quantity of gold within a week is utterly impossible, let alone silently. So, where has the gold gone? My lord, what shall we do now? Shall we report this to His Majesty, or—" The Deputy Minister of Revenue cast a worried glance at the Minister of Revenue. The latter, striving to maintain his composure, rested his chin on one hand while pacing within the treasury. "This matter cannot reach His Majesty. Should it do so, their families would certainly find themselves imprisoned. This is no jest. We have no better course of action than to inform the Grand Minister and the Commander of the Imperial Guards to deliberate on this issue. Furthermore, this matter must remain confidential. It cannot be known by other members of the Imperial Guards. The fewer who know, the better, to prevent any leaks." "Very well. I shall notify the Commander immediately," Hao Feng declared without hesitation. "I will inform the Grand Minister," replied the Deputy Minister of Revenue. The two hastily exited the treasury. Once they departed, the Deputy Minister of Revenue felt a wave of weakness wash over him. Leaning against the wall, he collapsed onto the ground. He was at a loss, unsure of how to proceed, and could only shift the burden onto the Commander of the Imperial Guards and the Grand Minister. An hour later, the Grand Minister and Commander Zhou Taishan arrived at the treasury. Upon witnessing the desolate vault, both were rendered speechless. "Hao Feng, what on earth has happened here? Why has all the gold disappeared? Did it sprout wings and fly away?" Zhou Taishan's expression darkened ominously. Hao Feng, trembling, replied, "My men have not left the treasury even for a moment these past few days. I would stake my life on it. I truly do not know where the gold has gone. But where could the gold have vanished? Did it truly take flight? Or did it evaporate like droplets of water?" Zhou Taishan's eyes blazed with fury. Hao Feng stammered, failing to articulate a single coherent word. The Grand Minister's countenance was grim, as if he could wring moisture from it. Was it only the treasury that was empty, or were all the storerooms devoid of their contents? This was a crucial inquiry. Only the treasury. Just as the Deputy Minister began to respond, his expression shifted abruptly. "We have yet to inspect the other storerooms. Let us proceed to examine the other storerooms," the Grand Minister declared, hands clasped behind his back as he exited the treasury, followed closely by the others, heading towards the granary. However, upon opening the granary doors, a collective shudder coursed through them, their hearts leaping into their throats. The granary was also empty. The Grand Minister's legs buckled, and he collapsed to the ground. "My lord," the Deputy Minister gasped in alarm, fearful that the Grand Minister might faint from shock. If he were to perish from fright, all responsibility would fall squarely upon him. He could not bear the weight of the entire Ministry of Revenue's burdens alone. The Grand Minister's face turned ashen, trembling uncontrollably, his eyes wide with terror, struggling to articulate a single word. He was utterly petrified. Seeing this, Zhou Taishan quickly pinched the Grand Minister's acupoint, pressing against his chest, allowing him to draw a shaky breath. The grain is gone. The granary is empty. The grain is gone. The granary is empty. The Grand Minister lay on the ground, repeating the phrase like a broken record. Chapter 160. I will hold your imperial guards accountable. His mind was a blank slate. The Deputy Minister of Revenue, Zhou Taishan, and Hao Feng all felt the weight of their mounting anxiety, beads of sweat trickling down their foreheads. Quickly, take me to the military storeroom. I must inspect it. I must inspect the military storeroom. The Grand Minister recalled the other storerooms. Zhou Taishan, not daring to delay, commanded Hao Feng to carry him to the military storeroom. The Deputy Minister followed, his expression dark as a storm cloud. The treasury was empty. The granary was empty. All eyes were now on the military storeroom. If it too was void of its contents. Damn it. This is infuriating. The Deputy Minister of Revenue felt himself teetering on the brink of madness. His visage twisted into a snarl. He was already contemplating fleeing. This Yanwang city, and indeed the entire Yin Empire, would no longer be a safe haven. He must lead his family to escape the city quietly, otherwise. If the news of the empty treasury were to leak, none of them would stand a chance. Even his infant son and newly married concubine would be imprisoned and executed in public. Soon, Hao Feng arrived, carrying the Grand Minister to the entrance of the military storeroom. As the doors swung open, the Grand Minister felt as though struck by lightning, his entire body stiffening. Zhou Taishan, Hao Feng, and the Deputy Minister of Revenue wore expressions of utter disbelief. It was over. Completely over. The Grand Minister began to repeat the words that had escaped his lips. Zhou Taishan's expression was as dark as a thundercloud. In their eyes, there was only despair. Put me down. The Grand Minister's face was pale, his gaze forlorn, as he sank to his knees. He envisioned his family led to the execution ground, their heads severed from their bodies. Hao Feng, go to the medicinal storeroom and see if it too is empty. Zhou Taishan attempted to steady his raging emotions. Hao Feng rose and departed. Moments later, he returned with a dejected demeanor. The expressions on the faces of the three men indicated that the medicinal storeroom had also been thoroughly looted. I simply wish to understand how all these items vanished. Who possesses such extraordinary abilities? The Grand Minister slowly regained his composure, his face reflecting disbelief. Zhou Taishan shook his head, stating, such a feat could only be accomplished by His Majesty. Moreover, if it were His Majesty, it would undoubtedly be the talk of the palace, known by all. The sheer volume of coins, grain, and weaponry. It could not have been the work of a single individual. Then, who could have orchestrated such a heist? The Deputy Minister of Revenue asked, bewildered. The four exchanged glances, each rendered mute. Even if they were to be torn asunder, they could not fathom who possessed such unparalleled prowess. Alas, we must now contemplate how to resolve this crisis. Hao Feng's head hung low, his face ashen, akin to a lifeless corpse, devoid of vitality. What options remain? We must immediately inform His Majesty. Zhou Taishan clenched his fists, speaking in a hushed tone. Absolutely not. Under no circumstances. The Grand Minister suddenly sat upright, his eyes wide with alarm. Why not? Zhou Taishan queried, his mind simpler, loyal to the Emperor, convinced that any matter should be reported to His Majesty without delay. The protection of the treasury falls under the jurisdiction of your imperial guards. The loss of currency, the theft of grain, the disappearance of weapons and medicinal supplies. Whose responsibility is that? It is undoubtedly your imperial guards, and you are the commander of the imperial guards. Once this reaches the ears of His Majesty, he will undoubtedly hold you accountable. If you cannot provide an explanation, not only you but the entire imperial guards, including the families of all the guards, will face collective punishment. Have you considered the consequences? This is no jest. The Grand Minister's expression was grave as he warned. Zhou Taishan felt an immense weight upon his shoulders, yet we cannot conceal this from His Majesty indefinitely. Moreover, with so much currency, grain, weaponry, and medicinal supplies gone, it is unlikely we can keep it hidden. This is not a mere private storeroom. The palace's expenditure, including the royal kitchen and other expenses, is directly tied to the treasury. Additionally, relief efforts for various cities, border conflicts, and military expenditures all depend on the treasury. While we may be able to conceal this for a time, can we truly hide it forever? This statement struck a chord with everyone present. Indeed, the treasury is the lifeblood of a nation. Should the news of its depletion spread, it is likely that the great Yin Empire would crumble from within, without the need for external foes to attack. The Minister of Revenue sighed, stating, we find ourselves in a dire predicament. We can only silently pray that the borders remain peaceful and that our homeland avoids calamity. If we can endure for another 6 months, we shall usher in a new cycle of taxation and a bountiful harvest. At that time, we can gradually replenish the treasury through substantial tax revenues and grain collection. Only then can we address our current woes. This indeed seems a prudent strategy. By means of significant taxation and grain collection, we can gradually restore the treasury. How much tax can our nation collect annually? How much grain can we procure? Zhou Taishan inquired solemnly. Approximately 200 million in taxes, if we increase the quota. We could achieve 250 million each year. As for grain, we can secure at least 200 million annually, and with enhanced collection efforts, we could reach 300 million. The minister elaborated. At present, our nation is free from conflict, and we have vast arable lands. Furthermore, we can cultivate previously unused lands each year. Thus, we need only endure for another 6 months, and all will be resolved. The Minister of Revenue was acutely aware of this reality. He was primarily responsible for overseeing the ministry and possessed a thorough understanding of grain and taxation. This is excellent. Zhou Taishan exhaled a heavy sigh of relief. The minister continued, with these grains and funds, we can temporarily stockpile them at the entrance. This would create an illusion of abundance. Even if His Majesty were to inspect, he would find it difficult to discern the truth. Within 3 years, the treasury will once again flourish. As long as we do not deplete our resources or increase our outflows, His Majesty will remain oblivious. And what of the arms and medicinal supplies? Zhou Taishan asked. These are no trifling matters. I will take charge of this. The Ministry of War sends a substantial batch of arms each quarter. Just last month, they delivered a significant quantity, which I temporarily declined due to the fullness of the armory. Now that the armory is depleted, I shall instruct them to deliver immediately. The minister replied. As for medicines, if the palace requires them, we shall procure them from outside. We must do our utmost to prevent any news of our emptiness from reaching His Majesty. Zhou Taishan remained silent for a moment before expressing his concern. Setting aside arms and medicines, the real issue is currency. Can we survive for another 6 months? Moreover, the palace's monthly expenditures are substantial. How shall we resolve this? The Minister of Revenue racked his brains and, after some contemplation, responded, recently, there have been no grand banquets in the palace. Even if there were, we can use the treasury inventory as an excuse to defer expenditures. As for the procurement by the imperial kitchen, similarly, we can cite the treasury inventory as a reason to delay payments. Thus, through the discussions of the few, the disheartening news regarding the treasury, granary, armory, and apothecary was swallowed whole. All palace expenditures were postponed under the pretense of a treasury inventory, allowing for 2 months of deferred payments in the market. Thankfully, during these 2 months, no conflicts arose. The palace acquired necessary medicinal supplies through credit or personal funds. However, the procurement for the imperial kitchen led to widespread discontent among market vendors. Eunuch Lu remained unaware of the treasury's emptiness. The turmoil surrounding the theft in the imperial kitchen had passed, thanks to Eunuch Shi's assistance. They had successfully navigated the crisis without allowing the matter to reach His Majesty's ears or anyone else's. The issue faded into obscurity, observing the vendors kneeling before him. Eunuch Lu's anger flared as he shouted, "The palace is merely deferring payment. We are not refusing to settle our debts. What are you afraid of? Do you fear the palace owes you money?" Eunuch Lu, we operate on thin margins. We simply cannot afford to be indebted. If this continues, we will be finished. We implore you to consider our plight and refrain from making our situation more difficult. The vendors ignored Eunuch Lu's words. How dare you? Prepare the items on the procurement list. Today, we shall seize everything. Any resistance will result in severe consequences. Eunuch Lu fumed. With a command, the imperial guards and chefs took the procurement list and headed towards the stalls. The vendors initially believed Eunuch Lu was merely attempting to intimidate them. However, he was not jesting. Upon witnessing the vendors desperately trying to block their path, he bellowed, "Anyone who dares to impede us, do not hesitate, show no mercy." With a swift motion, the guards severed the arms of 2 vendors. Instantly, the cries of pain echoed as the other vendors, witnessing the seriousness of the situation, parted in terror. You were warned to keep track of your debts. Once the treasury inventory is complete, you shall be compensated. Yet you refuse to believe. Do you think I wish to owe you money? As if I alone consume all this food. Eunuch Lu's frustration mounted as he hurled insults at the vendors, who, unable to voice their grievances, could only endure in silence. After a brief while, with the diligent efforts of the guards and chefs, they procured all the necessary foodstuffs. Once Eunuch Lu and his entourage departed, the vendors seethed with anger, yet dared not voice their discontent. In the imperial garden, Yen Nandu, accompanied by Eunuch Shi, was admiring the blossoms. Suddenly recalling something, he remarked, "Eunuch Shi, I have frequently heard several concubines mention that the quality of the palace meals has significantly declined recently. Please investigate this matter and ascertain whether the imperial kitchen is facing any issues." Eunuch Shi promptly replied, "This old servant will look into it immediately." Indeed. The quality of the palace meals had deteriorated drastically during this period. Previously, with ample funds, one could enjoy any delicacy desired. Now, with the treasury nearly empty, it was a considerable feat to have any food at all. The Minister of Revenue and his deputy, Zhou Taishan and Hao Feng, awaited the impending tax revenues and grain harvest. Currently, the armory had received a new shipment of weapons, albeit in limited quantity, amounting to only several thousand sets. These arms were displayed at the treasury entrance, creating an illusion of abundance. Eunuch Shi soon found Eunuch Lu to inquire about the palace's procurement matters. Eunuch Lu, your audacity has grown. You have even set your sights on palace procurements. To be frank, what unsavory deeds have you been up to? Had His Majesty not mentioned it today, I would have remained oblivious. This is simply outrageous. Eunuch Shi chastised. Eunuch Lu was taken aback, hastily kneeling and responding with trepidation. Eunuch Shi, I am unaware of what you mean. I have always adhered to your guidance and diligently fulfilled my duties. I must ask you, why has the quality of the meals in the palace diminished compared to before? Eunuch Shi demanded angrily. Eunuch Lu realized the implication of Eunuch Shi's words and, with a pained expression, replied, Eunuch Shi, you may not be aware, for the past 2 months, the treasury has not allocated funds for our procurements. They claim the treasury is undergoing an inventory, and we must wait for the quantities to be settled before receiving funds. Over these 2 months, I have been procuring supplies on credit in the market. Frankly speaking, it is already remarkable that I can acquire meat and vegetables. What did you just say? A treasury inventory? Eunuch Shi's brow furrowed as he pondered. The treasury had undergone an inventory just last year. Why was there another one this year? Moreover, it seemed His Majesty had not issued any directive for the treasury to be audited. Had he? What on earth are the Minister of Revenue and his deputy up to? This cannot be allowed. I must inquire further. The palace's procurement is no trivial matter. If this displeases His Majesty or the concubines, it could cost us our heads. Eunuch Shi resolved, not daring to be negligent. He immediately exited the palace to seek out the Minister of Revenue. By midday, the vendors in the market, having completed their work, gathered at the entrance of the Prime Minister's residence to protest. Initially, they intended to create a disturbance at the Lord Mayor's residence in Yanyun City. However, the mayor typically suppresses issues rather than resolving them. After all, this is under the emperor's reign, and no one wishes to see matters escalate. If the mayor cannot handle the situation, the usual recourse is to confine the offenders in prison for a period. As for the palace, they would never dare approach it. Doing so would result in the imperial guards arresting them for disrupting court order, likely leading to imprisonment. If they encountered a stubborn official, they could even lose their heads. In their view, it would be more feasible to communicate with the Prime Minister to resolve the issue. At that moment, Li Rui happened to be returning from the palace on foot and noticed a gathering of citizens at the gate of the residence. Frowning, he approached and inquired, "What brings you all here? If there is an issue, go directly to the mayor's office." Upon recognizing the Prime Minister's return, the crowd fell silent, refraining from demanding explanations from Li Rui, and instead collectively knelt before him. Taken aback, Li Rui urgently asked, "What is the matter? Speak to me. What is with this kneeling? Prime Minister, please return to your residence. These are merely troublesome folk." 2 guards from the Prime Minister's office hastily urged Li Rui to head back. However, Li Rui found himself intrigued by the citizens and insisted, "Please, tell me your grievances. I wish to understand what great calamity has befallen you. It is under the Emperor's watch, and it is audacious for anyone to cause unrest here." A merchant, tears streaming down his face, spoke urgently, "Prime Minister, you must know. For the past 2 months, Eunuch Lu from the palace has been purchasing food on credit from the market. To date, he has accumulated debts from all the vendors. You are aware that each procurement by the palace involves at least 560,000 gold coins. We could tolerate this once or twice, but it has now been 2 months. Even if we were millionaires, we could not sustain this. Moreover, we are small business owners. How can we bear such a burden? We need cash to purchase vegetables and meat from the countryside, but the farmers and butchers have learned of our debts and refuse to supply us. The amount owed is overwhelming 660,000 gold coins to all the vendors in the market. This is an astronomical figure. We simply cannot bear it any longer. This morning, we refused to sell food to the palace, only for Eunuch Lu to disregard us completely, commanding the imperial guards to assault us, resulting in the severing of 2 merchants' arms. We are suffering immensely. Prime Minister, you must advocate for us. Our small ventures feel like they could cost us our lives." The merchant continued to lament, "Prime Minister, you are our lifeline." The vendors bowed their heads repeatedly, pleading with Li Rui for a resolution. Li Rui furrowed his brow and asked, "Are you saying the palace has not paid you for 2 months of procurement?" Yes. It has all been on credit. I personally am owed over 500,000 000 gold coins. We are in dire straits. This should not be happening. Li Rue mused, resting his chin on his hand in contemplation. For many years, our great Yin Empire has flourished, with a strong economy and no internal or external threats. How could the treasury be in such disarray that they resort to credit? Did Eunuch Lu provide you with any explanation? Indeed, a merchant cried out. Eunuch Lu claimed that the treasury is undergoing an inventory review and that it is not appropriate to settle accounts until it is complete. At first, we accepted this, trusting that the palace's finances would be sound. However, an inventory review lasting 2 months is simply unacceptable. To cover the palace's debts, several merchants have sold their properties and even their children to maintain their stalls and daily expenses. Yet, this has proven futile. We have come to seek your intervention. Li Rue's brow furrowed again. An inventory review? When did His Majesty issue such a decree to the Ministry of Revenue? How could I, the Prime Minister, be unaware of this? This is utterly absurd. But I cannot speak openly. I must find out what is truly happening with Tian Chong. Tian Chong is the name of the Minister of Revenue. I understand your plight. I will speak with the Ministry of Revenue to clarify this matter. Please return home for now. Within a day, I shall resolve your debt issues. Li Rue declared solemnly. Thank you, Prime Minister. We are deeply grateful, the merchants exclaimed, bowing in appreciation. They did not linger, rising to thank him before departing. After a moment of contemplation, Li Rue instructed the guards to arrange a carriage and set off to visit Minister Tian Chong. Meanwhile, at the entrance of Minister Tian Chong's residence, Eunuch Shi, accompanied by Eunuch Lu, arrived by carriage. As the Minister of Revenue, Tian Chong held significant power, akin to that of a modern-day Minister of Finance and Minister of Land Resources. The ministry oversees land, taxes, household registration, military supplies, salaries, grain payments, and fiscal revenue and expenditures, thus wielding considerable authority and influence. Given the breadth of his responsibilities, the minister's residence was grand and opulent, featuring elegant gardens and well-appointed structures. Upon entering the courtyard, one would feel a refreshing sense of tranquility. The arrival of Eunuch Shi prompted the minister to personally greet him. As Eunuch Shi was a favored confidant of the emperor, someone whose presence demanded respect, Tian Chong, though not a paragon of virtue, was no fool. He had ascended to his position through capability and acumen. The visit from Eunuch Shi hinted at urgent matters, possibly even a message from the emperor. Ah, Eunuch Shi, your presence graces my humble abode today. What an honor. Please, allow me to offer you some freshly brewed mountain spring tea, a true delicacy, Tian Chong said, pouring a cup for Eunuch Shi, anxious to impress and not offend. However, a sense of unease lingered within him regarding the treasury's dire state, a situation he had concealed for 2 months. He could only hope to endure another 2 months until the wheat harvest and tax collection. Each day, he prayed fervently at the temple for peace and stability, hoping that no calamities would befall the nation or its borders. Yet, could fate be so kind? Tian Chong remained uncertain as Eunuch Shi sipped his tea and set the cup down, addressing him. Minister Tian, your residence is refreshingly pleasant, invigorating to the spirit, and utterly delightful. If I could reside here for just a few days, I fear I might awaken from slumber with a smile. In chapter 163, you, a mere eunuch, aspire to meddle in governance? Alas, look at the words of Chief Steward Shi. If you do not mind, why not relocate to my residence from today onward? I assure you, fine wine and tea will be at your service, ensuring your stay is most comfortable. Though Tian Chong spoke these words, he was inwardly cursing the ancestors of Eunuch Shi. How dare he speak so cryptically, pretending to be a person of influence by the emperor's side? Does he think he can act with impunity? If it were not for the empty state treasury, I would not fear you. Tian Chong bore his grievances in silence. Oh. With such words from Lord Tian, I feel as though my years have not been in vain. Yet, I am destined never to enjoy such fortune. Now, I can merely express my thoughts verbally while taking action with my hands. Hey, enough of the pleasantries. Eunuch Shi interrupted Tian Chong without hesitation, stating, I have come today bearing the emperor's decree. Upon hearing this, Tian Chong hurriedly knelt. This was the emperor's command. Failing to kneel would be akin to committing treason, a transgression he could not bear. Seeing Tian Chong kneel, Eunuch Shi displayed a satisfied expression and added, You may rise. There is no need for such formalities. However, Tian Chong did not stand. Eunuch Shi continued, The emperor's decree states that you, Tian Chong, have been enjoying lavish meals and improved provisions these days. Yet the quality of the palace meals has declined. Ah, upon hearing this, Tian Chong's heart raced with alarm. Indeed, they were using the state's financial woes as leverage, oblivious to the true state of affairs. This, Eunuch Shi, surely this cannot be true? Desperately, Tianchong racked his brain to devise a way to deflect the inquiry. Lu Kuei, why don't you address this matter, Lord Tian? Eunuch Shi turned his gaze toward Lu Gonggong. At this statement, Tianchong realized that the audit of the treasury would soon be laid bare. Internally lamenting, he maintained a facade of calm, striving to keep his composure. Lu Gonggong stepped forward, stating, Lord Tian should be fully aware. May I ask, when will the treasury audit conclude? Tianchong's brow furrowed. He endeavored to steady his nerves, concealing the impending revelation of the treasury's emptiness. Yet, he knew that the exposure of this information was imminent. Adopting a stern demeanor, he feigned displeasure and rebuked. This is a matter for my Ministry of Revenue. You, a mere little yellow gatekeeper, have no right to inquire. Are you attempting to meddle in governance? He could fear Eunuch Shi, but he deemed it unnecessary to lower himself before Lu Gonggong. After all, he was a minister of state, the esteemed head of the Ministry of Revenue. What authority did a lowly gatekeeper possess? Were it not for Eunuch Shi, he could have swiftly dealt with Lu Gonggong for such insolence. Realizing the inquiry had reached a critical juncture, Tianchong straightened up, and Eunuch Shi recognized that he had crossed a line. Although he was favored by the emperor, he understood the importance of discretion and restraint. The emperor was merely inquiring about the palace meals, not delving into matters of the treasury and ministry, which were political topics beyond a palace eunuch's purview. Should he involve himself in political affairs, it would surely reach the emperor's ears, jeopardizing his position as chief steward of the internal affairs court. Meddling in governance? The very thought jolted Eunuch Shi back to reality. How dare this issue be thrust upon him? Regardless of the truth, it could easily become an established fact. Do not ask too many questions. This is a matter arising from the mouth of the Minister of Revenue. Surely, the words of a minister carry more weight and authority than those of a mere steward of the internal affairs court. Of course, if this were the Jinyui of the Ming dynasty, it would be a different story, as they were the emperor's right hand. Suddenly, Eunuch Shi slapped Lu Gonggong across the face, erupting in fury. You wretched cur, do you even know how to speak? How dare you question the Minister of Revenue in such a manner? Who do you think you are? Lu Gonggong, taken aback, wore a look of dismay. Seeing him chastised, Tianchong's expression softened, and he seized the moment to assert, I understand Eunuch Shi's concerns. Since this matter has been brought to light, I shall clarify to prevent any petty individuals from covertly scheming to interfere with the affairs of my ministry. His tone was evidently still charged, even altering his address to Eunuch Shi. Though his tone softened slightly, the authority of the Minister of Revenue was still palpable. Eunuch Shi glared at Lu Gonggong, silently expressing his frustration. You have truly made my situation dire. Tianchong recognized that while some matters could be concealed from others, it was impossible to hide them from Eunuch Shi. Thus, he stood and waved his sleeve, declaring, to be candid with you, Eunuch Shi, the treasury has indeed been undergoing an audit in recent days, although the emperor has not issued a decree for the audit, as the Minister of Revenue. This is an internal affair that does not require reporting to others, does it? Moreover, I must attend to every detail to prevent any discrepancies in the treasury. If any errors were to occur, who could bear the responsibility? Can you, Eunuch Shi, take on that burden? Or can a mere gatekeeper like Lu Gonggong? Since the emperor has appointed me, Tianchong, as the Minister of Revenue, it is a testament to his trust in my capabilities. Therefore, I must handle this matter meticulously. Without any carelessness, correct? Tianchong spoke with a serious demeanor and incisive words. Indeed, Lord Tian is absolutely right. I wholeheartedly trust in your capabilities. Eunuch Shi quickly nodded in agreement, acknowledging Tianchong's authority once more. The quality of palace meals may have suffered recently, but my ministry will expedite the accounting. As for the debts in the marketplace, once the treasury audit concludes, I shall ensure they are settled. There is no need for you to worry about that, Eunuch Shi. However, I must express my gratitude for your diligence during these times. Once the treasury is reconciled, I will host a grand banquet in your honor to show my appreciation. Tianchong lowered his tone, demonstrating the art of timing. When it is time to assert authority, one must do so. When it is time to be humble, one must bow. Though Tianchong may not possess the cunning of a seasoned strategist, he was no stranger to navigating the intricacies of the system. In Chapter 164, the Prime Minister pays a visit. The Ministry of Revenue is in disarray. Excellent. With your words, I am at ease. Lu Kuei, have you understood? In the coming days, proceed with bold procurement. The debts will be addressed once the treasury audit is complete. If you cannot manage this simple task, I fear your position as the chief steward of the imperial kitchen is at an end. With urgency, Lu Gonggong knelt, assuring, rest assured, Eunuch Shi, I will handle the palace procurement diligently and ensure you are not disappointed. That is splendid. A smile graced Eunuch Shi's face, and he declared, in that case, We shall not impose further on you today. Farewell. With that, eunuch Shi rose, and Lu Gonggong followed suit. Today, there are matters in the Ministry of Revenue that require my attention, so I shall not keep you. Once the treasury audit concludes, I shall host a gathering to honor both you, eunuch Shi and Lu Gonggong. Tian Chong intentionally included Lu Gonggong in the invitation, hoping he would invest greater effort in procurement. It remained uncertain whether Lu Gonggong grasped his implication, but he appeared flustered, bowing respectfully. Once the two eunuchs departed, Tian Chong exhaled deeply, sinking into his chair in relief. The esteemed Minister of the Book of Documents, Deputy Minister of the Ministry of Revenue, Meng Zhang, emerged from the inner room. Have you managed to secure your family? Tian Chong asked, his expression vacant. Currently, my wife, daughter, and parents are all settled. Meng Zhang replied hastily, cupping his fists in respect. Very well, as long as they are settled, Tian Chong said, his tone laced with urgency. It seems that we are merely skirting the issue today, but I have a premonition. The revelation of the treasury's emptiness is imminent. What shall we do now? If it comes to it, we must flee in Emperor City overnight. It is better than dying here. Meng Zhang expressed his reluctance. Tian Chong shook his head. We cannot leave. By staying, we may afford our families a chance to escape. Once we flee, chaos will ensue, and our families may find themselves unable to escape and be captured. The palace's carrier pigeons were no trifling matter. After the treasury's depletion was discovered, Tian Chong and Meng Zhang had begun preparations for their families to leave Yan Emperor City, taking with them their years of accumulated wealth. The sudden visit from eunuch Shi filled Tian Chong with apprehension. Although it seemed he had passed this hurdle, what about Chancellor Li Rue? If eunuch Shi could sense the tension, surely others could as well. Furthermore, he had learned of the ruckus Lu Gonggong had caused at the market earlier that day. If no harm befell the merchants, perhaps the matter would remain concealed. However, should any harm occur, these individuals would surely make a scene. Tian Chong had contemplated utilizing his years of hard-earned savings to temporarily fill the gap, but such wealth was not something he could easily part with. If he were to use his own resources, he might only prolong the inevitable by a few days, as war loomed on the empire's borders. Please return. Tian Chong gestured to Meng Zhang. Meng Zhang bowed respectfully, preparing to leave the Minister of Revenue's residence. Just then, an anxious servant rushed into the main hall, exclaiming, My lord, Chancellor Li Rue and General Liao Zhengfeng have come to pay their respects. Ah, the Chancellor and the General have arrived? Tian Chong exclaimed in surprise, straightening abruptly from his seat. So soon? Meng Zhang echoed, equally astonished. The rapidity of their arrival exceeded their expectations. Uncertain of whether Li Rue and Liao Zhengfeng's visit was related to the treasury's issues, Tian Chong hurried to greet them while Meng Zhang remained hidden in the inner chamber. Knowing that too many words could lead to mistakes. Alone, he could adapt to the situation. Minister Tian. Before Tian Chong could exit the hall, Li Rue, accompanied by Liao Zhengfeng, entered the courtyard. Ah, Deputy Minister Meng Zhang is also here. Li Rue called out upon spotting Meng Zhang. A shiver ran through Meng Zhang as he reluctantly turned to face them. This subordinate, Meng Zhang, pays respects to the Chancellor. And to General Liao. Meng Zhang quickly clasped his fists, bowing in greeting. Tian Chong mirrored the gesture, expressing his concern. I was unaware of the Chancellor and General's visit. I hope I have not been remiss in my duties. Oh, what if I were to be very concerned? Li Rue replied bluntly, taking a seat without reservation. As the overseer of the 6 ministries, he was the direct superior, and any matters arising within the ministries must first be reported to him. If he were indecisive, he would then relay the information to Yan Nandu. This was the bureaucratic protocol of the Great Yan Empire. The Ministry of War managed military appointments and operations, and previously, the Minister of War was from Yanbei, with Liao Zhengfeng serving as deputy minister. Following the execution of the Yanbei minister, Liao Zhengfeng had effectively become the leading figure in the Ministry of War. Although he had yet to be formally appointed as minister, there was little distinction between their roles. During the previous minister's tenure, he disregarded Li Rue's authority, but now, with Liao Zhengfeng as deputy minister, all military appointments fell under Li Rue's purview. In essence, Li Rue had become the true power, commanding both political and military affairs. Upon hearing Li Rue's jest, Tian Chong understood it as a mere joke, yet he feigned trepidation. Kneeling on the ground, if the Chancellor is truly concerned, this subordinate would willingly offer my head, without complaint. Ha! I was only jesting. Do not take it to heart. Rise. Li Rue laughed heartily, gesturing for him to stand. Tian Chong hastily complied, brushing off his sleeves. Ah, I came specifically today, yet I did not sense Lady Tian's presence to greet me. I recall that during my previous visits, she would eagerly come to welcome me. Is she unwell? Or perhaps, she does not wish to receive me? Li Rue inquired casually. Meng Zhang's countenance shifted dramatically at this remark. But with his head bowed, Li Rui did not catch his expression. Tian Chong, having anticipated this line of questioning, maintained his composure. Though a bitter smile crept onto his lips as he sighed, the Chancellor is unaware. Recently, my wife has been dreaming nightly of her elderly parents. Clearly, she longs for her family. Thus, I had no choice but to arrange for her to visit her mother a few days ago. Chapter 165. Li Rui's hair stand on end. They? Does this include your children as well? Li Rui inquired with a meticulous tone. Indeed, the children clamored to go as well. Alas, they are truly lacking in resolve. Tian Chong feigned irritation. Oh, is that so? Li Rui's expression began to darken. A fine sheen of sweat broke out on Tian Chong's forehead as he feigned nonchalance, nodding. Indeed, if I were to utter a single untruth, may the heavens strike me down. Enough. Spare me your grandiloquence. You are my subordinate. I know your thoughts well. Li Rui responded with a meaningful glance. Tian Chong felt a surge of panic. Chancellor, if there is something you wish to say, please do not hold it in. I am listening. Li Rui remained calm and unperturbed. In nothing. Ah, is there tea prepared here? Was it brewed for me? Wait a moment. This teacup appears to have been used. Li Rui observed the uncollected teacups on the table, frowning. Someone, quickly, prepare tea for the Chancellor and the General. Tian Chong shouted urgently to the servants. Who was here earlier? Li Rui inquired. Eunuch sure visited. Was he inquiring about the treasury's inventory? Li Rui's gaze sharpened with scrutiny. Tian Chong stammered, wiping his sweat as he struggled to maintain his composure. Meanwhile, Meng Zhang was already in a state of panic, feeling utterly disoriented. Meng Zhang, tell me, what issues have arisen with the treasury inventory? It seems the Emperor did not issue any edicts, nor have I commanded any inventory checks. Li Rui's hawk-like eyes bored down on Meng Zhang. Meng Zhang swallowed hard. About to respond when Tian Chong interjected, this subordinate must stay informed to accurately report on treasury matters. Hence, I privately ordered an inventory check. Presumptuous Tian Chong, did I permit you to answer? Li Rui's fury erupted. Tian Chong flinched at the outburst, overwhelmed by anxiety, trembling. Tell me, what has transpired with the treasury? Why, under the pretext of inventory, have you failed to secure the imperial kitchen's funding? Do you understand that neglecting the royal dining is tantamount to a grave offense? Li Rui's voice was cold. Upon hearing this, Tian Chong collapsed to the ground, paralyzed with fear. Meng Zhang quivered, lost in a daze. Today, as I emerged from court, the entrance to the Chancellor's residence was thronged with people. Do you know what they were there for? They are merely ordinary merchants from the vegetable market. Due to the persistent arrears of 2 months owed by Eunuch Lu, he has been evading responsibility under the pretext of a treasury audit. Each procurement by the palace amounts to hundreds of thousands of gold coins. And for these 2 consecutive months, no funding has been allocated. Everything has been on credit. Do you truly believe they can endure this? The common folk are engaged in small businesses, and while they may tolerate such delays once or twice due to palace orders, over time, no one can sustain this burden. This morning, in order to procure the items on the list, Eunuch Lu even resorted to physical intimidation against the merchants. Fortunately, no fatalities occurred. If a death had ensued, could you, Tian Chong, bear the consequences? At this critical juncture, are you still deceiving me? You may fool Eunuch sure. But do you dare to deceive me? Do you think I lack the authority to intervene? Li Rui shouted in a fit of fury. Tian Chong and Meng Zhang were left pale and trembling, collapsing to the ground, their hearts filled with nothing but despair. Speak. I need to know the truth. If you dare utter even a hint of falsehood, do not blame me for reporting to His Majesty, who will hold you and your family accountable for treason. At this point, Li Rui seemed to realize something. Oh, no wonder your family has gone to their maternal home. I fear this is not merely a visit but rather a preparation for escape. It is no surprise that I heard of Meng Zhang's son going hunting recently. Surely, you harbor guilty consciences? Speak. What has transpired in the treasury? No matter what has happened, it should not warrant you arranging for your family to flee. Li Rui could never have imagined that the treasury had been plundered, leaving it utterly bare. My Lord Chancellor, Tian Chong lamented, you must stand up for us. We are left with no choice. As he spoke, he crawled to Li Rui's side, clutching his leg, weeping profusely. Li Rui furrowed his brow and asked, what exactly has happened? Tell me in detail. The treasury, it is empty. Tian Chong wailed, pounding his chest in anguish. The treasury is empty. The treasury is empty. What did you say? The treasury is empty? What do you mean? I do not comprehend. Li Rui's forehead furrowed deeply. Next to him, Luo Zhengfeng also frowned upon hearing this. The treasury is empty? He instinctively recalled his own treasure vault. It seemed that his treasure vault too might be devoid of riches, yet he refrained from voicing this thought. He feared that Li Rue would chastise him for his incompetence, questioning how he could not safeguard even his treasure vault, let alone serve as the protector of the nation, risking his own life in the process. My Lord Chancellor, the treasury of our great Yin Empire is empty. There is nothing left. The treasury, food stores, armory, and medicine supplies, all have been depleted. Everything vanished overnight. Not even a trace remains. Tian Chong cried like a child, his eyes filled with nothing but grievance. Li Rue was jolted into action. Standing abruptly and bellowing at Tian Chong, "You dare speak such folly, Tian Chong? Speak again if you dare. The treasury is empty. All the gold coins, food, weaponry, and medical supplies have vanished without a trace." Tian Chong, under immense pressure, reiterated. "Damn it. How is this possible? How could this be?" Li Rue's scalp prickled, his mind buzzing as if a swarm of bees had invaded his head. Luo Zhengfeng's eyes also reflected sheer horror, his complexion turning pale. Good heavens! Luo Zhengfeng gasped, his shock palpable. He nearly uttered a curse. His treasure vault had lost over 1,000,000 gold coins. And even now, there was not a shred of evidence. With so many resources and coins in the treasury, how could they simply disappear? The few items in his treasure vault were inconsequential. He had not truly cared about their loss. Unlike Li Rue, he was more concerned with power than wealth. Thus, he dismissed the loss, merely suggesting an investigation. However, the disappearance of all coins and supplies from the treasury was a matter he could not ignore. The treasury is the lifeblood of the nation. It is also the lifeline of the military. If news of the treasury's emptiness were to leak, it would undoubtedly plunge the great Yin Empire into chaos. The populace would rebel, and the military would mutiny. The nation could shatter in an instant. This is no jest. Li Rue was likewise stunned by this revelation. His complexion turned ashen. He could never have anticipated that Tian Chong would utter such a statement, leaving him flustered and disoriented. At this moment, he remained unaware that his own treasured vault and all his savings had been entirely pillaged. Had he known, he likely would have lost his mind. Yet, he did not believe that his treasures could be stolen or completely looted. "Tell me, you are deceiving me. Tell me, you are lying to me." Li Rue shouted at Tian Chong. Tian Chong collapsed to the ground, his voice hoarse as he said, "My Lord Chancellor, I wish to deceive you. Had you not come today, I would have continued this charade. Your authority and insistence have left me no choice but to reveal the truth. This is indeed treasonous. I am unworthy of your trust." Tears streamed down Tian Chong's face as he recounted his plight. Li Rue felt despair creeping into his heart. If His Majesty were to learn of this, he might very well execute him on the spot. As the esteemed Chancellor of the Empire, overseeing 6 ministries. If the Ministry of Revenue were to face such a grave issue, His Majesty would surely hold him accountable first. Should he fail to provide a satisfactory answer, he would likely not escape the court alive, and his family would be executed before the public eye. This is no mere jest. No wonder Tian Chong and Meng Zhang had hastily relocated their families. They were preparing for collective punishment. "My Lord Chancellor, this is not our fault," Tian Chong exclaimed. "Our ministry merely handles the documentation and signatures. We are not responsible for guarding the treasury. That duty lies with the palace guards." Meng Zhang, weeping profusely, interjected, "This is the truth, my lord. The guards are solely under the emperor's command." Upon hearing this, Li Rue's mind raced. Indeed, the theft of the treasury's resources is not something for which I, the chancellor, should be held accountable. That responsibility lies with the palace guards. It seems they answer only to the emperor, does it not? What then of the contents of the treasury? Is there a possibility that the guards are involved? Or perhaps the emperor has secretly relocated the assets? Li Rue forced himself to regain composure, asking sternly, "What is the truth?" "There is no doubt about it." Tian Chong shook his head. "My Lord Chancellor is unaware. Within 2 weeks of the exile of the Duke of the Protectorate, the treasury was emptied. All resources and wealth vanished without a trace. Did the commander of the palace guards, Zhou Taishan, and the deputy commander in charge of the treasury, Hao Feng, know of the treasury's emptiness? And who else is aware of this?" Li Rue inquired coldly. Tian Chong replied, "Both Zhou Taishan and Hao Feng are aware. Currently, only the 4 of us know of the treasury's emptiness. I concealed this to maintain order within the great Yin Empire, to prevent panic among the populace and mutiny within the military. I chose to keep this hidden to avoid chaos. I should not have concealed it from you. My Lord Chancellor, I am to blame. I am to blame." Tian Chong struck his face repeatedly in remorse. "Enough. Stop. Tell me, do you have any solutions?" Li Rue asked, his head throbbing. "Alas, we have endured for 2 months. If we can hold out for another 2 months, it will be time for tax collection and grain requisition. At that point, we can increase the taxes and grain collection to replenish the treasury. Even if we cannot fully restore it, at least we can prevent it from remaining empty. Even if His Majesty were to conduct an inspection, it could be deftly evaded. Tianchong hastily remarked. Li Rui gave a slight nod, feeling a temporary sense of relief. However, Tianchong sighed deeply as he continued, the precondition being that there are no military conflicts at the borders, nor disasters within the realm. Otherwise, should calamity or warfare arise, the empty treasury would inevitably be exposed. Li Rui's brow furrowed once again. Indeed, Tianchong's final statement struck at the heart of the matter. If conflict erupts at the borders or disasters occur domestically, the treasury would have to be utilized. At that point, concealment would be impossible. Yet, to maintain the facade for now, it was essential to settle the debts at the market. Additionally, 2 months' worth of funds must be prepared for the court, otherwise, unrest would eventually ensue. Tianchong articulated. Since the matter had been thoroughly discussed, there was no longer a need for him to hold back any longer. He laid everything bare to avoid future mishaps. Li Rui frowned and said, after all these years as the Minister of Revenue, do you not have any savings at hand? Why not temporarily cover it yourself and reimburse when taxes are collected? This way, the market riots could be averted. Upon hearing this, Tianchong knelt down, tears streaming down his face. My lord, like you, I am a man of integrity, devoted to the people. How could I dare to embezzle or accept bribes? Such a vast sum, easily in the millions. Even if you dismantled my very bones, it would still be far from sufficient. Enough. No need for theatrics. Li Rui waved his hand impatiently, then turned to General Luo Zhenfeng beside him. How much do you have at your disposal? Can you resolve this matter? No problem. Leave these issues to me. I will ensure the Chancellor is not disappointed. Luo Zhenfeng replied without hesitation, recalling the 50 million gold coins he had stashed away. Excellent. You and Tianchong will coordinate on this matter. Aim to resolve everything within 2 days. We cannot allow merchants to come knocking for trouble. Additionally, reserve 20 million gold coins for the treasury to prevent future passive situations due to court expenditures. Li Rui instructed meticulously. Understood. Luo Zhenfeng nodded. With 50 million gold coins available, he could settle the 6 million debts at the market and allocate 20 million for the treasury, leaving him with 25 million remaining. Should funds run low, he could always withdraw from his ATM the Huang and Wang families. At this stage, any issue that could be resolved with money was not truly an issue. With the situation pacified, both Tianchong and Meng Zhang let out heavy sighs of relief. They were not punished by Li Rui, merely instructed to keep silent to prevent any leaks of information. Chapter 167. The Desolate Mountain, the Bullfighting Pavilion. Ultimately, Li Rui summoned Tianchong and Meng Zhang to accompany him to the treasury for a first-hand inspection. Although the exact circumstances of the lost gold and supplies were unknown, Li Rui ordered them to discreetly investigate without drawing attention, for such grand theft must not go unpunished. Li Rui had successfully navigated yet another crisis. He did not dare report this incident to Yin Nandu. If he were to learn of it, chaos would surely ensue. The court and the populace would be thrown into turmoil. In the Dazhao Empire, the desolate mountain loomed desolate and forlorn, devoid of any flora or fauna. It stood stark and bare, save for its majestic peaks. Not a soul inhabited its heights, nor did any creatures roam its rugged terrain, save for a few birds nesting atop its lofty crags. Hidden amongst these daunting slopes lay a colossal secret base, the Bullfighting Pavilion, renowned as the continent's most infamous assassin organization. Nestled deep within the mountains, it had remained largely unexplored for many years, as anyone who entered never returned. Master assassins from the Bullfighting Pavilion concealed themselves throughout the mountains, guarding it against exposure, which deterred many from venturing too close. Rumors abounded. Some spoke of fearsome man-eating beasts lurking within. Others whispered of an invisible guild of killers, while yet others claimed the place was riddled with traps and secret passages, where a moment's carelessness could lead to capture. Such tales spread like wildfire throughout the Dazhao Empire. Established over a millennium ago, the Bullfighting Pavilion had withstood the test of time. Each successive leader was the chief assassin, the so-called number one killer. The current number one killer, Yi Jiaomei, had married into the Yin family, becoming their fourth wife. Although wed to the Yin family, the position of future leader of the Bullfighting Pavilion was still reserved for her, unless someone were to kill her and usurp her place, or she were to perish in the line of duty. The Bullfighting Pavilion's existence for 1,000 years was sustained by its stringent rules and regulations. Each year, the organization sought to recruit a significant number of exceptionally gifted martial artists. It was this continuous influx of fresh blood that allowed the Bullfighting Pavilion to thrive and endure. The vast grounds served not only as a sanctuary for assassins, but also as their training grounds. At this moment, in the mountain stream behind the assassin organization, scores of young boys and girls, all under a meter tall, engaged in a fierce hand-to-hand combat training session. Armed only with their fists, they fought valiantly, each strike precise and impactful. Adjacent to the training area, hundreds of teenagers aged between 1 to 1.5 meters dueled with swords, blood flowing freely in the heat of their training. The bullfighting pavilion boasted at least 10 such training arenas, each designated for a specific age group of assassins. They trained in strength, endurance, agility, combat, swordsmanship, and archery. All persevered through pain and exhaustion, driven by the primal instinct to survive. Suddenly, a shadow as dark as night descended from the heavens like lightning, landing gracefully in the bullfighting pavilion's conference hall. In the hall, a familiar face reached out to grasp the shadow. It was none other than a peregrine falcon, known for its lightning speed. "Uncle Gue, a message has arrived from the peregrine," the young boy shouted. The boy was none other than Xiao Mo. Uncle Gue, hunched over, emerged from the hall. He carefully took the letter bound to the falcon's leg and opened it with great caution. Mission Nation, the Dian Empire. Mission target, eliminate all males surrounding the exiled personnel of the Guoguang public house, and safely escort all females of the team back to the luxury estate in the western suburbs of Yanyun City. Mission amount, 150 million gold coins. Mission hint, the exiled personnel have already passed through Qingshui City and are heading toward the wildlands. Issuer, Chancellor Li Rui of Dian, General Luo Zhengfeng of Dian. The letter contained all the pertinent details, clearly stating the names of the issuers. Uncle Gue furrowed his brow as he read the letter. This mission. Could it be a kidnapping? Uncle Gue pondered, perplexed. Kidnapping? Is it aimed at capturing Sister Mei? Xiao Mo asked in confusion. It's possible, but I cannot make a definitive conclusion. Uncle Gue nodded. So what should we do? Xiao Mo inquired. Such a dilemma. Let us leave it to the pavilion master to decide. With that, Uncle Gue made his way deeper into the conference hall. Deep within the bullfighting pavilion stood resplendent palaces, their golden exteriors shimmering with a radiant glow. This golden light was not merely gilding, it was crafted from pure gold. Uncle Gue led Xiao Mo into one such magnificent palace, where a stunning woman in her 20s sat regally at the center. To those unaware of her true age, she appeared to be in her 20s. This woman was none other than Yi Jiaomei's mother, Yi Linglong. Yi Linglong had grown up within the bullfighting pavilion. As the previous reigning assassin, Yi Linglong has rightfully ascended to the position of the bullfighting pavilion's leader. She does not share a maternal bond with Yi Jiaomei. Rather, Yi Jiaomei is a small orphan whom she has adopted. Recognizing Yi Jiaomei's martial prowess, she has taken her in as a foster daughter, treating her as her own for many years, and has felt immense pride in her talent. Following Yi Jiaomei, she has also nurtured Xiao Mo, the young boy who accompanies Uncle Gue. This boy possesses remarkable talent, having honed his swordsmanship to an extraordinary level at such a tender age. Although he has yet to reach the pinnacle of the unity of man and sword, he remains unparalleled among his peers. This innate gift has rendered him exempt from the rigorous training on the mountain, as he is destined to become the next foremost assassin. As Xiao Mo and Uncle Gue entered the grand hall, Yi Linglong opened her eyes. She possesses an exquisite beauty that captivates anyone who gazes upon her. Resembling a celestial being descended from the heavens, her skin is flawless and translucent as pristine jade. Her graceful and alluring figure is accentuated by a flowing white gown. And as she sits cross-legged on a cushion, her cold demeanor seems to repel those around her. Chapter 168, Leader of the Bullfighting Pavilion. Yi Linglong. Leader. Uncle Gue bowed slightly, speaking with utmost respect. A falcon has just delivered a mission letter from the great Yin Empire. A mission letter? You may handle it as you see fit. No need to report to me, Yi Linglong replied coolly. This mission letter's content differs from the usual tasks. Uncle Gue stated earnestly. Oh, what does it entail? Yi Linglong inquired. Uncle Gue responded. It commands the elimination of all males accompanying the exiled personnel of the Guoguang mansion, while ensuring the safe return of all females in the group to the luxurious estate in the western suburbs of Yanyun City. Yi Linglong furrowed her brow. They have just been exiled. How could they be brought back? Is someone secretly aiding them? Or perhaps, someone harbors ill intentions towards them. Who issued this task? The Prime Minister of Great Yin, Li Rui, and the General of the Biaoqi, Luo Zhengfeng, Uncle Gue recited. Li Rui and Luo Zhengfeng? Yi Linglong mused. Though Li Rui is a prime minister, he is avaricious and lecherous. Luo Zhengfeng has recently ascended to the position of Guoguang general and is consumed by ambition. Neither of them is virtuous. Since they issued the task, it is likely they intend to scheme against the ladies of the Guoguang mansion. Moreover, given the ongoing strife between Li Rui and the Yin family, reliable sources suggest that the Yin family's current predicament is closely tied to Li Rui and Luo Zhengfeng. As the foremost assassin organization on the continent, even without venturing outside, Yilinglong remains exceptionally well-informed. This is the strength of the bullfighting pavilion. What shall we do now? Uncle Gui asked. After a moment of contemplation, Yilinglong inquired. I recall that during your last meeting with Xiao Mei, she mentioned that the Yin family still holds hope for resurgence, correct? Indeed. She conveyed a message, urging you to prepare funds, forge weapons, and procure war horses. As if preparing for the Yin family's comeback. Uncle Gui replied. How are your preparations coming along? Yilinglong inquired. Funds have been arriving at the base steadily. Once all the funds are in place, I will commence preparations for mining, forging weapons, and personally travel to the grasslands to acquire war horses. Uncle Gui reported, clasping his hands in respect. Good. Yilinglong nodded. However, the leader has yet to specify how we should handle this mission. Uncle Gui reminded pointedly. Yilinglong stated, according to the bullfighting pavilion's regulations, those who touch my reverse scales shall face inevitable retribution. Now that Li Rui and Luo Zhengfeng have already crossed our boundaries, what do you think should be done? Kill. Xiaomo declared. However, currently, Li Rui and Luo Zhengfeng have a mortal enmity with the Yin family. Thus, we cannot interfere. Let them deal with their enemies themselves. While we may refrain from direct engagement, we can aid Xiao Mei and the Yin family in overcoming this crisis. As for the mission, we shall regard it as a special circumstance and postpone any action. Yilinglong concluded. Understood. I know what to do. Uncle Gui nodded. Xiaomo, your abilities have grown considerably. Logically, you could undertake missions independently, yet your social experience remains insufficient. Therefore, starting today, you shall discreetly follow the exiled group and ensure their safe arrival at the wilderness. Should any crisis arise along the way, you must protect Xiaomei and those from the Gugong mansion. Yilinglong ordered. But, Sister Xiaomei is so powerful. Are you certain I am needed? Xiaomo expressed doubt about his own capabilities. This journey of exile is far more complex than it appears, given that they have hired assassins and have come to us. It indicates that there are numerous threats targeting them. Yilinglong replied. All right, I shall obey the leader's arrangements. Xiaomo clasped his hands respectfully. And what of the 150 million gold coins we have received? Shall we return them to Li Rui and Luo Zhengfeng, or retain them for now? Uncle Gui inquired. Is it possible to spit out meat that is already in our mouths? Yilinglong asked nonchalantly. Understood. Uncle Gui and Xiaomo exited. As night fell, stars began to twinkle in the vast expanse, illuminating the desolate land. The citizens of Yanjiao Pass gradually began to return to the city. Yanjiao Pass lies at the border between the Great Yin Empire and the Great Zhao Empire. Due to a matrimonial alliance, it has belonged to the allied nations for generations. The Great Zhao Empire currently occupies Yanjiao Pass. Given the trade relations between the two nations, the gates of Yanjiao Pass are typically open during the day, allowing merchants from both sides to exchange goods. As night descends, the merchants push their carts back to their respective cities, under the watchful eyes of the guards. The gates of Yanjiao Pass slowly close. Once bustling with activity, Yanjiao Pass fell into silence the moment the gates were shut. The Great Yin Empire's closest city to Yanjiao Pass is Shanjian City, while the Great Zhao Empire's is Lanka City. At this moment, within the military camp of Lanka City, General Chang Shanha began to organize his troops, preparing for a night assault on Shanjian City. After several days of observation, Chang Shanha had thoroughly grasped the military disposition of Shanjian City. Although the two nations are allies, the city closest to the pass is heavily fortified to prevent any unforeseen events. The commanding officer stationed at Shanjian City is the Great Yin Empire's General Wei, Sun Mie. Although Sun Mie lacks the military brilliance of Yen Baidu, his capabilities are certainly not to be underestimated, having attained the rank of general. Currently, the military camp in Shanjian City is guarded by 300,000 troops, most of whom are stationed in the southern and northern borders. The southern border defends against invasions from the Great Chu Empire, while the northern border guards against raids from nomadic tribes. By the Emperor's decree, tonight, if we can capture Shanjian City of the Great Yin Empire, all soldiers who participate will be granted the title of third-class baron. Those who already hold titles will be elevated by one rank. Should any soldiers fall in battle, their families will be bestowed with the title of second-class baron. It is well known that in the Great Zhao Empire, titles are not merely ceremonial. All titles are hereditary. Each month, one receives a certain stipend. The higher the title, the greater the stipend. Furthermore, those who hold titles are entitled to one chance at amnesty. Thus, the importance of titles is for one to weigh carefully. However, to obtain a title, one must charge fearlessly into battle and fight valiantly. If one can miraculously capture Liri City, the title will be elevated by 2 additional ranks, which is undoubtedly an irrefutable fact. Standing atop the platform, Chang Shanha proclaimed loudly. He has brought 500,000 soldiers with him. Such a large number of troops makes it impossible for everyone to hear his words directly. However, through the relay of various captains, the collective cheer rose among the ranks. A title signifies the potential for upward mobility into the nobility, allowing one to enjoy benefits that are often unimaginable in daily life. This is something that many soldiers yearn for deeply. The soldiers rejoiced, their spirits soaring, and the long-dormant blood within them ignited in an instant. Chapter 169. Dare to splash me with foot water. The soldiers were indifferent to their ties with the great Yin Empire. Once the high command ordered an assault, they would wield their swords and blades without reservation. Even if the edges of their swords dulled, they would pursue slaughter to the bitter end. As the clock struck 1 in the morning, the army, led by Chang Shanha, gradually approached the Yanjiao Pass. All troops were assembled. Open the gate. At Chang Shanha's command, the Yanjiao Pass slowly swung open. The distance from Yanjiao Pass to Shanjian City was over 10 miles. To avoid alerting the garrison of Shanjian City, Chang Shanha ordered the vanguard of 100,000 cavalry to advance silently, their horses' hooves muffled. Behind the cavalry, 100,000 archers, 200,000 spearmen, and 100,000 shield and sword soldiers moved swiftly, treading lightly. An hour later, at 3 o'clock in the morning, the entire force arrived within 500 meters of Shanjian City. The night had grown hazy. The majestic Shanjian City, under the dim moonlight, appeared eerily desolate. The soldiers atop the walls were drowsy, hardly anyone casting their gaze downward. In their minds, the Yin and Zhao states were allied. How could Zhao possibly violate their pact and launch a surprise attack? Thus, most soldiers, seemingly keeping watch, had already succumbed to slumber. The army began to advance slowly. The shield and sword soldiers led the way, followed closely by the archers, with the spearmen next in line. The cavalry flanked the army, ever ready for a charge. As the force drew within 200 meters of the city walls, the garrison remained oblivious. A cold smile crept across Chang Shanha's lips. With a wave of his hand, thousands of soldiers pushed massive battering rams forward, their movements creaking ominously. The noise from the battering rams alerted the soldiers on the wall, but at that moment, Chang Shanha bellowed, "Archers, fire!" In an instant, a rain of arrows descended like shooting stars upon the walls. Most soldiers, still trapped in their dreams, were transformed into a mass of corpses. Others, roused by the whistling arrows, shouted in alarm, "Enemy attack! Enemy attack!" The cries and the sound of horns echoed throughout the western wall. Most soldiers awoke, only to find a storm of arrows hurtling toward them. They were engulfed in despair. Disbelief etched on their faces. This was the border of Yin and Zhao. Only the great Zhao Empire could launch an attack here. The horns continued to sound, and soon, more alarms blared within Shanjian City. The guards and local militia were jolted from their slumber. Within the military camp, chaos erupted alongside the blaring horns. "General Sun, this is dire. General Sun." General Sun Mia lay sprawled on a bed, snoring heavily, clutching a woman from a pleasure house. He had been inebriated the previous night and only fell asleep around 2 in the morning. Bang, bang, bang. "General Sun, wake up." A few subordinate commanders pounded on the door, but Sun Mia remained oblivious. The woman beside him, equally intoxicated, showed no sign of waking. Panic-stricken, the commanders kicked the door open to find Sun Mia, utterly drunk, like a lifeless carcass. They paid no heed to the two exposed figures and shook Sun Mia awake. "Who are you? How dare you? How dare you intrude upon my abode and disturb my dreams?" Sun Mia roared, lifting his heavy eyelids in fury. "General Sun, it is grave. The Zhao army has launched a night raid on Shanjian City. Their forces are vast, at least 1,000,000 strong." One commander blurted out urgently. "Preposterous. Zhao and Yin are allies. They would not dare launch a sudden assault on Shanjian City." Sun Mia shouted, still dazed. "The horns are incessant. The entire camp has descended into chaos, and we need you to restore order. The Lord of Shanjian has led 1,000 guards to the walls to resist." Another commander implored. The horns blared on, filling the air with alarm. Sun Mia, sensing the urgency, jolted awake at the sound. "What did you say? Speak again," he growled, his face contorted in rage. "The forces of the great Zhao Empire are attacking Shanjian City under cover of night, with an overwhelming force of 1,000,000 troops at our gates. If we do not mobilize, the western gate will surely fall." Another commander exclaimed, his voice cracking with desperation. Sun Mia sprang upright. The woman beside him, startled awake by the commotion, hastily covered herself with the blanket. "How can this be? How can the great Zhao Empire suddenly attack us?" Sun Mia's disbelief lingered, his head pounding from the drink that clouded his thoughts. "General Sun, let us not dwell on the impossibility. We must don our armor and take command of the troops," a commander urged. "Indeed, the situation is fluid, and we cannot afford a moment's delay," another added. The four commanders exchanged words, attempting to rouse the still drunken Sun Mia, realizing the gravity of the situation. Sun Mia shook his head vigorously to clear his mind. Suddenly, one commander had an idea. He rushed to a basin and splashed cold foot water on his Sun Mia's face. As the water struck him, Sun Mia's mind sharpened slightly. "You bastard, Zhang Tu. That was my foot water. How dare you splash me?" The other three commanders, though surprised, knelt in unison, saying, "General Sun, the foot water is trivial. We must prioritize the greater situation. If Shanjian City falls, the Emperor will surely hold you accountable, and your family may face exile under our laws." Chapter 170. A chaotic scene. With these words, Sun Mia's mind cleared a bit more. He leaped from the bed, shouting at the commanders, "What are you waiting for? Bring me my battle robes. Zhang Tu, you scoundrel. Once I repel the Zhao forces, I will make you drink my foot water." Zhang Tu merely chuckled. "If you manage to repel the Zhao forces tonight, I would even welcome the honor of drinking your foot water, lest it grow cold and lose its flavor. Curse you, Zhang Tu. You've successfully jolted me awake." Sun Mia grumbled as he donned his armor, helmet, and boots, unsteadily making his way to the central camp. All troops had assembled, awaiting Sun Mia's command to charge forth and confront the Zhao army. A scout rushed in, breathless. "General Sun, the enemy has gathered at the western gate of Shanjian City, which is on the verge of collapse. The Lord has led 1,000 guards to resist, but the enemy's assault is fierce, and many guards have yet to reach the walls before being shot down. The western gate is in urgent need of reinforcements." Sun Mia's expression shifted dramatically. The ferocity of the great Zhao Empire's attack was unprecedented. This is clearly a premeditated move. "Damn Zhao Huang." Sun Mia wore a gloomy expression, as if he could squeeze water from it, and his foggy mind gradually regained some clarity. He shook his head and looked at the map of the mountain gorge city before him, coldly declaring, "Zhang Tu, I command you to lead your 50,000 cavalry from the southern gate to strike at the rear of the enemy forces at the western gate. Make sure to disrupt their formation. Remember, if you encounter enemy troops, do not engage in a prolonged battle. Simply charge forward. Your orders will be executed." Zhang Tu clasped his hands in salute and swiftly led the cavalry out of the camp. "Zhou Qi, I am here. I command you to lead 50,000 spearmen to the western gate. Once it is breached, ensure that you intercept the enemy at all costs. Do not allow their cavalry to enter the city. Your orders will be executed. Xiao Nong, I am here. I command you to lead 50,000 archers from the southern city wall to the western city wall. Once within range, shoot with all your might. Suppress the enemy's charge at the western gate. Your orders will be executed. Li Sun, I am here. I command you to also lead 50,000 archers, this time from the northern city wall to the western city wall. Similarly, once within range, shoot with all your might. At this moment, do not spare any arrows. Your orders will be executed." After issuing several commands, Sun Mia found himself unsteadily seated in a chair. He forced himself to maintain clarity of mind. "General Sunday, the hangover remedy." Two maidservants hurriedly brought him the remedy. Without hesitation, Sun Mia drank it down. However, its effects were not as swift as he had hoped, yet nonetheless, it provided him with a slight sense of reassurance. Now, with 200,000 troops dispatched, there remained 100,000 in the camp. Sun Mia did not dare to be negligent. He drank 3 bowls of the remedy in succession, and then, under the guidance of 2 subordinate generals, he led 50,000 sword and shield soldiers and 50,000 spearmen towards the western gate. Sun Mia had 6 subordinate generals and 12 mid-ranking officers. Each subordinate general was accompanied by 2 mid-ranking officers, commanding 50,000 troops. In the event of battle, they could issue commands directly. Under the subordinate generals were the mid-ranking officers, followed by the captains of thousands, hundreds, and tens. This was the military hierarchy in the Great Yin Empire and across various nations on the continent. For instance, Guoheng and Weixiong. One a captain of thousands and the other of hundreds, had not even achieved the rank of mid-ranking officer, let alone subordinate general. Despite their formidable combat prowess, they had not accrued substantial military achievements. Promotion in the army required merit. If Yin Bei were to survive for another 2 years, not to mention Guoheng, who had already entered politics and risen to the status of a city lord, Wei Xiong would undoubtedly have been promoted to subordinate general. The fact that Yin Bei could name their children indicated the importance he placed on them. Unfortunately, Yin Bei met his demise, and military power fell into the hands of Luo Zhenfeng. For Wei Xiong to advance, he would have to align himself with Luo Zhenfeng. Moreover, as a captain of thousands in the Tiger Roar cavalry, Wei Xiong's position was equivalent to that of a subordinate general, while captains of hundreds were akin to mid-ranking officers. Thus, Wei Xiong did not concern himself with titles, as his rights benefits, and treatment were identical to those of a subordinate general. The typical range of archers is around 200 meters, a standard shared by armies of all nations. Unless one possesses immense strength capable of drawing a bow of 5 stones or more, most military bows are of 2 or 3 stones, with 5 stones being exceedingly rare. Xiang Yu's overlord bow was a staggering 12 stones. The greater the draw weight, the further the range and the greater the penetration power. However, not everyone could wield such a bow. To maximize damage, Chang Shanha ordered his forces to advance quickly, allowing archers to close the distance to the city wall and better suppress the troops within. The army surged forward, and a dense rain of arrows fell upon the defenders of Mountain Gorge City, rendering them unable to lift their heads. Only a few soldiers huddled under the city wall could barely draw their bows and fire. Yet, the arrows fell like rain, inflicting no substantial damage. Soon, the battering rams, propelled by thousands of soldiers, collided with the city wall with a thunderous roar. Boom, boom. The violent impacts echoed like cannon fire against the city gates. Each strike felt as if it struck the hearts of the defenders. As the army reached the base of the wall, Chang Shanha waved his hand, and ladders were swiftly brought to the soldiers, who then positioned them against the wall. Just as the enemy was about to scale the wall, a captain defending the ramparts shouted fiercely, "Everyone, rally your spirits. We cannot allow the enemy to ascend the wall, or else your families will face capture. Think of your beautiful wives waiting for you. Think of your children crying in their cradles. If you lack bravery now, your wives will become the enemy's playthings, and your children will have their heads severed and displayed as trophies. What right do you have to cower here? Now, fight to the death or lose your heads." Chapter 171, The Scheme of Chang Shanha. The captain's words struck the soldiers like a hammer, stirring their hearts like a tumultuous tide. Undoubtedly, his words had an effect. All soldiers, braving the danger of being shot, drew their bows and loosed arrows. Simultaneously, they forcefully pushed over the ladders leaning against the wall. However, this action resulted in many heads being pierced by dozens of arrows, creating a terrifying spectacle that instilled fear among the soldiers. The enemy's assault was too fierce. They could hardly withstand it. Moreover, after years without real combat, many were now filled with panic as true war descended upon them. The captain knew the number of soldiers on the wall was scant. Yet, in no time, General Sun would lead the army to their aid. For now, they only needed to serve as a distraction to secure victory. The captain continued to encourage them loudly, occasionally joining the fray to topple ladders as enemies began to ascend the wall. Enraged, he swung his sword, dispatching one enemy after another. At that moment, 1,000 soldiers surged from the Lord's residence. Unfortunately, many were caught in the open as they entered range, falling victim to a hail of arrows. They fought desperately with their long swords, trying to intercept the rain of arrows. A few soldiers, shield in hand, narrowly avoided the onslaught. Yet their shields were riddled with arrows. The soldiers climbed the ladders madly, with many perishing mid-ascent. Boom, boom. The sound of the battering rams continued to resonate. Mountain Gorge City, situated in a border area, boasted thick gates, nearly a foot in thickness, reinforced with iron plating. To break them down would require thousands of strikes, thus granting the defenders ample time to prepare. A kilometer away from the western gate of Mountain Gorge City, Chang Shanha and 2 subordinate generals, mounted on horseback, gazed at the city walls. Within their sight, the troops of the Great Zhao Empire engaged fiercely with the defenders of the Great Yan Empire. The soldiers of the Great Zhao, undaunted by death, climbed the ladders relentlessly, with many falling to their doom. Yet, for the sake of military merit, for noble titles, and to provide their families with a life of luxury, they pressed on fearlessly. Chang Shanha pondered. Would the troops of the Great Zhao be able to seize Mountain Gorge City tonight? A subordinate general, with a horse-like face, glanced at the soldiers charging into battle, unable to restrain his curiosity. How does General Chang know this? Chang Shanha replied calmly. It is certain that we will capture it. If I am not mistaken, Sun Mie is already drunk beyond reason. Oh, how does General Chang know? The horse-faced general asked incredulously. Chang Shanha coldly remarked. Long before your majesty issued the order to attack, I had already begun preparations for today's battle. Do you recall the new concubine I acquired a month ago? The general inquired. Are you referring to Lady Dai? Indeed. Before marrying the general, Lady Dai was a wife, yet she was mature and stunningly beautiful. In this vast Shanjian city, she ranks among the most exquisite. The horse-faced general expressed his envy. Tonight, it is Lady Dai who will accompany Sun Mie for drinks. Chang Shanha stated coldly. Ah, General, do you truly have the heart to part with Lady Dai? The horse-faced general exclaimed in astonishment, his words faltering and his expression incredulous. Humph, she is merely a woman. What is there to be reluctant about? If it means capturing Shanjian City, I would gladly offer up my own wife. Chang Shanha scoffed. This man fully embodied the Shuhan legacy of viewing women as mere garments. With the beauty of the Zhao Empire being as abundant as cattle, if I desire, it is within easy reach. In comparison to Shangjian City, how could exquisite beauties measure up? Zhang Shanhe had served as the Grand General for over 20 years. For all these years, he had defended the homeland without ever invading foreign lands or expanding territory. Now, an excellent opportunity to expand territory had presented itself. How could he let it slip away? If he could see Shangjian City, he would abandon everything. He preferred the conquest of mountains and rivers over beautiful women. 3 days prior, Zhang Shanhe had secretly instructed his concubine, Lady Dai, to take charge of the brothel in Shangjian City. He understood Sun Mie's fondness for wine and his frequent visits to the brothel, often rescuing wayward women. Hence, he specifically arranged for his concubine, Lady Dai, to oversee the establishment. Upon success, he promised Lady Dai and her family a fortune of 100,000 gold coins. Lady Dai had married Zhang Shanhe for wealth, and now that he offered her a substantial sum, how could she refuse? Without hesitation, she accepted. Indeed, once Lady Dai took charge of the brothel, her identity as a stunning wife immediately captivated Sun Mie. Aware of her mission, she feigned surrender, agreeing only the night before to join Sun Mie at the military camp for festivities. Sun Mie was entirely oblivious to these machinations. Fortunately, he was no ordinary man. Even in a state of inebriation, he devised strategies against the enemy. Yet, he delayed matters by half an hour based on prior foundations. The battlefield is often fraught with change. Even a half sticks of incense delay can prove fatal, especially when a city faces an assault from 500,000 troops. Zhang Shanhe was confident regarding Shangjian City. On one hand, he planned a night raid. On the other, he dispatched his beautiful concubine to ensure Sun Mie drank to excess. With these two strategies, he was certain to capture Shangjian City. Zhang Tu led 50,000 troops out from the south gate, attempting to launch a surprise attack on Zhang Shanhe's rear forces. However, shortly after exiting, they encountered 2 waves of attacks from Zhang Shanhe's troops. The reason Zhang Shanhe primarily targeted the west gate was to lure the southern and northern forces out of the city. Thus, he had previously stationed 2 waves of troops at both the south and north gates. The first wave consisted of archers, ready to unleash a barrage of arrows as the city troops emerged. The second wave comprised cavalry, poised to charge after the city troops had endured the archers' onslaught. This strategy would certainly inflict heavy losses upon Zhang Tu's forces. After encountering 2 waves of attacks, Zhang Tu suffered losses exceeding 20,000 cavalry. This drastically reduced his forces by at least half. Zhang Tu lamented his fate, but felt helpless. He dared not linger in battle, merely urging his steed to break through the enemy's encirclement. Chao Nong and Li Sun had already led their respective troops to ascend the city walls. The walls of Shangjian City interconnected, allowing soldiers to traverse from the eastern gate to the western, and from the southern to the northern. Once 2 teams reached the walls, they hastily made their way to the west gate. Boom, boom. Accompanied by the ramming of siege engines, the 1-foot-thick city gates began to tremble ominously. On the western city wall, over 1,000 soldiers from the Zhao kingdom had already scaled the ladders, engaging in fierce hand-to-hand combat with the enemy. The leader of 1,000 men found himself overwhelmed, unable to withstand the onslaught, and was decapitated by a Zhao soldier. Blood splattered everywhere. Zhou Qi had led 50,000 pikemen to the base of the city gates. Seeing the gates on the verge of collapse and the walls about to fall, he immediately commanded a lieutenant to lead 10,000 pikemen up the walls to engage the enemy forces. Meanwhile, he prepared his 40,000 troops for a desperate fight. With a resounding crash, the sturdy gates finally gave way. The soldiers of the Zhao Empire surged into the city. Zhou Qi wiped the cold sweat from his brow and shouted, "Charge with me. We must intercept the enemy outside the gates and ensure they do not enter the city. Kill, kill." Over 40,000 pikemen, under Zhou Qi's command, clashed violently with the Zhao forces. The gates had been breached by 5 o'clock in the morning. The sky began to brighten with the first light of dawn. Zhang Shanhe, stationed at the central command, gazed at the fallen gates with a satisfied smile. "General, the 50,000 cavalry that emerged from the south gate have been completely captured by our rear forces. The enemy general refused to surrender and was executed on the spot," a subordinate reported. "Excellent. It seems today Shangjian City is destined to fall. Pass the order. All cavalry are to enter the city. Any enemy who dares to resist will be executed without mercy. Once inside, no plundering or oppression of innocent civilians is permitted. Any disobedience will result in execution," Zhang Shanhe commanded. The battle for Shangjian City raged from just after 1 in the morning until past 3 in the afternoon before finally winding down. Out of 6 subordinate generals, 4 had perished. The city lord and deputy lord refused to surrender, sacrificing themselves heroically. Sun Mia, fully aware of the situation, led his troops in a bloody fight. However, due to exhaustion and dull blades, he was captured by a Zhao general. The remaining 300,000 troops suffered heavy casualties, with many wounded, dead, captured, or fleeing. Shanjian City was successfully taken by Changshanha. Sun Mia, proud and defiant, could not bear the humiliation of capture and bashed his head against the city wall. Thus, Shanjian City was transformed, becoming a stronghold of the Zhao Empire. Changshanha celebrated his victory, but did not grow arrogant. Upon entering the city, he immediately issued strict laws to prevent soldiers from oppressing the populace and committing wanton slaughter. Simultaneously, he personally endeavored to soothe the citizens, opening granaries to distribute food, aiming to garner their goodwill. Yan and Zhao were already allied states. There were no enmities or barriers between them. Therefore, Changshanha's occupation of Shanjian City proceeded smoothly. However, there remained a formidable challenge: the Yan Emperor Academy. It housed the elite political talents of the great Yan Empire. After Changshanha's forces seized the city, the Yan Emperor Academy closed its doors, refusing to engage with outsiders. Even as Changshanha tightened his encirclement, they remained unresponsive. News of Shanjian City's fall swiftly reached the nearby Liri City. After the death of City Lord Guahong, all affairs within the city were managed by the Deputy Lord. Upon learning of Shanjian City's capture by the Zhao Empire, the Deputy Lord was thrown into a panic. He immediately dispatched a carrier pigeon to report to the court. The news of Shanjian City's fall only reached Yanhuang City the following day. In an instant, the court was in turmoil, and the citizens were filled with dread. Prime Minister Li Rui, General of Cavalry Luo Zhengfeng, Minister of Revenue Tian Chong, Deputy Minister of Revenue Meng Zhang, and Commander of the Imperial Guard Zhou Taishan, along with his deputy Hao Feng, quickly plunged into despair. They recalled the empty state treasury. Truly, the more one fears, the more it comes to pass. On their way to the Golden Throne Hall, Li Rui, Luo Zhengfeng, Tian Chong, and Meng Zhang made their way to court. The commander of the Imperial Guard, Zhou Taishan, had been waiting for them for some time. He had just received news of the conflict at the border. Prime Minister, has there truly been a conflict at the border? Zhou Taishan's face turned pale, a glimmer of despair flashing in his eyes. Li Rui's expression darkened as he replied, "That reckless fool Zhao Chuan has ordered Grand General Changshanha to seize Shanjian City. Damn it. Zhao has launched a surprise attack on our Shanjian City. Shanjian City has already fallen. Liri City has only 1,000 palace guards. The situation is precarious." Li Rui's expression was so gloomy it seemed he could wring water from it. Zhou Taishan trembled all over. Damn it. Why does one fear what is destined to come? Initially, one expected the southern Dechu to launch an offensive, but unexpectedly, it was the allied nations that struck first while the state of Chu remained inert. What kind of absurd alliance is this? The Zhao Emperor deserves to die. Luo Zhengfeng clenched his fists, unable to contain his fury. In the Golden Luan Hall, civil and military officials gathered for court. With a thunderous shout from eunuch Shi, Yan Nandu ascended the throne. Long live our emperor. Long live my foot. My head is in jeopardy. Yan Nandu directly interrupted the numerous officials, his rage boiling over. The Zhao Emperor is too arrogant, despicable, and shameless, wielding honeyed words as a sword, deviating from the norms. Our great Yan Empire and the great Zhao Empire have intermarried for generations, a true alliance. Yet he suddenly breaks his oath, defies the heavens, and ambushes my Shanjian City. Such a vile scoundrel. I shall slay him. Furious, Yan Nandu unsheathed his sword, cleaving the desk in two. This desk symbolizes the alliance between Yin and Zhao. From this day forth, it is severed. The hatred of today shall never be resolved. I shall avenge my General Wei and his 300,000 troops. I shall cut off the Zhao Emperor's head to honor the 30,000 souls of our great Yin Empire. Who among you has the capability to reclaim Shanjian City? Who can march forth and slay the Zhao Emperor's vile head? Whoever brings me Zhao Chuan's head shall be appointed as the Grand General of the Protectorate." Yan Nandu bellowed. Upon hearing the title of Grand General of the Protectorate, Luo Zhengfeng's eyes brightened, yet as he recalled the empty state treasury, a shadow of gloom crossed his face. Without military funds, provisions, or weaponry, how could he lead an army into battle? This truly posed a quandary. He cast a glance at Li Rui, only to find him with his head bowed, his countenance darkened. Luo Zhengfeng's scalp tingled under the immense pressure. At this critical juncture, he could not retreat. If he dared to do so, Yan Nandu might strip him of his official cap on the spot. Why is everyone silent? Aren't you all supposed to be valiant? Ready to charge into battle for me? Why has everyone turned mute when it matters? Have you all swallowed dog excrement? Are you afraid that speaking will bring me disgrace? You disappoint me greatly. Yan Nandu shouted hoarsely. He recalled his blood brother, Yan Baidu. If Yan Baidu were here, he would have already stepped forward to take command. Unfortunately, under the schemes of himself, Li Rui, and Luo Zhengfeng, Yan Baidu met his demise on the frontier. He turned his gaze to Luo Zhengfeng. At present, Luo Zhengfeng is the general of cavalry, the highest military rank in the great Yin Empire. His silence was indicative of fear, was it not? Yin Nandu's icy glare seemed to pierce through Luo Zhengfeng, prompting him to hastily step forward, cupping his hands in salute. Your Majesty, I am willing to lead the forces, to repel the Zhao army and trample their lands, until we reach the Zhao Emperor's doorstep. I shall procure his vile head for your Majesty. Seeing Luo Zhengfeng step forward, Yin Nandu's anger diminished slightly. Good. With General Luo Zhengfeng, we shall surely repel the Zhao forces, reclaim lost territory, trample Zhao, and sever the Zhao Emperor's head. Yin Nandu's fervor ignited, and he proclaimed, from this day forth, I appoint General Luo as the Grand Commander against Zhao, leading the Yin Imperial Army of 300,000 cavalry and 700,000 infantry, a mighty force of 1 million, to decisively crush the Zhao army and lay waste to their capital. All provisions and supplies shall be drawn from the state treasury. Tianchong. Yin Nandu suddenly turned his gaze to the Minister of Revenue, Tianchong. Tianchong trembled and hurriedly stepped forward. Your Majesty, all provisions and supplies for the campaign against Zhao shall be entrusted to you. Over the years, our great Yin Empire has flourished, accumulating wealth and resources, including military equipment. This campaign will be arduous. We must ensure ample provisions and military funds, and all equipment should be modernized. Do not skimp, for our empire cannot afford to be frugal now. I intend to strike with a heavy hand, delivering a fatal blow to Zhao. At this juncture, Yin Nandu turned to Luo Zhengfeng. General Luo, do you understand my words? I comprehend. Luo Zhengfeng's forehead dripped with cold sweat. Damn it. With the treasury depleted, how can we afford to be frugal? Even if one wished to save, there is no room for austerity. Luo Zhengfeng nearly cursed aloud. Your Majesty. Li Rue stepped forth from the crowd. What? Does the Chancellor have something to add? Are you perhaps feeling magnanimous enough to donate provisions and funds for the campaign against Zhao? Yin Nandu glanced at Li Rue. Upon hearing this, Li Rue's heart leaped with joy. That was precisely his intention. With the treasury empty, how could one procure money and provisions and military supplies? If he were to go now, it would likely expose the emptiness of the treasury. Once revealed, his position as Chancellor would come to an end. Thus, while appearing silent, he was racking his brain to find a way to resolve the situation without exposing the truth. Ultimately, he recalled his treasure vault. Although it lacked provisions and supplies, it contained wealth. He could purchase provisions and procure military equipment. He was pondering how to broach the subject when Yin Nandu inadvertently provided him with an opportunity. Your Majesty. Li Rue clasped his hands, his face filled with indignation as he proclaimed, the Zhao kingdom has betrayed its word, defied our alliance. I am deeply pained, wishing I could slay the Zhao Emperor to alleviate your Majesty's burdens. Over the years, both inside and outside the court, it has been said that I am avaricious, that I possess wealth surpassing nations. I do not wish to explain, nor do I desire to justify myself. For this campaign, I wish to contribute fully, to purchase provisions, distribute military funds, and equip our troops, alleviating your Majesty's burdens and aiding our great Yin army in vanquishing the rebels. They say I am greedy, and indeed I am. But my loyalty is as bright as the sun and moon. All the wealth I have amassed is reserved for this day. Your Majesty, please allow me to make a contribution for this expedition. As he spoke, Li Rue knelt, bowing repeatedly, as if to seek Yin Nandu's forgiveness, while simultaneously expressing his loyalty. Yin Nandu was utterly astonished. He could never have imagined that his words would ensnare the old miser Li Rue. He knew Li Rue all too well, greedy, lustful, and a notorious drinker. If it weren't for his modicum of talent, Yin Nandu would have long since sought to confiscate Li Rue's wealth. Yet unexpectedly, in this military expedition, Li Rue willingly offered up his long-cherished riches. This was truly a delightful surprise. Could this be the legendary old miser bestowing wealth? Yin Nandu's eyes widened as he surveyed the other officials. Among those present, apart from Luo Zhengfeng, Tianchong, and Meng Zhang, the others were oblivious to Li Rue's intentions. Indeed, as Yin Nandu remarked, the old miser was dispensing wealth. Li Rue smiled wryly, unable to articulate his thoughts. The old miser bestowing wealth is a most auspicious sign. It signifies that our great army shall surely achieve victory, decisively repelling the Zhao forces. Yin Nandu remained blissfully unaware that Li Rue was compelled to act. Should he discover the truth about the empty treasury, he might well die of shock. Of course, Li Rue could not foresee that his treasure vault was already bare, devoid of even a crumb, mirroring the state treasury, empty and desolate. Congratulations, Your Majesty. Congratulations, Your Majesty. The officials, clasping their hands, offered their blessings. Haha. General Luo, regarding the provisions and supplies, please coordinate with the Chancellor. Should the Chancellor lack the means, then consult Tianchong for resource approval. On this expedition, we must make a grand display to inspire our people. The commander acknowledges the order. We shall heed the command. Tianchong and Mingzhong breathed a sigh of relief. The council is adjourned. Depart. As the voice of Lord Shi reverberated, all the civil and military officials gradually exited the Golden Luan Hall. Upon returning to the residence, it was not long before Luo Zhengfeng and Tianchong, Mingzhong arrived in succession. Now the four of them were akin to a pack of wolves, bound together. Their fates intertwined. Prosperity for one meant prosperity for all, and misfortune for one meant misfortune for all. Tianchong, with a hint of concern, spoke. The situation at the front is urgent. Money is readily available. Provisions can be procured along the way. But what about the military equipment? How shall we address this? Li Rui turned his gaze towards Luo Zhengfeng and inquired, do the troops of the Yin Emperor require new equipment? Luo Zhengfeng furrowed his brow and replied, only a few need replacement. How many does this few represent? Is there a precise figure? Li Rui pressed. It should be around 200,000. Luo Zhengfeng estimated. Currently, there are still several thousand weapons in the armory. We shall take them all if necessary. Additionally, Zhengfeng, immediately instruct the Ministry of War to work overtime to forge more. If needed, we can dispatch soldiers to assist. We must not delay this expedition. Chapter 174. Li Rui was devastated. Understood. Luo Zhengfeng promptly sent someone to the Ministry of War to issue a series of forging orders. After the orders were given, Li Rui led Luo Zhengfeng and the others to the treasury. Time was of the essence, and they could not afford to be delayed. The three entered the Prime Minister's western garden without obstruction. This area was forbidden to outsiders. Without Li Rui's command, no one could enter. As they arrived at the entrance of the western garden, several black-clad guards appeared, their expressions stern and exuding an imposing aura. Upon seeing Li Rui, the guards exchanged glances with Luo Zhengfeng and the others, and then, clasping their fists, greeted him solemnly. My Lord Prime Minister, these men are my friends. They may enter. Li Rui spoke in a cool tone. Understood. At Li Rui's words, the guards swiftly vanished from sight. Li Rui proudly declared, these individuals were once the gods of the battlefield. Each one is a formidable warrior. With their protection, no one shall steal my treasures. Tianchong hurriedly flattered. The Prime Minister's residence is heavily guarded. Not even a thief could enter, let alone a mosquito. It is far more formidable than the palace guards. Certainly, these guards are the finest I selected from the army. They have fought fiercely against the nomadic tribes to the north. Though those tribes are known for their ferocity, they flee like rabbits before these men. One could not ascertain whether these men possessed such strength, but under Li Rui's words, they seemed to embody the might of conquerors. Tianchong, Mingzhong, and Luo Zhengfeng all praised Li Rui's words. The quartet arrived at the entrance of the treasury. Li Rui produced a key from his waist, and with a click, unlocked the heavy iron door. Inside, there was a mechanism leading to a secret passage. After performing a series of intricate maneuvers, the door to the passage slowly opened like a mechanical wheel. Haha. Li Rui suddenly laughed heartily. Today, I shall let you witness the extent of my wealth. Humph. The outside world claims that I am as rich as a nation. You have only seen the riches of the national treasury, yet you are unaware of my true wealth. With a rumble, the treasury door began to open ominously. The space within was vast, but it lacked the brilliance Li Rui had envisioned, nor did it reflect the wealth of a nation. Instead, it was utterly empty. Not a single treasure could be found. Li Rui's voice abruptly ceased. Prime Minister, could there be other hidden doors within? Or perhaps, other secret passages? Tianchong asked in astonishment. Li Rui stood there dumbfounded, his expression frozen. His treasury was also empty. All the gold and treasures had vanished into thin air. How could this be? How could this be? Li Rui muttered, disbelief etched across his face. How could this be? His mouth repeated the words incessantly. My gold, my jewels, my ornaments, my wealth, my. Li Rui, as if mad, rushed into the treasury, ignoring Tianchong's words, as if he had not heard them at all. Upon witnessing this scene, Tianchong, Mingzhong, and Luo Zhengfeng understood what had transpired. The treasures here were likely as void as those in the national treasury. There were no other secret passages. This was clearly the chamber for storing treasures. Then, where had the treasures gone? Had they also vanished into thin air? With a thud, Li Rui, in confusion and shock, collapsed to the ground, his lips still repeating the words, how could this be? Where is my wealth that rivals a nation? Was it all merely a fleeting dream? How could this be? Where is my wealth that rivals a nation? Where is the wealth I took pride in? Where is my embezzled fortune? Where is my money? My money? Prime Minister, Prime Minister, Prime Minister. Luo Zhengfeng and the others were alarmed, fearing for Li Rui's well-being, and hurriedly approached to help him up. Li Rui was their cornerstone. If Li Rui were to perish, they would be left without support, especially Luo Zhengfeng, who feared that without Li Rui, the army would not be able to march, and Yan'an would extinguish his light. It's over, it's over. Li Rui lay there like a lifeless dog, his breath faint. Despair etched on his face. Our last hope is gone. The treasury I took pride in has been stolen. Who could be responsible for this? Who possesses such extraordinary abilities? Who? If you have the courage, step forward and face me. Li Rui lay in Luo Zhengfeng's embrace, shouting angrily into the empty treasury. He screamed as if mad. Where are my gold coins? My glass? My amber? My jade corals? My pearls and agates? My luminous pearl? Where have they all gone? My. Suddenly, Li Rui recalled something, as if a light had flickered in his mind. He abruptly stood up from Luo Zhengfeng's embrace. He remembered his ledger, which recorded all the hidden gold. However, it was empty. The ledger was nowhere to be found. Quickly, take me to a place, deep within the Western Garden. Li Rui hoarsely shouted. He seemed to realize that the disappearance of the ledger might mean that the gold hidden deep in the flower garden had also vanished. Yet he remained skeptical. For no one could enter here. The guard station would ensure that no one could breach the security. Moreover, if someone were to steal from the back garden, the dozen or so black-clad guards would undoubtedly notice. Luo Zhengfeng and Tian Chong were puzzled, but still supported Li Rui as they exited the treasury. Huangzhao, my lord. A black-clad guard emerged from the shadows. In recent days, has anyone entered or exited here? Li Rui's eyes, sharp as an eagle's, fixed intently on Huangzhao. Huangzhao felt a chill run down his spine, sensing something amiss, yet he still replied solemnly. There have been no outsiders. Everything here is secure. Could it be that treasures in the treasury have been lost? You should take your men to check. Li Rui's expression darkened. Huangzhao's heart quivered as he called out to the Western Garden. Instantly, dozens of black-clad guards appeared by his side. Huangzhao rushed into the treasury, with the other guards following closely. When they beheld the empty treasury, their expressions changed drastically. How could this be? Where are the treasures? The treasures that could rival a nation, the gold that could fill mountains, would take a dozen carts to transport, right? Chapter 175. They all have vanished. What on earth happened here? How could everything have disappeared without a trace? Huangzhao's complexion turned pale as he hastily emerged from the treasure vault. He fell to his knees before Li Rui, fear evident in his expression, and exclaimed, My lord, what has happened to the treasures? We have not seen a single one. Why do you ask me? I am equally perplexed. You were assigned to guard it. Why are my treasures missing? Li Rui rasped, his voice hoarse with anger. Huangzhao, alarmed, protested. I assure you, my brothers have no involvement whatsoever. We know nothing. Setting aside the matter of the treasures, we could not have accessed the secret passage without you. Li Rui suspected that Huangzhao and his men were innocent, yet he could not identify the thief. And so he scolded them harshly. A bunch of useless fools. You cannot even safeguard a mere treasure vault. What purpose do you serve? Are you simply here to consume food? Huangzhao seethed internally, his fury boiling within him, but he lowered his head, enduring Li Rui's tirade. The other cloaked figures felt discontent, but dared not voice their thoughts. Is this a mere treasure vault? This vault is far grander than the national treasury. Li Rui, unwilling to waste further words with Huangzhao, proceeded deeper into the western courtyard at Luo Zhengfeng's beckoning. The western courtyard, adorned with pavilions and towers, was a serene haven filled with the melodies of birds and fragrant blossoms. Upon seeing the pavilions and towers unscathed, along with the supporting wooden pillars, Li Rui could not help but burst into laughter. Huangzhao, my lord, you have done exceptionally well, he praised, laughing heartily. Huangzhao was bewildered, unable to discern whether Li Rui's praise was genuine or a veiled mockery. He could only manage a bitter smile and nod. Luo Zhengfeng and Tian Chong were equally astonished, not understanding the reason behind Li Rui's laughter or his commendation of Huangzhao and his men. Humph, no matter your prowess. As long as you have not destroyed my pavilions and towers, you cannot seize my wealth. Li Rui snorted contemptuously, for he believed that the very presence of Huangzhao and others deterred enemies from touching his structures, thus preserving the gold hidden within. He had expended considerable effort to conceal the gold within these wooden pillars, and had even eliminated all involved afterward to safeguard his secret. The intact wooden pillars were ample evidence that the gold remained. However, he could not fathom that the treasures within the secret passage had been entirely stolen, while the passage itself remained unharmed. Why could the gold within these pillars not be stealthily taken as well? Huangzhao, At your service. Lead your men and dismantle all the wooden pillars supporting the pavilions and towers. Li Rue narrowed his eyes, his voice laced with menace. Why? If these pillars are removed, the pavilions and towers will collapse. Huang Zhao gasped, utterly taken aback. Tianchong and the others were equally perplexed, yet they remained silent, staring in shock. Do as you are told, and cease your foolish chatter. Li Rue roared, his expression darkening. Huang Zhao faltered, then led a dozen subordinates to swing their swords at the wooden pillars. With a resounding crack, a massive hole was cleaved into the pillar, revealing an abyss of darkness within. Li Rue's countenance changed drastically upon seeing this. The pillars were supposed to be filled with baskets of gold, all of which he had personally overseen being deposited. But now, the pillar was empty. A tremor coursed through him as disbelief filled his eyes. This was his final hope. He had stored an astounding 20 billion gold coins here, far exceeding the treasures in the vault. But now, it was all gone. Quick, take me there. I must see it. I must see it. Li Rue steadied himself, striving to suppress his impending breakdown. My lord, the pillars are destroyed. The pavilions are in grave danger. Luo Zhengfeng urged urgently. Enough with your nonsense. Take me there at once. Li Rue snarled, his face contorted with rage. Luo Zhengfeng, though troubled by Li Rue's fury, had no choice but to guide him toward the supporting wooden pillars of the pavilion. There were 6 pillars in total, with 1 cut down. The remaining 5 should not collapse so easily. What lies within? What lies within? Li Rue demanded as he walked. Huang Zhao, still in shock, replied. It is pitch black inside. There is nothing. Nothing? How is that possible? I stored gold within. Li Rue exclaimed incredulously. Good heavens. The supporting pillars also concealed gold. The others were taken aback by Li Rue's words. How much gold had been embezzled? Not only from the treasure vault but even from the pillars? It was utterly unfathomable. Peering into the dark hole, Li Rue found it completely empty, devoid of even a shadow. How could this happen? How could this happen? He stumbled, nearly collapsing. Huang Zhao, I command you. Immediately destroy all the circular wooden pillars supporting the pavilions and towers. Li Rue's voice was a low growl, suppressing his fury. His face was dark and grim, as if it could wring water from the air. The pressure on him was immense. These gold coins were his last hope. If they vanished entirely, how would he manage supplies and provisions? How could he face the needs of his troops? This represented a significant expenditure. If he could not provide for them in the near future, it would surely impact the army's deployment, and he could very well be questioned by Yanyun. Should he fail to offer a reasonable explanation, his life would be in peril. He began contemplating his escape route, considering whether to send his family away first to avoid collective punishment, ensuring his lineage would not be extinguished. This was no trivial matter. Half a stick of incense later, all the supporting pillars of the pavilions and towers had been felled. Without a doubt, every pillar was empty. The gold hidden within had all taken flight. Li Rue was utterly shattered. Everyone present stood in stunned silence, as this had toppled his last lifeline. He collapsed to the ground, his eyes vacant. His white hair noticeably increased, and his appearance aged by several years. Chapter 176. The ATM, the Huang family, and the Wang family. How is it possible? How could the gold be entirely gone? What kind of sorcery is at play, allowing the gold I stored to vanish without a trace while the pillars remain unscathed? Li Rue murmured to himself, unable to bear the devastating blow, succumbing to despair and collapsing. My lord, my lord. Tianchong and the others were alarmed, resorting to pinching his skin and pressing on his chest. Li Rue awoke, yet his eyes remained vacant, devoid of focus. The 3 hurriedly carried him back to his quarters. Li Rue lay in a daze on the bed, lost, and muttering the same 4 words. How is this possible? How is this possible? Li Rue's family was left dumbfounded by the scene before them. They had no idea what had befallen him. As for the western courtyard of the Prime Minister's residence, they were forbidden from entering. This was a decree from Li Rue himself, a strict command that even his sons were not exempt from. Once Li Rue fell unconscious, Huang Zhao and the fierce guards realized the Prime Minister's fortunes had plummeted and fled in haste. Indeed, if they did not escape now, once Li Rue regained consciousness, he would undoubtedly hold them accountable, for they were the guardians of the western courtyard. With all treasures now vanished, what were they guarding? Loneliness. After Li Rue fell into a stupor, Tianchong and Meng Zhang turned their gazes towards Luo Zhengfeng. As the general of the cavalry and Li Rue's trusted aide, he was now faced with a dire situation. The border was in turmoil. The army was in urgent need of deployment to vanquish the enemy and reclaim lost territory. However, without the necessary military funds, resources, and armaments, how can the army embark on a campaign? A force of 900,000 soldiers requires a substantial expenditure of resources, and this is no trivial matter. Luo Zhengfeng's countenance darkened as he instructed Meng Zhang to stay behind and care for Li Rui, while he took Tianchong to once again pay a visit to the Huang and Wang families. Indeed, these two prominent families were now his only hope. They had become, in essence, Luo Zhengfeng's financial lifeline. Luo Zhengfeng first called upon the head of the Huang family. The patriarch was practicing calligraphy when he learned that the general and the minister of the Ministry of Revenue had arrived, prompting him to hastily set down his brush and step outside to greet them. "Ah, the great general and the esteemed minister have come. Please, take a seat," he exclaimed, hastily arranging for tea and refreshments. Huang Quan, the head of the Huang family, was keen to provide attentive hospitality, fearful of any oversight. Although the Huang family was affluent, they were merchants without political ties, so Huang Quan treated officials with utmost respect, mindful of future alliances. Soon, two young maids began to prepare tea. Luo Zhifeng and Tianchong wore solemn expressions, disinterested in the beverage. Noticing their demeanor, Huang Quan steadied himself and inquired, "General Luo, Minister Tian, is there a particular matter that brings you here today?" Huang Quan quickly surmised that their visit was of great significance, likely pertaining to financial matters. However, he thought that since Tianchong was the minister of the treasury, it was unlikely that they were simply seeking money. Yet the gravity of their expressions suggested otherwise. "To speak candidly, Brother Huang, we have come today in pursuit of funds." Luo Zhengfeng lowered his tone. "Oh, so it is a matter of finances. Come, let us have tea first. Matters concerning money can easily be resolved." Huang Quan responded nonchalantly, thinking that any issues solvable with money could hardly be deemed serious. However, the sum this time is rather substantial. Luo Zhengfeng stated earnestly. "How substantial?" Huang Quan probed. "At least 1.5 billion. Huang Quan, though mentally prepared, could not help but draw a sharp breath at such a staggering figure. "Is it truly that much?" Luo Zhengfeng nodded in affirmation. Huang Quan turned his gaze to Tianchong, his brow furrowing. "You must be aware of the recent fall of Shanjian City?" Luo Zhengfeng continued. Huang Quan nodded in acknowledgement. "His Majesty has commanded me to lead a 1,000,000-strong army to confront the forces of Zhao, reclaim Shanjian City, capture Yanjiao Pass, and strike decisively at Zhao's imperial city. I understand now why you require such a sum. You intend to procure provisions, equipment for battle, and distribute the excess gold as military pay to the soldiers, correct?" Huang Quan inquired. "Precisely. Then, should this not be funded by the treasury? The great Yan Empire has enjoyed years of bountiful harvests and prosperity. Surely the treasury should not be lacking such funds?" Huang Quan argued, believing it unnecessary for him to shoulder the burden alone. "In times of national crisis, it is the treasury that should bear the costs, not I. To ask for my assistance is akin to making me a scapegoat. I can provide some funds, but not all. Offering you money under these circumstances would be akin to usurping the state's authority. As the proverb goes, the tallest tree in the forest attracts the wind. Surely you understand this, Luo Zhengfeng? Moreover, the Minister of the Treasury is present. Your request seems to place me in a precarious position." Huang Quan felt his predicament keenly. With a heavy sigh, Luo Zhengfeng lamented, "If the treasury were stocked with provisions, military pay, and equipment, we would not be in such dire straits." "What do you mean?" Huang Quan gasped in astonishment. "Are you suggesting that the treasury's current funds and supplies are insufficient to support this military campaign?" "Indeed," Tianchong interjected, sighing deeply. "The treasury is as barren as if it were licked clean by a dog. How can this be? We collect over 50 million in taxes annually. Where have those funds gone?" Huang Quan realized he had overstepped and hastily corrected himself. "In times of national peril, I, Huang Quan, cannot stand idly by. However, I can only offer 12 billion in gold at present. The remaining gold has yet to be collected. If General Luo can wait a week, I can procure an additional 3 billion. Huang Quan had laid bare his resources, revealing that 12 billion was a considerable amount within the great Yan Empire, marking him as a super-rich individual. Yet, he knew this sum would only sustain the campaign for 100 days. After that, funds would need to be raised anew. Unless Luo Zhengfeng could decisively conquer Yanjiao, pillaging along the way, he would be unable to sustain the army beyond that. All right, 12 billion it is. I shall find ways to secure the rest. Luo Zhengfeng exhaled a sigh of relief. 12 billion was indeed sufficient for the army's expedition. However, given his commitment to the nation, he was determined to acquire even more. Due to time constraints, the two did not linger. Instructing Huang Quan to deliver all the gold to the general's estate, while cautioning him not to disclose the treasury's emptiness, lest it implicate all involved. This implied that the emperor was still unaware of the treasury's dire state. Huang Quan was left bewildered. Where have all the years of taxes and collected provisions disappeared to? That is a significant sum. He pondered if the emperor might be preparing for some grand project, such as refurbishing the palace. However, the fact that the emperor was oblivious raised suspicions. Huang Quan shook his head, deciding not to dwell on it further. After departing the Huang family, they proceeded to the Wang family. As one of the 4 leading merchant families, the Wang family had seen a meteoric rise in wealth over recent years, especially after aligning themselves with Luo Zhengfeng, becoming the second family after the Lu family. The head of the Wang family was reclining comfortably in a rocking chair, enjoying the gentle ministrations of a concubine. Upon hearing of Luo Zhengfeng's arrival, he quickly rose to greet him. Luo Zhengfeng wasted no time, requesting 5 billion in gold, which nearly caused the head of the Wang family, Wang He, to faint. Though wealthy, they had never encountered a request for such a sum. Only Luo Zhengfeng would dare to make such a bold demand. General Luo, what has transpired? Wang He asked, connecting the dots to the army's mobilization and the recent news of Shanjian City's fall. Luo Zhengfeng laid bare the situation. The treasury was depleted, and the army required funds for provisions, equipment, and military pay. Wang He was taken aback, grappling with disbelief, yet ultimately, due to his ties to Luo Zhengfeng, he reluctantly produced 3 billion in gold. With the funds secured, Luo Zhengfeng hastened back to the prime minister's residence. Li Rui lay in bed, appearing dazed. With vacant eyes and a pallid complexion, his once vibrant hair now dull and lifeless, his face etched with deep lines. Prime Minister, Luo Zhengfeng and Tian Chong entered Li Rui's quarters. Seeing Luo Zhengfeng, Li Rui seemed to struggle to articulate something, but his words faltered. Prime Minister, the financial issues have been resolved. The Huang family has provided 12 billion, while the Wang family has contributed 3 billion. Additionally, there will be another 4 to 5 billion in supplementary funds for the army, Luo Zhengfeng reported. At this news, a grim smile broke across Li Rui's face. Though it appeared strained, yet he seemed to exhale a breath of relief. He lived more than half of his life, indulging in greed for just as long, believing that his fortune could rival nations. Yet, unexpectedly, as he sought to enjoy his wealth, it vanished without a trace, leaving him in profound anguish. His heart felt as though it were undergoing relentless torment, and in his suffering, he wished for death. Lying in bed, his consciousness was clouded, even leading him to hallucinate. Momentarily convinced that he was not the prime minister of Yin, but merely an ordinary commoner. Reflecting on his life, he could never have imagined that the riches he had so laboriously amassed would ultimately serve as mere garments for the Yin cloud. If he had known that his wealth had all vanished into the storage of Yin cloud, it is likely he would have been struck dead on the spot from rage. With ample funds at his disposal, Luo Zhengfeng, aided by the Huang and Wang families, embarked on a large-scale acquisition of iron mines and provisions. He tirelessly forged weapons day and night, dispatching troops ahead to transport supplies to the front lines, determined not to waste a moment. He commanded his subordinate generals to lead the infantry towards Liari City, while he himself would follow with 300,000 cavalry once the weaponry was fully completed. With sufficient resources, a hint of confidence emerged on Luo Zhengfeng's countenance. In the Yanjiao Mountains, although it lay on the borders of the two nations, the distance to the Yanjiao Pass spanned over 1,000 kilometers. Yanjiao was adjacent to Shanjian City, beyond which lay Liari City, and further still, the Yan Imperial City. These locations formed a linear route extending from west to east. The Yan Imperial City, Qingshui City, Gangjin City, Barbarian Pass, and the wilderness represented a path from northeast to southwest. The Yan Imperial City, Heba City, Dadi City, Huangmu City, and Huxiao Pass formed a route extending from northwest to southeast. Jianghaking and Leihua City occupied the northwest and northeast corners of the Yan Imperial City, respectively. Of course, other unmentioned cities are not to be considered for now. At this moment, Yin Cloud's troop was not far from Gangjin City. If all went as planned, they would reach Gangjin City by noon today. Fortunately, no unforeseen events occurred. At midday, the Grand Army smoothly entered Gangjin City. This city was the final outpost before reaching the wilderness. After crossing Gangjin City and the Barbarian Pass, they would arrive in the wildlands. Upon entering Gangjin City, Yin Cloud felt increasingly at ease. Under the leadership of Pei Jiao, they arrived at his station base in Gangjin City. Indeed, they planned to stay here for the night. As for reporting to the city lord's office, that seemed unnecessary. In this remote region, if the city lord dared to create trouble, Yin Cloud would not hesitate to eliminate him. These city lords were merely subjects of Yannan, of no concern to him. A group of exiles, led by Pei Jiao, proceeded towards his base. Pei Jiao's mercenary team frequently traversed between Gangjin City and Yanjiao Town, establishing bases in both locations. Many mercenary teams boasted their own bases, which was not uncommon. This base was a civilian inn, owned behind the scenes by Pei Jiao, with all team members serving as shareholders. This arrangement allowed for both profit and rest. Throughout the journey, only 15 members remained of Pei Jiao's team. The rest had perished in battle. These remaining individuals formed the core of his strength, seasoned warriors who had accompanied him for years. The streets of Gangjin City were vibrant with activity. The passing teams, upon seeing Yin Cloud and his companions enter the city, would hardly suspect them to be a group of exiles, dressed in resplendent attire and mounted on war horses. They appeared more like travelers seeking leisure in Gangjin City. As the merchants accompanying the main force gradually departed, the group did not head to the city lord's office, but rather directly to Pei Jiao's inn. It was customary for exiled teams to report to the city lord upon reaching each city. However, did they truly look like a band of exiles? Now, having reached the borderlands, Yin Cloud could easily disregard formalities. The streets ahead were crowded with onlookers. As they focused their attention, they noticed dozens of iron cavalry surrounding a prison cart that approached them. Inside the cart, a disheveled and disheartened man was tightly bound by iron chains. His dull eyes reflected a lack of spirit. Zheng Ba, not wishing to provoke the iron cavalry, instructed his companions to make way. The man hung his head, his unkempt hair obscuring his face. The crowd, unaware of his identity, chose not to engage. Those confined in such carts were typically serious criminals or individuals guilty of heinous acts. Alas, the world is indeed unjust. Indeed, the world is unfair. His death sentence has already been pronounced. No one can save him. It is a pity that Xiong Hupiao was a valiant man, suffering this fate merely to rescue a neighbor's daughter. It was said, yesterday he faced 1,000 soldiers from the city lord's manor, single-handedly defeating 500 of them. Indeed, I was present at the scene and witnessed the battle firsthand. You cannot imagine, after the skirmish, the ground was littered with bodies, and rivers of blood flowed. Had he not been exhausted, it is likely that Xiong Hupiao could have slain thousands alone. Xiong Hupiao, a true hero. Yet, alas, after tomorrow, he shall no longer walk the earth. He has undoubtedly offended the city lord deeply. The streets were filled with citizens, their faces reflecting sorrow upon seeing the imprisoned figure. They seemed to feel a sense of injustice for his plight. Xiong Hupiao? Who is this person? Is he truly as extraordinary as they say? To hold his ground against 1,000 attackers and defeat half of them. Hearing the citizens' words, Yin Cloud expressed his astonishment. Xiong Hupiao, true to his name, with the strength of a bear and the might of a tiger, he is a formidable figure in Gangjin City. Pei Jiao could not help but sigh. Indeed, this man possesses extraordinary strength and valor. He is a true hero in Gangjin City. If my lord could recruit him, it would enhance our strength. Zheng Ba squinted, but it may not be that simple. Xiong Hupiao is proud and unyielding, much like my name suggests. He is truly rebellious. I once invited him to join my mercenary team, offering him the position of deputy captain, but he rejected it without a moment's thought. Pei Jiao frowned. Zheng Ba scoffed. Perhaps your establishment is too small to accommodate such a great man. Ah, that may indeed be true. Pei Jiao nodded. From the citizens' chatter, he learned that Xiong Hupiao had been sentenced to death and would be executed tomorrow. There was little hope for his salvation. However, should my lord intervene to save him in his hour of need, it would grant him a chance at life, and he would undoubtedly feel gratitude. Zheng Ba stated, "You are right. If my lord can save him from this peril, he may indeed pledge his loyalty." Pei Jiao remarked, "Moreover, my lord possesses an imperial aura. Winning over him should be a mere trifle. Now, how shall we go about securing his allegiance?" Zheng Ba squinted. "I have 2 proposals. First, Xiong Hupiao is to be executed tomorrow at noon. Once everyone is settled, we shall visit the city lord's office and purchase his life. Second, if the city lord remains unresponsive, we shall resort to violence to rescue him from the execution ground. Opting for the first option may minimize unnecessary casualties." "Very well. Let us first meet the city lord." Yin Cloud agreed with Zheng Ba's suggestion. Choosing to storm the execution ground could result in unforeseen sacrifices to avoid unnecessary complications. Yin Cloud decided to pursue the first option. Soon, the group entered Pei Jiao's inn, aptly named the Jia Inn. This was Pei Jiao's establishment, known for his name. And typically, no one dared to cause trouble there. Everyone knew that Pei Jiao was a reckless man, often risking his life in the treacherous paths between Yanzhou Town and Gangjin City. Moreover, there exists a multitude of brothers under his command. Among them, everyone would rather offend anyone than provoke Pei Jiao. The rooms at the Jiao Inn are all double accommodations. This time, Yin Shuer stepped forward immediately. "Tonight, it is the turn of my third uncle to sleep with my mother." Yin Shuer, with an unfiltered tongue, erupted with her declaration. "Huh, what did you say? Third uncle sleeps with your mother?" The second lady was overwhelmed with jealousy. Indeed. Last time, third uncle slept with eldest aunt. So this time it should be with my mother. Yin Shuer puffed out her chest, hands on her hips, speaking with righteous indignation. Black. After eldest aunt has had her turn, it should be the second lady's turn, right? How can we skip the second lady and go directly to the third? Your argument is rather unreasonable, isn't it? The second lady, undeterred, argued her case. Well, Yin Shuer burst into tears. I won't talk to the second lady anymore. The second lady bullies me. Last time, it was clearly with Sister Qinger. This time, it should be my turn with Mother. This dramatic scene left the second lady speechless. It truly echoed the saying, 1 cries, 2 make a fuss, and 3 hang themselves. At such a young age, displaying such cunning, what will become of her when she grows up? The other ladies looked on, envious of the third lady. Pei Jiaoyou, Zhengba, and Pang Julong were equally envious. It seemed that these beautiful young ladies would eventually become the main dish of their lord. Enough, enough. The second lady will no longer dispute. The second lady concedes. The second lady surrendered outright. Wow, second lady, you are so wonderful. I knew you treated me and Sister Qinger the best. Yin Shuer exclaimed in joy. My goodness. The second lady rolled her eyes dramatically. This change of heart is rather swift, isn't it? Just a moment ago, she was crying her heart out, and now she is all smiles, full of joy. Yanyun also found it absurd. This little girl should have been an actress. Her expressions were simply too rich. So, Shuer, can the second lady discuss something with you? The second lady bent slightly, smiling sweetly. What does the second lady want to say? However, it was agreed that tonight I would sleep in the same room as my mother and third uncle. Yin Shuer, wary of the second lady's potential interference, hurriedly interrupted her unreasonable request. Black, you child, how could the second lady do such a thing? What I mean is, do you still want to sleep with third uncle next time? The second lady began to scheme. Chapter 179, The City Lord Comes Knocking. Of course. Yin Shuer replied with an air of maturity. Well then, how about this? Next time you accompany the second lady to sleep with third uncle? The second lady asked with hopeful eyes. The other ladies looked on with disdain, yet there was an underlying sense of anticipation. Yanyun had brought them so many surprises, warmth, and happiness along this journey. It was a feeling they had never experienced before. It was a visceral yearning that had been suppressed deep within. One could see that the eldest lady had shamelessly shared a bed with her own younger brother for 2 nights in a row. Although it was unclear if anything had transpired, one could deduce from the satisfied expression of the eldest lady in the morning that those 2 nights were certainly not simple. It was not merely a matter of sleeping. They were not fools. It was merely the decorum of women that prevented them from openly admitting it. Now that the second lady had taken the initiative, perhaps they should also devise some strategies to be more proactive? It seemed that only a thick skin could be the key to unlocking the doors of happiness. Is that permissible? Of course it is. The second lady shamelessly replied. Qinger, 7th Lady Duan Ruinxia, quick-witted, approached Yin Qinger like a wolf ready to pounce. She sought to use Yin Qinger to draw closer to her uncle. The other day, lying in her uncle's embrace had given her a profound sense of security. This feeling was something she had only experienced in the academy. Since marrying into the Yin family, although it seemed somewhat glamorous, the sense of security was lacking. It was nothing compared to the warmth and comfort she felt lying in Yin Yun's arms. The distinction between the two was clear to Duan Ruinxia. Yin Qinger was startled by her exaggerated expressions and actions. The eldest lady seemed to have noticed the intentions of the 7th lady and coughed lightly, saying, 7th sister, exercise some restraint. Duan Ruinxia suddenly came to her senses, her cheeks flushed. 6th Lady Lung Shiji wore a charming smile, while the 5th Lady Lu Yuner appeared somewhat expectant. All right, tonight, let the 3rd sister and Shuer accompany the little uncle to sleep, lest you gossip behind their backs. The eldest lady feigned generosity and propriety. Wow, thank you, eldest lady. I knew you treated me the best. Yin Shuer cheered with delight. So, Yin Yun swallowed and stepped forward, saying, it seems you have not sought my opinion yet? The eldest lady rolled her eyes. What? Do you have other thoughts? For instance, a dragon playing with 2 phoenixes? Holy moly. The eldest lady is truly perceptive. Isn't a dragon playing with 2 phoenixes rather enticing? Before my crossing, I would typically indulge in 2 women at the club. One would massage my shoulders while the other would provide more stimulating entertainment. Cough, cough. Yin Yun was caught off guard by the eldest lady's remark, leaving him feeling somewhat guilty. So, this place is not suitable for us to linger. We will wait for you downstairs. Zhengba could no longer tolerate it. This was pure torture. With all these beautiful young ladies around, if he stayed any longer, he would surely self-ignite with desire. Pei Jiaoyou and Pang Julong also wiped their cold sweat as they headed downstairs. So, I will also go down to catch my breath. As for the room arrangements, I will defer to the decisions of you ladies. Yanyun hastily made his exit downstairs. The various ladies would eventually belong to him. It was not yet time to indulge in carnal desires. Expanding his power was the true path. Xiong Hubation possessed innate strength. If he could recruit such a person, it would be most beneficial. As night fell, he needed to accompany Zheng Ba to the city lord's mansion, hoping to buy Xiong Hubation with money. If money could solve the issue, then there would be no need to raid the execution ground tomorrow, thus avoiding unnecessary troubles. Upon arriving downstairs, he spotted Zheng Ba conversing with several waiters. Seeing Yanyun come down, Zheng Ba furrowed his brow. My lord, the matter of Xiong Hubation is somewhat troublesome. It seems money may not resolve the issue. How troublesome is it? Yanyun inquired. Xiong Hubation killed the city lord Su Qinggao's only son, Su Song, and Su Qinggao is fiercely protective of his son. The first plan may be quite challenging. Zheng Ba frowned. No wonder Su Qinggao personally led over 1,000 guards to besiege Xiong Hubation. It seems he has been blinded by rage. It appears the first plan is no longer feasible. In that case, we shall have to raid the execution ground tomorrow. Yanyun narrowed his eyes. Good. However, we need to strategize in advance for the raid tomorrow to avoid unnecessary complications. Zheng Ba added. I am very familiar with the terrain of Gangjin City. I will handle the planning. Pei Jiaoyou declared. Humph. In my opinion, the guards of Gangjin City are already few in number. At most, there are only 500 or 600. We should simply storm the city lord's mansion and rescue Xiong Hubation. If Su Qinggao dares to resist, we shall eliminate him as well. Pang Julong shouted from the side. Upon hearing this, Pei Jiaoyou's eyes brightened. The suggestion from Giant Dragon seems quite promising. However, we cannot recklessly storm in. Zheng Ba frowned. All the young ladies are within the city. If we truly storm the city lord's mansion, it must be based on ensuring the safety of the young ladies. My suggestion is, the young ladies have not rested well these past few days. Let us take a night to rest, and by dawn, we will move all the young ladies outside the city before we storm in. This way, we can significantly reduce unnecessary troubles and avoid any harm to the young ladies. Yanyun nodded. Zheng Ba makes a valid point. Then let us have a good rest tonight. Tomorrow, we shall await several ladies to exit the city before executing our plan. Very well. It has been decided. Zheng Ba and his companions nodded in agreement. Suddenly, a loud crash resonated from the courtyard, drawing the attention of all present. They furrowed their brows and instinctively turned their gazes toward the courtyard, where they beheld a throng of armored soldiers storming into the premises of the Jekko Inn. At the forefront, a commanding figure on horseback brandished a long spear, exuding an air of authority. Zheng Ba's eyes narrowed instinctively, recognizing the soldiers as the city lord's guards. Pei Jekko's eyes also narrowed, realizing that trouble had found them even without seeking it. A cold smirk tugged at the corners of Zheng Ba's mouth. As hundreds of soldiers filled the courtyard, they parted to create a 3-meter-wide path. A frail man of approximately 50 years, accompanied by a robust man in his 30s, rode in on magnificent steeds along the path. Chapter 180, Mobilizing Thousands of Troops for Support. Upon seeing these two figures, Zheng Ba, Pei Jekko, and Yanyun's expressions grew graver. One of them was a familiar face who had accompanied their main force from Yanzhou town to Gangjin City. This was the self-proclaimed millionaire who had sought a skewer of roasted meat from Yanyun. Who would have thought he could establish contact with Su Qinggao? Pei Jekko scoffed. The frail man was none other than the city lord of Gangjin City, Su Qinggao. The robust youth, the self-styled millionaire, Song Long. Su Qinggao was unaware that the exiled group had entered the city, for they appeared far too resplendent to be exiles. No one dared to regard them as such, assuming they were merely tourists enjoying a respite. Song Long, being Su Qinggao's nephew, had entered the city, made his deliveries, and promptly arrived at the city lord's mansion to pay his respects. Su Qinggao, still grieving the loss of his son, was filled with rage upon hearing from his nephew that the exiled group had arrived in the city and had chosen to stay at the Jekko Inn, neglecting to report to the city lord's mansion first. His fury boiled over, and seizing the opportunity to vent his anger, he rallied all his guards to confront them. Moreover, he was aware that among the exiled group were several beautiful ladies from noble families. To cast such exquisite beauties into the wilderness was an act of sheer folly. He could not bear to watch these ladies fall into despair. Thus, he resolved to eliminate the officer Zheng Ba to rescue them from their dire predicament. Furthermore, his nephew had provided him with invaluable information. The third son of the Yin family in the exiled group was no fool. If this information were reported to the court, it would surely earn him a reward. Perhaps he could even elevate his position within the court. With a position secured, he could also elevate his nephew. This was a dual opportunity, capturing several ladies while simultaneously suppressing Yanyun to claim a reward. As for whether the ladies had truly reached the wilderness, that was of little consequence. The key was that Gangjin City was a border town. All exiles sent to the wilderness were required to pass through his jurisdiction to report to the court. By submitting a falsified report, he could deceive the court while enjoying the company of the beautiful ladies. Though Su Qinggao was deeply affected by the loss of his son and vengeful, he harbored another vice, an obsession with married women, particularly those of striking beauty. Compared to his paternal grief, he prioritized his desires. With such intentions, the soldiers, mounted on their steeds, approached, and with formidable figures like Pei Jieko and Zheng Ba in their midst, it would not be an easy task for his uncle to subdue them. Before departing, Song Long cautioned. Su Qinggao retorted with disdain. Do you think Pei Jieko and Zheng Ba can compare to the likes of Xiong Hubao? I have bested Xiong Hubao, surely. I can handle Zheng Ba and Pei Jieko. However, the third son of the Yin family, Yanyun, is also quite formidable. Song Long interjected. How formidable can he be? Just a foolish scion of a noble family. Although he may no longer be a fool, he remains but a sheep clad in wolf's clothing, relying on the might of others. Su Qinggao dismissed. In his eyes, none were more powerful than Xiong Hubao. Having defeated him, he believed he could easily subdue all within the exiled group. Uncle, the exiled group is numerous, and Pei Jieko's subordinates are valiant warriors. I suggest we exercise caution. Song Long, having witnessed the prowess of Pei Jieko's team, sought to protect his uncle while also hoping to capture a few ladies for himself. Even if they were merely maidservants, are they truly as formidable as you claim? Su Qinggao's skepticism prompted him to take up pen and paper, swiftly composing a letter before summoning a guard. Deliver this missive to General Zhao Kuo at the Wilderness Pass. Inform him that I require 1,000 soldiers to suppress the miscreants within the city. Urge him to dispatch them post-haste. The Wilderness Pass served as the final checkpoint for the Great Yin Empire, safeguarding the passage through the wilderness with a garrison of 50,000 troops. Led by General Zhao Kuo, who held a significant rank in the court, Su Qinggao enjoyed a cordial relationship with Zhao Kuo, often sharing drinks and conversation in the taverns of Gangjin City. Thus, it was unlikely Zhao Kuo would refuse a request from him. After the guard departed, Su Qinggao led the remaining 500 guards in a fervent charge into the Jiekoen. Pei Jieko, I have received reports that Yuan harbors exiled officials. According to the edicts of the court, all exiles must report to the city lord's mansion upon arriving in any city. Do you comprehend the gravity of harboring exiles? This is an act of treason. If you confess and surrender the exiles, I shall let this matter rest. Should you refuse to cooperate, and I discover the exiles, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. Su Qinggao, mounted on his horse, bellowed loudly. Pei Jieko emerged from the hall. City Lord Su, I hold you in respect as the city lord. I advise you to withdraw your troops and surrender your grandson for my disposal, and we shall end this matter here. Otherwise, do you truly believe your ragtag band can contend with me? Pei Jieko was no pushover. A contemptuous smile graced his lips. A veteran of countless battles, he was no stranger to danger, having faced bands of thousands without fear. Did he fear these mere guards? So, you intend to resist? Su Qinggao's eyes narrowed, a glint of murderous intent flashing forth. Zheng Ba. Su Qinggao's gaze shifted to Zheng Ba within. You are a court official and the captain of the exiled group. Do you plan to defy the court and commit treason? Haha. Zheng Ba laughed heartily. Do you truly believe I am still serving the court? You, audacious rebel. How dare you defy the edicts of the court? You are courting death. Su Qinggao roared. Chapter 181. An additional 5,000 troops arrive. Old scoundrel. You just lost your son yesterday, and today you come to court death again. You and your son truly are a peculiar pair, seeking death as a team. Do you wish to be buried alongside your useless son? Pang Julong emerged from within, wielding a golden-headed spear, striding forth with confidence. You have gone too far. Today, I vow to slay you. Upon hearing Pang Julong's insults toward him and his son, Su Qinggao was consumed by fury. Do you think your motley crew can kill me? If I desire your head, it would be as effortless as plucking a flower. With a resounding clang, the long spear in Pang Julong's grasp crashed heavily against the ground, shattering the marble tiles beneath and causing them to sink. Seeking death, charge forth, eliminate these scoundrels. Kill. With Su Qinggao's command, hundreds of guards surged forward like a swarm of locusts. Zheng Ba tightened his grip on the 8-foot spear, letting out a fierce roar as he led the charge, piercing a soldier's chest before swiftly withdrawing and delivering a powerful blow to another soldier's head. Pang Julong's fierce eyes widened, matching the intensity of his roar as he plunged into battle, his spear piercing a soldier's neck before retracting to stab into another's chest. Pei Jieo was no less active. wielding his tusked blade with ferocity. After decapitating one soldier, he swung through the air, cleaving down upon another soldier's shoulder. In their initial clash, the trio dispatched 6 soldiers. Su Qinggao was evidently taken aback by their fierce combat prowess. While he was aware of Pei Jiao and Zhang Ba's formidable strength, the sheer might of Pang Julong was unexpected and beyond his anticipation. Upstairs, Qin Daod, alerted by the sounds of battle below, charged down with the iron bestowed upon him by Yanyun, radiating a fierce aura. The greatest beneficiaries of this journey were undoubtedly Qin Daod and Qin Bedu. Yanyun had imparted the art of war to the 2 brothers, enlightening them immensely. Both brothers were diligent, especially Qin Daod, who spent the journey either practicing spear techniques or studying military strategy. His understanding of military governance and battlefield terrain was significantly enhanced, especially with Yanyun occasionally elucidating concepts. The brothers possessed exceptional comprehension abilities, integrating their knowledge seamlessly, which left Yanyun in awe. He had never imagined that after the demise of his father and brothers, so many talented individuals would be left to him. Originally, Qin Daod and Guo Xiaoqi, along with Wei Kuangbiao, were meant to follow their elder brother and second brother into battle. Who could have predicted their untimely deaths at the border? Coincidentally, Yanyun had traversed into this world, transforming from a fool into a rational being, thus becoming the inheritor of the Yin family legacy. Coupled with his knowledge from his previous life, he shaped the likes of Zhang Ba, Pei Jiao, Pang Julong, Qin Daod, along with the Skeleton King, Lu Changyuan, Qin Wei, Lu Ba, and Zhou Shan, thus establishing a substantial cadre of generals under his command. Qin Daod's combat prowess was on par with Pei Jiao and Zhang Ba. He charged into the fray like a fierce tiger descending from the mountains, piercing a soldier's skull with his spear, and with another roar, sweeping through dozens of soldiers with a single strike, before plunging forward again to penetrate another soldier's neck. His iron spear whirled through the air, creating a gale of lethal intent. The 4 faced the onslaught of hundreds without a hint of fear. Yanyun observed the battle with keen eyes, remaining composed at the side. Song Long and Su Qinggao stood at the rear of the crowd. Song Long pointed towards Yanyun, declaring, "Uncle, that man is young Master Yanyun. His strength is formidable." Su Qinggao's expression grew grave as he replied, "You speak the truth. Fortunately, I summoned over 1,000 soldiers from the barbarian frontier, or we would truly struggle against this individual. His companions are indeed impressive. Throughout this journey, we have encountered numerous battles. Without these individuals, I fear we would not have survived the treacherous Yanzhao Mountains. Damn it, they dare to stir trouble at the Jiao Inn. Are they courting death?" Pei Jiao's brothers, resting in the back courtyard, rushed forward upon hearing the commotion, brandishing their weapons with intent to join the fray. They cared little for whether the assailants were guards. If their leader was engaged in battle, it signified that those before them were foes. With the addition of these dozen brothers, Su Qinggao's expression darkened, as if he could squeeze water from it. "Uncle, who do you think possesses greater combat prowess? Zhang Ba's group or the Xiong Hubao trio?" Song Long suddenly inquired. Su Qinggao, his expression grim, retorted, "What do you mean? Are you suggesting a retreat?" That was not my intention. What I meant was, enough. Do not continue." Su Qinggao interrupted, his frustration palpable. Indeed, he had discerned that the combat capabilities of Zhang Ba's quartet were not inferior to those of Xiong Hubao. Xiong Hubao could single-handedly decimate nearly half of his forces. If the 4 joined forces, would not 2,000 soldiers be insufficient? Let us not forget that Yanyun had yet to make a move, alongside Pei Jiao's numerous brothers joining the fray. Su Qinggao's expression darkened further, his thoughts racing. As he witnessed his guards falling one by one, he felt a mix of anger and reluctance. "Nephew." Su Qinggao turned his gaze towards Song Long. "Uncle, please speak." Song Long responded hastily, sensing the gravity of the situation. If this continued, the hundreds of soldiers might perish here. "You must return to the estate immediately. Instruct the old steward to personally journey to the barbarian frontier and inform General Zhao Kuo that in addition to the 1,000 soldiers, he should lead 5,000 iron cavalry to assist in eliminating these treacherous scoundrels." Su Qinggao was resolute. "Tell him that upon success, I shall grant him 1,000,000 gold coins and bestow upon him the fire Qilin beneath me." Su Qinggao pointed at his magnificent steed. "Understood." Song Long wasted no time. Racing back to the city lord's estate, the steed beneath Su Qinggao was named Fire Qilin, a magnificent crimson horse. Zhao Kuo had long coveted this steed, but Su Qinggao had hesitated to part with it. Now, in his determination to capture Yanyun and the others, he was willing to relinquish it. He was confident that 5,000 cavalry could easily subdue a mere dozen foes. The barbarian frontier was a mere 5 kilometers from Gangjin City. Soldiers on horseback could traverse the distance in no time. Upon exiting the Jiao Inn, Song Long hastened towards the city lord's estate, relaying Su Qinggao's orders verbatim to the old steward. The steward, recognizing the seriousness of the situation, wasted no time and mounted a swift horse, racing to the barbarian frontier to deliver the message. Chapter 182. A spear pierces the lieutenant. Upon leaving the city lord's estate, Song Long encountered over 1,000 iron cavalry entering the city, led by a lieutenant. Without delay, he conveyed Su Qinggao's predicament to the lieutenant. The lieutenant, not daring to delay, led the 1,000 cavalry towards the Gao Inn. At this moment, a crowd of onlookers had gathered outside the inn, drawn by the commotion caused by the city lord's soldiers. Observing the arrival of more cavalry, the crowd was left in stunned silence. What on earth has transpired at the Gao Inn? Has someone offended the city lord's concubine? They speculated that these cavalry were likely stationed at the barbarian frontier. Good heavens! Even the barbarian frontier has dispatched troops. Is there a formidable foe at the Gao Inn? The atmosphere was thick with tension, as it was evident that something significant was unfolding. I recall that just yesterday, the city lord led 1,000 guards to capture Xionghu Bao, and now he has sent all his guards and summoned another 1,000 from the barbarian frontier. Is it true? Has a great demon arrived at the Gao Inn? Wait, is that Pei Jiao battling the guards inside? Pei Jiao is fighting the guards? How can that be possible? He is the leader of the mercenaries and the owner of the Gao Inn. How could he engage in battle with the guards? Does he wish to forfeit his life in Gangjin City? The crowd buzzed with speculation, unaware of the true reason behind the city lord's overwhelming response. I remember now. An hour ago, the magistrate from the court, Zheng Ba, along with Pei Jiao, led a group into the city and took residence at the Gao Inn. Wait, Zheng Ba? Could these individuals be exiles? No way. They are all well-dressed and appear organized, far from resembling a band of exiles. I heard from an old acquaintance in a merchant caravan that the exiles being escorted by Zheng Ba are, in fact, relatives of the National Guardian General. The National Guardian General? Goodness. Now I understand why those women are each a paragon of beauty, captivating and enchanting. What a pity. The National Guardian General is the pillar of our great Yin Empire. What a shame indeed. If he were not colluding with the enemy, would His Majesty have decreed his execution? Under the leadership of Song Long, over 1,000 iron cavalry from the barbarian pass surged through the crowd, surrounding the defiant tavern with great momentum. Upon seeing the reinforcements arrive, Su Qinggao narrowed his eyes into slits, a grin spreading across his face, his nostrils flaring with excitement. I, Vice General Li Dao, come at the command of General Zhua to obey the orders of Lord Su. Vice General Li Dao was a robust man in his 30s. These individuals are criminals condemned by the court. They were supposed to be exiled to the wilderness, yet they have violated the court's edicts by residing within the city, indulging in luxury. As the lord of this city, I must uphold justice and cannot turn a blind eye. However, yesterday's attempt to apprehend them resulted in heavy casualties, and our troops are greatly diminished. Hence, I implore General Zhao Qua to send reinforcements. But now, these ruffians are far too formidable. My 500 soldiers suffered over half casualties in an instant. At this rate, we will be unable to capture them. Therefore, I humbly request General Li to lead the cavalry and assist me in apprehending these criminals. Once successful, I shall draft a formal document to the court to commend your merits and grant you rewards. Su Qinggao clasped his fists in salute. Upon hearing of potential accolades and rewards, the long-dormant fervor within Li Dao ignited instantly. Brothers, follow me to subdue these court criminals. Once we capture them, the lord of the city will advocate for our merits to the court. Charge. After Li Dao's impassioned speech, he swung his spear fiercely, spurring his steed towards Pang Julong and the others. Pang Julong and his companions had already spotted the 1,000-strong cavalry, but paid them no mind, immersed in their life-and-death struggle, with each strike of their weapons claiming the life of a soldier. As Vice General Li Dao charged forward, Pang Julong's eyes widened, and with a roar, he thrust his golden-headed spear fiercely towards Li Dao. Li Dao was mounted on horseback, while Pang Julong and his companions were engaged in foot combat. Having not yet mounted their horses, kill. Li Dao swung his spear from a height, delivering a crushing blow towards Pang Julong. Pang Julong quickly withdrew his spear, raising it high to block the force of Li Dao's strike. With a cold smirk, he taunted, "Is that all the strength you possess? Do you aspire to be a vice general? Do you intend to merely tickle me? Die." With that, Pang Julong lunged forward, his golden-headed spear darting towards Li Dao's chest. Li Dao was taken aback, surprised by the sheer force of Pang Julong's attack. Not only was the strength formidable, but the speed of the assault was astonishing. Li Dao attempted to deflect Pang Julong's spear, but his strength fell short, and he helplessly watched as the spear's tip pierced through his armor, penetrating deep into his chest. With his chest pierced, Li Dao gasped in pain, a muffled groan escaping his lips, and before the spear could be withdrawn, his body trembled violently, falling from his horse. Pain was evident in his eyes, but more so was his unwillingness and despair. He never anticipated that he would meet such a swift end upon entering the battlefield. General Zhao shall avenge my death. Li Dao howled in agony, blood gushing forth. Unable to draw another breath, his voice abruptly silenced. His eyes widened in disbelief, unable to close them in death. Seeing this, the soldiers around him were consumed with rage. A middle-ranking general bellowed, "Brothers, avenge General Li. Eliminate these scoundrels." The Iron Cavalry was driven into a frenzy. However, their opponents were few, and in the ensuing chaos, they charged towards Zheng Ba and his companions. Witnessing Vice General Li Dao fall in a single encounter with Pang Julong, Su Qinggao's expression changed dramatically. These adversaries were not merely formidable, each one resembled a fierce beast, courageous and decisive in their slaughter. The 500 soldiers were dwindling rapidly. Yanyun stood on the steps, observing the 1,000 iron cavalry that had breached the courtyard, his expression growing grave. He had not expected Su Qinggao to muster such forces. These cavalrymen were evidently well equipped, far superior to the city guards, and it was clear they were likely regular troops stationed at the Barbarian Pass. The Barbarian Pass was not far from Gangjin City, and it seemed reasonable for Su Qinggao to mobilize the garrison. Yanyun recognized that it was time for him to act. With a wave of his hand, the Overlord's halberd materialized in his grasp. "Kill!" Yanyun roared, plunging into the fray with his halberd. The first strike smashed a soldier's skull, the second pierced another's throat. The third soldier attempted to strike him, but Yanyun deftly parried, then swiftly thrust the halberd, creating a gaping hole in the soldier's chest armor. The fourth strike utilized the ground to leap into the air, crushing another soldier's skull and breaking another's arm. Just as he was about to dispatch a middle-ranking general with his fifth strike, 3 soldiers brandishing wicked blades lunged at him, while 2 others thrust spears towards him. Yanyun sneered. The Overlord's halberd swept through the air like a whirlwind, swiftly rotating and piercing through the chest armor of the 3 soldiers wielding blades. Their armor shattered, and their insides spilled forth. As the spear tips approached, he quickly swung the halberd again, shattering the spear shafts. The halberd then struck like lightning, impaling one soldier's chest while the handle slammed into another's abdomen, killing the first instantly. The second soldier collapsed, his ribs shattered and puncturing his lungs, gasping for breath before succumbing to death. In a mere exchange, Yanyun, utilizing his innate strength, felled 9 opponents and severely wounded another. Not far away, Su Qinggao watched in astonishment. Yanyun's ferocity clearly exceeded his expectations. If the prowess of Xiong Hu and Bao was comparable to that of Zheng Ba and Pei Jiao, they were on the same level as Pang Julong. He had assumed that Xiong Hu and Pang Julong were the strongest, yet he had not anticipated that Yanyun's power was even more formidable. His lethality and ferocity surpassed that of both Xiong Hu and Pang Julong. Su Qinggao inhaled sharply, suddenly realizing, even if General Zhao Kuo's 5,000 cavalry arrived, they might struggle to subdue these individuals. Capturing them single-handedly was impossible. They would need to rely on a tactic of overwhelming numbers, gradually exhausting Yanyun and his companion's stamina to defeat them one by one. Just then, the sound of neighing horses pierced the air. Yanyun soon saw a magnificent array of steeds galloping through the crowd, entering the battlefield with exuberance. Haha! Zheng Ba and his companions beamed with joy upon seeing the charging horses. These magnificent steeds were the great Sunfire Dragon, the Yellow Spot Beauty, and the Inkjade Lion, as well as the mounts of Pei Jiao, Qin Daod, and others. These horses had been released from the stables by Qin Bidu, who, upon seeing Zheng Ba and the others besieged by cavalry, understood that their lack of steeds severely diminished their combat prowess. He hastily descended the stairs, traversed the corridor, and reached the stables, untying several horses. The steeds, exhibiting intelligence, seemed aware of their master's peril, and as soon as they were freed, they bolted towards Yanyun and the others. With their mounts now present, Zheng Ba and his companions swiftly mounted, joining the fray against the cavalry. With the aid of their steeds, their attacks grew even more ferocious. Su Qinggao was left dumbfounded. He was enamored with these magnificent steeds and immediately recognized the exceptional qualities of the Inkjade Lion, the Yellow Spot Beauty, and the Great Sunfire Dragon. These 3 horses were robust and grand, standing among the finest of their kind, rivaling even the Fire Qilin beneath him. It is worth noting that a rare steed commands an exorbitant price. Those sold to the military start at no less than 10 million. The price for selling to wealthy merchants exceeds 30 million, and even at that, they are scarcely available. Su Qinggao began to feel apprehensive, realizing the immense influence of the Duke's estate. Despite the execution, confiscation, and exile the Duke's estate had faced, Even a weakened camel is still larger than a horse. After all, he was related to the imperial family, of pure lineage, and a true native of Yan. Even in exile, his extraordinary nature would surely attract many loyalists willing to serve him. Had he not already won over Zheng Ba, the constable captain? Though Su Qingyao knew little about Zheng Ba, he knew him to be upright, discreet, and averse to flattery. That the third young master of Yin had won him over spoke volumes of his capabilities. Indeed, since Yanyun joined the fray, no soldier could approach within 3 meters of him. All who entered his sight fell as victims to his halberd. Su Qingyao was unnerved. At this rate, even 5,000 iron cavalry would be mere cannon fodder, yet he was loath to give up. Moreover, Yanyun had gathered so many valiant warriors even before reaching the desolate lands. If he were allowed to develop for a few years in the wilderness, he would surely return to reclaim what was his. Su Qingyao once again understood the gravity of the situation. Now that they had crossed the Rubicon, there was no turning back. Either they fought to the bitter end, exhausting Yanyun and his companions, or they captured them all. Otherwise, they would face utter defeat and death, for sooner or later, they would clash again. Furthermore, now that Yanyun had returned to his senses, the court was likely unaware. Once they found out, they would undoubtedly dispatch a large force to eliminate him, an undeniable fact. If he could capture Yanyun and hand him over to the court, he would surely be rewarded. With this in mind, Su Qingyao clenched his fists, awaiting Zhao Kuo's 5,000 troops. At Barren Frontier Pass, Zhao Kuo patrolled the ramparts. Sword at his waist, as usual. This was the last bastion of the great Yin Empire, the final barrier to the desolate lands. No one could enter the pass without his permission, regardless of their nation. He would not hesitate to unleash a volley of arrows upon any who dared to trespass. Zhao Kuo had once been a lieutenant under Luo Zhengfeng. After Luo Zhengfeng was promoted to general of the cavalry, he appointed Zhao Kuo as the left general of the great Yin Empire, stationed at Barren Frontier Pass. This meant that Zhao Kuo was one of Luo Zhengfeng's men, which was why the court exiled the Yin family to the desolate lands. To return from the wilderness, they would have to pass through Barren Frontier Pass. As long as Zhao Kuo guarded the pass, the Yin family would never return. Report. General Zhao, an old steward claiming to be from the city lord's manor of Gangjin City has delivered a letter stating that the situation is dire and requires General Zhao's urgent response. A messenger, holding a letter, presented it to Zhao Kuo with both hands. Zhao Kuo frowned, taking the letter. Brother Zhao, the situation in Gangjin City is critical, and we urgently need you to lead 5,000 iron cavalry to provide assistance. If successful, I will reward you with 1,000,000 gold coins and the steed fire Kirin. Signed, Su Qingyao. That was the content of the letter. How dire could it be? Didn't I send 1,000 iron cavalry to follow his orders? And now he wants me to lead 5,000 myself? Could there be a rebellion? Zhao Kuo frowned. Regardless, the promise of 1,000,000 gold coins and the divine steed fire Kirin was tempting. It was just a matter of leading 5,000 iron cavalry to make an appearance. Zhao Kuo would certainly not hesitate to seize the opportunity to pocket 1,000,000 gold coins and a divine steed. After reading the letter, Zhao Kuo casually tossed it aside and strode towards the lower part of the pass. Soon, Zhao Kuo mustered 5,000 iron cavalry, charged out of the military camp, and met Su Qinggao's old steward. Old steward, what's happening in Gangjin City? Surely the 1,000 iron cavalry I sent earlier can handle any unrest in the city? Zhao Kuo asked, puzzled. The old steward shook his head. There is no unrest in the city. No unrest? Then why do you need me to lead so many iron cavalry to rescue the situation? Could it be that City Lord Su wants to show off and specially requested my presence? Zhao Kuo frowned deeply. He was, after all, the dignified left general, a great general guarding the border. Leading 6,000 iron cavalry into the city to help someone show off would not sit well with the emperor and the general of the cavalry. And he might lose his position as left general. I don't know the specifics. All I know is, the exiled group from Yin Royal City has arrived in Gangjin City, and City Lord Su's request for General Zhao to deploy troops is also related to the exiled group. The old steward said, an exiled group from Yin Royal City? Could it be the family of the Duke? Indeed, these people should be powerless, right? Why mobilize so many iron cavalry? I'm afraid it's not as simple as General Zhao imagines. Oh, could it be that these people have 3 heads and 6 arms? 3 heads and 6 arms. That's not the case, but I heard that the exiled group has 4 or 5 battle-hardened veterans, each no less formidable than a bear or tiger. No less formidable than a bear or tiger. I heard that City Lord Su sacrificed 400 or 500 soldiers to capture a bear or tiger yesterday. Is that true? The old steward sighed. Indeed, we sacrificed several hundred men to capture a bear or tiger. These people are no less formidable than those beasts, so, to be on the safe side, the city lord specially requested that General lead 5,000 iron cavalry to provide support. All right, I know what to do. Drive on. Zhao slapped his horse's back, and the steed galloped forward, followed by the 5,000 iron cavalry, heading towards Gangjin City. Under the guidance of the old steward, the 5,000 iron cavalry entered Gangjin City without hindrance and arrived outside the Arrogant Inn. The onlookers outside the inn were shocked and surprised to see thousands more iron cavalry arriving, led by the left general guarding the border. They wondered if it was an overreaction, as the exiled group was only a few dozen people. Was it necessary to make such a fuss? At the entrance of the Arrogant Inn, Su Qinggao was overjoyed to see Zhao Kuo arriving with his troops and hurriedly greeted him with a smile. General Zhao, I knew you wouldn't abandon us, Su Qinggao said gleefully. Zhao Kuo's face did not show joy, but rather a gloomy expression. Brother Su, what's going on here? Do you need me to lead 5,000 troops to rescue you from a few exiled people? If this reaches the ears of His Majesty and the general of the cavalry, how will I explain it to them? These troops are the elite iron cavalry guarding the border, not for showing off or flexing. Upon hearing this, Su Qinggao knew that Zhao Kuo did not take Yanyun and the others seriously. Indeed, Zhao Kuo did not know the extent of Yanyun's prowess. Although he had learned something from the old steward's words, he still had to maintain his aura. After all, the people outside were gossiping. Su Qinggao's face turned stern. It seems Brother Zhao doesn't know the extent of these fellows' power. Take a look inside. My 500 soldiers have all been killed. General Li Dao was beheaded in less than a round. The previous 1,000 iron cavalry have been reduced to less than half. These fellows are far from as simple as you imagine. Are you kidding me? Li Dao is one of my valiant generals. How could he be killed in less than a round? Also, my iron cavalry are all brave and skilled in battle. Are you saying they all have 3 heads and 6 arms? Zhao Kuo did not believe him and rode his horse into the inn's courtyard. However, when he saw the scene inside the inn, with corpses piled up like mountains and blood flowing like rivers, he was greatly shocked. Most of those lying on the ground were soldiers and iron cavalry, while Yanyun and his group were still in the midst of a bloody battle. Su Qinggao narrowed his eyes. See that young man with the halberd? He is the 3rd young master of the Duke's estate, Yanyun. What did you say? He is the 3rd young master Yin? Isn't the 3rd young master Yin an idiot? Zhao Kuo was taken aback. Humph, do you perceive him as a fool? To be candid, the most formidable force in the arena is undoubtedly him. His prowess surpasses that of the bear, tiger, and leopard. Su Qinggao declared earnestly. Zhao Kuo was well aware of the might of the bear, tiger, and leopard. Having previously extended an invitation to the bear to serve as a subordinate general in the military, only to be met with refusal. The bear remarked, if you offer me the position of left general, perhaps I would consider it. But a mere subordinate general? I have no interest. The bear is indeed a proud individual. Before the bear had slain Su Qinggao's son, Su had attempted to recruit him as the leader of the city lord's guard, only to be dismissed with a scoff. If you offer me the position of deputy city lord or city lord, I might entertain such a notion. But the role of a mere guard leader? Who do you think I am? I have no interest. The bear's arrogance is renowned in Gangjin City. People dare not provoke him. He possesses innate strength and is not dim-witted. However, his pride leads him to constantly aspire to ascend through his own capabilities, akin to a hidden dragon awaiting the opportune moment to emerge. Yesterday, when the city lord's son insulted an innocent girl from the neighborhood, he could not bear the injustice and, in a moment of rage, accidentally struck down Su Qinggao's son with a single blow. Upon learning of this, Su led over 1,000 guards to encircle the bear. Aware of the bear's formidable nature, he was nonetheless taken aback when, after the confrontation, the bear was left incapacitated. Having decimated half of Su's guards, this left Su in a state of both fury and admiration. However, he could not spare the bear, thus ordering him to be securely bound with iron chains, destined for execution at noon the following day in Gangjin City. This was to avenge his fallen son and the hundreds of guards. Returning to the matter at hand, Zhao Kuo began to observe the combat skills of Yanyun. Indeed, Yanyun displayed extraordinary valor, striking with his halberd, either piercing through chests or smashing skulls into pulp. His steed was also exceptional, majestic, and spirited. Zhao Kuo then turned his gaze to several other warriors, noting that both Zhang Ba and Pang Julong were mounted on rare steeds, and their combat prowess was remarkable. Chapter 185. The 4th Madam, Yu Jiaomei, has taken action. Zhao Kuo recognized Zhang Ba, the captain of the Yin Emperor City Patrol, known for frequenting the Barbarian Pass. He was also acquainted with Pei Jiao, a prominent figure in Gangjin City, having previously invited him to serve as a subordinate general, which Pei had declined. Preferring a life of freedom, following Zhao Kuo offered Pei a position, he observed that Pei's brother-in-law, Qin Yaochuan, had served as the Fury Dragon General. Yet Pei had never taken a military role, nor had he shown interest in Zhao Kuo's command. Pei Jiao was inherently free-spirited and unruly. It was only upon encountering Yanyun, basking in the protagonist's aura, that he agreed to serve. Among the crowd, Zhao Kuo was unfamiliar with Pang Julong and Qin Daod, as Pang was a bandit, never having seen battle before, and Qin was the son of Qin Yaochuan, similarly inexperienced in warfare. Pang Julong faced defeat in his first battle against Yanyun, who subsequently subdued him. Under Pang's guidance, Qin Daod began to shine. They were indeed extraordinary individuals. Zhao Kuo's eyes narrowed. Yanyun, Zheng Ba, Pei Jiao, Pang Julong, Qin Daod, and the 10 or so brothers of Zheng Ba were present. The sixth madam, Lung Shiji, had descended from the upper floor, sword in hand, poised for action. 3 of Pei Jiao's brothers had already perished, all sworn companions. Since Yanyun entered the fray, he had been deliberately protecting them from harm. Though these warriors lacked the power of Zheng Ba's group, they were fierce fighters, each capable of taking on 10 foes. In the future, when Yanyun forms his army, they would all qualify for positions as captains and leaders. Upon seeing Zhao Kuo leading his iron cavalry, Yanyun swiftly commanded a retreat. After their withdrawal, both sides were granted a rare moment to breathe. The 1,000-strong cavalry brought by Li Dao had dwindled to around 300. The rest had fallen in battle. The scene was a gruesome tableau of bloodshed. Zhao Kuo's expression darkened. His ranks lacked such fierce generals. If it came to a confrontation, he alone could contend with Zheng Ba in a life-and-death struggle. Yet, Zheng Ba and his comrades were already fatigued. Engaging in battle now would surely lead to their defeat. General Zhao, these adversaries are all but spent. We merely need to employ a tactic of rotation to exhaust their strength, and we shall inevitably capture them. Furthermore, a monumental achievement awaits us. Achievement? What achievement? Zhao Kuo inquired, puzzled. Capturing the third young master, Yanyun. Su Qinggao narrowed his eyes. You mean, before his exile? The reason the emperor did not execute Yanyun was that he deemed him a fool, incapable of stirring up any significant turmoil. But now, Yanyun is not only astute, but also possesses both courage and strategy. If he were to be exiled to the barbaric lands, can you fathom the consequences? Zhao Kuo's expression shifted. Given their capabilities, they might very well carve out a realm in the barbaric lands. If they mature, our barbarian past could face a dire crisis. Precisely. Therefore, before he escapes the barbarian pass, we must ensure his capture and hand him over to the court for judgment. To be frank, I have already dispatched a message to the court to report our findings. Now, my brother, we must unite to restrain these individuals, effectively mitigating future threats for the court. Such a grand achievement, how could the emperor not reward us? Su Qinggao seemed to envision his own accolades. Moreover, Su Qinggao paused before continuing. Aren't you particularly fond of rare steeds? They currently possess 3 exceptional horses, each of which rivals my own fire Qilin. Damn it. Zhao Kuo's fierce eyes glinted as he shouted to his soldiers behind him. Brothers, charge forward. Capture these criminals of the court. Kill. With Zhao Kuo's command, thousands of cavalry surged forth, overwhelming Yanyun and his companions. Their expressions shifted, and with icy resolve, they declared, the enemy outnumbers us significantly. To swiftly conclude this battle, there is but one course of action. Capture the leader first. If we seize him, victory will be half ours. Zheng Ba narrowed his eyes. Indeed. Let us first eliminate the border guard Zhao Kuo, or the city lord Su Qinggao. Yanyun asserted. Deliver Zhao Kuo's head to me. Pang Julong could not contain his expletives. Damn it. My tiger head golden spear shall unleash a massacre today. Enough talk. Su Qinggao's head is mine. No one shall contest me for it. I've long found him displeasing. Damn it. Kill. Pei Jiao glared fiercely, striking his steed and wielding his elephantine blade, beheading a cavalryman in a single stroke. Yanyun and Zheng Ba charged forward. The sixth madam, Lung Shiji, gripped her long sword tightly, her form like a flash of lightning, merging with her blade. Wherever her sword passed, the throats of the soldiers were slashed with an imperceptible cut, blood erupting forth. Lung Shiji's swift assault left Zhao Kuo and Su Qinggao utterly astonished. This woman. She seems to belong to one of the 3 great sword families of the great Yin Empire, the Lung family, one of the many esteemed madams of the protectorate. Zhao Kuo had heard of Lung Shiji. Her speed in combat was astonishing. Su Qinggao stood in shock, instinctively retreating with his steed, fearing her approach. Though Lung Shiji was swift, her stamina was limited, and upon entering the fray, she found herself besieged by numerous cavalry, forcing her to rely on her ghostly agility to evade while continuing to strike down foes. At that moment, another figure emerged from the inn's hall, the 4th madam, Yi Jiaomei. Indeed, she could no longer remain hidden. Faced with such a multitude of cavalry, her continued concealment would no longer be feasible. Instead, they could only watch helplessly as Yanyun and others fell into a predicament. Suddenly, Yi Jiaomei's delicate hands revealed 2 sharp daggers, which seemed to have been concealed on her person or perhaps just picked up from the roadside. Throughout the journey, no one had seen her bearing any weapons. This must be the unique skill of an assassin, akin to magic, allowing her to hide her arms from the prying eyes of others. In truth, her two short blades had been discreetly concealed on the inner thigh, a precaution for better concealment. This secret was known solely to her. Even the other ladies were oblivious. Though she appeared gentle and fragile, she exhibited no tenderness when it came to taking lives. Yanyun made her move. Her entire form seemed to glide like a specter, darting and weaving among the soldiers with the swiftness of lightning. Chapter 186. Collective Shock. With her dual blades flashing, soldiers plummeted from their mounts. Her agility rivaled that of Lung Shiji. In mere moments, over 20 soldiers met their demise. While Yanyun and Zhengba were not overly surprised to see Lung Shiji in action, they were utterly astounded by the emergence of Fourth Lady Yanyun. Yanyun stood agape, her jaw nearly hitting the ground. She is sister-in-law Yanyun. Yanyun was utterly flabbergasted. Good heavens. This woman is ferocious. I remember her being so soft-spoken and delicate in the crowd, hardly ever uttering a word. Pang Julong turned pale at the sight of Yanyun, terrified by her lethal technique, her swift strikes, and her sharp movements. Zhengba was overwhelmed with astonishment. Meanwhile, in a room upstairs, several women gathered, nervously observing the battle below. As they witnessed the increasing number of soldiers from the Lord's manor, their hearts raced with dread. Who could have anticipated that the Lord would lead hundreds of soldiers into battle, alongside reinforcements numbering 5,000 or 6,000 from the border? Sixth sister has gone down. With her presence, she can alleviate some of the burden on uncle. Alas, it may prove futile. The enemy is too numerous. Capture the leader first. If we eliminate the Lord, the soldiers within will surely surrender. Uncle and the others were charging towards the Lord, but the soldiers fought fiercely to intercept them. With more and more reinforcements pouring in, that figure seems somewhat familiar. It looks like Fourth Sister. How could it be? Fourth Sister and Sixth Sister are not in the room. Be confident, it is not merely a resemblance. It is indeed Fourth Sister. She is truly a hidden master. How astonishing. Fourth Sister, who usually appears meek and soft-spoken, possesses such formidable skills. The other ladies were all taken aback by Yanyun's prowess. Throughout the journey, Yanyun had maintained a low profile, rarely speaking and never complaining. Her presence felt almost non-existent. No one knew her background or origins, as the sisters refrained from asking out of respect. Even Yanyun's elder brother, Yanfeng, was ignorant of his wife's true identity, a secret known only to Yan Nantian, which Yanyun had never revealed. Now that Yanyun had unleashed her formidable combat spirit, how could the ladies not be astonished and bewildered? I recall the matriarch mentioning that Fourth Sister's background was extraordinary. Yet, she never elaborated. It seems Fourth Sister has truly mastered the art of concealment. The First Lady spoke with a complex expression. It is possible that the matriarch and the master have been safeguarding Fourth Sister's identity. After all, individuals of her caliber often attract enmity. Should her identity be exposed, she would face numerous challenges from formidable foes. The Second Lady remarked. Regardless, this is indeed good news for us all. To be honest, I had been worried about Fourth Sister's well-being. It appears my concerns were unwarranted. The Third Lady sighed with relief. With Fourth Sister's involvement, the tide of battle has indeed shifted. At the very least, Uncle and the others bear significantly less pressure. The Fifth Lady noted. How unfortunate that we women possess no strength to aid. The Seventh Lady lamented. By the way, are there any more hidden masters among us? The Second Lady instinctively glanced at the other ladies, including the maids behind them. Everyone shook their heads. The First Lady sighed, expressing a wish that she, too, possessed martial prowess, enabling her to shield Uncle from the storm. My fierce ice has grown. I must train it to become a Lion King. The Second Lady held the significantly grown lion cub, Fierce Ice. The little lions and leopards had all grown considerably, nourished by an abundance of food and water during the journey. The sisters were filled with anticipation for these pets, hoping they would shine in their own right and better protect those they cherished. Two little girls leaned against the window, fists clenched, nervously cheering for their third uncle. The battle below raged on fiercely. A handful of warriors faced thousands. This was no trifling matter. Lung Shiji and Yanyun, leveraging their swift skills, approached Su Qinggao and Zhao Qua. However, they were continuously hindered by the soldiers, making it difficult for them to advance. Su Qinggao and Zhao Qua had long since spotted the two women. Undoubtedly, both were shaken. Who would have thought that such a small exile team would gather so many masters? Zhao, my brother. I suddenly realize I've stepped on a landmine. I never imagined an exile team would harbor so many experts. Su Qinggao forced a bitter smile. Zhao Qua frowned, saying, this indicates that our initial assumptions were correct. If this team crosses the Wild's Pass, the situation for our great Yin Empire will become perilous. The first to suffer will be our Wild's Pass. Today, they must be contained here. We cannot allow them to break through. If this continues, it may lead to even greater casualties. These individuals are incredibly fierce, each one capable of facing 1,000. Su Qinggao sighed. Alas, these warriors cannot be utilized for our cause. If only our great Yin Empire's army had a few such valiant generals. The neighboring Great Zhao Empire and Great Chu Empire would have long been subdued. Zhao Kuo wore a bitter smile. Brother Zhao, those two women are still approaching us. Let us retreat to a secure location. We must not allow them to close in. If they do, we are surely doomed. Su Qinggao, seeing Leng Shiji and Yi Jiaomei drawing closer, gripped the reins tightly and hastily retreated. Zhao Kuo furrowed his brow. These two women are indeed formidable. He shouted to the cavalry, we must intercept them. We cannot allow the enemy to break through. The soldiers were filled with trepidation towards these two women. Yet they had no choice but to confront Leng Shiji and Yi Jiaomei. Meanwhile, within the courtyard of the Jieko Inn, two fierce individuals charged in. Without hesitation, they drew their swords and engaged in battle with the cavalry. Clad in black attire, these two displayed nimble movements and decisive strikes, each action executed with speed, precision, and lethality, revealing their experience as seasoned veterans of the battlefield. These two were none other than the brothers Lai Hu and Lai Bao, sent by the legendary Zhao to protect the First Lady. Their presence drew the attention of everyone present. None recognized them or understood why they had entered the courtyard. However, their assault on the border cavalry clearly indicated they were allies. Chapter 187. The Arrival of the Black Armored Army. At the entrance of Gangjin City, over 100 black armored cavalry, led by a carriage, arrived in a cloud of dust. As the carriage curtain was drawn back, three familiar faces emerged: Lang Shui, Chen Mu, and Lu Heishui. Behind the carriage, the Lu family's old steward and the commander of the Black Armored Army, Lu Ben, led 100 black armored soldiers, following closely in their wake. The Black Armored Army in the carriage were halted at the city gates by the guards. The scale of the Black Armored Army was too great, numbering over 100. Everyone was well armed and exuded a menacing aura, appearing even more formidable than a regular army. Cold Blood leaped down from the carriage and presented the imperial golden medal bestowed by the palace, asking, "General, do you recognize this medal?" This is the imperial golden medal granted by His Majesty. The commander on the city wall was fortunate enough to have seen such a medal before. There were very few individuals in the entire Great Yin Empire who possessed it. Anyone who received this medal was undoubtedly a vital force of the empire. Whether they were a powerful minister, a general, or someone capable of bringing significant benefits to the empire, the golden medal symbolized imperial authority, identity, and status. Holding this medal allowed passage through any checkpoint or fortress. Should the guards dare to obstruct, they would be judged by the Ministry of Justice for disrespecting the emperor's authority. This was a crime of treason. The general, well-versed in matters, confirmed, indeed. This is the golden medal personally granted by His Majesty. With this medal, you can certainly enter the city. Cold Blood asked calmly, "Then may I enter the city?" Of course. Of course. The commander quickly bowed in respect. "Thank you," Cold Blood responded, recalling something and clasping his fists in inquiry. "May I ask, General, have any exile teams entered the city recently?" The commander furrowed his brow, replying, "The exile teams have indeed entered the city. However, they are disregarding imperial authority and have taken up residence in the rebellious inn, and the lord of the city has issued orders to capture them. Moreover, General Zhao Kuo has personally led 6,000 troops to assist. I wonder how many of you are here." "Oh, we are sent by the court to assist the lord of the city in capturing the exiles," Cold Blood hurriedly declared. "That is excellent news. I just heard that these individuals are exceedingly formidable. With just over 10 of them, they managed to defeat 500 garrison troops and over 1,000 border cavalry. Fortunately, General Zhao Kuo has led an additional 5,000 cavalry to provide support. As the city gate commander, he was quite well informed. The situation is urgent. We shall not linger here with idle chatter. Farewell." With that, Cold Blood hastily returned to the carriage. "Go." The driver pulled the reins, and the three war horses charged forward. Racing ahead, the atmosphere was tense. Cold Blood's expression darkened. "I never expected that General Zhao Kuo would mobilize troops. This must be related to young Master Yan's recovery," Lu Heishui speculated. "I wonder how young Master Yan is faring now?" Chen Mu expressed his concern. "Driver, speed up. Follow this street directly to the rebellious inn," Lu Heishui directed. The Golden City also had the Lu family seafood shop. Lu Heishui, having frequented Golden City multiple times, was very familiar with the roads. Guided by the carriage, the 100 black armored soldiers surged into the city like bandits, charging towards the rebellious inn. Along the way, the townsfolk instinctively cleared a path upon seeing the three-horse carriage, and the multitude of black-armored soldiers. They were aware of the battles occurring at the rebellious inn, but were uncertain about the intentions of the black-armored cavalry. Were they there to eliminate the exiles? Or to provide assistance? The townsfolk murmured among themselves, speculating. Today, Golden City was evidently more bustling than usual, with garrison troops in battle, border cavalry entering the city, and now a wave of black-armored cavalry. They exclaimed, "Clear the way! Make way!" The driver, sensing the urgency in Chun Mu's group, stood at the front of the carriage, pulling the reins while shouting at the townsfolk to clear the way. Startled, the townspeople quickly opened up a wide path. The carriage raced through, crashing to a halt at the entrance of the rebellious inn. As soon as it stopped, Cold Blood and the others eagerly leaped down. Inside the inn, the clashing of steel echoed, accompanied by anguished cries. The battle within was fierce. The three of them rushed towards the rebellious inn, followed closely by the 100 black-armored soldiers, led by Lu Heishui. Outside the inn, the townsfolk formed layers of spectators. The 5,000 border cavalry stormed into the courtyard of the inn. Thankfully, the courtyard of the rebellious inn was spacious enough to accommodate so many. Cold Blood and Lu Heishui were deeply concerned for their precious daughter, anxious about her safety. Upon entering, Cold Blood immediately spotted his daughter, Cold Shiji, engaged in a bloody battle. Shiji, her swordsmanship seems to have improved. Cold Blood was momentarily taken aback, but then joy radiated from his eyes. That is the unity of man and sword. She has actually comprehended the unity of man and sword. How incredible! Qin Mu expressed his astonishment. This level of swordsmanship was not something an ordinary person could attain. Haha. Cold Blood was overwhelmed with joy. Young Master Yan. Chun Mu suddenly focused on the crowd, zeroing in on Yanyun, who was like a god of slaughter, riding a black jade lion and wielding a magnificent spear. Yanyun turned all who entered his sight into corpses. Chun Mu trembled, tears of excitement streaming down his aged face. Young Master Yan. He has truly become extraordinary. He has grown up, haha, and has become both courageous and wise. Our journey here was not in vain. Ben Ning, he has truly returned to his former self. You can rest in peace. Chun Mu laughed heartily, only to find himself crying. His eyes overflowed with tears of excitement and relief. Lu Heishui laughed heartily, then unsheathed his sword with a clang, shouting angrily, "Damn it! It seems we have arrived just in time. Black-armored soldiers, draw your swords. We fight to the death. Everyone, charge with me and eliminate these foes to save young Master Yan. Kill!" Lu Heishui roared, leading the charge with his sword raised against the border cavalry. The black-armored soldiers echoed his battle cry, their voices booming, reverberating across the surroundings. "Ha, kill!" Cold Blood suppressed his excitement, drawing his sword and moving like a specter towards his daughter. "Kill!" Chun Mu wiped away his tears and also drew his sword, charging into the fray like a god of slaughter. In the midst of the chaos, the two heads of swordsmanship families converged, radiating a formidable killing intent. Among the crowd, Cold Shiji, energetically wielding her sword, inadvertently caught a glimpse of a familiar figure. Upon recognizing that figure, her body trembled, tears welling in her eyes. "Father! Father!" Cold Shiji whispered, a wave of long-lost warmth and joy enveloping her. Her body shook violently, as her previously steadfast heart softened at the sight of her father. Tears of excitement filled her eyes. She thought she was imagining it and shook her head vigorously, yet her father remained visible, unmistakably present. She could hardly believe that her father, whom she had missed dearly, had arrived in this critical moment. Seeing her father join the fight reignited her weary spirit, fueling her with renewed vigor. She swung her sword, dispatching enemies in her path as she desperately moved closer to him. The appearance of her father drew her out from the state of unity with her sword, yet it did not hinder her from slaying foes. Uncle Chun Mu? Spotting Chun Mu fighting alongside her father, Cold Shiji was further surprised, realizing her father had come to aid in the crisis alongside the Qin family head. She shifted her gaze and noticed the 100 black-armored soldiers. What is this? The black-armored soldiers of the Lu family? And Lu Heishui, the father of Lu Yun'er. She recalled their previous encounter with the black-armored soldiers at Yanzhao Mountain. But why was her father fighting alongside the Lu family's black-armored soldiers? As it turned out, after the battle with the Lu family concluded, Lu Heishui and Cold Blood had settled their families and hastily joined Chun Mu, traveling swiftly towards the wild lands. They had journeyed day and night, racing ahead with scarcely any rest along the way. As they entered Yanzhao town, they fortuitously encountered the black-armored army emerging from Yanzhao Mountain. From the mouth of the army's commander, they learned that Yanyun had indeed returned to its former glory. The three of them promptly resolved to lead the black-armored army into the wilderness to assist Yanyun in establishing a firm foothold. However, They were unprepared for the grim news that awaited them upon their arrival in Gajin City regarding Yanyun's plight. Yanyun did not recognize Qinmu, nor did he know Leng Shui, and he held no particular opinion about Lu Heishui. In the past, he had been rather naive and foolish during family matters. He rarely participated, attending even his elder brother's weddings only to make a fleeting appearance before retreating to his courtyard. Thus, he had no recollection of his elder and second brother's fathers-in-law. When he saw the sudden emergence of the three middle-aged swordsmanship masters, Yanyun felt a flicker of doubt within him. It was only upon seeing the black armored army and hearing the system's notification that he deduced two of these three men were likely to be his future fathers-in-law. For several days now, the system notifications had been incessantly ringing in his ears. As of now, his emotional value had accumulated to 4,685 points. After consuming 1,250 points, he still had 3,435 points remaining. The three individuals were Lu Heishui, Leng Shui, and Qinmu. With the addition of the black armored army and the three men, the tide of battle shifted once more. Zheng Ba, Pei Jiao, and Pang Julong appeared greatly pleased. The arrival of their allies undoubtedly alleviated their burden. However, Zhao Kuo and Su Qingyao were far from jubilant. The two stared in disbelief, astonished. Where did this black armored cavalry come from? These individuals were well equipped, likely no less formidable than the border cavalry. Su Qingyao asked in terror. Zhao Kuo fixed his gaze on the black armored cavalry and coldly remarked, "If I am not mistaken, these 100 cavalrymen are likely the Lu family army from Jianhai City. The black armored army. The black armored army of Jianhai City? I see. This is the private militia sanctioned by the National Protector General earlier, in the Great Yan Empire. Only the Lu family and the Luo family possess the privilege of private militias." Fear flickered in Su Qinggao's eyes. "What are your thoughts, Brother Su? Are you considering a retreat?" Zhao Kuo inquired with a frown. "If we leave now, we might still escape with our lives. But if we delay any longer, we may find it impossible to retreat." Su Qinggao sighed. "If I give the order to retreat now, it is merely a command. But what about you? The two sides have already torn apart their facade. Do you think they will let you go? Moreover, you are now a solitary commander. You likely won't survive the night if you stay within the city." Zhao Kuo stated. "Alas, there is but one course of action. I will take my family and retreat with you to the Wilderness Pass, relying on the tens of thousands of troops there to block their advance and await the court's orders. Once the court dispatches troops, we shall resolve our predicament. However, this will require your assistance, Brother Zhao." Su Qinggao said helplessly. "That is no trouble, but I fear that in doing so, you may be unable to avenge your son," Zhao Kuo reminded him. Su Qinggao despondently replied, "In this situation, one can only say that Xiong Hubao's life was not meant to end here." At the window of the room above, Lady Lu Yuner was watching the battle unfold below. Upon seeing Lu Heishui, armed with a long sword, charging in from outside the inn, she thought she was imagining things. She rubbed her eyes vigorously. Only when she saw Leng Shui following closely behind, along with the hundreds of black armored soldiers, did she confirm that her father had indeed arrived. Her body trembled slightly, and tears streamed down her face in an instant. At this critical juncture, nothing was more heartwarming than seeing her father. The other ladies present displayed expressions of excitement and envy. Excitement because reinforcements had arrived. Envy because Lu Yuner's father willingly traveled thousands of miles for his daughter. The first lady recalled her own father, regrettably lost on the battlefield long ago. The second lady thought of her father, wondering if he would also lead the family's ferocious lions to her aid. The third lady remembered her father, who had recently perished in the dungeons of Leary City. The seventh lady's thoughts turned to her father, who was currently surrounded by the troops of the Great Zhao Empire at Yanhua Academy in Shenzhen City. With the arrival of the black armored army, the once passive situation transformed into an active one. Everyone breathed a heavy sigh of relief. Pang Julong, under the coordinated assault of Yanyun and Zheng Ba, fought his way out of the encirclement. With a fierce glare, Pang Julong urged his steed onward, brandishing his golden-tipped spear against Su Qinggao and Zhao Kuo. They had fought their way through over 1,000 cavalrymen. Su Qinggao's face paled in shock. "Brother Su, be careful." Zhao Kuo suddenly swung his long knife in an attempt to intercept Pang Julong's attack. With a resounding clash, Pang Julong's spear struck Zhao Kuo's long knife with tremendous force. Zhao Kuo's expression changed abruptly, feeling a surge of numbness in his arms. Nearly dropping his weapon to the ground, fear flashed in his eyes. Su Qinggao, terrified, struck his steed and fled wildly. Zhao Kuo, well aware of Pang Julong's prowess, dared not confront him head-on. As he maneuvered to evade Pang Julong, he too spurred his horse towards the exit. Fortunately, the reinforcements soon encircled Pang Julong, trapping him within layers of soldiers. Zhao Kuo's face turned pale, his breath quickening as his chest heaved like turbulent waves. Su Qinggao also appeared ashen. The ferocity of Pang Julong was comparable to that of Xiong Hubao. Zhao, brother Zhao, let us retreat. We are no match for these adversaries. As Pang Julong prepared to break free from his restraints, Su Qinggao urged urgently. Zhao Kuo shook his head, pulling himself from his fear. Just moments ago, it seemed he had barely managed to block Pang Julong's most powerful strike, yet it had instilled a measure of dread within him. You bastard! Come face me! Pang Julong roared, skewering a soldier with his spear and then crushing another beneath its shaft, directing his wrath towards Zhao Kuo and Su Qinggao. 5,000 cavalrymen had left over 1,000 corpses in their wake. The ground was strewn with bodies. Not only did they struggle to kill their enemies, but even the border cavalry had no safe foothold. The riderless horses scattered in disarray. The battle situation was dire. Watching the continuous loss of soldiers, Zhao Kuo felt a sense of helplessness, aware that the tide had turned against them. Retreat! Zhao Kuo shouted in anger and frustration. And the remaining 2,000 troops hastily turned their horses around, bolting from the Jiaoku Inn. Pang Julong, infuriated at having not eliminated Su Qinggao and Zhao Kuo, wielded his spear, taking down 5 more border cavalrymen, ceasing his pursuit only when they had fled the city. Su Qinggao followed Zhao Kuo's forces, decisively abandoning the city. His family, under Song Long's guidance, had all evacuated from the city lord's residence. Su Qinggao had no family to speak of, aside from a few beautiful concubines. He had no outsiders left. His only son had been slaughtered by Xiong Hubao just the previous day. The battle concluded. Leng Shiji, in a burst of excitement, embraced her father Leng Shui warmly. Lu Yuner, unable to contain her joy, hurried down from the upper floor to embrace her father Lu Heishui. The two pairs of father and daughter met with warmth and joy, exchanging rare pleasantries. The onlookers watched, moved by the scene. The First Lady and others gradually descended from the upper floor. Gazing at the ground littered with corpses and severed limbs, everyone felt a profound impact. Could this be considered a form of mutual slaughter? The border cavalry, meant to guard the nation's frontiers, had become embroiled in this unnecessary conflict due to personal ties. Uncle Leng, Uncle Lu, Uncle Chun, the First Lady, Zhao Weiying, placed her hands on her abdomen and greeted them all with a bow. The other ladies followed suit, extending their greetings. Esteemed ladies, you have endured much on this journey. Chun Mu replied with a wry smile, clasping his fists. The First Lady shook her head, saying, with Uncle here, we have faced no hardship. We have not suffered at all. Everyone is quite safe. We have caused you 3 uncles undue worry. After a round of friendly exchanges, under the invitation of Pei Jiao, the group settled in the main hall of the inn. The courtyard was strewn with corpses and blood. Pei Jiao had hired dozens of men at a high price to handle the bodies and clean up the blood. In the inn's hall, young Master Yin San expressed his distress, saying, you have truly brought calamity upon his father and daughter. A complex look appeared in Chen Mu's eyes. Hearing this, Yanyun managed a bitter smile, unsure of how to explain. The matron explained, previously, my uncle was not feigning ignorance. Before the tragedy struck our household, he had indeed suffered brain damage from a fire. However, upon learning of the beheading of my father and brothers, and the devastating grief that led to my mother's death, his mind miraculously returned to normal, as if jolted back to life. This is undoubtedly a tremendous surprise for our beleaguered Guogua Duke's estate. After saying this, the matron turned her gaze toward Chen Mu, stating, you must be aware of Sister Bining's death. My uncle has said he never blamed her. It was simply fate. If destiny wills it so, no one can intervene. Chen Mu sighed, regardless, as long as young Master San is safe, I can find solace in that. However, this journey has not been in vain. At this point, he looked out at the countless bodies and remarked, these soldiers were meant to guard the borders and fend off invaders. Now they have perished for a trivial matter. It seems the court of our great Yin Empire has become riddled with corruption. With Li Rue around, the great Yin Empire will not know peace. Lu Heishui said grimly. Suddenly, he recalled something and added, on our way to Gangjin City, we heard from some merchants that the Grand General of the Great Zhao Empire, Changshanna, launched a surprise attack on Shanjian City 4 days ago. As of now, Shanjian City has fallen. At these words, everyone's expression changed dramatically. Madame Qi, Duan Ruinxia, trembled slightly, her face turning pale. Is there any news from the Yanhuang Academy? Her father was the academy's president. The first to be affected by the assault on Shanjian City would be General Wei's son Mia, followed by the city lord, and then her father. After all, these 3 were prominent figures in Shanjian City. Lu Heishui shook his head, saying, there has been no word from President Duan. However, Madame Duan need not worry. President Duan is the foremost scholar of our great Yin Empire, renowned in neighboring countries, with thousands of disciples. Surely, General Chang from the great Zhao Empire would not dare to act recklessly. Upon hearing this, Duan Ruinxia felt slightly reassured. Her father was indeed the foremost scholar of the great Yin Empire, held in high esteem across neighboring states, with countless disciples. Few would dare to harm him. To do so would mean offending all scholars of various nations, including many from the great Zhao Empire. Although scholars may lack martial prowess, they possess great wisdom and understanding of governance. Many scholars hold positions in the court. Wait a moment. Page Yao, filled with doubts, suddenly inquired. Are we certain that the great Zhao Empire acted first, rather than the great Chu Empire? It has been confirmed. Shanjian City has fallen. The next move by Changshanha may very well be Liri City. Leng Shui replied. I recall that the great Yin Empire and the great Zhao Empire have maintained a history of marital alliances. How could the great Zhao Empire suddenly launch an assault? Page Yao appeared bewildered. Zheng Ba stepped forward, stating, it likely relates to the National Protector General. When the National Protector General was present, Zhao knew it had no one to contend with. Thus it lay low and sought alliances through marriage. But now, with the National Protector General executed at the border, the great Yin Empire has effectively lost its pillar. Naturally, Zhao feels emboldened to strike. Moreover, the Yin-Zhao Pass is strategically positioned to choke us. They need only to emerge from the Yin-Zhao Pass to swiftly assault Shanjian City, which they can easily capture. Now that even the great Zhao Empire has mobilized, it is likely that the great Chu Empire will not be far behind. We have been enemies with Chu for generations, both sides eager to conquer each other's territories. With our allied nation striking first, the great Chu will surely be keen to send troops to divide our great Yin Empire. Page Yao asserted. Let the court handle national affairs. For now, let us discuss our current predicament. Pang Jilong interjected. What thoughts do you have, young Master Yin-san? Chen Mu directed his gaze toward Yanyun. Throughout, Yanyun had remained silent. And Chen Mu was eager to ascertain whether Yanyun truly possessed the valor and wisdom as stated in the letters. He had witnessed Yanyun's bravery, but had yet to see his strategic acumen. Yanyun, undeterred, calmly stated, our situation is far from optimistic. Please elaborate. Chen Mu expressed keen interest, seemingly forgetting all previous sorrows and displeasures. We are blocked by 50,000 troops at the Barbarian Pass, with the court's forces poised to strike at any moment. Yanyun spoke with composure. At this pronouncement, everyone present felt their hearts leap into their throats. This statement indeed struck at the heart of the matter. Chen Mu's expression shifted to one of admiration. As the head of the Chen family, while many knew of his exceptional swordsmanship, few recognized that his true expertise lay in strategy. Had it not been for his responsibilities as the family head, he would have long since chosen to serve as a military advisor beside Yin Nandu. Continue. Chen Mu encouraged, a hint of a smile gracing his lips. Lu Heishui and Leng Shui exchanged glances, both revealing expressions of appreciation. The several matron figures gazed upon Yanyun with admiration and eagerness, including the 4th matron Yi Jiaomei and 6th matron Leng Shiji, as well as the talented Duan Runxia. They all recognized that Yanyun had authored a military treatise based on Sun Tzu's art of war. Such an individual must possess remarkable knowledge in military strategy. Although they felt that Yanyun's ability to write such works was somewhat fantastical, he had indeed accomplished it. Moreover, throughout this journey, Yanyun had demonstrated various capabilities that had long since won their admiration. However, due to the propriety expected of ladies and their modesty, they all consciously restrained their eager hearts. Analyzing from the absolute perspective of Zhao Kuo and Su Qinggao. First, I am surrounded by the chief constable Zheng Ba, the mercenary captain Page Yao, the formidable Pang Julong who stands equal to Xiong Hubao, and Qin Daod, son of General Qin Yaochuan, along with the 4th matron Yi Jiaomei and the 6th matron Leng Shiji. Each of these individuals is capable of facing hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands alone, making our total number 7. Secondly, Uncle Chen Mu, Uncle Leng Shui, Uncle Lu Heishui, 100 elite black armored troops, and the fierce brothers Liahu and Lai Bao. As Yanyun spoke, he directed his gaze toward the 2 frail men seated in the corner. Who are these 2? Chen Mu inquired with a furrowed brow. They are from the War God Estate, the mysterious experts sent by General Zhao Lai to protect my elder sister. Yanyun revealed the identities of the 2 individuals. Upon hearing this, Liahu and Lai Bao were taken aback. The matron was equally astonished. She had not anticipated that her grandfather would send these 2 elite fighters for her safety. She did not recognize Liahu and Lai Bao, having only heard of them from her grandfather. These 2 had been loyal to her grandfather for many years and had saved his life on multiple occasions. Liahu and Lai Bao. The matron's voice trembled, her heart swelling with emotion. Liahu and Lai Bao pay their respects to the young lady. The 2 stood, clasping their fists in reverence. Then, the leopard turned to Yanyun and remarked, Young Master Yin-san possesses remarkable insight. It is astonishing that you could identify our identities at a glance. The two were twins, nearly indistinguishable to most. These two individuals are intrinsically linked to Yanyun's emotional state. Thus, Yanyun is naturally aware of their presence. With a serene smile, Yanyun remarked, "If I hadn't discerned your identities, I dare say you wouldn't have found yourselves seated here." "Huh, you flatter me." Third Master Yan. Liu responded with a broad grin. Yanyun clasped his fist in salute, stating, "Regardless, I extend my gratitude to both of you for your chivalrous intervention today. Your kindness shall forever be etched in my memory." Pausing momentarily, Yanyun continued, "To return to the matter at hand. With individuals such as yourselves present, Zhao Kuo will undoubtedly heighten his vigilance, harbor reservations, and impede our smooth departure from the pass. He will dispatch a carrier pigeon to inform the imperial court, alleging that Yanyun has returned to normalcy and intends to rebel. Consequently, the imperial court will dispatch a formidable army to suppress us in Gangjin City. This, in effect, places all of you, along with your families, in a precarious position." Upon hearing this, the ladies present held their breath. Yanyun had indeed struck upon a crucial point. Lung Shui declared, "Third Master Yan, rest assured, the Long, Lu, and Chun families have all made preparations. Everyone has been relocated to a secure location. Indeed," Lu Hei Shui added, "my entire family, along with the Lung family, has relocated to the sea. I have secured all assets, awaiting your uprising. Should you require funds in the future, your uncle will provide unwavering support." The Lung family may not possess vast assets, but when necessary, we can deploy skilled individuals to eliminate clandestine adversaries. Lung Shui asserted. "I, Chenmu, shall dispense with such formalities. Continue with your exposition. I am eager to learn how we should proceed," Chenmu stated. Yanyun offered a slight smile, confidently asserting, "The current situation, though seemingly unfavorable, is precisely to our advantage. Therefore, you must not be afraid, nor should you be apprehensive." Upon hearing those words from our lord, I genuinely find myself devoid of fear and apprehension, Pang Julong remarked, scratching his head in bewilderment. This sentiment stemmed from an inherent trust. The others remained silent. Chen Mu was pensive, neither comprehending Yin Yun's words nor perceiving any advantage in their situation. Yin Yun continued. "Firstly, Zhao Kuo of the Barren Pass will certainly cease his assault on Gangjin City. Continuing such actions would only result in an increasing number of casualties among his troops. Secondly, Su Qinggao, the city lord of Gangjin City, likely abandoned the city long ago, along with his family, seeking refuge in the Barren Pass to save his life. In other words, Gangjin City is now a deserted city. We can temporarily reside here. Lastly, the imperial court will not dispatch troops to suppress us, nor will they have the leisure to concern themselves with our families. This is because the Great Zhao Empire has breached the pass, seizing Mountain Stream City. The Great Chu Empire is likely also on the verge of action, poised to engage in battle at any moment. They lack the resources to suppress us." There was one point he omitted. The national treasury was depleted. Li Rui's pavilion of treasures was also emptied. Currently, the Great Yin Empire could barely contain the Great Zhao Empire and defend against the Great Chu Empire's incursions. Where would they find the capacity to suppress Yin Yun? Even if Yin Bei desired to dispatch troops to seize Yin Yun, Li Rui would likely advise him to refrain from such actions for the time being. After all, stabilizing the frontier and repelling foreign enemies was the paramount strategy for survival. Conversely, Yin Yun, even with his sanity restored, lacked an army, rendering him incapable of resistance. These were, as Yin Yun stated, matters for the future. To return to the main topic, Yin Yun's words brought a collective sigh of relief to Lung Shui and the ladies present. The above is an analysis of our current predicament. Next, I shall outline the future development strategy. Yin Yun declared, straightening his posture. Firstly, seize control of the 2 city gates of Gangjin City. All merchants shall be permitted to enter the city, but prohibited from exiting, preventing any news of events within Gangjin City from leaking out. Secondly, open the granaries, reduce taxes, appease the populace, and stabilize the hearts of the people. Thirdly, eliminate all rebellious individuals within Gangjin City. Fourthly, recruit troops in Gangjin City at high wages to consolidate our strength in the city. Fifthly, march towards the Barren Pass. Eliminate Zhao Kuo, seize the Barren Pass, and claim it as our own. Sixthly, after securing Gangjin City and the Barren Pass, continue to consolidate our strength while temporarily reporting to the imperial court under the names of Zhao Kuo and Su Qinggao, claiming that Yin Yun, severely wounded, has fled to the Barren Lands, thereby deceiving the imperial court with false information. In any case, the mountains are high, and the emperor is far away. Should the imperial court dispatch anyone to investigate, they shall be executed without exception, ensuring that none escape. Yanyun's meticulousness and eloquence outlined the path forward. Shenmu nodded thoughtfully. However, harboring some reservations, he ultimately could not help but voice them. Third Master, there are some points that I feel must be clarified. Uncle Chun, please speak freely. Now is the time for us to express ourselves candidly, striving to identify all potential loopholes, thereby preparing for any eventuality and preventing chaos in the face of adversity. Yanyun responded. Shenmu frowned, saying, in recent years, my great Yin Empire has not engaged in warfare. It can be described as prosperous and strong, with a full treasury, although the great Zhao Empire has already attacked. And the great Chu Empire is eyeing us covetously. It seems that my great Yin Empire has strong soldiers and sturdy horses. What certainty do you have that His Majesty has no time to care about us? You know, your appearance will bring him internal troubles. If it were me, I would definitely send troops to attack you. Yanyun laughed and said, Uncle Chin, that's a good question. To be honest, Uncle Chin, I dare to say that even Yin Nan will not target us. There must be a basis for it. What basis? Shenmu asked with a frown. The national treasury is empty. Yanyun said bluntly. The national treasury is empty? Impossible, right? I just said that in recent years my great Yin Empire has been prosperous and strong, with a full treasury and strong soldiers. How do you know that the national treasury is empty? That's impossible. Shenmu did not believe it at all. Indeed, it was right for him not to believe it. If he believed it, it would be mindless belief. Uncle Chun, the first madam stood up and said, since little uncle dares to say this, he must be fully confident. Although he was a fool before, but now, whoever dares to say that he is a fool is the real fool. That's right. I absolutely support little uncle. The second madam clenched her fair little fist. Uncle Chun, some things are inconvenient for little uncle to say, but I absolutely believe him. The seventh madam, Duan Ruinxia, also followed Yin Yun's words. Seeing that the madams all supported Yin Yun's words, Shenmu's mouth showed a wry smile. It's not that I don't believe in his ability. It's just, now is a critical moment. We must be cautious to avoid capsizing in the gutter. Capsizing in the gutter will definitely not happen, Yin Yun said firmly. All right. In that case, no matter whether he, Yin Nan, dares to send troops, even if they come, we will just abandon the cities and barriers. Retreat to the barren land, and gradually develop our forces in the barren land, and one day we will kill our way back. Shenmu no longer doubted it. He had already made the worst plan. As long as people are alive, they will be able to kill their way back sooner or later. Lu Heishui stood up and clasped his fists and said, Third Master, from now on, my Lu family's black armor army will listen to your dispatch. There are still 12 brothers in my mercenary team. From today onwards, all of my Pei Jiao's people will also listen to your dispatch. Pei Jiao clasped his fists. Yanyun was overjoyed and immediately stood up and said, Good. Since that's the case, then I will make a series of appointments now. Zhengba, order you to lead 20 black armor army iron cavalry to occupy the city lord's mansion and drive away all the people inside. Dare to disobey, kill without mercy. Remember, before dark, I want to take the madams and live in the city lord's mansion. Yes. Zhengba clasped his fist with both hands and immediately counted 20 black armor army soldiers to leave Jiao in. Lu Bin, order you to lead 30 black armor army cavalry to immediately occupy the south gate of Gangjin City. Dare to resist. Also kill, without mercy. Remember, all merchants and people are only allowed to enter, not to exit. Understood. Lu Bin led 30 black-armored soldiers swiftly away. Daoda, you are commanded to lead another 30 black-armored cavalry to seize the northern gate of Gangjin City. Advance like a mighty dragon, heedless of retreat. Those who dare defy will face merciless execution. Understood. With that command, Qin Daod stepped outside, also leading 30 black-armored soldiers away. It was his first time commanding troops, and his heart was a tumult of excitement and anxiety. He recalled the teachings of Sun Tzu, striving to suppress his inner exhilaration and force himself to maintain composure. Jiao, you are to gather all the brothers from the hired teams and immediately recruit soldiers within the city. All recruitment expenses will be covered by me. Chapter 192, The Heir of the Bullfighting Pavilion. Remember, do not skimp on expenses. For every soldier with combat experience, immediately distribute 200 gold coins as a reward. For those without experience, grant 20 gold coins as encouragement. Once the soldiers enlist, they will all receive double pay. Upon hearing Yin Yun's high recruitment fees, Pei Jiao exclaimed, My lord, isn't this price a bit exorbitant? Yin Yun shook his head. Not at all. We are in extraordinary times. Extraordinary times call for extraordinary measures. This is the path to survival. Extraordinary times call for extraordinary measures. That makes sense. Shenmu stroked his beard. Unable to contain his admiration, Pei Jiao was dumbfounded. realizing that recruiting 10,000 soldiers would cost over 1,000,000 gold coins. What is a mere million or two? If we can recruit an army of 100,000, I would be even more delighted. Yanyun scoffed, unconcerned. His storage space still contained a staggering 5 billion gold coins. This wealth was more than sufficient for his lavish expenditures. Now, the priority is to recruit soldiers. For only then can he more confidently reclaim what belongs to him. Ah, well, fine. Page Yao felt somewhat embarrassed, recalling Yanyun's storage capacity, and turned to lead his brothers away. Lu Heishui glared. Third young master, did you bring gold coins with you? Yanyun smiled slightly, naturally. Without gold coins, this journey of exile would be nigh impossible. Oh, Lu Heishui pondered. Yanyun then turned his gaze to Chun Mu. Uncle Chun, we still have 20 black-armored soldiers. I ask you to join forces with Uncle Heishui and Uncle Lungshui to lead these 20 black-armored soldiers, open the granaries, reduce taxes, and issue proclamations to stabilize the citizens. Throughout history, the realm belongs to those who win the hearts of the people. While we cannot continuously reduce taxes, we can at least alleviate the burdens of the common folk for 2 to 3 months. All right, we shall take care of this. However, we only need 10 black-armored soldiers. The remaining 10 can stay for now and await further orders. Chenmu replied. Agreed. Yanyun nodded in approval. With all arrangements made, everyone assumed their respective duties. Third young master, what about us brothers? Is there nothing for us to do? Brothers Liahu and Liebao directed their attention toward Yanyun. The first lady smiled. From today onward, you two will closely follow your uncle to ensure his safety. Yanyun chuckled. Do I still need protection? Who would dare to kill me? They would be fortunate if they could even approach me. Why not protect yourselves instead? No. We have Shishi and Jiaomei. The first lady gestured toward fourth lady Yi Jiaomei and sixth lady Lung Shishi. Yanyun looked at Yi Jiaomei and sighed. Fourth sister, with such exceptional skills, you have made it quite difficult for us to remain oblivious. Had I known you were this capable, my journey would have been far less arduous. With Yi Jiaomei's prowess now revealed, she no longer concealed it. She softly replied, my identity is too sensitive. While the master was alive, I was instructed to remain hidden and refrain from acting unless absolutely necessary. Yanyun rolled his eyes. So tell us, where did you acquire such skills? Don't tell me you are a natural genius. Yi Jiaomei smiled gently. There is no such thing as natural talent. Like sixth sister, I have worked diligently to learn. One could say I possess a slightly better aptitude. And your master? Lung Shiji inquired curiously. Yi Jiaomei hesitated for a moment before speaking. Have you heard of the bullfighting pavilion? The bullfighting pavilion? Good heavens, don't tell me you hail from there. Second lady Luo Bingshiwei was taken aback. Just how formidable is the bullfighting pavilion? The first lady appeared bewildered. Yanyun was equally astonished. Few knew about the bullfighting pavilion. Lung Shiji seemed to have heard of it, but her knowledge was scant. Liahu, in shock, remarked, the bullfighting pavilion, the continent's foremost secret assassin organization. Their code phrase is, the King of Heaven covers the earth, the sun comes to fight. The King of Heaven covers the earth, the sun comes to fight? Yanyun was dumbfounded. Why did that code phrase sound somewhat familiar? Was it not the Pagoda Town River Demon? Or perhaps, a mother tiger at home? That was indeed a peculiar code phrase. Surely they were not also time travelers? Speaking of which, who proposed the bullfighting pavilion's code phrase? Yanyun asked curiously. The pavilion master. Yi Jiaomei replied without hesitation. Is the pavilion master male or female? That code phrase is quite odd. Yanyun inquired tentatively. What? Do you have feelings for the pavilion master simply because of the code phrase? Yi Jiaomei asked with a playful smile. Ah, I was merely inquiring. Why are you jumping to conclusions? Yanyun clarified, his curiosity piqued rather than romantic interest. Yi Jiaomei rolled her eyes. The pavilion master, Yi Linglong, is female and the 316th master of the bullfighting pavilion. She has held the position for 68 years. To my knowledge, she became the master in her 20s. Holy cow. Are you telling me your pavilion master is over 90 years old? Yanyun rolled his eyes, feeling as though he had just swallowed a mouthful of flies. Yi Jiaomei smirked, but she appears eternally youthful. Her visage remains in her 20s. After all these years, she has not aged, nor does she have gray hair or wrinkles. So miraculous? Yanyun was utterly astonished. The other ladies were equally taken aback. Of course. Yi Jiaomei declared proudly. May I ask, does the pavilion master possess a secret for eternal youth? The first lady eagerly interjected. Indeed, women are eternally concerned with maintaining their youth and beauty. This is a perennial issue for women, whether before or after their journey through time. After all, only by preserving their appearance can women better captivate attention. Well, men are not exempt from such concerns either. This secret seems not to have been disclosed. I know that many of the pavilion master's disciples, upon retiring, are left with gray hair, wrinkled faces, and many are nearly toothless. Yi Jiaomei's remark was disheartening. All right. The first lady's enthusiasm quickly waned. Second lady then asked, what position did you hold in the bullfighting pavilion? With your impressive strength, you surely weren't an ordinary assassin? Can I refrain from answering? No, you cannot. I was the chief assassin, Yi Jiaomei stated calmly. No wonder. Lung Shiji suddenly understood. It is no surprise your strength is so formidable. As far as I know, the chief assassin of the bullfighting pavilion is always the next heir to the pavilion, right? Second lady inquired. Indeed. Yi Jiaomei confirmed. Chapter 193. The Birth of the Second-Person Sword Unity. In Yanhuang City, within a courtyard, Chunji wielded a long sword, immersed in a state of transcendence as he practiced his swordsmanship. His technique fluctuated between rapid and slow, at times obscuring his form as he transformed into the sword, and at other times revealing his physical presence, embodying the sword. Had Lung Shiji been present, she would have recognized this as the introductory level of person-sword unity. After an intense session of practice, Chunji halted, his eyes alight with ecstatic joy. Just moments ago, he had, in a state of transcendence, entered the realm of person-sword unity. Over the years, he had sacrificed much for this state. Now, at the age of 43, he had finally brushed against the very core of person-sword unity. How could he not feel elated? He mastered his unique unity of man and sword, and, eager to refine it, he immersed himself once more in sword practice, entering a state of self-oblivion. Instantly, the vision of being one with the sword reappeared. This time, his immersion led to a qualitative leap in his understanding of the unity of man and sword. In this state, his movements were as swift as lightning, his sword strokes surpassing even the speed of a shooting star, appearing as fleeting shadows, nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. Emerging from this state, his joy was even more profound, for he had grasped the essence of his own unity of man and sword. By simply entering a state of self-oblivion, he could achieve this unity, a unique insight belonging to Chunji. He was ecstatic, realizing that only two immersions had granted him such profound understanding. Overjoyed, Chunji couldn't help but burst into laughter, imagining the elation his elder brother Chenmu would experience upon learning of his progress. As Chunji reveled in his triumph, a white carrier pigeon landed on the windowsill with a flutter of wings. Chunji set down his sword, approached the window, and retrieved the message tied to the bird's leg. Unfolding the letter, he read the words, his expression turning somber. My brother, the court is unstable, and the great Yin is on the verge of turmoil. The third prince has recovered and is no longer simple-minded. He possesses strategic acumen, talent, and martial prowess far beyond what we imagined. I have secured our family and am heading to the desolate lands to assist him. If you still consider me your brother, join me there. I await you. As for Prince Yao, he is, as you said, indolent and unmotivated, and even if he ascends the throne, he will likely be unable to control the situation and become a puppet. The letter was signed Chenmu. This message was sent by Chenmu as he journeyed to the desolate lands, though he had not yet met Yanyun. He conveyed these words to his brother based solely on a letter from Chen Binding. Chenji had long recognized Prince Yao's lack of imperial ambition and had confided in his elder brother. Such opinions could not be voiced publicly, lest he risk his life. The third prince was not foolish but possessed strategic acumen, talent, and martial prowess. Chenji was incredulous. If he were to show this letter to the emperor would undoubtedly dispatch troops to eliminate Yanyun, a stark reality that threatened Yin Nandu and Prince Yao. Why did Yin Nandu eliminate Yin Beidu? Chunji knew better than anyone. It was out of fear that after his death, Prince Yao, being young and lacking authority, would be manipulated by Yin Beidu, who held sway over the court and controlled the great Yin Empire. Although Prince Yao was intelligent, his indolence rendered him ineffective. As Prince Yao's tutor, Chenji knew him well. Yin Yun, though a member of the imperial family, was not of Yin Nandu's lineage. Supporting Yin Yun could incite domestic rebellion, especially with Li Rue and Luo Zhengfeng currently aligned with Yin Nandu. After contemplation, Chenji burned the letter and quietly left the palace, choosing to follow his brother and support the third prince. The Chen family had always been united, standing together against adversity. Decisions made by the head of the family were either followed with unwavering loyalty or defied with complete severance. Chen Xian, the Chen family swordsman who accompanied Shui Wu in the assassination attempt on Yin Yun, had defied the family head and defected. Chen Binding, though not defying the head, felt remorse and resentment towards her father's cruelty, leading her to abandon the family. However, with time, the resentment faded, as she recognized her own fault in failing to protect Yin Yun, resulting in his brain damage. Chenji believed he had made the right choice, joining his brother in building their own empire. His brother possessed genuine strategic acumen and talent, and despite his exceptional swordsmanship, His strategic abilities were remarkable. Chen Ji trusted him implicitly, knowing that Yin Beidu's victories were often due to his brother's counsel. If Chen Mu supported Yanyun, he must have his reasons. Before meeting Yanyun, Chen Mu had felt apprehensive. However, he believed that as long as Yanyun was not truly simple-minded, he could guide him to legitimacy and the throne. With his own abilities, he could serve as a capable prime minister. He had not yet seen Yanyun's art of war, but if he did, he would recognize in Yanyun a future military genius. His own strategic acumen and martial prowess were enough to secure a region and oversee the overall situation. In the Yin Imperial City military camp, it was the 6th day of the army's expedition. Due to insufficient equipment and weaponry, Luo Zhengfeng had ordered their continuous production. The investment of funds and manpower had tripled or even quadrupled due to the time constraints. A 1,000,000-strong army had already marched to the front lines, with provisions and military pay en route. Only the weaponry and equipment were still being manufactured, particularly the arrows. The Yin Imperial City had 200,000 archers, each volley requiring 200,000 arrows, a substantial number that was delaying the process. Luo Zhengfeng, exhausted from overseeing the production of weapons and arrows, left the military camp to rest. A messenger urgently approached him, presenting a letter from the desolate lands. Luo Zhengfeng wondered if it contained information about the banished group. He eagerly opened the letter and read its contents. General Luo, the third prince is not foolish but possesses courage and strategic acumen. He has led the constable Zheng Ba, the Chun family head Chen Mu, the Lung family head Lung Shui, and the Lu family head Lu Heishui, along with a dozen or so super generals and the Lu family's black armor army, to seize Gangjin City. The city has fallen. I believe the third prince is a menace and urge you to send troops to conquer Gangjin City and capture him. Before your arrival, I will defend the desolate pass to prevent him from breaking through. If the third prince is not eliminated, you will never have peace. The letter was signed Left General Zhao Kuo. Upon reading the letter, Luo Zhengfeng's expression changed drastically. The third prince was not foolish but courageous and strategic. He had led the Qin family head, the Long family head, and the Lu family head in rebellion. Even the constable Captain Zheng Ba had defected, and he had gathered a dozen or so super generals. If this information had come from someone else, Luo Zhengfeng might have been skeptical, but it came from Zhao Kuo, whom he had personally promoted to Left General and tasked with defending the desolate pass. Zhao Kuo was undoubtedly loyal and would not deceive him. Had the assassination attempt by the hired assassins of the bullfighting pavilion failed, Luo Zhengfeng, unable to remain seated, ordered his horse to be prepared and rode to the prime minister's residence. An hour later, Luo Zhengfeng arrived at the prime minister's residence, covered in dust. Li Rui's complexion had improved in recent days. However, he had been suffering immensely, as his vast fortune had vanished without a trace, a situation that was difficult for anyone to accept. Overnight, his hair turned white, and he aged significantly. The wrinkles on his face crisscrossed, and his tone was weak and feeble, his expression teetering on the brink of despair. Had it not been for Luo Zhengfeng's timely discovery of an ATM to alleviate his pressing needs, he might have succumbed to despondency and despair. At this moment, Li Rui was strolling in the back garden, accompanied by 2 concubines, admiring the flowers. His complexion had improved considerably. He no longer required assistance to walk. There was a spark of vitality in his eyes, dispelling the pallor of his earlier despondency. His mind was clearer now, and he began to contemplate whether to send his family away in advance to evade the potential fallout from the impending revelation of the empty treasury, which could implicate them all. If he still possessed his gold coins, he could disregard the treasury's emptiness, for his wealth surpassed that of the treasury itself, and in times of need, he could replenish it. However, at present, his own treasury was devoid of even the slightest coin, leaving him powerless to replenish it. Furthermore, the Great Zhao Empire was advancing from the west, while the Great Chu Empire was surely poised for action in the south, readying its forces for an assault. If the Great Chu Empire were to strike, he would need to prepare ample provisions and supplies. He might withstand the onslaught of the Great Zhao Empire, but could he endure that of the Great Chu Empire? As Li Rui wandered through the garden, he racked his brain for solutions. In recent days, he had seen no one, not even Luo Zhengfeng, for he did not wish for others to witness his decline or to learn of his overnight transformation into a silver-haired man. Minister, General Luo has arrived, the old steward announced, bustling into the garden. Li Rui furrowed his brow, cutting the steward off with an irritable inquiry. Isn't he at the barracks? With the border in turmoil, does he have time to return? If this delays the military orders, 10 of my heads would not suffice. The steward, with a semblance of resignation, replied, General Luo stated that it pertains to news from the Barbarian Pass, which must be reported to you at once. This matter is of utmost urgency. Otherwise, he would not have hurried back from the barracks. Upon hearing Barbarian Pass, Li Rue understood that something significant had transpired. He instructed his concubine to freshen him up, don formal attire, and received Luo Zhengfeng in the hall. Luo Zhengfeng entered in a flurry, his expression grave, tinged with fear and unease. Upon seeing Li Rue, he paused, taken aback. Li Rue had aged considerably, his hair now white, and although his demeanor was no longer despondent, he still appeared somewhat wan. Leaning against the chair, he seemed slightly stooped. The wrinkles on his face were starkly visible, resembling deep ravines and serpentine dragons tracing his cheeks. Luo Zhengfeng felt a pang in his heart. He knew that in recent times, Li Rue must have battled against life and death, teetering on the edge of existence. This transformation left Luo Zhengfeng tongue-tied, opening his mouth to speak but failing to voice his thoughts, not from a lack of desire, but from fear that Li Rue might find it unbearable and collapse. Speak. What pressing matter required your personal return? Li Rue asked, tremblingly lifting his teacup for a sip. Minister, the situation is rather severe. You must brace yourself. Luo Zhengfeng replied cautiously. How severe could it possibly be? Is the sky falling? Li Rue feigned calmness, dismissing the notion. The sky is not falling, but it is on par with the treasury's emptiness and the theft of our treasures. It might even surpass both. Luo Zhengfeng swallowed hard. What is it? Speak plainly, man. Are you still a man, or just a coward? Li Rue's temperament suddenly turned irate, pointing an accusatory finger at Luo Zhengfeng. Luo Zhengfeng hesitated, fearful that Li Rue might succumb to shock and collapse in light of the news. The young master Yin and his entourage have already reached Gangjin City and are poised to cross the Barbarian Pass into the wilds. After a moment of contemplation, Luo Zhengfeng decided to ease into the revelation, believing that a gradual approach would allow Li Rue to digest the information without being overwhelmed. What did you say? The exiled team has reached Gangjin City? Did the Bullfight Pavilion's assassination attempt fail? How could they have made it to Gangjin City? Li Rue immediately thought of the Bullfight Pavilion, renowned for its flawless mission success rate. I do not know, Luo Zhengfeng admitted. And then? He still held faith in the Bullfight Pavilion, aware of its reputation for relentless pursuit until the mission was accomplished. Gangjin City has fallen to the young Master Yin. Luo Zhengfeng continued cautiously. What? You must be jesting. How could Gangjin City fall? Where is Lord Su Qinggao? He commands 1,000 troops. How could it possibly be overrun? Is he a fool? Hold on. What did you say? Gangjin City has fallen to the young Master Yin? Are you mocking me? Have I lost my wits? Or has he suddenly become clever? Would a fool seize Gangjin City? Luo Zhengfeng, you have deeply disappointed me. The situation at the border is dire, and you come here with such ridiculous news. If the Emperor learns of this, your head will not suffice for the guillotine. Do you understand? Li Rue's fury escalated, and he felt the urge to rise and slap Luo Zhengfeng across the face, leaving a crimson mark on each side. Luo Zhengfeng, feeling aggrieved, replied, Minister, I am not deceiving you. This information comes from Zhao Kuo, the commander at the Barbarian Pass, conveyed via carrier pigeon. Moreover, what did he mention? Li Rue inquired with a sardonic smile. He said, the young Master Yin is not foolish at all. What? The young Master Yin is not foolish. Li Rue's eyes widened, and he seized the teacup from the table, bringing it down forcefully upon Luo Zhengfeng's head. Fortunately, Luo Zhengfeng wore a helmet. Otherwise, he would have suffered serious injury. Say that again. Speak again, and I swear I will end you. At such a critical juncture. You still dare to deceive me? Do you wish for my demise? Let me tell you, if I fall, your fate will be no better. With your intellect, you wouldn't survive another chapter. Do you believe me? Li Rue thundered. After uttering those words, he gasped for breath. His frail body, already weakened, had been drained of energy from his outburst, causing him to slump back into his chair, inhaling deeply. Yet his gaze remained piercing, fixed like a hawk's upon Luo Zhengfeng. A cold sweat beaded on Luo Zhengfeng's forehead. He longed to silence himself, to refrain from uttering further words. Yet he understood the necessity of sharing the truth with Li Rue. Without his insights, Li Rue would be unable to devise an effective strategy. With a tremor, Luo Zhengfeng knelt, tears welling in his eyes. He wiped them away and spoke in a tone of grave sorrow. The young Master Yin is not only astute but also brave and resourceful. He has gathered a cadre of fierce generals around him. Furthermore, Luo Zhengfeng paused before continuing. The heads of the Lung, Chun, and Lu families are all allied with the young Master Yin, supporting him. Even the captain of the constabulary, Zheng Ba, has become one of his formidable enforcers. Minister, it seems the young Master Yin has been feigning foolishness all along. It is likely that Yin Bei anticipated this day, publicly pretending to be dull-witted while secretly nurturing his strength. You, Minister, are wise and perceptive. Surely, you can discern the truth. Spare me the flattery. I know the nature of Yin Bei all too well. If he were truly clever and valiant, he would have already dispatched his forces to the front lines. How could one possibly remain at home day after day, awaiting the fateful day of execution? If he had known he was to be executed, he would have long since retreated from the front line, not idly waiting for death. Li Rui understood Yin Baidu all too well. His words truly encapsulated all of Yin Baidu's thoughts. If Yanyun were not foolish and naive, possessing both valor and wisdom, he would have already been brought to the forefront. As a royal relative and a general of the realm, Yin Baidu was not shrewd or cunning enough. In this regard, he was inferior to Yin Nandu. It was precisely his lack of cunning and guile that led to his demise at the border. The Prime Minister, Luo Zhengfeng, reluctantly produced a letter penned by Zhao Kuo, the commander at the Wild Frontier Pass. It was a message sent via carrier pigeon. If the Prime Minister does not believe it, he may examine the contents of the letter. Li Rui's expression darkened as he took the letter, and after a brief perusal, he furrowed his brow and inquired, "The fall of Gangjin City. Why has the city lord Su Qinggao not sent me any word?" Su Qinggao had indeed sent a message via pigeon, but the bird was intercepted mid-flight by a hawk, leaving only droppings to nourish the earth. How could any message reach him? Only Zhao Kuo's pigeon had fortuitously traversed the long distance to deliver the letter into Luo Zhengfeng's hands. The letter made no mention of Su Qinggao, leaving both men unaware of his fate. It was possible that Su Qinggao had valiantly sacrificed himself while leading his troops into battle. Zhao Kuo must have learned of this through a message relayed by Su Qinggao just before his death, allowing the information to escape. Luo Zhengfeng analyzed carefully. Li Rui fell into silence, still unable to believe the absurdity of Yanyun pretending to be foolish. After all, this had spread like wildfire throughout Yin Imperial City. Everyone knew that Yanyun was the simpleton of a noble family. But now, the situation had taken a turn. The third young master Yin had seemingly regained his wits. Upon hearing this news, Li Rui felt aged by several years, his body weakened further. The pressure within him surged. While he could not believe that Yanyun had returned to normalcy, the mere fact that this news had reached him implied that there was at least some truth to it. What troubled him most was that the heads of the Lang, Chun, and Lu families had all rallied behind Yanyun, aiding him in an attempt to restore the Duke of the Protectorate's former glory. You just mentioned that the heads of the Lang, Chen, and Lu families are all supporting Yanyun, correct? Li Rui questioned. Indeed. The Lang and Lu families support Yanyun due to their familial ties. But why does the Chen family also support him? Little do they know. Shenji of the Chen family is the master of swordsmanship to Prince Yao, Chen Mu, being the head of his family. Aligning with Yanyun means the entire family has sided with him. Isn't he that like roasting Qinji over a fire? Li Rui spoke weakly. Luo Zhengfeng appeared bewildered, stating, "It's possible that Qinji is already withdrawn from the court. After all, he has a very good relationship with Chen Mu." Alas. Li Rui sighed deeply, his frail body slumping in the chair. Though he felt no great shock or surprise, nor did he feel rage to the point of bloodshed. The torment and agony he endured were no less than that of shock and hemorrhage. Chapter 196, Accompanying a Monarch is like accompanying a tiger. Yanyun has returned to normal? Li Rui could not help but chuckle. How could this be possible? How could this be? How could this be? He repeated the phrase again. Prime Minister, what should we do now? Luo Zhengfeng asked cautiously. You should personally visit the bullfighting pavilion and urge them to hasten their efforts. We must eliminate Yanyun as soon as possible. Once Yanyun is dead, they will lose their backbone, and everything will be resolved. If necessary, we can lower the difficulty of the task. Even if it means eliminating a few beautiful women, we must get rid of Yanyun. Li Rui clenched his fists, begrudgingly stating, Understood. What a pity. What a pity. These young ladies are all stunningly beautiful. Li Rui, fear I may never have the fortune to enjoy their company. I can only resort to ruthless measures to preserve our lives. Li Rui's face was filled with resentment. In the imperial palace of Yin Imperial City. In the imperial study, Yin Nandu sat cross-legged on a mat, diligently reviewing memorials. Eunuch Shur entered with a grave expression. Noticing the solemnity on Shur's face, Yin Nandu frowned. Do you not know that it is inappropriate to disturb me while I am reviewing memorials? What urgent matter do you have to report? Eunuch Shur frowned. Recently, messages have arrived from both Yinzhou Town and Gajin City. What news? Yin Nandu asked dismissively. It concerns the exiled group. Initially, I did not take the message from Yinzhou Town to heart, but now, Gajin City has also sent word, and I must report it to your majesty. Eunuch Shur replied. Speak. The news from Yinzhou Town indicated that the third young master Yin and all the exiled personnel arrived dressed splendidly, appearing as though they were on a leisurely trip rather than in exile. Furthermore, the third young master Yin had shed his foolish demeanor, displaying sharp wit and decisiveness, showing blatant disregard for the law, even killing officials and showing disrespect to the court. At first, I thought this news was false. so I did not pay it much mind. However, just now, I received another message from Gangjin City. What did the message from Gangjin City say? Yannandu asked expressionlessly. The message from Gangjin City reported that the third young master Yin and his entourage did not report to the city lord's residence, but instead went directly to an inn. Upon learning this, city lord Su Qinggao led his troops to apprehend them. However, they encountered fierce resistance from Yanyun and his group, resulting in the complete annihilation of the city lord's troops. Fortunately, Zhao Kuo, the commander at the Wild Frontier Pass, dispatched 2 battalions for support. Just as the two sides were locked in fierce battle, the heads of the Long, Lu, and Qin families led 100 black-armored soldiers into the fray. Ultimately, Zhao Kuo's forces could not hold their ground, and both he and city lord Su Qinggao retreated back to the Wild Frontier Pass. Pausing, Eunuch Shur added, "The letter contains several important details that require your majesty's attention. Speak of them one by one." Yet Nandu suppressed his fury, coldly commanded, "First, the third young master, Yin, is not foolish at all. On the contrary, he is both brave and cunning, commanding a group of valiant heroes." Eunuch Shur cautiously stated. As he spoke, he subtly gauged Yin Nandu's reaction. Indeed, fury flickered in Yin Nandu's eyes. Before Eunuch Shur could reveal the next detail, Yin Nandu slammed his desk and shouted angrily, "Preposterous! Was Yanyun not thought to be mentally incapacitated? How could he suddenly return to normal? Could it be that someone is deliberately deceiving me?" Eunuch Shur, startled, fell to his knees. "Your Majesty, I initially thought this was a deception, but the letter has been corroborated twice, which compelled me to report it. Then why is Yanyun, who was clearly foolish, now returned to normal? Could it be that Yanyun has been deceiving me all along?" Yin Nandu interrogated furiously. This must be a plot devised by Yin Baidu." Eunuch Shur blurted out in desperation. Are you suggesting that Yin Baidu anticipated this day, thus allowing Yin Yun to feign foolishness as a precaution?" Yin Nandu coldly inquired. Yes, indeed. This must be Yin Baidu's scheme." Eunuch Shur hastily concurred. "If that is the case, then it makes sense. This sufficiently justifies my decision to execute their entire family. What a pity that this Yin Yun has deceived me. This constitutes treason against the emperor. He shall be executed without mercy." Yin Nandu bellowed. Yes, indeed. He shall be executed without mercy." Eunuch Shur wiped the cold sweat from his brow. "By heavens! To accompany a monarch is truly akin to accompanying a tiger. Please continue with the remaining details." Yin Nandu endeavored to steady his composure. "The second point, Captain Zheng Ba of the constabulary has been bribed by Yanyun, becoming a despicable lackey. During the battle with the imperial troops, he single-handedly slaughtered dozens of them. How outrageous! This Zheng Ba has rebelled. This is a blatant act of treason. Immediately dispatch orders to seize Zheng Ba's entire family, imprison them in the dungeons, and turn them over to the Ministry of Justice for punishment." He, however, is unaware that Zheng Ba stands alone, with no ties, and thus fears no repercussions for his family. This audacity is precisely why he acts so recklessly and fearlessly. Continue. "The third point, the Lung, Chun, and Lu families have openly supported Yanyun, assisting him in repelling General Zhao Kuo's army. This is a flagrant rebellion against the court, an affront to the emperor, and a direct challenge to the authority of the throne. Absurd. The wrath of Emperor Yan'an is palpable. Without my protection, how could these 3 families rise? How could they become the foremost clans of the great Yin Empire? And the Lung and Qin families, without my approval, how could they be recognized as one of the 3 foremost martial families of the great Yin Empire?" The chief steward, Uncle Shur, is sweating profusely. "You must immediately send word, without delay, to Heba City and Jianghaking, to capture all the close relatives of these 3 families and bring them to Yanwang City. I shall personally command their executions to serve as a warning to others." "Very well. I shall carry out your orders. And you, personally go to the Crown Prince's residence and inform Qinji to come and see me. I shall confront him directly about whether he chooses to rebel against the court or submit to it and serve my interests." "Understood." Uncle Shur hurriedly took his leave. A short while later, he returned. Chapter 197. Cut off your tongue and hang it by your ear. "Your Majesty, Chunji has already left the Crown Prince's courtyard with his belongings. This morning, he was still practicing swordplay with Crown Prince Yao," Uncle Shur reported, trembling in fear. "How infuriating." Emperor Yan'an erupted in anger, violently overturning the bookshelf to his left, a pack of ungrateful wolves. "I hope I do not catch him, or he shall face execution without mercy." Uncle Shur bowed his head, quaking in fear, terrified that the emperor's wrath might turn upon him. After his outburst, Emperor Yan'an suddenly regained his composure and shouted at Uncle Shur, "Yanyun must not be allowed to live. He absolutely must not survive. If this boy grows stronger, Crown Prince Yao will surely be no match for him in the future." Uncle Shi was momentarily taken aback. The emperor had indeed hit the nail on the head. Indeed, Yanyun must not be allowed to live. You must personally go to the prime minister's residence and inform Li Rui to hasten to the imperial study to meet with me. Emperor Yanyun spoke gravely. Your Majesty, the prime minister, has been unwell recently and is currently in recovery. He may be unable to come. Uncle Shi stammered. Humph. What do I not know about Li Rui's condition? He is merely feigning illness after suffering a little loss due to the military campaign. Damn it. You tell him, even if he is gravely ill, I want him carried here. Should he ignore this, I shall extinguish his life. Emperor Yanyun roared. Understood. Uncle Shi hastily departed. Upon arriving at the prime minister's residence, Uncle Shi encountered General Luo Zhengfeng just as he was about to leave. Seeing Luo Zhengfeng's appearance at the prime minister's residence, Uncle Shi was momentarily taken aback, then rubbed his eyes and said, General Luo, did you not lead the troops to confront the enemy? Luo Zhengfeng frowned. I have urgent matters to report to the prime minister. Hence I rushed back from the front lines. What? Do you wish to meddle in military affairs? No. I have no authority to overstep. With that, Uncle Shi hurriedly departed. As Luo Zhengfeng observed Uncle Shi's hasty exit, he realized something significant must have transpired within the palace. Otherwise, Uncle Shi would not have come all this way. Could it be the matter of young Master Yin San has reached the emperor's ears? Luo Zhengfeng shuddered at the thought and quickly left the prime minister's residence. The creation of weaponry and military supplies is nearing completion. Upon returning to the military camp, Luo Zhengfeng swiftly ordered the loading of supplies onto wagons, setting off grandly towards Liri City. Within the prime minister's residence, Uncle Shi found Li Rui, who appeared exhausted and haggard. The sight of Li Rui in such a state left Uncle Shi in disbelief. He could never have imagined that the once dignified and poised prime minister would one day appear so disheveled, with a head full of white hair, a face lined with wrinkles, vacant eyes, and a diminished aura. Is this truly the esteemed prime minister of the great Yin Empire? This is clearly a beggar fallen to the streets. Steward Shi, Li Rui lay on his bed, his voice hoarse as he greeted, I am unwell and cannot rise to welcome you. I do not know why you have come, steward. The emperor summons you, Uncle Shi said with a hint of sympathy. Alas, I am ill and frail. I fear I cannot meet with the emperor. Li Rui replied weakly. This is not feigned. He has genuinely become this way. Alas, the emperor has decreed that if the prime minister is ill, he must be carried to the palace. Uncle Shi sighed. Cough, cough. Does Steward Shi know why the emperor has summoned me? Cough, cough. Is there some major event within the palace? Li Rui asked, his head aching. Alas, perhaps the prime minister is still unaware. Young Master Yin San has returned to normal. He no longer acts foolishly. He has become brave and resourceful, gaining the support of the Lung, Chun, and Lu families, seizing Gangjin City, and repelling General Zhao Kuo's forces. Uncle Shi reported truthfully. Li Rui's expression suddenly changed, and he hung his head, asking, has the emperor expressed his fury? The emperor is eager to eliminate young Master Yin San. Thus he has sent me to bring you to the palace to discuss how to eradicate him. Uncle Shi stated. Alas, young Master Yin San has become a calamity. Li Rui said, his eyes wide with shock. Externally, there are bandits. Internally, there are calamities. I fear the emperor has lost his composure. The prime minister requests your presence, Uncle Shi announced. Under the guidance of several young attendants, Li Rui took a carriage, enduring the jolts, and entered the imperial study. Upon seeing the chaotic imperial kitchen, Li Rui understood that Emperor Yin and must be extraordinarily furious. Your Majesty, Li Rui greeted, his breath still weak. You are. Upon seeing Li Rui in such a state, Emperor Yin initially failed to recognize him. You, my loyal minister, how have you come to look like this? It is merely a bit of flesh lost. Look at how you have distressed yourself. If you are unwilling, simply tell me. I can allocate funds from the treasury. My treasury has accumulated wealth over many years. It surpasses that of both Zhao and Chu combined. Mentioning his treasury, Emperor Yin beamed with pride. That wealth is his. It is his empire's foundation. Cough, cough. Li Rui quickly interrupted the emperor's train of thought, genuinely fearing that Emperor Yin might, in a moment of impulse, command the imperial guard to take him to the treasury for a tour, merely to admire its abundance. Alas, young Master Yin San has been feigning ignorance. I suspect this may be a grand scheme devised by Yin Baidu to guard against me in collaboration with Yanyun. Emperor Yin asserted. Alas, I share this sentiment. It can only be said that Yin Baidu is cunning and has anticipated everything. This also demonstrates that your wisdom and insight have enabled you to see through their father-son conspiracy. Li Rui praised. You, Li Rui, in such a pitiful state, still have the gift of gab. I wish I could cut off your tongue and hang it by my ear daily. Emperor Yin jested. Li Rui forced a smile, Your Majesty may do as you wish. I shall harbor no resentment. Go, go, go. I was merely jesting. If I truly cut it off and hung it by my ear, it would not speak. What would I do with a tongue that cannot speak? What I desire is you, Li Rue. Do not leave me. Even in death, I shall depart before you. After exchanging a few words with Li Rue, although the situation remained unresolved, Yannandu felt a slight uplift in his spirits. This is precisely why he relied on Li Rue. Regarding him as a crucial minister, Li Rue could alleviate his burdens and troubles. Chapter 198. Li Rue stalls the deployment of troops. The Lang, Lu, and Qin families have successively betrayed us. Yanyun has even seized control of Gangjin City. What course of action should I take? Yannandu inquired. Kill. Eradicate all traitors without mercy, Li Rue declared resolutely. It appears that the Chancellor and I share the same sentiments. Yannandu felt immense relief. To strike an example and deter others, Li Rue stated with fierce determination, just earlier, on my way to the palace, I conceived a plan. Since these three families have rebelled, what about the Luo family and the War God Mansion, and the Yin Emperor Academy? These are all connected to the National Protector General. Currently, the War God Mansion remains inactive, and there has been no news from the Luo family. As for the Yin Emperor Academy, it has already fallen to the Zhao Kingdom, so I fear they will remain quiet for the time being. Yannandu assessed. We must send someone to keep watch. Any signs of unrest must be nipped in the bud to prevent harboring treachery, Li Rue insisted. Right now, they are all in Gangjin City. They have clearly taken control of it. Fortunately, the Barbarian Pass is heavily guarded, making it exceedingly difficult for them to break through. I am contemplating ordering General Changbo to mobilize an additional 100,000 troops from the Yin Emperor City Barracks to seize Gangjin City and eliminate Yanyun and his cohorts before they can escape. This calamity must be averted. What are your thoughts? Rest assured, this time the National Treasury will cover all expenses, and you need not sacrifice anything, Yannandu proclaimed. Upon hearing of another 100,000 troops being deployed, Li Rue felt a sudden panic. The treasury is nearly depleted. What more can be spent? Your Majesty, Li Rue hastily advised. There is no need for such a massive mobilization over mere Yen San. Oh, do you have a better strategy? Yannandu asked. I have already devised a defensive strategy on my way to the palace, Li Rue responded. The Barbarian Pass currently has 50,000 troops. Your Majesty only needs to send a message and command the pass's commander, Zhao Qua, to lead 30,000 troops to attack Gangjin City. As for the remaining 500,000 troops in the Yin Emperor City Barracks, they need not be stirred for now. Why not? Yannandu queried, somewhat displeased. The treasury is full, and our forces are strong, rendering us perfectly capable of taking Gangjin City. Why maintain so many troops if not to quell rebellion and wage war? The Zhao Empire to the west has already invaded our Yin territory. The Dechu Empire to the south is also stirring, eyeing us covetously, likely prepared for conflict. If the Yin Emperor City army advances on Gangjin City, our troops will be left vulnerable. Moreover, Yanyun and his followers number but a mere 100. Zhao Qua's forces can easily handle them, Li Rue argued. Ah, that is true. I nearly forgot about the 50,000 guards at the Barbarian Pass. With them, taking Gangjin City should pose no problem. Currently, Gangjin City has no forces. Even if they were to recruit soldiers now, they would be unable to forge sufficient armor and weapons or effectively command an army. Such a disorganized rabble cannot pose a significant threat. Yannandu nodded thoughtfully. Indeed. Moreover, even if Zhao Qua's army does not engage, it matters little. Zhao Qua only needs to hold the Barbarian Pass, blocking Yanyun and his men from escaping. This would equate to a victory for us. We can wait until Your Majesty has repelled the border enemies and quelled domestic strife before launching a campaign against Yanyun and his followers. Indeed. Li Rue's reasoning quelled Yannandu's desire to retaliate against Yanyun. In that case, I shall heed your counsel. Very well, your words have greatly eased my heart. With that, Yannandu stretched, feeling immensely comfortable. Then, recalling something, he furrowed his brow and asked, I remember instructing you to send men to ambush Yanyun and his followers. They haven't failed, have they? Li Rue forced a smile. I hired professional assassins for the task. Yet, to this day, there has been no word. Now, with Leng Shui and Chun Mu surrounding Yanyun, the difficulty for the assassins has only increased. It is a pity that Chen Ji abandoned me. Had he been at my disposal, he would surely have slain Leng Shui and Chen Mu. His swordsmanship is exceptional, and he currently serves as the chief swordmaster of our Yin Empire. More than capable. Alas, what a loss. Yannandu sighed. Oh, by the way, have there been any reports from the border regarding the war? I wonder if General Luo's troops have clashed with those of the Zhao Kingdom? Yannandu suddenly inquired about the Western Front. Li Rue replied. The army has been dispatched to the front lines, along with all provisions and supplies. Currently, General Luo is surveying the terrain, arranging troops, and preparing for battle at any moment. Eunuchshire suddenly raised his head. He recalled encountering Luo Zhengfeng at the Chancellor's residence just now. How could Li Rui claim that Luo Zhengfeng was at the front? Could it be that I was mistaken? Surely not. That was clearly Luo Zhengfeng. We even exchanged words. What is it? Do you have something to say? Upon hearing Eunuchshire's murmur, Yan Nandu's brow furrowed. Li Rui also turned his gaze to Eunuchshire, unaware of his encounter with Luo Zhengfeng. Eunuchshire, fearing for his own safety, swallowed hard and managed to suppress his words. No, nothing. Eunuchshire hurriedly replied. Yan Nandu nodded slightly, then added, this battle is of utmost importance to our Yin Empire. We must decisively crush the enemy and reclaim our lost territories. In the Qin Kuan Hall of the Dechu Empire, a multitude of civil and military officials engaged in a fierce verbal duel regarding the Yin Empire. General Dong Ao declared, the Yin Empire and the Zhao Empire have long been allies. After years of marital ties, the Zhao Emperor dares to launch an attack on the Yin Empire. Why must our Dechu Empire continue to endure this humiliation? The opportunity has come. We must strike with overwhelming force, reclaim our lost territories, and restore our honor, rather than cowering like turtles, waiting for the enemy to strike. Indeed, the general speaks wisely. We must retaliate fiercely to reclaim our honor and establish the might of our great nation. Your Majesty, now is not the time for indecision. If we do not act now, once the Yin Empire regains its strength, it will be exceedingly difficult to launch an offensive. The time to strike is now. General Guosun advocated for mobilization. The Zhao Kingdom's offensive has already constrained most of the Yin Empire's forces. If we also act with lightning speed, victory is assured. General Meng Lang asserted decisively. Chapter 199. The Empress's Majesty emerges. Your Majesty, I advise caution, to observe the situation and wait for stability before mobilizing. Acting rashly will only lead to unforeseen consequences. Although the news of Yin Bei's beheading has been confirmed, the one guarding the Hushao Pass is Lu Zhendong. This man is exceptionally brave and cunning, a fearsome general under Yin Bei. Our Dechu's mightiest general, Yuan Tiniu, was pierced through the neck by his spear. We must proceed with caution. Chancellor Zhuan's opposition stems from a deep-seated fear. Of course, he represents the civil faction, focusing on the people's welfare, enhancing the economy, and developing agriculture, thus harboring a particular aversion to war. Foolishness. Nonsense. Do you comprehend the immense losses your words could inflict on our nation? Not only would we fail to reclaim lost territories, but we would also become a subject of ridicule for other nations. They would claim that the citizens of the Dechu Empire are utterly intimidated by the Yin Empire. They have become fundamentally fearful, losing their spirit. Reduced to a pitiful state, Dong Ally was consumed with anger, hurling a barrage of cold mockery at Zhuan. Indeed, this was the most opportune moment to mobilize troops. At this juncture, deploying forces would effectively choke the vital lifeline of the Dayan Empire. The Empress of the Great Chu Xuanji, sat upon her dragon throne, her expression inscrutable, refraining from uttering a word. Yet, within her heart, plans were already taking shape. General, Chu Xuanji's thin lips parted, and she began to speak. Your Majesty, please proceed. Dong Ally clasped his fists, hope shining in his eyes. The Dayan and our Great Chu have been enemies for generations. My father, the Emperor, has suffered greatly due to the incessant warfare between our nations. As the general has asserted, when the tide of battle rises, one must seize the moment and strike decisively, rather than passively wait and let opportunities slip away. To remain passive will only lead to further losses. In my view, it is not that the Great Chu lacks strength or military might. Rather, it is the disunity and indecisiveness of our people that have caused us to miss one golden opportunity after another, leading to repeated failures. We must learn from past experiences. Act with swift and decisive measures, reclaim lost territories, wash away our shame, and establish the might of our great Chu army. The Empress's commanding presence resonated with authority, her words striking like thunder. Dong Ally and the other military generals were filled with exhilaration upon hearing her proclamation, while the civil officials furrowed their brows, shaking their heads in disapproval. General, I hereby appoint you as the commander of the southern expedition, with Guosun as your deputy commander. From this day forth, you two shall lead an army of 100,000, marching from Menghu City, aiming to capture Huxiao Pass and reclaim Iraqi City. Should you secure Iraqi City, you will then advance northward to seize Dadi City and Heba City, while also moving westward to conquer Woda City and Gangjin City. I shall await your triumphant return at the Chu Imperial Palace. On the day of your return, a grand banquet shall be held in your honor. Chu Xuanji declared with magnificent poise. The humble servant shall obey. I will not disappoint your Majesty. Dong Aolai and Guosun responded in unison, their voices resolute. Chancellor, Minister of Revenue. The military provisions, supplies, weapons, and equipment for this campaign will be entrusted to you both. Should there be any delay, the military law shall be enforced, and severe punishments shall be meted out. Chu Xuanji addressed Chancellor Zhu In and the Minister of Revenue with an indifferent tone. The two promptly stood and approached, clasping their fists, eager to accept their orders. Today's court session is hereby concluded. Dismissed. With that, Chu Xuanji rose and exited the Qian Kuan Hall without waiting for any further remarks from the civil officials, clearly intent on silencing their voices. Her father, having been too easily swayed by the counsel of numerous officials, had previously missed critical opportunities, leading to the loss of cities and troops. Since ascending to the throne, she had resolved to maintain a clear mind, refusing to heed anyone's words. In her daily life, she diligently studied military texts, grasping the pulse of the people, fully aware of the needs of both civil officials and military generals. Civil officials desired stability and comfort, seeking tranquility amidst their duties, while military generals, brimming with courage, thrived on the battlefield, acutely sensitive to the tides of war. As the Empress, she found herself in the delicate position of weighing pros and cons, managing the overarching situation. While the minutiae and complexities did not require her direct involvement, Chu Xuanji was undoubtedly a rational ruler. In the Dezhao Empire, after the Changshan River Army swiftly captured Shanjian City, they immediately opened the granaries to bolster the people's morale, strictly prohibiting arbitrary killings and oppression of the populace. As long as there were no rebellious elements, no punitive actions would be taken. Overnight, the citizens of Shanjian City, the once subjects of the Dian, had become citizens of the Dezhao, yet there was little resistance. They were merely common folk, as long as the Dezhao army did not act recklessly. It mattered little under which nation they fell. Notably, Shanjian City shared a border with Zhao, fostering trade and commerce, which alleviated any feelings of resentment. However, the Yan Emperor Academy in Shanjian City posed a formidable challenge. Within the academy, Changshan he met with the academy's director, Duan Ddd. Duan Ddd was the father of Duan Ruinxia. The name Ddd was a title he had given himself, rich in meaning, virtue leads to gain. As the sole grand scholar of the Dian Empire, and indeed the entire continent, Duan Ddd undoubtedly lived up to his name. He had also named his daughter Duan Ruinxia, with Ruinxia symbolizing a water element in the five elements. His daughter possessed an abundance of fiery energy, which could be detrimental, hence the name meant to temper the flames, achieving balance. Duan Ddd was a man of profound wisdom and talent, yet he declined to enter government service, choosing instead to nurture many influential figures purely out of a sense of virtue. For instance, Zhu In, the chancellor of the Great Chu Empire, was his disciple, as was Tian Chong, the minister of revenue of the Dian Empire, and Kong Shi Dao, the former chancellor of the Dezhao Empire, who was his junior. His many students occupied significant positions in surrounding nations, some even governing entire cities. In summary, any scholar emerging from the Yan Emperor Academy, with a letter of recommendation from Duan Ddd, could ascend directly to high office without the need for a protracted climb from humble beginnings. This represented a mark of power, status, and identity. Duan Ruinxia's engagement to Yan Lei, the second son of the Yan family, was facilitated by a personal visit from Yan Beidu, along with the assistance of Zhao Lai from the War God Manor. It is worth noting that Duan Ddd and Zhao Lai had known each other since childhood. Both hailed from humble beginnings, lacking status or background. Their ascent to prominence was undoubtedly fraught with challenges that few could comprehend. Throughout their journey, they provided mutual comfort and support, one pursuing military endeavors, the other the study of literature, often engaging in deep conversations during their leisure hours. Zhao Lai's rise from a mere soldier to the esteemed commander of the national defense, and subsequently to a prominent figure in the War God Manor, was undoubtedly bolstered by Duan Ddd's discreet guidance. Although Duan Ddd refrained from political and military involvement, he would never hesitate to offer counsel whenever Zhao Lai sought his advice. While Zhao Lai served as the commander of the national defense, he was in his prime, with the physical prowess that could have easily sustained another decade of service. However, a letter from Duan Ddd compelled him to retire gracefully. The letter contained but 4 words: achieve success, withdraw. At that time, Zhao Lai was 55, robust and vigorous, appearing no older than 40. He could have continued in his position for another decade, yet the 4 words from Duan Ddd sparked an epiphany. Indeed, he had achieved great success, rising from obscurity to become the commander of the national defense, even nurturing military talents like Yan Beidu if he continued in his position. Accumulating further accolades, he would risk the wrath of the emperor. Thus, at the zenith of his career, he chose to retire, relinquishing his title. As fate would have it, upon his retirement, Yin Beidu ascended to prominence. To honor Zhao Li's contributions, the Yin South constructed a war god manor in Dadi City for him to enjoy his later years. This not only preserved his reputation, but also granted him the accolade of a successful retirement. Yin Beidu, possessing remarkable military acumen and sharp intellect, did not squander Zhao Li's mentorship. During his tenure, he successfully captured Iraqi City and Huxiao Pass, thereby expanding the territory of the Dian Empire. Understanding the significance of the Yin Emperor Academy, Yin Beidu specifically sought Zhao Li's assistance to facilitate the marriage of his son, Yin Lei, to Duan Ddd's daughter, effectively binding Duan Ddd's influence to his own ambitions. However, Duan Ddd did not acquiesce. Fully aware that such a union would inevitably bring calamity upon Yin Beidu, the court was not naive. This marriage was clearly a maneuver to consolidate power. In Duan Ddd's eyes, his daughter should wed the Crown Prince Rui, the firstborn of the Yin South. A marriage between Duan Ruinxia and Crown Prince Rui would be rightful and advantageous, enabling her to better assist in governance. Yet, with the Crown Prince slain on the battlefield, Duan Ddd found himself at a loss. Regardless, faced with the pressures from Yin Beidu and Zhao Li, he remained resolute in his refusal. His daughter could marry a commoner but not the son of the National Defense Manor. The implications were far too delicate. It was overtly evident that such a union would pose a threat to the Yin South. However, her daughter, perched high above, looked down upon everyone. In a state of helplessness, Duan Dadi reluctantly married his daughter to Yin Lei. Indeed, as he had anticipated, within less than 2 months of marriage, the Yin family's 3 men were publicly beheaded at the border. Upon receiving this news, Duan Dadi went 3 days and nights without food, consumed by overwhelming guilt. As a prominent scholar of the age, he was well aware of the implications. The Yin Emperor Academy was unlike other familial powers. Aligning oneself with the academy meant that all future students could be freely selected. In the absence of strategists, merely uttering a word could attract a multitude of talents for interviews, especially with Duan Runxiao's influence. If Yin Bei could recognize this, could Yin Nan truly remain oblivious? Everyone was astute. As the emperor of a nation, Yin Nan was surrounded by numerous advisors, and even a single individual stepping forth to offer counsel could alert him to potential political threats. Thus, executing Yin Bei for treason was already an act of great mercy. One could only say that Yin Bei acted without sufficient foresight. However, this situation bore a different weight in Yin Yun's ears. What does killing my father signify? Though my father sought alliances, he did not genuinely conspire against the state. Had he plotted treason, your letter demanding his execution might have spared me this travesty of time travel. Yanyun felt no obligation to intervene. He was merely a traveler from another realm. You severed my father's head and took the lives of my elder and younger brothers. I shall pursue you to the end. Returning to the matter at hand. In a cool pavilion of the Yin Emperor Academy, Changshanha sat opposite Duan Dadi. Servants had long prepared tea. You are a great sage of our time, possessing profound wisdom and talent. I hold you in the highest esteem. I implore you to consider moving to the capital of Zhao. I assure you, our emperor will grant you the esteemed position of national teacher. Changshanha dared not offend this eminent figure. Duan Dadi took a sip of tea and, with a stoic expression, replied, I have heard. Not long ago, my junior brother Kong Zid Dao was expelled by you. Is that correct? Upon hearing this, Changshanha's face contorted as if he had swallowed a dead fly, awkwardly responding, This is merely a matter among those vile fermented beans. At this point, Changshanha felt even more embarrassed. Damn it, how had he inadvertently brought up the topic of those disgusting beans? Duan Dadi, upon hearing the phrase fermented beans, not only did not express anger, but instead stroked his beard, shaking his head and chuckling, Duan Dadi, vowed long ago to dedicate my life solely to teaching, nurturing virtuous and talented individuals, and I shall never seek official positions. I do not pursue fame or fortune. Only stability and tranquility. Why do I cultivate scholars? I elevate them, allowing them to achieve prominence, hoping they may better serve the common people and promote peace. Do you know why the Dechu Empire has yet to hastily attack the Dian, while your Zhao Empire would rather abandon alliances to seize Shanjian City? Why? Changshanha inquired. Because of Prime Minister Zhuan's obstruction. Because you were selfish, solely focused on expanding your territory, disregarding the lives of the people. Thus, you would rather break your oath than refrain from attacking Yan. You have indeed grasped the opportunity for war and successfully captured Shanjian City. But so what? What does taking Shanjian City prove? Does it indicate that your Zhao Empire is strong and prosperous? It proves nothing. It only demonstrates that you took advantage of another's misfortune. Therefore, such military actions will not win the people's hearts. Duan Dadi asserted confidently. Zhu Yin of the Yin Empire was his student, and the lack of urgency in attacking the Yin was undoubtedly due to Zhu Yin and his fellow scholars' vigorous opposition. In contrast, after Kongzhi Dao was expelled, the scholars of the Zhao Empire underwent a radical transformation. They have now become treacherous, discarding alliances and brazenly attacking the Yin. It may appear they captured Shangjian City, but they have lost the people's favor. General Chang, I must candidly declare today, your Zhao Empire may not be far from annihilation. With that, Duan Dadai closed his eyes. Chapter 201. Duan Dadai's confidence. His confidence stemmed from the knowledge that none of his students would seek positions in Zhao. A nation devoid of generals and armies might not inspire safety among the populace. Yet, without scholars to govern, the domestic affairs would undoubtedly descend into chaos. This is an undeniable truth. As a great sage of the present era, Duan Dadai recognized that the Zhao Empire was edging towards its demise since the expulsion of his junior brother. Indeed, this time they violated their oath and recklessly attacked. Although they seemed to have captured Shangjian City, they lost the support of the people. No one would claim Zhao's might or strength, only that Zhao took advantage of others' vulnerabilities. Of course, in military terms, one could say all's fair in war. This encapsulates the conflict between politics and military affairs. Duan Dadai's statement also conveyed his stance. Let us not discuss my potential service. Why could your Zhao Empire expel my junior brother, but not me or my students? In the future, should my students seek positions, I certainly shall not allow them to serve in Zhao. It is that simple. Chang Shanha furrowed his brow, a stir of anger rising within him. Yet he dared not act recklessly. If he were to dare kill Duan Dadai, all scholars in the realm would surely turn against him. Initially, these scholars were against warfare. However, should he kill Duan Dadai, they would undoubtedly advocate for their emperor to wage war against Zhao. Thus, Zhao would be doomed. This is without doubt. Conversely, this is why Yan Bei would rather risk execution than allow his son to marry Duan Runxiao, because marrying Duan Runxiao equated to gaining the support of all scholars. In this regard, Yan Bei was indeed quite perceptive. However, the facts proved Yan Bei's wisdom was not in vain. At least he prepared a grand feast for his son Yanyun. Given time, if Yanyun indeed sought power and usurped the throne, the talents surrounding him would surely multiply. With such talents, how could the nation not thrive? In the future, if Yanyun were to present Sun Tzu's art of war to Duan Dadai, it is likely that Duan Dadai would cultivate a plethora of military talents for him. With an abundance of administrative and military personnel, unifying the entire Yin Empire would be a mere trifle. At that time, prosperity and strength would flourish for generations to come. In Gangjin City, under Yin Yun's meticulous arrangements, everyone had clear roles and responsibilities. The fierce tigers and leopards temporarily followed Yin Yun in his endeavors. As for the safety of the several sister-in-laws, with the chief assassin, Si Fu, and the sword master, Lu Fu, present, who would dare to harm them? The news of Su Qinggao's hasty retreat had spread throughout Gangjin City. The citizens scorned Su Qinggao, branding him cowardly and self-serving, fleeing while disregarding the lives of the people. Zhang Ba led 20 soldiers of the Black Armored Army, exiting the Jiakong Inn, heading straight for the Lord's mansion. Along the way, many citizens pointed and whispered. Of course, many were fearful of being caught in the crossfire and had already returned home to avoid harm. The Lord's mansion was not far from the Jiakong Inn. In the blink of an eye, Zhang Ba and his men arrived at the entrance, where the gates stood wide open. Inside, the servants and retainers, having witnessed Su Qinggao's family flee, hastily carried away valuables and departed the Lord's mansion. With the master gone, what purpose did they have in remaining? Not only did the servants flee, but even the guards and jailers, abandoning their posts, hastily left with their belongings. In an instant, the once bustling Lord's mansion was eerily empty, devoid of any presence. Zhang Ba entered without shedding blood, easily taking control of the Lord's mansion. He then ordered 5 members of the Black Armored Army to notify Yanyun and the others at the Jiakong Inn, while he led the remaining 15 soldiers to conduct a thorough search of the Lord's mansion. He aimed to eliminate all potential hazards, as Yanyun and the sister-in-laws would reside there for an extended period. After the inspection, Zhang Ba discovered that aside from the 10 or so prisoners in the jail, there was no one else present. Certainly, the fierce bears and tigers were also confined within. Without Yin Yun's directive, Zhang Ba would not pay heed to the beasts. After seizing the Lord's mansion, Yin Yun and his companions rode through the streets, entering the Lord's estate without obstruction. Observing the vast courtyard, the matriarch sighed, "I never imagined we would once again have the fortune to reside within such a grand estate. Although it pales in comparison to the Duke's residence, it is still a Lord's mansion. Indeed, when the news of our exile reached us, I thought our fate was sealed. Yet now, we tread upon a path entirely different." The second matron expressed her sentiments. This is all thanks to our dear uncle, chimed the third matron. Dear aunt, now that we've moved from the Jiao Ao into the Lord's mansion, does that mean mother and I will still share a room with the third uncle tonight? Yin Schwerer inquired with curiosity. She was only interested in whom she would sleep with, indifferent to other matters. Of course, the matriarch replied, somewhat speechless. Yay, I knew you would treat me the best. Yin Schwerer exclaimed joyfully, leaping with delight. The third matron's cheeks flushed slightly as she affectionately patted Yin Schwerer's head, realizing that her own daughter understood her best. At this moment, Zheng Ba approached Yanyun, stating, My lord, all potential threats within the estate have been eliminated. Furthermore, there are several courtyards in the back, all impeccably tidy. I suspect these are the quarters for Su Qinggao's concubines. Therefore, we can arrange for a few young matrons to reside here. That would be splendid. Yanyun responded with satisfaction. Under Zheng Ba's guidance, the group proceeded to the back of the Lord's mansion, which boasted 8 courtyards. Each courtyard contained 3 spacious and well-furnished rooms, including a living area, a private chamber for the matrons, and quarters for the maidservants. The matriarch took charge of the housing arrangements, ensuring fairness by assigning 1 courtyard to each young matron, while the remaining courtyard was designated for Qin Liani and Madame Qin. As for Qin Daod and Qin Badu, they were settled in the guest rooms of the front yard of the mansion. It must be said that Su Chonggao was quite the libertine, having constructed 8 courtyards, implying he had at least 8 wives. With their accommodations secured, Yanyun could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Although he lacked a permanent residence, he could share a room with the matriarch. Moreover, at Yin Schwerer's insistence, he was to spend the night with the third matron. In Chapter 202, A Natural Talent, self-compiled, within the Jiao Ao Inn, Chun Mu, Cold Blood, and Lu Heishui procured an assortment of writing materials from a street vendor. Upon returning to the inn, Cold Blood spread the cloth on the table, while Lu Heishui washed the brushes and poured the ink. Once everything was prepared, Chinmu picked up a brush and elegantly inscribed several characters on the cloth. The first proclamation read, The former Lord Su Qinggao, cowardly and timid, disregarding the safety of the people, fled with his wives in disgrace, and has been ousted from Gangjin City. The current lord of Gangjin City is the virtuous young Master Yanyun. Young Master Yin possesses a kind heart, cares for the common folk, and embodies the wisdom that to gain the people's hearts is to gain the realm. A decree is hereby issued for the welfare of the people. Starting today, provisions will be released from the granaries, and all taxes for the citizens will be suspended for 3 months, encompassing commerce, agriculture, and more. Any concerns may be addressed at the Lord's mansion. The second proclamation stated, In light of the lack of military strength in Gangjin City, we are recruiting soldiers effective immediately. Those with combat experience will receive a reward of 200 gold coins upon enlistment. For those without experience but eager to serve the nation, a support reward of 20 gold coins will be granted. All soldiers enlisted will receive double pay monthly. After completing the 2 proclamations, Cold Blood instructed someone to deliver the recruitment notice to Pei Jiao Ao, while he pinned dozens of additional proclamations for the welfare of the people. Once all preparations were complete, the trio exited the inn and ordered the Black Armored Army to post 1 notice at each of the 2 city gates, with the remaining proclamations affixed in the bustling areas of Gangjin City. Gangjin City sprawls over a vast area, housing a permanent population of 600,000 and a transient population of 300,000, akin to a county-level city. Due to limited conditions, Chenmu and his companions had to ride swiftly to deliver the proclamations. Along the way, they continuously reassured the populace, who were now aware that Su Chonggao had abandoned them during his flight. The city structure had become mere fragments. As for the deputy lord, he had long since fled. Brother Chen, what do you think of young Master Yin? Cold Blood inquired while riding toward the center of Gangjin City. Chunmu reined in his horse, speaking gravely. He possesses strategy, talent, meticulous thought, and far-reaching vision. How does his capability compare to his father and 2 brothers? Cold Blood pressed further. New talents emerge with each generation, surpassing the last. His abilities far exceed those of his father. Shinmu replied confidently. While Yin Bei is known as the god of war, his strategies are somewhat lacking. In contrast, young Master Yin. He is both brave and wise. If he were an emperor, he would be a sovereign strategist. If his military prowess can match his strategic insight, we may find ourselves at peace. Shinmu offered an elevated assessment of Yanyun. Is he truly as formidable as you claim? Cold Blood questioned, surprised. The realm is won by winning the hearts of the people. Such insight and responsibility reveal his grand vision. Shinmu narrowed his eyes. Oh, by the way, just now, when Zheng Ba departed, he handed me a piece of hemp paper, claiming it was sent by young Master Yin for us to study thoroughly. He also mentioned that should we have any questions, we could consult him at any time, and he would gladly explain. As he spoke, Lu Heishui produced the white hemp paper from his sleeve. Oh, what does it contain? Did Zhongba mention anything? Qin inquired. I haven't looked yet, Lu Heishui admitted, handing the paper to Qin. Taking it carefully, Qin unfolded it. His expression shifting dramatically upon reading the first line. In matters of warfare, the fate of the nation, the life and death of its people, and the path of survival must not be overlooked. He turned his gaze sharply to Lu Heishui. What did you just say? This was handed to us by young Master Yin through Zhongba? Yes, Lu Heishui confirmed. What else is written? Qin expression became exaggerated, leaving cold blood astonished. To analyze through 5 principles and assess through calculations, we derive the essence. The first is the way, the second is heaven, the third is earth. The fourth is the general, and the fifth is the law. The way is in aligning the people with their leaders, thus they may live or die together. This is surely a military treatise. Qin gasped in shock. He did not scrutinize it further but glanced down, confirming his suspicion that it was indeed a military text. His demeanor grew serious, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. This piece of hemp paper documented the strategies of marching, combat, troop management, terrain warfare, and psychological warfare. My heavens, it comprehensively recorded all military strategies. Lu brother, I recall you said earlier that if we had any uncertainties, we could consult young Master Yin, correct? Yes, Lu Heishui replied, somewhat dazed. So, does that mean young Master Yin has completely grasped this military treatise? He has mastered all its contents? Qin asked, astonished. That seems to be the case, Lu Heishui replied, scratching his head. Qin's expression was one of disbelief. Was this piece of hemp paper truly as extraordinary and terrifying as he described? Cold blood, equally bewildered, could not fathom Qin's intense reaction to the paper. If Qin began, his body suddenly trembling. If young Master Yin knows all this, then he is indeed formidable. His concealment is profound. He surpasses his father by not merely a factor of 1 or 2, but by several multiples. As Qin handed the hemp paper to Cold Blood for a cursory glance, Cold Blood's expression shifted to one of astonishment. Although many of the obscure terms eluded his understanding, the essence of the content was unmistakable. Lu Heishui also took the paper and skimmed through it. My heavens! I never imagined this piece of paper contained such a wealth of military strategies. This hemp paper, it is indeed a priceless treasure. If it were to fall into the hands of our enemies, they could cultivate thousands of military talents within half a year, potentially even commanding generals. Lu Heishui exclaimed. Exactly. That's why I mentioned. Young Master Yin has concealed his depths too well. Moreover, the military knowledge contained within is far more detailed and comprehensive than what his father possessed. This military treatise could not possibly have been imparted to him by his father. Qin professed his profound understanding of Yin Baidu. Then, who could have taught him? Lu Heishui inquired, eyes wide with curiosity. The art of war. It must have been bestowed upon him by a figure known as Suanzi. Or perhaps, young Master Yin is a prodigy, having crafted it himself. Qin's words dripped with admiration, leaving Yanyun in awe. A prodigy? A self-made treatise? Cold Blood and Lu Heishui trembled, exchanging incredulous glances. Chapter 203, Recruiting Soldiers. Expanding the army. Once we conclude our current affairs, we shall promptly pay a visit to young Master Yin. At that time, the origins of this military knowledge will surely be revealed, Lu Heishui stated. I believe the source is of little consequence. What truly matters is how to grasp the essence of this knowledge. That is the true path, Qin asserted. Then the 3 of us shall diligently study it. And when we encounter uncertainties, we shall seek guidance. Cold Blood proposed. Agreed. Let us proceed. Qin's eyes sparkled with determination. He could hardly fathom that Yanyun was such a remarkable talent. Exceptionally skilled in battle, formidable and invincible, with profound stratagems, mastery over military affairs, and an exceptional ability to orchestrate grand strategies from afar. Such a talent had eluded his notice until now. Could it be? Did this all relate to the damage inflicted upon his mind in the past? Had the heavens closed one door only to open a magnificent gate of fortune? In the bustling heart of Gajin City, a central crossroad connecting the north and south, as well as the east and west, thrived with merchants and townsfolk. In the midst of the road, Pei Jiao and his dozen or so brothers, alongside Qin Bidu, were engaged in recruiting soldiers. Behind them hung 2 enormous banners, one proclaiming the peace initiative and the other announcing the recruitment of soldiers. As soon as the banners were raised, they drew a crowd of curious onlookers. Upon seeing the peace initiative banner, the townsfolk first berated Su Qinggao before showering young Master Yin with praise. The opening of granaries and the reduction of taxes were bountiful blessings for the people. Such fortuitous events had not graced their lives for years. Initially, They had been anxious about Su Qinggao's escape and the exiled group taking over Gaijin City, fearing they would unleash a slaughter. Yet, contrary to their fears, the exiled group had not resorted to violence. Instead, they had introduced measures to ensure the welfare of the populace. This was utterly unprecedented. Many had never even heard of such terms, and had it not been for others explaining, they would have remained in the dark. He who wins the hearts of the people wins the world. Is this phrase truly attributed to young Master Yin? One asked. Indeed. From what I know, young Master Yin is considered a fool, often referred to as the foolish son of a noble family. Yes, I too find it puzzling. How could a fool articulate such philosophical insights? It seems you missed the battle that transpired at the Gao in just half an hour ago. Young Master Yin wielded a long spear and routed the frontier cavalry, demonstrating incredible might. Indeed, young Master Yin truly exhibits valor. Moreover, I did not observe any signs of foolishness or confusion in his eyes. Rather, I saw wisdom and shrewdness, composure and steadiness. I have long suspected that young Master Yin is not foolish at all, merely feigning ignorance. The public office suffered a tremendous loss due to this calamity. They were supposed to be exiled to the wilderness, yet upon arriving in Gaijin City, they encountered the formidable Su Qinggao. He deserved the fate that befell his son. If he were to have another son, he would surely lack the means to support him. Look at the other notice. It's about recruitment. My goodness. The benefits of joining the army are astounding. Those with combat experience receive 200 gold coins on the spot. Even those without experience are offered 20 gold coins as encouragement. Successful recruits will receive double the monthly salary. This is far superior to the treatment afforded to the city guards. If I recall correctly, the guards receive only 10 silver coins per month, right? The frontier cavalry's salary is merely 2 gold coins a month. May I ask, General, are the recruitment salaries based on the city guards' rates or those of the regular army? An elderly man inquired of Pei Jiao. Pei Jiao stood and replied, all salaries are equivalent to those of the regular army. Regular soldiers receive 2 gold coins per month. We will disburse double, equating to 4 gold coins. My heavens! For gold coins per month? With such wealth, why would I bother chopping trees? I wish to enlist, but I lack combat experience. I have combat experience. I once vanquished horse bandits in the Yinzhao Mountains. I come from a hunting background, skilled with a bow and arrow, though I am aged. I am still strong in stature. The crowd erupted with excitement upon hearing the recruitment benefits. Pei Jiao's eyes gleamed with satisfaction. This was the reaction he had sought. Young Master Yan's orders specify that we will only enlist those aged 16 to 45. Applicants must be in good health and robust. Of course, individuals over 45 will be considered on a case-by-case basis. Those interested in meeting the criteria may step forward with their name and address, remaining behind us. After registration, we will return to the barracks to distribute rewards. Additionally, to all the esteemed gentlemen and ladies present, if you know of anyone who fits the criteria, feel free to recommend them or bring them along. For each successful recommendation, we shall offer 1 gold coin as a reward. Pei Jiao, a man well-versed in the ways of the world, saw the effect of his final words. The surrounding onlookers swiftly dispersed, rushing to inform their friends and neighbors. Earning a gold coin for each referral was an unprecedented opportunity for wealth. In an instant, those intending to enlist scattered, calling upon their friends to join the military. This recruitment policy was nothing short of a windfall for them. As Pei Jiao observed the majority of the crowd leave, he stood in stunned silence, astonished. Uncle, I never anticipated your scheme would prove so effective. Qin Badu marveled. Pei Jiao chuckled with pride. Need I even say? I have traversed the world for years and have a firm grasp on the people's sentiments. However, this welfare policy could lead to substantial losses for young Master Yin. If 1,000 individuals are referred, won't that result in a loss of 1,000 gold coins? We are presently in a time of hardship, and funds are depleting. Pei Jiao shrugged. Right now, you and I are tied to young Master Yin in this endeavor. We either rise or fall together. Fortunately, I have saved a considerable nest egg over the years, so I intend to contribute my savings to support young Master Yan's ascent. You claim to have only a few thousand gold coins, but I suspect you possess several 100,000. Though much of this wealth may have come from dubious means, it is still a fortune I earned through my own endeavors. Pei Jiao had amassed over 500,000 gold coins. Chapter 204, The Hierarchy of Soldiers. The so-called dead man's wealth stemmed from the total annihilation of a merchant convoy he was tasked with protecting. He decided to bring back all the supplies and gold from the convoy. The gold remained, while the supplies were sold at a low price. After all, no one knew how or where the merchant convoy had met its demise. Such ill-gotten wealth often proved to be the quickest means of acquiring riches. However, under normal circumstances. Pageo would rather suffer injuries himself than allow the merchant convoy to fall into peril. In exceptional cases, when confronted by large bands of bandits, fate would take its course. Such grandiose claims, and I expected millions of gold coins. In the end, only a few 100,000? And you dare to flaunt that? Qin Ba Dao scoffed dismissively. Go on, go on. Spare me the sarcasm. My few 100,000 is far superior to your empty-handed state. Pageo retorted with disdain. With Pageo's bounty, many individuals soon began to introduce their relatives and friends to the cause. As long as they were young and strong, they were all welcomed into the military. The reason? The generous benefits. Initial rewards ranged from 200 to 20 gold coins, a substantial sum indeed. In the flurry of activity among his subordinates, within less than an hour, they had recruited a staggering 1,000 soldiers. These soldiers were categorized into different ranks. Those with combat experience formed one group, while those without formed another. Those who were robust and fierce constituted yet another group. And those with shooting experience formed yet another. To facilitate differentiation, Pageo designated these groups as combat unit, shooting unit, ordinary unit, and mighty combat unit. The mighty combat unit, being both fierce and experienced, received superior benefits compared to the others. The combat and shooting units were treated equally, while the ordinary unit consisted of individuals who met age and physical standards but lacked combat experience. These classifications were established by Pageo after consulting with Yanyun. Upon recruitment, members of the mighty combat unit were granted a reward of 500 gold coins and a monthly salary of 20 gold coins. The combat and shooting units received 200 gold coins and a monthly salary of 10 gold coins. The ordinary unit was rewarded with 20 gold coins and a monthly salary of 5 gold coins. This was a revised pricing structure implemented by Yanyun to attract more formidable and experienced soldiers. After an hour, the mighty combat unit had recruited 20 members. The combat unit 110, the shooting unit 50, and the ordinary unit 150. Additionally, a reward of 10 gold coins was offered for introducing a mighty combat soldier, 5 gold coins for a combat or shooting soldier, and 1 gold coin for an ordinary soldier. With such generous incentives, everyone felt motivated. In no time, the news of young Master Yan's lucrative recruitment spread across the entire Gangjin city. For the common folk of Gangjin city, this was undoubtedly monumental news. They toiled from dawn till dusk, earning a meager 7 to 8 gold coins a year, provided the weather was favorable and free from floods or droughts. Now, simply by enlisting, even the most ordinary soldier could earn a monthly reward of 10 gold coins. How could they possibly refuse such an offer? There was no rationale for refusal. Everyone had families to support. Enlisting not only promised financial gain, but also offered benefits far superior to those of regular soldiers or border guards. As dusk approached, Pageo and his companions, utterly exhausted, decided to conclude the day's efforts and reconvene the following morning for further recruitment. Before departing, Pageo instructed all the townsfolk to relay to their friends and family the urgency of enlisting early. This recruitment was limited to just 2 days. After that, the benefits would diminish. Consequently, the next morning, even before dawn, a serpentine queue formed outside the city lord's mansion. In this world, military service was a viable path for many, but the poor benefits had deterred numerous potential recruits. After all, enlisting was akin to placing one's life at stake. With Yanyun's lavish spending and substantial investment, many ambitious youths and strong men were bound to respond positively to the call of arms. Enlisting signified the prospect of success, nobility, and power, an opportunity to rise above the fray, to achieve fame and fortune, to transform one's destiny, to enjoy multiple marriages, and to leap into greatness. Each soldier harbored dreams of becoming a general. Achieving the rank of general equated to success, power, status, and gravitas. Luo Zhengfeng shared this mindset. The soldiers who successfully registered and were documented were all taken by Pageo to the city lord's military camp, where he distributed their respective gold coin rewards. They were then dismissed to bid farewell to their families, with orders to gather in the camp the next morning. Some questioned whether the city, with merely 1,000 soldiers, could adequately supply so many newly recruited individuals with weapons and equipment. Pageo instructed them to return home, assuring them that weapons would be allocated the following morning. The soldiers dispersed in an instant. However, the recruitment process had not proceeded without its challenges. Their group consisted of exiles, and recruiting soldiers in Gangjin City was tantamount to opposing the imperial court, a treasonous act. This realization caused many to reconsider their enlistment. Pageo remained unfazed. What they required was absolute loyalty and valor, and he would show no mercy to those simply seeking to profit. Thus, they established a series of regulations. First, accepting gold coins equated to agreeing to enlist. Any attempt to flee mid-recruitment would be deemed treachery, punishable by military law. Second, once summoned, they were to obey orders without deviation or face similar consequences. Third, all recruits had the potential to achieve nobility. Even a common soldier could ascend to the rank of a great general, as exemplified by Luo Zhifeng and Zhao Lai, who had risen from obscurity to become esteemed commanders. Fourth, enlisting now offered the chance to earn merit. After each battle, rewards would be given based on contributions, ensuring absolute fairness and clarity, without favoritism. As Pei Jiao focused on recruiting soldiers, Chen Mu and his companions were simultaneously consolidating power in Ganjin City. Lu Bin and Qin Dao had taken control of the north and south gates with ease. The gate guards proved no match for them, falling swiftly in a single exchange. The remaining soldiers surrendered without resistance. Chapter 205. The system upgrades again. After all, the city lord had fled, and with the guards slain, further resistance would only result in needless casualties. Moreover, Pei Jiao's recruitment benefits had spread throughout the city. The guards, enticed by the generous offers, surrendered and joined Pei Jiao's recruitment efforts. With the successful capture of the north and south gates, along with the city lord's mansion, Yanyun and his companions had effectively seized control of Ganjin City. All trading groups arriving in Ganjin City were temporarily detained, barred from exiting. Ding. Chen Mu is shocked. Emotion value 16. Ding. Cold-blooded disbelief. Emotion value 14. Ding. Lu Heishui is shocked. Emotion value 14. A series of system notifications rang in Yanyun's ears. For some time, these notifications had been incessant, coming from sources in Yin Nandu, Luo Zhifeng, and Li Rue, among others. Now, his emotional value surged to 4,990, leaving just 10 points to reach 5,000. As night fell and the sky darkened, stars began to twinkle above. The entire Ganjin city fell into silence. Within the city lord's mansion, Yanyun diligently prepared dinner, while all his subordinates busily attended to their respective duties. He found himself with nothing to do, so he retrieved a hot pot along with various vegetables and meats from the storage space. Indeed, for several days, everyone had not enjoyed a proper meal. Thus, today he prepared a hot pot, intending to reward all those around him. To this end, he took out a considerable amount of vegetables and meats and sent someone to the market in Ganjin City to procure even more. With the assistance of several sisters-in-law and maids, everything for the evening feast was ready in less than an hour. Just then, Chen Mu, Long Shui, Lu Heishui, Pei Jiao, and Qin Badong returned one after another. Qin Dao and Lu Bin remained at the city gate for defense and did not return. Although darkness had fallen, the lord's mansion was ablaze with light. Yanyun brought out luminous pearls, hanging them in several corners of the lord's courtyard. The brilliance from the pearls illuminated the dark courtyard as brightly as day. At this moment, the courtyard of the lord's mansion gathered Yanyun's most trusted individuals: Chen Mu, Lung Shui, Lu Heishui, Zheng Ba, Pang Julong, Pei Jiao, Qin Badong, the brothers Lai Hu and Lai Bao, 7 sisters-in-law, 2 young maids, 5 servants, and the mother-daughter duo of Qin Liani and her elder father Qin. As for the more than 10 brothers under Pei Jiao, they all returned to the Jiao Inn to rest. The individuals present could be considered high-end talents under Yanyun's command. They were all worthy of trust, except for Qin Liani's mother and her elder father, as well as the brothers Lai Hu and Lai Bao. Everyone else had bound systems. The loyalty of those who had bound systems had reached its maximum. Even Lu Heishui and Lang Shui achieved full loyalty today. Yanyun speculated that this might be due to their exposure to Sun Tzu's art of war, which led them to rely heavily on him. After all, Yanyun had consistently proven himself through strength. Seeing the hot pot set on the courtyard table, Chen Mu and the 3 others were quite curious. They had never encountered such a thing before. Yuner, what is all this on the table? It looks quite novel. Lu Heishui stared at the hot pot, bewildered. Yuner smiled sweetly and said, "Father, this is called hot pot. It is a unique way of eating invented by my uncle. The flavors are exquisite, surpassing all the food we have ever tasted. You can cook vegetables and meats in it." "Oh, is it really that extraordinary?" Lu Heishui regarded his daughter with skepticism. "Humph. You will know once you taste it." Yuner pouted. "Father, you may not know, but during our journey in exile, we have eaten hot pot quite often." "Oh, is that so?" Lu Heishui was somewhat taken aback. "You are in exile, not enjoying life. How does it seem like your life in exile is more comfortable than when I was at home?" "Of course, Uncle's culinary skills are remarkable. His barbecues are also delicious." Yan Qing'er stepped forward to support her uncle. "The tomato shrimp and paper-wrapped fish he makes are absolutely delightful." Yan Shuer recalled the tomato shrimp and paper-wrapped fish, and her mouth began to water. "Oh, really?" Lu Heishui's eyes lit up at this revelation. He was genuinely filled with anticipation. As a seafood merchant, No one understood seafood better than he did. Now that Yanyun could cook seafood, how could he not be intrigued? If done well, opening a seafood restaurant in the grand cities of the Dian Empire would certainly be lucrative. Being a businessman, he keenly recognized a profitable opportunity. Chen Mu and Leng Shui also looked quite intrigued. Usually, they focused solely on sword training and had little interest in food. To them, as long as they could fill their stomachs, they did not consider these matters. There were a total of 27 individuals present. Yanyun prepared 4 tables, each accommodating 7 people. He prepared 8 portions of each vegetable and meat. Given that Lu Bin and Qin Daod could not partake in the feast, Yanyun specially instructed someone to deliver a hot pot and dozens of vegetable and meat dishes to both of them. He aimed to treat everyone equally. Although he could not cater to the Black Armored Army and Pei Jiao's brothers, at least the close-knit leaders around him should enjoy this feast. They deserved it. This meal was also a dual-flavor hot pot, with one side being tomato-flavored and the other spicy. It included a total of 28 types of meat, vegetables, seafood, and fungi. 8 tables were set in the courtyard. Besides the 4 tables for the hot pots, the other 4 were filled with a variety of food. There were also drinks like Maotai, champagne, and orange juice. Many of these foods were exchanged with emotional value. Today, as they were fortunate to have their own temporary base, Yanyun naturally wanted to splurge and reward everyone present. Looking at the array of food and beverages, Leng Shui, Lu Heishui, and the others were left in awe, marveling endlessly. Throughout their lives, they had never experienced such exquisite cuisine, nor had they seen drinks packaged in glass bottles and plastic containers. This was a refreshing experience for them. Ding! Lu Heishui is astounded. Feelings of wonder, sentiment, admiration, joy, and respect. Emotional value 10 points. Detecting that the host's emotional value has reached 5,000 points, breaking through the second stage, 5,000 threshold. Congratulations to the host. The emotional system has advanced from intermediate to advanced. New character attribute panel added. Emotional value is collected at 5 times the rate. All items, except military supplies and rare treasures, are sold at 90 off. Ding! Chen Mu is amazed. Emotional value 25 points. Ding! Leng Shui is amazed. Emotional value 20 points. Ding! The First Lady, Zhao Weiniang, is curious. Emotional value 15 points. A series of system notifications rang in Yanyun's mind like a cacophony. Without a doubt, after the upgrade of the emotional system, the emotional values of everyone present were all presented at 5 times the amount. This round allowed Yanyun to directly harvest 615 points of emotional value. Excellent. Everyone present contributed their emotional value. The system has leveled up again. The last system upgrade was when he broke through the 1,000-point barrier. This time, it was the 5,000-point threshold. A new character attribute panel was added. An emotional value was collected at 5 times the rate, resulting in over 500 points in one go. Furthermore, the system store, military supplies, was opened. The most astonishing aspect was that, apart from military supplies and rare treasures, all items were available at a 90 discount. Wow! This saves a significant amount of emotional value. The space transfer granted him 5 more uses, along with a red hair and a complete arrow mastery manual. Complete arrow mastery manual, for the host's learning only. Once learned, the host's arrow skill level will immediately reach its maximum effect, achieving unparalleled accuracy. A splendid treasure. This perfectly compensates for the deficiency in his archery skills. Yanyun unhesitatingly opened and learned the archery manual. Instantly, he felt a surge of intricate knowledge flooding into his mind, and his physical condition underwent a tremendous transformation along with the influx of archery techniques. The Fang Tianhua halberd he received last time was still in storage, and now he received a red hair. It seemed the emotional system was preparing to craft a version of the legendary warrior Elbu. But who would be the selection for this Elbu? Yanyun glanced at Peng Julong, Zheng Ba, and Pei Jiao in the crowd. All 3 were formidable men, particularly Peng Julong, whose combat power surpassed both Zheng Ba and Pei Jiao, making him the strongest after Yanyun. However, with the Daylight Fire Dragon and the Tiger Head Zhanjin Spear, he did not seem like a suitable choice for Elbu. Could it be Xiong Hupao? Yanyun instinctively recalled Xiong Hupao, who was still imprisoned. This man single-handedly battled against 1,000 guards and killed 500 amidst the siege, demonstrating his exceptional valor. If he were equipped with a red hair and a Fang Tianhua halberd, he could easily slay 1,000 guards, right? With a candidate in mind, Yanyun felt a surge of anticipation. Today's events would come to a close, and tomorrow he would release Xiong Hupao. This super warrior was destined to be his. Under the invitation of the First Lady, everyone began to take their seats. Yanyun, unable to contain his excitement, eagerly opened the character attribute panel. Excellent. He was eager to discern the attributes of everyone present, to ascertain the caliber of individuals they represented. Zheng Ba, a first-rate general, combat power 99. Command 100, Sun Tzu's Art of War, Strategy 100, Sun Tzu's Art of War, Politics 85, Marksmanship 99, Shooting 98, Speed 95, Endurance 100. Character traits: steadfast as an old dog, understanding of patience, adept at concealment, low-key and reserved, courageous and resourceful, unyielding in battle, decisive in action. Indeed, this individual is formidable, possessing true skill in combat. His combat power is just shy of full value. With the support of Sun Tzu's Art of War, both command and strategy are at full capacity. Pang Julong, a first-rate general, combat power 99, command 95, Sun Tzu's Art of War, strategy 95, Sun Tzu's Art of War. Politics 70, marksmanship 99, shooting 99, speed 96, endurance 100. Character traits: impetuous, irritable, easily angered, unwavering loyalty, decisive in battle. His combat power is also just shy of full value, on par with Zheng Ba. Pei Jiao, a first-rate general, combat power 98, command 99, Sun Tzu's Art of War. Strategy 95, Sun Tzu's Art of War, Politics 80, Marksmanship 98, Shooting 99, Speed 94, Endurance 100. Character traits: steadfast as an old dog, unwavering loyalty, generous disposition. Valuing loyalty and righteousness, decisive in action. He ranks just below Pang Julong and Zheng Ba, regarded as a formidable warrior. His shooting ability reaches an impressive 99. Comparable to Pang Julong. Yi Jiaomei, an ultra first-rate general, combat power 100, command 95, Sun Tzu's Art of War, strategy 96, Sun Tzu's Art of War, politics 85. Knife skills 100, invisible killing, shooting 100, perfect accuracy, speed 100, endurance 100. Character traits: ghostly assassin, outwardly delicate, decisive in battle, vengeful, fiercely protective. As the chief assassin, she is extraordinary, with her combat power at full value, excelling in both knife skills and shooting. Even her speed has reached full value. Truly deserving of the title Ghostly Assassin. Her combat prowess has ascended directly to that of an ultra first-rate general. Lung Shiji, an ultra first-rate general, combat power 100. Command 93, Sun Tzu's Art of War, strategy 95, Sun Tzu's Art of War, politics 80, swordsmanship 100, unity of man and sword, speed 100, endurance 100. Character traits: aloof in appearance, gentle at heart, exceptional swordsmanship, deeply concerned for her uncle, fearful of potential misfortunes befalling him. An ultra first-rate general indeed. With full values in combat power, swordsmanship, and speed, she truly embodies the elegance of the woman who has comprehended the unity of man and sword. Concerned for her uncle? Yanyun instinctively glanced at Lady Lu, who was gazing at him with her beautiful eyes, lost in thought. Her formerly cold demeanor was now replaced by warmth. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Yanyun's forehead. It seems he is truly exceptional, eliciting a tender side from the aloof beauty. Long Shiji appeared startled by Yanyun, her charming face flushed, her heart racing like a startled deer, shyly lowering her head. Yanyun felt a twinge of embarrassment. Originally, Lady Lu could have admired his unique charm a bit longer, but now, a single glance made her feel bashful. Qin Daod, a first-rate general, combat power 98. Command 95, Sun Tzu's Art of War, strategy 95, Sun Tzu's Art of War, politics 80, marksmanship 97, speed 90, endurance 98. His father was exceptionally brave, serving as one of the 3 dragon generals under Yabei. His combat power evidently inherits his father's valor. Qin Badao, a first-rate strategist, combat power 80. Command 98, Sun Tzu's Art of War, strategy 99, Sun Tzu's Art of War, politics 93, shooting 70, speed 60, endurance 85. With the enhancement of Sun Tzu's Art of War, his strategy has soared to 99 and command to 98. Although his martial prowess is somewhat lacking, he is indeed a distinguished scholar general. He is recognized as a first-rate strategist, clearly inheriting his father's strategic acumen. Shenmu, a first-rate strategist, combat power 97. Command 91, yet to fully comprehend Sun Tzu's Art of War, strategy 99, yet to fully comprehend Sun Tzu's Art of War, politics 95, swordsmanship 99, speed 98, endurance 98. Chapter 207, Inexpensive Military Supplies. Well, impressive. Indeed, a swordsmanship expert with a keen intellect. He has yet to master Sun Tzu's Art of War. Yet his strategy stands at an impressive 99. If he were to master it, wouldn't his value soar to full capacity? Among his many subordinates, aside from Zheng Ba, who has reached full strategy value, No one else seems to have achieved this level. Chen Mu clearly stands as the second individual to attain full strategy value. He is undoubtedly the mysterious military advisor behind Yanbei. Lung Shui, a first-rate general, combat power 98, command 90, yet to fully comprehend Sun Tzu's art of war. Strategy 93, yet to fully comprehend Sun Tzu's art of war. Politics 90, swordsmanship 99, speed 98, endurance 99. Lung Shui's attributes, when compared to Chen Mu, are somewhat lacking. Nevertheless, as the head of the Lung family, his attributes remain formidable, surpassing the majority. His swordsmanship, like that of Chen Mu, stands at 99, just shy of full value. That single point may very well be the key to transcending the unity of man and sword. Liu Heishui, a third-rate general, combat power 95, command 90, yet to fully comprehend Sun Tzu's art of war. Strategy 96, yet to fully comprehend Sun Tzu's art of war. Politics 98, swordsmanship 94, speed 93, endurance 98. Liu Heishui's prowess can only be rated as third-rate. His strategy reaches 96, and his politics boasts 98. If he were to study Sun Tzu's strategies, his strategy might well reach 99 or even 100. Coming from a business background, if he lacked intellect and economic acumen, how could he elevate his family to one of the 4 great merchant families? Although he leveraged connections with Yanbei, without business savvy, those connections would be of little use. Zhang Sanyang, a second-rate general, combat power 97, command 95, strategy 96, politics 80, knife skills 97, speed 95, endurance 95. She undoubtedly embodies the fierce spirit of a pirate. Her combat prowess is evidently superior to that of her own man, armed with 2 shark knives. She exemplifies decisiveness and swiftness in action. Ning Taotai, a first-rate general, combat power 98, command 93, strategy 88, politics 80, marksmanship 98, speed 95, endurance 100. This fellow possesses some strength, but regrettably, it cannot be harnessed. He has already cooled off. Luo Zhengfeng, a first-rate general, combat power 98, command 97, strategy 90, politics 85, marksmanship 98, speed 95, endurance 100. On par with Ning Taodai, Pei Jiao, and Qin Daod. His command is an impressive 97, yet his intelligence seems somewhat lacking. With strategy only at 90, no wonder he revolves around Li Rui, having been easily deceived into becoming a sharp blade in Li Rui's hands. There are many more individuals bound by the system. To avoid excessive word count, I will only introduce these for now. Further details on characters mentioned later will be provided as needed. If any esteemed individuals are interested in a particular character, feel free to mention it at the end of the chapter, and I shall review them one by one. Additionally, I will provide a detailed introduction to the attributes of the aforementioned characters. All values are capped at 100. Professions are categorized as generals, strategists, divine physicians, etc. When both combat power and command, as well as strategy, reach full value, they are regarded as ultra first-rate. Scores of 99 and 98 are deemed first-rate, while 97, 96, and 95 are considered second-rate. Scores between 95 and 90 are classified as third-rate, and those between 90 and 80 as fourth-rate. Scores below 80 are not considered noteworthy. Combat power exceeding 95 signifies a significant threshold, where each incremental point represents a considerable leap. To attain a higher level, one must comprehend the utmost techniques of swordsmanship, marksmanship, knife skills, and shooting, thereby developing a unique combat technique. For instance, Chen Ji entered a state of self-forgetfulness, achieving the unity of man and sword. Combat power signifies the comprehensive combat capability of an individual, encompassing strength and skills in marksmanship, swordsmanship, speed, etc., but excluding command, strategy, and politics. Command pertains to the art of strategy, military organization, troop management, training, and deployment. Strategy encompasses planning and intelligence. Politics involves governance, economics, agriculture, and other administrative matters. Liu Heishui's politics, reaching 98, closely relates to economic matters. Swordsmanship, spear techniques, knife skills, and marksmanship are all considered individual martial arts skills, each quantified up to a maximum of 100 points. A score of 99 represents the pinnacle of achievement, but reaching a full 100 typically results in the emergence of a specialized skill unique to that martial art. For instance, the reason for Lung Shi's mastery in swordplay is her understanding of the unity of man and sword. Similarly, Yi Jiao Mei's knife skills are perfected through her realization of killing invisibly. A marksmanship score of 100 indicates unparalleled accuracy. Zhengba's leadership and strategy reached their maximum not solely due to innate attributes but also through the application of Sun Tzu's art of war, elevating them to full value. Whereas figures like Peng Julong and Pei Jiaoao, whose base attributes are not particularly high, can only surpass others but cannot attain the maximum score even with the aid of Sun Tzu's teachings. Endurance reflects a person's physical constitution. A full score of 100 signifies exceptional health and stamina. Speed denotes the quickness of drawing a sword, firing a gun, or wielding a knife, the higher the speed score, the faster the action. This amalgamation of attributes grants Yanyun a unique status. Yanyun, combat power 100, leadership 100, self-provided by the transmigrator. Strategy 100, self-provided by the transmigrator. Politics 100, self-provided by the transmigrator. Spear technique 100, marksmanship 100, speed 100, endurance 100. The so-called self-provided by the transmigrator indicates that in a past life, Yanyun studied various cultural histories and military texts, gaining profound insights into human nature and numerous matters. Hence, aside from martial prowess, spear techniques, and marksmanship, which cannot be self-provided, these three attributes are entirely his own. This represents the transmigrator's inherent advantage. Upon reviewing his attributes, Yanyun opened the military supply store to inspect the array of treasures within. Military supplies include weaponry, grains, and horses. Weaponry is categorized into 5 grades: ordinary, excellent, elite, rare, and super rare. Ordinary quality includes leather armor, boots, helmets, wooden swords, wooden spears with iron tips, and wooden shields, which offer limited defense. Excellent quality comprises iron armor, iron helmets, iron swords, and iron spears, which provide reasonable defense akin to that of regular troops. Elite quality features steel armor and helmets, crafted entirely from steel, offering formidable defense comparable to that of the black armored army. Rare quality consists of items made from refined iron, known for their lethal efficiency and remarkable defensive capabilities, as refined iron is a low-carbon metal extracted from iron ore. Super rare quality represents tempered steel of 100 purity, boasting astonishing cutting power and protection. Each grade varies in price. A complete set of ordinary equipment costs 0. 1 emotional value: long spear, leather armor, boots, or wooden bow. Excellent equipment costs 0. 2 emotional value: iron sword, iron armor, iron helmet, boots. Elite equipment costs 0. 5 emotional value per set, while rare equipment costs 1 emotional value. Super rare items cost 100 emotional value each: weapons, armor, helmets, boots, longbows, shields. The pricing of arrows also varies by quality. Ordinary wooden arrows cost 10,000 for 1 emotional value. Excellent iron arrows cost 5,000. Elite steel arrows cost 2,000. Steel arrows are already quite impressive. As for grains, the pricing is relatively low since these are military supplies, typically measured in tons. 1 ton of rice, 1 ton of flour, 1 ton of bean oil, 0. 1 emotional value: 1 ton of pork, 1 ton of lamb, 1 ton of beef, 1 ton of chicken, 1 emotional value. All vegetarian items are priced at 0. 1 emotional value per ton, while all meat products are priced at 1 emotional value per ton. The system has set these prices remarkably low, aiding Yanyun in his quest to unify the nation. Horses are categorized into 3 tiers: ordinary draft horses, high-headed war horses, and rare steeds. An ordinary draft horse costs 0.01 emotional value and is used for transporting goods. A high-headed war horse costs 0.1 emotional value and is ideal for soldiers in battle. Rare steeds, like Yanyun's own Mou lion, cost 200 emotional value, reflecting their extraordinary status. Lastly, the matter of currency. 1 emotional value equals 100 million gold coins, and this value can be converted to coins at any time, rendering gold exceedingly affordable. This is undoubtedly advantageous for Yanyun, as he plans to recruit soldiers in large numbers. Should he lack funds, provisions, or weaponry, it would prove detrimental to his endeavors. Currently, Yanyun possesses 115 emotional value points, having spent 500 points recently. Fortunately, following this system upgrade, all military supplies and rare treasures are now available at a 90 discount. With a satisfied expression, Yanyun exited the system. Everyone had taken their seats. This time, Yanyun did not share a table with the ladies. Instead, he sat with Chenmu, Lang Shui, Lu Heishui, Zheng Ba, Pei Jiaoao, Peng Julong, Qin Bidao, and himself, a rare gathering of his core supporters, his trusted ministers. As the chopsticks remained idle, a rich aroma wafted through the air, likely tantalizing the taste buds of anyone within 1,000 miles. Lu Heishui gazed at the bubbling spicy broth and tomato soup, unable to resist his salivating throat. while cold blood smacked his lips, surprisingly captivated by the exquisite taste, his stomach audibly protesting, leaving him feeling somewhat embarrassed. Enough with the banter. You haven't even tasted it yet. How can you claim it's delicious? Are you suggesting the spicy flavor is also delightful? Shinmu teased, pointing at cold blood. You two can't deny it. The scent of the tomato flavor makes one want to lift the pot and drink it all in one go. Lu Heishui praised. Ah, Lu, you're bold. Aren't you afraid that the boiling broth will cook your insides? Shinmu jested. These three esteemed heads of families, typically aloof, momentarily set aside their dignified personas to indulge in hot pot and playful banter. How delightful. Let it cook in my stomach first so I can savor the flavor. Lu Heishui laughed heartily. All right, let us get the food on the table. Let us eat. Yanyun lifted 2 plates of beef and added one to the spicy pot and one to the tomato pot. He then opened a bottle of Mount I and poured each person a glass. Though our journey has not been a harrowing one, it has been quite arduous. We do not know how long we will reside here, but regardless, under the trials of life and death, we have established our temporary base. I raise this glass to all of you, representing my heartfelt gratitude on behalf of the Yin family for your support. Thank you for your trust. With that, Yanyun raised his glass and drank it down. As long as you are willing to follow me, should I reclaim my position and unify the nation, you will all be my loyal ministers, receiving titles and enjoying wealth and glory. Yanyun poured himself another glass, the first in gratitude, the second in respect. Before Yanyun could finish his second glass, Zhengba eagerly stood up with his cup, proclaiming, We all toast to our Lord. This journey has brought us countless surprises and delights. I once thought that escorting the exiled would be as smooth as previous times. But how fortunate I am to have such a fateful bond with you, my lord. Those who know me, Zhengba, are well aware that I never utter falsehoods. I raise this cup of wine in reverence to you. With that, Zhengba lifted his cup and downed it in one gulp. Haha. Pang Julong erupted into hearty laughter and stood as well, saying, I had always thought that I would merely become a bandit leader in this lifetime, never imagining that I would have the opportunity to become a commanding general. Even more astonishing is the prospect of being conferred nobility and ministerial rank. This cup of wine is a tribute to you, my lord, for it is you who has created this opportunity for me. Pang Julong also drank deeply. Chunmu raised his cup as well and stated, There have been many poignant sentiments expressed, so I shall keep my words brief. I truly did not foresee such a remarkable transformation in young Master Yan. If it were not for my daughter's letter, I might still be oblivious to this and would not have come to offer my assistance. After the national general was executed, I believed that I would merely live out my days as a mundane patriarch of a martial arts clan, yet I never anticipated that I would have the fortune to realize my ambitions. Young Master Yin, I am deeply grateful and wish to pledge my loyalty to you, dedicating my utmost efforts to assist you dutifully, vowing to serve until death. I raise this cup of wine as a token of my allegiance. With that, Chunmu knelt on one knee, lifting his cup and drinking it all in one go. Chapter 209, I do not oppose. Yanyun was taken aback by Chunmu's actions, as he had not anticipated this at all. Chunmu had previously been his father's enigmatic strategist, only providing guidance and counsel, never revealing himself publicly. While everyone knew they were sworn brothers, few understood that the achievements of Yanbei were partly due to Zhao Lai and, on the other hand, to Chunmu. Even during the lifetime of Yanbei, Chunmu had never bowed in submission. Yet now, before everyone, Chunmu knelt and sincerely offered his allegiance. The matriarch and the other ladies present displayed expressions of astonishment. They considered Chunmu an elder and the head of one of the 3 great martial arts families of the Great Yin Empire. His joining them was a significant boon. However, they had not expected Chunmu to use this banquet as an occasion to humbly declare his loyalty. This was indeed an unexpected turn of events. Yanyun felt a mix of surprise and excitement. He quickly approached Chunmu and helped him to his feet. With Uncle Chunmu's assistance, I feel as though I am imbued with the strength of a tiger and the grace of a fish. I do not dare to boast, but given time, if I can return to Yanhuang City and sit upon the dragon throne in the Golden Luan Hall, you shall be my first chancellor. Yanyun unequivocally expressed his stance. Chunmu's fervor was ignited by Yanyun's words. Just this single statement assured him that his gamble had paid off. He silently vowed, Beidu, you may now rest. Though you never sought power for yourself, you have been executed. Must you still regard brotherly loyalty? If Yin Nan can execute you in the name of justice, why can't your surviving son rebel against the court and secure the foundation of your Yanbei? This realm is mine to govern. I shall assist your third son to ascend to the heights of power, unwavering until death. Before encountering young Master Yin, I, Pei Jiao, had never considered military service. It is well known that General Nu Long, Qin Yaochuan, is my brother-in-law. He has invited me several times to serve in the military as a subordinate general. Yet, I have always declined without hesitation. This time, however, upon meeting young Master Yan, I found myself compelled to offer my service. Perhaps it is his commanding presence, or perhaps I, Pei Jiao, am merely awaiting the arrival of my destined lord. I, Pei Jiao, am a simple man. I may lack eloquence, but from this day forth, I vow my lifelong loyalty to young Master Yan, without regret. As he spoke, Pei Jiao lifted his cup and drank it down. Yanyun, understanding the sentiment, raised his own cup and drank deeply as well. Haha. What a refreshing moment. Pei Jiao laughed heartily. I, Qin Badu. Though my name may not sound as imposing, others say I have inherited my father's wisdom. I want to elaborate, as all present know well that my father was fiercely loyal to Uncle Baidu, demonstrating true fidelity. Throughout my life, he has been a role model for my siblings and me. Therefore, just as my father served Uncle Baidu, I pledge my undying loyalty to young Master Yan. This is the solemn promise of a Qin family man. Qin Badu lifted his cup, expressing heartfelt sincerity. Yanyun, moved, replied, the Qin family possesses steadfast loyalty and fearlessness. This cup, I raise to honor you brothers, and to pay homage to Uncle Qin Yaochuan. Lu Heishui also stood, though he lacked the solemnity of Qin Badu and the others. Well, seeing each of you speak so earnestly, I am at a loss for words. I shall forego declarations of loyalty. There is no need for excessive sentiment, as we are all family. Tell me, do I have the right to become your father-in-law? Lu Heishui gazed eagerly at Yanyun. Upon hearing this, Lu Yun'er's face flushed crimson. The second matriarch, witnessing this, felt a mix of envy and resentment. She envied Lu Yun'er for having such a loving father, resented Lu Heishui for his shamelessness, and loathed her own husband for not yet arriving from Leihua City at such a critical moment. Yanyun was rendered speechless by Lu Heishui's candid inquiry, his cheeks flushing with embarrassment. Goodness, is this really happening? I, Lu Heishui, may be simple-minded and wealthy, but I've already sent a message instructing Yun'er's mother to take funds to the grasslands to purchase warhorses. I believe it won't be long before our first batch of steeds arrives. Lu Heishui had already invested in 100 black armored troops. Had it not been for their involvement today, the Zhaoqua army might not have retreated so smoothly. Thus, Lu Heishui had demonstrated his loyalty through action. Furthermore, he was now actively offering his daughter. If one were to say he had no ulterior motives, he was indeed drawing closer to Yanyun. Yet, if one were to say he had ulterior motives, his sincerity was evident, without any pretense. Uncle Heishui has made his intentions abundantly clear. As for my relationship with Yun'er, I will defer to Uncle Heishui's arrangements. As long as Yun'er does not object, I have no objections. Yanyun neither declined nor hesitated, but rather graciously accepted. A man of great ambition must possess cunning, decisiveness, generosity, and a grand vision. I do not oppose. The typically gentle and kind Lu Yun'er, emboldened by her father's presence, cast aside her shyness and gracefully responded before everyone. With that, Lu Yun'er took her seat, having consumed several glasses of champagne. The alcohol emboldened her spirit. The second matriarch clenched her palms, secretly cursing, "Damn that old fool. When will you appear? Until the end of time, or until the seas dry up? No, it seems I cannot rely on my husband any longer. I must take the initiative." The second matriarch vowed silently to prove her worth. She could no longer endure the situation, nor did she wish to. She began to brainstorm for her own future and development, determined to showcase her exceptional nature. She was intelligent and composed. Haha, it appears my daughter has inherited her mother's audacity. I remember when Yun'er's mother, Zhang Sanyang, first arrived in Zhanghai City. It was on a dark and stormy night that she plied me with drink, and then, in the grass by the roadside, transformed me into her man. Lu Heishui, having consumed several glasses of Maodai, seemed to have succumbed to the effects of the alcohol, revealing his past escapades. The crowd erupted into laughter. Chapter 210. The gathering of voices. Perhaps this was also to mask his daughter's embarrassment. Haha, Lu brother, Sanyang was far more formidable than you. Chenmu couldn't he help but jest. Lu Heishui chuckled heartily, appearing less like the head of a household or one of the 4 great merchant families, and more like a friendly neighbor, exuding an approachable demeanor. Cold Blood stood up and declared, "My family possesses little wealth. To expect financial contributions from me is somewhat unreasonable. However, we have many disciples in the Cold family, and I can offer manpower and resources. Moreover, Shishi has comprehended the unity of man and sword, which will undoubtedly serve as significant support for young Master Yan. I shall refrain from further grandiloquent speeches. Given time, should young Master Yan ascend to the pinnacle of power, a spy organization will surely accompany him. If you permit, I can lead my kin to become your right-hand force, assisting you in eliminating all lurking adversaries. Furthermore, I do not oppose your union with Shishi, for as the saying goes, the fertile waters should not flow to outsiders' fields. With Shishi by your side, your future will be better protected. Cold Blood expressed his stance candidly. Indeed, upon hearing these words, a faint blush appeared on the otherwise icy countenance of Cold Shishi. After several rounds of drinks and dishes, everyone was sated. Although the Maotai wine had an intoxicating effect, it did not induce headaches. Chenmu remarked, "Today, we have taken control of Gangjin City, yet the citizens seem remarkably unguarded. Upon learning of our tax reductions and grain distributions, they have all cheered in joy. In my view, the common folk are indifferent to who occupies Gangjin City. As long as we do not interfere with their interests or engage in mass slaughter, no one will dare to oppose us." This further illustrates that the former lord, Su Qinggao, was detested by the populace. The people had long harbored grievances against him. Lu Haixue interjected, and Yanyun nodded, saying, "Regardless, we must assert our stance. By reducing taxes and distributing grain, any small favors will surely foster dependence among the populace. They will undoubtedly become obedient to us." "Indeed, you speak the truth," Peijiao concurred. "So, how goes the recruitment of soldiers today?" Yanyun inquired. Peijiao shook his head. "Progress is quite smooth. After all, we offer generous incentives. Anyone with a modicum of sense would choose to join. Yet, some believe that recruiting soldiers here equates to rebellion against the court, fearing that if the court receives word, they will swiftly dispatch troops to exterminate us." Yanyun contemplated for a moment and replied, "Regardless of their opinions, we must remain steadfast in our position, no matter how many we can recruit. Even if it is merely 1,000, it constitutes our vital force. Moreover, all equipment is ready. Tomorrow morning, I shall hand it all over to you." "Excellent," Peijiao nodded. The group then continued to drink and enjoy hot pot, savoring the Maotai. This rare gathering allowed them to revel in merriment. Several ladies finished off 8 bottles of champagne. Qin Liani also indulged in some wine, alleviating the tension and fatigue of recent days. The banquet concluded around 10 o'clock. Zhao Wan-ing and Gua Yiren, accompanied by Shui Er and Qing Er, departed early to return to their courtyard. Yanyun had consumed nearly a bottle of Maotai. Truth be told, this Maotai produced by the system was far more authentic than any he had tasted in his previous life. This was the genuine pure brew. One by one, the guests began to leave. Several ladies, assisted by their maids, returned to the rear courtyard of the lord's residence. Yanyun then made his way to Gua Yiren's courtyard. Yen Shui-er was still awake, playing with the little cheetah and lion in the courtyard. The pavilion in the yard was adorned with 2 crystal lantern stones. Under their illumination, the courtyard, while not bright as day, was far from dark. Upon seeing Yanyun return, Yen Shui-er was overjoyed. "Uncle is back," she exclaimed, jubilantly as though she had not seen him in years. This exuberance filled Yanyun's heart with immense happiness and sweetness. Although Yen Shui-er was not his daughter, in his eyes, she was akin to one. He had long regarded both Yen Shui-er and Yen Qing-er as his own. Who could resist the charm of 2 such lively and adorable little treasures? The following morning, Peijiao anxiously paced back and forth in the main hall of the lord's residence. Chenmu, Cold Blood, and Lu Haixue, responsible for the grain distribution today, had left early. Qin Badu sat nearby, sipping cool tea. "Oh dear uncle, please stop pacing. You're nearly blinding me." Qin Badu exclaimed impatiently. "Ah, I am merely anxious. Do you think I wish to waste time here?" Peijiao retorted, overwhelmed with worry. The thousands of soldiers who had signed up yesterday had all arrived at the military camp, awaiting equipment distribution. He had reached the recruitment center before dawn, where a long line resembling a dragon had formed. From a preliminary glance, there were at least 3,000 to 4,000 individuals. Peijiao was momentarily taken aback by this impressive sight. He could not have anticipated that so many would queue so early. The first person in line informed him that they had been waiting since the early hours of the morning. "What time is that?" "Between 1 a.m. and 3 a.m. Peijiao felt a surge of emotion, realizing the citizens of Gangjin City were quite supportive. His brothers gradually arrived. After assigning tasks, Peijiao instructed everyone to register, sending groups of 100 to the military camp within the city. As dawn approached, between 5 a.m. and 7 a.m., the soldiers who had signed up began arriving at the military camp in succession. However, by the time the hour of Chun, around 7 a.m. to 9 a.m., arrived, Yanyun still had not appeared, causing Peijiao to grow anxious. He hurried to the lord's residence, only to learn that Yanyun was still asleep, leaving Peijiao speechless. In Gua Yiren's courtyard, Yen Shui-er had already risen. She obediently climbed out of bed, dressed, and stepped outside. Luo Bingxue, seemingly with nothing to do, approached to converse with Gua Yiren. Noticing Yin Shui playing alone with the little lion and cheetah in the courtyard, she walked over and inquired, Shui, where is your mother? Mother is still fast asleep. Yin Shui replied, blinking her large eyes, her voice innocent and sweet. What? At this hour? She is still asleep? Luo Bingshui exclaimed, clearly displeased. It was only around 9 in the morning. So what? Is there a problem with my mother sleeping in? Yin Shui asked, puzzled. No. Of course not. It's just. Luo Bingshui was momentarily taken aback. Yet, she could not say anything further, and instead pretended nothing was amiss while playing with Yin Shui. When Yanyun finally awoke, it was already 10:30. Guoyiran had prepared porridge for him. The courtyard, while small, was well equipped, containing all necessities for cooking, including rice, flour, and oil, provisions that Su Changgao had previously arranged for his many concubines. Now, they served as a fitting attire for the ladies. After heartily consuming 2 bowls of porridge, Yanyun made his way to the southeastern corner of the front yard of the Lord's residence. There lay an open area where he planned to temporarily place his preparations. Without hesitation, once he chose a location, Yanyun opened his storage space and retrieved 5,000 sets of equipment for archers, 5,000 for long spear soldiers, and 5,000 for cavalry. These were not items exchanged from the system store, but were sourced from the national treasury, perfectly suited to arm ordinary soldiers. He then exchanged for 500 sets of rare quality cavalry gear, alongside 500 fine steeds, as well as 500 sets of rare quality spear shield soldier gear and 500 sets of rare quality crossbowman gear. The total expenditure amounted to 1550 emotional points. The price for the rare sets was not exorbitant, but the sheer quantity was staggering. After retrieving everything, Yanyun proceeded to the main hall of the Lord's residence. Ah, my lord, you have finally arrived. I have been waiting with bated breath. Pei Jiao exclaimed, rushing forward to greet him. How was this morning? Did all those soldiers who signed up yesterday arrive? Yanyun inquired. Upon hearing this, Pei Jiao puffed out his chest confidently and replied, Indeed, they have all come. Not a single one missing. Excellent. Oh, by the way, I have prepared all the equipment. It's in the southeastern corner of the front yard. Please send someone to transport all the gear. Yanyun instructed. What? How many sets of equipment have you prepared? Pei Jiao asked, wide-eyed. Not too many. 10,000 sets for ordinary soldiers and 1,500 sets for elite soldiers should suffice, right? Yanyun remarked. With that, the two rose and made their way toward the southeastern corner. My heavens, so much? Pei Jiao exclaimed in astonishment at the mountain of equipment before him. Yanyun narrowed his eyes and said, This is merely the tip of the iceberg. This equipment could arm tens of thousands of troops. At some point, Zheng Ba and Pang Julong had arrived behind Yanyun. They were equally taken aback by the sheer quantity of gear. Among the provisions were 5,000 sets of ordinary archer kits, 5,000 sets of ordinary spearman kits, 500 sets of elite cavalry kits, 500 sets of pikemen kits, and 500 sets of crossbowmen kits. Additionally, there were 500 war horses, all of which had already been sent to the stables of the garrison. You may arrange for personnel to take charge of them at any time. In the coming days, recruit as many soldiers as possible. Once we have built a formidable force, we shall assault the Barbarian Pass and strive to capture it swiftly. Securing the Barbarian Pass would allow us to advance and retreat at will. Even if we were besieged by the Imperial Army, we could retreat beyond the pass and seek refuge in the wilderness. Yanyun declared. Pei Jiao approached the equipment and began inspecting it. Seeing the neatly arranged weapons and bows, he was once again overwhelmed by Yanyun's capabilities. Just a short while ago, this place had been empty, devoid of even the slightest trace of equipment. And now, such a vast array had materialized. This was no jest. Chapter 212, The Inquisitive Second Madam. They recalled Yanyun's remarkable methods, always conjuring unexpected resources from thin air. Take last night's drinks and refreshments as an example. They seemed surreal, yet they were indeed real. Now, looking at the equipment before them, who would dare claim it was all a deception? My heavens, these spears and shields are all forged from fine iron. Wait, my spear is also made of fine iron, yet here appear to be hundreds of sets? Pei Jiao was astounded. Zheng Ba, equally incredulous, hurried over to confirm that these rare items were indeed crafted from fine iron. Even the shields, helmets, and armor were made from it. These bows, they appear quite peculiar. What do we call this, my lord? Pang Julong inquired, picking up a crossbow and examining it with curiosity. In this fantastical world, crossbows were non-existent. The crossbows presented by Yanyun were undoubtedly the first of their kind. This device is called a crossbow. It can be wielded by cavalry as well as infantry. Given the current scarcity of experienced warriors, I plan to equip all members of the combat prowess group with warhorses and crossbows, transforming them into my elite cavalry. As for the name of this legion, We shall call it the Iron-Blood Crossbow Cavalry. It symbolizes unyielding strength and valiant men. Yanyun proclaimed, hands clasped behind his back. And who shall lead this cavalry? Yanyun turned his gaze toward Pang Julong. Dragon, do you possess the capability to undertake this responsibility? Me? Pang Julong was momentarily taken aback. But soon his face lit up with joy as he eagerly replied, absolutely. I assure you, I will train them all to become valiant warriors, turning them into a sharp blade under your command. However, one thing must change. Yanyun's expression turned serious. My lord, please instruct. Pang Julong stood tall. Your valor and unwavering loyalty make you my right-hand man. Yet, your impatience and propensity for anger are flaws that must be addressed, particularly in critical moments. If you can maintain your composure and master your emotions, a place of honor and rank shall certainly await you. Yanyun said gravely, his tone earnest. Pang Julong understood his temperament and recognized that this was guidance from his lord. His expression sobered, and he clasped his fists, declaring, I dare not speak grandly. From this day forth, I shall temper my emotions and abandon my past impulsiveness. Yanyun nodded. The Iron-Blood Crossbow Cavalry shall be an elite force under my command. This legion will only accept the strong and will not tolerate any weaklings or those who seek to gain entry through familial ties or favoritism. In the future, this ironclad brigade shall traverse battlefields, employing thunderous tactics to annihilate one enemy force after another. Rest assured, my lord, I shall not disappoint you. Pang Julong responded earnestly. Yanyun nodded. In truth, he preferred to entrust this elite cavalry to Zhang Ba. Zhang Ba was both courageous and wise, possessing a calm demeanor. If he could lead the Iron-Blood Crossbow Cavalry, Yanyun would have little to worry about. However, Zhang Ba had other roles to fulfill. In Yanyun's heart, Zhang Ba was his national protector, and appointing him as a mere cavalry commander would be a misallocation of his talents. Consequently, under Pei Jiao's arrangement, all equipment was systematically delivered to the garrison. Yanyun also arrived at the garrison. One of Pei Jiao's subordinates rushed forward upon seeing Yanyun and the others. Yanyun inquired, how many soldiers have we recruited so far? 3,200. Among them, the combat prowess group has recruited 150. The combat group 690, the shooting group 410, and the ordinary group 1,950. The subordinate reported truthfully. Excellent. Yanyun couldn't help but praise, then turned to Pei Jiao. Henceforth, all soldiers in the combat prowess group shall be assigned to Dragon for organization. The Iron-Blood Crossbow Cavalry has no upper limit on numbers. We shall equip as many as we can, the more the better, and I will arrange for the necessary equipment. Chapter 213, Iron-Blood Crossbow Cavalry. Very well. Pei Jiao nodded. The combat group, until suitable candidates are found, shall be managed by Zhang Ba. This unit will become an elite shield and spear infantry under our command. In truth, Yanyun already had a candidate in mind, the imprisoned Xiong Hubao. However, this individual had yet to be subdued, and his prideful nature left Yanyun uncertain about his ability to win him over. For now, Zhang Ba would manage the unit. Zhang Ba clasped his fists in acknowledgement. Jiao, I entrust the shooting group to you. Your archery skills are exceptional, rivaling that of Dragon. With you at the helm, we shall surely forge a legion of sharpshooters. Pei Jiao's archery skill was an impressive 99 points, marking him as extraordinary. Pei Jiao accepted the command with enthusiasm. For the soldiers recruited from the ordinary group, we will prioritize arming archers, forming an initial unit of 2,000, who will undergo training for defensive purposes on the city walls. This is to prevent us from being caught unprepared should the enemy forces launch a sudden assault. Yanyun declared. Understood. Pei Jiao nodded. After the archers are recruited, we will arrange for 2,000 spearmen and 1,000 light cavalry. This way, our forces will begin to take shape. Yanyun clasped his fists, making arrangements accordingly. Once all preparations were in order, Yanyun proceeded to the stables of the garrison. Previously, there had not been a single horse in sight. The garrison's war horses were already limited, and equipping 1,000 soldiers with mounts had been a significant financial burden. Out of the 1,000 soldiers, only 300 possessed war horses, while the rest were infantry. After purchasing war horses from the marketplace, all were assigned to the garrison stables by the system to avoid alarming everyone with the sudden appearance of 500 horses. War horses differ from equipment. They can move about, and if frightened, they may bolt and panic. With 500 horses, even one restless beast could incite chaos among the rest. These horses, each one exudes majesty and strength, rivaling those from my own Skeleton Mountain stables. My lord is truly remarkable. How could he procure so many horses? Pang Julong stood dumbfounded, astonished beyond measure. Zhang Ba and Pei Jiao shared in his disbelief. Yet, Yanyun's abilities were nothing short of miraculous. They had no inkling how he managed to acquire such an abundance of equipment and horses. To them, it was utterly unfathomable. Yanyun paid no heed to their astonished gazes. The military supply shop had indeed granted him considerable agency. At the very least, he would no longer need to fret over finances, provisions, equipment, or war horses. As long as he possessed emotional value, he could exchange for anything. Subsequently, the group conducted another round of inspections within the garrison. All the soldiers recruited thus far had been assigned to their respective quarters. In every city, the barracks, though housing merely 1,000 soldiers, are capable of accommodating up to 50,000 troops. Such strategic foresight has been employed for the long term, establishing quarters for reinforcements in advance. My lord, Xionghu Bao remains confined within the inner dungeon. This formidable warrior, if tamed, would indeed prove to be a significant asset. Zheng Ba recalled Xionghu Bao in the prison and suggested suddenly, if we had not arrived, today would mark his day of execution next year. Peng Zhulong added, if we could secure his allegiance, it would truly be a remarkable boon. To my knowledge, Su Qinggao and Zhao Qua have both sought to enlist him as a subordinate general or captain of the barracks, yet he has declined their offers. His pride is quite formidable. My lord must be prepared for this. Page Yao stated. Yanyun squinted and said, I share the same intention. Regardless, if he can serve my purpose, I shall employ him. If not, I shall have him executed to prevent future troubles. Chapter 214. Persuading Xionghu Bao. At this moment, the group made their way to the city lord's prison. Originally, Zheng Ba, Peng Zhulong, and Page Yao had remained behind to train troops in the barracks. Yet everyone was eager to catch a glimpse of Xionghu Bao, curious about the extent of his prowess. Thus they all followed Yanyun to the city lord's residence. Coincidentally, Yanyun required the presence of Peng Zhulong and the others to intimidate this warrior. The recruitment of soldiers was managed by Page Yao and his subordinates, who had nothing else to do, thus they accompanied Yanyun to the prison. Inside the dungeon, over a dozen prisoners were confined therein. These prisoners had not eaten since yesterday. Several were so famished that their stomachs pressed against their backs, their heads drooping lifelessly against the walls. A few, however, maintained a proud posture, sitting cross-legged on the ground. Upon the entrance of Yanyun and his companions, all eyes widened in panic and despair, with a prevailing sense of indignation, for today was the day of their execution. All were to be beheaded today. Yet, upon realizing that these individuals were not familiar guards, expressions of confusion emerged. Yanyun, with hands clasped behind his back, inspected each cell in turn. The prisoners were all robust and formidable, yet it remained unclear what grave offenses had led to their confinement. The eldest among them was 40, while the youngest were in their 20s. All presented fierce and menacing visages. Today should be your day of judgment. Ordinarily, you would all face execution. Yanyun's demeanor remained composed and serene. Whether you wish to kill or torture, do as you please. If I frown, it shall not be Xionghu Bao. Execution? My head has long been metaphorically hung from my belt. Better to die early and be reborn than to continue suffering here. In one of the cells, a disheveled figure sat cross-legged, his face obscured, exhibiting a disdainful demeanor. His body was marred with gruesome scars, the result of merciless lashes. It was evident that Xionghu Bao had endured torment and whipping at the hands of Su Qinggao just the day prior. Tell that scoundrel Su Qinggao, if I am fortunate enough to survive, it shall be when his wretched mind has departed. Xionghu Bao clenched his fists, his expression fearsome. Damn it, I, Niu Shanhai, will not perish. If I survive, his entire family shall not escape unscathed. Execution? I fear not death. How could I fear execution? Regrettably, my knife lacks the sharpness to sever his head. In the last cell, a burly man clenched his fists, his eyes ablaze with fury. How infuriating! How infuriating! How infuriating! Niu Shanhai glared upward, his expression one of bitter resentment as he roared. My lady, I fear I shall not avenge you. If you possess any spirit in the heavens, lend me your strength. If I do not slay Su Qinggao, I shall not rest in peace. Congratulations. Your wife is indeed watching over you from the heavens, and she has chosen to assist you. Yanyun replied calmly. You? Niu Shanhai scoffed. Why? Do you doubt my capability? Yanyun inquired with a faint smile. Are you implying that Su Qinggao would reconsider and offer his head for me to claim? Niu Shanhai mocked. Ah, so you believed I was aligned with Su Qinggao. I regret to inform you. He has been expelled from Gangjin City by me. The current lord of Gangjin City is I, you, mere child, yet to grow a single hair. Who grants you the audacity to speak such hubris? One prisoner jeered. Damn it, who uttered that? Speak again, and I shall ensure you regret it. Peng Zhulong bellowed in fury, causing the prisoner to swiftly close his mouth in fear. His words were somewhat crude, yet I do not deny it. Although half of Su Qinggao's forces have been vanquished by Xionghu Bao, he still possesses 500 troops. Moreover, the commander of Manhuang Pass, Zhao Qua, shares a profound bond with Su Chenggao. I do not believe you can drive him away. Niu Hai expressed skepticism. It appears you lack insight. Pei Jiao chuckled. Consider this. If we had not expelled Su Chenggao, could we have entered this dungeon and publicly insulted him as a coward? You are. Pei Jiao. Niu Hai seemed to recognize him. Ah, I never imagined I would be so renowned. I have someone who knows me here. Indeed. I am Pei Jiao, he declared proudly. Humph. A mere mercenary leader, what is there to boast about? If you dare challenge me, I assure you I shall crush your skull. The seated Xiong Hubao replied disdainfully. Anyone can boast. Yet I fear your arms may be severed before they even touch me. Pang Zhulong sneered. Anyone can boast. Why not release me and let us battle for 300 rounds? If you win, I shall consider you a true warrior. If you lose, I am known for my ruthlessness. I never grant mercy to the defeated. Xiong Hubao proclaimed arrogantly. Release him. Yanyun commanded with an unperturbed expression. Ah, this is becoming interesting. A smile graced Xiong Hubao's lips. So, Su Chenggao has truly been expelled from Gangjin City? Niu Hai inquired incredulously. Humph. What fear does Su Chenggao inspire? Not to mention Su Chenggao, even Zhao Kui's 6,000 border cavalry fled in disarray upon entering the city. Pei Jiao scoffed. My heavens, 6,000 border cavalry expelled from the city? May I inquire, Brother Pei, who are these people? Niu Hai responded with astonishment. This is my lord, the esteemed Yanyun, also known as the third young master of the Protectorate House. Pang Zhulong raised his chin proudly. The third young master of the Protectorate House, Yanyun? Wasn't he considered a fool? I recall the members of the Protectorate House were exiled to the wilderness. Niu Hai questioned, bewildered. Enough of this idle chatter. My lord has come to the dungeon today not for trivial matters, but to rescue you all from your dire predicament. My lord, recalling that you were once valiant heroes, offers you a chance for redemption. As long as you pledge your loyalty to my lord, you may all walk out of here alive. Should you utter insolent words, do not blame my lord for being unmerciful. Zheng Ba, who had remained silent, finally spoke. You wish for me to pledge allegiance to him? Only if he can defeat me. Xiong Hubao was the first to refuse. Ah, you are indeed a pig unafraid of boiling water. Very well. If you desire to challenge my lord, you are not yet worthy. Defeat me first. Chapter 215, The Top-Tier Warrior, Xiong Hubao. Pang Zhulong cracked his knuckles and unsheathed his sword, swiftly severing the chains on the dungeon door. Xiong Hubao's cell was opened. And though his hands and feet were bound by heavy iron chains, Pang Zhulong, lacking a key, swung his sword and in a flash, cut through the restraints. With a clang, the sword was sheathed, and Pang Zhulong stepped out of the cage, declaring, Defeat me within 10 exchanges, and I shall concede victory to you. You? Xiong Hubao did not rush to emerge. A hint of disdain curled at the corners of his mouth. While his words conveyed one sentiment, internally, he held Yanyun in higher regard. After all, Yanyun did not even furrow his brow when he commanded Pang Zhulong to open the prison door and set him free. This alone spoke volumes about the strength of those before him. Moreover, although he was not well acquainted with Pei Jiao, he recognized the man's valor in battle and his unwillingness to easily submit to others. Now, Pei Jiao had actually chosen to acknowledge a master? And to a man known for his foolishness? This seemed absurd to Xiong Hubao, who found it difficult to comprehend. It is not that I look down upon you. Xiong Hubao stretched his muscles and leisurely stood up from the straw mat. Towering at a height of 2 meters, he was a formidable figure, robust and impressive, with astonishing physical strength. His arms were long, thick, and powerful, reminiscent of those of a fully grown male gorilla. Clearly, he was a brute force, which explained his haughty demeanor. Few could capture his attention. Yanyun narrowed his eyes, genuinely desiring to subdue Xiong Hubao and make him his right-hand man. Pang Zhulong instinctively braced for a fight, and Pei Jiao displayed vigilance. Zheng Ba furrowed his brow. Xiong Hubao's gaze remained fixed on Yanyun's face. Observing Yanyun's calm demeanor, unperturbed by the situation, stirred ripples of intrigue within him. He began to regard Yanyun with newfound respect. Yet, it was merely respect, devoid of further contemplation. Over the years, many had sought Xiong Hubao's allegiance, yet none had ever captured his interest. Today, you saved my life, and I shall grant you the opportunity to serve me. However, you must endure 3 challenges. Should you succeed in all, I, Xiong Hubao, will be your loyal aide. Should you fail, I am sorry. I, Xiong Hubao, would rather die than yield. Xiong Hubao declared solemnly. Name your 3 challenges. Yanyun expressed genuine anticipation. In Gangjin City, there is a temple of spiritual light. Inside, there exists a 3-legged cauldron, weighing approximately 1,000 pounds. If you can lift it, you will have succeeded in the first challenge. Do you dare accept? Xiong Hubao puffed out his chest, his eyes filled with arrogance. Yanyun's brow furrowed. 1,000-pound cauldron? Although he possessed the strength of a tyrant, he had never lifted a cauldron like the tyrant himself. This was a formidable challenge. The act of lifting the cauldron could lead to numerous dangers. The weight could crush one into a pulp, or cause blood vessels to rupture and tendons to snap. This was no jest. A moment's carelessness could lead to one's demise. Historically, the mighty Xiang Yu of Chu had effortlessly lifted a 1,000-pound cauldron. My lord, you must not, Zheng Ba interjected urgently. This 1,000-pound cauldron is no trivial matter. A moment's inattention could plunge you into a life-or-death predicament. Zheng Ba's expression shifted as he hastily cautioned, My lord, you must not accept. Even if it means killing Xiong Hubao, do not accept his challenge. Many have attempted to lift the cauldron, yet most have suffered ruptured tendons and blood vessels, meeting a tragic end. Pei Jiao was alarmed. Chapter 216, A Great Temper. A Great Skill. Xiong Hubao, what are your true intentions? If you do not wish to serve my lord, simply say so. What is this cauldron challenge about? Pang Julong, filled with rage, pointed at Xiong Hubao, berating him. Xiong Hubao sneered, holding his head high. Unconcerned, I, Xiong Hubao, have sworn an oath to the heavens. I would rather die than bow to the weak. If you wish for my submission, you must accept my challenge. Yanyun's eyes narrowed. My lord, kill him. Such a person does not deserve to live. Pei Jiao's intent to kill was evident. Zheng Ba narrowed his eyes. Xiong Hubao, my lord cherishes talent, which is why he came to rescue you from prison. Do not be ungrateful. Do you understand that killing you would be as easy as reaching into a bag? Haha, Xiong Hubao laughed heartily. Killing me is a simple task, but to gain my service is a challenge greater than climbing to the heavens. Let me be frank. If you seek to kill me, I shall not even resist. For today is destined to be my day of execution. Life and death mean nothing to me. If I fear not execution, what else is there for me to fear? Xiong Hubao now embodied the essence of a man indifferent to life and death. Indeed, he had long since set aside concerns of mortality. Nothing could threaten him now, either accept his challenge or end his life. His proud character compelled him to either serve a person worthy of his respect or live a life of mere survival. He would never bow to the weak. Yanyun found himself cornered. He now faced the choice of killing Xiong Hubao or accepting his challenge. This was merely the first challenge, and already the difficulty was immense. The subsequent two challenges remained unknown in their severity. System, please respond. My tyrant's strength, is it sufficient to lift the 1,000-pound cauldron? The tyrant's strength is one of the most formidable powers in the low martial world. Lifting the 1,000-pound cauldron will be effortless for you. Rest assured. Excellent. With your assurance, I feel at ease. With this system by my side, whether it be 1,000-pound or 10,000-pound cauldron, I fear not. The system provided him with a sense of security. If you dare not accept, then just kill me. If I hesitate, I am no longer Xiong Hubao. He declared boldly, devoid of fear. Detected that Xiong Hubao and the host will have a future lord-minister relationship, successfully bound to the emotional system. Current emotional value from Xiong Hubao towards the host will be generated. Ding. Xiong Hubao's doubt disdain. Host's emotional value 10 points. Xiong Hubao had bound to the emotional system. The future relationship as lord and minister indicated that, should he successfully navigate the three challenges, he would have captured this formidable individual. He swiftly opened Xiong Hubao's attribute panel to assess his qualities. Knowing oneself and one's enemy is the key to victory. Xiong Hubao, top-tier warrior, loyalty 60 points, strength 100, leadership 98, strategy 96, politics 80, swordsmanship 100, Mount Tai presses down, shooting 100, piercing gold and splitting stone, speed 98, endurance 100, personality traits, innate divine strength, full of pride, meticulous in thought, rough yet detailed, champion of the downtrodden. Xiong Hubao's attributes were laid bare. Gasping in astonishment, Yanyun felt a surge of shock akin to crashing waves. This man was indeed a top-tier general. However, with a loyalty of only 60 points, he stood at a precarious threshold. His strength, swordsmanship, and shooting skills were all at their peak. No wonder he was so arrogant. He had the capability to back it up, rather than being merely a facade with nothing beneath. This was a true super warrior. If he were to study Sun Tzu's art of war, he would likely match Zheng Ba with both strategy and leadership at full value. How could such a person not be proud? His attributes surpassed even Luo Zhengfeng, and his intellect was superior as well. Such a person was destined to be a national protector. Regrettably, before encountering a worthy mentor, he was akin to a mere lump of clay. Reflecting on this, Yanyun recalled the previous national protector, Zhao Wanqing's grandfather, Zhao Lai. After all, Zhao Lai had once held the position of national protector. He instinctively opened Zhao Lai's attribute panel. Zhao Lai, strength 90, peak 99, leadership 100, peak 100, strategy 97, peak 97. Politics 80, peak 85. Marksmanship 95, peak 99. Speed 80, peak 94. Endurance 70, peak 100. Zhao Lai's leadership was maxed out, and his strategy had reached an impressive 97 points at his peak. However, with age, all attributes aside from leadership and strategy had begun to decline, especially endurance, which had dropped from 100 to 70. It must be said that Zhao Lai's strategic acumen was remarkably high, just 3 points shy of perfection. This was precisely why he became a national protector, capable of instilling fear in foreign adversaries. He had grasped the true essence of retiring after achieving success from the 4 characters bestowed by Duanda. Very well. I accept your challenge. Yanyun steadied his racing heart, responding with composure. Your Excellency, please, you cannot agree. You must not consent. Zhang Ba and his companions urged urgently. Oh, it seems we have someone unafraid of death. The fervor ignited within Xiong Hubao's chest, a hint of admiration curving at the corners of his mouth. I hope your agreement is not mere rhetoric. Yanyun, with hands clasped behind his back and an expression of calm indifference, replied, Since I dare to consent, I shall undoubtedly remain fearless. What is merely a tripod to be feared? Haha, splendid. Refreshing. You have piqued my interest. I trust you will not retract your words halfway. Xiong Hubao laughed heartily. Zhang Ba and his companions wore grim expressions, as if they could squeeze water from stones. State your second condition, Yanyun said, maintaining his composure. Defeat me within 10 moves. Then your challenge will be deemed successful. Xiong Hubao sneered. 10 moves is excessive. If I do not defeat you within 5 moves, you may leave Gangjin City unscathed. Yanyun proclaimed with confidence. Do not be too hasty with your bravado. Let us first tackle the initial challenge. Xiong Hubao was assured, unafraid of any outcome. What is your third condition? Pang Julong demanded fiercely. Archery while mounted, hitting every target. A satisfied smile graced Xiong Hubao's lips. We shall ride and shoot. Each will have 10 arrows, and whoever hits the most targets while riding shall be the victor. Should you triumph over me? Your challenge is successful. If you fail, even if you succeed in the previous 2 challenges, I shall not yield. You go too far. Pang Julong bellowed. My lord, do not stop me. Let me slay this scoundrel. He was all too aware of his lord's archery skills, which were considerably lacking. On Yanjiao Mountain, Yanyun had once drawn his bow and released 10 arrows without hitting a single target. The notion of succeeding in mounted archery seemed utterly impossible. My lord, it appears that Xiong Hubao has no intention of allying with us. A forced alliance bears no sweetness. Perhaps we should abandon this endeavor to avoid errors when lifting the tripod. Zhongba advised. No. I shall accept all his challenges. I intend to conquer him from the depths of my being. Yanyun narrowed his eyes. Haha. Excellent. I awaited your words. Should you succeed in these 3 challenges, I, Xiong Hubao, vow to follow you unto death, never to abandon you. If I betray you, may the heavens strike me down and grant me a miserable end. Xiong Hubao swore publicly. Zhengba and Pei Jiao exchanged solemn glances. This Xiong Hubao was indeed a formidable character. However, could their lord truly lift the tripod? The second challenge posed little difficulty. Defeating Xiong Hubao would not be a problem, but the first and third challenges held significant challenges. I have not eaten for 2 days and feel utterly exhausted. Tonight, if I could indulge in a hearty meal. We shall meet at the gates of Lingguang Temple tomorrow morning. Xiong Hubao clasped his hands. Very well. For today, feast and drink well. To avoid any slander about my victory lacking honor, Yanyun replied. Here is 100 gold coins. You may enjoy a lavish meal and find a comfortable inn for the night. We shall meet at the gates of Lingguang Temple tomorrow morning. With a wave of his hand, Yanyun produced a bag containing 100 gold coins, tossing it into Xiong Hubao's hands without hesitation. Xiong Hubao accepted without protest. For he indeed possessed not a single coin to his name. He was effectively begging for food. Now, with Yanyun's generosity, he regarded him with newfound respect. Are you not afraid I might flee with this gold? Xiong Hubao gazed deeply at Yanyun, a complex expression in his eyes. Yanyun smirked dismissively. A mere 100 gold coins cannot inflict harm upon me or afford you any luxury. Should you abscond, it would merely reflect my misjudgment. Such candor. Xiong Hubao clasped his hands and, amidst the disapproving expressions of Zhang Ba and his companions, strode out of the prison. My lord. Pang Julong furrowed his brow, clearly displeased with Xiong Hubao's temperament. Extraordinary individuals often undertake extraordinary endeavors. Those who achieve great things often possess strong personalities. However, I assure you, should he join my ranks, all his arrogance shall dissipate. Yanyun spoke with calm assurance. Well, very well. Pang Julong found some measure of faith in Yanyun's words. Yet, lifting the tripod is no jest. Missing the archery challenge is one thing. It brings no shame, but lifting the tripod, that is deadly serious. Pang Julong's concern was palpable. Haha, relax. Just wait until tomorrow morning, when I shall lift a 1,000-pound tripod. Yanyun laughed heartily. Excuse me. Young Master Yin, could you kindly release us? Niu Shanhai interjected, disrupting the conversation with a plea. I can release you. However, I hope that some among you will refrain from causing further trouble within the city. Should I catch wind of any disturbances, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. Chapter 217. A Hidden Treasure. These individuals bore no grievances against him, and naturally, he would not support them for nothing. With a swift strike, Pang Julong severed the chains of the prison door. Over a dozen prisoners were freed. As they passed Yanyun, each bowed in gratitude. Young Master Yan, I, Niu Shanhai, may not be a significant figure, but I am one of the foremost archers in Gajin City. I possess a team of hunters, all exceptionally skilled in archery. We often venture into Yinzhao Mountain for hunting, living off the land. I once had a happy family, but alas. At this point, Niu Shanhai's voice faltered, tears welling in his eyes. When my brothers and I went hunting, that scoundrel Su Qinggao took advantage of my absence to mistreat my newlywed wife. She refused to submit, and in a desperate struggle, met her end against the wall. If young Master Yin does not abandon me, I would like to serve you. However, if the opportunity arises, I hope to personally be the one to behead Su Qinggao, avenging my wife who was so cruelly humiliated. Niu Shanhai, a towering figure with a robust build standing nearly 2 meters tall, now wept openly for his wife. The pain of her humiliation consumed him, and he longed to take Su Qinggao's life to honor his wife's spirit. Very well. Once I seize the barbarian pass, it will be the day of reckoning for Su Qinggao in Zhaoqua. At that time, I shall deliver Su Qinggao to you for your judgment. Life or death shall be at your discretion. Yanyun promised. Now was the time for him to gather talents. And Niu Shanhai claimed to be one of the best hunters in Gangjin City, with a team of hunters at his disposal. Even if Niu Shanhai could not become a general, his strength could see him rise to the rank of a captain or even a lieutenant. Niu Shanhai had not yet bound the emotional system. He was unaware of his specific attributes. Niu Shanhai kneels before you, my lord. I pledge my loyalty, willing to give my all for you. He knelt on one knee, hands clasped, offering his allegiance. Detected an allegiance bond between Niu Shanhai and the host. Emotional system successfully bound. All emotions Niu Shanhai holds toward the host will generate emotional value. Ding. Niu Shanhai has been conquered by the host's charisma. Gratitude, admiration, respect. Emotional value, 15 points. Niu Shanhai's emotional value was now bound. Yanyun instinctively opened Niu Shanhai's attribute panel. Niu Shanhai, elite warrior. Loyalty, 85 points. Strength, 98. Leadership, 89. Strategy, 89. Politics, 78. Archery, 90. Shooting, 99. Speed, 95. Endurance, 100. By the heavens, what a treasure I have found. Upon seeing Niu Shanhai's attributes, Yanyun was astounded, his face alight with joy. This individual boasted an impressive strength of 98 points and a staggering shooting skill of 99 points, nearly reaching perfection. Both leadership and strategy stood at 89 points, with a marksmanship of 90 points, speed of 95 points, and full endurance. A person endowed with the principles of Sun Tzu's art of war could command and strategize at least 95 points. In this manner, they would stand as a valiant and astute general under the banner of Yanyun. Currently, Yanyun is unperturbed by the intelligence or leadership qualities of his subordinates, as long as they possess high martial prowess. With the guidance of Sun Tzu's teachings, they can soar to greatness in an instant. Niu Shanhai's loyalty begins at a commendable 85 points, surpassing that of Xiong, Hu, and Bao by 25 points. This loyalty must be cultivated gradually, and Yanyun is in no rush. Here's 1,000 gold coins for you. Return and inform your brothers that I, Yanyun, am in need of capable hands. If they hold me in high regard, they may come to pledge their allegiance at any time. I shall entrust them with significant responsibilities. Should Yanyun rise in the future, all shall be granted titles and positions of honor. Regardless of what lies ahead, now is the time to recruit talent. And Yanyun must first paint a grand vision for these individuals. This is a gift from the Lord. You should accept it. Consider it the initial funding for your allegiance. We shall await your arrival at the Lord's residence. Zhengba interjected from the side. Indeed. Accept it. You have already paid your respects to the Lord. From now on, we are brothers. Pei Jiao encouraged. Very well. Niu Shanhai is not one to be hesitant. Upon my return, I shall persuade my many brothers to come and pledge their loyalty to the Lord. Niu Shanhai clasped his fists together, accepted the gold coins, and departed. Niu Shanhai indeed required funds. He had incurred substantial expenses for his marriage and owed his fellow villagers 700 or 800 gold coins. If he could settle these debts, he would be free of worries and could wholeheartedly serve Yanyun. After Niu Shanhai left, the four of them proceeded to the Lord's residence. After a brief tea session, Pei Jiao and the others, having matters to attend to at the barracks, took their leave. Chapter 218. The second madam learns swordplay. In the courtyard of the third madam. The second madam, with some ulterior motives, came to pay a visit to the third madam. Ah, Yiren, is it you, dear sister? Please, come in and take a seat. Guo Yiren welcomed Luo Bingshui into the inner chamber. I just heard Shui mention that you had already come by early this morning. Could it be that you have something on your mind? Luo Bingshui smiled gently and stood. What could it be? I merely wish to have a chat with my third sister. With that, Luo Bingshui entered the room. Guo Yiren poured her a cup of tea, and they conversed at length. Luo Bingshui remarked on how each of the madams showcased their worth. The eldest madam, Zhao Weining, had the backing of the war goddess estate and stood as the matriarch, holding a respected position among the others, alongside her lively and charming daughter. The third madam, Guo Yiren, also had a spirited daughter capable of winning Yanyun's favor. The fourth madam, Yi Jiamei, was supported by an assassin organization and was the newly appointed chief assassin, bearing significant value. The fifth madam, Lu Yuner, had her father arrive, bringing the black armored army to provide support during Yanyun's most challenging times. The sixth madam, Lung Shiji, was adept in swordplay, with her father traveling great distances to assist. The seventh madam, Duan Ruinxia, had the backing of the Yin Emperor Academy, ensuring that she would have access to any talent she desired in the future. In contrast, Luo Bingshui felt a lack of value, despite her family's wealth, as her father had neither provided timely assistance nor enhanced her standing. Ultimately, she resolved to practice swordplay to assert her presence. After leaving the third madam's courtyard, the second madam did not rush home, but instead made her way to the sixth madam's courtyard. There, Long Shiji was practicing her swordplay. Long Shiji dedicated her days to honing her skills, believing that mastery had no endpoint and that it depended on one's insight, talent, and perseverance. Sister. Upon seeing the second madam enter her courtyard, Long Shiji paused her practice. Your swordplay grows ever more exquisite, sixth sister. The second madam admired. Lung Shiji sheathed her sharp sword, her demeanor softening as she asked, What brings you here, second sister? With a straightforward and candid nature. Lung Shiji was known for her forthrightness. Oh, it's nothing much. I merely wish to converse with you, sixth sister. The second madam replied. Please, take a seat. Lung Shiji, lacking any attendance, personally brewed tea for the second madam. They sat across from each other, with Lung Shiji rarely speaking, instead focusing on pouring tea in silence. After taking a sip, the second madam said, Sixth sister, I have a request, but I'm unsure how to broach the subject. Whatever it is, just speak freely. Though I may not possess much ability, I assure you, should it fall within my means or capabilities, I will not decline. Lung Shiji responded without hesitation. Upon hearing this, the second madam set down her teacup, her expression serious as she said, I wish to learn swordplay from you. What? You wish to learn swordplay from me? How did this notion suddenly arise? Are you feeling unwell? Long Shiji was taken aback. The second madam replied earnestly, I am not unwell. Nor am I carried away by enthusiasm. I genuinely wish to learn swordplay to acquire self-defense capabilities. After all, we are in chaotic times. Without the ability to protect myself, I would forever depend on others for protection, becoming a burden to everyone. This is a commendable thought. But swordplay is not a trivial pursuit. It cannot be taken lightly. It requires years of dedication from a young age. To start now would be exceedingly difficult. Lung Shiji exclaimed in astonishment. Difficult or not, I still wish to learn. I implore you, sixth sister, to take me as your disciple. With that, the second madam knelt down. Lung Shiji was taken aback and hurried over to help her up, saying, Second sister, please rise. There is no need to rush into calling me your teacher. What kind of relationship do we have that requires such formalities? This would be embarrassing for me. If our uncle, elder sister, or other sisters were to find out, they might think I am deliberately making things difficult for you. If you wish to learn, I will gladly teach you. However, I must first consult with my father. The Lung family's swordplay has always been kept secret. If it were to be taught to outsiders, it would require the family head's approval. But I suspect that if you wish to learn, my father would certainly not refuse. But, how can one learn swordplay without a teacher? The second madam was bewildered. Oh, we are like close sisters. There is no need for such formalities. If you wish to learn, I will impart the essence of my swordplay to you. I guarantee it will save you from many detours. Lung Shiji assured her. Then, I am truly grateful to you, sixth sister. The second madam expressed her heartfelt thanks. All right, no need for such formalities. I thought it was a serious matter, and it made me a bit anxious. As she spoke, Lung Shiji returned to her seat and poured another cup of tea for the second madam. After a bit more conversation, the second madam took her leave. With no desire to continue practicing swordplay, Lung Shiji exited the courtyard in search of her father. The news of Yanyun and Xionghu Bao's agreement to meet at Lingguang Temple spread swiftly through the streets and alleys of Gangjin City. Disseminated by Xionghu Bao himself. With 100 gold coins in hand, Xionghu Bao confidently left the Lord's residence. Soon spotted by several former associates who had once followed him. These individuals were considered his small entourage. When Xionghu Bao was attacked by the Lord's residence, they were absent and unaware of his predicament. By the time they learned of his troubles, it was too late. Without Xionghu Bao, their previous arrogance had vanished. They no longer dared to confront the Lord's residence. Today marked Xionghu Bao's day of reckoning. They had arrived early, waiting outside the Lord's residence. Though Su Chenggao had been expelled from Gangjin City, who could predict whether the new lord would impose penalties on Xionghu Bao? They were uncertain if he would survive the day. As they deliberated whether to enter the Lord's residence to visit the new lord and seek Xionghu Bao's release, he emerged confidently from within. Chapter 219. The Pompous Xionghu Bao. Bear. Big Bear. Look quickly. Big Bear has come out. My heavens. It truly is Big Bear. He strides out with such confidence. What is happening? Could it be that the new city lord has released him? Big Bear. Several younger brothers hurriedly rose to greet him. Big Bear. Did the new city lord set you free? One younger brother eagerly approached to inquire. Bearhu Bao hummed a little tune and replied, Indeed. Not only did the new city lord release me, but he also bestowed upon me 100 gold coins. He proudly waved the cloth bag in his hand. Come, let's go feast. Hiki. Big Bear is indeed generous. One younger brother flattered. I knew Big Bear would be as splendid as ever, and nothing would happen to him. Truly, Big Bear is formidable, unrivaled in Gangjin City. His life is certainly worth more than this. Perhaps in the future, he could even be granted titles and become a lord himself. One younger brother remarked. Speaking of titles and lords, Bearhu Bao's expression turned serious as he said, Although I walked out of the city lord's mansion unscathed, I have 3 challenges to undertake with the city lord. Lifting a cauldron? Fighting? Archery? A younger brother asked. Exactly, Bearhu Bao affirmed. So, are you preparing to pledge allegiance to him? Bearhu Bao frowned and responded. That will depend on whether he can succeed in the challenges. However, this person is indeed extraordinary. Has the new city lord made any promises to you? He has. We shall head to Lingguang Temple tomorrow morning. Bearhu Bao replied. Big Bear. To my knowledge, the new city lord is the 3rd son of the Duke of State, known as Yanyun. Often referred to as the foolish son of a noble family. It is rumored that Yin Sanzi has a damaged mind, both foolish and silly. But yesterday, I witnessed him. Fierce and invincible, wielding a weapon that swept through the army like a tempest, utterly unstoppable. He does not seem like a foolish person at all. Indeed, he is truly valiant. There is no dullness or confusion in his eyes. Bearhu Bao already knew Yin Yun's identity, so he remained silent. However, Big Bear must exercise caution. One younger brother cautioned. Why? Bearhu Bao frowned, inquiring. They are criminals of the court, deliberately exiled to this desolate land. Yet they refuse to leave. This is clearly a hidden agenda. Indeed, Big Bear must be cautious. If he accepts the challenge and the opponent succeeds, you will be bound to serve him. Serving him is tantamount to opposing the court in the future. Yes, Big Bear, the court is not to be trifled with. When the army arrives, it could easily number in the millions. Bearhu Bao scoffed. What does the court matter to me? I, Bearhu Bao, recognize only people, not the court. As long as he successfully completes the 3 challenges, my life will belong to him. He will be my master. Do not forget. If it were not for him, today would have been my execution day. You all, cease your idle chatter, or I shall not hold back. Bearhu Bao is very resolute. Once he has made a decision, nothing can sway him. He knows what he desires and what he wishes to achieve. Ignoring his younger brothers, Bearhu Bao stood and walked toward a familiar tavern. Many people in the city recognized Bearhu Bao. Upon seeing him emerge unscathed, they understood that the new city lord must have released him. This subtly enhanced Yin Yun's reputation among the common folk. Indeed, Bearhu Bao is quite renowned in Gangjin City. He is the champion of justice and a prominent figure in the city. He frequently stood up for the oppressed, resolving numerous issues for the common people, albeit minor ones, which sufficiently demonstrated his repute and capability. Had it not been for the neighboring girl, he would not have offended the city lord and certainly would not be facing execution. As Bearhu Bao entered the tavern, his younger brothers followed suit. Ah, little Bear has come out. The tavern owner exclaimed with joy upon spotting Bearhu Bao. Bearhu Bao disregarded his words, casually tossing the cloth bag towards the tavern owner. He then heartily declared, Tonight, reserve a comfortable large room for me. I intend to have a good night's sleep. And prepare 3 pounds of beef, 6 pigs trotters, and 4 lamb kidneys. You can arrange the rest of the dishes. Tonight, I shall feast. Chapter 220. Lifting the Cauldron at Lingguang Temple. Oh, by the way, isn't Little Bear having any wine tonight? The tavern owner's eyes gleamed with excitement upon seeing the many gold coins. Bear Hu Bao had accumulated quite a debt in the tavern, and these coins would perfectly settle his outstanding balance. I shall not drink today. Tomorrow, I am to go to Lingguang Temple to lift the cauldron with the city lord. If I were to drink and jeopardize that, it would be quite the folly, Bear Hu Bao stated. Many patrons were seated in the tavern, and upon hearing that Bear Hu Bao was to lift the cauldron with the city lord, they all expressed astonishment. Everyone knew Bear Hu Bao was unrivaled and possessed immense strength, capable of effortlessly lifting the cauldron at Lingguang Temple. However, over the years, every individual who had promised to lift the cauldron had either suffered ruptured blood vessels or torn tendons. One had even been crushed to pulp by the cauldron due to insufficient strength. Because of Bear Hu Bao's words, news of this endeavor quickly spread throughout the streets of Gajin City. As the saying goes, good news travels slowly, but bad news travels far and wide. Wherever there are people, curiosity runs rampant. In no time, the tale of the two lifting the cauldron became a hot topic throughout Gajin City. This news quickly reached the ears of Chun Mu and the others, who were busy distributing grain. Chun Mu had not heard of the cauldron at Lingguang Temple, but Lu Heishui had. It is said that the cauldron weighs about 1,000 pounds. Many immensely powerful individuals had attempted to lift it to demonstrate their strength. I recall, Bear Hu Bao had previously lifted the national cauldron. However, I have only heard of it. I have never seen it in person. Moreover, throughout history, many who attempted to lift the cauldron either ruptured blood vessels, tore tendons, or were crushed to bits, with few ever managing to truly lift the cauldron. Lu Heishui's expression grew grave. My heavens, what is this third son thinking? Comparing himself to Bear Hu Bao and lifting the cauldron? If something were to happen, what would we do? Cold Blood felt anxious. They had staked everything on Yanyun. In other words, Yanyun was their pillar of support. If anything were to happen to this pillar, would they not all be doomed? The court is already aware of their support for Yanyun, essentially branding them as rebels. This is no trifling matter. Chun Mu's expression darkened as he pondered. Lu, you remain here and manage the grain distribution. I shall return to the manor with Cold Blood to consult our lord and inquire about the situation. All right, everything here is on track. I will handle it. Lu Heishui nodded. Thus, Chun Mu and Cold Blood rode swiftly toward the city lord's mansion. Inside the city lord's mansion, the First Lady, Fourth Lady, and Seventh Lady had hastily returned from their shopping excursion. Having heard about the lifting of the cauldron by Yanyun and Bear Hu Bao at Lingguang Temple the following morning, they grew curious and asked several commoners. However, upon inquiring, their faces suddenly changed. 1,000-pound cauldron? This is no joke. They lost interest in their shopping and immediately returned to the city lord's mansion. Uncle. In the living room of the city lord's mansion, the First Lady expressed her deep concern. You cannot possibly agree to lift the cauldron. That 3-legged cauldron possesses 1,000 pounds of force. If something goes wrong, what shall we all do? Indeed, Uncle, you absolutely must not participate in the lifting of the cauldron. Everyone is placing their future survival entirely in your hands. If anything were to happen, we would see no hope. The Seventh Lady, Duan Ruinxia, also urged him. Ultimately, everyone is fearful of what could go wrong. At that moment, Chun Mu and Cold Blood returned in a flurry. My lord, the matter of the tripod is of utmost importance and not to be taken lightly. The entire city is abuzz with rumors. The citizens cannot stop discussing this affair. Chun Mu refrained from comforting Yanyun, instead solemnly articulating the current situation, affirming that there would be no room for reconsideration. If we backtrack now, we will undoubtedly tarnish our reputation in Gajin City. Yanyun replied, I have given this considerable thought. There is no need for your reassurance. How confident are you? Chun Mu inquired. 100%. If you doubt me, we can head to Lingguang Temple right now to test the tripod. Yanyun asserted. There's no need for that. I trust you. Chun Mu responded with a grave expression. Uncle Chin, are you not going to advise him even a little? This matter of the tripod is no jest. The lady looked alarmed and deeply worried. Cold Blood frowned and said, since young Master Yin has complete confidence, we need not overthink it. But, Madam Chi attempted to interject, but was forcefully silenced by Yanyun. There is no room for buts. If we can use the tripod to subdue Xiong Hu Bao, it would undoubtedly bolster our strength. Is Xiong Hu Bao worth such effort? The lady's eyes glistened with tears. Yanyun tenderly wiped away her tears, saying, Sister-in-law, you need not worry about me. Our foundation is currently unstable, and we require more support. Xiong Hu Bao may appear arrogant and dismissive, but I see great ambition and cunning within him. He is no ordinary person. His pride stems from never encountering someone who can suppress him. I shall conquer him with strength, crush his arrogance, and make him serve me. If I manage to subdue him, he will undoubtedly become a commanding general under my banner in the future. This is not a jest. In the realm of recognizing talent, I pride myself above my father. From Zheng Ba to Peng Julong, and then to Pei Jiao, as well as Qin Dao and others like the Skeleton King and Wei Xiong. They will all become mighty generals in their own right. This is beyond doubt. Moreover, have I ever disappointed you on this journey? Yanyun continued his impassioned discourse. Upon concluding, he turned his gaze to the lady and then to Madame Si and Madame Qi. I believe in you. Madame Si, Yi Jiaomei, responded gravely. Alas, the lady sighed deeply. We all believe in you. No one doubts your abilities. However, when lifting the tripod tomorrow, promise me. If it proves too difficult, simply give up and do not force yourself. Yanyun laughed heartily. Relax. Do not make the atmosphere so tense. As if I were going to my doom tomorrow. With the system in place, I have never worried for myself. If there is any concern, it would be for Xiong Hubao. I hope he does not suddenly falter and get crushed by the tripod. If that were to happen, all efforts would be in vain. Chapter 221. The Misfortunate Pang Julong. In a residential area in the southern part of Gangjin City, Niu Shanhai hurried home after leaving the Lord's manor. The neighbors, upon seeing his return, wore expressions of astonishment. While they knew Su Chengao had escaped from Gangjin City, they did not expect the new lord to have let him go. Along the way, many greeted Niu Shanhai. As soon as he arrived home, a dozen brothers who had accompanied him on a hunting trip came to visit. Upon seeing Niu Shanhai, they all expressed unrestrained joy. Niu Shanhai had always served as the hunting team leader. After his capture, they had contemplated rescuing him from execution, but ultimately, fearing for their families, they abandoned the plan, filled with bitterness and anger. Upon hearing of Niu Shanhai's return, all rushed to his residence in elation. After some pleasantries, Niu Shanhai declared, the new lord, young master Yanyun, acted with great integrity. Not only did he release me, but he also granted me 1,000 gold coins. I, Niu Shanhai, have lost all my family, and from this day forth, I am entirely unencumbered. Young master Yin has promised me that if he captures Su Chengao, he will hand him over to me for retribution. Therefore, I have forsaken hunting, seeking to follow young master Yin and become one of his subordinates. Now is the time when young master Yin requires capable individuals, and if I can attach myself to him in these humble beginnings, should he rise to prominence, I shall be counted among his loyal supporters. Niu Shanhai addressed his numerous brothers with fervor. Are you truly intent on following him? One hunter inquired. Indeed, he has shown me hope. Moreover, through our discussions in prison, I have discovered that young master Yin possesses great strategy, a vast vision, and is a person of integrity. Niu Shanhai asserted. Have you considered the consequences of pledging loyalty to him? Another hunter asked. What consequences could there be, regardless of the outcome? As long as he is an enemy, I will pierce his skull with my bow and arrow. Niu Shanhai declared with righteous fervor. Enough. Do not sigh and lament. As I said, now is the time when young master Yin needs capable individuals. If you wish to ally with him, I can recommend you. I know your shooting skills are exceptional, and if you join young master Yin, you will surely be valued. Miss this opportunity, and it may never arise again. Niu Shanhai encouraged. Do not forget, old Niu. Young master Yin was actively recruiting soldiers in the city just yesterday. We brothers considered enlisting. Yet, the current situation of young master Yin and his companions is uncertain. Should we join his ranks now, it would be tantamount to opposing the court. Have you thought about that? Niu Shanhai furrowed his brow, stating, I do not wish to waste words. Those who wish to follow me, stand beside me. Those who do not wish to join, I will not force. Upon hearing this, 5 individuals stepped forward to stand behind Niu Shanhai, while the others weighed the pros and cons and positioned themselves across from him. Niu Shanhai did not feel angered. Each person has their own aspirations. No matter how much he spoke, those unwilling to join would not be swayed. He could not force them to join, after all. Moreover, those opting out were often timid and lacked resolve, while the 5 behind him were his loyal brothers, comrades who had fought alongside him for years and held great faith in his capabilities. All right, miss this opportunity, and it may never arise again. Tonight, I will give you one last night to consider. If you come to a decision, return to me by dawn tomorrow. With that, Niu Shanhai dismissed his guests. The night passed in the blink of an eye. The next morning, as dawn broke, Yanyun emerged from his room. Zhao Wanning had already prepared meat soup for him. Yanyun drank a bowl and then headed to the hall of the Lord's manor. Shenmu, Cold Blood, Lu Heishui, Zheng Ba, Pang Julong, Pei Jiao, and others were all waiting for him. Seeing so many present, Yanyun felt a bit embarrassed. You all, are up so early? Yanyun exclaimed in astonishment. Today, the Lord is to lift the tripod. How could we sleep soundly? Even before dawn. We have been here strategizing. Chun Mu stroked his beard, his expression solemn. What strategies are you discussing? Yanyun asked, puzzled. The strategy to eliminate Xiong Hubao. Pang Julong huffed, displeased. Zheng Ba added, there are numerous potential errors when lifting the tripod. We must eliminate all possible dangers. Furthermore, we just visited Lingguang Temple to inspect the tripod. Goodness, you all truly have too much idle time on your hands. Yanyun thought to himself. Yet he felt deeply moved, realizing how hard his subordinates were working for the sake of the tripod. Everyone was aboard the same vessel, and he was the captain. Should the ship inadvertently capsize, none present would escape unscathed. So, have you discerned anything? Yanyun inquired. I attempted to lift the tripod with the behemoth, Zheng Ba declared. And the outcome? My strength proved insufficient. I could merely rest it upon my legs before being unable to lift it further. Zheng Ba continued. What of the behemoth? I nearly raised it, but also came perilously close to being crushed. Pang Jilung grumbled. Damn it, that accursed bear-tiger leopard. Why must I attempt to lift such a thing? Is this not courting disaster? At this, Yanyun let out an undignified laugh, almost snorting like a pig. It was no wonder Pang Jilung bore a countenance of indignation. He had nearly met his demise in the process of lifting the tripod. Both of their combat prowess was rated at 99, merely a hair's breadth from perfection. Yet it was precisely this slight deficiency that relegated them to the ranks of mere elite warriors. Of course, Lung Shiji and Yi Jiaomei, despite being elite warriors themselves, possessed maximum speed. Their swordplay was swift, not reliant on brute strength, thus allowing them to dispatch any adversary in an instant. Chapter 222, The Bear-Tiger Leopard Lifts the Tripod. Combat prowess cannot be solely defined by strength. It encompasses speed, sword techniques, knife skills, archery, and the mastery of combat arts. This constitutes a comprehensive assessment of combat capability. I was on the brink of being crushed, and you still find time to chuckle foolishly. For whom do you think I am doing this? Pang Jilung feigned indignation. Yanyun chuckled heartily, patting Zheng Ba and Pang Jilung on the shoulders, then turning serious. Lifting the tripod is no trifling matter. I thank you both for your willingness to attempt this test. I shall take it seriously. I promise your efforts shall not be in vain. By my grandmother's legs, I thought the Lord would offer us some comforting words. Instead, you only say this? Pang Jilung's eyes revealed a hint of resentment. The others exchanged knowing smiles. Meanwhile, at the entrance of Lingguang Temple, as dawn broke, throngs of people gathered, all eager to witness the tripod lifting ceremony. This event was regarded as a significant occasion in Gangjin City. Every year, individuals traveled from afar to attempt lifting the tripod, yet few succeeded. Some approached the tripod, only to be utterly immobilized by fear. Others grasped its ears with all their might, barely managing to lift a leg. A few embraced the tripod with both arms, managing to raise 3 legs. Others, having mustered all their strength, managed to lift the tripod to their waist, but faltered before it reached their heads, quickly relinquishing their hold. In truth, very few could lift the tripod and sustain it overhead for more than 3 seconds. The bear-tiger leopard was the exception. Last year, he lifted the tripod overhead for 5 seconds, shattering all previous records and solidifying his status as the unrivaled champion of Gangjin City. The bear-tiger leopard took great pride in this achievement, once declaring that he would swear fealty to anyone who could surpass his record. However, how many could truly lift the tripod? Upon arriving at Lingguang Temple, the bear-tiger leopard first paid his respects to the temple's deity before sitting cross-legged beneath the tripod, awaiting the arrival of Yanyun and the others. His entourage had already gathered, and now they simply awaited Yanyun. Outside the temple, the streets and courtyards were filled with spectators. Excitement buzzed through the crowd, all anticipating the day's events. They were already aware of who the contenders were. The bear-tiger leopard, without a doubt, was the foremost tripod lifter. The challenger was none other than Yanyun, known for being the foolish son of a noble family, who was now the lord of Gangjin City. No one dared to label Yanyun as foolish anymore. If he were truly foolish, how could he attract such a multitude of heroes and capable warriors to his side? He was not only astute, but also courageous and strategic. At a prime viewing spot within the temple, Niu Shanhai and his brothers had long awaited the event. This morning, in addition to his 5 brothers, several others had approached, eager to align themselves with Yanyun, contingent upon his success in lifting the tripod. Should he fail and suffer a fatal mishap, who would dare join him? Niu Shanhai initially intended to dismiss these potential recruits. Yet, given Yanyun's pressing need for capable allies, and the shooting prowess of these individuals, he reconsidered. After all, They frequently hunted beasts and could serve effectively as captains of 100 or even 1,000 troops. The crowd buzzed with anticipation as they awaited Yanyun's arrival. He's here. The new lord has arrived for the tripod lift. It's already high noon. If he doesn't show up soon, I might suspect he's frightened. Are you blind? The sun hasn't even fully risen yet. Lifting the tripod is no jest. Many abandon the attempt midway. It is often the wisest choice. Accompanied by Zhengba, Qinmu, and the others, Yanyun maneuvered through the throngs, entering Lingguang Temple under the watchful gaze of the crowd. The temple's abbot and the monks gathered at the entrance, greeting Yanyun with reverent gestures and a chant. Yanyun reciprocated with a respectful bow. Upon his arrival, the bear tiger leopard rose to his feet. Is it time? Shall we commence? Shall you go first, or shall I? You propose. Then I shall begin. With that, the bear tiger leopard warmed up, then suddenly turned his gaze towards the tripod. It begins. The moment was poised to be electrifying. Would the bear tiger leopard successfully lift the tripod, or would he face utter failure, perhaps even fatal consequences? The onlookers began to chatter excitedly about the impending lift. The bear tiger leopard, undistracted, fixed his gaze on the tripod for a moment, then inhaled deeply, exhaling slowly before taking another deep breath. With steady steps, he approached the tripod, inhaled again, and then, gripping its ears with determination, summoned all his strength. His eyes flared with intensity as he bellowed, and with a mighty effort, the tripod lifted slightly under his extended arms. Chapter 223. The crowd trembles. With another roar, the bear tiger leopard, muscles taut and straining, gradually elevated the tripod. His arms swelled with rock-like muscles, straining against the skin as if they might burst forth. Gasps erupted from the crowd, some wide-eyed, fists clenched, holding their breath, while others felt their hearts race in their throats. Lifting the tripod was not a trivial endeavor. Few dared attempt it, and even merely shifting it required immense strength. The bear tiger leopard had managed to raise the tripod to his waist, crouching slightly, his back arched. With another powerful shout, he engaged his core and arms, lifting the tripod above his head amidst the awe and trepidation of the onlookers. Lifting such a heavy tripod required composure and steadiness. One could exert force, but not excessively. Overexertion could lead to a misalignment of strength, resulting in the tripod crashing down and potentially causing fatal injuries to the lifter. Pang Jilong had narrowly escaped such a fate, fleeing just in time. Should he fail and perish, Yanyun would surely be consumed by fury, for Pang Jilong was his right-hand man and a crucial asset for future endeavors. He has lifted it. He has lifted it. My heavens, he truly has lifted it. Haha. Xiong Hubao has lifted it again. He has successfully raised the triple cauldron once more. With formidable strength, he has once again proven his prowess, lifting the cauldron effortlessly. Xiong Hubao, with his steady and powerful demeanor, managed to hoist the cauldron above his head. As the cauldron passed over his head, he began to support himself in a half-squat until he was fully upright with the cauldron raised. The moment the cauldron cleared his head, the crowd erupted in cheers. Everyone applauded and praised him profusely. After raising the cauldron high, Xiong Hubao did not hastily lower it, but instead paraded around in a circle, holding it aloft. In that instant, the crowd was once again set ablaze with excitement. This circle took at least 30 seconds, with cheers and whistles ringing in the air. Yanyun couldn't help but clap in approval. Chunmu stroked his beard, exclaiming, Xiong Hubao, a true man. Pang Julong turned a shade of envy. Zhengba wore a pleased smile. The more formidable Xiong Hubao became, the lesser the risks of future confrontations. The wives beside Yanyun covered their mouths in disbelief, their eyes wide with astonishment. The matriarch softly remarked, regardless of whether you can lift it or not, you must return safely. We are all waiting for you. Failure is not to be feared, nor is it shameful. The true disgrace lies in not avenging our fathers and brothers. Her words struck a chord. Yanyun remained silent amidst the clamor. Incredible, incredible, incredible. Xiong Hubao is truly remarkable, born with divine strength. He undeniably stands as the foremost warrior of Gangjin City. My goodness, he held it for 30 seconds. This is akin to shattering his previous record once more. Not only has he surpassed his own record, but he has done so by over 20 seconds. Unbelievable. In all the world, there seems to be no one stronger than he. Truly the greatest warrior of Gangjin City. I fear he is not just the top warrior of Gangjin City, but the premier hero of the entire Yan Empire and even among all neighboring nations. With a resounding thud, Xiong Hubao placed the triple cauldron back on the ground, the impact causing the earth to tremble and emitting a thunderous sound. The marble surface beneath cracked under the weight. As the cauldron settled, Xiong Hubao slowly exhaled the pent-up air from his lungs. He did not rush to speak or move, waiting until his breath steadied before turning his gaze towards Yanyun. Young Master Yan, I have managed to lift the triple cauldron. Now let us see how you fare. My demands are not excessive. As long as you lift the cauldron, regardless of the duration, I will consider it a success for the first challenge. Xiong Hubao declared with feigned grandeur. Yanyun smiled slightly, offering no further words. Instead, he clasped his hands in salute, acknowledging the first warrior of Gangjin City. With measured steps, Yanyun approached the tripodal cauldron amidst the watchful eyes of the crowd. He had already warmed up prior to this moment, so he directly grasped the ears of the cauldron. Observing this, the onlookers scoffed, believing that skipping warm-up exercises was tantamount to neglecting to loosen one's muscles, and thus, destined for failure. Yanyun was a man of few words. After gripping the cauldron's ears, he exerted a sudden push to gauge its immense weight. Though he knew the cauldron weighed 1,000 pounds, he was yet to comprehend its true heft. In all his life, he had never lifted anything of its kind. Had it not been for the support of the system, he likely would have been paralyzed with fear. With that push, the heavy cauldron tilted slightly at a 40-degree angle. He then released it, and with a resounding crash, the cauldron fell heavily back to the ground. A smile played at the corners of his mouth, for it seemed that the legendary strength was rather average. The push he had just made felt less like 1,000 pounds and more akin to 500. It felt as though 100 pounds in his hand weighed only 50. The onlookers believed he could not lift the cauldron and began to mock him. To them, it appeared that Yanyun lacked the capability to raise the tripodal cauldron. Chen Mu and Zheng Ba displayed no expressions. Pang Julong, Pei Jiao, and the others, including the wives, felt a tinge of unease. Xiong Hubao remained expressionless, neither joyful nor mocking. To him, Yanyun's courage to step forward and attempt to lift the cauldron was already remarkable. Moreover, Yanyun's brief moment of testing the cauldron's weight did not seem like the actions of someone incapable of lifting it. If he truly couldn't lift it, he would have likely displayed signs of panic, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Yet, in reality, Yanyun remained remarkably calm. With a deep breath, Yanyun exhaled the stagnant air from his chest and inhaled once more, gripping the ears of the cauldron again. Suddenly, with a fierce shout and a piercing gaze, he summoned all his strength into his arms, and in a single fluid motion, he lifted the tripodal cauldron high above his head amidst the astonished and fearful gasps of the crowd. Notably, his legs were not in a half-squat position. His back merely arched slightly as he raised the cauldron overhead. The crowd erupted into a frenzy. Everyone's hearts raced like waves crashing upon the shore. He has lifted it. He has lifted it. Incredible! He actually lifted it. Ha ha! Another mighty man has emerged to raise the tripodal cauldron. Remarkable! It appeared as if he did it without breaking a sweat. Unbelievable! This is astounding. He is even more impressive than Xiong Hubao. Astonishing! Astonishing! He truly is stronger than Xiong Hubao. While Xiong Hubao had to exert considerable effort to lift the cauldron, warming up, half-squatting, and leaning back. Let us not rush to celebrate yet. We must see how long he can sustain this. Let us hope his arms don't falter just after lifting it. This. The Lord has indeed lifted it. Chen Mu shuddered, his words tinged with shock. Yes, he has lifted it. Zheng Ba replied with a grin. Chapter 224, One-Handed Cauldron Lift? The crowd was in an uproar. Astonishing. Far superior to me. I humbly bow in defeat. Pang Julong's eyes brimmed with admiration. Upon witnessing Yanyun effortlessly hoist the tripodal cauldron, Xiong Hubao stood dumbfounded, overwhelmed with disbelief. His eyes reflected shock and incredulity. He had anticipated that Yanyun would struggle to lift it, his balance would falter. But just as he prepared to correct Yanyun's stance, he saw Yanyun standing firmly on the ground, not swaying even a millimeter. His posture was as steady as a mountain, unwavering. Look, what is he doing? My goodness, what is he attempting? Is he planning to lift it with one hand? The crowd gasped in astonishment. What in the world is this? He is trying something extraordinary? The astonishment continued to mount. Incredible! Incredible! He has indeed lifted it with one hand. By the heavens! Everyone, rise and collectively bow to young Master Yan. Young Master Yan is phenomenal. Not only has he shattered Xiong Hubao's record, but he has lifted the tripodal cauldron with one hand. He is undoubtedly the rightful champion. Indeed, young Master Yan has been biding his time for decades. And now, he has truly made an astonishing entrance. Goodness, I want to enlist. I want to join the army to become a soldier under young Master Yan. Battling alongside such a person would be immensely fulfilling. I too have changed my mind. I want to enlist. I want to join the army. Yen Sangongzi, a true man indeed. Ding. Xiong Hubao is shocked, unexpected, hard to believe, unfathomable. Emotional value 20 points. Loyalty 5 points. Ding. Xiong Hubao is shocked, unexpected, hard to believe, incredible admiration, reverence, fear, envy. Emotional value 40 points. Loyalty 10 points. Ding. Ding. In but a fleeting moment, Xiong Hubao's loyalty surged by 25 points, reaching an impressive 75 points. All those present, bound to Yanyun by emotional ties, erupted with a cacophony of feelings: shock, horror, surprise, joy, envy, disbelief, and more. By the end of it, Yanyun had wildly amassed 1250 points of emotional value. Even Yo Shanhai contributed nearly 100 points, with his loyalty increasing by 10 points, reaching 95. Yo Shanhai's brothers stared in awe, trembling in disbelief. The several wives displayed expressions of excitement and fervor, while even the soft heart of the fourth lady, Yi Jiaomei, was touched. It turned out that when Yanyun raised the three-legged cauldron, he found it was not as fearsome as he had imagined. First, he lifted the cauldron with both hands and circled around the crowd. Then, he steadied the cauldron, released his left hand, and, with his right hand firmly tensed, he lifted the three-legged cauldron with one hand. This act sent shockwaves throughout the venue. No one could maintain a serene composure while raising the cauldron single-handedly. Everyone was utterly captivated by Yanyun's immense strength. Many among the crowd clasped their fists and bowed in respect. A number of those who had previously declined to enlist changed their minds, willingly offering to become soldiers under Yanyun. After holding the cauldron with one hand for over a minute, Yanyun gripped both ears again, gently placing the three-legged cauldron on the ground. Moreover, the sound of his placement was soft, unlike Xiong Hubao's heavy thud. This alone made the disparity in strength unmistakable. Xiong Hubao's eyes glimmered with excitement. He felt both admiration and reverence, never imagining that Yanyun was far more powerful than he had perceived. His heart trembled, his legs quivering, almost unable to resist the urge to kneel before Yanyun. Yet, his pride reminded him that two challenges remained. With his intelligence intact, he would not easily alter his mindset due to Yanyun's might. Having initiated 3 challenges, he intended to see them through to the end. Even if he ultimately lost, he would do so with honor. A new record has been set. Surely it will be inscribed in history. The record for lifting the cauldron with one hand is unlikely to be surpassed in the future. Alas, poor me, unable to even budge the cauldron, let alone lift it. The surrounding spectators were abuzz with chatter. Congratulations to Yin Sangongzi for successfully completing the first lifting challenge. One must admit, your strength is formidable. In terms of strength challenges, I cannot compare. Xiong Hubao clasped his fists, his expression filled with admiration. Yanyun slightly bowed in return, stating, your strength is commendable, truly exceptional in the world. So then where shall we conduct the second challenge? At Lingguang Temple. The space is ample enough for our duel. If you defeat me within 10 moves, the challenge is deemed successful, Xiong Hubao declared. Agreed. Yanyun nodded. Soon, Xiong Hubao's subordinates led his warhorse and carried a long tiger-headed sword into the arena. Xiong Hubao deftly mounted his horse, while Zheng Ba, wielding a, led the to Yanyun's side. Xiong Hubao's steed was no exceptional horse, merely a notch above an ordinary warhorse. In contrast to his mount appeared noticeably uneasy. Once Yanyun mounted his horse, he held the in one hand and remarked, your horse is feeble. I shall defeat you within 3 moves. Upon your surrender, I will gift you a fine steed. Everyone can boast, but strength alone does not guarantee combat prowess. As I stated, if you defeat me in 10 moves, it will be regarded as a successful challenge. Xiong Hubao recognized his own capabilities, yet until he was thoroughly convinced, he would not bow easily. Chapter 225. Defeating Xiong Hubao in 3 moves. Even if he faced a crushing defeat, he would not shy away. He admired the strong and revered them. Only the strong could command his respect. Otherwise, even if he pledged allegiance, he would not unleash his utmost fighting spirit, merely languishing in despair throughout his life. This was precisely why he preferred a life of idleness rather than submit to others. He could not yield willingly. Much like Su Shu from the 3 Kingdoms. Even if he were accepted by Cao Cao, he would never offer counsel. Both men mounted their steeds and locked gazes. After you, kill, Xiong Hubao bellowed, gripping his long sword tightly. As his warhorse galloped, the sword soared high, descending upon Yanyun with the force of a mountain. Yanyun, wielding the, narrowed his eyes, awaiting Xiong Hubao's advance. The exhaled calmly, displaying no signs of anxiety. Just as Xiong Hubao's sword descended upon him, Yanyun unleashed a roar, raising the high. With a resounding clash, the tiger-headed sword struck the shaft of the, emitting a shower of sparks in a cacophony of sound. The blow did not significantly affect Yanyun. Even his arms merely felt a slight force, all of which he deftly neutralized. Without waiting for Xiong Hubao to retract his sword, Yanyun exerted his strength, forcefully rebounding the sword. With the glinting ominously, he struck down upon Xiong Hubao with the ferocity of a storm. The speed of the was astonishing. Xiong Hubao's expression changed in alarm, and he hurriedly swung his sword to intercept. Another thunderous clash ensued, and the overwhelming force reverberated through the sword, penetrating into Xiong Hubao's arms. He felt as though his limbs were being ravaged by a tremendous force, his arms tingling, nearly dropping the sword. This was merely the second move, which could be considered Yanyun's first proactive strike. Xionghu Bao's eyes widened in disbelief. He had not anticipated Yanyun's speed would be so swift, leaving him no opportunity to react. The might of Yanyun's attack was as fierce as lightning. Impressive. Impressive. Xionghu Bao could not help but praise internally. Yanyun did not grant him a moment to catch his breath, following his initial strike. They came crashing down again with relentless force. Xionghu Bao, enduring the ache in his arms, gripped his sword with all his might to block the attack. Once more, the tiger-headed sword met a fierce impact, but the sturdy blade could not withstand the onslaught, shattering upon impact. The warhorse beneath him neighed in pain, collapsing under the immense pressure. Alarmed, Xionghu Bao discarded his sword, leaping off his horse just as it fell. Thankfully, Yanyun reacted swiftly, withdrawing in time. Had he not, both Xionghu Bao and his horse would have faced dire consequences. Such overwhelming force left Xionghu Bao stunned, eyes wide and trembling in fear. 3 moves. In barely 3 moves, he was defeated. The tumult within him raged like a storm, refusing to quiet. Ding. Xionghu Bao's shocked admiration, horror, emotional value 30 points. Loyalty 15 points. Ding. Niushan Hai's passionate, blood-boiling admiration, reverence, emotional value 35 points. Loyalty 3 points. Ding. Undoubtedly, this battle allowed Yanyun to amass yet another round of emotional value, totaling 840 points. This time, the harvest was not as abundant as before, for Zheng Ba and his companions were well aware of Yanyun's extraordinary combat prowess. I remarked that your steed was feeble, yet I never anticipated that your weaponry would be equally fragile. With just 3 moves, Yanyun vanquished Xionghu Bao, seemingly unfazed. Mounted on his ebony jade lion, he wielded a spear with one hand, looking down upon Xionghu Bao from a lofty height. Xionghu Bao was once more subdued. In his eyes, there was neither defeat nor discouragement, but rather a fervent excitement. Haha, Yin Sangongzi, you are indeed worthy of being my lord. However, we are discussing 3 challenges. Should you triumph in the 3rd challenge as well, from this day forth, you shall be my lord, and my life will be yours. Xionghu Bao proclaimed with resolute words, resonating clearly for all to hear. No wonder Yin Sangongzi, and he lifted the cauldron together. It seems Xionghu Bao has found his master. Xionghu Bao, proud and arrogant, had always looked down upon others, yet he possessed the merit to do so. Remarkably, Yin Sangongzi surpassed him. Truly, in this world, one can always find someone more formidable, reminding us that there are greater heights beyond the clouds. Who could have imagined that after years of lurking in the shadows, Yin Sangongzi would suddenly emerge with such astonishing prowess? A strong individual has aligned with another, even stronger. Only Yin Sangongzi could possibly tame such a powerful figure as Xionghu Bao. Haha. Xionghu Bao has finally found someone who can match and even surpass him as a master. If this continues, the one in the palace may soon be unsettled. Indeed, Yin Sangongzi is extraordinarily formidable. With Xionghu Bao's support, it seems no one in the realm could rival them. It appears chaos is on the horizon. An elder stroked his beard and mused. Yin Sangongzi possesses the aura of a king. In the future, not only will he reclaim Yanhuang City to sit atop the throne, but he may also unify the entire land and become the sole emperor of this continent. Old man, speak cautiously, lest those with ill intent overhear you. Otherwise, you may find yourself facing dire consequences. The elder dismissed. All 3 of my grandsons enlisted in the army yesterday, serving under Yin Sangongzi. I have now tied my fate to his ship. Do you think he would behead me? Ah, well, that certainly won't happen. Indeed, Yin Sangongzi exudes the aura of a king. And I have decided to send my son to join the military. The key is, Yin Sangongzi offers exceptional benefits. The elder proudly declared, you see. The captain in charge of recruitment, Pei, learned that all 3 of my grandsons have enlisted and specially arranged for us to receive an additional 500 gold coins. One must admit, Yin Sangongzi is indeed generous and possesses great vision. Damn it. I'm all in. I too shall enlist. I want to follow Yin Sangongzi to achieve great deeds and bring honor to my family. Now, Yin Sangongzi is in need of capable individuals. Joining at this moment is akin to providing timely assistance in a snowstorm. Once Yin Sangongzi rises to prominence, we shall all bask in glory. Who knows? Perhaps even titles and positions await us. Indeed, it begins from humble beginnings and flourishes into greatness. I shall risk my life to change my fate and bring honor to my ancestors. At this moment, the majority of the citizens of Gangjin City saw hope in Yin Sangongzi's rise. They all wished to rally behind Yanyun to achieve great accomplishments and bring glory to their families. Ultimately, it was Xionghu Bao who influenced these people significantly. As the foremost figure of Gangjin City, if even someone as proud as Xionghu Bao could be swayed by Yanyun's strength and willingly accept him as his master. What hesitation could these others have? Now, let us proceed to the third challenge. Archery on horseback. Xiang Hubao stood tall, his shooting skills reaching their peak. Having mastered the ability to pierce gold and shatter stone, this indicated that each of his shots held the potential to achieve remarkable precision. Behind Lingguang Temple, I have prepared a spacious courtyard with targets set up for our horseback shooting. Each participant will have 10 arrows, and from a distance of 100 meters. The one who hits the target the most shall be declared the victor. What if we both hit the targets? Yanyun inquired. If we both hit, we shall judge by the bullseye. The one who strikes the bullseye more frequently will be deemed the winner. Xiang Hubao replied. And if we both hit the bullseye? Yanyun asked again. That is impossible. Xiang Hubao shook his head. He himself could not achieve a perfect score. If both truly hit the bullseye, it would be considered your victory. In that case, why not introduce a more thrilling shooting challenge? Yanyun's eyes narrowed. A more thrilling shooting challenge? Pray tell. Xiang Hubao was taken aback. Increase the difficulty. Archery at moving targets while riding. Yanyun asserted. The distance remains 100 meters. With each of us still having 10 arrows. Xiang Hubao's eyes sparkled with excitement. What a splendid idea. This is indeed more challenging. Truly. The mark of a master archer is the ability to hit moving targets while in motion. No one remains on the ground awaiting their demise. Unless they are releasing a cold arrow. Very well. It's settled. The two struck a pact. Yanyun proposed the shooting method primarily because he knew Xiang Hubao's archery skills were exceptional. If it were an ordinary archery challenge, he would not dare to suggest such a thing, as shooting moving targets requires a person to hold the target. And having someone hold the target means that individual is at risk of losing their life. This is no jest. So, who will hold the target? Xiang Hubao instinctively glanced at the more than 10 brothers behind him. Upon meeting his gaze, they all shrank back in fear. Damn. Being a moving target for live shooting is not a joke. A moment of carelessness could lead to dire consequences. Only those with courage would dare to take on this role. Within the crowd, Chenmu, Zhengba, and the lady noticed that Yanyun not only intended to compete with Xiang Hubao in archery, but had also proposed shooting at living targets while on horseback. This was indeed a daunting challenge. Not even Zhengba had complete confidence in this, let alone Pang Julong. Zhengba's shooting skill stood at 98. While Pang Julong's reached 99, neither achieved perfection. Only Madame Yi Jiaomei possessed a shooting score of 100. Everyone was well aware of Yanyun's archery proficiency, he was merely a novice. Was it not somewhat impulsive to propose shooting at moving targets? Several brows furrowed in concern. Faced with Xiang Hubao's suggestion, Zhengba without hesitation stepped forward. My lord, I shall be the living target. He strode confidently from the crowd. Unaware of his master's true capabilities, he felt it was his duty as a subordinate to uphold his lord's honor. In his view, Yanyun was not an impulsive individual. He had the confidence to make this decision. As for the past, it seemed his master had always been playing the fool. When he was first exiled, who knew of his innate strength? When he was first exiled, who suspected he was feigning ignorance? When he was first exiled, who realized he possessed storage abilities? Now, with his master, nothing is impossible. It is merely a matter of whether he chooses to act. Zhengba understood this better than Pang Julong and Pei Jiao, and even more than Qin Mu and others who came later, which is why he stepped forward without hesitation. After all, he was among the first to follow Yanyun. The rest of the officers, aside from Qin Wei, Lu Ba, and Zhao Wu, had all perished midway. This was his wisdom. Great wisdom often appears foolish. Excellent. Yanyun readily agreed. Xiang Hubao, you best keep your eyes wide open. If Zhengba comes to harm, I shall be the first to sever your head and kick it like a ball. The intelligence of Pang Julong is evidently inferior to that of Zhengba. Upon witnessing Zhengba being the first to respond, he felt an overwhelming urge to slap himself. Damn it, is my brain filled with nothing but filth? His frustration bubbled over, and he directed his ire towards Xiang Hubao. Xiang Hubao snorted coldly, asserting, as long as your lord's eyes are sound, my arrows will surely hit their mark. Without further ado, Zhengba gently patted his steed, a handsome yellow stallion, and made his way towards the back courtyard of Lingguang Temple, followed closely by Yanyun and Xiang Hubao. Chun Mu and the others soon arrived at the courtyard, which was abuzz with onlookers flocking to the spacious area. Originally intended for a grand garden, the courtyard had remained untouched due to the temple's limited funds. In a nearby open space stood 10 flagpoles adorned with fluttering banners, serving as the targets for their shooting challenge. 100 meters away, piercing through or breaking a flagpole was the essence of the task. However, hitting a flagpole from that distance was no small feat. Not only did one need keen eyesight, but the precision of the shot and the effect of the wind were also critical. Excessive wind could cause arrows to deviate significantly, while insufficient force could result in the arrow falling short. This was no trivial matter. Let us race around the field on horseback, aiming for the flagpoles. Hitting the pole is our victory, proposed Yanyun. Excellent. That was precisely my intention. Allow me to demonstrate, Xiong Hubao declared, taking the longbow and 10 arrows offered by his subordinate. He galloped forth, drawing the bowstring taut, and with Zheng Ba charging alongside, unleashed his first arrow. The sound of the arrow slicing through the air reached Yanyun's ears. With narrowed eyes, he beheld the arrow, as if it were a streak of light, heading straight for the moving flagpole. With a sharp crack, the arrow pierced through the pole, continuing its trajectory into a massive stone 3 meters tall behind it. The flagpole snapped in response, the arrow's force unabated, embedding itself a foot deep into the stone. A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd, all captivated by Xiong Hubao's remarkable marksmanship and formidable penetrating power. The crowd gasped in disbelief. The arrow's precision and strength rendered even the solid stone vulnerable. Pang Julong fell silent, realizing the gravity of the situation. Damn it. Forget about hitting the target from 100 meters. I couldn't even manage to pierce that stone by a foot. His thoughts were filled with awe. No wonder he is so arrogant. He possesses true skill. Chun Mu stroked his beard and praised. The risks our lord is taking are well worth it. If we can bring Xiong Hubao under our banner, the combat prowess of our higher echelons would elevate significantly. This individual is equivalent to 100,000 elite soldiers, Lu Heishui remarked, squinting in admiration. So what? Compared to my lord, he still falls short, Pang Julong retorted with a huff. Having displayed his exceptional archery skills, the spotlight now turned to Yen San Gongzi's shooting prowess. If he could also penetrate the flagpole and drive the arrow a foot into the stone, it would signify a successful challenge. Shooting a moving target was Yen San Gongzi's suggestion. His archery skills should not disappoint. Lu Heishui added confidently, have faith. He will undoubtedly sever the flagpole and drive the arrow deep into the stone, perhaps even 2 feet. Pang Julong asserted. Who knows? That is certainly a possibility. Chenmu chuckled. I am certain he will surpass Xiong Hubao. Lady Boss clenched her fists, brimming with confidence. Yen San Gongzi, it is your turn, Xiong Hubao proclaimed, chest puffed out. Zheng Ba had already swapped for a new flagpole and was galloping wildly. Yanyun tightened his legs around the obsidian lion, which seemed to understand his intent, and raced forward. Yanyun retrieved the iron bow he had prepared and knocked an arrow, drawing it back. Suddenly, as Zheng Ba's warhorse approached the 3-meter stone, Yanyun released the arrow. Whoosh, the arrow soared forth, propelled by immense force, piercing the flagpole, which promptly shattered. The arrow's momentum did not wane, as it surged through the stone, embedding itself deep into the earth. Crack! The 3-meter-tall, half-meter-thick stone cracked in response. The air thickened with tension, plunging the scene into silence. The crowd's collective astonishment was palpable, their minds buzzing with disbelief. After a brief moment of stunned silence, the crowd erupted into a frenzy. Incredible! This arrow, it can pierce gold and shatter stone. It will be etched in history. Yen San Gongzi's archery was extraordinary, exhibiting not only remarkable skill but also terrifying strength. With such prowess, he could easily take the head of an enemy general from a kilometer away as if plucking it from a pouch. Is this archery even necessary? 1 arrow should suffice. Indeed, it is quite appealing. While Xiong Hubao's skills were formidable, the thought of hitting a moving target from 100 meters seemed impossible. What a joke. If I can't even hit a stationary target, how could I hope to hit a moving one? Such mastery. It seems Xiong Hubao has indeed found his ideal leader. Only someone as commanding as Yen San Gongzi could instill such awe and respect in him. Absolutely. My brother is correct. Yen San Gongzi proposed shooting moving targets to heighten the challenge and better impress Xiong Hubao. He has succeeded splendidly. I wager Xiong Hubao's head is spinning right now. Xiong Hubao's expression stiffened, a bittersweet smile forming at the corners of his mouth. Indeed, as the onlookers had observed, his mind was awash with the sound of buzzing. Yanyun not only severed the flagpole but also penetrated the stone, causing it to crack. This single arrow was enough to surpass him. This was pure strength, devoid of any luck. If severing the flagpole could be attributed to fortune, then penetrating the stone and cracking it could not be brushed off as mere chance. Lowering his proud head, Xiong Hubao conceded, relinquishing the remaining 9 arrows. This single shot had sufficiently humbled him. Continuing with the challenge would only serve to further embarrass himself. His intelligence had always been keen, with a strategic acumen of 97 points, not for show. Had it not been for his pride, he would have knelt and offered his submission after the first challenge. Emotion welled in his eyes. Tears, born of excitement, began to well up. A dignified man, shedding tears before the public eye. These were tears of joy. A worthy leader had indeed emerged, one capable of commanding his loyalty. Thus, unexpectedly, this person entered his life, saving him from obscurity and accepting his challenges with confidence and fairness. conquering him through sheer strength. With a clatter, Xiong Hubao dismounted, casting aside his longbow. In a moment of vulnerability, he knelt before the onlookers, hands clasped in salute, declaring, "I, Xiong Hubao." At the tender age of 8, I began to practice writing. By 10, I had taken up archery. At 12, I diligently honed my swordsmanship. By 16, I had memorized countless ancient texts. At 18, I achieved perfection in shooting arrows that could pierce through stone. And by 20, I mastered the art of wielding my blade with the weight of Mount Tai upon my shoulders. Now, at the age of 28, I have spent 8 long years in search of a worthy master, lamentably finding none who could appreciate my talents. I had once thought that my aspirations would remain unfulfilled. Little did I anticipate the arrival of a great leader who would allow me to shine. With those final words, Xiong Hubao roared with a mix of grief and defiance, as if long-suppressed emotions had finally burst forth. It was like the ambitions that had dwelled within him were at last given the opportunity to manifest. It resembled a desperate and indignant cry, a rebellion against fate itself. In Chapter 228, Subduing the Extraordinary Divine General, his heartfelt declarations moved everyone present. At last, they understood why Xiong Hubao had such pride, why he had looked down upon the world, and why none had captured his attention. Indeed, his journey and experiences spoke volumes. These were truths that Xiong Hubao did not voice, and few could fathom the depths of his sorrow and beauty. Now, he had finally found a master who fulfilled his desires, and it was only natural that he would express his anguish and shed his arrogance. Today, I, Xiong Hubao, willingly pledge my allegiance to young Master Yin San, pledging to fight valiantly in his name and bring peace to the world. I am ready to sweep away thousands of foes and establish a lasting legacy. I shall devote my very life for my master until my last breath. Xiong Hubao bowed his noble head, relinquishing his pride, and with resounding words, he declared his loyalty. In ancient times, Shui Ringgui secured the Tianshan Mountains with 3 arrows. Now, Yanyun has subdued Xiong Hubao with a single arrow. While their worlds differ, both exemplify Yanyun's extraordinary character. Yanyun, moved by Xiong Hubao's heartfelt words, hastily dismounted, discarding his iron bow, and rushed to lift Xiong Hubao from the ground. He spoke not a word, instead embracing the moment with joyous laughter directed towards the heavens. At that instant, all the spectators in Gajin City exhaled a collective sigh of relief, showering Xiong Hubao with genuine blessings. For a hero of his caliber to find a worthy master was indeed a cause for celebration. Despite his past pride, Xiong Hubao was a man of integrity, often championing the cause of the common folk and winning their hearts. He had even risked his life to save a young woman, inadvertently causing the death of the city lord's beloved son. Had it not been for Yanyun and his companions entering Gangjin City, Xiong Hubao would have surely met a grim fate. In Gangjin City, aside from the aristocrats, everyone harbored goodwill towards Xiong Hubao. After a hearty laugh, Yanyun proclaimed, "To have Xiong Hubao by my side is akin to possessing an army of 100,000. Thus, the first formidable general under Yanyun's command was secured. Xiong Hubao's loyalty surged to its zenith, unwavering and steadfast. Following suit, Niu Shanhai's loyalty also soared to full capacity. Xiong Hubao had been utterly captivated by his prowess. While Niu Shanhai was entranced by his exceptional archery skills, he had prided himself on being the best archer in Gangjin City, only to be humbled by Xiong Hubao's display of skill. Until now, Xiong Hubao had kept his remarkable archery abilities under wraps, leaving no one aware of his extraordinary talents. Today, he unveiled his might, silencing all those who had previously boasted of their superiority in archery. Overwhelmed by the prowess exhibited by both Yanyun and Xiong Hubao, a soldier beside Niu Shanhai declared, "I have decided. I wish to join young Master Yin San's army. I want to be one of his soldiers." Others quickly followed suit, echoing their eagerness to enlist. Niu Shanhai's smile widened at the increasing number of recruits, for the more who joined their master, the mightier their forces would become. This was a promising omen. As the challenges concluded, the attendees within Lingguang Temple were in no hurry to disperse. They engaged in fervent discussions about the day's 3 contests, all captivated by the formidable strength of the 2 champions. No one dared to mock or speak ill of them, instead expressing admiration and respect. Zhang Ba returned to Yin Yun's side, having raised the 3rd flag, yet he was surprised to find Xiong Hubao surrendering so quickly. Zhang Ba, though taken aback, found it reasonable. If it had been him, he would have been conquered by the first challenge alone. Character differences were evident. Haha, Xiong Hubao. I can hardly believe you are already 28. You are 5 years my senior now. You shall be my elder brother, and I shall look to you for protection. Initially, when Xiong Hubao had not yet allied with Yanyun, Pang Julong had sought to mock him and undermine his reputation. However, now that they were comrades, such antagonism was unnecessary. Xiong Hubao grinned. Weren't you the one who threatened to crush my skull? Weren't you going to take my head? Hey, that's a bit narrow-minded. Don't you think? We were once enemies, but now we are allies. As comrades, we must coexist amicably, making things easier for our master. Wouldn't you agree? Pang Julong replied playfully. You have gained a clearer perspective on life. Zhang Ba retorted with a chuckle before clasping his fists and introducing himself. I am Zhang Ba, formerly the captain of the Yin Emperor's Guard. Now we are comrades. I hope we can work together in unity against our foes. Xiong Hubao bowed in respect. I have heard of your reputation. You are known for your humility and integrity, possessing both wisdom and talent. You could easily attain high office in the court, yet you choose to remain a humble guard. Zhang Ba smiled broadly. Who would have thought I was so well known? I am but a humble officer. Others say I could easily gain favor with just a few coins, yet I refuse to ingratiate myself with those in power. I would sooner give my coins to a beggar than seek the favor of the elite. Xiong Hubao, having seen through Zhang Ba's true sentiments, remarked, the treacherous thrive while the honest suffer. I see you prefer the caution that comes with being a humble guard. A man of integrity. Xiong Hubao praised. Earlier, I hope my archery did not place undue pressure on you. Zhang Ba chuckled. Should I attempt to shoot an arrow while you hold the flag? I have no objections. Xiong Hubao replied warmly. Of course, it's no problem. Pang Julong chimed in enthusiastically. Enough with the pleasantries. I am Pang Julong. Feel free to call me Giant Dragon. If I have been disrespectful in the past, let us simply dismiss it as a trivial matter. Pang Julong declared boldly. In Chapter 229, The Art of Spear Combat, Splitting the Mountains and Rivers, Xiong Hubao clasped his fists, saying, Though I, Xiong Hubao, pride myself on my abilities, I can still discern right from wrong. Your previous antagonism illustrates your loyalty to your master. I am honored to be your comrade. Those with culture do speak differently. Pang Julong chuckled, unable to contain his laughter. The crowd shook their heads in amusement as Pei Jiao stepped forward, declaring, I am Pei Jiao. I know you. You share my faults. You are unruly, though perhaps not as much as I. Fortunately, I have found a healer for my lord. From now on, we shall work together. And I hope for your kind understanding. Pei Jiao often frequents Gangjin City, and Xiong Hubao has naturally heard of him. Well said, well said. Pei Jiao chuckled heartily. I am Chun Mu, the head of the Qin family, one of the 3 great swordsmanship families of the great Yin Empire. On the surface, I am a master of swordplay, but in truth, I am a man of great vision and ambition. Upon hearing his name, Xiong Hubao could accurately identify Chun Mu and even offered a subtle critique. The head of the Qin family was once the mysterious military advisor behind the National Protector General of Yanbei. The achievements of the National Protector General are largely attributable to your contributions. Xiong Hubao stated candidly. How do you know this? Chun Mu exclaimed in astonishment, disbelief evident in his expression. Yanyun was equally surprised. Xiong Hubao grinned and said, I once served as a guard under the National Protector General. Then why did you leave? Unbeknownst to me, the National Protector General values talent above all else weight. How could he have overlooked your abilities? Chun Mu was taken aback. Xiong Hubao shook his head and replied, I had considered serving under the National Protector General. However, due to my nature, I could not reveal my talents until I found a cause worthy of my dedication. I only worked for a few days under the National Protector General before I left without a backward glance. Your pride is indeed untamed. It seems I am unworthy of this name. It should rightfully belong to you. Pei Jiao teased. I am Lung Xueshui, one of the 3 great swordsmanship families of the great Yin Empire, the head of the Lung family. I never expected my lord to receive assistance from 2 great swordsmanship families. It seems your grand ambition is within reach. Xiong Hubao could not help but praise. There was one thing he did not mention, that his own rise was finally at hand. I am Lu Heishui. I am more familiar with you now. The head of the Lu family, one of the 10 great merchant families. Without your 100 black armored troops, we could not have repelled Zhao Kuo's 5,000 border cavalry. In yesterday's battle, the Lu family deserves the primary credit. Xiong Hubao spoke frankly. He had just been released from prison, enjoyed a grand feast at an inn, and learned all about the events that transpired in Gangjin City. Lu Heishui smiled awkwardly and said, credit is too grand a term. Now we are all in the same boat. Assisting young Master Yin in his troubles is of utmost importance. The Lu family head is indeed imposing. Xiong Hubao complimented. I have always had a question, Pei Jiao suddenly said. What question? Xiong Hubao inquired with a smile. You possess immense strength. You could lift a tripod. Logically, the thousands of guards in the city lord's residence should not be able to subdue you. So why did you kill half of them and then cease your resistance? Were you in poor condition? Or were you ambushed? Pei Jiao asked pointedly. Upon hearing this, Xiong Hubao sighed heavily. I, Xiong Hubao, hail from Gangjin City, and the guards are largely citizens of Gangjin. Su Chenggao is ruthless, lacking humanity, and indifferent to the lives of his soldiers. I cannot let my resistance result in the citizens of Gangjin losing their sons, wives, or fathers. They are the pillars of their families. If they all fall, the future of countless households will be at stake. Moreover, I, Xiong Hubao, have no family, no background, and not even a person to rely on. Thus, in my despair, I chose to abandon my resistance. I only realized the truth after I had killed half of them. But now I have a lord and a goal to strive for. Anyone who opposes me or my lord shall be deemed an enemy, and they shall face my wrath. I will strike with great force and quell all opposition. Xiong Hubao clenched his fists, his words ringing with conviction. What is true dominance? This is true dominance. Pang Jilung sincerely gave a thumbs up. Ba, I congratulate young Master Yin and also commend you, brave Xiong. The abbot of Lingguang Temple, accompanied by several young monks, approached Yanyun. Yanyun joined his hands in prayer and bowed, saying, I apologize for disturbing the abbot today. I hope for your understanding. The abbot laughed heartily. Lingguang Temple has not been this lively for many years. Today, it is bustling with activity, truly a sight to behold. Yanyun produced a bag of gold coins and presented it to the abbot, saying, Here are 1,000 gold coins, intended for the temple's offerings. I hope the abbot will accept it. The abbot did not hesitate, allowing a young monk to accept the coins, then joined his hands in prayer. Young Master Yin is so generous. As the abbot, I cannot be stingy. The abbot waved his hand behind him. I observe that young Master Yin is favored by fate, destined to rise to great heights, unifying the realm for ages to come. Coincidentally, this temple possesses a treasured ancient text, titled Force-Cleaving Mountains and Rivers. This text may not be the temple's most prized possession, but it has been housed here for over a century. Force-cleaving mountains and rivers represents the pinnacle of spear techniques. Mastering this text and comprehending its techniques will elevate one's spear skills to a new level. I present this ancient text to young Master Yin, hoping it may provide some assistance in the future. Ba. After speaking, the abbot once again joined his hands in prayer, quietly chanting a mantra. Yanyun reached out to accept force-cleaving mountains and rivers. Upon opening the first page, he was astonished to find various techniques illustrated within. This technique, force-cleaving mountains and rivers, likely belongs to the same echelon as Xiong Hubao's Mount Tai pressing down. Mastering force-cleaving mountains and rivers is akin to breaking through the 99-point threshold in spear skills, achieving the so-called pinnacle of spear mastery. Yanyun's heart filled with joy as he clasped his fists and said, Thank you for your generous gift, abbot. Ba well said. The abbot, along with the young monks, departed. Force-cleaving mountains and rivers. This is indeed a spear technique. If I comprehend this combat skill, the power of my spear will undoubtedly reach new heights. It is comparable to my Mount Tai pressing down. I never expected someone could depict combat skills in such a visual manner. Xiong Hubao said, visibly astonished. Zheng Ba and Pang Jilung were equally surprised. Yanyun handed force-cleaving mountains and rivers to Zheng Ba, saying, From today onward, instruct all brothers practicing spear techniques to study it diligently, aiming for universal mastery of this skill. This will enhance our overall combat capability. Excellent! Zheng Ba exclaimed with great joy. Not everyone can comprehend combat skills. Having this will save us a great deal of time and effort. Chapter 230. Forming 3 elite armies. Gradually, people began to leave the temple. As Yanyun and his companions were about to depart, Niu Shanhai approached with more than 10 of his brothers. My lord, my brothers wish to enlist. They aspire to become soldiers under your command. Niu Shanhai clasped his fists. Yanyun looked up to see that most of the brothers behind Niu Shanhai were robust individuals, though a few were somewhat slender, regardless of their size. The cold glint in their eyes revealed their nature. It was evident they had hunted beasts in the mountains for survival. My brothers are all valiant warriors, some with exceptional archery skills. If my lord can employ them, I assure you they will not disappoint. Niu Shanhai strongly recommended his brothers. They have often faced death in the Yinzhao Mountains, naturally aware of each other's character and capabilities. We warmly welcome the addition of your brothers. With your presence, our overall combat strength will be further bolstered. Yanyun said with a bright smile. Today, our numbers have increased. We are beginning to take shape. I will redefine the roles. Everyone agreed. Upon returning to the city lord's residence, Yanyun cast his gaze upon all present. At that moment, the hall of the city lord's residence was filled with all the top talents under his command. On the left side, Zheng Ba, Pang Jilung, Pei Jiao, Xiong Hubao, and Niu Shanhai. On the right side, Chen Mu, Long Shueshui, Lu Heishui, as well as Lang Shi and Yi Jiaomei. Yanyun placed his hands on the table and spoke with a resonant voice. Given the popularity of Xiong Hubao in Gangjin City, from today onwards, The recruitment of soldiers will be entrusted to him. Please coordinate with him later. Understood. The two responded with a clasped fist. The Iron Blood Fury army will continue to be trained and managed by Zhu Long, recognizing Niu Shanhai's exceptional shooting skills and outstanding management. He will now take over Pei Jiao's shooting team, responsible for assembling an elite team of sharpshooters, aptly named the Violent Sharpshooters. All members will be equipped with longbows forged from fine iron and armored with the same material, including helmets. Yanyun entrusted this significant responsibility to Niu Shanhai. Although it was his first arrival, his loyalty was unwavering, and with a shooting proficiency of 99, bolstered by the strategies of Sun Tzu's art of war, he would surely rise to the occasion. Upon hearing Yanyun's plan for him to assemble a team of sharpshooters, Niu Shanhai was overwhelmed with joy and quickly clasped his fist in gratitude. I thank my lord. I shall not disappoint your expectations, but do not be overly elated. The Violent Sharpshooters, as my elite troops, must possess the combat prowess befitting their status. I require only one thing: ensure that every member exhibits the skill of a sharpshooter. Even if they cannot achieve perfect accuracy, they must at least demonstrate precision shooting. This elite team is meant for ambush and surprise attacks, aimed at achieving victory through unexpected strikes. Do you understand my intention? Yanyun asked sharply. I understand my command. Niu Shanhai replied resolutely. Excellent. The initial count for the Violent Sharpshooters is set at 1,000. All soldiers within this unit will be appointed and selected by you as elite troops. I will provide you with the finest equipment, including warhorses and swords. Naturally, the benefits and treatment for the Violent Sharpshooters will far exceed those of ordinary soldiers. Yanyun declared. Rest assured, my lord. If I fail to meet your satisfaction, I shall present my head. Niu Shanhai vowed earnestly. Good. Yanyun nodded in satisfaction. Jiao, I command you to accept Zheng Ba's elite gun and shield soldiers, tasked with forging an invincible infantry fortress. This infantry will be equipped with crossbows, aiming for both close and ranged combat. Can you accomplish this? Yanyun inquired. Do not worry, my lord. If I fail, I shall present my head just like Niu. Pei Jiao promised with conviction. Very well. Yanyun expressed his utmost satisfaction, and regarding the name for this gun and shield unit, it shall be called the Pillarstone Crossbow Infantry. Yanyun bestowed a name upon this elite cavalry unit. Thus, he established 3 elite armies under his command: the Iron Blood Crossbow Cavalry, led by the formidable Pang Zhu Long, the Pillarstone Crossbow Infantry, led by Pei Jiao, and the Violent Sharpshooters, led by Niu Shanhai. While it is commendable for a nation to establish an elite army, Yanyun aspired to create 3. In this parallel world, soldiers are not difficult to recruit, but equipping them with quality gear and steeds is a challenge. An elite army without superior equipment, weapons, and horses cannot truly be considered elite soldiers. This is indisputable. Each of these armies can engage in ranged and close combat, albeit with different emphases. The Iron Blood Fury army excels in charge and combat. The Violent Sharpshooters focus on precision shooting, while the Pillarstone Crossbow Infantry emphasizes defense and delivering lethal strikes amidst their protective stance. Zheng Ba, at your service. He responded. Your responsibilities will be arduous. I assign you to manage and train the newly recruited 2,000 spearmen, 2,000 archers, and 1,000 light cavalry. Once Xionghu Bao and Qin Daodao are available, they will assist you. Understood. Zheng Ba acknowledged. Xionghu Bao is tasked with the recruitment of all soldiers, while Qin Daodao remains stationed at the city gate and cannot assist at the moment. Qinmu, Leng Shui, and Lu Heishui continue with the grain storage issue and strive to complete this process swiftly. We must not let the people's hearts grow cold. If food becomes scarce in Gangjin City, come to me. Yanyun instructed. Understood. Qinmu and Lu Heishui nodded in agreement. Yu Jiaomei. Yanyun turned his gaze towards the 2 ladies seated at the end of the table, who were also his future wives. From today onward, I command you to establish an organization called Web of Spiders. This organization will become our eyes, responsible for reconnaissance, espionage, assassination, and a range of related tasks. With her background as an assassin, Yi Jiaomei was well acquainted with this work, making her the perfect choice. Understood. Yi Jiaomei nodded without hesitation. Her heart filled with joy. Being entrusted with such responsibility indicated her significant standing in Yanyun's eyes. Leng Shiji. Yanyun directed his gaze towards his 6th sister-in-law. From today onward, I command you to cultivate a bodyguard team proficient in swordsmanship. Name Divine Shield. This team will be responsible for the close protection of our family and all defenseless ministers. I want everyone who follows me to feel secure. Can you accomplish this? I will not disappoint my uncle. Leng Shiji replied, her expression cold, yet her heart brimmed with delight. Chapter 231. Wei Kuang Biao and Gua Shaoqi Excellent. Yanyun expressed his delight and continued, "Time is of the essence, and the tasks are daunting. From this moment on, everyone shall assume their posts, fulfill their duties, and strive to enhance our overall combat strength in the shortest time possible. Furthermore, the technique of splitting mountains and rivers must be diligently studied by all of you, with the aim of mastering it swiftly to break through limitations and strengthen your capabilities. Additionally, Zhengba, the art of war must be fully entrusted to Xionghu Bao and Niushan Hai, allowing them to grasp its essence promptly. Should there be any uncertainties, they must be explained thoroughly without delay." Yanyun issued a series of commands. "Understood." Zhengba responded with a clasped fist. "The art of war. What is that?" Xionghu Bao asked, momentarily taken aback. "It is an ancient military text that will captivate you and provide immense benefits upon study. With this knowledge, you will avoid many detours in commanding troops and managing armies." Zhengba explained. "Oh, such a thing exists?" Xionghu Bao exclaimed with delight. Niushan Hai was equally astonished. Pang Long remarked with a teasing expression, "As I said, your decision to ally with our Lord is not a privilege for him, but rather a blessing for you." As the meeting concluded, everyone departed from the Lord's residence, promptly assuming their roles and responsibilities. Page Yao, Xionghu Bao, and Niushan Hai had a cadre of capable subordinates, facilitating their progress in their respective tasks. After everyone left, Yanyun made his way to the courtyard of the Lord's residence, feeling utterly exhausted. The 3 challenges faced earlier that morning had drained his stamina. Without sufficient energy, he would have already succumbed to fatigue. Fortunately, his efforts were not in vain, as he successfully brought Xionghu Bao under his command. In Dadi City, at the War God Mansion, within the expansive training grounds, Wei Xiong, Wei Kuang Biao, and Guo Shaoqi were engaged in fierce combat, wielding long spears atop their war horses. The 3 fought fiercely, unable to gain the upper hand, when Zhao Lai, accompanied by the old steward, arrived at the training grounds. Upon seeing Zhao Lai, the 3 immediately halted their battle. "General Zhao." Wei Xiong dismounted and clasped his fists in greeting. Wei Kuang Biao and Guo Shaoqi followed suit, also dismounting. "It seems your spear techniques have improved. You haven't been slacking off," Zhao Lai remarked, directing his gaze at Wei Kuang Biao and Guo Shaoqi. Wei Kuang Biao scratched his head sheepishly. Guo Shaoqi clasped his fists, saying, "It is all thanks to Uncle Wei's excellent teaching. I have gained a deeper understanding of spear techniques." "Good." Zhao Lai nodded. "Do you comprehend the principles of commanding and managing troops that I taught you?" "We have all memorized them thoroughly," Guo Shaoqi replied. "Incorrect. I did not instruct you to memorize them verbatim. I implore you to learn and adapt. To master the art of warfare with agility. Only by truly grasping the essence of military strategy can one effectively command, govern, and organize troops. Wielding military power with divine precision, orchestrating plans with foresight, and achieving victory from afar. General Zhao Lai is absolutely correct. We currently lack practical combat experience. It is only through such experience that we can truly learn and apply our knowledge." Wei Kuangbiao concurred. "Indeed." Zhao Lai stroked his beard, nodding slightly. "Combat is not far from you. I believe it will arrive soon." "Huh? Does the general imply?" Guo Shaoqi inquired, his face a mask of confusion. News has spread. Recently, General Chang Shanha of the Great Zhao Empire led an army of 1 million in a night raid on Shanjian City. The city's commander, Sun Mia, was caught off guard and met with a swift defeat. As of now, Shanjian City has fallen, becoming a part of Zhao territory. After seizing Shanjian City, Chang Shanha opened the granaries, reduced taxes, and soothed the populace, all while preparing to launch an assault on Liri City. Zhao Lai declared, his expression grave. Wait, are we not allied with the Great Zhao Empire? Our 2 nations have intermarried for generations. How could Zhao dare to launch a surprise attack on our Yin territory? Guo Shaoqi exclaimed, utterly astonished. Is this the military strategy you have learned? Is this what I have imparted to you regarding the essence of warfare? Zhao Lai's anger flared at Guo Shaoqi's reaction. Guo Shaoqi stood there, stunned and unable to respond for a long moment. Wei Kuangbiao seemed to grasp something significant. One must remain composed even when faced with the collapse of a mountain. If you cannot even achieve this, how can you aspire to lead an army? Zhao Lai chided, emphasizing that a competent commander must maintain a calm demeanor, regardless of the magnitude of events unfolding. It is not that they are devoid of internal turmoil or shock. Rather, they must diligently strategize to counter the enemy, seek solutions, or understand the reasons behind occurrences. Zhao Lai's admonition contained profound wisdom. Each of his words encapsulated the essence of military leadership, and the 3 men learned invaluable lessons. Guo Shaoqi felt a deep sense of shame in having faltered so easily. Well, do not dwell in guilt. Mastery is not achieved overnight. It requires gradual understanding. Much like one cannot devour an entire feast in a single bite, you have already progressed much faster than others, Exile I encouraged, administering both a reprimand and a dose of motivation. I suspect the reason the Great Zhao Empire has attacked our Yin Empire relates to the National Defense General, Wei Quangbiao suddenly proposed. Oh, pray elaborate. Exile I expressed his interest. Wei Quangbiao swallowed hard and continued. Previously, our Yin Empire was under the protection of the National Defense General, which deterred neighboring nations, including the Great Chu Empire, from making any moves. However, recently, the National Defense General was executed at the border, leading Zhao to believe our Yin Empire lacks a capable military leader, thus emboldening them to assault Shanjian City. Well said, Exile I praised. And what do you think is the true objective of the Great Zhao Empire? Exile I turned his gaze to Guxiaoqi. Guxiaoqi gulped, stating, if I am not mistaken, the true aim of the Great Zhao Empire is the capital region of our Yin Empire. Now that they have captured Shanjian City, their next target must surely be Liri City, and beyond that, the Yin Imperial City is not far off. Thus, in the upcoming battle for Liri City, both sides will likely deploy massive forces. Quite right, Exile I acknowledged once more. So, has our Yin Empire dispatched troops? Wei Xiong inquired. Exile I nodded, stating, Yin Nandu has ordered General Luo Zhifeng to lead a million-strong army to Liri City to thwart the invasion of the Zhao forces. This battle is of utmost importance for our Yin Empire. A victory will hinder the Zhao army's advance, while a defeat will plunge the Yin Imperial City into peril. What does the old general believe? Will our Yin Empire triumph, or will the Great Zhao Empire prevail? Wei Quangbiao asked. Exile I pondered briefly before responding. Zhang Shanhe has served as Zhao's general for over 20 years. He is skilled in both offense and defense, a seasoned strategist, steady as a mountain. Though Luo Zhifeng is a capable general, he is young and impetuous, quick to anger. Despite having learned much from the northern capital regarding military command and tactics, he may lack sufficient experience in actual combat. The outcome is apparent. Let us await news from the front lines. If Luo Zhifeng were to suffer defeat, how would our Yin Empire respond? It seems we have few capable generals left. Guxiaoqi questioned. Exile I fell into silence. Wei Xiong ventured, perhaps. His Majesty will appoint the old general to lead the campaign. Exile I sighed deeply. I am in the twilight of my years, unable to command an army in battle. Even if I were, I fear I would be unable to effectively lead the troops. Though the old general is aged, he remains vigorous, Wei Xiong asserted. In my view, even if His Majesty were to appoint the old general, he should not go to war. Guxiaoqi remarked, vexed. Why? Wei Xiong queried. The current court has fundamentally changed. What loyalty remains in serving such a court? Guxiaoqi retorted, bitterly recalling his father's death at the hands of the court's forces. Exile I shook his head. If His Majesty were to summon me, I would indeed feel compelled to comply. Why so? Shanjian City and Liri City are territories of our Yin Empire, not merely the realms of Yin Nandu. In the future, should young Master Yin return, he will undoubtedly seek to inherit the throne. If I refuse to march this time, it is possible that the Great Zhao Empire will indeed reach the Yin Imperial City. At that point, the disunited Yin Imperial City will require young Master Yin to tidy up the aftermath. We must consider the greater picture and not allow personal grievances to cloud our judgment, Exile I asserted. The old general exemplifies wisdom. Such broad-mindedness and far-reaching vision are truly beyond our comparison, Wei Xiong admired. Exile I then stated, there is another piece of news I must share with you. What news? It concerns young Master Yin, Exile I revealed. Reports from Lai Hu and Lai Bao indicate that young Master Yin and his entourage have reached Gangjin City. They have ousted the city's lord and taken over, currently recruiting soldiers and expanding their military might. What? This means they have openly rebelled, Wei Quangbiao exclaimed, wide-eyed. Exile I nodded, indeed. It amounts to an open rebellion. And what of His Majesty? If this reaches His Majesty's ears, he will surely be enraged. Will he not dispatch troops to eradicate them? Guxiaoqi expressed his concern. That is precisely what troubles me. However, it seems His Majesty may be too occupied to deal with them at present. Exile I replied, indeed. The Great Zhao Empire is taking the opportunity to strike against our Yin Empire, while the Great Chu Empire, our long-standing adversary to the south, is undoubtedly eager to launch an offensive against Yin now that the opportunity has arisen. It appears that young Master Yan's decision to rise in arms at this moment is indeed a wise choice, Wei Xiong mused. Exile I stroked his beard. Young Master Yin has gathered a cadre of loyal and capable ministers and fierce generals around him. The head of the Chen family, Chen Mu. The head of the Long family, Lang Shui. The head of the Lu family, Lu Heishui. Furthermore, there is the captain of the constabulary, Zheng Ba, whose combat prowess is rivaled by the formidable Pang Julong. along with Page Rao and the 2 sons of Qin Yaochuan. Not to mention the 100-strong black armored army led by Lu Heishui, who are now joining young Master Yin. In this context, it appears that the father-in-law of both the eldest and second sons of the Yin family has aligned himself with the third son of Yin. It seems that the third son of Yin is poised to ascend to a position of great power, with his elevation to the rank of a sovereign imminent. The glimmer of hope shone in Wei Xiong's eyes. I, Zhao Lai, have already made my stance clear. Now we await the decision of the Luo family, Yin Royal Academy, and the bullfighting pavilion. I surmise the Luo family will undoubtedly choose to lend their support, as their family is currently basking in prominence in Baidu. Moreover, his daughter has wed Yin Feng. As for the Yin Royal Academy, situated in Shanjian City, it has now fallen under Zhao's control, making it unlikely they can offer assistance. Our attention now turns to the bullfighting pavilion. Zhao Lai stated with a composed demeanor. The bullfighting pavilion? That name rings a bell. Guo Xiaoqi recalled having heard of the bullfighting pavilion from his father, albeit only in passing. The bullfighting pavilion is the continent's premier assassin organization. The wife of the eldest son of Yin, Yi Jiaomei, hails from the bullfighting pavilion and is currently its leading assassin. Zhao Lai was well aware of Yi Jiaomei's esteemed status, as it had been conveyed to him by Yin Baidu. The national general is indeed playing a grand game. Wei Xiong suddenly sighed deeply. All 7 of the young ladies possess significant backgrounds. Initially, I believed the fourth lady, Yi Jiaomei, to be unremarkable. Yet her identity is far more impressive than anticipated. The new chief assassin of the bullfighting pavilion. This is no trifling matter. Indeed, this is also why Yin Nandu seeks to undermine him. It is unfortunate that Yin Baidu possesses vision but lacks cunning, while Yin Nandu is shrewd yet lacks insight. The 2 brothers will inevitably turn against each other. It is merely a matter of time. However, I did not expect Yin Nandu to execute a lethal lightning strike. They will first eliminate Yin Baidu and then broadcast the news nationwide. Such cunning cannot be underestimated. Zhao Lai sighed in resignation. What are the third son of Yan's plans moving forward? Is he intent on monopolizing Gangjin City and ignoring the wild territories? Guo Xiaoqi inquired. Indeed, the fierce tiger and fierce leopard indicated that the third son of Yin intends to capture the wild pass before venturing into the wilderness. With both Gangjin City and the wild pass secured, they can advance or retreat as needed, thereby solidifying their strength. Zhao Lai declared. This is excellent news. Guo Xiaoqi's eyes sparkled as he stated. Securing both Gangjin City and the Wild Pass would create a mutually supportive defense, should one face an attack. The other can dispatch troops for aid. It appears that the development direction of the third son of Yin and his entourage is indeed correct. Zhao Lai praised. I never anticipated the third son of Yin to possess such strategic acumen. Wei Xiong expressed his admiration. Not only does he possess strategy, but he is also remarkably valiant. The fierce tiger and fierce leopard have claimed that the combat prowess of the third son of Yin far surpasses that of Zheng Ba. It is said that even 3 Zheng Bas would pale in comparison to the third son of Yin. Zhao Lai dropped another bombshell. My heavens, is that truly the case? Wei Xiong exclaimed in astonishment. He is aware of Zheng Ba's prowess. That day, during the conflict at his residence, Zheng Ba displayed unparalleled might, defeating several cloaked adversaries, even more formidable than himself. In truth, he only witnessed 6/10 of Zheng Ba's strength that day, not the entirety of his capabilities. Old General, I miss my sister. I wish to go to Gangjin City. Guo Xiaoqi suddenly declared. Wei Kuangbiao harbored similar desires. Wei Xiong was also stirred with anticipation. Their true aim is to assist the third son of Yin. Chapter 233, General of the Evil Dragon, Lu Zhendong. Now that the third son of Yin has commenced recruiting troops, going now would grant them the opportunity to establish their legacy and become vanguard generals under Yanyun. Missing your sister? Zhao Lai could not help but chuckle. Missing your sister is just a pretext. I suspect you yearn to join the third son of Yin and serve as a loyal subordinate, am I right? Guo Xiaoqi's inner thoughts were laid bare, leaving him somewhat embarrassed. Zhao Lai shook his head. The third son of Yan's ranks do not lack personnel at present. Even if you go, it would be difficult to assign you a significant role. Why? Why not? Guo Xiaoqi was puzzled. Wei Xiong contemplated. Wei Kuangbiu was also somewhat confused. Allow me to pose a question. Do you believe that if you venture forth alone, you will be valued? Or would it be more advantageous to bring hundreds of thousands of troops to pledge allegiance to the third son of Yin? Zhao Lai inquired. Undoubtedly, the latter. Then that settles it. Huh. I do not quite understand. Guo Xiaoqi and Wei Kuangbiao exchanged bewildered glances. If my conjecture is correct, news of a defeat in the battle at Sunlit City will soon reach us. At that time, His Majesty will undoubtedly appoint me as the commander for the campaign, even if His Majesty does not send me into battle. Li Rue and the other elder ministers will recommend me for the expedition. Thus, the 3 of you shall accompany me to the battlefield. Once I repel Changshan He and seize Shanjian City, I will recommend you to the court to govern Shanjian City. Once the conflicts in the west and south stabilize, His Majesty will surely dispatch troops to subdue the third son of Yan. Thus, your opportunity to achieve merit will arise. Zhao Lai stroked his beard, a confident smile gracing his lips. Indeed, when the third son of Yin faces an assault from the imperial troops, we can lead our forces to rescue him at a critical moment. With these troops, if we align ourselves with the third son of Yin, would that not be a glorious endeavor? Would it not secure us greater recognition? Wei Kuangbiao's eyes sparkled with excitement. Old general, you truly are a remarkable strategist. Wu Shaoqi lauded him as well. Wei Xiong was once again impressed by Zhao Lai's foresight. Although Zhao Lai was advanced in years, his intellect remained sharp. Ding! Zhao Lai was astonished and incredulous upon hearing that the host had seized control of Gangjin City. Emotional value increased by 35 points. Ding! Wei Xiong. Ding! Wei Kuangbiao. Ding! Gu Shaoqi. Yanyun was consuming meat porridge in the Grand Lady's courtyard when a series of system notifications suddenly echoed in his mind. Old General Zhao? Does this mean that Wei Xiong and the others are still in the War God Mansion? That is fortuitous. The War God Mansion remains quite secure. At least for the moment, the court dares not act against the War God Mansion, for the nation is engulfed in warfare. Should they dare to target Zhao Lai? The great Yin Empire would find itself devoid of a commander. Luo Zhengfeng. Yanyun has little faith in him. It is not that he underestimates Luo Zhengfeng, but rather that his strategic intellect is merely at a score of 90. With such limited acumen, how can he aspire to be the national general? Without Li Rui, he is but a pile of dung. On the battlefield, he is destined for failure. In the great Chu Empire, at the city of Fierce Tiger, General Dong Aolai, alongside General of the Steed Army Guo Sun, commanded an army of 1,000,000, and after a week's journey, they arrived at Fierce Tiger City in grand procession. Upon the army's arrival at Fierce Tiger City, Dong Aolai ordered a half-day rest for the troops, and that night, they launched an assault on Hushao Pass. The first wave consisted of 50,000 sword and shield soldiers and 50,000 archers, accompanied by 1,000 siege ladders, launching a fierce attack on Hushao Pass. The commander stationed at Hushao Pass is none other than Lu Zhendong, one of the 3 dragon generals under Yin Baidu. After the beheading of Yin Baidu, Lu Zhendong switched allegiances and narrowly escaped with his life. The angry dragon general, Qin Yaochuan, refused to yield and suffered the consequences, ultimately facing execution at the border. Li Rui had also intended to execute Lu Zhendong, but was thwarted by Luo Zhengfeng, thereby sparing Lu Zhendong from retribution. On one hand, Lu Zhendong actively chose to surrender. On the other, he commanded 5,000 troops of the Hushao army, which Luo Zhengfeng dared not challenge. Additionally, Luo Zhengfeng had a relatively amicable relationship with Lu Zhendong during his tenure under Yin Baidu. Furthermore, after the beheading of Yin Baidu, the southern border was left without a commander, and Luo Zhengfeng needed to oversee Yin Royal City, thus appointing Lu Zhendong to guard Hushao Pass. If Lu Zhendong were to be executed as well, Hushao Pass would be left defenseless. Ultimately, after weighing the pros and cons, Li Rui acquiesced to Luo Zhengfeng's proposal. Thus, Lu Zhendong narrowly escaped a grim fate. Lu Zhendong's designation as one of the 3 dragon generals attests to his considerable capabilities. However, as of now, he has not been bestowed a title as a general. Although he seems to command Hushao Pass and possesses authority, he is merely a general without a specific title.